The old father, furious that his daughter was acting like a love-struck fool, went ahead and forcibly arranged 7 beastly husbands for her, boasting that each was an unparalleled, stunning existence. However, when she eagerly went to receive them, she discovered beastly husband number 1, fair-skinned and handsome, was critically injured and on the verge of death, already prepping for his own funeral feast. Beastly husband number 2, once dashing and brave, was now disfigured and disabled. Even beastly husband number 3, hailed as the little Zhuge Liang, abandoned her to return and inherit his throne. Faced with this situation, the girl just wanted to say, screw the beastly husband. With no man in her heart, drawing her blade makes her divine. Just a few days ago, the original host was merely a pitiful female groveling for handsome men who had accidentally fallen and fainted while on her way to deliver gifts. However, the moment Empress Cherie, who had just finished clearing out all the zombies, happened to transmigrate into this body. As Cherie opened her eyes, she saw a cat-eared girl staring at her anxiously. Unable to resist, she pinched the little girl's chubby cheek, causing tears to instantly burst from the child's eyes as she scrambled up and ran outside, crying, "Father, big sister hit me." Cherie was baffled, crying from just a pinch. Was she made of water? Soon, a burly man walked in. "Xiao, she just came crying saying you hit her. What's going on?" Meanwhile, Cherie's attention was entirely focused on the man's tiger tail. Good grief, she had toiled through blood and storms for decades, finally ascending to the throne as Empress, only to be thrown into this primitive beast world after a nap. How was that fair? She was about to throw a tantrum. Cherie lay back down with a numb expression. "Leave me alone. I want to die right now." Hearing this, the tiger-tailed man immediately scooped her up and patted her head. "Are you sick? Come on, Daddy will carry you to the shaman." With that, he hoisted her and prepared to dash outside. Cherie immediately didn't dare to lounge any longer. With a quick flip, she jumped down, standing straight as a rod. "I'm fine now." The man, seeing her lively and energetic appearance, instantly let out a sigh of relief. Cherie walked up to the little girl and flicked her forehead with a finger. "When did I hit you?" "I just pinched your chubby cheeks, that's all." Ling Xiaoxi puffed out her cheeks, looking angry. "Big sis, you're as strong as an ox it hurt when you pinched me." Ling Xiao smiled faintly. "Alright, stop teasing your elder sister. She's going to fetch your brothers-in-law today." Hearing this, Cherie was instantly stunned. Brothers-in-law? Several? Xiaoxi tilted her head. "Yes, elder sister, don't you remember? Before, those tribes from the south joined forces to attack us, but in the end, father and the others defeated them. Of course, the defeated have to offer tributes. But since our family isn't short of females, father picked a few of the most outstanding unmarried male beasts for you." Cherie tried hard to recall, but the original owner had died too suddenly, and she hadn't inherited much memory. So, how exactly did the original owner die? Seeing her dazed expression, Xiaoxi couldn't help but whisper, "Big sis, you're not still hung up on that handsome male beast from the Cold Mountain tribe, are you? He's rejected you so many times already. As beasts, we should be magnanimous. If he's not willing, we can't just force ourselves on him." Cherie pinched her cheek again. "You and your big mouth. Alright, I get it. Picking someone up, right? I'll go. Cherie strode out briskly, sighing as she walked. After slaving away for so many years, it's back to square one. So infuriating, another day where I feel like going berserk. Clenching her jaw tightly, Cherie hurried toward the nearby stream, crouched by the bank to wash up and tidy her appearance. The cool stream water splashed on her face finally brought her mind fully online. Recalling the setting in Beast World novels where females are always weak, she refused to believe it. If she couldn't protect herself, she'd rather hang herself with a noodle. Cherie stared at the nearby rock for a moment, then suddenly clenched her right fist and smashed it heavily against the stone. Surveying the shattered fragments, she nodded in satisfaction. Just as she was contentedly preparing to head back, 2 plump fish suddenly swam brazenly past in the stream ahead. Unable to resist, she raised an eyebrow, pounced like a tiger into the water, and emerged clutching the fish by their gills. After cleaning them, she swaggered back to the cave. Admittedly, the beast world had its perks. At least she didn't have to worry about going hungry. A day of breakthroughs would begin with 2 delicious grilled fish. Ling Xiao stepped out of the cave and saw Cherie kneeling by a fire pit, struggling to start a fire. He walked over and eyed the fool with confusion. "What are you doing? You're filling the place with black smoke." "Light the fire." Cherie slightly raised her head, her face covered in black soot, looking utterly comical. Ling Xiao nodded in understanding, then tossed in a fireball with a flick of his hand. The flames roared to life instantly. "There, done." Ling Xiao handed her the fish skewered on a stick nearby. "Still not giving up? Still trying to learn how to grill fish? I've told you, that is a specialty from the Great Beast City down south. It's not something you can master so easily." "Fine, if you want to keep at it, go ahead. Just remember to bury the fire when you're done." With that, Ling Xiao turned and walked away. Cherie stared at his retreating figure thoughtfully. Fire-based abilities? This beast world has some interesting aspects. So, what abilities does she have? Cherie pondered for a while but couldn't figure it out. Oh well, she decided to stop thinking about it for now. She'd ponder more after filling her stomach. Before long, Xiaoxi came bouncing over. Tilting her head, she wore a look of disdain. Big sis, the fish you grilled tastes awful. Can't we just eat it raw? No, I want grilled fish. Cherie sat cross-legged by the fire, carefully adjusting the heat with her stick to prevent the two plump fish from getting charred by the flames. Xiaoxi took the opportunity to sit down. Then I won't eat later, you can't force me to gnaw on that blackened thing. Do you have salt? She turned her head to ask. Xiaoxi nodded. We have salt rock at home, I'll go get it. She ran very fast and soon came back carrying a salt rock as big as her head, placing it on the ground with a thud. Ling Qinzhen Cherie looked at the yellowish rock salt on the ground and fell into a deep thought. How do people in the beast world ingest salt? Xiaoxi licked the salty flavor on her hand and looked at Big Sister, who was in a daze again. I've moved the salt rocks over. What else do you want, Big Sister? Is there a pot at home? Ling Qinzhen no longer expects there to be refined salt at home. She plans to make the whole thing herself. It was just purifying salt, simple enough. What's a pot? Xiaoxi asked curiously. Ling Qinzhen said with a wooden face, pretend I didn't ask anything, you carry the salt stone back first, and get it yourself when I come back at noon. Xiaoxi was not willing to run errands this time, twisting her head towards the water. I'm not going, you'll move the salt stones back to the cave later, I'm going to wash my hands. Ling Qinzhen gritted his teeth, then I'll bake the fish later, don't eat it. If you don't eat it, then don't eat it, I don't want to eat it if you bake it ugly and tasteless. Ling Qinzhen looked at the grilled fish on the stick whose outer skin had already rolled up. Good, the little kid has a backbone. In a moment, she's going to crave and cry for this little brat. Waiting for the charred aroma of the fish to dissipate, Ling Qinzhen nodded with satisfaction, touched her stomach that had been rumbling, got up and yanked a few wide broad leaves from the edge of the forest in the distance, washed them by the water, and returned to the fire. Beside the fire, a large and two small ones were squatting on the rocky beach, eyeing the charred big fish on the stick, and when they heard the sound of footsteps, they immediately raised their eyes and looked blearily at Ling Qinzhen, who was walking back. The fish smells so good. Tiger Father Ling Xiao, with a smile on his face, pointed at the large roasted fish. Can our father have one? Xiaoxi jumped up in place, hugged Ling Qinzhen's leg and said pitifully, Big Sister, I was wrong, I just moved the salt stone back, can you share some with me? Ling Qinzhen placed the clean leaves on the rocky beach and stretched out her hand towards Ling Xiao. Father, give me the bone knife to use. Seeing that she didn't reject it, Xiaoxi immediately jumped up happily and danced around. Big sister, you're the best. Ling Qinzhen divided a piece of the roasted fish with less thorns out, holding the fish meat on the leaf with one hand, looking at Xiaoxi, whose eyes were almost glued to the fish meat, raising her eyebrows in triumph. You can eat the fish if you want to, compliment me a few more times, I'll give it to you when I'm satisfied. The smile on Xiaoxi's face disappeared, looking dumbfounded at Ling Qinzhen, who had a bad smile. Big sister. I want to eat. You're the best. The best. Ling Xiao looks at the two remaining fish on the broad leaf and points to the one on the left. This is mine? Well, father, eat first. Ling Qinzhen had no problem with this father of the original owner and even liked him. Ling Xiao was a solidly good father, and after his only wife Master died of illness, he took his two daughters to live apart. A beast who was both a father and a mother, not only did he have to hunt and stock up on food, but he also had to protect his two children, and he was as busy as a gyroscope that he couldn't stop. Aside from not being very good at taking care of the cubs, it really was a perfect male beast. After Ling Qinzhen finished teasing the children, he distributed the fish to the skinny little cat-eared girl. He himself squatted by the fire and buried his head to quickly dazzle the fish without any salty smell. Thanks to the stream fish, raised fat, the meat is extremely tasty. It made up for the lack of seasoning. Ling Xiao quickly finished a whole fish, not even a fish bone was left. He touched his stomach, looked at the fire that had already been extinguished, and said, let's still eat roasted fish at night? Is our father full from one roasted fish? Ling Qinzhen asked. Ling Xiao shook his head. One fish is definitely not enough to eat, but it's delicious. Can we bake more at night? He looks at his eldest daughter, who has finally regained her vigor, and there is a hint of relief in his eyes. Previously, NN had really been tossing and turning all day and night for that prettiest male orc in the cold mountain tribe. Not only did she not even hold someone's male's little hand, but she also fell down from the mountain path, and the witch doctor changed her medicine, and she slept for several days before finally waking up. He had been worried that this stupid child once woke up but also continued to run to the cold mountain tribe, so taking advantage of this tribe's great victory, simply from the defeat of the few orc tribes, picked a few of the best and most good-looking back to the big girl as a beast husband. He is the leader of the Stone Forest tribe, and NN is his eldest daughter. Doesn't he just like good-looking ones, as many as he wants? Of course Ling Qinzhen had no objections, and she didn't have enough to eat. In fact, both of the fishes fished back were definitely not less than 10 pounds, but perhaps it was because she had become a tiger tribe beastman, so her appetite had also become bigger. Ling Xiao takes out a few red fruits from the beast skin bundle beside him and hands it to Ling Qinzhen. Eat some more of this to pad your stomach. Father will go hunting in a while, let's eat more at night. Remember to go to the next few tribes to bring back your beast husbands. Our family didn't ask for prey and named so many beastmen, we can't let them run away. Ling Xiao didn't have the slightest mental block about forcefully robbing male beastmen from other tribes, instead he was a bit complacent. Ling Shenzhen intends to seriously think about this matter of beastmen this time. She strokes her chin and turns her head to ask, these few beastmen have to be claimed back? What can they do? Don't not know how to hunt, but also to victimize you, father, to raise the whole family. Ling Xiao smugly said, is our father such a visionless beast? Of course I picked the best, you'll know if you go and take a look. You're big now, it's time for you to have a few beast husbands, and in a few years you'll have a few more cubs, and then our family's life will get better and better. Ling Shenzhen looked at his tiger father who was thinking about the future. I don't know where you're old where this confidence engage in men, well. She is now clear mind no idea. But pulling a team to engage the men. She can. Not just a few beast husband it, trained well as a team of soldiers. Ling Shenzhen rose suddenly, squatting next to Xiaoxi grabbed up, go, let's go to collect the trophies. Xiaoxi struggled and said, I still have to go catch fish, and in a while I have to go pick fruit. I'll pick them on the way back, there's no rush for the fish, I'll catch them later. She doesn't know the way, without Xiaoxi to show her the way, she can't even tell which tribe is where after she leaves this forest. Ling Cheng brought Xiaoxi to wash her hands and ran out of the forest quickly. The wind between the mountains and forests whistled in her ears, and her long hair was raised high behind her. At this moment, she was incomparably free and unrestrained. Chapter 3 Beast Husband Number 1. Ling Shenzhen had no impression of the beast husband that his own old father had settled on, so he inquired with Ling Xiaoxi while he was running at high speed. Ling Xiaoxi was lying on her shoulder, drinking the wind with her big mouth open, and was having a good time when she was coldly asked this question, scratching the back of her head in some distress. I don't know who it is, I only know that our father said that he made an agreement with their tribes, and that he will hand over the people when he goes to those tribes. Ling Shenzhen slowed his pace and inclined his head to look at Ling Xiaoxi, which tribes are those? Ling Xiaoxi broke her fingers and counted, there is the Snake Mountain tribe, the Snow Wolf tribe, the Wu Yang tribe and the Medicine Luo tribe. Ling Shenzhen. The first two tribes could still hear what kind of beastmen were dominant, the names of the last two tribes made it completely impossible to tell what kind of beastmen they would be. You point in the direction, I'll turn into beast form and run over there with you. Ling Shenzhen placed Ling Xiaoxi on the ground and tried to control his body, quickly turning into a large brownish-yellow tiger with a body length of nearly 4 meters and a round head and short ears. Ling Xiaoxi picked up the beastskin skirt that had fallen on the ground, her hands and feet quickly climbed onto Ling Cheng'en's back, grabbed the short hairs on her body, pointed in a direction, and the sisters suddenly disappeared in place. After turning into a beast form, the running speed was even faster. Ling Shenzhen even felt that Ling Xiaoxi on her back was as light as a garbage bag. The first place the duo went to was the Medicine Luo tribe, which was the closest to the stone forest. Running at full speed they arrived in just over 20 minutes. The Medicine Luo tribe was in a forest with very complicated terrain, and as they approached the Medicine Luo tribe's territory, her spiritual power was instantly spread out, discovering a large number of traps nearby. Hold on tight. Ling Chengnan didn't put these clumsy traps in her eyes, crossing over the traps at a strangely fast speed, and soon saw the Pill Luo tribe's village. The Medicine Luo tribe mainly lived underground in caves. Their caves were all built on the roots of these giant trees that were hundreds of meters high, and near the cave entrance, many older and younger beastmen could be seen. Looking at those orc cubs that confiscated the ears of the beastmen, Ling Shenzhen was clear why this tribe was not named after the race of the orcs. This place was similar to their stone forest tribe. It was a small tribe of multi-racial orcs that mixed together. This tribe is mostly small-sized orcs. There are squirrels, moles, cats, and some canines. Ling Shenzhen appeared silently in front of the Medicine Luo tribe with Ling Xiaoxi, and before he had time to say anything, Ling Xiaoxi on his back jumped onto the ground and ran towards the group of cubs in front of him. Where is your Medicine Luo tribe leader? We've come to collect the loot. The round tiger ears on top of Ling Xiaoxi's head twitched, and her large round eyes stared at the small cubs cowering behind the tree trunks. Clan Chief went out hunting. A little red squirrel squatted on the tree, looking down at Ling Xiaoxi, who had long arms and legs, and asked with a bit of trepidation, you're taking away brother Chongzhen, aren't you? Although Ling Xiaoxi didn't know who Chongzhen was, she still crossed her arms and nodded her head condescendingly, yes, you guys hand him over, my big sister has come to take him back. Ling Shenzhen looked at the little villain breathless Ling Xiaoxi, and suddenly felt that what else was she going to show up for this little brat was even more arrogant and rude than her. The little cubs hiding behind the tree trunks exchanged words and whispered. Ling Xiaoxi was a little upset. Why are you whispering? These are all discussed before. If you don't hand them over, we will go back and talk to my families of father in them, and then it won't be as simple as handing them over. An old beastman dragging a grayish fox tail, holding up a branch in his hand, lowered his head and coughed a few times, and opened his mouth. It's not that we don't hand over the people, the young patriarch is now seriously injured, and there's no way for him to go with you guys. Ling Xiaoxi turned back to look at Ling Shenzhen who had already walked behind her at some point. Big sister? What should I do? Ling Cheng'en did not believe in the words of this foxtail beastman. She did not change back to her human form. Her tall beast form had a strong sense of oppression on these beastmen. The pair of bright jade-like tiger eyes stared at them silently. The cubs hiding behind the trunk of the tree scattered and fled all at once. Some of the cubs who were particularly small in courage were scared to the point that they were crying, and were hugged by the older ones who drilled their way back to the crypt. The old beastman from Foxtail was also frightened, but still stabilized his body and looked straight at Ling Qinzhen. If you guys don't believe me, just go with me to take a look and you'll know. Ling Qinzhen looked at that hole in the ground, took the beastskin skirt in Ling Shaoxi's hand, leaped into the shrubs to change back into his human form, and after putting on his own beastskin skirt, he parted those messy branches and leaves, and strutted out. Let's go. With little expression on her face, she let the old fox beast lead the way ahead. Ling Qinzhen in her human form had a long figure, a heroic face, angular lips, and bright eyes, and a well-proportioned and healthy complexion, looking extremely bright and beautiful, but compared to her overriding aura, these were rather worthless. With her words, the always unforgiving Ling Shaoxi obediently followed her, and the two of them walked into the Medicine Luo tribe's crypt one after the other. Ling Qinzhen had thought that the crypt was dim and lightless, but the Medicine Luo tribe's crypt was not quite the same. The walls of their crypt were inlaid with many irregular glowing crystals, and some glowing plants had been transplanted at the location of the ledges. She pointed at the glowing leaves in the corner and asked, "What are these plants?" The old fox-tailed orc looked at her calm-side face, quickly lowered his eyes and replied, "We don't know what that is." Before it was the young clan leader who found this kind of grass that glows in one of the underground caverns, and then tried to move some back, not realizing that it grows quite well in the crypts as well, so the people of our tribe call it light grass. What about the growth cycle of this light grass? Ling Qinzhen was very sharp, and the first thing that came to mind was transplanting this light grass to the Stone Forest tribe, so that in the future the nights wouldn't be pitch black anymore, and they could only rely on the firelight to illuminate them. The orcs on this continent had experienced a period of disaster where sky fires raged, so most of the orcs were fearful of fire. The old fox-tailed orc said, "Growth cycle? That is, how long can it glow, when will it wither, and when will it sprout and grow again?" The fox-tailed beastman understood this time. The light grass glows for a very long time. As long as it is in a lightless environment, the leaves can be bright for about 3 months, after which the leaves will fall off, and it will need to wait for another 3 months before it can glow again. As long as we stagger the transplantation time, we can ensure that the crypt will always have light. However, this kind of grass is very afraid of the cold. The light grass we planted in the location against the cave entrance will freeze to death every year during the cold season, but the light grass inside the crypt will not. Ling Qinzhen nodded, understood. What about these luminous stones embedded in the walls? Also found by the young clan chief. Ling Qinzhen couldn't help but raise her eyebrows, sighing in a low voice, "Your young clan chief is quite discerning." The old fox-tailed orc didn't feel happy to hear her words. Their young patriarch was really smart, but their tribe's orcs were too weak, and many of them would die every cold season due to food shortages. That's why their tribe launched an attack on the Stone Forest tribe under the urging of the other 3 tribes, hoping to rely on this victory to divide up the Stone Forest tribe's strong fighting force and prepare for this year's cold season. But no one expected that under the siege of the 4 tribes, the Stone Forest tribe still defeated them. Especially those Tiger tribe orcs, the fighting strength was too powerful. Before their tribe's small-sized orc warriors could get close, they were severely injured by a claw. Many of the tribe's orcs relied on the young patriarch, waiting for him to take over the patriarch's position in a few years and lead them to a better life. Unexpectedly, this time, the patriarch of the Stone Forest tribe even proposed to reduce the offerings of prey, but needed to hand over the young patriarch to be a beastman for their Stone Forest tribe's young patriarch. Really bully the beast too much. But they do not dare to resist. The patriarch originally did not agree, want to use more prey in exchange for the young patriarch to stay in the tribe, but 2 days ago, in order to catch the supply of prey for the Stone Forest tribe, the young patriarch ran into hordes of bad beasts, although lucky to survive, but very seriously injured. When the young patriarch was still awake, he had explained that he would be handed over to the Stone Forest tribe, so that more prey could be left behind and distributed to the old and young beastmen of the tribe. The Medicine Luo tribe's crypts were all over the place, and the huge root systems of the ancient trees could be seen everywhere, and there were some places where one needed to bend down in order to pass through. Ling Qinzhen then followed the old fox beast all the way to the very end of the crypt. There was light leaking down from this place. She tilted her head and looked. It was a hole in the trunk of a tree, and the light poured down from there, illuminating a corner of the crypt. The place was tidied up and dug out into an empty room with straw mats and square slabs of stone with some herbs and vessels shaved from the stone. A huge red fox was lying on the grass mat, smelling very strongly of blood. Its breath was weak and it looked like it would burp at any moment. Nice guy. The beast husband number 1 chosen by his old father for his tribe had yet to be welcomed back to their tribe, and he could already arrange for the aftermath. Ling Qinzhen walked over to the grass mat and squatted down to inspect the 2-meter-long giant fox. The wounds on the chest, abdomen, and hind legs, the wounds were very deep, and because the environment here was so bad, there were already signs of pus. The body temperature was very high and was running a fever. If it continues like this, without any intervention, at most 2 days will be enough for his posthumous ceremony. Ling Qinzhen was a bit distressed, although she knew some medical skills, but in this primitive era where there was a lack of medicine, it was difficult for a skillful woman to cook without rice. However, she sighed softly and bent down to pick up the red fox. "He is seriously injured and you guys can't cure him. I'll take him back to see the witch doctor. Our Stone Forest tribe's witch doctor's medical skills are okay, but we can't guarantee with you that the person will definitely live. Anyway, if we can save him, and if we can't, we will inform you to attend his posthumous farewell ceremony some other day." Before the old fox beast had a chance to say anything, Ling Chengnan walked out with a lofty expression as he carried the unconscious red fox in his arms. Ling Shaoxi had actually begun to think about reselecting a husband for her big sister, not realizing that she would have to bring this dying male beast home. She came back to her senses and chased after Ling Chenjian with fast footsteps, unable to resist muttering, "Big sister, let's not bring him back, can't we just get another one?" Bringing him back is still not necessarily a cure, and we still have to take the prey to the witch doctor, it's just too uneconomical. Ling Chenjian lightly grunted, "Ling Shaoxi, what do you know? Shut up and just follow my mother." This tribe looked pitiful. At first glance, it was not in a condition to save people. Really letting this fox stay, it would be a complete wait for death. Moreover, if the Medicine Luo tribe lost such a large male orc, they didn't know how much more time they would have to spend to catch all the prey that needed to be offered up, and even to make up for the share that hadn't been handed over to the orcs. She wasn't exactly a nice person, but she wasn't above squeezing a small tribe of orcs with no future like that. The original intention was to lead all 4 beastmen back as soon as possible, but now it is good to bring such a seriously injured person so you can directly hit the road back home. The remaining 3 trophies can only be claimed on another day. Chongjin's consciousness is drowsy, feeling the bumps, trying hard to open his eyes, but he can only see blurred shadows, and the gas exhaled from his nose is scorching hot, as if it is burning the last bit of heat in his life. After walking out of the crypt, Ling Chenjian glanced down at the half-dead red fox. "Awake? I'll take you back to the Stone Forest tribe. Can you maintain your human form? So that I can take you back." Chongjin's foxtail moved a bit, saw her face through the faint light leaking through the gaps in the leaves, and quietly sighed in relief. "It's okay." In fact, he was very badly injured, and maintaining his human form was even more exhausting, but he had to go to the Stone Forest tribe, and dying in the Stone Forest tribe was only worthwhile. Dying in the Medicine Luo tribe would instead aggravate the burden on father and the others. A faint red light flashed, and a white-faced man with smooth skin and tender flesh appeared in Ling Chengyan's arms. Ling Chengyan wooden face, speechless looking at the sky. "Missed a trick. Forgot to take the animal skin skirt." She turned back and looked at Ling Shaoxi. "You go one more time, pack your brother-in-law's luggage and take it out, bring out all the animal skin dresses and whatnot." Ling Shaoxi collapsed her face and reluctantly turned back to get her brother-in-law number 1's luggage. Soon, that old fox beast came out holding a rather large beastskin parcel. Ling Shaoxi carried that parcel, and unhappily threw a beastskin skirt into Ling Chengyan's arms. Ling Chengyan handily put the beastskin skirt around Chongjin, and only then did he transform into a huge beast form, carrying the dying beast husband and the unhappy Ling Shaoxi, and darted off in the direction of the Stone Forest tribe. On the way back, Ling Chenjian tried to use her spiritual power to hook up with the system on standby deep in her mind. This system was something she got in her last life, but it wasn't a good thing, always trying to command her to do brainless things, serving as a stepping stone and love catalyst for whatever small world male and female masters. So after she utilized this thing to get a complete set of cultivation techniques, she pulled her strength up to full strength first, and then she put the whole thing on self-shutdown. Ah no, it was whole standby. Save this unscrupulous thing from ghosting in her head day after day. After dividing a strand of spiritual energy into it, that grayish dot gradually lit up, and soon completed the boot up. Then there was an burst of ghostly wailing. Ling Chenjian warned as he ran, "If you continue to cry and howl, I'll just crush you completely and not even give you a chance to return to the factory for a refurbishment." The love security system hiccuped with a cry and immediately withdrew its voice, but still cursed defiantly, "You bad woman who doesn't keep her word. I'm going to file a complaint against you." Ling Chenjian was speechless to the core. "Are you a bad movement? What's the point of complaining about me?" Chapter 4 Love Security. The love security system was silent for a long time, but it still cursed accusingly, "You bad guy, I'll never believe your bull again." Ling Chenjian asked back very calmly, "So you want to keep shutting down? System, I hate you." Ling Chenjian was completely indifferent to this bit of emotion from it, and only asked indifferently, "Do you have medicine?" The system exploded when it heard her request, "You still have the nerve to ask me for something? Or else? What's the point of having you?" Ling Chenjian used her spiritual power to turn into a tentacle and poke this white rolling mass. "Hurry up, we've traveled to the new world together, there's a lack of medicine here, there are people waiting to be saved." "I don't have it, I don't even have the energy to turn on my own, it's still the little bit of spiritual power you gave me that turned me on. Where am I going to get you medicine? You might as well kill me." The love security system said as it paralyzed lifelessly in her mental domain, posing. Ling Chenjian felt that it made sense once she heard it, but she also felt that the situation at hand was a bit tricky, and with this young patriarch of the Medicine Luo tribe called Chongjin on her back, the situation was indeed too bad. "Then can your scanning function still work?" Ling Chenjian asked. As soon as the love security system heard that she was begging for help, it instantly jumped up from its spot with a carp, crossed its arms and laughed, "Ha ha, I can't imagine that. You still have times when you beg me to do things, give me a kowtow and I'll help you." Ling Chenjian slightly converged his eyes, his spiritual domain suddenly turned over the sky and the sea, and he said in a murderous manner, "I see that you want to die." The The system, which had been lapped by the wind and waves in the spiritual domain and was about to become unsteady, immediately begged for mercy. I'm wrong, it's not okay. The scanning system can be used, I'm just on standby, it's not like I'm dead. But turning on the scanning system requires energy. Ling Zhen, say it, how do you get the energy? Assisting the male and female masters. The system immediately replied in a spirited manner. Ling Zhen looked at the silly system and said breathlessly, you didn't listen to half of what I just told you. We're not in the end times anymore, we've traveled to the beast world, understand? You little broken system. The system was silent for a long time, and Ling Zhen guessed that it should have gone to refresh the interface. The mastermind deducted my performance for a quarter, and also demoted me. Alright, stop when you've gone crazy enough, hurry up. Ling Zhen wanted to scratch his ears, but because it was a beast shape that was not easy to maneuver, he could only shake his short round ears. Wait for me, I'll refresh the quest. The system wasn't surprised at all about traveling together to the other world, because this host it was bound to really had too many tawdry operations. The host was asked to help assist the man and woman in the end world to get together and help the two become the leader of the human base in the end world to reach a he ending. As a result, she alone dry overturned the whole world, swept away all the zombie beasts, built a brand new empire, and ascended to the throne as the emperor. As for the main man and woman, those two indisputable guys, all became her soldiers. And still she pointed east, the male and female masters will never hit the west, obedient like two robots without subjective views. As for the male and female hosts he ending, of course is not reached, both male and female hosts have followed this asshole host to learn to fast break love. As a love security system, it was the first time that it realized the meaning of the saying, if you work in one line and hate it, you can break the defense in every line. After refreshing, the system ran back upside down, and after coughing lightly, said in a cheerful tone, we don't need to assist others' love in the new world this time. This time, I will be assisting for your love for the host throughout. Ling Zhen was silent for a while, speak human. This time it's with you as the protagonist to help you raid all kinds of handsome male orcs. The higher the degree of the raid, the more energy point rewards you can get, while unlocking more pages of the mall module. Like the medical supplies you desperately need right now, on the first level page of the mall, a first aid kit only requires 2 energy points, and you can unlock it for purchase. Oh. What about the scanning function? Ling Zhen asked. 1 energy point. As soon as the system heard her tone, it knew that there was no negotiation and could only answer her question with a huff. Let's put the matter of the strategy aside for now. What's the fastest way to obtain energy points now? Paste with your beast husband number 1 for a minute, rewarded with 5 energy points. Ling Zhen snorted, am I not posting with him right now? Hurry up and send me the energy points. The system looked at the dying man lying on her back and suddenly felt that it had a long way to go in the defense of love. The host was really super good at drilling holes. 5 energy points have been issued to your account. The return trip was even shorter than the trip there. In about 15 minutes, Ling Zhen brought the man back to the Stone Forest tribe. She unloaded the man from his body, and explained with the sullen Ling Xiaoxi, go to the stream and wet the animal skin, stick it on his forehead, and when the skin doesn't get cold, go and change it once more, until his body temperature drops. Ling Xiaoxi squatted to the side, picking at the grass mat, and asked, what if he stays this feverish? Then you'll hold on until I come back, whether or not this brother-in-law of yours survives, this period of time depends on you. Ling Qingyan's slender hand covered her head and rubbed it, half worried that the little girl was being masculine. Although Ling Xiaoxi was young, her temperament was very understandable, a typical hard mouth and soft heart. Watching Ling Qingyan turn around and walk out, Ling Xiaoxi anxiously shouted, big sister, are you going to find a witch doctor? Don't delay, come back quickly, I really can't. Ling Qingyan laughed and quickly ran inside the tribe, found someone to ask the witch doctor's location, and then invited the witch doctor to his own cave. Ling Xiao had already gone hunting with the other young and strong orcs in the tribe and wouldn't return until evening, and the family didn't have any extra prey to take to the witch doctor. Ling Qingyan spoke with the witch doctor, and the aged witch doctor smiled and said, don't worry young patriarch, there's no need to hurry with the prey, I'm not short of it now. I'll take care of your beast husband first, and I have enough herbs with me. Ling Qingyan nodded, turned around and ran towards the vast wasteland. When she entered the border between the wasteland and the forest, she spent 1 energy point to turn on the scanning recognition function. The scan recognition function was very complicated. Almost as soon as it was turned on, many messy pop-up boxes popped up in front of her eyes, but there was no way to block them. So she really didn't like this little broken system. It was clear that the way it spoke was very human-like and appeared to be particularly high-class intelligent, but this garbage layout that killed it just didn't know what the point of it insisting on not changing was. Visual pop-ups appeared with many edible plants and mushrooms. Ling Changnan didn't even bother to look at them, and only searched through the countless pop-ups for herbs that could stop bleeding. She planned to prepare Huanglian antidote soup and 5 flavors sterilization drink. In the middle and late stages of the post-apocalyptic era, the early medical supplies were basically depleted, but battle injuries were inevitable, and the amount of human-based medicine production was completely unable to keep up with the amount of consumption, so she was left with no choice but to learn Chinese medicine. At that time, there were also TCM doctors in the team. She followed the study for several years before she could cope with the more common traumas and illnesses. When she had just looked for the witch doctor, she had seen the herbs that the witch doctor had packed, and some of them were readily available and could be used directly. But it wasn't comprehensive enough, there were still a few herbs missing. One of the most crucial flavors was huanglian. Ling Qinzhen scurried in the forest for most of the day. The system saw her running around like a headless fly, and reminded, the wild huanglian is more demanding on the growing environment, generally fertile soil with high humidity, and prefers shade in fear of strong light. With the system data to project the environment of the beast world, the huanglian should be growing in front of the foot of the mountain to the mountainside under the forest. Ling Qinzhen was a bit surprised that it took the initiative to open its mouth to prompt, "Thanks, why are you so active this time? If you keep failing to find it, your number one beast husband is going to hang up. When that time comes, am I going to defend your love with a dead ghost?" So that's how it was. Ling Qinzhen only laughed and said nothing more, immediately running towards the large mountain ahead. Sure enough, he found a large area of wild yellow dock in the forest near the foot of the mountain. After collecting a portion of the yellow dock and picking a few other herbs along the way, she had the heart to think about lunch. Yes, it was already late afternoon after being busy for so long. Although orcs eat 2 meals a day, Ling Qinzhen, who consumed a huge amount and was used to 3 meals, really didn't want to starve herself and wait for her own old father to come back from hunting in the evening before starting to cook. There wasn't a lot of large amounts of prey near the foot of the mountain, but there were quite a few small animals. With her combat experience coupled with this excellent beastman body, in no time at all, she easily caught 2 roe deer, 3 pheasants, and by the way, she also dug out the nests of 2 pheasants, finding a total of 28 eggs. The first feeling she got from the creatures in the beast world environment was that everything was a plus version. Obviously pheasant eggs, one was as big as a goose egg before the end-time mutation. And naturally the pheasant size was not small, with the long tail feathers, a pheasant was at least 2 meters long. As for the roe deer, it was even bigger. But of course it was good that the prey was large, at least it could feed her and the family. Ling Qinzhen used her claws to cut a bunch of sturdy vines, braided a mesh pocket to put the eggs inside, and then tied the rest of the prey directly tightly, all tied to her back. With a pocket of eggs and herbs in her mouth, she quickly ran towards home. When her figure disappeared from among the dense forest, not far away from the giant tree, a male purple-haired orc wearing an animal skin skirt, grasping a weapon with one hand, jumped back and forth between the branches of the trees above, and soon landed on the land that had been dug out of the wet mud. The purple-haired orc crouched down and fiddled with the leaves of a not yet grown yellow dock with his hand, puzzledly surveying the area for half a day until a voice came from behind him. "Xingyu, what are you doing crouching there?" The purple-haired man plucked up a yellow dock and turned around. "I just saw Ling Chang'an from the Stone Forest tribe. She's digging up this kind of grass. I don't know what she's going to take it for." Upon hearing Ling Chang'an's name, the middle-aged man in the animal skin skirt paused in his steps and wrinkled his eyebrows at the unrecognizable leaves. "That child has always been strange. Wasn't she chasing after you every day before, asking you to make her a beast husband? You refused her so many times and didn't see her give up. That child is really quite persistent. Maybe she'll toss some weird and wacky things to you again." Bai Qingyu frowned slightly, a little offended by the man's flirting. His mind recalled the black grilled fish that Ling Qinzhen had given him earlier, and he decisively threw the leaves in his hand on the ground, picked up the weapon on the ground and walked in the other direction. For the matter of being stalked, Ling Qinzhen did not put it on her mind. She had long ago discovered that there were people in the nearby forest, the original owner liked the orcs of the Cold Mountain tribe, and she just happened to have retained that memory, so she knew that the forest was near the Cold Mountain tribe, and it wasn't strange to run into their people. As long as they don't interfere with her pulling out the yellow rhizome and don't make a move on her, then there's no problem. Ling Qinzhen took the prey and herbs with her, and ran back home with great vigor. The witch doctor hadn't left yet, so she simply took a roe deer and exchanged it for some herbs before sending the old witch doctor back home. After returning home, Ling Qinzhen suddenly realized a problem. There was no pot to boil the medicine. Boiling medicine was usually best done in a casserole dish, but nowadays, let alone a casserole dish, there wasn't even a stone pot. However, stone pots are simple to make. She found a few pretty good pieces of red granite on the rocky beach outside, and was about to use her claws to dig up the stones when she suddenly realized a problem. "Granite. Is there a volcano around here? Take a closer look, there are still a lot of foamy basalt on this rocky beach." As we all know, basalt is a type of rock formed by magma erupted from a volcano that cools and solidifies on the surface. Ling Qinzhen frowned and asked the system while digging into the rocks with his tiger claws, "Is there a volcano around here?" The system quickly gave a test answer. "There is an active volcano in the upper reaches of this stream, but it is still far from here." The basalt rocks on the rocky beach were all washed down from the vicinity of the upstream volcano by floodwaters during the rainy season. An active volcano? When is the next eruption? System, I don't know. There is currently no extra energy to measure when the volcano will erupt next. How many energy points are needed to measure it once? Ling Qinzhen had recognized its nature of dying for energy points. 180 energy points to measure once. The accuracy rate is up to 99.99%. Oh, 1 credit? 50% daily interest. Only 4 energy points left. Ling Chen, expressionless, roll. Okay. I'll roll. The system knows that she is not happy at the moment, the experience of many encounters told it, if not roll will be shut down in the small black room. Unity at this day just out of prison it, has not been a good getaway, resolutely cannot in just one day to into the palace. Clean the stone pot. Ling Chen on the spot will be soaked in herbs, with a clean stone will be pressed on the bottom of the pot, which began to do lunch. The cookware was nothing anyway, so it could only be baked now. However, she had just prepared a few more stone pots, so she could make some easily grammable food for that fox. In order to let the other party listen to her command in the future, now must first save the person alive, this is a favor to him, then let him listen to the command, this kid if you dare to resist, she will not be polite. Rights before troops this set, she has long played slippery. Orange-red flames jumped on the dry wood and withered branches, roasting Ling Chen's entire face red. She took the long-handled wooden spoon shaved out of the bone knife and slowly stirred it in the stone pot, twisting the cleanly washed greens in her hand and tossing them into the stone pot. The hot air carried the faint scent of food and drifted into the cave. Ling Xiaoxi, who was giving her fox brother-in-law a cold compress, moved her nose and darted to the cave entrance like a puppy, looking at the curling smoke and fire on the rocky beach. Her eyes suddenly widened in surprise. Heavy Reel lying in a daze inside the cave also smelled the unfamiliar fragrance, hard to turn over the body, but failed to stand up and fell down again. Ling Xiaoxi heard the sound and rushed back, saying in a hurry, "What are you doing up? Lie down, quickly lie down, your wound has just had medicine put on it. Grandpa witch doctor said that you have to lie down to recuperate from your injuries, you can't move around." Chong put his head back on the grass mat, his lower lip was already a bit dry and cracked. He licked the corners of his lips, looked at the skinny round-eared young beast, and asked in a hoarse voice, "Where is your young clan chief?" "My elder sister is outside cooking food, she can cook food. The roasted fish in the morning smelled so good that my father and I almost swallowed our tongues." "You wait my big sister will be ready in a while." Chong looked at the wound had been medicated, the herbs were working, irritating the wound a little pain, but it was within the tolerable range. "What's your name?" he asked. "My name is Sai. My father is out hunting and won't be back until evening, so it's just me and my big sister in the house right now. Xiaoxi, can you get me some water?" Chong had been in high fever for 2 days, and after a long period of time without hydration, he was really a little too thirsty to bear. Ling Xiaoxi was just about to run outside when Ling Chen lifted the grass curtain and walked in, a stone pot of water in his hand. Chapter 5 First Taste of Cooked Food. Drink the water from this pot. Ling Chen placed the stone pot next to the grass mat and raised his hand to probe Chong's forehead. Chong subconsciously wanted to avoid it, but quickly controlled her body's instinctive reaction. Her gaze swept over her lean and slender wrist bones, dropping her thin and slender eyelashes to hide the emotions under her eyes. After Ling Chen confirmed it, he withdrew his hand and handed him the stone pot, saying with a pale expression, "Although the witch doctor is old, the medicine is still very good, the body temperature has come down a little bit, in a moment, give the boiled medicine a drink, the fever should go down soon." Chong leaned against the stone wall, cupping the stone pot with both hands, raising his eyes, a pair of naturally amorous and seductive fox eyes shed a faint light, whispering, "Thank you. You drink the water first, when the meal is ready it will be brought over to you, for the rest of the time just lie down and rest." Ling Chen glanced at Ling Xiaoxi, "Keep an eye on him, and give you a big portion when the meal is ready." Ling Xiaoxi was instantly energized, both paws raised. "Don't worry big sister, leave it to me." Ling Chenjian turned around and left the cave. Chongzhen did not move from start to finish, only quietly watching her long back disappear before holding up the stone pot and slowly drinking the water. This young matriarch of the Stone Forest tribe didn't seem to be the same as the rumors. Although the Medicine Luo tribe was not far from here, because the Stone Forest tribe had a lot of giant beastmen, the small beastmen of their Medicine Luo tribe did not dare to run this way. He had never even seen Ling Changnan for a second before this. He had only heard other beastmen say that of the dozen or so tribes in the neighborhood, the only one whose young matriarch was a female was the Stone Forest tribe. Although Ling Chen was a female, but to be able to become a tribe's young matriarch, her strength was naturally not to be underestimated. This female young matriarch not only has a giant tiger beast form, but also has very tough fighting strength. Most male beastmen can't beat her in a fight. Because of her, the northern beast plains gradually began to use the term tigress to describe female beastmen with extremely bad temperament and character. I heard that she has been pursuing Bai Qingyu, the young patriarch of the Cold Mountain tribe. However, Bai Qingyu is a very powerful and intelligent orc warrior, and is one of the few orcs who can stand up to Ling Chenjiang's bad character. Yes, Ling Cheng's bad character resounded throughout the northern beast plains. He was impulsive, irritable, stubborn, and would strike at the drop of a hat without any sense of proportion. But the most widely known point is that she favors male orcs with good looks in human form. In other words, she is horny. Their Medicine Luo tribe is a small orc colony, cannot get into Ling Qingyan's eyes, so he has not been harassed by Ling Qingyan. But this time, the two young chiefs of the Snow Wolf tribe and Snake Mountain tribe, who had also lost the war, had both been harassed by her. As for the young lord of the Wu Yang tribe, his situation was similar. Because they were all mixed tribes of multiracial beastmen whose beast shapes were on the small side, they didn't fall into Ling Qingyan's eyes. But this time, their 4 tribes joined together due to their interests, intending to take advantage of the fact that the Stone Forest tribe's young patriarch was injured and unconscious, and that the Stone Forest patriarch, Ling Xiao, was burned out, to launch an attack and carve up the entire Stone Forest tribe. However, they didn't expect Ling Xiao to bring his tribe's warriors and forcefully drive them out of the Stone Forest tribe, and crossed over their tribe's trapline of defense and appeared directly in front of the Medicine Luo tribe's crypt. Ling Xiao let slip that if he and enough prey were not handed over, he would expel the Medicine Luo tribe's beastmen completely from the northern beast plains. The situation of the other 3 tribes was not much different from their Medicine Luo. If they didn't want to migrate thousands of miles with the tribe's young and old orcs to fight for new territory again, they had to give in. Migration and find a new territory is not an easy thing. Every tribe on the beast plain, every migration, accompanied by the tribe of the old, weak, sick, and disabled orcs in a large area of death. The Medicine Luo tribe could not withstand this kind of trouble. Chongzhen's drooping eyelashes covered the dark thoughts under his eyes. He didn't have the luxury of thinking that Ling Qingyan would have the good sense to save him, but she did. However, the relationship between giant orcs and small orcs was not an equal one in itself. He wouldn't be naive enough to think that being saved once would really make him a true mate with a ferocious female like Ling Cheng. He was just a piece of booty that Ling Xiao had plundered back, and being exploited and squeezed and forced was all too common. As long as they no longer lay hands on the Medicine Luo tribe to force it, these he can endure. If not, he will try to find a way to kill Ling Xiao and Ling Qingyan. It was just the right time to take the opportunity to recuperate and observe them again. Chongzhen's heart quickly had a plan. The thirst and fatigue brought on by the high heat did not affect his clear thoughts, and after he had made up his mind, he calmly lay back down on the grass mat and once again closed his eyes and slept. Lunch was made quickly. Besides the green vegetable and egg soup, the rest was roasted meat. Ling Qingyan took advantage of her free time to prepare a few more stone pots, and also pushed a tree that wasn't too thick, and directly used her claws to plow the wood to make dishes, chopsticks, plates, and other utensils. Her handwork was average, but she was strong and her claws were sharp, and she could plow wood as easily as tofu, with little effort. The boiled egg soup was poured into 3 wooden bowls bigger than her face, and then she started to cook the salt in a stone pot, not forgetting to put the herbs that had already been soaked on the side to slowly simmer on the stone stove piled up on the other side. The stone pot was equipped with a wooden lid, and she had also cleverly left a handle for easy access. After finishing all these, the pheasant that was licked by the tongue of the fire with grease dripping down had already had charred skin and tender meat. Although it lacked seasoning, it was absolutely no problem to top up the stomach. She placed the 3 roasted pheasants on a large clean wooden plate and called out in the direction of the cave. Ling Xiao she quickly ran over in a flurry, looking at the beautifully colored roasted chickens, a whole being enchanted by the aroma, his mouth almost dripping out from the corners of his mouth. Look at your unproductive appearance. This chicken and this bowl of soup are yours. Remember to wash the plate and spoon after eating. Ling Qingyan carried the other chicken and egg soup into the cave and placed the food on the flat stone platform next to the grass mat. Chongzhen woke up when she stepped into the cave and slowly sat up, looking at the food she put down, her eyes flashing with doubt. The smell that had been vague before was emanating from these 2 items. He stared at the roasted chicken and then looked at Ling Qingyan. What, don't dare to eat it? Ling Qingyan took the waterless stone pot away from the side and got up, snorting softly. If you don't eat it, just leave it. When my father comes back, he should be more than willing to help you eliminate this meal. Don't even think about trying to persuade him to eat in a gentle voice. Her patience only lasted for 3 seconds. Love it or leave it. Naturally, Chongzhen was not suspecting that she would poison the food, but he found it strange. He knew what cooked food was, but the beastmen of the northern beast plains would not cook cooked food. Only those large beast cities in the prosperous southern wasteland would get this stuff. Every year, there were clusters of orcs exiled from the south and the northern wasteland. Those orcs have always looked down on the orcs in the north, thinking that the Northland orcs are the lowest class of beast folk. They wouldn't teach the local orcs to make cooked food, and would only show off what they had, and then mock them with a look of contempt as unenlightened savage orcs. So these kinds of groups that couldn't see reality and didn't have strong strength to defend themselves would soon be divided up by the more ferocious tribes in the Northlands, or expelled to the North Cold River where the survival conditions were extremely harsh, and die with a grudge when the cold season came. How did Ling Qingyan learn to make cooked food? Chongzhen reached out and tore off a piece of somewhat hot chicken and put it into his mouth. His eyelashes fluttered gently twice, and he looked down at his oil-drained fingertips in deep thought. Chapter 6, Purifying Table Salt. Ling Qingyan cleaned the stone pots and returned to the rocky beach, sitting directly beside Ling Xiaoxi to eat his late lunch. Several stone stoves still had something cooking on each. Ling Qingyan looked at the few twigs of wood next to her and tore off a chicken leg and quickly nibbled on it. After eating, she said with Ling Xiaoxi, if you're fine after eating, in the afternoon, go to the neighborhood and pick up some more dead tree branches and leaves or something like that, so that it's convenient to cook in the future. Is that okay? It's okay. Then do I still have to guard my brother-in-law in the afternoon? Ling Xiaoxi ate with the corners of her mouth full of oil. Her pair of bright and round eyes were a little eager to try when she looked at Ling Qingyan. Ling Qinzhen glanced at her, knowing very well that it was basically impossible to expect a 7 or 8-year-old child to take care of an adult around the clock, so he shook his head. No need, he's already been medicated, he'll drink the medicine later, his life will at least be able to hang on. Then I can go find the other little friends in the tribe to go play in the afternoon? Ling Qinzhen looked at her fluttering eyes and casually said, Go, remember to bring more twigs and firewood when you come back, and it has to be dry, damp firewood doesn't burn well and it's also prone to black smoke. Ling Qinzhen ate quickly. Ling Xiaoxi had only eaten half of it. She had already finished dazzling the whole roasted chicken plus a big bowl of egg soup, and the brine simmering in the stone pot began to gradually precipitate crystals. Once the water in the pot evaporated cleanly, Ling Qinzhen put out the wood fire and packed all the yellowish salt at the bottom of the pot into a wooden jar. Rock salt purification salt is not much, and the process is very troublesome, and purified salt still has a lot of impurities, otherwise the color of the salt will not appear yellowish. But put in the current situation of wanting nothing, the rock salt purified into such light yellow crystals is already the limit. She tasted the flavor, still a little bitter taste, but certainly better than directly licking rock salt. This kind of salt cannot be used for a long time, may contain some heavy metals, temporary transition top or can be, there is no need to get too much. Still have to find sea salt or lake salt, easier to purify some. Ling Qingyan's expression was light, obviously not too satisfied with the salt in her hands. However, Ling Xiaoxi beside her was completely dumbfounded. What she remembered, just now this pot was boiling a pot of water, how did this become something like sand? Big sister, what is this? Salt. Ling Qinzhen put the wooden jar aside and confirmed that the medicine boiling in the stone pot was almost done, so he removed all the remaining firewood. Ling Xiaoxi couldn't even bother to eat the roasted chicken and was shocked, pointing at the jar of sand-like stuff and exclaiming, "That's salt? How can it be? The salt stone at home is huge. It's what is boiled from the salt stone at home." Ling Qinzhen casually threw the remaining salt stone that was blocked by the big stone in front of Ling Xiaoxi. "Here, it's the one you brought me this morning." Ling Xiaoxi hugged the salt stone that was only 2 fists in size, and her entire cub became in a trance. "Big sister, did you go to see the beast god lord when you were unconscious?" Ling Qinzhen hummed softly, "No, Lord Beast God came to see me." Ling Xiaoxi instantly stood in awe. "Big sister, you're awesome. I will never call you stupid again." Ling Qinzhen skimmed the corners of her mouth. "If you dare to scold me again in the future, I'll stop giving you food and let you go and gnaw your prey raw." Ling Xiaoxi was pinned down on his lifeblood, immediately shaking his head into a rattle and swearing with a serious face with his right hand up, "I promise. Hurry up and eat." Ling Qinzhen poured the medicine from the stone pot into a bowl, brought all the pots and bowls soiled at noon to the stream to wash them, and then carried a bowl of uniquely flavored medicinal soup into the cave. Heavy truly held the wooden bowl as he drank the soup, and he ate a small half of the roasted chicken in the large bowl. Although he hadn't eaten much, there was a spirit visible to the naked eye. Ling Qinzhen placed the medicine bowl on the stone platform beside him. "Drink this first." Chong looked at the dark soup and smelled a flavor so bitter that his heavenly soul trembled, instinctively holding his breath and twisting his head. "What is this?" "Medicine." Ling Qinzhen stared at him expressionlessly. Chong turned his head to look at the bowl of medicine with a skeptical expression. "Can I not drink it? I've been busy from the morning until now, just for this bowl of medicine. If you dare not drink it, I'll just pour it down your throat." Ling Qinzhen gritted her teeth as she said it. Her attitude was obvious, completely not to be refused. Chong looked at her somewhat hideous expression, put down the bowl of soup in her hand, took the bowl of medicine that was no longer hot, and sniffed it close to the edge of the bowl, her expression instantly twisting up. Ling Qinzhen was squatting next to the grass mat watching him, but whenever he had the idea of pouring the medicine, she would step in at the first opportunity to stop it. Chong closed his eyes and took a sip in resignation. As soon as the medicine entered his mouth, he instinctively wanted to spit it out. Ling Chengnan was quick on his feet and directly blocked his mouth with one hand and forced him to raise his head. This mouthful of medicinal juice was to be poured into him even if he died. Chongjin was still injured and couldn't resist at all, so he could only swallow the medicinal juice in his mouth. Only after confirming that he drank it did Ling Qinzhen withdraw his hand and wrinkled his brows. "You must drink it, you can't spit it out. It took me a long time to find the herbs. If you vomit, whether you die or live afterward, it's up to God. I will never find another witch doctor to treat you." Chongjin looked at the remaining medicinal juice in the bowl and felt the temples at the corners of his forehead thumping, literally testing all his endurance. One drum, one gulp. Ling Chengnan didn't like drinking Chinese medicine either, especially this raw yellow dock that hadn't been concocted. The taste of the boiled juice was even more wonderful. But anyway, it wasn't her who drank it, she wasn't half as psychologically burdened. Chongjin was stared at tightly by her and could only tilt his head back and drink all the medicine in the bowl in one gulp. After drinking it, his face became extremely colorful, pulling repeatedly between wanting to vomit and having to endure it, and it was only when Ling Qinzhen finally stuffed a red sweet fruit that the taste of the medicine was finally suppressed. Ling Qinzhen collected the bowl of medicine and got up. "Alright, I won't take away the food, so if you're hungry, you can eat a little. I won't be around in the afternoon, and Xiaoxi has gone out to play, so you'd better lie down and rest and don't move around." Only when Ling Qianzhen disappeared did Chongzhen hold his forehead with his hand, suppressing the urge to retch, and after a long reprieve, he drank the rest of the egg soup in one go, and once again lay back down on the grass mat. This time, he fell asleep quickly, and his body was not as hot and uncomfortable as before. This sleep-heavy Ray'll directly sleep until sunset and dusk. When he woke up, his brain is blank, even have a kind of do not know what is happening now. Cave entrance of the grass curtain is not completely put down. He lay down just to see half of the thick ink sky, scarlet fire clouds, connected to the wall of dark ancient trees, a glance at the northern wilderness of the beasts of the plains. He hadn't seen the beast plain from this angle, so it turned out that in the eyes of the Shi Lin clan chief and the young clan chief, the northern beast plain was actually this magnificent and splendid. Outside came the cheers of the cubs, and the faint flickering of firelight. Chongzhen braced his body to sit up before realizing that his hands had regained their strength. He looked at his hands in surprise, and then looked up at the smoke billowing above the firelight. Ling Qingnan's medicine, was it actually this useful? It was unbelievable. Why was it unheard of before? Eldest sister, our father has returned, and he has brought with him the patriarch and warriors of the Medicine Luo tribe. You quickly go and take a look. Ling Xiaoxi's clear and childish but extremely penetrating voice immediately resounded throughout the rocky beach and also reached Chongzhen's ears. Chapter 7, Going to the Door to Beg. Hearing the words Medicine Luo tribe, Chongzhen immediately came to his senses and braced his body to sit up, also pulling the wounds on his body, which hurt so much that he couldn't help but suck in a breath. A father, how could they come over? Chongzhen wanted to get up to go to the cave entrance to see the situation, but the injury on his leg is too serious. There is no way to stand up, just struggling slightly larger movements, the wound with medicine oozing blood again. The dim sky was soon illuminated by a large firelight, the noise of people outside. Chongzhen's heart was burning with anxiety. However, he still held his breath, holding the stone wall slowly moved to the cave entrance, stood at a high place to look at the rocky beach below the swaying silhouettes, and sought his father's silhouette at a glance. The sense of smell of an orc is very powerful. The moment he appeared at the entrance of the cave, Ling Chang'an, who was standing next to the stone stove, suddenly looked over with an expressionless face. Chongzhen turned his head to meet her line of sight. Obviously the light was not good, but he could still see very clearly, subconsciously wanting to avoid it, but then straightened his back and quietly looked at the situation below. Chongzhen's father, that is, Medicine Luo clan chief Chong Guang, was carrying a few prey on his shoulders, his eyes sullenly looking at Ling Changnan who was standing by the fire, his face hard to look at. He threw the several prey items on his shoulders onto the ground and asked in a cold voice, "Where is Chongzhen?" "The cave entrance." Ling Qianzhen pointed at the dullard standing not far away and skimmed his lips. "You came to pick him up?" "Yes, we can turn in more prey, we just hope that you guys can spare Chongzhen." Although Chong Guang was angry at Ling Qianzhen for taking his severely injured child away from him without greeting him about it, handing him over was a condition of surrender that they had to agree to when Ling Xiao hit their tribe's doorstep in the first place. Ling Qianzhen couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. "Your Medicine Luo tribe can't cure his injuries." Shi Guang said word for word, "We can ask for help from the other tribes' more powerful witch doctors and we'll cure Chongzhen." Ling Qianzhen just laughed, and before he could say anything, Ling Xiao, who had thrown his prey aside, came striding over, his tall body blocking in front of his own daughter. "Chong Guang, you're less likely to go back on your word here. In the beginning, we had agreed to hand over the man, now you want to back out. Do you want to fight again?" Ling Qianzhen puts down the spoon in his hand and looks at Ling Xiao's tall back with some surprise. To be honest, it's been a long time since someone has stood in her way. Her real parents passed away when she was not yet an adult, and after that, she has been living in a relative's house as a foster family. The relatives who took her in were not evil, but they were not good either. They would only make sure that she had food to eat. Her clothes were all left over from other people, and she usually had to work odd jobs to earn her living expenses and tuition fees in addition to doing household chores and farming. She is also accustomed to have difficulties on their own, never to expect who can stand in front of her. But Ling Zhao's righteousness in stepping forward made her emotional and at the same time a little happy. Even though she was sort of a fake Li Dai Tao Ji, she had really stumbled upon a very good father. She had no intention of seizing the original owner's body, she just woke up in it. She had asked the system in the afternoon, and the answer given by the system was that the original owner was indeed gone. The cause of the original master's death was unclear for the time being, and the fact that she would appear in the beast world was entirely due to her excessive spiritual power, which was as high as 100% on the same frequency as this body. The cause of the original master's death must definitely be investigated. At the very least, there must be an explanation. Although she had poor patience and was somewhat cold and selfish, since she had borrowed this body, Ling Qianzhen had no intention of leaving her family behind, and had made up her mind that she would take care of Ling Xiao and Ling Xiaoxi. As Ling Xiao took a step forward and formed a tit-for-tat situation with Chong Guang, there was a vague smell of gunpowder between the dozen or so warriors that the Medicine Luo tribe had followed, and the dozens of warriors on Ling Xiao's side. "Ah father, hold your horses." Ling Qianzhen reached out to stop Ling Xiao who wanted to collide with Chongzhen, and squeezed through the middle of the wall of people without any haste, standing right in the middle of the two teams, pointing at the location of the cave entrance. "Father, go ahead and carry Chongzhen over here, he can't walk with the injuries on his legs." Ling Xiao looked at his daughter, who was just up to his shoulder in size. His originally still arrogant aura was instantly extinguished, but he still glanced at Shiguang uneasily. Go ahead, they wouldn't dare mess around in our territory. Ling Qinzhen is calm from start to finish, and only after Ling Xiao walks away, she smiles and looks at Chong, who was obviously a bit sturdier and older than Heavizhen, and calmly says with him, even if I leave Heavizhen in your hands, you'll still have to go and beg for the witch doctors of the other tribes. Leaving aside whether it can be cured or not, first of all, you will have to pay a greater price in order to ask the witch doctors of other tribes to come out. You guys have to hand over enough prey to the Stone Forest tribe within the specified time limit, and you also want to take more prey in exchange for Chongzhen to stay, and you even have to prepare quite a few more prey to beg the witch doctors of other tribes. And his injuries obviously can't wait for that. When you all prepare, you can only collect his corpse by then. What are you babbling about? An orc beside Chongzhen looked at Ling Qinzhen angrily. Ling Qinzhen was not the least bit afraid and glanced at him lightly. Am I not right? When I went to pick him up today, his wounds were already festering and inflamed, his body had a high fever that wouldn't go away, and your tribal witch doctor couldn't cure him, so we could only let him fight it until you guys prepared all the prey and then went to seek medical attention. But if I don't bring him back today, in 2 days at the most, he will surely die. Can you take him to another tribe to seek medical attention in 2 days? Moreover, his wounds are very serious. The later he is treated, the less likely he will heal, and he may even be left disabled. As soon as Ling Qinzhen's words fell, Ling Xiao had already walked over to her side and released Chongzhen on his back. His face was very ugly, but he still tried to tense his expression and acted like a fierce god. I originally thought that I had found a white-skinned and beautiful beast husband for my daughter, but the result is dying. Lost. Ling Xiao heart actually regretted to death. Think this person back is not impossible. Heavy lights and so precious his son, more prey to exchange is not impossible. The beast husband, and then find is. But when he heard his eldest daughter's words, he said in his heart that it was bad. The eldest daughter wants to keep the man. His daughter were all good, is a little dead-eyed, the front foot just jumped out of the heart as solid as a stone by Qingyu this big pit, the back foot again stepped in the half-dead heavy rail fox pit. This. Her family NN is not what heaven pit holy body. It is so hard to be a father. Chongzhen no longer has a high fever, although the wound has just crumbled a little, the body is still very weak, but now his ears are bright and clear. Just now Ling Qinzhen's words he heard them all clearly. Ling Qinzhen is a person who was really unkind in his words. Yet, he knew very well that she spoke every word and hit the core of the problem. Although he didn't like this female, it was a fact that Ling Qinzhen had saved him today. He knew his body best. This time it was truly treacherous. Without the Stone Forest tribe's witch doctor's intervention and her strange bowl of medicinal juice at noon, there was no way he could be standing here sober right now. Father, it was my own decision to come to the Stone Forest tribe with her. The wrinkles at the end of Shiguang's eyes tightened all of a sudden, and as he looked at his weakened child, his eyes, which had always been cold and hard, nearly filled with tears. Chapter 8 Conspiring Out Loud. Ling Qinzhen pulled Ling Xiao into the distance, thanked the rest of the tribe, and said with a smile, Father, hurry up and divide the prey. As for whether Chongzhen is leaving or staying, let him speak for himself. Ling Xiao looks at his eldest daughter, who is not in the least bit anxious, and is a bit puzzled by her thoughts. You really aren't worried that he'll just follow the people of the Medicine Luo tribe back? Ling Chengyan tore off a large piece of the roasted chicken she had prepared long ago and handed it to him. If he goes back, then he goes back. It's not like I'll be missing a piece of meat if I don't have him. It's late, father, hurry up, we should eat dinner afterward. Ling Xiao pinches the meat and throws it into his mouth in a bit of a daze, originally still thinking about the question of whether to stay or go with this kid Heavizhen. He is instantly confused by the flavor that explodes in his mouth, and immediately turns his head to look at Ling Chengyan, who is squatting next to the fire and is busy. This is roasted meat? How come it's not the same as the one you roasted before? Ling Qinzhen said helplessly, aren't I allowed to improve a bit? Shocked, Ling Xiao sniffs the scent of oil on his fingertips and nods. You're not making a bit of progress, you're directly possessed by the beast god, aren't you? Yes, beast god possessed, hurry up, I'm hungry. Ling Qinzhen doesn't want to continue to talk to him about this kind of topic. She's really hungry. A chicken at noon feels like it only stuffed her teeth. After being busy for so long and not being able to eat dinner, she's really going to be hairy in a while. Ling Xiao also no longer dwells on the issue of heavy reel, salivating over the fragrant roasted meat next to him. He immediately claps his big hands together and says, okay, I'll go and share it right away. Their tribe has returned quite a lot of prey today, plus the batch sent over by the Medicine Luo tribe, so it's still a bit of a hassle to really divide it up, and it's going to take a bit of time. Ling Xiao only wanted to eat the richly flavored roasted meat quickly at this moment, and led the tribe's warriors to divide up the prey on the spot. And not far away on the rocky beach near the stream, the two Shige family fathers and sons sat alone together and were talking in low voices. Chong looked at the re-bandaged wound on Chongzhen's leg and the pale face, and guiltily said, Zhen, it's because of our father's lack of ability, causing you to become like this. Chongzhen leaned back and sat on the stone. Because of the pain, a fine sweat was slightly oozing from his forehead, but his demeanor was calm, and he calmly said, Father, it's not your fault, it's my own choice. And although Ling Qinzhen spoke harshly, she was indeed right. It is the best choice for me to stay in the Stone Forest tribe, both for myself and for the tribe. If I have to be exchanged back with prey, the tribe's cubs and old men will all go hungry, and even if I can survive, my leg won't necessarily be able to recuperate. Shaichide was unconscious for long periods of time during the day, but not senseless. The wound on his leg was pus-filled and festering, and the Stone Forest tribe's witch doctor had plucked out the rotting flesh from his leg and completed the basic healing with his wood-type supernatural ability before reapplying the medicine. Although the Medicine Luo tribe also had two wood system psychic ability orcs, one was a cub who had just turned 10 years old, and the other was an aging old witch doctor. The cub's healing technique had only been learned, a drop in the bucket. And the old witch doctor of the Medicine Luo tribe, because of the lack of inheritance, had honed his healing arts with mediocre results. Plus, the witch doctor's supernatural ability was very weak, and in the face of a life-threatening serious injury like his, exhausting his supernatural ability could only temporarily suspend his life. Even now, the witch doctor's supernatural energy had not recovered, and there was no way to perform a second treatment. Heavy light still do not die. Heavy really his most proud son, not only good-looking, even the mind is the most intelligent, as he grew up, has long become the tribe's strongest presence in the fight. If it wasn't for the fact that he ran into hordes of inferior beasts a few days ago, Chong wouldn't have almost lost his life in order to cover the tribe's departure. Chong, go back with us, you are the future of our tribe. Chong spine was a little hunched. He was only such a child. If he really stayed in the Stone Forest tribe to serve as a beast husband to Ling Cheng'an, what future was there to speak of? Chong lowered his eyelashes, and after a long time, he turned back to look at the distant Ling Cheng'an who was squatting by the fire and was busy, as well as the beastmen of the Stone Forest tribe who were feverishly dividing the prey, and slowly had a bigger plan in his heart. I won't go back. Chong's gentle voice became extremely firm at this moment, reaching out to support the back of Chong hand. Father, I have an idea. I've come into contact with Ling Cheng'an today, and she's not quite the vicious female that the rumors say she is. And compared to what I'm going to do later, becoming her beast husband isn't that unbearable, so let me give it a try. Shi Guan listened carefully to his plan. His expression became more and more hesitant, and finally hesitated. Can this, you say, work? Chongzhen raised his eyes. The slightly upturned tails of his eyes were still sickly red, but the black pupils of his eyes became extremely bright. It can work, even if it's for the sake of those cubs in the tribe. I'm going to give it a try. Chong couldn't persuade Chongzhen, who was bent on doing it, and in the end, he could only bring the tribe's warriors with him in despair, stepping into the night to return to the tribe. When calm was restored on the rocky beach, Chongzhen looked back at the father and daughter trio who were cheering not far away, and lowered his head to touch the injury on his leg. When he raised his head again, there was already a person standing beside him. Ling Cheng'an lowered his eyes and quietly looked at him, calmly saying, "You're quite thoughtful, wanting the Medicine Luo tribe to merge into the Stone Forest tribe." Chongzhen raised his eyes, his pupils shrinking slightly. You heard that? Ling Cheng'an gazed. Well, I forgot to tell you. My psychic ability is spiritual power. As long as I want to, I can detect any movement within a certain range. Spiritual power? Shigear looked at her clean jawline in shock. Never heard of this kind of psychic ability. The psychic abilities on the beast planes were the 5 main categories: the gold, wood, water, fire, and earth systems. The gold system psychic ability was relatively rare. Usually mostly the beastmen who lived near the mines were prone to obtaining the gold system psychic ability granted by the beast god. The attack power was very strong, but the consumption was also very high. Wood system psychic ability is relatively rare. There are 2 directions of healing and attack. Most of the wood system psychic ability of the beastmen are in the direction of attack. Only a few have the inheritance of the wood system will be towards the direction of healing. However, healing inheritance was extremely rare on the beast planes, especially their northern beast planes. He possessed an earth-type psychic ability, not strong in attack but okay in defense, just that the level of the psychic ability was not considered high, currently only level 6. As for Ling Zhao's fire alien ability, he had always said to the public that it was level 10, but after this tribal battle, they guessed that Ling Zhao's true alien ability was close to full level. Seeing his puzzled face, Ling Cheng'an directly accessed his mind with his spiritual power and casually greeted him. A thunderous voice rang out in Chongzhen's mind, and he subconsciously raised his hand to cover his forehead as he felt a stabbing pain. Ling Cheng'an could only immediately withdraw his mental power and grunted, "Your mental domain is very weak. I haven't even spoken yet and you're starting to get a headache." After saying that, Ling Cheng'an scooped him up and said smugly, "Alright, you can ponder as much as you like. My father and the others are waiting for you to have dinner together." Chongzhen's body pressed against her back, his arm encircled her shoulder, and he asked in a low voice, "Since you've heard it, I'm not going to hide it. The Medicine Luo tribe's incorporation into the Stone Forest, do you think it's feasible?" Ling Cheng'an carried him steadily forward on her back and said without a hitch, "Whether it's feasible or not depends on whether the Medicine Luo tribe is trying hard enough." "What do you mean?" Ling Cheng'an asked rhetorically. "If you were standing in my position, and there was a small tribe that had nothing and would still drag their feet that wanted to ask for protection and wanted to merge in to allocate more resources, would you easily agree? Do you think I'm the beast god your tribe worships? So selfless and loving?" Shigear locked his arm around her neck. "There isn't the slightest possibility?" "There is. Ling Qinzhen gently skimmed her head and curled her mouth. But why should I tell you the answer? Think for yourself. Oh. Anyway, you can't do anything right now. Lying around all day is just lying around, nothing to ponder over. I have one tenet: I don't take useless waste around me. Chongjin looked at her clean ears and her plump, red, prismatic lips in the firelight, slightly narrowing his eyes. The Medicine Luo tribe's orcs have small physiques and are not naturally superior in hunting. Even with more training, there is no way they can be as valiant as your tribe's orcs. Ling Chang placed him on the rock and reached out to pinch his chin, forcing him to look up at herself. She leaned down slightly to bring her face close and curved her lips, whispering quietly like a descending demon. Warm breath practically pounced on the tip of his nose and lips on this slightly cool spring night. Her eyes were impenetrable and dark and dangerous, but they made him fall deep into them for a moment, staying without realizing it. Is your brain made of elm? People live in this world, there are always things they are good at. Combat prowess isn't the only measure of a person's usefulness. Get it? Stupid fox. Chapter 9, Flowery Words. Chongjin was forced to tilt his head back to look at her, and his jaws that were clamped down could feel the warmth of her fingers on the high side, with a thin layer of calluses. Although she was scolded by Ling Qinzhen, Chongjin did not get angry, but pondered over what she had just said after she pulled away. Did combat power turn out not to be the only measure of a person's usefulness? Her thoughts were really quite special. In this beast plane that fought against the sky and the earth, combat power was the only competitive edge in this survival environment, and this was the blood and tear lesson and experience left behind by generations of ancestors. Ling Xiaoxi brought a bowl of mashed potatoes in front of Chongjin, handing him a wooden spoon along with it. This is your dinner. Chongjin raised his hand to receive the wooden bowl. The bowl of mashed potatoes still had slices of chicken on it. This should be the leftovers that he didn't finish eating at noon. Thanks. He scooped a spoonful of the yellow mashed paste into his mouth, and was so amazed by the mellow and delicate texture that he didn't even bother touching his favorite chicken and scooped another spoonful into his mouth. Sigh, what is this? He had never eaten this kind of slimy, but so richly flavored food before. Ling Xiaoxi finished serving him dinner and was in a hurry to get his own rice bowl. When he saw that Ling Qinzhen had already picked up the bowl and was ready to start eating, he quickly reached out and pulled the person over. Big sister, talk to brother-in-law, I'm in a hurry to eat. Ling Qinzhen sat down beside Chongjin and twisted her head. What do you want to ask? What is this yellow-colored puree in the bowl? Potatoes. Ling Qinzhen pointed to the large rounded potatoes in a vine frame next to the fire. It's that kind of thing. Chongjin wanted to get up to take a look, but after being moved by the injury on his leg, he could only fall back into a sitting position and looked at Ling Qinzhen awkwardly. Can I take a look? Ling Qinzhen picked one up and threw it directly at him, not in the mood to puzzle him out for the moment. She was starving right now. After eating 2 large bowls of mashed potatoes and eating a small half of a roasted goat, she felt like her entire being had finally come to life. Probably because she had just put on this body, her mental energy was almost depleted when she woke up early in the morning. The roasted fish in the morning plus the roasted chicken at noon only gave her barely enough stamina to be able to keep up with the day's intense activities. However, the mental energy did not return to its peak state. The more her mental energy was depleted, the greater her need for energy food would be. So with the 3 of them giving her frequent sideways glances, she finished dazzling the rest of the food with great speed, burped comfortably, leaned back with a rosy face, and contentedly tilted her head back to look at the stars in the sky and the sinusoidal moon. After Ling Xiao and Ling Xiaoxi cleaned the stone pots and wooden bowls, they sat by the fire and looked at her worriedly. NN, what's wrong with you today? Is it hard on your stomach to eat so much food all of a sudden? Ling Qinzhen touched her flat stomach and shook her head. Spiritual energy consumption is rather high, so I need to eat more to recover. She used her spiritual power tentacles to roll up the stones on the ground and smash them in the direction of the creek, and it was only when the stones plopped into the water that Ling Xiao and Xiaoxi abruptly returned to their senses. What is this? My psychic ability. Ling Chenjian was satisfied with her mental power ability, although it wasn't like the gold, wood, water, fire, and earth ability that could practically change the quality of her life. This ability allowed her to finally ascend to the topmost position in the end times. After Chongjin finished his meal, he sat on the sidelines quietly observing the Ling family's father and daughter, and seeing that Ling Xiao had also just learned that Ling Qinzhen was harboring a spirit system ability, his heart was finally balanced. It turns out that it really wasn't him who was uninformed. This kind of psychic ability should have appeared on the beast origin continent for the first time. But there was nothing strange about it. According to the stories passed down from their ancestors, the beastmen on the beast plane actually didn't have supernormal abilities in the beginning, and then the natural disasters occurred frequently. Countless beastmen lived in dire straits, and were even swallowed up by the natural disasters and earthly disasters, so certain beastmen were able to obtain the refuge of the beast god, and awakened their supernormal abilities. However, the beastmen who could awaken their supernormal abilities were ultimately a minority. According to his observations over the years, the awakening of psychic abilities is mainly concentrated in the stage of 8 to 15 years old. The better the physical quality of the orcs, the greater the possibility of awakening psychic abilities. The probability of awakening is generally not more than 1/10. Ling Xiao, a big old man, is only happy that Ling Qingzhen has awakened a rare psychic ability. Although he doesn't really understand this psychic ability, it doesn't stop him from being happy for his eldest daughter. Although Ling Qingyan's physical quality is rare and strong, she has never awakened her supernormal ability. Seeing that she will be 16 this year, there is basically no possibility of awakening her powers. He was also worried that there was no way for NN to become the next matriarch in the future and make the rest of the tribe's orc warriors subservient. Who would have thought that what goes around comes around, and this child has been given a new psychic ability by the beast god. After being happy, Ling Xiao looks at Chongjin, who is sitting beside Ling Qingzhen. His gaze falls on his injured leg and abdomen, and wrinkles his eyebrows. NN, since you have awakened your psychic ability, make your own decisions about your own affairs, and since you want to keep Chongjin, our father won't bring up the words of sending him away again. It's just that he's obviously not capable of hunting at the moment, and I still have to take care of Xiaoxi, so you'll have to take on the burden of hunting and taking care of him. Now that you've become mates, you're meant to live your whole lives together, and you can't just abandon each other again. I won't say anything about your mother's kind of style, you can't learn from her. Ling Xiao did not have a good face when he mentioned his former partner. Although Ling Qingzhen did not intend to be a mate with this fox, she did intend to leave this person behind. He should be able to provide her with some help after he recovers from his injuries, especially with this earth system ability of his. He should be very good for planting cultivated crops. The rainy and cold seasons of the Beast Plains were brutal, and if they relied on hunting alone and didn't realize food cultivation sooner, once natural disasters appeared, a large number of people would die. The other tribes were out of her control for the time being, but she was the young matriarch of the Stone Forest tribe. With her around, if she still let the old and young orcs under her rule wait helplessly for death, then she was a waste. Did you hear that? Seeing her wandering off, Ling Xiao raises his hand and knocks her on the head with a bit of hatred. Chongjin inclined her head to look at Ling Changyan, who blinked, suppressing the smile at the corner of her mouth and slightly hanging her head. Ling Xiao immediately looks towards him, his gaze sharp. You two, the words I just said were not spoken to her alone. You better fight for it and get better soon. A warrior with hands and feet, how can you expect N to eat and drink well to support you for the rest of your life? She's the one I've cared for since she was a child, if you dare to bully her. Ling Qingzhen clenched his fist against his lips and coughed lightly, inclining his eyes. He can't bully me, right? A father, you worry a bit too much. After a busy day, go rest earlier. Chongjin replied seriously this time. Don't worry, Clan Chief Ling, after I recover from my injuries, I will go out hunting and take care of the young clan chief. What young clan chief? You and NN are mates now, be sweet-mouthed, otherwise how would the females give you cubs? Ling Xiao looks at the two pieces of wood in front of him, so angry that his brain hurts. Ling Xiao, she is still gnawing on a chicken bone, not daring at all to get involved in her own father's conversation, but is still glared at by the angry Ling Xiao. Ling Xiaoxi pinches the chicken bone and doesn't dare to move, and when Ling Xiao's gaze moves away, he decisively pulls his leg and runs away. Angry old widower is really scary, passing kittens and puppies have to be glared at twice. Chongjin was scolded by Ling Xiao and watched him huffing and puffing away before he turned back to look at Ling Changyan, who was still lying on the rock beside him watching the night sky. What I just said is true. Ling Qingzhen held a dog-tail grass in his mouth, lazily responded, and said in a salty manner, I am still small now, and I am not in a hurry about the matter of choosing a partner, and as for the pups, that is even less urgent. Instead of promising something there, you should listen to my command in the future. Ling Chengnan inclined his head to look into his eyes. Chongjin, if you listen to me, in the future, I guarantee that if there is a mouthful of meat from me, there will be a mouthful of broth from you. Chongjin only smiled and did not respond to her words. Ling Qingzhen skimmed her mouth and snorted coldly in her heart. Dog man. Just knows how to talk flowery. TSK, sooner or later, I'll make him submit to her animal skin skirt. Chapter 10, Night Chat in the Same Room. After waiting for the night temperature to drop, Ling Qingzhen helped Chongjin back to the cave. He suddenly realized a serious problem. Chongjin lived in this cave, where would she sleep tonight? She stood at the entrance of the cave and looked at the location of the grass mat and fell into a deep thought. Before she could think of a result, the system heatedly and wickedly laughed in excitement. A new raider quest has been released, 2 people alone in a room for 6 hours, reward 10 energy points. Ling Qingzhen listened to the gibberish in her head, and for a moment she had a bit of a headache, and before she had time to say anything, Shigejin, who had half of his weight on her shoulders, spoke up. What's wrong? Nothing. Ling Qingzhen expressionlessly helped him to the grass mat, looked at the pitch-black cave, sighed helplessly, turned around and prepared to go out. You rest first. Chongjin looked at her back and did not call out to her. The relationship between the two of them really wasn't as simple as that of a newly mated orc, and suddenly sharing a room like this, and even having to sleep in the same place, the two of them were very awkward with each other. However, he had just drunk the medicine, and his injuries were still very serious, so he didn't have much energy to think about where Ling Qingzhen was lodging tonight, and it didn't take long to lie down on the grass mat before his entire body fell asleep in a daze. Ling Qingzhen spread a large pile of hay next to the original straw mat, and went out to take a cold shower, drying his hair by the fire before returning inside the cave. Lying on the newly spread hay, she was uncomfortable everywhere. There was also an unfamiliar scent beside her that delayed her sleep. She rested her hands behind her head while mentally pondering on the fact that there were so many things to do next. The kind of light grass grown in the Medicine Luo tribe's crypt was very good, so she could transplant some back, so that she wouldn't have to do things in the dark at night in the future. There is also this grass mattress must be replaced. This cave needs 2 beds. It is best to have curtains to separate her and Chongzhen's living area. Or dig another cave. But caves weren't really comfortable to live in, because there was no door, only a straw curtain barely covering it, and when the wind blew there wasn't much privacy. Now that the weather is getting warmer, you can't see the problem with the straw curtain. When the cold season comes, this thing will not keep you warm at all, and you might even freeze to death. After thinking about a whole bunch of things, Ling Chengnan suddenly rolled over, laying on his side with his face facing Chongzhen's direction, staring closely at Chongzhen, who had closed his eyes, slightly opened his lips, and let out a faint breathing sound. "Are you asleep?" She suddenly spoke. Shigehiko, who was lying on the grass mat, slowly opened his eyes faintly misting from sleepiness, and slightly inclined his head to look at the female orc who was a meter away. He didn't say anything for a long time, but his open eyes already gave an answer. "When will your injury probably heal?" Ling Changnan rested on his left arm, his body rising and falling slightly as he breathed. An orc's self-healing ability was very powerful, so there was no way for her to use her previous experience to gauge Shigur's recovery progress. Plus, the witch doctor had used a wood-based supernatural healing technique on him, an ability she had only seen the witch doctor use so far, so she wasn't sure just how powerful it was. Chongzhen raised his hand over his mouth and nose and yawned, his eyelashes blinking gently. "It will take at least half a month for the wound to completely grow back." Because a large piece of rotting flesh had been plucked out of his leg, the healing spell had only accomplished stopping the bleeding, but it took time for the skin and flesh to grow. "Your Earth-type powers, were they all used for fighting before?" "Pretty much, but my ability to attack with my powers is on the weak side, and I mainly take on defense. In addition to that, it can also dig crypts. The Medicine Luo tribe's crypts are the ones I dug out." Chongzhen did not have any reservations about his alien ability, mainly because his alien ability level was considered to be of a relatively high level amongst his peers, but when placed in front of those top-strength orcs, it was simply not enough to look at. Especially against Ling Xiao, he wouldn't even be able to get close to Ling Xiao before being subdued by the other party with a single strike. This wasn't an exaggeration, because not long ago he had really tried it. Ling Xiao dared to force the Pill Luo tribe to hand him over and give him to Ling Cheng'an as a beast husband, also because of extreme confidence that he was simply no match for this father and daughter of the Ling family. Ling Chenjian raised his eyes and said, "I heard that your alien ability level is level 6? Well, I just reached level 6 this year. Do you know how to plant?" Ling Chenjian asked. Chongzhen looked at her in confusion. "What do you mean? Those light grasses in the Medicine Luo tribe's crypt, you transplanted them back, right?" Chongzhen nodded and propped up his upper body, looking down at her face. "Yes, you like light grass? I am interested in light grass, but my biggest interest is still whether you can grow things." Ling Chenjian sat up directly from the pile of grass and sat cross-legged in place, looking flatly into his eyes. "You should also know very well that relying on hunting alone to sustain the livelihood of all the orcs of a tribe is a difficult task in itself. Every year, with the arrival of the cold season, a large number of orcs die, and it's mainly young and old orcs, as well as females with weak bodies." Shigur nodded. "This is a very common situation on the Beast Plains, and has been so for 1,000 years. That's why I'm going to change this situation. At least I can't rely on hunting alone to get rations. You also got mashed potatoes today, what do you think? It fills the stomach and has a good texture." Shigehito leaned against the stone wall, eyes downcast in quiet contemplation, already understanding what she was trying to say. "You want to grow this fruit called potato?" Ling Chenjian nodded. "This fruit has a high yield and is resistant to storage, especially during the cold season. With the extreme shortage of prey during the cold season, with such a food in place, at least there won't be so many orcs starving to death anymore." Shigur suddenly raised his eyes, and a light slowly came to his eyes. "Are you serious?" Ling Chenjian wrapped his hands around his body, tilted his jaw slightly, and grunted softly. "Do I have any reason that I need to lie to you? But I don't really know how to grow such things." Chungjin said. "Ling Chenjian, if you don't know how to grow it, can't you learn? I will teach you." "Where did you know this from?" Chongzhen still couldn't figure out why the evil female that was rumored to be crazy outside would know such little scene knowledge. Ling Chenjian collapsed back onto the grass mat again. "Where I know this from is of no concern to you, so just say whether you can do it or not." It was as if there was a fire burning at the bottom of Chongzhen's heart, and the whole person was eager to try. "I'll try after I'm healed, but there's no guarantee that I'll succeed." This was an excellent thing to do. If it was really possible to harvest a large amount of fruits and also store them for a long period of time during the cold season, this would definitely be a great event that would stir up the entire Beast Plains. Ling Chenjian received a satisfactory answer, pulled the beastskin blanket next to her towards her stomach, stomped her 2 feet, and directly closed her eyes. "Alright, night chat is over, sleep." She fell asleep especially fast. Chongzhen had thought that the 2 lonely men and women were lying in the same cave. She would have to toss and turn for a while longer, but the result was that not long after the words fell out, he heard her long breaths. Looking down, the person who had just been full of spirit had already opened her hands and slept peacefully. Shigeru leaned back and sat for a while before lying down again, but he couldn't control his gaze from falling on her face. Just what kind of female was she? As the two of them fell asleep in the darkness, the system finally let out a low chuckle and decisively pulled the few photos it had just included into its favorites. This time, it definitely managed to fulfill the mission of the love security guard with a clean slate. Chapter 11: Shyness Covering Shame. At the dawn of the day, Ling Qinzhen woke up from her sleep. Her face was ugly though, she had a nightmare last night. Dreaming that the other 3 beast husbands that Ling Xiao had prepared for her were all here to drag their feet just like Chongzhen, and that she alone not only had to hunt, but also had to support 4 dry rice kings. The moment she thought of this, her entire being became bad. No, I have to go and check out the remaining 3 today. If they are really all the same as Heavy Zhen to be raised by her, I have to return them no matter what I say. Standing up from the haystack, she moved her sore shoulders and neck, looking at the hay under her feet, and closed her eyes painfully. She really missed the big, soft bed she used to have so much, and no, the more she thought about it, the more she realized that her life was too dark and her future was not bright. "You're going out?" Chongzhen's hoarse voice sounded in the corner. Only then did Ling Qinzhen notice the red fox leaning against the stone wall. "How did you turn into beast form?" Ling Qinzhen looked at his long and beautiful tail and had such an itchy hand. Chongzhen looked at the half-hidden grass curtain, his breath was still weak, and said, "It was a bit cold last night, and in beast form I have fur, so I'll be a bit warmer." Last night he was frozen awake halfway through his sleep, and when he got up he saw Ling Qinzhen covered in a beastskin blanket, and his beastskin blanket wasn't put away in his bag by Ling Xiaoxi, so he didn't have to cover it last night. Ling Qinzhen looked at the animal skin blanket that she kicked to the corner, inexplicably a little embarrassed, scratched the back of his head and asked, "Then I'll go get the blanket back for you today." Chongzhen suddenly resumed his human form. Ling Qinzhen couldn't move his eyes away in time and saw his body again. The whole thing was a bit numb and said, "Although we now have the name of mates, you should be more or less polite. You still need to block the places that should be covered, right?" Chongzhen had already covered the animal skin skirt and raised his eyes to look at her quietly. "Didn't you see all that you should have seen yesterday, and didn't see you shy?" Ling Qinzhen showed her teeth. "Whether I'm shy or not, and whether you cover up your shyness or not, that's 2 different things." Chongzhen, on the contrary, was extremely calm and said, "I don't have a beastskin blanket, I can only use the beast shape to keep my body warm. Now that I've transformed back, there's no way for this situation to occur. Why are you so angry?" Ling Qinzhen twisted her head and said, "I'm not angry." After saying that, she left the cave in a rage. Chongzhen leaned on the grass mat, propped her head up with one hand and looked at her back as she left, and suddenly lowered her eyes and laughed a little. "I thought it was a much spirited and colorful evil female, but this?" After getting up early in the morning and having a fight, Ling Chenjiang hated to add more raw huanglian to his bowl as she squatted in front of the stone stove to boil the medicine. But soon she was too busy to care about that bit of unpleasantness in the morning. Ling Xiao was going to continue hunting with the tribe's warriors. It was now spring, the season of animal reproduction, so they usually caught females and released them directly. This was also to ensure the reproduction of prey on the beast plains. However, this would greatly reduce the efficiency of their daily hunts, and they often had to leave early and return late during this recent period. When Ling Xiao got up, Ling Qinzhen had already packed up the prey he was given yesterday. Half of the sheep beasts were Ling Xiao's breakfast. In addition to that, he also gave Ling Xiao a heap of tips, a bowl of mashed potatoes, adding salt and pepper to mix it evenly. Ling Xiao was ready to go to the stream to wash. The result was Ling Qinzhen asked to take a soft branch and leaves, dipped in a small amount of salt and brushing teeth. He was baffled, but couldn't stand up to his eldest daughter's forceful attitude, so he could only compromise and do as he was told. After Ling Xiao finishes getting it done, she feels her mouth is quite refreshed, and sits next to the stone stove to help Ling Qinzhen watch the fire, and curiously asks, "How did you get these powders?" "It was extracted from those salt stones at home. Last night's roasted meat and mashed potatoes was added with this kind of salt." Ling Xiao holds his knee with one hand and looks dazed. No wonder last night's meat was so delicious. Ling Qinzhen points to the salt rocks on the side and wrinkles his eyebrows. "Eating salt extracted from this kind of salt rocks for a long period of time won't work. Father, do you know where there is a salt lake around here? Or the sea will do." Ling Xiao pinches the fist-sized piece of saltstone and easily crushes it into pieces, looking at Ling Chengyin in puzzlement. "Something like saltstone, it's fine to have, lick it every day to give your body strength, there's no need to make it so fine, right?" Ling Qinzhen looks at Ling Xiao, who is obviously being lazy, and patiently explains with him, "Some saltstones are harmless, but some have a lot of unseen toxic ingredients. If you can find a salt lake, the extraction process is actually very simple. It only takes a little effort to have safe and clean salt, so why not do it? And salt also prolongs the preservation of food. Cured bacon can even last for months." Ling Xiao is shocked. "This salt can really preserve food for that long, huh?" Ling Qinzhen takes his bone knife and cuts the roasted lamb into small pieces, and without looking up, he replies, "It can, with the right dosage, a month or 2 is no problem." "That's fine, we'll look for it when we hunt." Ling Xiao picks up the roasted leg of lamb in front of him and is about to wolf it down when he suddenly notices the movement under her hand. "What are you doing cutting those roasted meat? This is dry food for you, you can take it out and eat it directly when you're hungry at noon." Ling Xiao's heart is warmed by this sentence and he quickly says, I don't need it, just come back at night and eat it. Ling Qinzhen has already wrapped the portioned roasted meat in a banana leaf that controls the drying of water and dew, and put it into the animal skin bag that Ling Xiao usually carries, and even used the bamboo cup that he took the time to make in the morning, and filled it with stream water and put it inside. The edge of the bamboo cup and the lid, she used her spiritual power to make threads that would prevent the water from spilling out. However, the bamboo cup was still a little bit worse, and when it was tilted for a long time, more or less water would flow out. Ling Qinzhen only told Ling Xiao to pay attention to the position of the water cup and make do with it. Ling Xiao got this new bamboo cup, the whole person is a little giddy, lovingly touched half a day, and finally decided not to put it in the bag. He wants to let the other tribal orcs know how smart his own Dabeo is, and how much he cares for him as his old father. Ling Xiao quickly nibbled on half a goat, ran to the corner and grabbed some rattan and hay, and quickly made up a suitable cup cover, then slung the cup around his waist. Ling Qinzhen had just come out of the cave with his empty medicine bowl when he saw Ling Xiao standing on the rocky beach, contemplating where to hang the cup of water to be the most conspicuous. To his old father who loves to show off, Ling Qinzhen lets him do as he pleases. It's just a water cup, and he's so happy about it. In the future, he would probably wake up every day from his dreams with a smile on his face. Zhongzhen has been picked up. Are you going to the other tribes today to pick up the remaining 3? Ling Xiao finally found a conspicuous position and twisted his head to look at his precious eldest daughter who was sitting on a rock eating mashed potatoes. Ling Chenjian slowly raises her eyes and says, I was planning to go and take a look, but the Snow Wolf tribe is too far away to go back and forth, so I won't have time to hunt today. At noon, I still have to come back to take care of this seriously injured one in the cave. Then I'll go get it. It just so happens that I'm going to head north to hunt today. I'll just bring the people back then. You only need to go to the Snake Mountain tribe and the Wuyang tribe to collect the people back. If these two get maimed again, you can't just be that honest and bring the people back, either have them send the people over healed or take more prey as compensation. Ling Qinzhen took a bite of the roasted meat and nodded his head, responding vaguely. But Ling Xiao didn't leave even when he got the response, and looked back at the big daughter sitting there, a whole lot of skinny and tall, with very complicated emotions. This silly child, sometimes is too soft-heart. Chapter 12 Loving Father Protect Calf. Ling Xiao looked at her head, his heart is still very uneasy. And this child, besides being dead-hearted, she is also particularly serious and stubborn. The reason why all tribes say that she is a ferocious evil female is mainly because once she has a conflict with someone else, she will definitely fight back, and even if she is injured, she will definitely not cry, and will not give up until the other party is beaten into submission. Since she was a child, and never took the initiative to provoke others, it was usually the other kids who bullied her for being stupidly large and teased her for running after the people she liked all the time, but the people she liked always ignored her, so she didn't have a very good relationship with the kids of the same age from the several nearby tribes. Plus that maid of his used to be extraordinarily biased. He was always treated as a hunting tool, favoring the two sweeter-mouthed and also better-looking beast husbands in the family. That's why Annan has been suppressed and bullied by several other siblings since she was a child. At first, she would look for him and cry, then slowly became uncaring, and when she got angry, she would just beat him up. Then, there was being punished by her mother. Many times she was punished without saying a word, and the next day when she ran into those bad-hearted children bullying, she would still continue to do it. Over time, she did not get along well with the few children in the family, and became less and less pleasing to her mother. Ling Xiao had actually thought about taking the child away a long time ago. But at that time, his second child was still in his partner's womb, and once he took Annan away, that child would have been born and thrown into the remote mountains to fend for itself. So he waited until Xiao was weaned before he offered to leave with the child. But that year, it also happened to be an extremely cold weather disaster, and he, a male orc with a newly weaned child and the 8 or 9-year-old Annan, had to hunt as well as protect the two sisters, and was completely distracted. So that year, the cold season still managed to survive the winter. It was during that winter that Unun's mother contracted a disease and died. The family was torn apart. He didn't feel sorry for her, but rather felt relieved. In the spring of the next year, he left that tribe with his 2 children, and wandered all the way with them hunting and finally wandered to the Stone Forest tribe. The Stone Forest tribe could only be called a shelter before he came. It was a shelter formed by the gathering of orcs who had wandered northward. At first it was very chaotic, with many males and very few females. The old and sick could barely live here, and most of them would starve and freeze to death during the cold season. The orcs here were even more cold and unfeeling, and the character of each orc was very distinctive. To put it bluntly, it was particularly bad to get along with. His original intention was to bring the child to find a larger tribe to live in. But at that time, Annan got sick, and it was a skinny, bony old orc who squeezed out the last bit of his wood system powers to cure her. Then he decided to stay, rather than blend in with an unknown tribe that he didn't know if it was friendly or not. He built a tribe with his own hands. And with the tribe he built with his own hands, both Ann and Xiao would be tolerated and respected by the others. That's why he quickly conquered all the orcs in the entire shelter, which led to today's Stone Forest tribe. Ling Zhao's heart is actually very clear, and this silly child has always taken care of the old and the sick. Although she looks cold on the surface, she should have always remembered that old orc from back then. That person had drained the last of his life force to cure her and died before she woke up. Although the orcs from other tribes always said that she was vicious, the orcs in the tribe all trusted her very much and never said those unpleasant words in front of her. Ling Xiao looked at the cave that was blocked by the grass curtain again, and he was actually not at all surprised by the fact that his own daughter had brought this severely injured child back yesterday. However, he didn't continue to nag. Picking up the bulging animal skin bag on the side and carrying it on his back, he walked towards the tribe's meeting point with his long legs. Ling Chang'an finished his breakfast before Ling Xiao she finally got up. After she cleaned the pots and bowls, she handed breakfast to the sleepy Ling Xiaoxi, squatted next to her and asked, "Do you want to go out with me for another day? Let's go to the other two tribes to have a look?" Ling Xiaoxi hugged her rice bowl and immediately jumped up with a wary face, pulling away from her for a distance, before shaking her head and saying, "I don't want to go, the Snake Mountain tribe's side is too scary, beat it to death and don't go." Ling Xiao she was afraid of snakes, especially afraid. And the Snake Mountain tribe was mainly dominated by giant snake beastmen. They also especially loved to raise snakes. Even the traps around the tribe were all very deep snake caves. Ling Qinzhen sighed shallowly and could only say, "Then point me in the right direction. I'm not familiar with either the Snake Mountain tribe or the Wuyang tribe." Ling Xiaoxi's eyes rolled, and she quickly had an idea. "Big sister, go find Misty Zhua, he will definitely be willing to help you lead the way." Ling Qinzhen had a wooden face and directly picked her up with one hand, carrying the struggling Xiaoxi towards the tribe. "Take me to find Misty Zhua." Once Ling Xiaoxi heard that she wasn't going to Snake Mountain, she instantly stopped resisting and lay on her shoulder to continue drying her food, not forgetting to raise her hand and point in a direction. After eating a few bites, the little girl reacted, "No, big sister, you don't even know where Miss Zhua lives? How do I remember he used to follow you around a lot? I have a poor memory, can't I?" Ling Qinzhen didn't know how to fulfill the lie that she didn't know the other orcs in this tribe. Anyway, soldiers come to stop and water to cover the earth. What else can she do? This is the first time she went inside the tribe. Her family lives inside the stone cave in Shiji Mountain, which is very close to the clear stone stream where she draws water, so it's very convenient to wash up and everything. However, the rocks of Shiji Mountain were very hard and not easy to excavate. Most of the orcs were not willing to spend a lot of effort and time to excavate the cave, so they chose to live in a place farther away from the clear stone stream. The mountain rocks over there were easier to excavate, and the surrounding area was filled with traps, making it a bit safer as well. The Misty Zhua that Ling Xiaoxi spoke of lived in the easternmost part of the tribe, where the light was better. And Misty Zhua's beast form was an eagle, so the cave was excavated high up in the mountain. Ling Qinzhen could only climb the rattan ladder if he wanted to go up. Placing Ling Xiaoxi on the ground, Ling Qinzhen looked at the rattan ladder that shook and slowed down when blown by the wind, suspecting that she might climb halfway up and this thing would have to break. She sank her qi into her dantian, looked up at the only hole in the mountain, and shouted, "Misty Zhua." Soon there was an eagle's cry from above. A black shadow swooped down instantly. Ling Qinzhen took 2 steps back, and a thud came from in front of him as a huge eagle lifted its wings and transformed into a half-grown teenager. Ling Xiao has been completely speechless for the immobile and naked orcs here, gently sighed, turned his body sideways and said, "Put the animal skin skirt on, take me to the Snake Mountain tribe." Misty Zhua quickly put on the animal skin skirt, with a bright smile on her face, nodded her head and said, "Cannot, then sister and you have to take me hunting today. My home is almost out of prey." "Doesn't the tribe share prey every day? You didn't get a share?" Misty Zhua shook his head, nuzzled the tip of his nose, sniffed a strange aroma, and instantly salivated, twisting his head to lock onto Ling Zhao's wooden bowl that was bigger than his face. He answered Ling Qingen's question while sneaking closer to Ling Xiaoxi. "Of course the tribe divided it, but I'm at the time when I can eat. I can't eat as much as I want. And in half a year, I'll be able to join the hunting team to go hunting, so I need to seize the time now to practice more hunting skills, so that I don't have to go and mop up for the tribe's warriors at the end of the day." Ling Qinzhen looked at his eyebrows that hadn't completely grown and his lively and jumpy nature, and didn't reject his request. "Today we are going to 2 places, Snake Mountain Tribe and Wuyang Tribe. Go early and finish early. On the way back you will take you hunting." Chapter 13, Snake Mountain Tribe. Hunting, her strong point. Those mutated and messed up high-level beasts and birds of prey in the end times would cause countless deaths every time they appeared. In the late post-apocalyptic period, after Ling Qinzhen brought her men to clean up the zombies, the goal turned to those godforsaken beasts, and in the end, she hard relied on her team of personal guards and hunted all the hard-to-chew beasts. The prey in this beast world can't be more powerful than those messy foreign beasts, right? Xiaoxi, what did you eat? Give me a taste. Misty Zhua probed and looked at the yellow-orange mashed potatoes in Ling Xiaoxi's bowl, reaching out her hand to try and touch it, only to be knocked by Ling Xiaoxi. "Don't stick your hand in my bowl, this is mine." Ling Xiaoxi protects her food tightly, twisting her head to look at Misty Zhua fiercely. "This is made by my sister, want to eat, beg her." "And sister?" Misty Zhua's pair of eyes stared at her accusingly. Ling Qinzhen closed her eyes. "Forget it, still a 15-year-old teenager. Go to my house, there's still a little left at home, we'll leave after eating." Misty Zhuo instantly smiled with an open brow, picking up Ling Xiaoxi who was clunking dry rice on the ground, his feet speeding forward, upsetting Ling Xiaoxi to shake her small fist and whack him on the head. The road to the Snake Mountain tribe is a bit far. Misty Zhuo simply transformed into a giant eagle form, carrying Ling Qingzhen directly fly over. Ling Qingzhen's first time sitting unprotected on this kind of flying bird mount, after ascending into the sky, he was still a bit curious, but soon became completely honest. Because Miss Zhuo's speed was very fast, much faster than her running at full speed on the ground. Even if Misty Zhuo wasn't an adult, she didn't cry out of tiredness even after flying for an hour with her on her back. Snake Mountain was to the south of the Stone Forest tribe, but not due south, slightly to the east. It was probably only an hour's journey to fly there. Ling Qingzhen raised his hand and patted Misty Zhuo's back and asked, "Do you often come this way?" Misty Zhuo's broad feathered wings glided forward with the power of the wind and said in a cheerful tone, "Of course, on the entire Beast Plains tribe, it's the Snake Mountain neighborhood that has the most snakes. I'm a gold-topped giant eagle beastman, and my favorite prey is snakes. You don't understand, snake meat is delicious, especially tender." Misty Zhuo knew that Ling Qingzhen didn't like eating snake meat too much. In the past, he used to often run outside to hunt snakes for a toothsome meal, and when he returned, he would bring some to Ling Qingzhen. But his sister N took very little each time, sometimes directly saying she didn't like it and letting him eat it himself. On the contrary, Ling Xiaoxi, that stinky baby, is especially afraid of snakes, but never misses a meal. Ling Qingzhen was not afraid of snakes, but simply disliked them. "If you run to this side of Snake Mountain to hunt snakes, won't the Snake Mountain tribe's beastmen find you in trouble?" Misty Zhuo looked at the towering black peaks in front of him and smiled. "Of course I won't run to the Snake Mountain tribe to hunt. They Snake Mountain have their own rules. Within 1 kilometer of the foot of the Snake Mountain, it's all Snake Mountain's turf, and it doesn't allow foreign tribes to hunt. But 1 kilometer away, the beastmen hunt those snakes, they don't care at all. And they Snake Clan orcs actually eat snakes." Ling Chengnan was a bit surprised. The Snake Clan's orcs turned out to be not shy about eating similar creatures? Misty Zhuo shook her head. "The Snake Mountain tribe is rather special. The beastmen of this tribe mainly focus on devouring giant snakes. The devouring giant snakes are very ferocious. As long as it's flesh and blood, they eat it. I heard the old orcs in the tribe say that in the 2 years of the great drought in the wilderness, they used to hunt wandering orcs. However, the devouring python is most afraid of our golden-topped giant eagle beastmen, so the Snake Mountain's beastmen expelled all the large flying beastmen in the vicinity just to ensure the safety of the clan. In doing so, won't the flying beastmen go to war with them?" Misty Zhuo hastily shook his head and said, "No, our golden-topped giant eagle clan is very special, never living in groups, more like surviving in small groups with family clans, and the places where they live are very remote, mostly on cliffs. So once the giant snakes unite to attack, even if they are as fierce as the golden-topped giant eagle, they can't hold their own, because even if they can dodge the attacks and sneak attacks of the giant snakes, many of the weak cubs will die in their sneak attacks. Plus the flying type of beastmen are all fast. In fact, living farther away is safer. Usually the main over to hunt, they want to retaliate, can't find the location." "Then you..." Ling Qingzhen knew it was suspicious to ask too much, but she still felt that getting information was more important than disguise. Misty Zhuo was purely a chatterbox. She only said the first 2 words. This kid was like pouring beans, all bald. "I'm different. I was picked up as a cub by the old beastmen of the clan. All the elders of the clan gave me meat every day. I haven't even repaid them yet. How can I leave?" Ling Qingzhen patted the already matured body feathers on his back and complimented, "I didn't realize that you were still an orc who thinks of his source in water." Misty Zhuo was giddy with the praise and proudly led her in a circle in the sky, flying straight towards the Snake Mountain tribe's forbidden area. Ling Qingzhen grabbed his back feathers and was almost thrown out. She couldn't help but clench and give him a blow to the head. "Fly properly. If you drop me, you're dead." Misty Zhuo immediately and honestly kept his body steady. Seeing that he was about to fall to the ground, a huge greenish-gray snake suddenly probed from below, opening its mouth and biting towards them. Ling Qingzhen was about to return the favor when Misty Zhuo nimbly flew sideways and passed by the giant snake's sharp teeth, while Ling Qingzhen directly fell off his back because she didn't have a firm grip. But she wasn't too happy about it, so she directly rolled over and jumped onto the giant snake's back, and clenched her fist and punched at the huge head. With this one punch, the giant snake, whose body was erected 10 meters high, its head slammed heavily on the ground all of a sudden, triggering a small scale tremor in Snake Mountain. The snake cave below also collapsed in 2 places. Countless snakes that were smashed by the broken soil and rocks scrambled to climb out and scattered to escape. Seeing the giant snake lying on the ground and spitting out its tongue, it didn't move again for a long time. It was only then that Ling Qingzhen jumped down from its head and swaggered onto a boulder, looking at the countless small snakes that were scared away by her breath. Misty Zhuo fell from mid-air and stopped beside Ling Qingzhen, turning into human form with some guilt, rubbing her head. "Sister N, just now really didn't mean to. It's fine." Ling Qingzhen didn't care about the fact that he had just instinctively dodged the attack and accidentally threw her down. In her place, she probably wouldn't be any better. This Snake Mountain tribe's people were really hateful. This had just entered the door, and they made a move without saying a word. "This is the devouring giant snake?" Ling Qinzhen looked at the giant snake with a body length of nearly 20 meters. For the first time he felt wearing a loneliness. How is it the same as the mutated giant snake in the end times? Yes, this is the devouring giant snake, the adult devouring giant snake. The scales are usually greenish-gray. But the young patriarch of Snake Mountain, the beast shape is not quite the same as the ordinary devouring giant snake. He is already 18 years old this year, counting as an adult. But the snake's scales are purple, and they are also a rare and extremely beautiful purple color. Misty Zhuo finished and slapped her mouth. Look at my memory. I almost forgot that you, Sister In, had seen the beast form of that guy Chang Yinpa and complimented him on his good color at the time. Ling Qinzhen. What could she say? She didn't even know how tall, short, fat, or thin the young patriarch of the Snake Mountain tribe was. Well, now it's known. The Snake Mountain young clan chief is called Chang Yinpa. The beast form was a purple devouring giant snake. She had just combed through the current information in her head when she heard an angry roar of curses coming from the mountain. Where are the ignorant juniors who dare to cause trouble in my Snake Mountain? Chapter 14 The Runaway Beastman. Along with the roaring curses came a much larger devouring python. This python's scales were a little darker in color, and its two greenish jade eyes were like large lanterns as it glared condescendingly at the two people standing on the rocks. Seeing the unconscious clan descendant on the ground, the devouring python was instantly enraged, raising its extremely oppressive tail and slamming it towards the two. Ling Qinzhen grabbed Misty Zhuo by his side and dodged the attack with a light jump. Standing on the back of the giant snake that hadn't woken up yet, he uttered, "If you attack again, I'll just kill it." The giant snake, which was originally in a frenzy of rage, suddenly stopped moving, but was clearly furious. "Let go of it, who the hell are you people? I've come to collect a debt. My father is Stone Forest Tribe Patriarch Ling Xiao." Ling Qinzhen felt that reporting her name was of little use. It was not like she had participated in the previous battle, and in the eyes of these obviously ill-tempered snake tribe beastmen, she was not threatening at all. As soon as Ling Qinzhen's words fell, the devouring giant serpent instantly stopped saying anything. The giant snake under her feet also gradually awakened, shaking off its dizzy head, twisting its head to look at the two people on its back, originally thinking of a sneak attack, but ended up being slapped on the head by a tail from the quick-eyed elder. "Don't want to die? She knocked you out with one punch, and you still dare to sneak attack?" That later giant snake transformed into a middle-aged beastman with a very pretty snakeskin skirt around his waist, slapped the hapless giant snake with one hand, and coldly shouted, "Hurry back." Ling Qinzhen and Misty Zhuo jumped down from the snake and watched as the huge greenish-gray snake swam and quickly disappeared between the jagged rocks and the dense 100-meter-tall trees. Only when that snake ran far away did the middle-aged snake tribe beast put away the majesty on his face, hung a somewhat unnatural smile, and said, "I didn't expect it to be the Stone Forest tribe's young patriarch coming over in person. Just now that kid hadn't seen you before. He was just on guard here as instructed by the tribe, and he would attack if he crossed the border, and he didn't mean to offend." Ling Qinzhen was too lazy to tangle with him. She had wasted an hour when she came here, and she still had to go to the Wu Yang tribe in a while. She was too lazy to beat around the bush and said bluntly, "I've come to pick up someone. Where is your young clan chief?" This. Seeing that his complexion suddenly became strange and he stammered his words, Ling Qinzhen realized that this pickup probably wouldn't go too smoothly. "I'm already here. No matter if I'm injured or maimed or dead, you have to let me confirm it with my own eyes, right?" Ling Qinzhen had completely swung for the fences. The Snake Clan beastman on the opposite side's face twitched and said in a very embarrassed manner, "No, our young clan chief isn't dead, maimed or injured. Where is that person? He's gone." After the Snake Tribe beastman said it, as if he was completely relieved, the back was combed down instead. "Our Snake Mountain tribe's beastmen are mainly sinners exiled from the southern Beast King city. The young patriarch was exiled here along with his AMA. 2 days ago, the Beast King city's side sent a team over, saying that they had vindicated the young patriarch's family and picked them up. By now they should have reached the border of the northern Beast Plains. If young clan chief Ling insists on chasing after them, he should be able to do so, but he might have to cross the borderline." Ling Qinzhen. Misty Zhuo was instantly angry at his words, pointing at the beastmen on the opposite side of the road. "You Snake Mountain tribe are so ungrateful. You clearly promised to hand over Chang Yinpa, but in the end, you let the people from Beast King City take him away. To go back on your word like this, after this matter spreads out, in the future, no one in the northern Beast Plains will definitely be willing to talk business with you again, and then we will see how you Snake Mountain can gain a foothold in the wasteland?" Ling Qinzhen was calm in turn, casually sitting on the rock behind him, pinching the small black snake that was wrapped around his ankle and directly throwing it far away. "You casually say that and I have to run 1,000 miles to chase someone?" She raised her foggy black eyes and stared straight at the middle-aged beastman. "Your Snake Mountain tribe lost the war and suddenly left during such a critical period for the payment of offerings, and he, a young patriarch, is so content to follow? Or do you think that as long as the Chang Yinpa people leave, our Stone Forest tribe can't do anything about your Snake Mountain? At most, we will just let you hand over more prey, and in the end, there is nothing we can do about it, so we just break the pot and fall off the wagon?" Ling Qinzhen was not very old, and his voice was not heavy, but every word made the beastmen on the opposite side cold and sweaty. "So what if the Beast King city exiled to the wasteland is a noble? Is it true that you think you can dodge this debt by running away? The Snake Clan beastman bowed his head and said, "We can hand over twice the amount of prey, we just hope that the Stone Forest tribe can let this matter go." Ling Qinzhen shook his head and said, "No need, the prey will be fine as initially agreed upon. I will personally bring the person back later, whether or not I want to keep him alive at that time, that's up to me. Misty Zhua, let's go." Ling Qinzhen lifted his steps towards the bottom of the mountain. Misty Zhua transformed into a giant eagle and flew past her, and in the blink of an eye, one person and one eagle flew high into the sky and swept towards the north. It wasn't until they left Snake Mountain's territory that Misty Zhua opened her mouth and asked, "Sister N, why don't you want double the prey? The people have all run away, and our tribe has fought hard, so we have to land something, right?" Ling Qinzhen looked down at Misty Zhua underneath her and hummed lightly, "Do you think it's that simple? If we take double the prey, it's the same as giving up their young clan leader. Whether their young patriarch was picked up by the people from Beast King City or ran out to hide from this engagement is still not up to them. It's not possible for me to cross the border of the Beast Plains to verify whether what they say is true or not. That's it, that kid had better be picked up by the people of the Beast King City, or else if he dares to return to the Snake Mountain tribe in the future, there's him suffering." Misty Zhua was still a bit angry, "So that's it?" Ling Qinzhen slapped him on the head, "What else? Slaughter all those snakes from the Snake Mountain tribe? If you don't mind, I still mind the trouble. If they really angered those devouring giant snakes, although it wouldn't be a lose-lose situation, their Stone Forest tribe would definitely have to be hurt. It was not cost-effective." She sat cross-legged behind Misty Zhua, overlooking the boundless northern wasteland, and swallowed mountains and rivers with her breath. "Misty Zhua, don't limit yourself to the petty gains in front of you. Sooner or later, one day, I'll bring my clan across the border of the wasteland, and become the sole hegemon of this land." Misty Zhua was startled by her words, her wings stiffened a bit, and she whispered, "Sister N, although it's good to have ambitious goals, the border of the wasteland really can't be easily crossed. The southern beast city is full of powerful beastmen, there are a lot of them. Every time a natural disaster occurs and the wasteland is littered with corpses, the beastmen in the northern wasteland want to cross the border to find a new habitat, and the result is that there are no corpses left. We'll be fine staying in the northern wasteland beast plains, being the overlord of the northern beast plains is awesome." Ling Chengnan looked at the unproductive golden-topped giant eagle and didn't refute his words, but a wave of arrogance grew within him. "Why can't we cross the border? People should live in pursuit of a better life. Why is it that the northern orcs don't deserve to enter the south to live? By what right was being born in the north branded as a sinful, stray, inferior beastfolk?" She was partial to this evil. "Let's go, to the Wu Yang tribe." The sprout that arose in Ling Chengnan's heart grew stronger and stronger, and a certain thought grew stronger and stronger. But at this moment, no one knew that she had the ambition of waiting for the barbarians in her chest, and the heart of stepping over the 8 directions. Chapter 15, Locked Abyss Shoddy Beast. Ling Qinzhen pinched the small stone in his hand, his eyes downcast listening to the system and his mind barking furiously one after another. He really couldn't help but adopt his spiritual power to poke it back, communicating with it. "Are you done? You've been howling for half a day." The system frantically said, "It's not over, I'm just not over. How can that young patriarch of the Snake Mountain tribe run away? This is running away from marriage. Aren't you going to chase after your runaway groom?" Ling Qinzhen crushed the stone in his hand and rolled his eyes breathlessly. "You're resting here acting like the domineering female president is in love with me? There's too much drama." The system bounced angrily in place for a few moments, still very upset. "No, I can't swallow this breath. It's not easy to get to the duck on the edge of the mouth, it just flew away. Can't bear it a bit. I but love security system. You this object directly ran away, I also security a ghost. No, I have to think of a way." Ling Qinzhen lazily ignored this jerky two-deficient system, her right elbow resting on her knee, thinking about what exactly is the relationship between this Beast King City and the northern wasteland beast plains. It was a pity that she didn't have a map of this world. But Ling Qinzhen looked down and asked Misty Zhua, "Why is the relationship between the southern tribe and our northern wasteland beast plains so bad?" Misty Zhua flapped her wings and thought for a while. "I'm actually not particularly clear about it. It's all from what I heard from the old beastmen in the tribe. In the past, our tribe had a few sinful people who were exiled from the south. They said that between the Beast Plain in the northern wasteland and the Beast Plain in the south, there is a 10,000 feet deep abyss that is like a moat in the sky, and you can't even see the other side of the abyss when you are standing at our end, and below the abyss is the raging dark river. Whether it's from the north to the south, or from the south to our northern wasteland, all need to cross this abyss. Other than flying orcs who can easily leap, land-traveling orcs like you will have to go for the abyssal iron rope." Ling Qinzhen was puzzled. Is the abyssal iron cable a bridge? Misty Zhua shook his head. "I don't know about that, I haven't seen the bridge you're talking about. The old orc said that the abyssal iron cord is like very thick ropes that are connected to the walls of the gorges on the north and south sides of the abyss, and there are 17 of them in total. Many of the sinful people who were exiled to the northern wasteland directly died at this one barrier of the abyssal iron cord, and could not reach the northern wasteland at all. And the abyss blocks the inferior beasts from traveling south, so these ferocious inferior beasts only exist in our northern beast plains. Ling Qinzhen was just about to ask what an inferior beast was when the system returned, just as she threw the question directly to the system that was idly throwing a tantrum. System, what is an inferior beast? The system paused for a moment, feeling that her question was inexplicable, but still went and searched the recently included news and gave a more comprehensive answer. Inferior beasts are the same as those zombified humans and beasts you encountered before in the end times. Without any sanity, they only know how to attack living things and have an extreme desire for blood and flesh. However, the only difference between this kind of inferior beast and the zombified beasts of the end times is that the inferior beast is not contagious. In other words, a beastman bitten by an inferior beast would not turn into a senseless beast. Ling Qinzhen was aware of the root cause of zombification in the end times. The main reason was that some kind of meteorite containing a strange radioactive substance had landed on the surface of the Earth on a wide scale, causing the biological gene chain to mutate in a short period of time. More than 50% of the people became zombies, less than 20% of the people evolved into alien fighters, and the rest of the people were not zombified, but their physical quality was greatly improved. Even so, when the end times first began, it was still the zombie population that dominated. There were obviously no zombies in the beast world, so where did these inferior beasts come from? System, I've gathered little information so far because you've come into contact with very few people, so I only know that the inferior beasts came from further north. The northernmost part of the northern wasteland is a continuous stretch of stone mountains and dense forests, and the place behind the stone mountains is called the Locked Abyss. The Locked Abyss, the so-called God's forsaken land amongst the beasts, is also the place where the inferior beasts come from. Are there many inferior beasts in the northern wasteland? Ling Qinzhen asked Mistijua underneath him. Mistijua hurriedly shook his head and said, there are actually not many inferior beasts. Every tribe's warrior who goes out to hunt and encounters an inferior beast will kill it as much as possible, so as to avoid the inferior beasts from searching for the tribe's location and attacking the tribe's orcs who do not have the ability to fight. But the inferior beasts are very difficult to deal with and usually appear in groups. It's useless to seriously injure an inferior beast. As long as they are still able to stand up, they will attack and tear without thinking, as if they can't feel pain. Currently they hadn't encountered inferior beasts yet. It was mainly the hunting parties that would encounter them outside. On average they would bump into them once in half a month, and every encounter was a vicious battle. Mistijua dropped down from mid-air, and after regaining her human form, she wrapped her animal skin skirt around herself, and twisted her head to look at Ling Qinzhen cautiously. Sister N, in fact, you were in danger of falling unconscious on your way back from the Cold Mountain tribe the other night, and I feel that it might have been the work of the inferior beasts. Ling Qinzhen raised her eyebrows slightly. I don't even know, how do you know it was an inferior beast? If it really is, I should have no bones left in my body by now, right? Mistijua inclined her head. The night we found you, the people from the Cold Mountain tribe actually killed several inferior beasts. Although they said to the public that it was the inferior beasts that attacked the Cold Mountain tribe, I always felt it was strange. Because the Stone Forest tribe and the Cold Mountain tribe were not far apart, the Cold Mountain tribe was located on the mountain, and the Stone Forest tribe was at the bottom of the mountain. The inferior beasts that wanted to attack would also prioritize attacking the Stone Forest tribe, and it was unlikely that they would run towards the Cold Mountain. Ling Qinzhen listened to Mistijua analyze the situation, and could not help but fall into a deep thought. Could it be that the original owner was really attacked by the inferior beasts before falling down the mountain path? And when the matriarch and I found you, there were actually a lot of stray marks near you and a lot of bloodstains, but there were very few wounds. Well on you. So those bloodstains shouldn't be yours. Ling Qinzhen took Mistijua's words to heart. If the Cold Mountain tribe had really helped her kill the inferior beast that had sneaked up on her, then the original owner was actually not considered to have shaved her head. However, Mistijua's next words completely rendered Ling Qinzhen speechless. Sister N, I have to say that your vision is really good. Although the young patriarch of the Cold Mountain tribe doesn't like you, his character is really good. Although this person looks cold, he never speaks ill of anyone. Even when you pestered him so much, he just avoided seeing you and returned the things you sent to someone, excessive things that was not done at all. Ling Qinzhen gave Mistijua a blow to the back of his head and gritted his teeth. Shut up you. Mistijua covered her head. Sister N, do I need to be beaten even if I tell the truth? Knowing how to shut up is a virtue. Ling Qinzhen looked at the brat and educated him in a serious tone. Lead the way in front and hurry to the Wuyang tribe. She promptly changed the topic, fearing that Mistijua would bring up again to her face the various strange things that the original owner had done for love in the first place. Although she wasn't the original owner, sharing a body would be embarrassing. Chapter 16, The Panda of the Secluded Forest. The trophy Ling Xiao demanded from the Wuyang tribe was not their young patriarch. The Wuyang tribe's young patriarch now had a partner and was a dozen years older than Ling Qinzhen, so Ling Xiao had ruled out this person from the start. However, the Wuyang tribe had a wood-type alien ability beast man whose age was similar to Ling Qinzhen's age, and his name was Yu Xiaochen. Yu Xiaochen's beast form is a phantom forest lesser panda, and including his tail, his body length is only about 1 meter, making him the smallest beast form among the beast husbands that Ling Xiao has selected for his family's eldest daughter. Ling Shenzhen calmly jumped over the traps laid out around the Wuyang tribe and chatted idly with Misty Zhu beside him. Do you recognize this, Yu Shaochen? Of course. Don't recognize it. Misty Zhu scratched the back of his head and said with some wonder, the patriarch is also really, the Wuyang tribe is just a whole small orc tribe, even worse than the medicine Luo tribe. How can there be any good goods? The two of them stepped on the trunk of a tree, jumped down from a dozen meters high tree, and landed within the territory of the Wuyang tribe. Just as they landed, two orcs with animal skin skirts around their heads and brightly colored feathers stuck on their heads jumped out from the shrubs, long and sharp wooden spikes in their hands pointing straight at their backs. Ling Shenzhen and Misty Zhu didn't even turn their heads back, directly sidestepping the attack behind them. Misty Zhu rushed up with just his body and flipped the two to the ground. Ling Shenzhen crouched on a prone tree trunk aside, playing with the rough wooden gun, inquiring, "You are the orc warriors in charge of guarding, right? We are from the Stone Forest tribe, and I have personally come to claim the person you promised to hand over earlier." Misty Zhuo obediently let go of his hand and jumped to Ling Qingyan's side, looking down on the two smaller Wuyang tribe warriors from above. One of the orcs climbed up from the ground with a somewhat indignant look, but in the way of Misty Zhuo and Ling Qingyan's self-imposed sense of oppression, he could only say in exasperation, the patriarch explained that the people can go with you at any time, and that he's now staying in the treehouse behind the tribe, so I'll take you there. Probably because they had hit the wall twice in front of them, the process of leading the people this time was incredibly smooth, making Ling Qingyan a little less accustomed to it. The orcs of the Wuyang tribe led them around the outside of the tribe, fearing that the scent they carried would scare the females and cubs in the tribe. Misty Zhuo skimmed the corners of his mouth in displeasure, always feeling that this Wuyang tribe treated the two of them like the plague. The three of them walked near a thick arrow bamboo forest, and the orc led them around the path inside the arrow bamboo forest for a few minutes before finally stopping under a giant tree that was nearly 100 meters tall. Ling Chengnan tilted his head and looked at this huge tree with a puffy crown and spikes of bluish-purple flowers, and slightly narrowed his eyes to see a very tall treehouse through the cracks in the branches. The orc leading the way tilted his head and shouted, "Yu Shaochun, your wife's master has come to fetch you." The three of them stood under the tree and waited for 2 minutes. Misty Zhuo was getting a little impatient and stepped forward. "Why don't I go up and carry him down? This Yu Shaochen is a small land beast, right? Why does he live in a treehouse dozens of meters high? Is it because he doesn't want to die fast enough when he falls down?" Ling Qingyan lifted his foot and kicked him in the calf. An eye blade swept over. "You restrain yourself. It's not easy to run into one that isn't disabled or injured or missing. It's not like it's going to die if you wait for a while." Misty Zhuo thought about the young patriarch of Snake Mountain, and immediately did not say anything. With that trashy snake tribe orc who had no bearing as a comparison, this little panda of the Wuyang tribe in the Phantom Forest was actually not that bad. Ling Chengnan was patient, surveying the surroundings while waiting. This place where Yu Shaochen lived, the environment was really good. Compared to the place in front where the Wuyang tribe's orcs were concentrated, this place was safer and more secluded, surrounded by flowers and grasses, with small low shrubs full of sweet berries. That orc saw that Ling Qingyan had been looking at the nearby shrubs, as well as the tens of meters high arrow bamboo forest, and took the initiative to open his mouth to introduce himself. "Shaochen is the only wood-type alien energy beast man in our tribe. He is different from the other wood-type alien energy warriors. He is not good at fighting, and his alien energy level is not high. His alien energy is mainly used on planting arrow bamboos and berries, and all the plants here are planted by him." Ling Qingyan nodded, but didn't pick up on his words. Instead, she suddenly turned her head to look at the trunk of that giant tree. Her gaze was locked on one spot. After a long time, a brownish-red, round-faced red panda slowly poked its head out from behind the tree trunk, its pair of round, black eyes looking somewhat timidly at the three people on the ground. Misty Zhuo cursed in a low voice and hurriedly covered his mouth to look at Ling Chengyan, who was on the side. However, he had a wealth of emotions inside. I really don't blame him for swearing. The matriarch really understands the weaknesses of females, and even found such a cute contraption for his sister N to be a beast husband. Even if his sister N was a tough guy, she couldn't handle such a cute little panda. It's over, it's over, it's over. Looking at it twice more, he was going to have his heart choked by this cute little goblin. "Come down." Ling Chengnan simply did not look like a female, still expressionless in the face of such a cute creature. His tone was light as he said with the little panda on the tree. That little panda was obedient beyond words, slowly twisting its body, climbing down from the tree, landing behind the trunk and turning into a human form, fumbling the animal skin skirt out of the hole in the tree and putting it on neatly before walking out. The teenager who walked out from the shade of the tree had short chestnut-colored slightly curly hair. His skin color was so white that it seemed as if it was not in the same graphic layer as theirs. His eyes were on the rounded side, and his irises were purely black, but a glance would draw his full attention to his quiet, black, bright eyes. Taller than Misty Zhuo naturally is not tall, but there is also 1.7 meters or so. The whole person looks extremely clear and beautiful, probably like a dreamy tree elf in Western mythology. "Are things ready?" Ling Chengyan only looked at it twice before returning to his senses, tilting his head to look at the sun, estimating that it was getting late, and it was time to prepare for hunting and getting lunch. Yu Shaochen nodded, then suddenly braked his footsteps and walked back. Wait a minute. He had hung the animal skin bag down from the tree hole with a rope, and hadn't pulled it out at this moment. Ling Qingzhen directly followed him over, looking at him squatting in front of the tree hole, his face full of vigor, tugging at that big bag in the tree hole, speechless. Why is your bag so big? Big? Yu Shaoqian squatted on the ground, scratching his ears in some embarrassment, and said in a very light tone, I have more things at home, and since the Stone Forest tribe is particularly far from here, I thought of moving them all at once, to save wasting time running back and forth. Ling Qingzhen clasped his shoulder with one hand and directly lifted the man aside, smacking the wood of that hole with a slap. The tree hole was doubled in size by her in 3 or 2 swipes, followed closely by her bending down and reaching out to grab at the corner of the package, feeling like she didn't have to exert much effort before yanking out that large package. Yu Shaoqian looked at her in shock with a flurry of operations, silently rubbed his shoulder that was scratched with some pain, and did not dare to squeak. His wife's master's strength is really good. Another day of envying large orcs. Why is he the only one who is a wimpy little panda? Ling Qingzhen threw the package into his arms. Can we go? As soon as the words left his mouth, he heard a poof. Ling Qingzhen looked up. Good guy. That curly-haired kid was actually crushed by his own package. It was awfully quiet under the tree for a moment. Chapter 17, Hunting at the Lake of Illusion. Misty Zhuo looked at the comical scene in front of him and couldn't help but hold his belly and laugh, pointing at Yu Shaoqian, who fell to the ground with a reddened face. He's really weak. Ling Qingzhen glared back at him and folded back, picking up Yu Shaoqian's package with one hand and handing out his left hand. Yu Shaoqian had been so embarrassed that he was blushing, but when Ling Qingzhen's long and slender fingers were handed out in front of him, the urge to hide in embarrassment subsided so quietly. Thanks. Yu Shaoqian gently placed his hand on her palm, only intending to use his strength to get up, only to be pulled directly by Ling Qingzhen and yanked up from the ground. When he stood up, Ling Qingzhen immediately let go of his hand and walked ahead without looking back. Follow. Yu Shaoqian immediately lifted his steps to follow her, looking at the clansman standing not far away. He slightly owed his head. Brother Ding, I'm going with them. Help me talk to father. It wasn't until the 3 of them walked out of the Wuyang tribe that Ling Qingzhen turned back to look at the slow Yu Shaoqian. Don't you need to say goodbye to your family personally? The Stone Forest tribe is still quite far from here. Yu Shaoqian was again an orc on the smaller side of the body size. It would definitely be difficult to come back alone in the future. Yu Shaoqian shook his head and said with a somewhat pale expression, I was a wandering cub before I came to Wuyang. Both my real parents died under the mouths of inferior beasts, and I was finally saved by my adoptive father, who was also a wandering beastman. After we came to Urian, though, he quickly found a mate and had pups of his own. My foster father's female mate didn't like me, so I moved to live alone in the arrow bamboo forest behind the tribe at an early age. The Wuyang tribe had been involved in the plan to besiege the Stone Forest tribe this time, and had ended up in a crushing defeat, having to hand over a large amount of prey to the victorious Stone Forest tribe. However, the Wuyang tribe were mostly small orcs, and their hunting ability was not comparable to the 2 major tribes of Snake Mountain and Snow Wolf, so the amount of prey that the Stone Forest demanded to be handed over, they obviously couldn't hand over within the stipulated time. Finally, the patriarch found out that the other 3 defeated tribes would offer beautiful males to be the husband of the young patriarch of the Stone Forest, and that's why the idea was put on him. After discussing the matter privately with his adoptive father, the patriarch went to his door to convince him to pay for a portion of his prey to be the husband of the young patriarch of the Shilin tribe. Yu Shaoqian was reluctant at first because he was timid and fearful of large beastmen mostly, and Ling Qingzhen happened to be a very fierce female thin mountain giant tiger that could turn him into a meat pie with a slap, so he didn't agree at first. But ever since he refused his adoptive father's request, his days in the tribe became increasingly bad. In particular, his adoptive father's family had repeatedly called him a white-eyed wolf, and the hunting party in the tribe had a deep grudge against him. After realizing that he was isolated by the orcs in the tribe, he knew that there was no way he could stay here any longer, so he finally went to the patriarch and agreed to this deal. Yu Shaoqian naturally didn't say anything about his initial reluctance, but Ling Qingzhen obviously didn't care about this little bit of his mind, and only grasped the huge package with one hand and his arm with the other, and quickly jumped up onto a thick tree branch. As Misty Zhuo suddenly came through the forest, she tugged the completely unresponsive Yu Shaoqian and jumped onto Misty Zhuo's back. The giant eagle carried the 2 of them through the forest and soon flew high into the sky. Yu Shaoqian leaned towards Ling Qingnan's side with some fear and probed into the wilderness below, only then realizing that they were already hundreds of meters above the sky. So high. After Yu Shaoqian sighed with emotion, he silently lowered his body's center of gravity in case he accidentally fell off Misty Zhuo's back. Your clan said that you are a wood-type ability. How high is your rank? Seeing that he was so formal, Ling Qingzhen casually asked as he sat on Misty Zhuo's back. Not high, only 4th level. Yu Shaoqian reached into that package of his and quickly fished out a small bamboo woven box and handed it over to Ling Qingzhen's hand. This is a berry that I planted myself, it's very tasty. Ling Qingzhen took it and opened it to look at it. It should be all berries picked temporarily. Looking at it, there were still dewdrops, very fresh. She directly pinched 2 and threw them into her mouth, slightly raised her eyebrows and said, the flavor is okay. It was fine as an after-dinner fruit, but she was a carnivore and could only eat meat to top up her satiety. Having received Ling Qingzhen's affirmation, Yu Shaoqian sighed in relief without a trace. He was really afraid that this Lin young matriarch would be a difficult female to get along with, or dislike him for being useless and unable to hunt for her. Can your supernatural ability only be used to grow these plants? Ling Chen was more concerned about his alien ability. Wood-based alien abilities were indeed rare and indispensable. Yu Shaoqin hesitated for a split second, sitting beside her with his knees hugged, his eyes downcast. I also know some healing techniques, but because my supernatural ability is so low, the healing effect is very limited. Receiving an accurate answer, Ling Chen was slightly relieved. She thought for a moment and gave him a general overview of the current situation at home before finally voicing her thoughts. You can keep growing your berry plants, I don't need you to hunt to feed me. But I'm sure I'll have use for you, especially with your powers, which are still important at the moment. I can provide you with some meat daily to ensure that you don't have to bother with food, but in the future, you have to do what I say, is that okay? Yu Shaoqin thought about it seriously. He had a small need for meat and preferred fruits and plants, but it wasn't like he didn't eat meat at all, or else the recovery of his supernormal ability would be particularly slow. And as the request made by Ling Changnan was not excessive, he nodded and agreed to her proposal. Probably after talking it over, Yu Shaoqin felt that the female in front of him didn't seem to be as scary as the rumors, so he was no longer as cautious as he was in the beginning, and fished out another box of berries from his bag, and obediently sat down in place to get high on his little sweet fruits. Misty Zhuo waved her wings, her eagle eyes skimming over the grasslands below, and suddenly spoke out, Sister N, let's go hunting. You said you'd take me hunting if I came out with you. Ling Chen glanced at the sun that was almost in the middle of the sky, a little hot from the direct light, and nodded, okay, what do you want to hunt? Misty Zhuo immediately turned in a different direction and said with a smile, recently, I especially want to go over to Kill Lake to catch water beasts. The water beasts over there grow fat and strong, their meat must be especially delicious. Then go to Kill Lake. Ling Chen searched his mind for memories of this lake. It was still vague and unable to peer into those memories of the original owner's life. Kill Lake was not far from the Wuyang tribe. It took less than 20 minutes to fly there. The feeling of looking down on this freshwater lake from a high altitude is very peculiar. The color of this lake is very dreamy. The south side of the lake is reddish, the north side of the lake is bluish, the area of the lake of the two colors, almost 37%. Misty Zhuo carried the two of them and landed near the north lake. Yu Shaoqin tugged his own big bag, stood blankly in the grass half a person's height, probing at the distant turquoise surface of the lake. You stay here, pay attention to guarding the surrounding area, remember to yell out if there is any danger. Ling Chen had observed the surrounding before he came down. There were no large wild animals or beastmen, only some small animals that came to the lake to drink. Yu Shaoqin nodded and watched the two of them walk towards the lake, his right hand gently covering his thumping heart. Not caring about his sunburned face, his whole person became a little anxious. He disliked such a place with an open view, because it was impossible to hide himself in such an environment and resist those dangers from all directions and high in the air. However, he was still a bit afraid of Ling Chenjiang. This female obviously had a say-it-all personality and didn't give him a chance to refuse, so he could only crouch down next to the big bag and hide his body under the lush grass. Ling Qingyan's limbs were long and powerful, and between prancing and jumping from side to side, he quickly stood on the huge greenstone at the edge of the lake. Misty Zhuo, on the other hand, used his beast form to dive straight down and dive into the water, but the water beast in the lake violently flung its tail and escaped from under its sharp claws. Misty Zhuo, who flew out of the water and landed on the rock beside Ling Chen, had a pair of sharp eagle eyes that flashed with anger. Just as he was figuring out how to catch the water beast, a dark shadow had already dived near Ling Chen. Misty Zhuo was about to try again, when the thing that looked like an elephant's trunk suddenly shot out sharply from underwater, curled around Ling Chen waist, and forcefully yanked the man underwater. Chapter 18 Goon Less Than. Ling Chen didn't put up much of a fight and was directly dragged underwater. After entering the water, the picture in front of her eyes only gradually became clearer. She grasped the elephant trunk at her waist with one hand, and when she exerted force with her 5 fingers, cracks appeared in the hard skin, and blood seeped out from underneath her fingers, and gradually dispersed in the water. The water beasts under the water that couldn't peek at the original appearance suddenly let out a furious cry, followed by several water arrows that shot over hidden in the water waves. Ling Qingyan's spiritual power had long since dispersed and enveloped the waters, so naturally she did not let go of these few water arrows that were almost impossible to capture with the naked eye. She was surprisingly fast, and after ripping that elephant trunk away with her bare hands, her body leapt back and she dodged the tail of the arrow that passed close to the tip of her nose. Ling Chengnan, in his closed state, grabbed that elephant trunk that was desperately trying to draw back and directly followed the trunk's force to chase after that stealthy water beast. His right hand's iron fist had already been prepared, and after dodging dozens of water arrows once again, he smashed that water beast's head into a pit with a single punch. Misty Zhuo was just about to swoop down from a high altitude to help when he saw a splash somewhere on the surface of the water, followed by Ling Chen emerging from underwater, shaking off the wet hair plastered to his face, tying the elephant trunk to his waist, and swimming slowly towards the shore. Misty Zhuo flapped her wings and hovered over the water surface, looking at the water beast that gradually surfaced behind her. She couldn't help but round her eyes and exclaimed, "It's the elephant-headed lake-singing beast. Sister N, you're a big bull." Ling Qinzhen stepped on the small rounded and smooth stones on the shore, tugged on the elephant trunk and pulled the water beast that she had whacked out of its skull directly onto the shore, and turned back to ask Misty Zhuo to go and call Yu Xiaochen over. After wringing her wet hair so that it no longer dripped, Ling Qinzhen turned around and looked at the water beast lying on the rocky beach on the shore. Its head was really big. Strange looking as well. It was clearly a water beast, but it had an elephant head, and even had a pair of very sharp tusks, and its ears grew more like oversized fish fins, covered in gorgeous scales. This water beast's skin was sea green in color, and when you got close enough to take a closer look, the scales all over its skin were actually transparent, refracting splashes of color in different situations, and also changing colors as the water beast controlled them, which was the fundamental reason why it could hide its form. The blades of grass behind her were ruffled, and Misty Zhuo appeared behind her with a brownish-red little panda with its limbs spread out in an effort to show that it was fierce and not to be messed with. Misty Zhuo placed the little panda on the flat boulder beside Ling Qinzhen, breathlessly looking at the little thing that was blowing up its hair, showing its teeth. What's so fierce about being fierce? With this little body of yours, I can whip you into a spin in place with one wing. Yu Xiaochen immediately ran to Ling Qinzhen's side and hid behind her, probing ferociously at the ferocious Misty Zhuo. If you keep bullying me, wife master will beat you up. Yu Xiaochen knew that he couldn't beat Misty Zhuo, but he wasn't a single beast anymore, and although wife master didn't look too easy to mess with, it should be okay to fox around a bit at the right time, right? He turned his head to look carefully at Ling Qinzhen, and met the playful expression on her face. Rubbing his round, furry cheeks with his paws, he revealed a good-natured, pleasing smile. Misty Zhuo was simply furious as she watched him being cute to Ling Qinzhen, grabbing the lake-sounding beast with half of its body still soaked in water, twisting her head and dragging her prey to continue walking towards the grass. Only then did Yu Xiaochen notice the behemoth at the water's edge and couldn't help but open his mouth wide. On that cute furry face, he couldn't even be bothered to put on an ingratiating look. His tail stood stiffly underneath his body, puffed up a whole circle, and his two paws were holding onto the back of Ling Qingnan's shoulder, standing on tiptoe to look at it in disbelief. You caught it? Aha! Yu Xiaochen returned to his senses and carefully looked at the face that was almost level with his beastly head. It really was female. The facial lines are a little softer than male beastmen, the jawline is smooth and sharp, even the pink lips are shaped like prisms, the end of the eyes are slightly upturned, and the contours are profound. It is a face that completely breaks his stereotypical impression of female beastmen. So handsome. After looking at it for a long time, his legs are a bit soft. Yu Xiaochen slowly lowered his head, looked at the clawed paw that was holding on the back of her shoulder, quietly moved away, a little overwhelmed, and squeezed the paw, a little embarrassed for a moment. Ling Qingnan watched his whole set of small actions, couldn't help but curl the corner of her mouth, and didn't bother about the wet animal skin skirt on her body, pinched the white triangular ear on top of his head. The feel of the hair was too soft and smooth, couldn't help but twist it a few more times. Yu Xiaochen stiffened his body, using his tail to pestle behind him, his two paws and claws cupped in front of his chest, not daring to move. After Ling Qinzhen withdrew his hand, he was in a rather good mood and said, "Your fur is really quite well groomed, it looks beautiful. Yu Xiaochen's beast form is really rare and cute, the whole body except for the pointed ears, the faceplate is round, the nose is round, the eyes are round, the body is also round, even the tail is cylindrical when it is blown up. In the past 2 days, because of dressing as an orc and stumbling into 2 messes one after another, her mood has not been good to talk about, but at this moment, after jerking off a couple of furry, this bad mood is strangely cured. TSK. No wonder so many people liked to raise furry children before the end of the world." Yu Xiaochen heard her praise. The whole beast was a little light, happily hugged her arm, tilted his head and looked at her face, his eyes shining brightly. Not being hated, hey. He also thought that going to live in the Stone Forest tribe would be very uncomfortable at first, and difficult at every turn. Unexpectedly, his wife's master looked as if she liked his beast form. He, the little goon Yu Xiaoyu, could do it again. The smell of his wife's body is also very good, hey. Unlike those females who do not like to take a bath, every spring, fall and winter there is a not so good smell on the body. Even though the adoptive father and the matriarch are both unloving, this heavenly marriage doesn't seem to be that bad. Well, it's not quite certain yet, let's look at it again. Ling Qinzhen lifted him and placed him on the ground, slightly lifted his chin and said, "Go, and take a look. If you're interested in the meat of the lake-singing beast, pick your favorite parts and when you go back you'll get your share first." Yu Xiaochen was instantly moved to tears, nodding his head vigorously, landing on all fours, running and jumping as he walked over to the side of the lake-song beast, his sight falling on the somewhat large fist print on top of the lake-song beast's head. Ling Qinzhen had little interest in this unfamiliar and strange-looking water beast. Anyway, if it wasn't tasty it would be distributed to the other beasts in the clan when the time came. As for why Yu Xiaochen was allowed to choose first. Just kidding, this is a wood system supernormal ability big baby, of course it has to be raised properly. The system that pitiful, an ordinary small first aid kit dares to ask her for 2 energy points, not to mention other special therapeutic drugs with more powerful effects. Any one of the potions can make her carry a huge debt of energy points. Garbage system, every day trying to get her to borrow debt, and then deathly pressurizing her to do quests. Dream on. Ling Qinzhen looked at the large silver-white fish slowly swimming under the surface of the water and narrowed her eyes slightly, pondering about the lake-sounding beast's use of water arrows just now. It seems that the Beast Plains continent is not only beasts that will awaken their powers, even animals will awaken. No wonder even the most powerful hunting teams still suffered casualties from time to time. Chapter 19 Moon Plume Green Crane. This elephant-headed Lake Ming beast weighed no less than a ton. What Ling Qinzhen wanted was to cut it open in situ, pick the parts that could be taken away, and leave the rest in situ. But Misty Zhua said nothing. The lake-singing beast is a very difficult beast to catch, and it's especially rare in numbers. Even the flavor of its innards is delicious. It's a very rare water beast. It has to be taken away in its entirety. The last time a warrior from the tribe caught the lake-singing beast was 2 years ago. He only got a share of more than 20 pounds of Lake Ming beast meat. That flavor he remembered until today, and finally caught the opportunity for him to be able to eat it again with an open belly. Ling Qinzhen looked at the greedy Misty Zhua, pointing at the large-sized lake-song beast, and asked him with a cold face, "Then how do you plan to bring this back? Can you lift it?" "It must be possible." Misty Zhua estimated in his mind and directly transformed into a gold-topped giant eagle, spreading his several meters-long wings and twisting his head to look at the stake like Yu Shaochen. "Can you get a few sturdy vines to tie up the lake-sounding beast?" Yu Shaochen pondered for a moment, his 2 front paws pressed against the ground, and all the weeds within 5 meters nearby suddenly withered, and a huge green shoot burrowed out from under the barren grass, growing bigger and bigger at a speed visible to the naked eye. The long vine probably grew to more than 10 meters before it stopped extending further. He looked back at Ling Qinzhen and requested, "Can you cut the roots of the vine?" Ling Qinzhen looked at the vine that was about as thick as her waist, walked over to the vicinity of the root, and directly and violently uprooted the vine. Yu Shaochen touched the green vine, and the vine with the broken root was like a swimming snake that wrapped around the body of the lake-calling beast, with a strong knot at the head and tail. "Try it, this is the green delusion jack vine. It can pull up thousands of pounds." Yu Shaochen took a few steps back, lest Misty Zhua couldn't pull it up later, and flung the lake-sounding beast over his head, and he couldn't even run. Mist Zhua hooked the vines with both claws and immediately swung its wings desperately, flying upwards into the air. Ling Chengnan quickly grabbed Yu Shaochen, who was swaying from left to right, and quickly ran towards the distance, making sure that he would not be affected by the windstorm caused by Misty Zhua's wings before stopping and looking back at the stupid bird. The lake-sounding beast that weighed more than 1,000 pounds finally left the ground under Misty Zhua's efforts, and its long fishtail swept down on the weeds, plowing a deep scar on the ground. However, Misty Zhua didn't fly out far before his figure plummeted downwards. Only a loud rumbling sound was heard as the lake-sounding beast smashed into the grass, and Misty Zhua also landed on the ground with his face. Ling Qinzhen held the little panda with one hand and shook his head helplessly. "What golden-topped giant eagle? This brat is purely a sand sculpture, right? It's all said it won't work." Even if Misty Zhua could pull such a heavy Lake Ming beast, there was no way to carry her in Yu Shaochen's luggage anymore. And it would take about an hour to fly back to the Stone Forest tribe from Lake Huel, and he would definitely run into other flying beastmen or birds in the middle of the way. By then, he would be a target, and without her there, this kid would be mobbed and thrashed by the other wandering orcs in minutes, and would have to give away this lake-sounding beast that she had captured. Just as Ling Qinzhen was unhurriedly hurrying towards Misty Zhua, a large shadow swept over her head. She and Yu Shaochen in her arms raised their heads in unison and looked at the huge green bird that crossed over their heads. "Is that the Moon Plume Green Crane?" Yu Shaochen looked uncertainly openly at the giant bird with an extraordinarily graceful figure and tilted his head to look at Ling Cheng's chin. "Are they warriors of the Cold Mountain tribe?" "They should be." Ling Qinzhen wasn't so sure. The aura of the leading green crane was familiar. When she went to look for Huang Lian yesterday, that guy was staring at her from a nearby tree. A dozen or so green birds landed beside Misty Zhua, who had fallen dazedly. The leading green crane lowered its head and pushed the golden-topped giant eagle lying on the ground with its long beak, and opened its mouth to ask, "Do you need help?" Misty Zhua climbed up from the ground and stood on the back of the lake-sounding beast, tilting his head to look at the long-legged green crane that was 2 meters taller than his beast form, tilting his head to stare at Bai Qingyu with his sharp eagle eyes, and said warily, "It's okay to help, but it's not okay to split the lake-sounding beast." Bai Qingyu used his bird's beak to push it off of the lake-singing beast, raised his leg and kicked him in the ass. Begging for help has to have the attitude of a beggar. With such a horizontal tone, be careful of getting beaten up. Misty Zhua was unable to beat Bai Qingyu. Bai Qingyu was a level 9 water system psychic beastman, and one of the strongest males in the Cold Mountain tribe, plus he could fly, so if he fought with the Lingxiao patriarch, he would not lose out for a while. Misty Zhua was at best a mouthful of bravado, but having been kicked in the butt by Bai Qingyu, he didn't dare to turn around and peck him. Ling Qinzhen, with the pendant like Yu Shaochen under his left arm, pushed aside the blades of grass that were in the way, passed by the 2 green cranes, and walked over to the lake-sounding beasts, twisting his head to look at the male beastman that the original owner had been lusting after for years but hadn't been able to catch up with. It had to be said that the original owner's vision was really good. Among the dozen or so moon plume green cranes, it was the leading one that was the most unique. Not only was it extraordinarily tall in size, even its feathers were more beautiful and lustrous, and an entire immortal aura filled the air. It really has the flavor of the legendary immortal crane. No wonder. Ling Qinzhen just sized up a few more eyes, restrained himself and withdrew his gaze, grabbed the mist-walking chicken drake that was bouncing on the ground in his right hand, raised his head and said with the tall green crane, "I'm obliged, you guys just take it back and put it on the rocky beach in front of my house." The pale yellow beak of the white-green feather was slightly downward, and the red pupils of the calabash eyes faintly looked at Ling Qinzhen and looked back to clear a sound. The two giant green cranes walked over to the lake-calling beast, grabbed the vines on the ground, flapped their wings twice, and flew into the air. Compared to the dead dog like Fogjua. Well. Not laughing is her greatest respect for her own little brother. With a flap of his wings, Bai Qingyu set off a gust of wind that messed up the half-dried hair on Ling Qinzhen's shoulders, and his slender legs lightly stepped on the ground, and his body took advantage of the force and flew up. The other green cranes lined up to follow him, soon forming a neat formation in the air. Misty Zhuo looked at the green cranes that flew over his head, unhappily struggled out from under Ling Qinzhen, loaded up the two that couldn't fly, and with his beak picking up a package not far away, he flapped his wings hard, wanting to catch up with the team of green cranes in front of him. But it didn't work. The moonplume green crane was too big and had exceptionally large wings, easily surpassing him as an immature eagle cub, and there was nothing he could do about it even if he danced off his wings. "Sister N, I'm sorry." Misty Zhuo looked at the green crane that was getting farther and farther away, and howled with a downcast head. Ling Qinzhen looked at him with a puzzled expression. "Sorry for what? I'm too useless to catch up with that guy Bai Qingyu. Otherwise you could have looked at him twice more." Ling Qinzhen. "I can't thank you enough. Fortunately, this dull bird can't catch up, or else the little immortal man Qinghai young patriarch and his dog-licking female are hunting in the Kule Lake. Think about it and you know that there will be some kind of messy rumors going back." Ling Qinzhen sighed with a wooden face, forgetting about Beast Husband 3, who was still on her lap, without a trace. Yu Shaochen raised his claws and ruffled the long hair that fell on the tip of his nose, and asked in a small voice, "Is it the young patriarch of the Cold Mountain tribe that wife master likes?" Misty Zhuo turned around and gossiped with Yu Shaochen. "You just realized it now? Our entire northern beast plains, who doesn't know that my sister-in is called a poor pursuit of Bai Qingyu, dead to the ground." Ling Qinzhen couldn't stand being executed in front of him and punched him in the back of the head. "Shut up, you talkative little bird." Misty Zhuo closed his mouth indignantly, but was still very unconvinced. Today's Ensan was so grumpy. Chapter 20, Old Love, New Love. Bai Qingyu flew at the forefront with the group, and a green crane beside him withdrew his gaze to the rear and asked with a smile, "The young matriarch is still so easily soft-hearted, and even though he doesn't like Ling Chengnan, he's still willing to help out." Bai Qingyu didn't say anything, but the clansmen around him were very lively, gossiping as they flew. Some time ago when the Stone Forest tribe went to war with the other four tribes, the young clan chief brought people to guard the bottom of the mountain, and helped to take care of their tribe's old and young beastmen. "So why don't you let Ling Xiao know about it, ah?" Bai Qingyu said in a cold and clear tone, lips dry with teeth. Although their Cold Mountain tribe had a lot of large orcs, it was mostly dominated by flying orcs, and their overall fighting strength was actually no match for the Stone Forest tribe next door. And they couldn't never land, they needed to have a good relationship with their neighbors. Stone Forest tribe's patriarch, Ling Zhao's character, compared to several other tribal patriarchs with ulterior motives, was absolutely first-rate, honest, moral and trustworthy, and also had a bottom line. Losing such a good neighbor and replacing it with wolfish snow wolves and giant snakes is very dangerous for the old and young of their tribe. Although Ling Cheng'an liked to run after him and made a lot of gossip, he never actually forced him to do anything. Even if he rejected him many times, Ling Chenjiang still wouldn't cross the line and do something that would make him too distressed, not to mention the so-called love begets hate, but at most, he would just be demoralized for 2 days and make a comeback. From this point alone, he felt that as the young patriarch of the Stone Forest, Ling Qing'an's character did not have much of a problem. Ling Xiao was very good at teaching children. The white-headed green crane beside Bai Qingyu sighed softly and said, "Actually, if the young matriarch is willing, it would be a good thing to partner with Ling Qingzhen. This way, our two tribes would be even closer and would become one of the most powerful tribes on the Beast Plains." Bai Qingyu ignored this assumption and just said calmly, "It's still too early to find a mate for such a thing, I don't have that kind of idea right now." The white-headed green crane said in a worried manner, "How is it still too early? Young matriarch, you've already turned 18 this year, right now it's April, and you'll enter the breeding period in 2 months at the latest. Without a female companion, the breeding period for male beastmen can be very difficult." Bai Qingyu actually didn't have an accurate concept of the breeding period, as he had only just entered adulthood this year, and had never experienced the breeding period that his elders spoke of. But he still thought seriously about it. There are still many beastmen on the Beast Plains who didn't find a female partner at the age of 18, and they didn't go through it as usual. So he wasn't particularly worried, there was always a way. The green crane next to him echoed the words of the white-headed green crane, and hurriedly said, "Right, young patriarch, you should consider the matter of a female mate, don't always think that finding a mate is something far away. Right, you can't compare yourself to those male beastmen who can't find a mate, are they, that don't want to have a mate to spend the breeding period together? It's purely because they don't please the females, so they can't find one and can only rely on themselves to get through the breeding period. Bai Qingyu was a bit annoyed by his fellow clansman's readings and inclined his head. None of you look particularly tired today. Why don't you fly a little farther away on tomorrow's hunt? How about going to the Wufeng River east of Kyul Lake to hunt? As soon as his words fell, the other green cranes instantly stopped chattering. No go, Kyul Lake has an especially large amount of prey lately and can be rounded up for half a month. Why should we run to the faraway and dangerous Wufeng River to hunt? Young clan chief, it's better to forget about it. Yeah, we're exhausted today. Bai Qingyu looked at his fellow clansman who immediately pretended to be tired and shook his head helplessly. Probably because the group was too quiet, the green crane in the back couldn't help but whisper with his companion, actually, it should be too late for the young clan leader to find the Stone Forest's young clan leader as a companion now. I've heard that clan chief Lingxiao has already found her a few mates, and wasn't she holding a small male beast man in her arms just now at the edge of Kyul Lake? She probably won't run after the young clan leader in the future. What a pity, it will be hard to see such a bold female running after a male in the future. That young panda shouldn't have entered maturity yet. Without sharing a breeding period, it's not really considered a true mate. The young clan chief still has a chance. The young patriarch can't even avoid it. Where would he take the initiative to reach out to people? That's true. Although Bai Qingyu didn't participate in their conversation, what he should have heard was not missed a word, but he couldn't turn around and go talk to them. He didn't care about this at all. He could only quietly lead the group in front. The silhouette of Shichi Mountain was already getting clearer and clearer. Bai Qingyu turned back and arranged, take the people with the lake-sounding beast and follow me to the Stone Forest tribe. You lead the group back to Cold Mountain. A row of green cranes split into two teams from the air. One team flew towards the west, and one team went straight to the north. Bai Qingyu was the first to land on the edge of the clear stone stream, looking at the three caves above the rocky beach and looking back at his two companions who had fallen smoothly from mid-air. Even though the movements of the two green cranes had been put very gently, the landing of the lake-singing beast, which weighed more than 1,000 pounds, still made a loud noise. A yellow and white tiger cub suddenly jumped out from within the stone cave in front of them, vigilantly guarding in front of the southernmost cave, staring at the three of them. Bai Qingyu raised his wings to cover his body and quickly resumed his human form, making sure that the illusory beastskin skirt on his body was neat and tidy before he lifted his steps towards the wary tiger cub. I'm Bai Qingyu of the Cold Mountain tribe. Your sister entrusted us to bring back this lake-sounding beast. You don't need to be afraid. After seeing Bai Qingyu's face, the furry tiger cub was instantly relieved and sat obediently crouching at the entrance of the stone cave, not approaching these two large green cranes. When will my sister and the others return? Ling Xiaoxi tilted her head to look at Bai Qingyu's face, and couldn't help but feel that her sister's vision was really good. This should be the most beautiful male beastman on the beast plains. Unfortunately, her sister didn't have the ability to abduct people home. Hey! Looking pretty is to be able to do whatever you want. Bai Qingyu has always been patient with cubs. Looking back at the tile blue sky, warmly said, it should be fast, behind us. He was just about to say something else when he suddenly caught a whiff of blood and jerked his head up to look at the cave behind Ling Xiaoxi. Inside the dimly lit cave, a pale-faced male beastman, holding onto the stone wall, slowly walked out, stopping behind Ling Xiaoxi, quietly sizing up the extraordinary-looking Bai Qingyu. Hearing the footsteps, Ling Xiaoxi turned her head to look at Chong Zhen and raised her claws to point at Bai Qingyu and introduced, this is the young patriarch of the Cold Mountain tribe, the male that my sister is in love with. Rarely somewhat embarrassed, Bai Qingyu. How in the world did Ling Qingzhen teach her sister treasure awe? Ling Xiaoxi, obviously a tiger cub with big nerves, curled her tail and nudged the back of Chong Zhen's foot, tilted her head and arrogantly introduced, this is my number one brother-in-law, the young patriarch of the Medicine Luo tribe. Heavy-Zhen raised her hand against her lips and coughed twice, both cheeks spreading a sickly blush as she nodded slightly towards Bai Qingyu. Hello, I'm Heavy-Zhen. Bai Qingyu. The gentle green crane boy was a little uncomfortable, turning towards the stream. Seeing the black dot in the distant sky, he quietly sighed in relief and said towards the clansmen who were drawing water, let's go, they've already returned. Chongzhen's voice came from the wind behind him, many thanks to young clan chief Bai for helping his wife and master return the prey. Bai Qingyu's footsteps slightly paused at his words and turned back, it's fine, a show of hands. Let's go first. After saying that, he flew up into the clouds in a row and flew in the direction of the dense forest cascade before Ling Qingzhen landed on the ground. The two green cranes that lagged behind turned around and quietly surveyed the red-faced and white-toothed male beastman at the entrance of the cave, and secretly exchanged glances, the color of gossip in their eyes overflowing. The two of them smiled towards Ling Qingzhen who had just landed. The lake-sounding beast has been delivered. Young patriarch Ling, we will leave first. Please wait. Chapter 21, Loving Favorite Beast Husband. The two green cranes that were about to leave retracted their wings and turned back to look at Ling Qingzhen who jumped down from mid-air. Is there anything else young clan chief Ling wants? Ling Qingzhen placed the package in his hand on the ground and looked at the Lake Ming beast on the ground. As a thank you, you guys take half of the Lake Ming beast's meat. No need. The two green cranes hurriedly shook their heads. The prey we hunted today is already enough. The lake-singing beast's meat is very suitable for the cubs to eat. Keep it for yourselves. Mistijwood dropped down from mid-air and stood on the head of the lake-singing beast, holding his head high as he said, they only helped to bring back the prey. Why do they have to share half of it? Ling Qingzhen raised his hand and slapped his head away, calmly saying, if they hadn't helped bring it back, we would have brought back half of it at most, and the rest would have to stay where they were. Misty Zhuo was not too convinced, but inwardly, he actually knew very well that she was right, and finally gave a cold snort and jumped down from the lake singing beast, shaking the small panda that was grasping the body feathers on his back onto the ground. The two green cranes looked at the lake-sounding beast on the ground, and then looked at Ling Xiaoxi, who ran over with a huge bone knife in his mouth, with a somewhat hesitant expression. Our tribe doesn't have many cubs, but on the contrary, your Cold Mountain tribe has quite a few cubs, right? Ling Qingzhen took the knife handed over by Ling Xiaoxi and easily split the Lake Ming beast into two, tying half of it on the ground with a rope and dragging it over to the two green cranes. This is also a small token of appreciation to the Cold Mountain tribe for specially arranging for people to watch over our tribe's old and young beastmen when the other tribes were besieging the stone forest. Ling Qingyan's words landed. The two green cranes were surprised. You actually knew? Although Misty Zhuo couldn't catch up with these green cranes, she didn't lag too far behind either, and her spiritual power spread out just enough to hear what these green cranes were gossiping about. Well, more or less. So you guys take this half of the lake-sounding beast back, otherwise, I can personally send it over. Ling Qingzhen shook off the beads of blood on the blade and casually pulled a knife flower, tilting his head to look at the two green cranes in a good-natured manner. Seeing this, the other party immediately grabbed the vines on the ground, thanked them twice, and flew high into the sky carrying half of the lake-singing beast. Kidding aside, if they lured Ling Qingzhen back to the tribe, the young patriarch would have to clean up the two of them again. When their silhouettes were far away, Misty Zhuo had already put on her animal skin skirt and squatted beside the remaining half of the lake-singing beast, tilting her head to look at Ling Qingzhen. Sister In, they really sent someone over when the tribe was in danger, huh? Well, so it's only right to send them half of the lake-song beast. Alright, since it's like this, then I have nothing to say. Misty Zhuo sighed shallowly, glanced back towards Shiger at the cave entrance, raised his hand in greeting, and whispered, that's Medicine Luo Shiger, huh? Holding onto a stick, Chongzhen slowly walked to the edge of the rocky beach and sat on the rock beside Ling Qingzhen. Looking at the chubby little panda in front of him, he raised his head and inquired, only picked up one? The young patriarch of the Snake Mountain tribe was taken away by the people from the Beast King city, saying that the charges on his AMA were cleared and they could return to live in the southern region, and ran away 2 days ago. Misty Zhuo sat on the ground, casually pulling out the berries in Yashao Chen's arms, tilting his head back and throwing them into his mouth, showing his teeth and accusing Snake Mountain of dishonest behavior. Chongzhen wrinkled his brows and said, Chang'in Pa is gone? Yu Shaochen was also surprised and rounded his eyes, looking back at the pale Ling Qingzhen and inquiring in a low voice, so, the war between the two tribes is going to start again? Ling Qingzhen shook his head. Who has the time to start a war with them? Now several tribes uploaded prey has been eaten, this weather is getting hotter and hotter, there is no way to store it, it is going to be from the Snake Mountain to get more food, the final result is also put a stench just. Chongzhen put the stick in his hand aside, raised his eyes and said, if it's a matter of the prey rotting, you can actually consider it and cooperate with the Cold Mountain tribe even further. He knew that the Stone Forest tribe's prey quantity must have been overabundant during this period of time, only that it had been rumored before that Ling Cheng had failed to pursue his love for Bai Qingyu, and he thought that the two tribes had a poor relationship because of this, but the actual situation was far beyond his expectations. Ling Qingzhen skillfully peeled the meat and picked the bones, slightly inclined his head and said, you continue. Seeing that she was willing to listen, Chongzhen continued on, the Cold Mountain tribe is mainly dominated by the Moon Plume Green Crane clan, who reside halfway up Cold Mountain, and upwards is the top of the Cold Mountain peak, which is covered in snow and ice all year round, and the food can be preserved for a much longer period of time when stored in the snow and ice environment. Ling Cheng placed the picked out bones neatly aside, stood up straight and said, what you mean is that we can collect the prey that the Snake Mountain tribe is willing to hand over more. When the time comes, we will put it on top of the Cold Mountain peak for storage, and then go get it when we need it. Before that I need to clear the air with the Cold Mountain tribe, and it's best to give some favors so that we can get them to help us guard the gate of the repository? You're thinking quite well, but with the various tribes in the northern wasteland falling into a shortage of prey from time to time, this idea is too naive. Chongzhen pointed at the potatoes on the ground and said with a smile, if it was before, I definitely wouldn't have made such a naive suggestion. But with what you currently have at your disposal, especially if you want to grow this plant afterward, you will definitely need the help of the Cold Mountain tribe's young patriarch, who is a level 9 water exotic beastman. If the potatoes are really as high yielding as you say, the Cold Mountain tribe will also be moved to guard the repository gates for you, it's actually negotiable. Ling Qingzhen understood what he meant and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. What else do you have a high opinion on? Say it piece by piece. Chongzhen leaned against the stone, gently letting out a breath to ease the pain in his body, and slowly said, after June, the northern wasteland will soon enter the rainy season, and when it floods, what are you going to do with all these potatoes you've prepared for the cold season? The rainy season will probably end at the end of July, or the beginning of August, and after that there will most likely be a dry season of up to 2 or 3 months, without water. To grow this plant on a large scale, it will dry up and die, right? Ling Qingzhen did not particularly understand the climate change of the northern wasteland beast plain because she lacked complete memories, and it wasn't until Chong had analyzed it with her in a clear and organized manner that she realized that planting food wasn't that easy. In the case of lacking common sense and going about it in a bored manner, the probability was that the basket would be a basket of water. Why are you suddenly willing to tell me so much? Ling Chengnan knew that this fox had a lot on his mind and wasn't as docile and harmless as he appeared to be. Chongzhen hooked his lips and smiled a little. Didn't you say, don't keep useless people around? If I want the Medicine Luo tribe to merge into the stone forest, I have to show enough sincerity. Otherwise, you wouldn't agree, right? Ling Qingzhen squatted down to continue dividing the Lake Ming beast meat, curled his head down and said with the corners of his mouth, it's so hassle-free to deal with a smart person like you. Thanks for the compliment. Shaichide relaxed lightly and slowly straightened his injured leg, wiping the fine sweat at the corner of his forehead with the back of his hand, and a drop of sweat hung on his slender eyelashes. A furry paw suddenly pressed against his knee, and the brownish-red, round-faced little panda tilted his head to look at him, slowly wrapping a layer of pale green light around his worst wound. You're also Wife Master's beast husband, aren't you? Yu Shaochen carefully covered all of his alien energy over his trace bleeding wounds. I am Yu Shaochen, of the Wuyang tribe. Chongzhen lowered his eyes to look at its fleshy, furry paw and lowered his head for a long time without saying anything. It wasn't until Yu Shaochen retracted his right paw and was ready to run to Ling Qingnan's side that Chongzhen raised his eyes to gaze into his clean eyes. Thank you. But at the risk of asking a question. Are you 15 years old? Chongzhen looked at this somewhat silly and sweet little panda, once again looking up at Ling Qingzhen with a questioning gaze. Was she really there to pick up a beast husband and not to pick out a beloved pet? Chapter 22, Frost Star Silver Wolf. Yu Shaochen's running and jumping movements suddenly stopped, turning back to look at Chongzhen with an exasperated look. The fur on his body exploded all of a sudden, and he questioned angrily, are you polite? I'm 17, not younger than you. Looking at Yu Shaochen who suddenly exploded his hair, Chongzhen touched down the tip of his nose in rare embarrassment, and said with a bit of a heartbeat, I'm sorry, I don't know much about the little panda of the Yulin forest. After Chongzhen apologized, Yu Shaochen's mood quickly adjusted back, a pair of round black eyes surveyed him for a while, and his exploded fur slowly behaved itself again. You are forgiven. After saying that, Yu Shaochen turned a corner, jumped and burrowed behind a banana leaf, rustled and tossed for a while, and turned into a human form to appear in front of several people. Until he saw Yu Shaochen's human form, Chongzhen had a sense of reality that this person was also Ling Chengyan's beast husband, mainly because the contrast between his beast form and his human form was too large and too cut off. Ling Shaoxi and Mistige silently crouched aside to observe the two of them, always feel that the atmosphere between these two brothers-in-law is a little weird. The thought that there might also be a male orc of unknown temperament who is also joining this big family. Mistige silently hugged Ling Shaoxi's neck, raised her hand Rua the little tiger's head, and whispered, you'll mess with them less in the future. It's said that most of the good-looking beastmen don't have a good temper. Ling Cheng lifted his foot and kicked Mistige's but his brows were widowed, less misleading the cubs there. Do you have the nerve to sit here? Why don't you hurry over and help? Miss Chua rubbed his buttocks and jumped up directly from the ground, circling around Ling Qingzhen, inquiring, Sister N, can I get more Lake Ming beast meat this time? Tonight is manageable, if there is any left over tonight, you can take it all. Misty Joie immediately smiled and said energetically, then I won't be polite. Come, Sister N, you can order me to do whatever you want. Ling Qingzhen had just split the Lake Ming beast in half from head to tail, but the entrails were not distributed to the Cold Mountain tribe. Misty Joie had said that the entrails of the Lake Ming beast were also very tasty, and although she didn't really love eating animal entrails, other people weren't necessarily picky, so she was going to spend a little bit of time cooking the thing up a little bit. Yu Shaochun, who was wearing an animal skin skirt, saw that they were all busy and squatted beside Ling Shaoxi and asked, is there anything that I can do? Ling Changnan was cutting a strip of meat neatly and placing it on a banana leaf aside, casually asking, Ling Shaoxi, did you pick up all the dry firewood I asked you to prepare? Ling Shaoxi used her big furry paw to plow down the stone, sheepishly lowered her head, and secretly looked at Ling Changyan who had his back to her. Without hearing Ling Xiaoxi's voice, Ling Qingzhen knew that this tiger cub had gone crazy playing and didn't even remember about gathering firewood. She said nonchalantly, at noon, your lake-sounding beast meat will be halved. Ling Shaoxi immediately looked up and puffed, that won't do, I'm going to pick it up. Withholding the cub's food is wrong, it will be spat upon by all the cubs. Oh. Then why are you squatting here? Waiting for me to carry you to the forest? Ling Xiaoxi flicked her tail and ran towards the dense forest in a windy manner. Yu Shaochen looked at the wind like tiger cub, opened his mouth. Before the words came out, the yellow and white little tiger was completely out of sight. Actually, I can help. She is so small, will it be dangerous to go to the forest alone? Ling Qingyan's hand rose and fell, the huge head of the lake-sounding beast rolled down directly to Yu Shaochen's feet. The skinny white teenager who was still worried about Ling Xiaoxi was so scared that he fell to the ground, opened a pair of round eyes, and didn't come back to his senses for a long time. Ling Qinzhen tugged on that long nose and threw the head of the lake-singing beast to the stream, looking down at the blood splattered on Yu Shaoqian's chin and eyelids, squatting in front of him and looking at his somewhat confused expression. Don't underestimate our stone forest's cubs, and even more so, don't underestimate our deterrent power in this area. There are no large beasts or inferior beasts within a 3,000-meter radius of this area, so you can feel at ease staying here. And you can help if you want to, don't help if you don't want to. This should be something you decide on your own. There is no need for anyone to arrange it. Ling Qinzhen stood up with his knees propped up and raised his hand to pat him on the head. Go wash your face, it's covered in blood. Only after Ling Cheng walked away did Yu Shaoqian finally come back to his senses, twisting his head to look at Chongjin, who was rummaging through the herbs, and cautiously asked, "Aren't you afraid of wife, master?" Seeing that he had helped him with his pain, Chongjin pinched a herb and said with a faint smile, "You're very afraid of Ling Cheng-in?" "A little." Yu Shaoqian raised his hand and compared it, "Just a little, probably because I have an instinctive fear of large beastmen." Chongjin looked at the few beads of blood rolling down his white and smooth face. His eyes were inexplicably a little dark, and finally the haze under his eyes suddenly swept away, curving the corners of his mouth and saying without hesitation, "She is not considered a difficult female to get along with. If you are uncomfortable around her, perhaps you can discuss with her to come up with enough compensation, or provide her with some help in exchange for returning to live in the Wuyang tribe. It is not impossible." Yu Shaoqian was suddenly wary, tilting his head to look at Chongjin's black hair that was draped over his shoulders and those eyes that seemed to be smiling, and stood up with one hand propped behind his back, pulling away from him. "You're encouraging me to leave her? What good would that do you?" Chongjin propped one hand on his jaw, teasingly sizing up this wimpy and sensitive little panda, his slightly hoarse voice carrying a bit of lethargy and teasing. "You're quite sensitive, I'm just answering your question. You want to stay, I'm not going to do anything to you. Like she said, it's up to you whether you go or stay. Most of the Stone Forest tribe's orcs are beasts in their original form. You'll have to adapt if you stay." Yu Shaoqian didn't understand the fox's cunning, but his intuition was spot on. He wiped away the shaky beads of blood on his snow-white jaw, wrinkled his eyebrows at Chongjin, and said, "I don't like you." Chongjin showed surprise at his frank attitude. Yu Shaoqian said bluntly, "I'm not too smart, but I'm not a cutie pie either. You have something in your words, and I don't really like dealing with beastmen like you who always beat around the bush." Chongjin looked at his back as he turned to leave, the fingertips lightly tapping his jaw, paused for a moment, and finally lowered his eyes and hummed and laughed, not too big, but not too small of a temper. A small furry tiger tugging at dry firewood bound by vines suddenly poked out its rounded brain from the grass behind Chongjin, its two small round ears moving twice, its big eyes looking curiously at number one brother-in-law. "Brother Shijizan is really just as big," sister said, "a beautiful and cunning male." Reaching behind his waist, Chongjin gripped the little tiger out of the shrubs and rubbed her little round face, raising an eyebrow as he asked, "When did your sister say that?" "Why would I tell you?" Ling Xiaoxi slapped his arm away with her paw, twisted her head and ran away, dragging the dry firewood with her, and turned back toward him again. "To give you a reminder, my big sister hates people who make crooked brains at her. Those bad guys who set her up end up being beaten up very badly. Although I'm not a bug in my big sister's stomach, I can tell that my big sister is planning to keep that little panda brother in the tribe. If you scare him away, big sister will definitely kick you out of the tribe." Ling Xiaoxi wasn't a pure dumb white sweet cub. She and Ling Qinzhen were sisters, and although the age gap was slightly too big, she had loved to follow Ling Qing and Zas around since she was a child, and she still had a good understanding of her big sister's habits. Chongjin's eyebrows lightly jumped, twirling his fingertips. "So, in your sister's heart, I'm not as good as a wimpy little panda?" Ling Xiaoxi blankly glanced at him. "Where did you get the confidence? Oh. In my sister's heart, the Cold Mountain Young Patriarch is definitely ranked number one, the rest are me and a father, and Brother Shaoqian is a rare wood system supernormal ability beastman. As for you, right now you can't do anything, and you still need my sister to hunt to feed you. In her heart, it's probably not as important as the half of the lake-sounding beast that will be in her mouth tonight." Chongjin watched the tiger cub scamper away, secretly grinding his back teeth grooves, looking down at the injury on his leg, rubbing his brow with his right hand, exasperated by Ling Xiaoxi's flurry of disparagement. Compared to the Cold Mountain tribal young patriarch and Ling's father and daughter, two people also, even if now even just came to the small panda, can be ranked in front of him. Okay, he now belongs to the soft rice, hard to eat, should endure, or have to endure. Several people are busy with the matter at hand, no time to pay attention to sitting in the sun. Emo heavy true. After a while, Ling Qinzhen walked up to him covered in vapor and handed a stone pot to Chongjin. "I'll tell you about the cooking method. From today onwards, your own medicine will be fried by yourself. Is there a problem?" Shigyur asked rhetorically. "Can I have a problem with that?" "Can't." Ling Qinzhen didn't even raise her eyelids and directly overruled him. She placed the stone pot directly in front of him, which was filled with half a pot of water, and handily taught him to choose the herbs, and explained clearly the chopping of the herbs, as well as the portions needed for each herb. "Remember?" Ling Qinzhen squatted in front of him, having already built up the stone stove. "Aha!" Chongjin looked at the herbs that weren't completely dried in the sun and wondered, "Why do you know all this?" Ling Qinzhen carried a small bundle of dry firewood over and placed it at his feet, raising an eyebrow. "Are you a newborn cub? Why so many whys?" Not to mention that if you ask, do I have to answer you? Then I won't ask. Chong wasn't angry at being disliked by her, looking down at her slender fingertips and listening attentively to her instructions for cooking the medicine. The medicine should be soaked in cold water for 1 beast hour, then decocted over high heat for half a beast hour, and over low heat for 1 beast hour. The calculation of time on the beast planes was basically the same as the Mordor's timekeeping. 1 beast hour was basically 1 hour. It was not too complicated. When decocting the medicine, if there's nothing else, you can use the small grains of pepper over there to make a powder with a stone grinder, which can be used when cooking, and if you're still idle, you can sharpen the bone knife and put the potatoes into water to soak after peeling off the skin. Chongjin tilted his head to look at Ling Chang'an, who had his back to the sun, narrowed his eyes slightly and said, I'm still injured. Yes, so the ones arranged for you are all light work that can be done sitting down. Am I considerate enough? Chongjin was muted for a few seconds. Ling Qingzhen didn't feel the slightest bit self-conscious about enslaving the injured. She had too many things to do, small things like grinding peppers and peeling potatoes. If Chongjin couldn't even do it well, the thought of her returning the goods might not be suppressed. Seeing Ling Qingzhen about to leave, Chongjin hurriedly called out to her, Did you get my animal skin blanket back? Ling Qingzhen paused in her steps and turned around. Not yet, I'll go get it this afternoon. That little panda moved over today as well. Your cave is that big, have you considered where to place him? Your father should be picking up the Snow Wolf tribe's young patriarch tonight, and where is he going to stay? Ling Qingzhen widowed a stinky face and stared expressionlessly at He Jin. So annoying. The three of them living together, she guarding the gate is always fine, right? Yu Shaochen had already finished washing his face and interjected, I can live in the trees, I'll just build a treehouse by myself in the afternoon. He had just looked around the neighborhood, and Ling Qingzhen was indeed right. There were no wild beasts in the nearby dense forest, even small animals were rare, so when his supernatural powers recovered, it would not be a big problem to replicate his treehouse from the Wu Yang tribe here. Misty Zhuo walked over with the clean thin stone slabs and a bamboo basket of clean Lake Ming beast meat, and asked, Will we start roasting the meat now? You first raise the fire. Ling Qingzhen laid out the stone slabs and sliced the meat while thinking about housing. Actually, building a treehouse was not a bad idea, but Chongjin definitely couldn't live in a treehouse. And the stone cave is just a place to live at the moment. After that there will be more and more people. It's still necessary to separate everyone's living area, so that she herself can be more comfortable. Your treehouse, did you build it in one afternoon? Ling Qingzhen looked at Yu Shaochen. Yu Shaochen hesitated for a split second before truthfully saying, It might not be too good, it will take at least 3 days before it's all finished. Then you'll stay in a cave with Chongjin tonight, and I'll stay with Xiaoxi. As for the Snow Wolf tribe if it can come, it will live with you guys for the time being. I will get a few more rooms out as soon as possible during this time. Chongjin suddenly said, if the Snow Wolf tribe's young patriarch can come, maybe you can save a lot of effort. Ling Qingzhen and Yu Shaochen twisted their heads in unison to look at him. How so? Chongjin said, Su Weifang is a level 7 gold system psychic warrior, and his beast form is the Frost Star Silver Wolf, which is a bit bigger than your size, so if you can get his help, the progress of digging the stone cave should be a lot faster. Let's wait until someone comes. Ling Qingzhen actually didn't hold much hope. It was mainly because she, as a person, had been a bit backward since she was a child. For example, when picking up these beast husbands, other than Yu Shaochen's trip which went a little smoother, the others were really a mess. On the Snow Wolf tribe's side, she always felt that it wouldn't go too well either. This ominous premonition was confirmed before sunset. Today, Ling Xiao returned early with the hunting party. As the hunting party flanked Ling Xiao out of the dense forest, Ling Qingzhen was squatting by the stream, scrubbing the leaves, and as soon as he inclined his head, he saw his own father, who was covered in blood and water. Ling Xiao's thick face was extremely gloomy and scary at the moment, and he was holding a bloody orc in his arms. Ling Qingzhen placed the half-scrubbed leaves in his hand on a rock and wrinkled his eyebrows as he greeted Ling Xiao. Yu Shaochen, who was trimming the branches of the freshly spawned bluebell wood, also peeks his head out from between the dense foliage and looks in horror at the bloody water snaking on the ground. Chongjin looked back at Ling Xiao, finally landing his gaze on the almost scratched half of his face, his pupils shrinking slightly as he said, Su Weifang? Misty Zhuo was very perceptive, realizing that the atmosphere was frighteningly tense at the moment, shrinking down beside Chongjin and asking in a low voice, Is that the Snow Wolf tribe's young patriarch? Chongjin nodded, the crease between his eyebrows was deep, dropping his slender eyelashes, reaching out to stop an orc in the hunting party, inquiring, How did the Snow Wolf tribe's young patriarch become like this? The beastman who was stopped looked at his slightly upturned fox eyes, and then saw the injuries on his legs. His cold attitude became a little softer, but his voice could not hide his anger. It's not those despicable beastmen of the Snow Wolf tribe who messed up. Chapter 23, Disfigured and Broken Bones. It took Chongjin some time before he finally managed to sort out relatively complete information from the upside-down narrative of the hunting team warriors. The Snow Wolf tribe and the Snake Mountain tribe were actually the main initiators of this joint war between the 4 tribes. The Wuyang tribe and Medicine Luo tribe didn't have a strong fighting force, but for the sake of huge benefits, so they gambled their lives to fight and got on their thieves' ship. However, the main force of the battle was still the Snow Wolf and Snake Mountain warriors, so when the battle was lost, it was also their two tribes that suffered the most casualties and losses. The Medicine Luo tribe and the Wu Yang tribe surrendered decisively after the defeat, preserving most of their warriors, and didn't dare to cheat on their surrender terms. However, the Snake Mountain tribe and the Snow Wolf tribe were different. No matter what the real reason was, the Snake Mountain tribe's young patriarch had already slipped up. And after the Snow Wolf tribe was defeated, not only did they have to face the fate of losing their troops, but they also had to hand over their young patriarch, as well as a large amount of prey. In this way, the young patriarch Su Weipu, who had led the Snow Wolf tribe to battle in the beginning, had become the biggest sinner. Ling Xiao places the blood gourd like Su Weipu on a flat rock and turns around to ask, "Has the witch doctor not come yet?" "Not yet, but it should be soon." Yu Xiaoqian squeezed in from the pile of people, startled by Su Weipu's miserable condition, and stood frozen in place. Ling Qinzhen raised his eyes and asked, "Can you stop his bleeding for now?" If the blood continued to flow like this, even the witch doctor was afraid that there was nothing he could do to return to heaven. Yu Xiaoqian squatted down to look at Su Weifang, whose half of his face was a bloody mess, and said uncertainly, "I'll try." He tried to hang his hand over the left side of Su Weipu's face. Ling Xiao stopped his wrist and sighed. "The injuries on his face are still secondary, the injuries on the back of his waist and legs are the trouble." Ling Chengnan had already reached out and ripped off the blood-soaked animal skin skirt, wrinkling his brows as he said with Yu Xiaoqian, help him to lie on his side." Yu Xiaoqian lowered his head to support Su Weipu's shoulders and carefully made him lie on his side. Ling Chengnan reached out and touched the spine of his back and shook his head. No, the lower lumbar vertebrae was smashed. "I don't know if the old witch doctor's healing technique can treat the damaged lumbar spine nerves, otherwise this person will most likely suffer from cauda equina syndrome, which is the weakness of the lower limbs, and will be incontinent in the future. Let him lie flat." Ling Qinzhen checked Su Weifang's legs. The leg bones were also smashed, the knee joints were even more bloody. It should be caused by being repeatedly pounded by a very heavy blunt object. The patella was already shattered, and the calf bones were also broken in many places. Yu Xiaoqian was a bit at a loss for words and asked, "So am I treating his waist, or his legs?" "Heal the face." Ling Qinzhen stood up and looked towards the old witch doctor who was carried over by the tribal warrior in the distance. "Just leave the other injuries to the witch doctor, you stop the bleeding on his face first." "Yu Xiaoqian? Listen to me." Ling Cheng turned around and walked towards the stream, saying nonchalantly, "If he can't be saved, let him be buried with a decent face." Ling Xiao and the other warriors look at her back in shock. "No, is this right?" Before the others could return to their senses, Yu Xiaoqian had already used all of his supernatural abilities for healing spells, all of them enveloping the left half of Su Weihua's face. The green ethereal light grew fainter and fainter, and the blood that kept seeping out of that miserable face finally stopped. However, the wound did not heal and still looked hideous and horrible. Yu Xiaoqian looked at the wound that did not show the slightest sign of healing and wrinkled his brows. "I tried my best, but there is something strange about the wound on his face." The old witch doctor held his waist and got down from the back of that orc warrior, looking at the blood scoop like Su Weifang. He immediately sucked in a breath of cool air, and hurriedly walked over to the half-dead Su Weifang's side, raising the withered vine-wrapped cane in his hand. At the top of the withered cane there is a tulip-like earth-yellow flower bud. With the wood system supernatural energy slowly recovered, the petals gradually opened up, slowly turned into the end of the white bottom green appearance. Those entangled withered vines seemed to come to life in an instant, and a large number of shoots sprouted from the branches, with stars of light green fluorescence escaping from the stamens and shoots, which then slowly fell on the seriously injured Su Wei painting. Ling Xiao she looked at the dreamy scene in front of her with her mouth wide open, mesmerized by the fragrance emanating from the greenish-white flower at the tip of the cane. Ling Changnan flung the water from his fingertips onto her face and reminded, "Don't inhale too much pollen, or you won't be able to walk and stand in a while." Chongzhen had never seen this kind of healing technique before and inquired, "Are these green pollens something special?" "It can stop the pain." Ling Qinzhen had long since held her breath. This kind of plant she had seen before was exactly the same as the new breed of plants that had mutated at the end of the world. This flower is called jade kirin. When the flower blooms, pollen will gush out from the buds, and people and animals who inhale the pollen will become dizzy, and for a short period of time, they will be less aware of pain. Chongzhen looked at the old witch doctor's back, tilted his head and asked, "Then why didn't you use it on me yesterday?" Ling Qinzhen looked down and locked eyes with him for a few seconds and silently moved away. "Do you think you deserve it?" Chongzhen looked at her fixedly. For a moment he didn't know how to retort. The expression on his face changed several times in a short period of time. Ling Qinzhen, on the contrary, like a nobody, squatted beside the stone stove, uncovered the lid on the stone pot, watched the medicinal juice boiling almost, sighed quietly. "This point in the family is not enough medicinal herbs. Tomorrow we'll have to go digging again." Chongzhen looked at the place surrounded by the crowd, and then looked at Ling Qinzhen who seemed to be extraordinarily indifferent, and asked, "Su Weifu was also considered your beast husband, aren't you worried?" "What's the use of me worrying?" Ling Qinzhen sat on the stone, his right hand propped up on the side of his face, his tone cool. "Right now it's already in treatment. If you can save your life, you can slowly nurse it later. If you can't save your life, then there's nothing you can do about it. The person isn't killed by me, I'm at most digging a pit to help bury the person." Ling Qinzhen poked his knee with his hand. You have this idle mind to worry about him. Why don't you use your supernormal ability to make a dirt bed for him at night? He'll probably have to stay on the couch to recuperate from his injuries for a long period of time afterward, and you'll become a sick friend. Chongzhen rolled his eyes and grunted softly. I don't have that good of a relationship with Su Weihua. Ling Qinzhen crossed his knife and said in a salty manner, I don't have that good of a relationship with you either, so pour out the medicine yourself and I won't bother with you. Chongzhen watched her get up and walk away. He turned back to look at Misty Zhua, who was stifling his laughter and wrinkled his eyebrows. Why are you here too? Listening to a joke. Misty Zhua spread his hands, cocked his head innocently, and emphasized, big joke. Misty Zhua was afraid of being too gloating by this fox, and slipped to Su Weipu's side of the fence with extremely fast speed. Chongzhen looked at the gurgling and bubbling black medicinal juice, reached out for the wooden bowl containing the medicine, but in the end, he couldn't reach it, so he could only get up with one hand on the stone and bring that wooden bowl over. By the time the witch doctor's powers ran out, the jade unicorn at the top of his wooden staff withered and turned into a walnut-colored flower-shaped wooden sculpture that fell to the ground. He's too badly injured, I can only heal him up to this point with my alien energy depleted, the rest is up to his own destiny. Chapter 24, Small Family Meeting. The witch doctor, who had completely exhausted his supernatural energy, was now much more hunched over, and his eyebrows, beard, and hair had lost their luster. After Ling Xiao thanks the witch doctor, he arranges for someone to send the old witch doctor back first, while Ling Qinzhen instructs Misty Zhua to join him, and by the way, sends a pot of the rib soup she stewed earlier over. Misty Zhua quietly carried the stone pot and followed the dispersed clansmen towards the interior of the village. Walking next to him was a hunting team warrior Lei Sang, in the form of a silver-horned knight lord, holding a weapon in his hand and carrying today's share of prey on his shoulder. Inclining his head to look at Misty Zhua's careful appearance, his nostrils opened and closed twice, and probed to ask, what's on your end? It smells so fragrant. This is the lake-sounding beast rib soup that the young clan chief asked me to send to the witch doctor. Misty Zhua held her head high and said with great vigor, I drank 2 big bowls of it at noon today, and if it wasn't for the fact that the lake-singing beast was too hard to catch and sister and said she wanted to leave it for other people to try, I could have just finished the whole pot. Lei Sang reached out to touch the wooden lid on top of the stone pot. Misty Zhua wanted to hide but was afraid of spilling it, so she could only say in an evil voice, don't be so indebted to your hands, the lid needs to be kept on, the soup won't be good if it gets cold. Lei Sang was startled by the hot air steaming out of the stone pot and hastily shrunk his hand, but was soon attracted to the more and more dominating aroma that drew all his attention, and couldn't care less about what Misty Zhua said. Why don't you let me taste it? I haven't had broth that smells this good yet. Lei Sang raised his eyes to test Misty Zhua's bottom line. Misty Zhua showed her teeth. Hurry up and put the lid on, this is for the witch doctor, he's all old. He also used up his supernatural powers for Sister In's beast husband's treatment. You have the nerve to grab this pot of broth with his old man? Even if I give you a pot, it's only enough to stuff your teeth. Lei Sang was a little regretful, slowly putting the lid back on and following Misty Zhua towards the witch doctor's house, begging as he walked, then help me ask the young patriarch tomorrow if I can trade a piece of meat for a pot of broth. I want to get some to go back and give the females and cubs at home a taste. Misty Zhua looked at his begging expression and couldn't be cruel enough to refuse, only saying, I'll help you by saying that it's okay, but Sister N doesn't necessarily have the time to do it. Her family's current situation is also clear to you, to raise 3 males that have no hunting ability and still eat a lot of it. This I know, when the time comes I will give more meat it just so happens that recently there is a lot of meat divided, put it away and not eat it is also bad, take it for this kind of fragrant meat soup, just right. Misty Zhua quickly walked towards the witch doctor's home cave, watched the tribe's orcs put down the witch doctor on his back after a few orcs helped clean up the old witch doctor's home, and soon left. The old witch doctor sat on the rock at the entrance of the cave with drooping eyelids. Misty Zhua put the stone pot in front of him, lifted the wooden lid, tilted his head and said, Grandpa witch doctor, this is the broth that Sister N asked me to bring you, do you want to drink it first? The old witch doctor was actually very tired, and originally wanted to refuse Misty Zhua, but when he opened his eyes and saw the broth radiating heat in front of him, he was stunned for a few seconds, and his fingers on his knees trembled a little. The young clan chief made this? Aha! Misty Zhua took out a wooden spoon from the small pocket on her waist and handed it to the witch doctor, smiling like she couldn't see her teeth. The flavor can be good, so hurry up and taste it. Although Sister N didn't manage to abduct the young patriarch of the Cold Mountain tribe back, but the craftsmanship honed during this husband-chasing period, that's really nothing to talk about. The old witch doctor knocked on Misty Zhua's head with the cane in his left hand and said with a serious face, how can you flirt with the young matriarch like that? She will be the warrior who will lead our stone forest to the top in the future, so maintain a sense of reverence. Misty Zhua rubbed his head and did not argue with the old witch doctor. Turning his head to look at a wooden board placed not far away, he took it over and patted it under the stone cauldron, making it convenient for the old witch doctor to put the cauldron on his lap and slowly enjoy the broth in the cauldron. The witch doctor drooped his sagging eyelids and took a spoon to scoop up a spoonful of the soup and bring it to his mouth. It wasn't until a long time later that he said with hot tears in his eyes, it's really been too long since I've eaten meat soup that smells so good. Misty Zhua squatted in front of him and queried, Grandpa witch doctor, you've eaten it before? I ate it when I was in the southern Beast Plains. The witch doctor was unwilling to mention too much about the southern beast plains, and only lowered his head and slowly drank the soup, occasionally eating a piece of the extraordinarily good-tasting Lakeming beast meat. Mr. Zhuo watched him eat, craving for it to the point of drooling. Seeing that the task was completed, he directly got up and said, "Then Grandpa Witch Doctor, I'll leave first. Tomorrow I'll come back to get the stone pot. You take your time to eat off." When Mr. Zhuo returned to Ling Qingyan's house, he found that the blood-gored like snow wolf young patriarch had already been cleaned up. After Yu Xiaochen pressed the blood-soaked beastskin skirt to soak by the stream and fished out the beastskin skirt from his own big bag to change it for the scrub Su Weipiao, he sat by the fire and looked at the silent large family with some bewilderment. Ling Xiao was frowning intensely, glancing towards Su Wei painting's side from time to time, and was the first to speak. This time it's our father's fault." Ling Xinzhen passed a bamboo tube of clear water to Ling Zhao's hand and reacted flatly. "What kind of fault is this? Didn't I also bring the half-dead Chongzhen back without saying hello? Half-dead Chongzhen. Your father and daughter's mouths are smeared with poison, right?" Ling Qingyan glanced at Su Weifang, whose body was still twitching from time to time even though she was in a comatose state, and after sitting down on the ground, he calmly said, "The matter has come to this point, words of introspection are unnecessary. The issue at hand is not whether or not we should bring the people back, but rather how to solve the problem of the family's current food problem, as well as the problem of treating the injured." Ling Xiao nods and agrees. "Don't worry too much about this for the time being. I will make another trip to the Snow Wolf tribe tomorrow and ask them to hand over more prey as compensation. Since they dared to hurt the person we want like this for revenge, we don't need to speak politely to them anymore." Chong Zhenjin was boiling medicine for Su Weifang and raised his eyes to Ling Qingyan and said, "The snow wolves are cunning, so I guess they had a way to deal with this long ago. The agreement you negotiated with the 4 tribes earlier to surrender and hand over the prey is flawed." Ling Xiao raised his eyes to look at Chongzhen. Instead, Chongzhen said without a hitch, "The 2 tribes, Wu Yang and our medicine Luo, have no way to surrender all their prey in one go in a short period of time because of their battle prowess. So our 2 tribes are delivering in batches. But the Snow Wolf tribe has quite a few orc warriors, and the amount of prey that you have set, as long as they are willing to do so, it is possible to take it out at once. In this way, these prey items you guys can't eat in a short period of time will go bad." Ling Xiao also realized that at that time, they and the Snow Wolf tribe did not agree on whether it would be a one-time delivery or a regular delivery in batches. Chongzhen's analysis made sense. The current patriarch of the Snow Wolf tribe had a really bad personality. In order to take the piss, having Shirlin in the position of getting all the prey but not being able to digest it in a short period of time, and only being able to helplessly watch the prey rot, was definitely a Thai thing he could do. What should we do then? Ling Xiao was a bit surprised that Chongzhen was willing to take the initiative to speak up, so he tentatively asked. Chongzhen twisted his head to look at Ling Qingyan and said with intent, "I've talked about this matter with my wife's master. What about his wife's intentions?" Ling Qingyan looked straight into his fox eyes, and after a long time coldly said, "I will go to the Cold Mountain tribe tomorrow and talk to Bai Qingyu." Ling Xiao looks at them with a confused expression. "No, this is properly talking about what to do with the surplus of prey. Why is it suddenly brought up to the young patriarch of the Cold Mountain tribe? It was so hard for him to pull his eldest daughter out of this fire pit. Is he going to jump back in again?" Chapter 25, Couples Quarrel. Ling Zhao's gaze was too hot and the emotions under his eyes were exceptionally complex, making it difficult for Ling Changnan to ignore it even if she wanted to. She had to rehash the topic she had talked about with Chongzhen at noon, but it still didn't make her worried old father put his heart back in his stomach. Ling Xiao looked at Ling Qingyan, who was slicing the fatty meat, and opened his mouth to say something more before Ling Qingyan looked up and interrupted his thoughts. "Ah, father, how many gold system psychic warriors does our tribe have?" Ling Xiao wrinkled his eyebrows and said, "Not counting the orcs under the age of 16, there are currently 4 gold system psychic ability orcs, 3 are in the hunting team, and 1 is a female orc in her 40s. If we add Su Weifang, we are now counting 5 adult golden system heterokinesis beastmen. And to say that the one with the highest level of psychic ability, it would have to be him." Ling Zhao's line of sight moved to the young beastman lying on the stone, his eyes filled with regret. "Su Weifang can't be counted right now. I've probed his body with my alien energy, all of his alien energy is depleted, and there has been no sign of recovery. Ling Qingyan no longer expects Su Weifang to play any role in the short term." Yu Xiaochen raised his eyes and interjected, "The wound on his face is also very strange. I covered all of my alien energy on the wound on his face, there were signs of healing, but it quickly fell apart again. I've never seen this before." Ling Xiaoxi twisted her head to look at her new brother-in-law number 2 and muttered in a low voice, "Could it be that your powers are too weak?" Yu Xiaochen defiantly looked at the yellow and white tiger beside him and defended himself. "Even though I only have level 4 in my otherworldly abilities and don't know many healing techniques, I do have experience in healing. I will use all of my alien abilities, and I am able to estimate in my heart to what extent the wound will recover. His injury is too bizarre, it's definitely not that I'm too good." Chongzhen held Su Weifang's head, looked down and surveyed the overly deep wounds on his face, and after observing for a long time, he wrinkled his eyebrows and said, "The wounds on his face, it looks very much like they were made in 2 separate occasions." Yu Xiaoqian also moved to Chong Zhen's side and followed where he was pointing. The shallower wounds look like they were scratched out by the tips of beast-shaped claws, and the deeper wounds are new wounds that look more like they were scratched by metal or bone knives. Yu Xiaoqian brought the torch closer and squinted his eyes slightly, and after a long while, he said in a daze, "No wonder, those wounds he got clawed out by his claws have been treated by my supernatural powers, and are already showing signs of healing. But these new wounds haven't, instead they are continuing to worsen." The love security system in Ling Qingnan's brain had gone crazy and was wailing and clamoring noisily at the expressionless host. "Ah, those AHS of the Snow Wolf tribe have actually scratched the amazingly handsome face of the host's your number 3 beast husband. Unforgivable, absolutely unforgivable." Ling Qinzhen sighed shallowly and communicated with the system with her mental power. The injury on Su Weipu's face, was it coated with some kind of medicine, or some kind of poison? The system huffed and puffed and bounced around within her mental domain for a few moments, nodded and said, "It should have been poisoned on the dagger. If the host wants to know exactly what kind of toxin it is, she needs to spend energy points to test it." "How many energy points?" "3 energy points." Ling Qinzhen said with a wooden face, "Why don't you go and rob it? System, you now have 14 energy points, so why are you still skimping on these 3 energy points? Even without your detection function, all I have to do is say the characteristics of this toxin to the witch doctor, and 9 times out of 10, he will be able to give an answer, believe it or not. He might even know what herbs to use to cure the poison." Ling Qinzhen no longer held any hope for this retarded system that was dying for energy points. The system immediately fell into silence when it heard her statement. In the end, it could only grit its teeth and say, "1 energy point then." Ling Qinzhen rolled her eyes and didn't answer its words. The system's bottom line dropped again and again, and in the end, it ruthlessly said, "Just 1 energy point, with the formula for making the antidote. That's the price, it can't be lower. Unity, I also have dignity, okay?" Ling Qinzhen lowered his eyes and threw the cut fatty meat into the burning hot pot and said nonchalantly, "Deal." You super invincible bad woman." The system hated that one. Ling Qinzhen was in quite a good mood and said, "Thanks for the compliment. What's the point of being a good woman? Being a bad person at that time is a sense of accomplishment. She, for one, likes to see the jumpy look of others who can't stand her, but can't do anything about it." The system directly scanned Su Weifang from head to toe and gave the most complete diagnosis and treatment results. After reading the diagnosis and treatment results given by the system, Ling Qinzhen more or less sympathized with this unlucky person. Su Wei Painting's body is broken and tattered, like a broken boat that will sink at any time. The more serious thing is still the nerve damage caused by the spinal fracture. 95% of the possibility will suffer from cauda equina syndrome. To put it simply, it meant that the person would be paralyzed from the waist down and would be unable to control his bowels and would live without dignity for a long time afterwards. The old witch doctor used all his supernatural powers, but only managed to renew his bones, but the damaged nerves were repaired by less than 20%. The calf bone and patella were crushed and the alien energy repaired about 50% of them. The toxin in the facial wound was taken from the poisonous glands of the arcane scale snake lizard, and this poison would continuously corrode the wound, and there was no way for a wood-type psychic orc below level 8 to completely remove this toxin with a healing spell. The old witch doctor of the stone forest is a wood system level 6, and is already considered one of the top witch doctors in the northern wasteland beast plains, and the ability above him. The only ones with abilities above him were the mega orc tribes closer to the southern wasteland. Most of the witch doctors there are from the southern wasteland, and most of them are exiled sinners. They pride themselves on their nobility, and the difference between them and the native-born orcs in the northern wasteland is so vast that they won't be able to easily offer help. Even if they agreed to save someone, the person who asked for help would have to pay an extremely heavy price. And this trophy beast husband of hers is not yet so much as to make her pay so much. Ling Qinzhen brushed the antidote recipe while refining the oil in a stone pot. The sound of crackling inside the stone pot attracted a few adults who were worried. A few people were suddenly a little curious about what kind of food they would be eating tonight. Ling Zhao's share today is half of a triangular black pig. This kind of black pig is huge, like a small mountain, weighing over 3 tons. Its attack power is not particularly strong, but its defense ability is particularly high, and it is comparable in size to an adult hippopotamus that has not yet mutated before the end of the world. The triangular black pig is similar to the ordinary meat pig, but has 3 extra long black horns, and is a bit larger, with a lot of fat on its body, which is very suitable for refining lard. Ling Qinzhen fished out the bamboo basket of lard residue, sprinkled it with some salt and pepper, and placed it on the flat boulder. "Let's eat some lard dregs first to pad our stomachs, dinner will have to wait a little longer." Yu Xiaoqian carried the bamboo basket and handed it to Ling Xiao first, waiting for Ling Xiao to taste it before distributing it to Chong Zhen, Ling Xiaoxi and Misty Zhua, before finally taking a small piece of lard residue and throwing it into his mouth. Because the food had just come out of the pot, it was a bit hot, but he still covered his mouth and didn't spit it out, and only opened his mouth to breathe twice, and then couldn't help but bite into the burnt and crispy lard crumbs again. Salty, fragrant, and crispy. Without needing anyone to teach him, he comprehended the meaning of these words. The cloud that had previously hung over his heart was instantly put behind him, and his fingers couldn't help but reach towards the bamboo basket to take down a piece of lard residue. Chong ate a little more elegantly, his fingertips holding the lard residue and biting into a small piece, slowly savoring the richly flavored cooked food. The corners of his mouth were still stained with a small amount of pepper and crumbs of lard residue. Ling Xiaoxi and Misty Zhua, as well as Ling Xiao, were completely devouring the food, not forgetting to sweetly praise the hardest working Ling Qinzhen. Ling Qinzhen twisted a piece and threw it into her mouth. Her mouth that had faded out of the bird was finally awakened by this remembered flavor, and she nodded her head with satisfaction and said, "It's not bad, it would be even better if there was chili powder." Unfortunately, she didn't have time to look for chili peppers. The peppers were all picked by chance on the road and picked in passing. Ling Changnan used lard to fry a pot of potato meat slices, and casually sautéed a pot of 5 large lettuce that he dug out in the forest in the afternoon, uncovered a side of the lake-sounding beast bone broth that had been slowly simmered over a gentle fire since the afternoon, and turned his head to look at the roasted whole goat in front of Ling Xiao that had already reached the fire. The campfire jumps and the smoke rises, just the right time to start the meal. There is no table in the house. Ling Qinzhen went to a distant place in the afternoon to find a very large stone and moved it back to be placed next to the stone stove to act as a temporary tabletop. The family gathered around the irregular corners of the stone table side, looking at the table steaming meat and vegetables, gulping. But no one made the first move, turned his head toward Ling Qinzhen, who was washing by the stream, and silently moved a stone for her to use as a stool. Ling Qinzhen came back after washing her hands, carrying a cracked stone pot in her hand, her face a little unsightly. 3 stone pots had already broken in the past 2 days. Although the stone pots were not difficult to make, finding the stone material, planing out the shape of the pot, plus grinding and polishing, all took time. It is indeed a bit troublesome to go on like this. Ling Xiao looks at her as she throws the cracked pots aside and uses a bone knife to cut the whole hind leg of a sheep and put it in her personal rice bowl, raises his hand and touches her head, comforting her. "It doesn't matter if it's broken, I'll make you a few more in the morning, don't be sad. Ling Qinzhen shook her head, looked at the whole leg of lamb in the bowl, and then looked at Ling Xiao, who was distributing the roasted lamb to the others, and quickly adjusted the expression on her face. "Thank you, father, but I want to find orcs with gold system powers to try and forge an iron pot." "Iron pot?" Ling Xiao puts down the bone knife in his hand and wonders, "What is iron?" "A type of metal. I will go out tomorrow and look for iron ore on the way." Ling Qinzhen was prepared for this. Although there were metal psychic warriors on the beast plains, there were actually a variety of metals utilized. Moreover, it is impossible to create something out of nothing with the gold system psychic ability. One can only isolate the metal elements from the various ores around them and pinch them into the shape they want. The orcs who are more skillful in the use of gold system psychic ability are basically those who usually refine metal through metal mines, and carry it with them when they go out hunting, so that they can quickly control the metal to deform and attack their prey. Ling Xiao doesn't know what iron is, but knowing that it's a type of metal, this is good. He put down his bone knife and said seriously, "Before you go out tomorrow, come with me to the tribal meeting point then. I'll ask those gold warriors for you and see if they have a collection of the metal you need. If so, they should know where it's easier to find iron ore." "Okay." Ling Qinzhen nodded and used a spoon to give him a big bowl of Lake Ning beast meat soup, urging, "Father, let's eat first. We'll discuss all this after we finish eating." After the soup was sufficient, Yu Xiaochen and Ling Xiaoxi, as well as the 3 of them, Misty Zhua, consciously carried a bunch of bowls, pots, and chopsticks to the stream to wash them. Ling Qinzhen and Chong, on the other hand, went to feed the unconscious Su Weifang the medicine. Ling Qinzhen avoided the wounds on Su Weipu's face as much as possible and pinched his cheeks to force him to open his mouth. Chong, on the other hand, held a spoon in one hand to scoop up the medicine, and in the other hand, held a clean piece of bamboo to press down on Su Wei Painting's tongue, and slowly poured the medicine in. After a bowl of medicinal juice was filled, Ling Qinzhen and Chong's heads both broke out in a layer of sweat. Chong put down the spoon and bamboo slice and slowly let out a breath. This feeding medicine is really troublesome. Ling Qinzhen looked at the blood on her hands and sprinkled the medicinal powder left behind by the witch doctor on Su Weifang's face before she turned around and went to the stream to clean it. When she came back again, she saw Chong with a gloomy face, staring sullenly at Su Weifang's wound that was oozing blood again. "What kind of poison did you get on this wound?" Su Weifang, even if she failed to lead them to win this battle. But as a clan member, how could they be so ruthless? Ling Changnan moved his somewhat sore shoulders and neck and said quietly, "I don't know much about the snow wolf tribe, but the wound on his face can't heal. It should be because of the venom of the Xian-scaled snake lizard." "Xian-scale snake lizard?" Chong raised his head and looked at Ling Qinzhen, who was standing in a backlit position. For a moment he was in a bit of a trance. Ling Qinzhen sighed deeply. There are 2 ways to detoxify the poison. One is to find a witch doctor with supernatural ability over level 8 and use healing techniques to forcibly get rid of the poison. The other way is to hunt a Xian-scaled snake lizard and use its bile and blood as medicine, along with several other herbs, to formulate an antidote. Chong tried to get a good look at her expression, but her face was completely sunk in the darkness, making it impossible to see. "You don't think you want to go hunting the Xian-scale snake lizard, do you?" His tone was hesitant, but in his heart, he was somehow already certain that Ling Changnan would definitely choose the second method to cure Su Weifang's poison. You'd better not go hunting Xian scale snake lizards alone. Do you know how dangerous Xian scale snake lizards are? Ling Qingzhen cocked his head, moved his wrist and laughed. What? Worried about your long-term meal ticket folding in the hands of a snake lizard? It's already that time, and you're still joking. Chongzhen sighed long and hard, rubbing the corner of his forehead and saying with a headache, you have no concept of the Xian scale snake lizard, right? Not really. When the system gave the two antidote solutions, it predicted that she would definitely choose the second one. So directly after the second solution, it attached information about the Xian-scaled snake lizard. Since you know that, then you're still thinking of hunting snake lizards? Chongzhen looked at her with a careless look, and kind of wanted to pry open her brain to see what exactly was contained inside. The Xian-scale snake lizard lives in the Misty Swamp in the northeast of the wasteland. And the Misty Swamp is one of the most dangerous places on this beast plane. Even flying beastmen, who have the advantage of high-altitude hunting, have a very high mortality rate in the Misty Swamp every year. And of these beastmen who die in the Misty Swamp, more than 80% of them die under the mouth of the genteel scaled snake lizard. Are you out of your mind? Su Weifang is miserable, and I sympathize with him. But he's already an invalid, it's not worth risking your life for him like this. Chapter 26, Three Husbands Sleeping Together. Ling Qingzhen, you are the young patriarch of the Stone Forest. To wade into danger for him alone. Have you thought about failing and dying? What will happen to your loved ones and the beasts in your tribe? Ling Cheng'an looked at Chongzhen with a solemn expression and a stern tone, his arms wrapped around his body, raising his eyebrows. I naturally have my considerations when I do things. The Misty Swamp is of course very dangerous for the orcs who rely on their eyes to distinguish danger. But to me, it is not. Chongzhen had gotten a bit angry, this person was truly not listening to advice. He turned his head away and grunted coldly, conceited. Ling Xiao watched from afar as the two had a fight over the snake lizard hunt, and was instantly a bit embarrassed and still a bit at a loss for words. Although this fight looked more very much like Heavy-Jin unilaterally wanted to quarrel, but NN was too lazy to listen to him. However, this time Ling Xiao kind of wanted to stand for Chongzhen, but when he met Ling Cheng'an's line of sight, his little idea of standing for his fox son-in-law instantly evaporated, and the words that came to his mouth became, Chongzhen is right, the Misty Swamp is very dangerous, you've never been there before, and it's very easy to suffer a loss, or I go. Ling Qingzhen looked at his old father's cautiously tentative look, and sighed helplessly, father, don't follow this. You don't care about the hunting team, do you expect me to go? Although the beastmen of the Stone Forest tribe all recognized her as the young matriarch, she had only just turned 16 this year and had not formally gone out with the hunting party. Ling Xiao suddenly didn't show up in the hunting team, letting her take her place on. The others would more or less be a little suspicious, and would even be worried that something was wrong with Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao was the spiritual pillar of the Stone Forest tribe, and the slightest abnormality would make the beastmen of the tribe feel uneasy. Therefore, she didn't want to waste her time on explanations. Moreover, Ling Xiao was also a landbound orc, and although his fire ability was powerful, his mental strength was much worse than hers, and in an environment with extremely poor visibility conditions, the chances of something going wrong were much greater than hers. Ling Xiao was a little weak, but still insisted, if you have to go, then I'll go with you, otherwise I'm really uneasy. Chongzhen looked in shock at Ling Xiao, who hadn't even held firm for 3 seconds, and reached out to nod Ling Xiaoxi's head. Who is usually in charge of your family? My father. Ling Xiaoxi squatted on the ground, twisted her head to look at the complex expression on number one brother-in-law's face, and instantly realized, but what my sister decides, it's useless for a father to oppose it. A sister won't listen to anyone's persuasion. Ling Xiaoxi looked at his tightly furrowed brow and reminded calmly, brother-in-law, you are also in our family now, do you want to be the master of our family? Chongzhen intuited that there was a pitfall in this sentence and asked very self-consciously, do you think I'm worthy of being your sister's lord? That I don't know, but anything is possible. If you can become the person at the tip of my sister's heart, she should be willing to listen to you. Chongzhen breathlessly skimmed the corners of her mouth and said conspiratorially, I really thank you for thinking so highly of me. Becoming the person at the tip of Ling Qingnan's heart? It was better to forget about it. He only wanted to help the Medicine Luo tribe find a strong backer to protect those weak cubs in the tribe, and then live well and peacefully himself. Developing a relationship with a female like Ling Changnan who was dictatorial and raised several beast husbands? It wasn't like he was sick in the head. Mother had told him before she died that relationships should be given to those who are worthy of them. Ling Changnan clearly didn't meet his criteria for choosing a mate in the beginning. Except for the very beginning when he thought he was going to die and planned to trade his corpse for most of his prey to stay in Medicine Luo. After determining that he couldn't die, he completely dismissed the idea of using his body to curry favor with Ling Changyan and commiserate. And Ling Qingzhen had given him a clear path, he didn't want to die now. Of course, Ling Qingzhen couldn't die either. His plan was based on Ling Qingzhen being alive and being able to continuously improve the lives of the orcs. Thinking about it, the core of the problem was really in the half-dead Su Weifang. Zhen inclined his head to look at Su Wei painting lying on the stone. His complexion was unpredictable, and inwardly he was even more darkly thinking, tonight after everyone is asleep, he will directly assassinate this guy, and Ling Chengnan should not have to go to the Misty Swamp to take the risk. Well, the feasibility of this plan seems to be quite high. If you don't go and rest, why are you sitting here and gawking? Ling Qingzhen was ready to carry Su Weifang on the rock into the cave, but remembering that there was only a grass mat inside the cave, he suddenly stopped moving and turned his head towards Ling Xiao and shouted, "Father, do you have any extra animal skin blankets there?" Ling Xiao nodded and said, "There is. I'll go get it for you." Without the need for Ling Qingzhen to explain, Ling Xiao knows that the animal skins in her cave are definitely not enough. As he passed by Yu Xiaochun, he asked in passing, "Do you have enough animal skins? If not, I'll get you some as well." The animal skins in the family were all put away by Ling Xiao. These were precious winter supplies. Every time he was given a share of the animal skins, he would carefully tan them and put in some anti-insect medicinal herbs. He had saved up quite a lot over the years. It was also fortunate that he was diligent and thrifty, or else he would have to go borrow from others today. Yu Xiaoqin shook his head and pointed at the large beast skin parcel at the entrance of the cave. "I brought all my luggage, and I brought all the beast skins. It's enough." Ling Xiao nodded and tilted his head to look at the blue flower tree near the entrance of his eldest daughter's cave, as well as the treehouse that was beginning to take shape, and without pointing his finger at Xiaoqian's planning, he quickly stepped inside his own cave and held out a pile of animal skins. Ling Qingzhen sat by the fire, picked out the overly thick animal skins and put them aside, took some light and thin ones and put them together on the ground, and finally found a somewhat thick needle from the bamboo basket. This needle is metal, specific what material, she can't see for the moment, but in steel needle has a match. Naturally, there was no cotton thread here, it was all rope rolled out of animal hair, so it was thicker, but just right for the metal needle in the basket. Ling Qingzhen skillfully threaded the needle, a scene that made Ling Xiao, who wanted to help, a little puzzled and hesitantly asked, "NN, when did you know how to sew things?" Ling Qingzhen has already threaded the needle and raised her eyes and said calmly, "It's so simple, you can see it even if you look at it, right?" Ling Xiao slowly sipped water from a bamboo cup and said nostalgically, "You used to be terrible at sewing things, and then you didn't want to touch them. But when I think about it like this, it was all a long time ago. Our family NN has really grown up." In the face of the emotional Ling Xiao, Ling Qingzhen didn't say anything, only lowered his head and quietly sewed a few pieces of animal skins together, getting a blanket of animal skins that had a more serious color difference, but looked oddly neat. Chongzhen twisted his head to look at Yu Xiaochen and uttered, "Please help me to go to the cave." The two of them lifted the grass curtain and went inside the cave, and only then did Yu Xiaochen notice that there was actually light inside the cave. The several stone pots planted with light grasses were placed within a few half-man-high niches. Each pot of light grass had a dozen or so leaves, shaped like orchids, emitting a warm light that reflected the pale yellow buds at the top. It also illuminated the empty, dark cave. "You work hard and clean up those things in the left corner." Chongzhen held the wall and circled a general area. Yu Xiaochen was puzzled. "What are you planning to do?" "What else can I do?" Chongzhen relied on the stone wall, looking at the light grass and light stones that Ling Qingzhen brought back in the afternoon. He finally softened his heart. "Pile up a suitable resting place for Su Weipu. If we let him lie on the ground, we can't say that the person will heat up in the middle of the night and be gone." Yu Xiaochen did not refute him this time, capably moving the things in the corner out of the way and making way, watching Chongzhen sit on the ground and put his hand on the ground. Soon, the floor and walls of the cave moved, and the cave extended roughly half a meter deeper, with a roughly 40-centimeter high stone bed slowly appearing in the left corner position. The stone bed was about 1 meter 2 wide and 2 meters long. The head of the bed was on top of the stone wall, and there was a niche just at the wall against the head of the bed, with a pot of light grass on it. Getting out a stone bed, Chongzhen was already sweating profusely and his face turned pale. Seeing his shortness of breath, Yu Xiaochen knelt down to check the wound on his leg. "It's oozing blood again. My supernatural energy was exhausted during the night, and I haven't recovered at this moment, so there's no way to help you stop the bleeding." Chongzhen leaned against the stone wall and slowly closed his eyes, unconcerned. "It's fine, just a little bit of blood, can't die." His body, of course he knew in his heart. It was only because his injuries had not healed, and he had forcibly pressed his supernatural energy to manipulate the rocks in the cave to shift and deform, that he had gotten into this state. "Help me to rest over the grass mat, I'll be fine in a while." Yu Xiaochen looked at his face that had lost its blood color, and in the end, he only sighed softly, half dragging and half carrying him to place him on the grass mat. "I'll go and tell my wife, you definitely can't do it like this." Chongzhen suddenly opened his eyes and said in a cold voice, "She doesn't know healing techniques, what can she do? Pack yourself a place to sleep, and by the way, take her animal skin blanket to Ling Xiaoxi's cave, and don't worry about anything else." Yu Xiaochen wanted to say something, but as a result, after Chongzhen finished speaking, he immediately closed his eyes, and before he could stand up, his person directly fell asleep. Yu Xiaochen was worried that something was wrong with his body and immediately got up to find Ling Qingzhen. As a result, just as he raised his hand to lift the grass curtain, he saw Ling Qingzhen standing outside the cave with Su Weipu in his arms. "Is he asleep?" Ling Qingzhen asked. Yu Xiaochen nodded and said, "Excessive consumption of alien energy, the wound is bleeding again." Manipulating rocks to shift and deform is really much more difficult than controlling soil changes. Ling Qingzhen pointed to the hay by his feet. Spread this hay on the stone bed, then go and bring the animal skin blanket I just sewed over as well. Yu Shaochen nodded obediently and watched her back as she left, and in the back of his mind, he somewhat wanted to ask her if she wasn't worried about Chongzhen's body. After all, Chongzhen had listened to her proposal and squeezed her own strength to get the stone bed for Su Wei painting, only to get into this miserable state now. This unheeding look of hers was really a bit cold. But he didn't quite dare to say it outright. By the time he returned to the cave with the animal skin blanket in his arms, Ling Chengnan was already squatting beside Chongzhen, placing the empty bamboo cup in his hand on the ground, pointing to the stone bedside, and Yu Shaochen said, "Tonight laboriously you get up in the middle of the night to look at the one on the bed. If he wakes up and goes crazy, you can knock him out. If you really can't solve it, call me. I'm next door." Yu Shaochen, he's so badly injured, he shouldn't be able to wake up today, right? Ling Qingzhen shook his head. It's hard to say. When I brought Chongzhen back yesterday, he also looked like he was about to die, but last night he was able to sit up and still had the spirit to talk nonsense with me. Chongzhen actually did not fall asleep, closed his eyes, heard their words from the beginning to the end, and couldn't help but defend himself. I wasn't bolting, it was clearly you who couldn't sleep and looked for me to chat. Ling Qingzhen didn't refute Chongzhen's words, he only looked at Yu Shaochen and said in a serious tone, although Su Weifang was seriously injured, his physique is better than Chongzhen's, so he might wake up earlier than expected. However, the injury to his lumbar vertebrae is rather special, and he may not be able to control his urination and so on. I'm not really in a position to help him clean up, so I'll have to work hard for you to change him for now. When I'm done with the matter at hand, feel free to mention any conditions you have, and I'll definitely help you fulfill them within my ability. Hearing this, Chongzhen really couldn't help but open her eyes and said jealously, "Why are you so generous to him? When it comes to me, it's petty." Ling Qingzhen picked up the bamboo cup on the ground and shook his animal skin blanket right over his face. "I realized that you are really a bit talkative. It's obvious that your physical energy is exhausted, and you still have the strength to vocalize about me?" Shigure removed the blanket from his face and said defiantly, "As the same as your beast husband, what I'm asking for is merely the word fair. Alright, the reason why I am so generous to Xiao Chen is not because you two are too wasted. You need him to help you when you walk, but you don't give anything. I have to give him some compensation, right? Su Wei painting for a long time after this, life can't take care of itself, eating, drinking, pooping, needing to be served by Yu Shaochen, this kind of dirty work, in your place, can you selflessly give yourself?" Chongzhen didn't dare to choke Ling Qingzhen anymore because she did have a point. He turned his head and said with Yu Shaochen, who was at a loss for words, "I'm injured right now, so there's no way for me to pay you for the time being. But I've actually hidden some private property, so I'll take it to you when I'm healed." Yu Shaochen waved his hand, "No need, I didn't do you any favors, there's no need to pay me." "That won't work. I have my principles." Ling Cheng picked up his own animal skin blanket and interrupted the two who were being polite to each other. "Alright, you guys take an early rest. The three of you get along, even if you have a fight, there's no way I can make another room for you, so I'll curb your tempers." Yu Shaochen, "Good. Chongzhen, that's not for me to decide, I'm a reasonable beastman, but it's hard to say what kind of virtue the one lying on the stone bed is." Ling Qingzhen looked at Chongzhen and said with a great headache, "Tough on our young clan chief Chong to keep his mouth shut, as long as you don't irritate him, he shouldn't have the energy to argue with you." After saying that, Ling Qingzhen turned around and left the cave. Yu Shaochen, on the other hand, sat down at the place where Ling Qingzhen rested last night, brought a few light stones piled up in the corner to his side, and prepared to unwrap his large package. Chongzhen, on the other hand, was supporting his head with one hand, lying on his side on the grass mat, watching Yu Shaochen unwrap the package, while saying with him, "When your treehouse is finished, can you help me build one as well? Do you need prey, or something else? When I'm healed up, I'll go get it for you." Yu Shaochen pulled the knot of the rope, and a large pile of things suddenly all fell apart, some of them even rolled onto Chongzhen's grass mat. Chongzhen's mouth opened wide in rare shock. After a long time, he pointed at the pile of rags and said incredulously, "You're moving?" Those who didn't know, thought that he had stripped 3 layers of Wu Yang's land and brought it over with him. A little embarrassed, Yu Shaochen said. He was an old loving little panda who couldn't do a break. If he wasn't really unable to carry it, he really wanted to pack up the arrow bamboo forest at the entrance, as well as the treehouse and flower tree he lived in, and bring them all over. Chapter 27 Dogs Don't Even Talk About. Before the luggage was even half packed, Yu Shaochen was so tired that he collapsed on the grass mat and fell asleep. Chongzhen had long since rolled over and fell into a deep sleep with his back turned to him, and only the sound of 3 breathing voices remained inside the cave in silence. Ling Qingzhen, on the other hand, was squeezed into Ling Shaoxi's bed, looking at the miscellaneous things that had just been packed up, his hands wrapped around his chest, looking at Ling Shaoxi who had a reluctant face but had to pick up the animal skin skirt. He coldly grunted, "I didn't realize that your cave is comparable to a dog's kennel." "Ling Shaoxi, you really can do it, huh?" Ling Xiaoxi said indignantly, "So what if it's a dog's den? My own nest, just stay comfortable, it will definitely be messy again in a couple days anyway, why do I have to tidy it up?" Ling Qingzhen narrowed his eyes slightly, and said with a bit of disgust, "You're going to grow lice and fleas like this, and once you get infected with bugs, it won't be so easy to get it cleaned up. Maybe you'll just have to shave off all your hair to keep it under control. Ling Xiaoxi immediately hugged her head and twisted her head in protest. Don't you keep scaring me, I'm no longer a naive and gullible little cub. Ling Qinzhen threw the 2 animal skin skirts that were rummaged under the grass mat onto her head and said with a cold face, who's in the mood to scare you? Hurry up and pack up, next door that little panda so big bag is packed up, that's just a few pieces of animal skin skirts, ready to fold for a year off? She can't stand the most is sloppy, the end of the world so bad environment, she has been as good as possible personal hygiene. Especially with long lice and fleas, it sounded like something only stray critters would have. Ling Xiaoxi, as her sister, couldn't be as dirty as a little puppy that no one raised, right? Ling Chengnan sat cross-legged on the grass mat, staring at Ling Xiaoxi as she packed up the cave, while thinking about what he was going to do for the next while. Tomorrow morning, he had to get up early and go to the tribe to look at the metal stored by a few gold-type beastmen. After that, there was a trip to the Cold Mountain tribe to talk about cooperation in borrowing land to store prey. There was also a trip to the Misty Swamp to find a flying orc to team up with as soon as possible. Although she could do it alone, having a flying partner should make the snake lizard hunt go a little smoother and shorten the round trip time. Misty Zhua was not in her consideration, mainly because Misty Zhua had not yet reached the age of 16, which was considered an object that needed care in any tribe, and a place as dangerous as the Misty Swamp was obviously not suitable to take him to. There is also the need to find a piece of land suitable for planting as soon as possible to turn out the land, but also to go again to the last time to find potatoes in the plot of land to see all the potatoes dug out, resprouting and planting. Now it is already in April, if we delay any longer, we will miss the planting time of the potatoes. That's just not enough. Time to do the math. And there wasn't a reliable helper either. Ling Xiao had to lead the clan's orcs on hunts to secure a basic food source for everyone in the clan, so Ling Qinzhen had no intention of letting Ling Xiao help. The 4 little wastes left in the family are not to be mentioned. The system popped in her head and anxiously said, you should stay in your own cave tonight, so you can get at least 25 energy points. Why 25? Ling Changnan divided part of his mind to deal with the noisy system. For the first 6 hours of intercourse with each beast husband, you can get 10 energy points, and every time you have intercourse after that, you can get 5 energy points. You're really going out of your way to try and put me in a pile with them, huh? Ling Chengnan was a bit speechless and sneered with the corners of his mouth curled up. Those who know will say that you're the love security system, those who don't know will probably think that you're some kind of indescribable little yellow man system. The love security system immediately jumped up and down. Bah, you big devil. Less slandering this system there, Unity, I'm pure. It's not necessary to share a room, this kind of energy point will be taken if it's destined to be taken, if it can't be taken, forget it. Ling Qinzhen said. Energy points can exchange antidote. Oh. Ling Qinzhen heckled, you two-timer, there's no such thing as cheap stuff from you. Do you dare to say how many energy points it takes to get the antidote? The system almost burst into tears. Well, this woman is really hard to fool. 180 energy points for 1 antidote. Ling Qinzhen snorted coldly, 180 points, huh? As of now, the 2 of us, Chongjin Yashaochen and I made initial contact and were rewarded with 5 energy points each. I got 10 points from sharing a room with Chongjin, and I've used up 2 points so far, so now I only have 18 energy points. Even if I get 25 points for staying inside a cave with the 3 of them tonight, and 15 points for each subsequent day, I would still need to spend another 10 nights in the same room with the 3 of them before I can save up the energy points to exchange for an antidote. Ling Qinzhen poked the system with his mental tentacles and tilted it back, waiting for another 10 days? Su Wei Painting's corpse is afraid to be cold, right? The wound on his face won't heal for a while because of the toxin, but it's not necessarily fatal. Ling Qinzhen leaned against the stone wall and closed his eyes. His tone was cold as he said with the system. You can pull it off. A wound that deep on the face repeatedly festered, and in an environment with such poor medical conditions, it would be 100% infected. At that time, if it got infected with any virus, causing a person to suddenly die or get an encephalitis or something, turning into an idiot. She had been busy for so long, but it would really be a basket case. Going to the Misty Swamp, if it went well, she could go back and forth in 2 days, and she could get rid of the poison in 3 days. So why would she rely on a useless love system? Ha! Love? Dogs don't even talk. This was the real reason why she had been unwilling to take care of the second deficiency system. The end of the world, that kind of extremely harsh environment, all people desperately want to live, human nature, morality and conscience have been completely trampled on, but the love system only wants her to assist the male and female main love. To this primitive and backward beast world, natural disasters, shortage of supplies, a disease can easily take away the life, and it wants her to talk about focusing on love to have cubs. So it's really not that she is too bad-tempered, it's purely because this broken system is brain dead. The love security system was once again sprayed by her to autism, shrinking to the corner of the spiritual domain to plant mushrooms to go. The sky had just dawned, and the eastern half of the sky was glowing with a faint crab shell green, when Ling Qinzhen had already gently walked out from Ling Xiaoxi's cave. Yesterday afternoon, he had dried some firewood on the rocky beach, and before he went to bed at night, he had gathered it all up and stacked it next to the stone wall not far from the cave entrance. Ling Shenzhen carried a small bundle of firewood to the side of the stone stove and soaked the 2 medicinal herbs in separate stone pots before going to the stream to wash up, and by the way, peeled and washed all the potatoes in the basket. The washed potatoes were all thrown into the stone pot with hot water, some salt was added, the lid was put on and the rest was waiting. Ling Changnan dried her hands and raised her steps towards her cave. She lifted the grass curtain and immediately stopped in her tracks, her eyes met a scarlet eye. Chapter 28, Wife Master's Favoritism. Ling Shenzhen hung up the grass curtain, allowing the meager light to penetrate into the cave. The light grass inside the cave was still glowing, and the light struck down on the faces of the 3 people inside the cave. Yu Xiaochen didn't know when he had changed back into his beast form, and was buried in the middle of his unfinished pile of luggage, covered by the beast skins and grass weaves that had slipped down, leaving only a rounded head on the outside, with the back of his head facing the mouth of the cave, and sleeping extraordinarily deeply. Chongzhen, on the other hand, was lying flat on the grass mat in the corner, his right arm pressed in front of his eyes, his body covered with the animal skin blanket, his injured leg stretched outside the animal skin blanket, his slender ankle pressed against the tail of the small panda that emerged from the garbage. Ling Shenzhen did not bother about the 2 sleeping dead, took a clean piece of animal skin, walked to the right eye scarlet, a maniacal as an evil ghost in front of Su Weipu's bed, and directly reached out to unveil the animal skin blanket that covered his body. Su Wei Painting's eyes were wide with anger, trying to raise his hand to stop her, but his arm sank back onto the hay. Roll. With his uncovered body bared in front of people, the snow wolf with a strong sense of self-esteem simply couldn't accept it, especially after realizing that the hay underneath him was moist. He even had the paranoid thought of killing himself on the spot. Seeing that he tried to raise his head to smash the stone bed with the back of his head, Ling Chengnan immediately stepped in and pressed his neck, pressing his head back onto the hay, and said in a low voice, "I know that you're embarrassed, but don't be in a hurry to seek death just yet. The injuries on your body can still be healed if you nurse them well. It will only be a bit troublesome in the early stages, but just get through it. I didn't beg you guys to save me." The bottom of Su Wei Painting's eyes were in despair, her voice was hoarse and harsh, as if she was an evil ghost crawling out of hell. "You didn't beg us to save you, but you didn't seek death after suffering so much in the Snow Wolf tribe. Isn't it because the Snow Wolf tribe has someone you care about, and this person has become their soft underbelly to hold you? If you die, the person you care about will have an increasingly difficult situation in the Snow Wolf tribe, right?" Su Weifang stared at Ling Shenzhen, but the latter clearly did not care about his gaze and attitude. Ling Shenzhen unhurriedly smoked the damp grass underneath him, and suddenly turned back to look in the direction of the corner, raising his eyebrows. "What are you staring at me for? You're really quite perceptive, I just opened my eyes." Chongzhen propped up his body and sat up, kicking Yu Xiaochen, who was sleeping on all fours, with his toes. When Yu Xiaochen woke up in a daze, before he could completely open his eyes, an animal skin skirt fell from the sky and covered his head. "Hurry up and put the beast skin skirt on and go give Ling Chengnan a hand," Chongzhen urged. Yu Xiaochen had a quick wit and immediately climbed out of the luggage, wrapped the beastskin skirt around his waist, then resumed his human form, and after quickly tying the rope around his waist, he stepped over the parcel that had half collapsed and jumped over to Ling Chengyan's side. I'll do it, wife master, you go ahead and get busy." Ling Shenzhen handed the wetted animal skin to Yu Xiaoxin so that he could scrub Su Weifang. She, on the other hand, turned towards Chongzhen and carried the person up and headed outside. "Chongzhen, can't you be gentle with me? I still have a wound on my abdomen." "Hasn't the wound on your abdomen already grown back?" Ling Shenzhen placed the man by the stone stove and told him to hurry up and build a fire to cook the medicine. Chongzhen looked down at his abdomen and was shocked. When did this happen? Even last night, he still had 2 red wounds on his abdomen where the skin and flesh rolled over and was vaguely painful. He didn't expect to get up overnight and the wounds on his abdomen had already scabbed over. Ling Cheng began to pack up the meat he was going to eat in the morning, turning his back to Chongzhen who was groping around with his hands. He said, "It was Yu Xiaochun who used the healing technique on you last night, wasn't it?" Chongzhen turned his head to look at the empty cave entrance with a thoughtful look on his face. "Ling Shenzhen, I have to say that your father has a bit of vision on him." Ling Shenzhen gave him a blank look. "I need you to say that? Your luck is also really good, picking up a timid and obedient wood system alien orc for nothing. If you are well trained in the future, it might become a great help." Ling Shenzhen shoved a burning firewood into the stove hole in front of him and stared at him for 3 seconds. "You're just greedy, aren't you? Greedy that your medicine Luo tribe doesn't have the means to easily enlist beastmen with extraordinary abilities. Yu Xiaochen may be timid, but he's not without a temper. Also, don't you dare bully him behind his back. If I find out, you'll be finished." Chongzhen raised his hand to hold her fingers and slowly moved them away from the tip of his nose, curving the corners of his mouth and smiling lightly. "Wife master is joking, how could I possibly bully him? Although this heart of yours is skewed to the cackling den, I'm a righteous beastman who won't bully the weak." Ling Shenzhen drew back his index finger in disgust and hummed lightly, "An upright fox? These 2 words put together are really fresh. If you are in better spirits today, after your psychic ability recovers, you can first observe where in this neighborhood is suitable for planting potatoes, and after determining the location, I will get the tribe's earth psychic warriors to turn the ground over first. Chong froze for a moment. Won't you wait until I'm healed before getting it? By the time you're healed, you'll have long missed the best time to plant. Ling Chengnan chucked out all the potatoes that were boiled in the pot, poured out all the water in the pot, refilled the water and started cooking egg soup. Can you cook egg soup? Ling Chenjian placed the bamboo basket with the wild eggs at Chongjin's feet and pointed at the stone pot. After the water starts to roll, crack the eggs, pour the egg mixture directly into the water, and just stir it away slowly with a spoon. Chongjin took an egg in his hand and asked, "How many do I have to crack?" He had seen Ling Chenjian cook egg soup, and it didn't look like it was difficult. 3 will do. Ling Chenjian looked at him uncertainly. Really? If you waste a pot of soup, you won't get a single bite of soup today. I'm not stupid, just do what you did yesterday? Chongjin confidently assured. Ling Chengnan was a bit hesitant, but he still busied himself with roasting the meat he was going to eat this morning. The number of potatoes was still too small, so there was no way to eat them as a staple all the time, plus the fact that the family was full of large carnivorous orcs, the demand for meat was high, and there was a need to roast quite a bit of meat at every meal. It wasn't hard to roast meat, it was just annoying when you roasted a lot of it at once. Moreover, she was not a professional chef, and cooking was just a matter of making ends meet. In the past, she used to report the menu herself, and there were specialized and skilled cooks in the Pro Guard team. Now that she thought about it, she really missed the Pro Guard team that she had raised with her own hands. Everyone was skilled in their craft without her having to worry about it from start to finish. After securing the roasted meat on the rack, Ling Chengnan finally breathed a sigh of relief and chucked the meat onto the fire and slowly turned it over. At this moment, the morning light was so bright that the sky already had a faint pink color. In another half an hour, the sun would almost peek out from under the horizon. Hopefully, we'll make it in time. As the firewood crackled, Ling Chengnan stared at the roasted meat and asked Chongjin, who was not far away, "Do you know where on the Beast Plains the lake water is salty? Or a saltwater lake with those white crystals?" Chongjin held his jaw with one hand and thought for a while before shaking his head. "There's definitely nothing around here. I've also just turned 17 and have followed the tribe's hunting activities for less than a year, so I haven't actually traveled to places that are too far away." "But you're going to say lakes, this you'll have to ask the fowl-like orcs who like to hunt by the water." "Well, don't you happen to be going to the Cold Mountain tribe today to talk about cooperation? Just ask them. By the way, the moon plume green crane kind of large flying bird beastmen, the hunting area is mainly the lakes and rivers and the wilderness. There is no one who understands the distribution of the waters on the northern wasteland beast plain better than them." Chapter 29 The Iron Skillet begins. After all was said and done, in the end, it must have been demanded to the head of the Cold Mountain tribe. Ling Chenjian had a rare nodding baldness, her finger tapped her chin, her brows locked up, and she sighed shallowly. Chongjin looked at her sad face with amusement. "You wouldn't be afraid to go see Bai Qingyu, right?" "Ling Chenjian, what am I embarrassed about? I'm afraid that I won't even be able to enter the gates of the Cold Mountain tribe. The original owner's battle record can be checked. I'm afraid that she's already on the Cold Mountain tribe's blacklist. How can it be that easy to get in? Even if she says that she's talking about cooperation, the other party won't necessarily believe it. Then how about you bring Yu Shaochen along, so maybe it will be easier?" Chongjin half mentioned that he wanted to watch the fun, and looked like he was wholeheartedly looking out for her. Ling Chenjian didn't pick up his words and only said, "To talk about this matter of cooperation, you need to show some sincerity. It's hard to convince the people of the Cold Mountain tribe with just empty words." It was very likely that cooperation would not be possible. Ling Chenjian looked at the few potatoes left in the basket and decided to bring all of this stock with her when she went to the Cold Mountain tribe. Having made up her mind, she didn't bother worrying about things like whether or not the cooperation could be negotiated. There would always be another way when the time came anyway. Half an hour later, Ling Xiao and Ling Xiaoxi came out of the cave one after another, while Yu Shaochen squatted by the stream and cleaned all the replaced animal skins and hung them on a branch to dry. But he still wasn't quite satisfied because it always felt like there was a smell. "I've washed it many times, but it always feels like it's still not clean." Yu Shaochen sat down on the ground in distress, smelling the odor between his fingers, feeling that it was too uptight. Ling Chenjian looked at his depressed expression and pondered. "In a moment, I'll tell you a way. Try it and make something that has a stronger cleaning ability." Yu Shaochen was curious. "What method?" Ling Chenjian recalled and quickly gave the general approach. "Just these grass ashes we burned out, add water and boil it, then let it sit for a while and take out the upper layer of cleaner watery liquid." "Didn't I boil up a lot of white lard last night?" "When the time comes, get some and melt it in a pot, then add the water liquid taken out and stir, wait until it slowly thickens, then pour it into the module to cool and set, and when it's dry, it'll be ready to use." A lot of supplies were in short supply in the end times, and this relatively crude soap-making method was actually found in early books, and even depicted in many novels, so the soap-making method wasn't difficult. It's just that most people don't have that kind of time to make this kind of gadgets, and more of them still choose to exchange things for things. Anyway, just a little bit of supplies can be exchanged for a lot of soap. One time may not be successful, you can try a few more times. Anyway, recently there are more prey, there is no shortage of fats and oils, there is also animal pancreas with grass ash or soap pod powder, basically you can do it. Yu Shaoqian listened with great interest, and immediately wanted to try it. But there was no extra stone pot for him to try at the moment. Chong, on the other hand, was staring at the tongue-tied Ling Qinzhen, unable to take his eyes off of her. He always felt that Ling Qinzhen was a bit strange because she seemed to know a lot of things that no one else knew, but before that, she probably hadn't even practiced it herself, and yet she was able to talk about it in a way that made sense. He had thought of many kinds of reasons that could not explain this phenomenon. It was obvious that she was aware of the anomaly herself, but made no attempt to explain it from start to finish. Breakfast was still roasted meat with mashed potatoes, as well as the egg soup made by Chongzhen, with only some bok choy added to the soup and a little salt. Ling Chengnan looked at the salt shaker where quite a bit of salt had gone down and felt that the search for the salt lake was imminent. After eating, she packed her bag with the lunch she had prepared for Ling Xiao and followed him to the gathering point in the tribe. The few gold alien warriors in the tribe were very cooperative, taking out their collection of medals and letting Ling Qinzhen just pick and choose. Especially Lei Sang, he directly took Ling Qinzhen to his own cave to pick. He and his mother were both gold alien beastmen, so their home was stocked with all sorts of medals. When Ling Qinzhen saw how enthusiastic he was, she remembered what Misty Zhua had told her last night before she left, that Lei Sang wanted to take the prey and trade it with her for some barbecued meat, to give the family's cubs and females a taste. But Ling Qinzhen refused last night, she really didn't have the time lately. Once this opening was given to Lei Sang, there were definitely other orcs in the tribe who wanted it as well. This kind of thing was not a matter of scarcity. So she planned to wait until she found the salt lake and collected a large amount of salt, then she would teach all the orcs in the tribe the usage of the seasoning and salt, as well as how to make roasted meat. Ling Qinzhen followed Lei Sang to a huge arbor, tilting his head to look at the large tree that was more than 20 meters tall and covered an area of about hundreds of square feet, with a very dense canopy of branches and leaves layered on top of each other. On the branches of the tree fell a number of small-sized flying birds. Judging from the scent, it should be ordinary small birds, not orcs. Lei Sang pointed to the place above that was covered by the leaves and proudly introduced, "Up there is my family's tree nest. Does the young patriarch want to go up and take a look?" Ling Qinzhen wanted to refuse, but Lei Sang enthusiastically pulled her arm, afraid that she wouldn't go. "Let's go, my family's cubs especially like the young clan chief, but they can't fly yet, so they can only stay in the tree nest most of the time." With that, he turned into his beast form and directly grabbed Ling Qinzhen and flew towards the tree. "Ling Qinzhen, can you have some sense of boundaries?" After Ling Qinzhen was mentioned on the tree branch, he stepped on the thick trunk with a numb face and jumped inside that very large tree nest. Lei Sang was a silver-horned Night Lord, and his family's tree nest was said to be a nest, but it was actually a huge house that happened to be built between a few branches. The house was constructed with 4 small, bulbous nesting rooms made mostly of dirt, vines, spider silk, and twigs. The opening of each small nesting room was not high, about 1.5 meters, and one had to bend down when entering, but the interior was not small, and was very clean and tidy. Ling Qinzhen had just entered the small nesting room with 1 foot when a chicklet-like silver-horned Night Lord came hopping out of it, headbutting her ankle. Then, she looked down and watched as that little cub that couldn't stabilize its chubby body, like a little leather ball, was about to roll out of the tree nest in the blink of an eye and fall down to the tree branch. She bent down in a hurry and scooped up the little nub. The dizzy little Night Lord squatted within her palm, dully tilting its head, the pair of yellow eyes and black pupils on its round faceplate, curiously surveying the guest who had fished it out. "Goo goo?" Ling Qinzhen looked at the Night Lord cub that she could wrap around with her closed palm, and couldn't help but tilt the corner of her mouth. "Hello, little cub." "Goo." The little cub jumped a little within her palm, but because it was too fat, it couldn't jump up too much, and fell down in her palm. It was obvious that it was being raised well. Lei Sang jumped down from above with her beastskin skirt around her, probed at the little cub squatting in Ling Qinzhen's hand, and said with a smile, "I told you so, our cub is super fond of the young clan chief." Ling Qinzhen returned the little Night Lord back to Lei Sang and reminded, "It just almost fell down, you still need to be more careful when raising cubs." Lei Sang hurriedly nodded and put the cub back into its little nesting room, incidentally blocking the enclosure underneath the doorway so that the cub would not fall off the branch. The medals are all placed inside the largest tree nest on the left. "Young clan chief, go and see for yourself, pick one you like and you can take it away directly." Lei Sang poked his head towards the right and called out a mother. A female orc looking to be in her 40s came out of the nesting room. "Ah mother, the young matriarch needs to find a kind of medal, I'll take her to the storage room to have a look. If I pick one you like, next time I'll go and dig up some more for you to bring back." The woman with 2 small silver horns on her forehead waved her hand and said unconcernedly, "Pick whatever you like, pick some more. Putting it there usually doesn't work, anyway, after a while it will save a bunch again, and if you can't put it down you'll have to throw it outside." Ling Qinzhen, not understanding, but respecting. Lei Sang rubbed the back of his head and smiled hee, pointing to the nest room where the medal was stored. "Young clan chief, go on, while the hunting party is still on the move, I can still tell you a little bit about where all those things came from." Ling Qingjian walked inside the tree nest and realized that this nest still had a small window open, whereas the nest where the cubs had just been raised had no window at all. Although they were beastmen, the silver-horned night lords really did prefer a dark environment. Ling Qingjian squatted inside the tree nest and examined the metal on the ground piece by piece. However, he was still afraid of identifying the wrong one, and used an energy point to turn on the identification function. Lei Sang's family collects these metals, mostly copper, iron, tin and zinc, gold, silver and aluminum are also present, but not in large quantities, in addition to tungsten, chromium and manganese. It had to be said that his family's collection of metals was considered relatively comprehensive. At least the iron she wanted was there, and there was quite a lot of it, more than enough to make 2 large iron pots. Ling Qingjian picked out the iron and had picked out the copper as well. The ores for these 2 metals, do you know where you found them? Ling Qingjian walked out of the tree nest with several large pieces of metal and asked Lei Sang, who was squatting on the tree trunk. Lei Sang froze for a while as he looked at the black and unattractive metals, and held out his hand, looking at them like this, I can't quite tell. Why don't you give them to me, and I'll use my supernatural ability to sense them. Iron was easier to oxidize, so the initial extracted look was definitely different. Ling Chengnan watched him perceive with his supernatural energy and curiously said, how did you tell the difference between each metal with your supernatural energy? Lei Sang sat on a tree branch, tilted his head and thought for a while, and finally gave an answer with a difficult face, feeling? How easy or difficult is it for the supernatural energy to control each metal? Ling Qingjian tried to guide. Lei Sang shook his head, not necessarily. How can I put it? For example, if this black piece of ore in my left hand, if it is iron as you said, young matriarch, and this brown piece of metal in my right hand is copper, then iron is a little easier to control. I think it would definitely take less time to deform this piece of iron, and use less alien energy. But this piece on the right won't work as well, and it will be slightly more difficult to control. Ling Qingjian watched thoughtfully as the metal in his hand slowly faded in color, and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Could it be due to the metal being inert? The iron on Lei Sang's left hand quickly turned silver-white, and the piece of copper in his right palm slowly turned purple-red. She froze for a moment, pure iron and pure copper? You come with me. Ling Qingjian took the 2 metals in his hand and jumped directly from the tree branch that was more than 10 meters high. Lei Sang leapt down from the tree and chased after Ling Qingjian's footsteps. At the gathering point, many beastmen were either squatting or standing, curiously looking towards the distance. Some of them were impatiently waiting and asked towards Ling Xiao, who was sitting steadily, Clan Chief, what is she trying to do, young Clan Chief? How much longer do we have to wait? Ling Xiao raises a pair of tiger eyes that are raw with power, quietly looks at the other party and says in a deep voice, can't wait for this amount of time? No, how could it be? The beastman who asked immediately waved his hand and said with a smile, we're just curious, why did the young matriarch suddenly think of looking for metal? Didn't you say that she's not a gold-type exotic beastman? What's the point of wanting metal? Ling Xiao pats the bamboo tube and backpack on his body and raises his eyebrows as he asks, the meat that was distributed for you to try at lunch yesterday, was it delicious? Delicious. The other beastmen immediately chimed in, is there any today at noon too? Not today at noon, this is what my family in prepared for me. If you guys want to eat it, let your family prepare it yourselves, it's just a matter of taking the fire and roasting it, it's simple. Ling Xiao suppresses his desire to show off and waves his hand, indicating that it's not difficult. But is it difficult to actually do it? Doesn't he, a fire alien warrior, understand it? Patriarch, don't fool us, we tried it last night, it was too hard to roast, not as tasty as the ones you shared at all. Yeah, I roasted it black last night and was whacked by my family's female, saying that I spoiled the prey, and that I might as well eat it raw. Ling Xiao pondered over his eldest daughter's mind and looked at the chattering tribal warriors, suddenly remembering the salt lake that NN wanted to find. In the past 2 days, although he hadn't been able to roast the meat as delicious as NN did, he had already figured out that the key to this roasted meat lies in the fire, and the other lies in the seasoning. Salt was the most important part of this seasoning. He pondered slightly for a moment and said, I see that when NN roasts meat, apart from paying attention to the fire, the rest is that it needs to be seasoned with salt. Salt? Is it a salt stone? The salt stone is such a big piece, how can it be seasoned? Right, you can't just crush the salt stone and sprinkle it on the meat, right? Saltstone can only be licked, it can't be eaten directly in the stomach. NN extracted some yellowish salt, but she said that this kind of salt can't be eaten more. When she finds the salt lake, she will be able to get cleaner salt to eat, and will teach everyone how to grill meat then. Ling Xiao said smoothly. Hey, what's wrong with the young matriarch looking alone? She ran out alone and it's still dangerous, we usually hunt outside and help find one by the way, right? More people power can also quickly find. Yes. Matriarch, just help us ask the young matriarch what kind of salt lake he wants to find, we'll just go out hunting and take a look around more in passing. Ling Xiao looks at Ling Qingjian running over in the distance and smiles, you guys ask NN. Ling Qingjian heard clearly what they were discussing on the way over, and without any nonsense, she directly talked about the salt lake characteristics and took Lei Sang to her home. She told Lei Sang about the general shape of the iron pot, but Lei Sang wasn't very able to understand it, so she could only get her hands on the clay and make a rough model of the iron pot for him to follow. The first time the finished product was made there were obvious flaws. However, Lei San was a very patient orc, and after Ling Qinzhen said that the first version didn't work and that the thickness of the iron cauldron was uneven, he was much more meticulous in controlling the deformation of the iron cauldron the second time around. The finished product was also more perfect this time. Chapter 30, Cold Mountain with Cranes. After Ling Qinzhen polished the iron pot, he quickly raised the stone stove and tried this iron pot that hadn't been melted at a high temperature on the fire. How can I put it? It can be used. This iron pot was made of pure iron. It should be considered a cooked iron pot. It just didn't go through the step of melting at high temperatures, which directly got rid of a large amount of impurities in the metal. It's fine, thanks a lot. Ling Qinzhen confirmed that the pot was fine, and by the way, he asked him to help get a spatula as well. Lei Sang looked at the pot that had been set on the fire for half a day without breaking, and curiously said, "Young patriarch, all those delicious food in your house, is it made with this thing? Didn't you just make this pot? I didn't have one before. But with this thing around, you can indeed make more delicious food. At night when you come back from hunting, come over here, I'll share some of it with you, and bring it back for the people at home to try." Lei Sang immediately rubbed his hands together and said happily, "Thank you, young patriarch. By the way, in the future, this kind of metal is estimated to be needed quite a lot. Do you still remember where you found the iron ore?" Lei Sang's eyes widened as he thought back for a while. This kind of ore is very common. Just head northeast, that's the direction of the Misty Swamp. It's almost a half-day's flight to get there, and there's this kind of ore on several mountains along the way. There are also mines like this in the northwest direction, but it's a bit further away. After determining that there were iron ores in the wasteland, Ling Qinzhen did not delay Lei Sang any longer. While the hunting party advanced to the north to hunt, she also carried a basket of potatoes on her back and carried a freshly baked iron pot, preparing to rush to the Cold Mountain tribe. Just as she walked out of the tribe with her things on her back, Ling Qinzhen saw the huge gold-topped giant eagle squatting on a tree branch. Misty's bright eagle eyes stared at her, humming and laughing. "I'm smart, aren't I? I guess that's sister and you're going to run towards the Cold Mountain tribe today." Ling Qinzhen rubbed her forehead and directly beckoned, "Hurry up, the people of the Cold Mountain tribe usually leave later than our tribe. I have something important to do in their tribe. You give me a ride." Miss Zhuo opened his wings and flew past her. Ling Qinzhen was carrying something, and with a jump forward, she steadily stepped on his back. Misty Zhuo carried her high into the sky, not forgetting to nag her. "Sister N, are you rushing to deliver your newly learned roasted meat to Bai Qingyu? Can I follow along and rub some in today?" Ling Qinzhen sat behind him on her knees and smashed the back of his head. "In your eyes, I can only be Bai Qingyu's licking dog? Can you think of something good for me? What a colorless little brother." Misty Zhuo hemmed and hawed. "I'm wrong. Then who are you looking for in the Cold Mountain tribe?" "The patriarch of Cold Mountain." Ling Qinzhen held the basket and pot with one hand and yawned lazily. "But have you been so idle lately? Always running after me. Don't you need to train your hunting skills? Didn't you want to join the hunting team when you turned 16? Misty Zhuo sighed. "I do, but yesterday I spoke to the clan leader, who said that there is no shortage of people in the hunting team right now. Especially since all kinds of animals are in their breeding period at the moment, the matriarch doesn't want to expand the hunting range any further, so he told me to wait for the fall." "Then you plan to follow me all the way behind?" Ling Qinzhen didn't refuse to have a follower who was so suitable as a seat. Misty Zhuo nodded. "Well, I'm actually pretty much trained in hunting skills, and I can learn more by following you. The matriarch also said that you might be doing something big lately and asked me to give you a hand." Ling Qinzhen couldn't help but laugh out softly and shook his head helplessly. Doing something big? Planting potatoes, it was quite a big thing, but this kid couldn't help at all. She still had to go to the Misty Swamp as soon as possible to hunt the Xian-scaled snake lizard, but she definitely couldn't bring him along. However, Ling Qinzhen thought of the few medicinal herbs in the house and planned to teach him to recognize the medicinal herbs first. The old witch doctor had suffered a great deal of energy to save Su Weifang, and most of the herbs in the house had been wrapped up by her. In the event that the hunting party encounters a herd of inferior beasts and has a shortfall, the emergency herbs may not even be enough. Soaring in the air, Misty Zhuo did not yet know that she was about to usher in a miserable learning career. Her wings coolly flapped furiously, and in less than 10 minutes, she brought Ling Changnan to land in front of the village of the Cold Mountain tribe. The moment Misty Zhuo landed on the ground, the underground smoke and dust rolled in all directions. Two orcs holding wooden long sticks with metal spearheads at the top of the sticks swooped down from the wooden platform above, with their weapons pointing straight at the two people who rashly broke into the village. Ling Qinzhen did a harrier flip, carrying the basket and the iron pot, and directly stepped on the body of the lance and landed on the ground. Misty Zhuo, on the other hand, ran a few steps forward like a chicken on the ground, dodging the hidden weapon that almost hit his buttocks. "Are you talking about martial virtues? If you stab someone's butt, you'll be struck by lightning." Misty Zhuo jumped on the spot and turned around to scold the black-faced orc. Ling Cheng'en slightly sidestepped, her left hand cupped the lance that continued to stab at her, raised her leg and kicked the opponent's wrist, and with a violent shake of her left hand, the opponent's weapon fell into her hand, and the tip of the weapon was pointed straight at the opponent's throat. I advise you, stop first. Ling Chenzhen carried the pot in one hand, the end of the lance resting against the back of her waist, slightly inclining her head and curling her lips. You're no match for me, and fighting further will hurt the friendship between our two tribes. Bah, you are shameless. Invading our tribe in a big way and not allowing us to fight back? You're here to harass our young clan chief again, aren't you? Our young clan chief isn't here, so hurry up and leave. Ling Chenzhen threw the lance in his hand back into the other's arms and lifted the basket at his feet. I'm looking for your clan chief, is he anywhere? You two wait here honestly, I'll go inform the clan chief. One of the orcs guarding the fortress left, while the remaining one was still watching them vigilantly. Ling Chenzhen directly sat down on the stone at the entrance of their fortress and told Misty Zhua, who was squatting and throwing eye blades, to hurry up and put on the animal skin skirt. A few minutes later, the purple-haired youth wearing the animal skin skirt walked out from behind a distant rock. Ling Chenzhen froze for a few seconds as he looked at him before reacting that this person should be Bai Qingyu. Not here? She grunted in a conspiratorial manner and twisted her head to look at the orc beside her who had just said that Bai Qingyu wasn't here. The other party immediately twisted his head away, looking at the sky and the ground, just not daring to look at her. Bai Qingyu stopped in front of her, looking down at the huge black metal at her feet, for a moment somewhat puzzled by her purpose for coming to the Cold Mountain tribe. You're looking for my father? What's the matter? Ling Chenzhen stuffed the basket on the ground into Misty Zhua's arms and said with the cauldron in one hand, to talk to your Cold Mountain tribe about a mutually beneficial and win-win cooperation. Can we go in and talk? Bai Qingyu was a bit hesitant, but still sidled up to take them inside the village. After entering the Cold Mountain tribe, Ling Chenzhen realized that this place was even colder than the stone forest. It was almost hard to see large trees, only low shrubs and weeds and small trees growing between the cracks in the rocks. There was still a thin layer of snow that hadn't completely melted away in the shaded areas of the mountain rocks. It was much colder here than at the bottom of the mountain. The Cold Mountain tribe's crane-type orcs were over 70%, of which the moon plume green crane accounted for more than half, the rest were white crane, gray crane and crested crane orcs, and the remaining 30% were other flying bird orcs that were slightly smaller, and there wasn't a single land-traveling orc. The orcs of the Cold Mountain tribe were not good at building caves and tree nests, and mostly used the natural stone caves on the rocky rocks of the Cold Mountain as their nests, and were used to laying dry grass blades and soft feathers, as well as the fur of the wild animals in their caves, to withstand the cold climate of the mountain for up to half a year. My father is still in the cave, I'll take you up. Bai Qingyu said, pointing to the highest rocky cave above. Ling Chenzhen shook her head, you let him come down, I won't go up. Bai Qingyu looked at the side of her face suspiciously, and after a few seconds, he still went up and called Bai Jiayun down. The Cold Mountain tribe's patriarch, Bai Jiayun, was over 40 years old, and Bai Qingyu was his third son. When Ling Chenzhen saw Bai Yun, he always felt that he was a little bit like his own old father, the same hardness in front of his own children. Especially after a red-topped green crane flew down from the mountain, its wings almost slapped Bai Yun on the ground. Fortunately, Bai Qingyu pulled him, and only then did this gentle temperament patriarch finally maintain his balance. Bai Qingyu turned back to look at the man who had transformed into human form and wrinkled his eyebrows. Second brother, can you restrain yourself? If big brother sees this, he's going to have a big fight with you again. The young man with some red in the end of his hair hooked his colorful thin lips and laughed. Aya, he is leading the team out to hunt today, how could he possibly see it? Besides, just fight, am I still afraid of him? Bai Yun clenched her fist against her lips and coughed lightly. Looking at Ling Chenzhen, she said, it's funny, that's how a few of their brothers are. You said you're looking for me to talk about cooperation, so let's get right to it. Ling Chenzhen withdrew his gaze from watching the fun and said, I'm sure you've heard about our stone forest going to war with the other 4 tribes some time ago, right? After the 4 tribes lost the war, in accordance with the conditions promised at the time of surrender, they would hand over the prey stipulated by our tribe. Wu Yang and Medicine Luo aside, they were handed over in batches, so it was fine. But recently, we've been at war with the Snow Wolf tribe, so they should be handing over their prey in one go, so our tribe will have a surplus of prey in a short period of time. Bai Yun and the few people behind her listened attentively. So what does this have to do with you coming to our tribe? To sell us the surplus of prey? No. Ling Chenzhen shook his head and pointed to the place above that was covered in ice and snow. We want to lease the piece of land above you, preferably a natural ice cave covered in snow, so that we can prolong the preservation time of our prey. Lease? You are comfortable with keeping your prey on our land? Rotu's Baishi had her arms wrapped around her body, the corners of her mouth hanging in a mocking arc as she looked at her good-naturedly. Ling Chenzhen smiled confidently. If I didn't have enough confidence, I wouldn't have opened this mouth. First of all, your Cold Mountain tribe is a good neighbor with an excellent reputation. If it was replaced by the giant snake tribe that doesn't keep its word, and they came to my door and kneeled down to beg for cooperation, I wouldn't even bother to take care of it. Secondly, I want to cooperate with more than just renting an ice cave to store my prey. There's also this. Ling Chenzhen picked up a potato from the basket and casually threw it into Baishi's arms. Bai Shi pinched the gray potato with a puzzled expression. Isn't this thing an earth egg? Xingyu and I dug them when we were young, but we couldn't eat them, and they weren't fun to play with, but it was the wild dolphins in the forest that liked to arch over them to fill their stomachs. Xingyu, this is what we dug when we were young, right? Bai Xingyu nodded, right. Ling Qinzhen simply let Misty Zhu go and collect firewood. I had guessed that you guys wouldn't be able to look at this stuff, but it's a good thing to fill your stomachs when there's a shortage of prey. Did you guys have enough prey from last year's fall hunt to safely overwinter all the orcs in the tribe? Are there any starving orcs? This topic poked at the lungs of the Cold Mountain tribe. Bai and several people did not answer for a long time, but it was Bai Qingyu who took the lead and said, we did our best in last year's fall hunt, but the stored prey only lasted until the beginning of February this year. Especially this year, the ice thawed late in the spring, so most of the waters in the northern wasteland didn't start thawing until after mid-March, and during the period from the end of February to mid-March, 12 old beastmen in the tribe left quietly in order to save food for their cubs, and never returned. Not returning, which meant that they had died somewhere in the wilderness. Baek Jian sighed deeply. Every year, during the period from winter to spring, no matter which tribe it is, the food shortage is pretty much the same. Even if a dozen or so orcs from our tribe left, the tribe still had 4 cubs die due to lack of food. Ling Cheng had expected what they said. The northern wasteland's survival environment was harsh. Food shortages, lack of medicine, and constant disasters were all very common. Every year when the winter snow melts, you can always see a lot of corpses or remains of beastmen in the wilderness, and some of these corpses are frozen to death, some are starved to death, and some are searching for prey in the extremely cold weather, and end up being bitten by the prey. Ling Qinzhen took away the potatoes in Bai Shi's hand and said calmly, so everything that can be used as food has great value to us. But this kind of stuff is hard to eat, and it will cause problems if you eat it. Bai Shi thought back, I remember my big brother gnawed on this stuff when he was a kid, and his stomach hurt for days, or he got cured by a witch doctor. Ling Qinzhen, that's because you didn't find the right method. There are some foods that are inedible by themselves, but with a little treatment, they can be consumed. Misty Zhu came back with a pile of firewood and was also skillfully moving stones to build a stone stove. He twisted his head and looked at Bai Shi. You're a fire-type psychic, right? Lend a hand with the fire? Bai Shi squatted beside him. Although she didn't understand the meaning, she also knew that the matter involved food rations and couldn't be neglected. Her fingertips flicked out a wisp of orange-red flame landing on the dry firewood. Soon the firewood inside the eye of the stone stove burned. Ling Qinzhen clamped the iron pot onto the stone stove and looked to the side at Bai Qingyu. Borrow some water. Bai Qingyu looked towards the black pot. How much is needed? Half a pot. Bai Qingyu flipped his right hand in front of him and a silvery white stream of water fell into the pot. Ling Qinzhen peeled a basket of potatoes and let Bai Qingyu rinse them off before dropping them all into the pot and covering it with a large lid. What's next? Bai Shi asked. Wait. Ling Qinzhen found a rock and sat down, propping up the side of his face with one hand and looking at the sky. After half a beast hour, you can fish out the potatoes and eat them. Half an hour went by quickly. The entire clearing was filled with more and more beastmen, all curiously surveying the smoky stone stove and cauldron. While waiting, Ling Qinzhen had already made several wooden bowls and spoons. After taking out the boiled potatoes and mashing them, he took out a small amount of salt from within the animal skin pouch on his waist and added it to the mashed potatoes, mixing it well before distributing a small bowl and handing it to Bai Yun. Ling Qinzhen also served a small bowl, and Bai Qingyu didn't even have time to stop her before she directly sent it into her mouth. Misty Zhua, on the other hand, took the opportunity to fish out an extra potato, mashing it herself with salt and holding the bowl of chopsticks as she hummed and dazzled. Bai Yun looked at Bai Qingyu beside him, a hesitant look on his face. Misty Zhua glanced up at him and said breathlessly, Sister In's family has been eating this kind of mashed potatoes for several days, and there's nothing wrong with it. What are you worried about? That we poisoned it? Bai Yun dug a spoonful of mashed potatoes into his mouth, and was soon surprised by the delicate, slightly hot texture, and even tasted a very unfamiliar aroma, and the heat rising from his abdomen gradually warmed his entire body. This was the warmth from hot food. Unrivaled. Irreplaceable. Bai Shi had already eaten the mashed potatoes into his mouth long before the others could react. Bai Qingyu, on the other hand, followed Ling Qinzhen's example and mashed a serving of mashed potatoes for himself, his fingertips grabbing a little bit of the pale yellow crystals from the bag as he inclined his head to look at Ling Qinzhen, who had already put down his bowls and chopsticks. He was looking at people with a very focused gaze, his eyes still had a kind of unaware gentleness and serenity to them, and his face showed a shallow suspicion that just happened to have a very unique beauty. Ling Qinzhen suddenly got the charm of this person in this instant. TSK, no wonder he could become the blue-faced scourge that made the original owner swoon. Bai Qingyu blinked and wondered, this yellowish powder, what is it? Salt. Ling Qinzhen looked straight into his deep eyes and suddenly smiled brightly, shaking the opposite eye. Chapter 31 To be shameless. Bai Qingyu was shaken by her smiling face, his eyes subconsciously avoided, slightly deflected his face, lowered his head and brought the mashed potatoes and the spoon into his mouth. Qinghe reserved and proud, Bai Qingyu simply cannot resist this kind of seemingly teasing non-teasing stance, lowered his head and tried to maintain the usual aloofness, until half a bowl of mashed potatoes down his belly, he only realized with hindsight. that the creamy yellow mashed food in the bowl tasted surprisingly good. The food became extremely flavorful with the addition of a little powdered salt. More than the potatoes, he was curious about the yellowish salt powder in the bag. Where did you get this salt powder from? Extracted from rock salt. Rock salt extraction was not a technology worth keeping secret. She lowered her head and handed the bag containing the salt on the rock to Bai Qingyu. Actually, salt extracted from rock salt is still not good for the body when consumed over a long period of time. That's why I came over this time. Besides wanting to rent the ice cave on the mountain, I also wanted to inquire with you guys if you know where there is a salt lake in this grassland. These potatoes. What Bai Yun cared more about was still potatoes that could satiate hunger. Ling Qinzhen should have already had a very complete idea when he took this out, and he wanted to hear exactly how this young Lin young patriarch was prepared to take these potatoes in exchange for this cooperation. Ling Qinzhen crossed his fingers and looked at Bai Yun seriously. I want to join forces with the Cold Mountain tribe to plant potatoes over a large area. This plant is planted around late March to mid-April every year, harvested from October to November, and can even be stored for up to a year in certain environments. A year? Baek Jiayun was so shocked that she couldn't keep her manners, her eyes slightly rounded. How is this possible? No matter what kind of food it is, it would have gone bad after a year. Naturally, I won't lie to you, after all, our stone forest tribe also needs potatoes that can be stored for a long period of time, and a large amount of food to survive the cold season. Ling Qinzhen said with a pale expression. And many foods can be stored for a long period of time, but it involves various technical maneuvers. If you agree to a long-term and deep cooperation between the two tribes, we will share the techniques in this area. After hearing Ling Qingyan's words, Bai Yun was undoubtedly moved. However, there was still a risk. Because there was no precedent, whether potatoes could really be stored for that long was not something that could be verified overnight. Seeing that Bai Yun was clearly shaken, Ling Qinzhen turned his head to Bai Qingyu, who was at the side. Actually, with the cooperation between the two tribes, even if the result is not as expected, you guys actually don't have much to lose. The ice cave is readily available, you guys have no use for leaving it vacant, so you might as well rent it out for us to use, so that you can still get some of the prey as payment. To put it bluntly, if the two tribes have a conflict, the one who should have a headache is also us, Stone Forest. Because the prey is stored in your territory, if you swallow the prey, we are at most a fight. As for the result, that depends on how the strength of each. And I'm looking for you guys to cooperate. It's more of a gamble that you won't give up longer-term benefits for this bit of prey. She fished out the rest of the potatoes in the pot and made all of them into mashed potatoes, distributing them to the clansman watching from the periphery for a taste, and when he returned, he heard Ling Chengnan analyzing the pros and cons of cooperation with the two most cautious members of his family. He immediately laughed and said, cooperation aside, when it comes to something as important as food, you're so flippant as to bring a little eagle over to talk about it? And only talking about the situation that is favorable to our Cold Mountain tribe, why don't you analyze the unfavorable side? Or, do you want to use this to get Ayu to be your fifth beast husband? The moment Bai Qingyu raised his eyes, the harsh blade of his eyes clipped through. Ling Qinzhen looked up and surveyed Bai Shi, who was similar to a smiling tiger, and was somewhat surprised at this guy's shrewdness. Of course there are drawbacks. Cooperative planting is a big deal, both sides have to contribute, and the planting of potatoes is naturally not an easy task. You guys are also aware of the changeable weather on the Beast Plains, especially the rainy and dry seasons, which seriously affect the crop's harvest. One of the reasons for looking for your cooperation is because your Cold Mountain tribe has more water-oriented beastmen. When it comes to the rainy and dry seasons, at least the drainage and watering of the crops can be much easier for us. If the potato seedlings were to die of drought or drown during the planting process, both of our tribes would have to face half a year of working for nothing, and in the end, nothing would fall. Ling Qinzhen raised his eyes and looked at Bai Shi quietly. Do you have anything else to ask? My family's oldest three. Ling Qinzhen raised his eyes. I don't have the idea of forcing him, he refused so many times before, and I haven't done anything excessive, right? And I came to the door this time for the purpose of win-win cooperation, not to force you to trade people for benefits. Bai Shi stroked her chin and nodded thoughtfully. That's also right. Although you're a bit of a tosser, you really didn't force my family Au to do anything. Bai Qingyu raised his eyes and looked at his own second brother breathlessly. Can you stop talking? It's not like I'm dead? Discussing this in front of him, doesn't he want to lose face? Tisk, surprisingly annoyed. Bai Shi looked at his own younger brother who looked like a heavenly fairy, and after sighing twice, he didn't continue to banter. Because once he annoyed this kid, even if he was the second brother, Bai Qingyu would still beat him up. The three brothers in the family, Bai Qingyu has the strongest special ability. In a real fight, he would definitely suffer. Bai Shi suddenly walked in front of Ling Qinzhen, bending down close to her face, bending her clear eyes and looking straight into the bottom of her eyes. In fact, our Cold Mountain is not the only one who is beautiful, I am also good. If you look at me, it is not impossible for me to be a beast husband for you. Ling Qinzhen sat in place and did not move, just stared at him and suddenly laughed out softly. If you want to be my beast husband, it is not impossible. Only if you can beat me. After her words, she stretched out her right hand and pressed her fingertips on Bai Shi's forehead, gently pushing the beckoningly pretty face away. Her fingertips were warm, and when they were pressed against Bai Shi's forehead, Bai Shi's pupils suddenly shrunk. Bai Shi straightened up and crossed her arms, saying in a good-natured and amused manner, "I can't beat you? I'm a level 6 fire-type psychic ability, which is only one level lower than a Yu's psychic ability. Where did you get the confidence that you can win against me?" Bai Shi asked back unconvincingly. Ling Qinzhen tilted his head and looked at his thin chin, raising an eyebrow. "What? Want to fight? It's not impossible." Bai Shi pointed outside the fortress. "Dare to come? Bai Shi, don't fool around here." Bai Yun suddenly interrupted his provocation and gave his youngest son a look. Bai Qingyu understood and directly locked his neck from behind Bai Shi, forcibly dragging the person away from this place. Until he was far away from where Bai Yun and Ling Qinzhen were, Bai Qingyu flung the person onto the mountain rocks and looked at Bai Shi with a cold face. "Are you serious? How dare you want to be a beast husband for Ling Qinzhen? What? Can't you?" Bai Shi obediently leaned on the mountain rock, arms wrapped around her body, the long and flowing pink and white feathers on her shoulders gently swayed in the wind. The whole person had an unruly and uninhibited appearance, slightly lifting her chin and said, "Don't you dislike Ling Changnan? Then what I want to do should have nothing to do with you, right?" Bai Qingyu's brows knitted up, his left hand pulling on the animal skin clothing in front of him. "Second brother, Ling Chang'an is not an ordinary female. Once you provoke her, it will be hard to get away again. Whether I can get away or not is my business. I don't need you to intervene." Bai Shi brushed Bai Qingyu's hand away, straightened his animal skin clothes and the flowing plumes on his shoulders, and said nonchalantly, "You're just too dull, the same as our father. In the past, I just thought that she was a bit dull, and even a bit stupid, but I didn't expect that after not seeing her for a while, her brain has gotten a lot smarter. Aren't you curious as to where exactly she learned these things from?" Bai Qingyu was naturally curious, but he knew that there were some things that were not suitable to get to the bottom of. He suddenly moved closer to Bai Shi, slightly dropping his eyes, landing on words that were light but powerful. "Ling Qinzhen came to our tribe with the idea of mutual benefit and cooperation. Second brother, I don't want the cooperation between the two tribes to break down because of your selfishness. If this thing called potatoes can make all the beastmen in the tribe stop starving and exterminating themselves in the wilderness, even if the origin of those things she grasps is unknown, so what?" Bai Qingyu suddenly raised his eyelashes, his eyes that were always warm and light flashed with a rare stern color. Bai Shi quietly looked at his brother, who rarely revealed his cold side, and suddenly grinned. "You really know how to hide yourself. I told you that Ling Qinzhen is blind, letting such a good-looking and straightforward male like me go unnoticed in favor of a guy like you who looks clean on the surface, but actually has a dark heart that is too dark to be true." Bai Qingyu let go of his hand and said with the corner of his mouth curled, "Whatever you say. If you just want to test her, I advise you not to do it. If you really want to give her a fifth beast husband, I won't stop you. Anyway, father also said that you are usually flamboyant, and shall be the first one of our three brothers to have a mate. Second brother's breeding period is also coming up this year, so I can understand if he's really eager to seek a mate." After saying that, Bai Qingyu turned around and left. Bai Shi stood in place, arms wrapped around her chest, fingertips slowly pointing on her arms, a fire pressed in her heart. Bai Qingyu, this dead kid, still really dare to threaten him, ah? Wait for it. At the latest, a few months, this kid's breeding period is also going to arrive, no partner, and no experience in overcoming the breeding period. He will wait to see his joke. But? Bai Shi lowered her eyes and gently twisted her fingertips, pondering in her mind. The path of finding Ling Qinzhen as a companion didn't seem to be out of the question. Anyway, he had made up his mind that he would never act like a cutie. Like that, he would pour out his heart and saddle up to his future mate. There were 4 beast husbands for Ling Chang'an, not much more than one more for him. He really wants to hook up with Ling Qinzhen, coax her during the breeding period every year, and the rest of the time he is free. Outside himself is not impossible. As for the pups, let it be. It would be better if he didn't carry a cub. He also did not want to get pregnant early in his life. Ah shucks, Ingyan have pups. When Bai Qingyu returned to Bai Yun's side, Ling Qinzhen and Bai Yun had already decided to work together, and the contents of the cooperation were almost negotiated. Ling Qinzhen lifted his own spatula and looked at Bai Qingyu, who had stopped in front of her, and tilted her head in confusion. "What's wrong? Is there anything else?" Bai Qingyu returned the small bag containing salt in her hand back to Ling Qinzhen. "The salt lake you just mentioned, I want to talk to you about it." "Go ahead, what do you want to ask?" "Bai Qingyu, when you say salt lake, do you mean a saltwater lake?" Ling Qinzhen nodded. "Right." Bai Qingyu received an affirmation before he said in a soft voice, "The salt lakes are mainly located in the northwest of the wilderness, a bit far from us. I followed the hunting team on a long hunt last year, and I've been to the waters in the northwest direction, and I've come across a few salt lakes, ranging in size from large to small." "You want to go?" Ling Qinzhen nodded, but quickly sighed again. "But not now, I have to go to the misty swamp first." Bai Qingyu suddenly wrinkled his eyebrows. "Why do you want to go there? Your stone forest hunting range never involves that place, right?" "To hunt the Xian scale snake lizard." Ling Qingzhen bundled the pot with vines and hung it directly on Mistiju's chest, turning back and saying with Bai Qingyu, after my father picked up Su Weipu, he found out that not only was he crippled, but he was also poisoned with snake lizards by a beastman of the same clan. If we don't go hunting snake lizards as soon as possible and take the bile and blood to make medicine, Su Weipu will die. Bai Qingyu's face became extremely ugly. The Snow Wolf tribe is surprisingly venomous like this? Su Wei painting was their former young matriarch. Wouldn't this be a matter of conscience? If they had this thing called conscience, Su Weifu wouldn't be in this ghostly state right now. I really shouldn't stay for long. He also made a fuss about killing himself this morning. I have to go home. Bai Qingyu watched her and Mistijua prepare to head out, opened his mouth, but still didn't think of how to speak. It wasn't until he watched Mistijua transform into his beast form and prepare to lift his wings to leave that he suddenly appeared beside the man and the eagle. Wait a minute. Ling Qingzhen just jumped on the back of Mistijua and turned his head to look at Bai Qingyu condescendingly. Anything else to say? Bai Qingyu always felt something strange. Once upon a time it was always her running after him, always talking to herself endlessly. And he was always a little impatient, not really wanting to listen to her talking about those messy contents. Unexpectedly, time had changed, the wind and water had changed, and now it was his turn to chase after her to talk. Bai Qingyu swept that odd thought that had suddenly popped up to the back of his mind. His waist was straight, his body was like a green pine, and he opened his mouth. If you want to go to the Misty Swamp, I can accompany you. You're so kind? Ling Qingzhen didn't expect him to take the initiative to suggest this. Don't you hate me so much? Why do you want to help me? Ling Qingzhen propped his elbow on his knee, supporting his jaw with one hand, his eyes drooping as he quietly looked at Bai Qingyu, who was half an arm's length away. Bai Qingyu looked straight into her eyes without evasion. I didn't hate you. Liar. Bai Qingyu blinked her eyelashes. I didn't lie to you. I just don't like you pursuing me. Ling Chengnan hooked the corner of his mouth. You and I aren't relatives. How dare I ask you to accompany me in life and death? Furthermore, the Misty Swamp is an extremely dangerous place. If I let you accompany me, if something goes wrong, your father will have to whip me into shape. My father won't. He is a reasonable beast man. Bai Qingyu swore. Ling Qingzhen slightly narrowed his eyes. Even the most reasonable person, when it comes to the issue of life and death of their closest bloodline, it's hard to maintain their sanity. I'm grateful that you're willing to accompany me. When Bai Qingyu saw her flap Mistijua's wings and prepared to leave, he suddenly shot out to pull her arm. I'm serious, the Misty Swamp is really dangerous. Without the accompaniment of an experienced flying beastman, hunting Xian-scaled snake lizards is harder than reaching the sky. Your life is related to the rations of our tribes old and young for this year's cold season. If you have a short or long life, the cooperation you talked about with my father before, wouldn't it be all for nothing? I've been to the Misty Swamp to hunt, I have experience. And there shouldn't be any faster than me among the orcs, you know. Ling Chengnan looked at his arm that was being held and pondered for a long time. I'll think about it. Bai Qingyu let go of his hand and took a few steps back, watching the golden-topped giant eagle fly away carrying her. When he turned around, he saw Bai Shi, who was leaning under the fortress. Bai Shi circled his arms and sneered, how come I don't know when you've gone hunting in the Misty Swamp? And I have experience. Pulling other people's small hands and lying to the little female of the family. Bai Qingyu, do you still want to lose your face? Chapter 32 Sworn Status. Ling Qingzhen, who had already returned to the Stone Forest tribe, was not aware of Bai Qingyu's lies. She had too many things to be busy with to care about that little bit of mind of the two opposites. Mistijua landed on the ground, carrying Ling Qingzhen's large pot with one hand. Before she had the chance to ask what she was going to do next, she heard Ling Qingzhen arranging, help me put the pot over the stone stove, be a little lighter, there's no way to make food if that thing breaks. Mistijua, who was originally moving with a big grin, instantly lightened his movements, carefully placed the pot on the stone stove, and also squatted down to carefully check if he had just knocked any holes out of this black cloth rumbling contraption. Ling Qingzhen walked towards his cave, and at a glance, he saw Chongzhen sitting at the entrance of the cave sunbathing. He also had a few light stones that were being recharged at his feet, and his entire body was lazily leaning against a large rock, his injured leg stretched out, and he was dozing off with his eyes closed. Ling Qingzhen only looked at him twice, glancing at the herbs that had already been sorted by his side, realizing that this fox was actually very meticulous in his work, and his hands and feet were indeed very diligent as well, not a sneaky one, so he could be considered to stay by his side as an underling for a long period of time. She was about to raise her steps towards the cave when Chongzhen, who was leaning against her, suddenly opened his mouth and said, how's the cooperation talk going? Naturally, it's a horse to the slaughter. Then, congratulations. Chongzhen slowly opened his eyes, his pupils were illuminated by the golden sun rising in the east, reflecting a very peculiar circle of luster, but it disappeared in an instant. I also have to thank you. If it wasn't you who made the suggestion in the beginning, there would be no such thing as cooperation now. Ling Qingzhen looked at his face sideways. To be honest, your brain is very flexible. I do have a bit of interest in you. Interested in what way? Chongzhen raised his hand to block the harsh sunlight, slightly narrowing his amorous eyes, but I'm still injured, there's no way I can serve you. The corners of Ling Qingzhen's mouth twitched, and he said breathlessly, I'm not that hungry. Looking at her exasperated back, Chongjin suddenly lost his smile for a moment, propping up his head with one hand, and said in boredom, "It's really meaningless, saying a couple of words and then running away, with such a thin skin, and how did you make a sensational rumor of chasing after a male orc before?" Not a moment later, Yu Shaoqin came out from inside with a tired face, sat down on the rock beside him, paralyzed in a corner like a cat cake, and sighed long and lifelessly. "What's the sigh?" Chongjin told him to sit to the side and not to press on the herbs. Yu Shaoqin directly changed back to his beast form, both white triangular ears collapsed, and said breathlessly, "Su Weifang is really too difficult to deal with, he is injured like this, how can he still be so tossed around?" From the morning Su woke up to now, he first gave Su Wei painting to clean up the bed, replaced the animal skin skirt, but also helped him to put the change of medicine, feeding him food and water. A whole busy as a gyroscope, not to mention, the result is that this person every time he took advantage of him a little bit of not paying attention to, with his head hitting the stone bed underneath him. I said, don't care about him, let him die directly. Chongjin sympathized a little with Su Wei Hua, but not much. You're not his parent, much less his child, there's no need to be so nice to him. Since he doesn't want to live, you shouldn't stop him. A male beastman like him who has completely lost his ambition at such a young age, living is better than dying. But wifey wants to save him. Yu Shaoqin raised his eyes to look at Chongjin, who had a somewhat cold-side face, and muttered in a small voice, "Are you jealous of wife master being nice to Su Weifang?" "Me? Jealous?" Chongjin twisted his head to look straight at Yu Shaoqin and snorted coldly, "He's a disfigured and disabled invalid, he doesn't even know if he can live on his own in the future, what's there to be jealous of?" Yu Shaoqin cocked his head and said suspiciously, "But I just feel like you're jealous." "That's an illusion on your part," Chongjin said with certainty. Chongjin touched her cheeks and suddenly laughed, "Besides, I'm not like you, who only wants to depend on Ling Cheng'en to live a peaceful life. I don't have any thoughts about having pups for her." "You'd better remember what you said today. Oh, I'll tell my wife's master." Yu Shaoqin suddenly interjected. Chongjin paused, twisted his head and threw his eye blade at him. "I only want the medicine Luo tribe to merge into the stone forest, and in the future, I will assist her in making a better life for her people. Male love is too superficial." Yu Shaoqin looked at Chongjin's firm and confident look, and paralyzed back onto the stone, his tiny beast form spreading out his limbs and paralyzing into a large shape, slowly closing his eyes. "You are the young matriarch of the medicine Luo tribe. Now that you have married into the stone forest tribe, do you still have to think about your original clan? Wouldn't that be a bit heartless, elbowing your way out?" Chongjin asked in return, "What about in your place?" Yu Shaoqin's tail wagged twice slowly and whispered, "Actually, I'm quite bad. I don't like the Wu Yang tribe, and I'm not a young clan leader, so I don't have the responsibility or obligation to support the hundreds of beastmen up and down Wu Yang. Will wifey not like me if she mainly knows this?" Chongjin twisted his head to look at the brownish-red plush toy and was silent for a while. "Did you have a bad time in Wu Yang?" Yu Shaoqin opened his round eyes and looked straight up at the tile blue sky, saying slowly, "Actually, I can't say whether it's good or bad. I'm an orphan, or a wandering orphan, and after I was picked up by my foster father, I wandered with him for several years before he took me to Wu Yang. He found a mate the first year he got to Wu Yang, then I lived with him for about 6 months before they had pups. My foster mother didn't like me, so before she gave birth, she kicked me out of the house on the grounds that she couldn't afford to feed me. I had to live in a tree in one of the more remote parts of the tribe and build myself a tree nest. I had a tough time in the beginning because Wu Yang wasn't like the Stone Forest tribe, where after the hunting party hunted, they would distribute the daily prey to each family, making sure everyone had a bite to eat. I was just under 10 years old at that time and had to find my own food. The Wu Yang tribe distributed food almost once every half a month, and for the rest of the time, I had to rely on myself. Fortunately, I'm a small orc, my need for meat isn't too high, and I can fill my stomach by finding some mossberries and leaves on my own. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to live until now. It wasn't until later in my teens when I suddenly got with system psychic abilities that my days became much better. There were very few psychic orcs in the tribe, so my adoptive parents came back for more, often taking the berries and plants I worked so hard to grow from my house. Every time they came to my door, they said that I was their cub's brother, that they didn't have psychic powers and weren't as strong as me, and that my foster father had raised me for so many years, and that they wanted me to repay them by doing so. Chongjin was a bit surprised. "So you let them come to your door 3 times and take away your rations, not daring to put a harsh word?" Yu Shaoqin nodded. "I know I'm a wimp, but it can't be helped, I'm really not good at fighting. Don't look at my wood system alien ability level 4, but even if it's an orc without alien ability, as long as it's a little bit bigger than me and moves more agile than me, I'm basically the one who gets beaten every time." Hearing him say that, Shai-Chai even sympathized with him a bit. "It seems like you're quite experienced in taking a beating." Yu Shaoqin nodded. "I was beaten up more when I was a child. My adoptive father had a very bad temper, especially before he found a mate. Every year around the breeding period, he would lose his temper over some small things and then beat me up with his hands. He's actually very lazy. When I lived with him, I sometimes had to find food for him." Chongjin suddenly wrinkled his eyebrows and said, "You're just stupid, don't you know how to run?" Yu Shaoqin tilted his head and said, "You're the young patriarch of the medicine Luo tribe. You've never been a wandering beastman before, so you wouldn't understand. It's hard for a wandering beastman to survive, especially a small beastman like me who is especially young and doesn't have any self-preservation ability yet. At that time, whenever I left my foster father, I couldn't sleep peacefully at night. Because I was perched on a tree nest, large lordly beasts would silently prey on me at night, and other large birds and beasts would sneak up on me in the daytime. Even if I slept in a burrow I dug for myself, there would be many beasts with a particularly good sense of smell that would find my burrow. Shigyur was silent longer this time. How tragic. Yushouchin suddenly laughed a little. I think I'm still quite lucky. Weak stray cubs would have died very quickly in the wilderness, but I survived, and I also survived until I awakened my psychic abilities. Although my adoptive father and mother treated me badly, and the clansmen in the tribe only wanted to sell me for a peaceful life. But no one would have expected that fortune and misfortune would come together, and I met the super powerful wife master again. Although wife master decided to raise me because of my supernatural abilities, I can well understand her decision. After all, in the absence of deep emotional ties, profit is the motive. What's more, my wife's owner doesn't mind that I'm a chicken with my alien ability, so my future won't be too bad. After listening quietly, Shigyur couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Then you are indeed strangely lucky. And you're not as dumb as I thought, you seem to be oddly perceptive and seeing things. Yushouchin sat up from the rock, having recovered his full vitality. Clasping his paws in front of his chest, he tried to defend himself. I'm not stupid, I'm just timid. Forget it, I'm not going to chat with you, an old fox with evil intentions. I have to hurry to build the treehouse. Save me from having to stop work again to take care of Su Wei Fang when my wife and master go out in a while. Chongzhen looked at Yushouchin like a diligent little bee, with a thoughtful face. This goon little panda, to say that it is repulsive. That is absolutely impossible, because the character is really no words, although the emotions are straightforward, but the actions are always to take care of the people around him. But to say like him bar. He is a little disgusted with this little panda is really abusive, no matter good people bad people, worth it or not, he is all an attitude. Ha, really do not know what attitude to use to him. Inside the cave. Ling Qinzhen looked at Su Weifang whose head was wrapped like a dumpling. For a moment he wanted to laugh, but when he met his wolf-like eyes, he tried to suppress the corners of his mouth. Still thinking of seeking death? Ling Qinzhen stood at the edge of the stone bed, looking at his evil ghost-like face and letting out a shallow breath. Anyway, you can't even do it now if you want to kill yourself, why don't we have a chat? Su Weifang's voice was like a worn-out bellows, and when he spat out words, he couldn't actually hear them too well. Ling Changnan lowered his eyes to observe his agitated expression, and his body that was constantly bleeding from the struggle, and raised his hand to twist the right earlobe. Before you came to our house, I actually didn't know too much about you. Ling Qinzhen looked back at the cave and finally went outside to carry a rock in, sitting on the edge of the bed and crossing his legs as he spoke slowly. But it shouldn't be the first time we've met, and you've long been a trophy set by my father, so I won't say too much nonsense. I kept you, and intend to heal you, mainly because of your ability and your potential. The current patriarch of the Snow Wolf tribe is your father, right? You were crippled and disfigured, and this kind of thing would definitely not have been possible without his acquiescence. So, I don't think you still have feelings of admiration for him. And he holds a grudge against us, the Stone Forest, so between our two tribes, sooner or later there will still be a battle. At that time, you might be able to take revenge yourself. Dream on. Su Weifang suddenly viciously uttered two words. I will not help you to scourge my clan even if I am an abandoned dog. Ling Qinzhen was a bit surprised by his words, not expecting him to be so defensive about hurting his tribe. Then what was the reason you didn't seek death until my father brought you back? He twisted his head away and did not answer. Ling Qinzhen pondered for a moment. He has your mother? But she quickly rejected this idea. For looking up from outside the cave, he said with her, his mother died a long time ago. Heavy True explained to her in general what made the Snow Wolf race more unique. The orcs of the Snow Wolf tribe were strictly monogamous. Therefore, there is no doubt about the loyalty of the Snow Wolf orcs to their mates. However, this statement was not absolute. In fact, the real situation was that the orcs of the Snow Wolf tribe would only look for their next partner after their partner died completely. Su Weifang's father, the patriarch of the Snow Wolf tribe, had two wives. The man had two cubs with his long-dead ex-wife. In the second litter, he unfortunately died in childbirth, but gave birth to a very weak female cub. Chongzhen ignored Su Weifang's murderous gaze and analyzed with Ling Qinzhen without a hitch. So, his sister who was born in a difficult labor should have survived and is now in the hands of their clan leader, becoming a handle to blackmail him into suffering. Shigyur, there's no need to blindly show off that you know a lot of information here. Get out. Cough. Su Weifang really hated Chongzhen who submitted to Ling Chengyan so early. When it was really spineless stuff. When the four ministries allied to attack the Shi Lin tribe, he had dealt with this cunning fox and knew that he was an eight-sided and very flexible beastman. Therefore, without realizing it, he had pried into a lot of inside information. He didn't care at that time, because he knew that the Medicine Luo tribe was not climatic, at best, it was just a pawn, and even if he got hold of the news of the Snow Wolf tribe, he didn't dare to do anything to them. Unexpectedly, the conceit of yesteryear had finally ushered in today's backstabbing. Chong snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "Who are you telling to roll? Su Weifang, your brain is not good, I can help you wake up. This is my home." Ling Qinzhen looked at the two of them inexplicably bickering, and was a bit speechless for a moment. Hearing this arrogant statement, she turned around and inexplicably looked at Chongzhen, who had a proud face. Chongzhen looked back into her eyes, lifted her chin defiantly, and asked back condescendingly, "Am I wrong? I'm your first beast husband, this is your cave, isn't this my home? Is it still the home of some cat or dog outside?" Chapter 33 Bedding in front of the couch. Ling Cheng'an looked at Chongzhen, who was trying to act very calm. For a moment he wanted to laugh a little. "What are you laughing at?" Chongzhen said irritably. "Nothing." Ling Qinzhen shook his head and said thoughtfully, "You are indeed right, this is my cave and indeed your home. But have you ever thought that Su Weifang is also my beast husband, and this place can barely be considered his home?" Su Wei Painting looked hatefully at the two men who were talking to themselves, and protested in a hoarse voice, "Not at all." Ling Qinzhen raised his hand and gave him a slap on the chest, not showing any mercy at all. There was no other murmur in the cave except for the loud slap. Su Weifang was so caught off guard by this slap that he coughed violently a few times, leaving a few reddish fingerprints on his pecs. "You." Ling Qinzhen withdrew his hand and raised his eyebrows in a smirk. "You really think you're a princess, don't you? I spoke to you in a nice voice and you didn't want to listen, so you had to force me to make a move to reason with you, didn't you? You, shameless." Ling Qinzhen raised his hand and gave him another blow. Hurting him was not so bad, but the sound of skin and flesh slapping made Chongzhen a little stunned. Royally only Chongzhen covered his eyes, twisted his head and muttered, "The world is going down, flirting in broad daylight." Ling Qinzhen turned back, his fury eyes cast on the back of his head, threatening, "Do you believe that in a moment, I will also flirt with you for a while?" Chongzhen immediately turned around and moved away from the battlefield filled with the smell of smoke. Just kidding. He doesn't really want to look for a beating. Ling Qinzhen, this female who doesn't know how to flirt, might really get real because he owes him a few words. Therefore, the first to slip for the top. Su Wei Painting chest hot pain, the face of the flesh slightly twitching, there are a lot of blood dripping down, pain in front of his eyes a blur, but always clenched his teeth, did not say a word. Ling Qinzhen looked at the blood flowing on the hay under the back of his head, his brows tightly knitted, reached out to fix his neck, lowered his eyes and said in a cold voice, "Slowly relax the muscles on your face, the more movement in your expression, the more you'll exacerbate the deterioration of the wound. Don't mind me." Su Weifang barely raised her arm and opened her wrist. Ling Qinzhen still wanted to say something. Su Weifang's fractured arm hung down on the stone bed. He closed his eyes and laughed to himself. "If you are rushing towards my supernormal ability to try to save me, then your purpose is definitely going to be defeated. I no longer have any supernormal abilities." Ling Qinzhen looked at him quietly. "The supernormal ability will not disappear." Su Weifang opened his eyes and stared straight at her. "There is no need for me to lie to you about this kind of thing. If you casually find someone with supernormal abilities to sense it, you will be able to find that the supernormal abilities in my body have completely disappeared." Ling Qinzhen stroked her chin and pondered for a moment. "There's no need to find someone else, I have psychic abilities. You relax your body, I'll try to see if I can sense where the problem is with the disappearance of your supernormal ability." Su Wei Painting that half-intact face, eyes round, fixedly looking at her. "You actually have supernormal abilities? Having psychic abilities is not something new. Why are you making such a fuss?" Ling Qinzhen raised her hand and pressed it on his shoulder, and after closing her eyes, she sank her spiritual power into his body. Although Su Wei Painting had lost his gold system psychic ability, his body, which had been hammered by his psychic ability for a long time, was still very sharp, and he felt an unprecedented fear for the unfamiliar power that had suddenly invaded his body. He was very sure that even if he still had his alien ability, he would not be able to resist the invasion of this power at all. Ling Qinzhen Shi. Exactly what kind of alien ability was it? And what level was it? How could there be such a sense of oppression? When the 4 departments surrounded the stone forest, she was not yet present. If she was there and attacked with this strange psychic ability, Su Weifang looked at her white and sharp jawline, suddenly creeped out, and at the same time deeply felt that no matter how the future Snow Wolf tribe laid out their plans, if they couldn't grasp the characteristics of Ling Qingnan's ability, they would definitely suffer a great deal of losses, and even would be defeated by Shi Lin in a crushing manner. "Your muscles are too taut and your body is resisting too strongly, but you will be injured twice," Ling Qinzhen reminded with her eyes closed. Her spirit-based psychic ability was so powerful that she had already achieved tenticization, which meant that she used a physical form. However, invading Su Weifang's body to probe instead was a bit simpler, only needing to slowly pour her spiritual energy into it, traveling along the veins of his body's blood vessels, she would be able to fully perceive the true situation of each part of his body. In the last days of the alien, the core of the alien energy is generally located in the brain. However, after checking around Su Weifang's head, she couldn't detect any trace of the alien energy core, so she could only probe downwards. Eventually, she found the alien energy core at the location of the heart. The alien energy core of a beast world exalt was fused with the heart. This discovery refreshed her previous knowledge. The exotic energy nucleus of a beast world exalt was like an irregular crystal. The crystal color was different for different alien abilities. But the orc's alien ability core was not a crystal, but the countless tiny blood vessels spread throughout the heart. The walls of the blood vessels within Su Wei Painting's heart were all golden, only right now, due to something unknown, the color of the blood vessel walls became extremely dull and vaguely black, and the power bursting out of the heart was also attenuating. Ling Qinzhen withdrew her spiritual power, got up and went to find Chong Jin and Yu Xiaochen. After testing it on both of them, only then did she return to the cave once again, looking at Su Wei Fang, who was lying half dead on the bed. Your supernormal ability can be restored. It's not gone. Su Weipu's dead eyes suddenly lifted. Did the people of the Snow Wolf tribe feed you something strange? No. Su Weifang shook her head. I haven't eaten anything since I was locked up. On the third day of being locked up, I suddenly realized that my supernormal ability was declining, gradually becoming weaker and weaker until I finally couldn't perceive it. Ling Qinzhen nodded, indicating that he understood. Let's put the matter of the supernormal ability aside for now. Let's talk about your family. Shigure said that you also have a sister who is being held by your clan in the Snow Wolf tribe as a lever to blackmail you. Have you thought about the fact that if you die, she'll be completely helpless? Would your father and now a mother protect her and stand up for her? Is there a possibility that they will let your sister take on the anger of the entire Snow Wolf tribe's defeat and humiliation, leaving her to fend for herself? With every sentence Ling Qinzhen said, Su Weifang's face became uglier. But the other party didn't care and poked him straight in the lifeblood. I've heard about the Snow Wolf beastmen being arrogant and conceited long ago. That's why I know that you're not convinced and you're not willing to submit to Lin, much less be my beast husband. But you are now an outcast of the Snow Wolf tribe. I don't think the Snow Wolf tribe will treat your handlers well. Why don't we make a bet? Su Weifang didn't say anything, only looking at her quietly. Let's bet on how your sister's current situation is. How about it? If your sister is doing well in the Snow Wolf tribe, I don't care about you, you can die if you want to. But if she's living in dire straits right now, you want to put her out of her misery. Su Weifang didn't wait for Ling Qinzhen to finish, then said word for word. From now on, this life of mine is yours. Chapter 34 Scrap Fox. Deal. Ling Qinzhen was satisfied with this bet. After Su Weifang coughed lowly a few times and slowly calmed her breath, she added, but I have my code of conduct. No matter what happens in the future, I will not help you deal with the Snow Wolf tribe. Can. Ling Qinzhen kicked the stone behind him into the corner, placing his arm that was hanging down outside the stone bed back onto the haymat, and said quietly, you couldn't think of anything else before, and it's fine if you want to die. I don't want to bother about this with you. During this next period of time, you'd better be honest and don't toss Yu Xiaochen. He has no enmity or grudge against you, and is taking care of you on my arrangement. On top of that, he has to build his own treehouse, so you can just call out to him if you need to, but be polite. Is there a problem? Su Weifang drooped her eyelids and didn't say anything. Ling Qinzhen flung his wrist, if you don't speak, I'll take it as your default. I will leave for the Misty Swamp tomorrow at the latest to hunt the shin-scaled snake lizard. You're defenseless now, so don't get into trouble with Chongjin, in case he takes advantage of the fact that you don't have the strength to fight back to tickle you a few claws. She raised the corners of her lips. I will never interfere in the conflict between you. If you take it, and I'm not going to get it back for you. I don't need to. Ling Qinzhen hummed and laughed, needy. Words cannot be said so early. Chongjin is not a good person, even the good-tempered Yu Xiaochen can be pissed off, so Ling Qinzhen did not hold any hope for this fox. After solving Su Weifang's psychological problems, Ling Qinzhen walked out of the cave and stood in the sunlight to move his stiff shoulders and neck. Chongjin sat in front of the stone stove, skillfully building a fire to cook the medicine. He inclined his head to see Ling Qinzhen walk out and pointed to the only herbs left in the basket. These herbs are only enough to boil for today's noon, the rest is not quite enough. I can stop using the medicine, but I'm afraid the one in the cave won't work. Have you thought about whether to go to the witch doctor to exchange the herbs or to dig them yourself? I'm going to let Misty Zhua go digging. Ling Qinzhen looked towards Misty Zhua, who was squatting by the stream and was concentrating on dissecting the fish. Chongjin looked at Misty Zhua and said with a face full of disgust, that stupid bird? He can't do it, right? He's afraid that he doesn't even recognize the herbs, and the odds are that he'll come back with a bunch of grasses. So, you follow him. You don't need to do anything, just use your mouth to guide you. Chongjin pointed at his nose. Me? Thanks for thinking so highly of me, I don't recognize it either. You've cooked several meals, these herbs have been turned over and over in the sun, I don't believe you don't remember. Ling Qinzhen didn't bother to pay attention to his pushback and directly arranged, I'll go out with you guys in the afternoon, and by the way, I'll tell you clearly about where several kinds of herbs grow. The weather has been good for the past 2 days, so you guys take the time to dig some more. After digging back, remember to concoct these herbs and send some of them to the witch doctor at that time. He's too old now, and his supernatural ability recovers slowly, so he's not able to go out and collect herbs for the time being. If you guys don't know how to concoct the herbs, let Misty Zhua ask for clarification and just follow the steps when the time comes. Chongjin looked at the quiet cave entrance, then at Yu Shaochen who was working hard to build a treehouse on the tree in the distance, and finally let out a long sigh. Alright, if I don't do it, you don't have any manpower to arrange, right? To be honest, I somewhat understand your father's thoughts now. Ling Chengnan said expressionlessly, so I thank you for being able to understand him? Chongjin bristled and said, that's not necessary, I simply understand why he was so eager to find you a beast husband. Before, I simply thought that he just didn't want you to continue wasting your efforts on by Qingyu. And now? I think he really took great pains. If Su Weipu and I hadn't gotten hurt and that prude from Snake Mountain hadn't run away, in fact, the beast husband that your father chose for you would have been completely able to secure your life in the future. It wouldn't have mattered even if you were to mingle and die. Ling Qinzhen was indifferent to this. Ling Xiao was indeed too good to pick faults with his own child. She didn't really want to think about these overly warm things because she didn't come from a particularly good background, and comparing the two, it seemed as if it appeared as if the time when she didn't grow up was particularly miserable. While that was true, she didn't want to think back on it. After your medicine is boiled, remember to bake the fish that Miss Dijua got done, and I'll go to the place I was last time to see if I can dig up some more potatoes, or something else to eat. If you find potatoes again, why don't you keep them for breeding first? The bamboo shoots and greens from before can actually be eaten if you make do. Chongjin pondered for a while and offered his opinion. Ling Qinzhen nodded, that's what I think too. Where did you find all your potatoes? Shigyur was genuinely curious and casually asked. Ling Qinzhen recalled the location and pointed in the direction of the downstream of the stream. Follow this Qingshi Creek all the way to the east, and the stream will merge into a very wide river. The potatoes are found along the banks of the river, where the ground is a little higher. Before we go digging for herbs later, you can show me around. Chongjin actually had a guess about that piece of land. The big, very wide river that Ling Qinzhen had mentioned should be the Yelan River. Yelan River was the fourth largest river in the northern wasteland, with its starting point located in the northernmost Lac d'Abyss, running through half of the northern wasteland, forming a very large alluvial plain directly east of the Stone Forest tribe, and running towards the mouth of the sea to the southeast, and ultimately merging into the Sea of Berserkers. Qingshi Creek is actually very special, connecting the Yi Helan River in the east and the Xuemu River, the first longest river in the northern wilderness plain, in the west. Every year, during the rainy season, the water level of the Xuemu River would rise, and the tribes along the coast would be plagued. Therefore, before the rainy season comes, the tribes along the Xinyu River will start to move in the summer. Qingshi Creek is considered one of the small tributaries of the Xuemu River, not to mention that it is only a few meters wide, and the water flow is only shallow enough to cover the green stones under the river bank, not even 1 meter deep. But once the rainy season comes, the surface of Qingshi Creek will extend to dozens of meters wide, and the water flow will become extraordinarily swift, so that even the place where they are now basing their stone stoves may be flooded. However, Ling Xiao and the others had lived in this cave for a few years and had not moved out so far, so they thought that as long as the rainy season was not particularly long, the river should not rise to the entrance of the cave. The Yelan River is influenced by the upper reaches of the main river, and the water also rises wildly during the rainy season, and the plains that have been alluvialized along the way are basically flooded, with only a small portion of the hills or mountains that are relatively high up in the terrain managing to escape. After Ling Qinzhen took him on a field walk, Chongjin sat on Miss Dijua's back, unfolded a piece of animal skin, took the charcoal stick that Ling Qinzhen burned out, and prepared to make a map marking on the animal skin. Ling Qinzhen was a bit surprised that he could draw a map, and stood behind him, probing curiously to survey the. Then it was realized that his drawing was just too ugly. This is a map for you? Chongjin pinched the charcoal pencil, looked back at her with a disgusted expression, and said irritably, how is this not a map for me? Rivers are rivers, land is land, and it's drawn with soul, okay? Ling Qinzhen pointed at the 2 straight bars on the animal skin. Soul? You're a river? Do you dare to say that again with a clear conscience? She looked at Chongjin with an incredulous face and directly snatched his charcoal pencil, gritting her teeth. You're wasting the family's animal skins. I've never seen a draftsman as abstract as you in my life. Chapter 35, The Fox with a Heart of Gold. What is a draftsman? Heavy True was half-hearted and turned his head to ask about a word he didn't understand. Don't care what a cartographer is, you give me a good look at the map drawn like this. Ling Qinzhen directly spread the animal skin on Miss Dijua's back and casually sketched a few strokes, quickly redrawing the section of the Yelan River they had just seen. She also accurately marked the direction on the map, and the alignment of each section of the river was almost exactly the same as on the ground. Shigyur watched as her slender fingertips became stained with black powder, and his gaze fell uncontrollably to the side of her face. Before she could raise her head to reprimand him, she hurriedly looked down again at the markings drawn on the animal skin. Though he didn't quite understand what she meant by the arrow she had drawn in the upper right of the map, marking it with an N. But this time, without her detailed explanation, he could roughly guess which marks represented rivers, which represented plains, and which were mountains. Shichide couldn't help but open his mouth as he watched her stop writing, and was about to emote something when he met her disgusted eyes and instantly couldn't say a word. Learn well. You can't beat me in hunting ability, little things like drawing and taking notes, you have to be good at it, right? Otherwise, your dream of having the medicine Luo tribe annexed into the stone forest will be really far away. Shigyur. He bowed his head and took the charcoal stick and the beastskin map, saying in exasperation, got it. Holding the beastskin map in his hand, Chongzhen could not help but slander in his heart. Whenever he had a slight crush on Ling Changnan, she was always the first to slam down the big stick and dampen his little floating thoughts. So, being mates? Oh. Ling Changzhen, this one-dimensional female who doesn't know how to be affectionate. Note that it was only better for her. Ling Changzhen didn't even have time to pay attention to his rich inner emotions, shoved the charcoal pencil into Chongzhen's hand, removed the bamboo basket from Mistyjua's neck, and used the long-handled bone blade that Ling Xiao had prepared for her to dig up in a piece of loose soil. Following those leaves, she quickly dug up some more potatoes. Ling Changzhen squatted on the ground to inspect the potatoes and wrinkled his brows. It's only been a day or two since then, and these potatoes have already started sprouting. These potatoes can't be eaten, they can only be used as seeds. Mistijua had wanted to peel those potatoes into the basket, and at the sound of his voice, he was filled with disappointment. Why can't this be eaten? It's obviously not spoiled either. Ling Changzhen looked up and watched as Mistijua was about to shove the sprouted raw potatoes into her mouth, and in a second, she grabbed the food from the eagle's mouth and rebuked in a cold voice, "Are you not remembering what I told you before?" Mistijua blinked, a little confused. You can't eat raw potatoes, and sprouted potatoes are even more inedible. Ling Chang reiterated, throwing the potatoes into the bamboo basket and saying word for word, "You must remember this clearly. Sprouted potatoes are poisonous, the witch doctor has not recovered yet. If you get poisoned because of gluttony, you will have to wait for death then." Mistijua looked down at the fist-sized potato with green sprouts, not quite believing it. "Sister N, it's not so bad, right? I've eaten stinky meat before, this is just a small ground egg with sprouts." Ling Changzhen directly raised her hand and gave him a punch. "I think you have itchy skin. You can't listen to good words, so you'll feel better if I beat you up, right?" Mistijua instantly tensed his body and shook his head like a rattle. No, I'll listen to you. From now on, I resolutely won't eat raw potatoes. Sprouted potatoes won't be touched either." Ling Changzhen heard his assurance, and only then did he nod his head in satisfaction. Only when Mistijua flew up and went to survey how large the area of potatoes on this sloping field was did Chongzhen ask in a low voice, "Did you just lie to Mistijua, or? What I said was true?" Ling Changzhen sighed, "Haven't you ever noticed? The potatoes that I took to you for cooking earlier and asked you to peel, they didn't even sprout." Chongzhen thought back for a moment. "Indeed there wasn't, I thought that this bit of sprouting didn't affect consumption." Ling Changzhen felt his heart tired, but still patiently explained, "If you look at Mistijua like that, you can understand why I didn't dare to take the potatoes to the rest of the tribe to try them out. The potatoes are sprouting at this time of the year, so I'm afraid that they will take advantage of me not paying attention and dig up the sprouted potatoes and eat them in their stomachs. When that happens, the witch doctor is afraid that he will even have the heart to kill me. Then if you can really grow this potato, by then I'm afraid that I'll have to popularize the knowledge of sprouting potatoes with the other orcs in the tribe." Chongzhen also realized that this problem was actually quite serious. Ling Changzhen nodded, "I naturally have my considerations. When the time comes, I will need manpower to unify the planting. I will talk about it all from start to finish." Chongzhen put the map away carefully and put it into the bamboo tube on the side of his waist, stood in place and looked at the sun. "It's getting late, take us to the place where you looked for medicinal herbs to see. You take me to identify it once, you can go first. I'll take Mistijua to dig for herbs, and I'll be back before dark." The place where the medicinal herbs were dug was not far from the Stone Forest tribe, it was in the nearby forest, and there weren't many wild beasts in the vicinity, not to mention the traces of inferior beasts. Before Ling Changzhen left, he uneasily looked at Chongzhen's limp. "You're injured now, let Mistijua take you and run when you meet danger. Don't think about using your little not fully recovered supernormal ability to buy time or something like that. Forget about the herbs if you can't take care of them, this stuff can be dug up again." "You're worried about me?" Chongzhen sat on a huge log that had fallen sideways, her elbows supported on her knees as she looked at Ling Changzhen in amusement. "I really can't see that our young clan chiefling can still be so sweet. Would it kill him not to flirt with her?" Ling Changzhen rolled his eyes and said in a light tone, "This mouth of yours, sooner or later you will stir up a big basket one day." Chongzhen supported his chin with one hand, his clear jaw slightly raised, the lines of his side face appearing smooth and superior. Then there was his slightly upturned eyes, which contained an undisguised teasing look, with a kind of cruelty that could see through everything and play people in the palm of his hand. Ling Changnan only looked at him quietly, and from that demure white face, he saw the corners of his mouth that were curved with complacency, reserved and haughty. No matter how one looked at it, this person had a rather indebted face. After staring at each other for a moment, Chongzhen suddenly laughed out lowly, jokingly saying, "Maybe, but even if I stir up trouble, aren't there still wives and masters for you to bear for me?" Scram! Ling Changzhen turned around decisively with a wooden face and left in the form of a beast. The stinking fox who got an inch. Mistijua squatted in the grass not far away, holding a small wooden hoe in her hand, looking wrathful as she plowed through the huanglian on the ground, muttering in a low voice, to flirt in front of an underage beast cub. The dead fox with no sense of proportion. Always seducing my sister N. Luckily, my sister's heart is like a rock, and she recognized Bai Qingyu long ago, so it's useless for anyone else to come. If it wasn't for the patriarch personally recognizing this fox to his big sister as a beast husband, he high and low had to take the fork from home and fork this prodigal male vixen out of the tribe overnight. Chapter 36, Face Slapping on the Spot. After Ling Qinzhen separated from Chongzhen and the others, she first went to catch a few prey before moving home to pack up some things, intending to leave for the misty swamp this afternoon. Yu Shaoqian had prepared a bamboo basket of fresh berries for her, with 2 red and large apples pressed at the top of the basket. He sat on the rock and watched Ling Chengnan busy herself, first gathering a bone blade about an arm's length, and then picking up the short spear that rested on the stone wall's hanging rack. The weapon's head was ebony-colored. The front end of the short spear was metal, but the grip was wood. Ling Qinzhen tried it in his hand and realized that the wood that served as the grip was very tough, no worse than the metal of the spearhead. It should be a wood unique to the beast world, carefully selected and polished by Ling Xiao. The wooden handle was engraved with a few crooked beast scripts, and Ling Qinzhen half explained and half guessed that this wooden gun was a 16th birthday gift that Ling Xiao had prepared for his daughter. It was a pity that the original owner had never used it. Su Wei painting had already passed out for a day, and after being woken up by Ling Qing'an's movement, she inclined her head and watched her pack her bags, not saying a word from beginning to end. Yu Shaoqian couldn't do much to help, only twisting his head to look at the 3 prey items thrown on the rocky beach, inquiring, "Wife master, do you want to take care of the prey items outside, and after roasting them, take some away for you?" Ling Qinzhen shook his head. "That's for you guys. Work hard to skin those prey in the afternoon, bleed them out by the way, roast the meat for yourselves in the evening, and remember to prepare a little bit more for my father. Just follow my previous habits." Yu Shaoqian was a bit calm. "So you're going to the misty swamp alone?" Ling Qinzhen was planning to go on her own. She hadn't inherited too many memories of the original main, and had only remembered a little bit of it one after another over the past 2 days, which didn't help too much. It was true that the original owner didn't have anyone she was particularly close to, and there was only a small follower who was only 15 years old, Misty Zhua. The Stone Forest tribe has very few orcs that can fly, and there are only 3 households. Misty Zhua counted as one household. Lei Sang's family was the most populous. But Lei Sang is the hunting team. Lei Sang mother although is a different ability beastman, but previously suffered serious injuries, not suitable for long-distance flight, most of the time stay at home to take care of a few small cubs. Lei Sang's mate is also a silver horn night lord, and usually goes out during the day with the other female orcs of the tribe to gather supplies. Because she is a rare flying orc in the tribe, she mainly undertakes the early warning work of the gathering team, and currently leads the only 3 small flying orcs, so there is no way to go out with Ling Qinzhen. The 3 small flying beastmen under their command were a family of blue-bellied peregrine falcon beastmen. This family of flying beastmen was on the small side and could not fly long distances at all while carrying her, so they were directly excluded. After all the math, other than accepting Bai Qingyu's offer, there was only one way for her to go on her own. But while waiting at the entrance of the Cold Mountain tribe this morning, her released spiritual power probed into the topic that Bai Yun and Bai Qingyu were talking about. Bai Qingyu's breeding period was coming up. With good luck, it might be able to stagger the period when she went to the misty swamp to hunt snake lizards. But if the luck was not good, it was estimated that it would be a matter of a few days. Therefore, recently, the Cold Mountain tribe's hunting team was divided into 3 batches, with Bai Qingyu's 3 brothers taking turns leading the hunting team. The rest of the Cold Mountain tribe orcs stayed in their lairs, dealing with the difficult breeding period. She and Chongzhen had inquired about the breeding period of the orcs. For most of the beastmen, the breeding period would last from 7 days to a month, and the length of time was related to the race of the beast form. However, there was a small number of races that had a special breeding period that was outside of this range. Female orcs are also affected by the breeding period, but not as severely as male orcs. Male orcs that are in their breeding period and do not have a mate to appease them can become more irritable. Especially for the larger orcs, it would be difficult to control their behavior, and they could only relieve the pressure of the breeding period by fighting non-stop. It was like a powder keg that could detonate at any time. Ling Qingnan's objective was to hunt snake lizards, and did not want to find a teammate who was in an unstable situation and might even be dragging her feet. Therefore, she finally decided to go to the misty swamp alone and return quickly. After wrapping the short spear in bone blade and animal skin, Ling Cheng'an stuffed the 2 apples prepared by Yu Shaoqian into her backpack, filled some fine salt from a jar, and set off straight away. Yu Shaoqian stood on a rock and watched her disappear between the lush grasses of the wilderness before he worriedly walked back. When the hunting party returned at night, Ling Xiao was silent for a long time when he heard Yu Shaoqian finish. Chongzhen hesitates. "Are you really not going to arrange for someone to go with her?" Ling Xiao sighs. "Annan's fighting ability is actually not a problem. I'm just worried about her getting stuck in the swamp. This is more troublesome. Actually, if she's willing to bring Misty Zhu along, it shouldn't be too much of a problem." Misty Zhu is sitting squatting on the ground and gnawing on roasted meat when she suddenly interjects. "Then I'll finish eating in a while and set off straight away. I'm sure I can catch up with Sister N before she enters the misty area." Ling Xiao hastily shakes his head and scoops a bowl of soup for Misty Zhua. Looking at Misty Zhua, who still has baby fat on his face, he warns again and again, "You are not allowed to go out alone, nor are you allowed to go after NN. Matriarch, I can." "You can what can?" Ling Xiao looked at this ambitious and foolish eagle cub and said with a headache, "You don't have any psychic abilities, not to mention, even your physical arts and beast attacking abilities are still unlearned, not even 3 times of NN strength. Letting you go on the road alone would be to send yourself to death. Orcs that can fly are not without danger. There are also larger flying beasts in this wilderness. They don't care if they are orcs or not, they will directly prey on them if they come across them." Once encountered, Misty Zhua couldn't even run away. And the further north you go, the more dangerous it becomes. There were also more inferior beasts over there, and the probability of bumping into them would be higher. Misty Zhua rounded her eyes and argued in her own defense, "My strength is clearly half of Sister In's." Ling Xiao breathlessly rolls his eyes, "That's what N let you have." Misty Zhua was furious this time. Although he knew he wasn't particularly strong, he wasn't this weak, right? The patriarch was looking down on him too much. But he really didn't dare to run to the north by himself, because he really had the experience of being preyed upon by large flying beasts. Last fall, he followed his family and sister to the north for a while, intending to challenge more powerful beasts. As a result, he went out of his way and was attacked from behind by a small winged sub-dragon beast that appeared out of nowhere, and he was bitten on the spot on the wing. If it wasn't for his sister In's quick reflexes, the bone blade in her hand directly hit the neck of the small winged sub-dragon beast high in the air. His grave would have been lush by now. Ling Xiao finally clapped his hands and made a decision. "Tomorrow morning I'll go find Lei Sang and ask him to go after NN and give her a helping hand." As a result, the next day, before dawn, a moon plume green crane landed in front of Ling Xiao's house. The green crane had a few slender and flowing moon plumes on top of its head, with the end of its tail glowing with a dreamy purple color, and a pair of clean and translucent eyes looked at Ling Xiao, who was preparing to go out, and inquired, "Matriarch Ling, I have an appointment with young Matriarch Ling to go to the Misty Swamp with her, and I wonder if she is up and about?" Ling Xiao looked dumbfounded at the polite and elegant Qing He, and was silent for a few seconds before saying quietly, "Have you really discussed this with NN? Aha!" Bai Qingyu nodded slightly. Ling Xiao watched as his expression became more and more subtle, and after a few seconds of difficulty, he confessed, "But NN left yesterday afternoon." Bai Qingyu's eyes blinked lightly, as if he hadn't heard. "You said that she had already left?" "Yes." Ling Xiao couldn't tell Bai Qingyu's expression from his beast form, but he inexplicably felt embarrassed for the lad. After all, it wasn't very pleasant to be punched in the face on the spot. Bai Qingyu froze for a few seconds, and after reacting, he asked in a calm manner, "Who is she traveling with?" Chapter 37, The Lacking Grace. Ling Xiao pursed his lips tightly and replied, "She's alone. I will help her, don't worry, Clan Chief Ling." Bai Qingyu turned around after he finished speaking, his wings swishing and unfurling as he crossed the clear rock stream with a graceful posture. In the blink of an eye, his back transformed into a tiny black dot in Ling Xiao's field of vision. It was not until Chong slowly moved out from within the cave and squatted on the edge of the stone stove to look suspiciously at the dazed Ling Xiao and asked, "Clan Chief, what are you looking at?" Without answering, Ling Xiao turns back and walks over to the stone stove, helping him to raise the fire, and asks, "When I went out hunting recently, did Bai Qingyu ever come to our house?" Chongjin set up the wood and nodded. "Came here, when he helped young Clan Chief and Misty Zhua bring back the lake-sounding beast. He should have bumped into it while hunting." Ling Xiao suddenly turns his head to look at Chongjin fixedly. Chongjin's hand holding the wooden spoon suddenly froze, and with a puzzled expression, he said, "Clan Chief, why are you looking at me like that?" Ling Xiao raises his hand and gives him a slap on the head, hating him and saying, "You're now NN's beast husband. Don't you think there's something wrong with the way you address me in NN?" The corners of Chongjin's mouth twitched a bit, and he said a bit reluctantly, "Ah, father?" Ling Xiao nods in satisfaction this time and points to the pots and stoves. "You cook first, I'll go see how the house is being built by Xiaoyu." Because of Ling Qingyan's absence, the few of them who were inexperienced had their hands full since yesterday afternoon, and the meat that was roasted last night was still a bit salty, and Yu Xiaochen and Ling Xiao ran out several times in the middle of the night just to get a drink of water. Chongjin has a little bit of heart, so he intends to perform well in the next few days. Saving Ling Xiao from thinking he's too useless, he'll just send him back when the time comes. Going back is actually not impossible, it's just that he has now found a better route to lead the tribe forward, and by staying in the Stone Forest tribe, not only will he be able to live better and better in the future, he will also be able to bring Medicine Luo to get better and better. Well, anyway, it's just that he doesn't want to go now. Just as the Ling family started their busy day, Ling Qingzhen had already quickly settled his breakfast and put on his bag to continue moving in the direction of the Misty Swamp. The further north one traveled, the more desolate it became. The mountains, forests, grasses and trees gradually thinned out, and one would even occasionally run into small groups of inferior beasts wandering through the grasslands. Bai Qingyu caught up with Ling Qingzhen in the late afternoon. He flew through the air and spotted a group of inferior beasts in front of him from a long distance away, not more than 30 in number. He had already encountered this situation a few times in the morning, so he didn't pay attention to it at first. But it wasn't until he was about to pass over the group of inferior beasts that he suddenly caught a glimpse of a young thin mountain giant tiger leaping out of the group of inferior beasts, stepping on the backs of several inferior beasts with great speed, jumping out of the encirclement and quickly running towards the front. Bai Qingyu immediately swooped down, the tips of his huge wings sweeping across from behind the inferior beasts, lifting several of them off the ground, and shouted towards Ling Changnan in front, "Ling Changnan, jump onto my back." Ling Qingzhen watched the huge green crane swept past overhead and accelerated his speed, then his legs stomped on the ground and he made a rising leap, transforming into a humanoid form in mid-air and landing steadily on Bai Qingyu's back. After putting the beastskin skirt around her, she calmly sat on the white-green crane, patted the dust on her hair, and asked in a relaxed tone, "Why did you follow me here? If I didn't come along, when did you arrive at the Misty Swamp?" Bai Qingyu had a great deal of resentment towards her for leaving without saying goodbye and perfuming himself from start to finish. He had thought that after talking about cooperation and with the interests aligned, she would at least not act so recklessly anymore, but he hadn't expected her to really go to the Misty Swamp alone without saying a word. "You just ran out and went to the Misty Swamp with me alone, aren't your family members worried?" Ling Changnan didn't care about his nonchalance half the time. Instead, he fished out an apple from his beastskin parcel and sat on his back to leisurely nibble on it. "Bai Qingyu, I spoke to our father this morning, and he didn't stop it. In fact, the truth was that his second brother had made a scene and wanted to go to the Misty Swamp with him. But in the end, Baishi was stopped by our father. This was because, today, it was time for Baishi to take the hunting team out to hunt. Big brother had a breeding season last night, so he and Baishi, at least one of them, had to stay in the tribe to replace the leader with Big brother." Ling Qingzhen finished nibbling the apple in his hand in a few clicks, looked back at the inferior beast that had long since been flung away, looked down at the moist water stains on his hand, and secretly wiped them on Bai Qingyu's clean and tidy light green back feathers. Well, he shouldn't have noticed. After Ling Qingzhen withdrew his hand, he lamented without any psychological burden, "Your father is still quite deeply righteous, but if you follow me to the swamp, I won't be responsible for anything that goes wrong." It was he himself who wanted to follow. She hadn't been to that place either, so there was no way to pack her bags. After flying forward for about 10 minutes or so and hitting a small lake with water, Bai Qingyu started to stop down. Ling Qingzhen was shaken off his back feathers and stepped on the mud and sand along the lake, inclining her head to look at the greatly transformed Bai Qingyu. It's only been flying for so long, why did it stop? Even if Bai Qingyu had a good temper, he had no patience with her at this moment. "I've been flying since morning, if I don't replenish water, I'll have to die of thirst on the road." "Ah, sorry, I didn't expect you to work so hard." She raised her hand and touched the tip of her nose, watched him go to the lake to drink water, took out the bamboo tube on her waist, took clean water first, stood with her feet on the rocks in the water, cupped the water and poured it towards her face. In the distance, Bai Qingyu finished drinking the water, and after a little adjustment, he hunted a few fish directly from the water to replenish his physical energy. Ling Qingzhen watched him eat the fish raw and tossed the only apple left in his backpack to him. "This is a thank you gift for saving me just now." Bai Qingyu took the apple and looked at her with raised eyebrows. "An apple? My labor is so cheap?" "Ling Qingzhen, love it or hate it, don't eat it or give it back to me." She reached out to grab it. Bai Qingyu held the apple in her left hand to avoid it and smiled, "Not returning it, I'm lacking supplies." Unlike Ling Qingzhen, who was well prepared, he didn't bring much with him when he set out, not to mention he didn't have time to go back to the cold mountain tribe to get them. Seeing this, Ling Qingzhen withdrew his hand and sat down on the ground opposite him, looking up at the sky, looking at the weather. "It's estimated that the wind will pick up in the afternoon, and it might even rain, so let's get on the road after you've eaten." Bai Qingyu looked up at the sky, the clouds were floating slowly, he really couldn't see half a sign of rain. "You learned to judge the weather?" Ling Qingzhen nodded perfunctorily, and was about to say something when he suddenly arose, his left hand pressed down on Bai Qingyu's shoulder, and with his right hand, he backhanded the bone blade and set it on a long, sharp horn. The fish in Bai Qingyu's hand fell to the ground, and before he could turn around he heard the hissing of the beast behind him, and just as he was about to make a move, he was pushed away by Ling Changnan with one hand. "Step aside, get in the way." Bai Qingyu was suddenly scolded, and his footsteps to go forward to help stalled. Him, getting in the way? When Bai Qingyu reacted, the calm lake surface had already flooded with wild waves, and a water arrow was ready to fire at his whim. But before a single water arrow reached the gray-brown unicorn beast, Ling Qingzhen had already slipped and knelt under the unicorn beast's belly, piercing its heart with a knife. She pressed her left hand against the blade and tore open the beast's wound with her bare hands, and with a single pick of the blade's tip, she dug out the grass-green-colored heart from the beast's body. After the heart was dug out, the inferior beast completely lost its strength and was kicked to the ground by her. Ling Changnan nimbly burrowed out from underneath the inferior beast, his left hand cupping the inferior beast's heart, his right hand slowly shaking off the beads of blood on the bone blade. Bai Qingyu's right hand was in front of him, suddenly closing his 5 fingers, and the water arrows in the air break their momentum. As he waved his hand, the water arrows condensed into water clusters, washing away the blood and water from Ling Qingyan's body. Ling Qingzhen pinned her bone blade behind her waist and smiled back at him, shaking off the water droplets on her hands. "Thanks. It saved her the time of going to the lake to clean it. Bai Qingyu walked to her side and looked down at the dead inferior beast at his feet, still unable to calm the shock in his heart. This should be a one-horned inferior rhinoceros, weighing more than 4 tons, with its back covered in gray-brown hard armor and its limbs strong and powerful. This kind of inferior beast was an extremely rare solo inferior beast. For orcs like them who often hunted in the waters, the probability of running into a one-horned inferior beast was actually quite high. Although this kind of bad beast was alone, it was actually very difficult to deal with. With its hard armor and extremely thick fat, it was very difficult for a bone blade to pierce through. Even under the belly, the bone blade could not pierce through. He had tried an operation like Ling Qingyan's that killed a person with a single blow and even dug out the heart of a one-horned inferior rhinoceros was the first time he had seen it. How did you do that? Bai Qingyu looked at her with a somewhat burning gaze, and after finding his senses, he immediately pursued the question. Just like what you see. Ling Qingyan looked at the fish on him that he hadn't finished eating, casually patted the heart of the inferior beast that weighed 3 or 4 pounds in her hand, and casually asked, "Are you still hungry? Do you want to go catch 2 more? Bai Qingyu shook his head. "Get moving, go early and come back early." He transformed into a green crane and led Ling Qingyan away from the lake. Curious, why did you dig out the heart of the inferior beast? Ling Qingyan stuffed the hard, grass-green colored heart into his bag and looked down in disbelief. Aren't you clear? The very core of the inferior beast is the heart. I've killed 50 to 60 inferior beasts since I hit the road yesterday, I think, before and after, and I dug out all of their hearts to check them out in the meantime. This kind of heart should be able to be called a heartstone. It's very hard and contains a huge amount of energy. And the reason why beastmen have psychic abilities is actually a heart mutation, and the situation with the inferior beast's heart is actually similar. Beastmen with wood system psychic abilities also have hearts that are grass green in color, and beastmen with gold system psychic abilities have hearts that are gold in color. Water system psychic ability warriors like you have hearts that are silver white. Bai Qingyu's pupil shrunk slightly. You haven't even seen my heart, how do you know what color my heart is? I also have psychic abilities, alright. I'm a mental faculty ability. My mental energy can penetrate my body and peer into the internal organs. It can also be externalized and act as my third hand and third eye. Bai Qingyu, never heard of this kind of psychic ability. That's because you're uninformed. Ling Chengnan didn't feel that on this beast plane, only his own supernormal ability was special. There must be other rare supernormal abilities that were just temporarily unknown or undeveloped. Bai Qingyu was speechless with dislike, and only after a long time did he ask, "What's the matter with the inferior beast's heart having energy?" Ling Qingyan fished out several heartstones of different shapes and colors from his waist pocket. Drawing on the power within these heartstones can quickly replenish the consumed alien energy. Of course, there are other uses for heartstones. Not all inferior beasts have heartstones either. In my experience, there are actually grades within inferior beasts. The lowest level of inferior beasts do not have a heartstone within their bodies. Their hearts are just gray and contain very chaotic energy. This kind of heartstone cannot be absorbed by force, or else there may be a decline in alien ability, or an inability to upgrade any further. Inferior beasts with heartstones are much more powerful, and the stronger the ability, the smaller the heartstone size is instead, and the darker the color will be. Currently I've collected 8 colors of heartstones, and there's only one that's suitable for the water system, so when you're resting at night, you can try absorbing it first, and then you'll know if what I'm saying is true or not. Bai Qingyu said, "I did not believe you." He was just surprised that inferior beasts had existed for many years, but before her, no one had gone to dig out the hearts of inferior beasts. In the past, the way to deal with inferior beasts was mostly to cut off the head or limbs of the inferior beasts, so that the inferior beasts would completely lose their ability to attack, and eventually die completely after the blood ran out. After listening to this, Ling Qingyan suddenly said, "So those dead bodies of inferior beasts were not completely disposed of in the past?" "Very little." Bai Qingyu's tone was grave. "I heard the elders of the clan say that in the beginning, the number of inferior beasts was actually not that large, and when they ran into them and killed them, they would directly bury them in the earth or use fire to burn the bodies. However, in recent decades, the beasts have appeared in groups many times, so it is time-consuming and laborious to kill dozens of beasts at one time and then dig a pit to bury them. Considering that other animals eating the meat of inferior beasts did not mutate so slowly, they stopped carefully handling the corpses of inferior beasts." Ling Qingyan said thoughtfully, "But if the animals eat the heartstone of the inferior beasts, they might possess some kind of mutation. For example, the elephant head lake-sounding beast she hunted a few days ago might have eaten the heartstone of a certain water-type inferior beast to have water-type psychic abilities. However, it could not be ruled out that ordinary animals in the wild could have awakened psychic abilities themselves. This would require continued observation and more detailed data to get an accurate answer. However, after she hunted and killed the inferior beast yesterday, she intentionally left a yellowish-brown heartstone and threw it to an ordinary tiger with no psychic ability as her payment for forcibly occupying the tiger's cave. As a result, when she woke up this morning, she realized that the tiger lying at the entrance of the cave already had an Earth system psychic ability. It was just very weak. Bai Qingyu was completely speechless after listening to her talk about last night's experience. After seriously thinking about it, he even wanted to laugh a little. Forcibly occupying an ordinary tiger's cave and driving people out to guard the door, how could a person be so lacking in virtue? But he couldn't be bothered to spit anything out, because listening to Ling Qingyan's tone, she was quite proud of herself for this. The closer they got to the misty swamp, the worse the visibility became. Coupled with the headwind, the white mist spread outwards, and a few thunderbolts ripped through the sky from time to time. Bai Qingyu immediately decided to find a place to avoid the rain. Ling Qingyan pointed to the mountain in front of him on the left. Go over there, the terrain there is high, it should be safer. There were still a large number of white needle pines on the mountain, so even if it rained heavily, the possibility of mudslides or landslides would be unlikely. The two of them hadn't even landed yet, when the pouring rain came down. Bai Qingyu's eyesight is better, through the rain and fog to see the cave in the distance, slowed down the speed is ready to approach the time. A nearly 1 meter long, and very sharp yellow mouth tube, suddenly from the whole dog sneaky probe out. Chapter 38 Dog in the Dog Gas. After smelling the scent of prey, the small winged subdragon opened its mouth wide and yawned. Its head had not yet fully explored the hole when it was suddenly embraced by a pair of slender and powerful hands around its neck. Before it could react, the entire dragon had already bid farewell to the cave completely, falling straight down the cliff. The small winged subdragon, which was rapidly falling in midair and was also blown by the gusty winds to crash several times on the cliff, struggled to flutter its pair of fleshy wings, and narrowly managed to stop its body before landing on the ground. Its feet stomped towards the ground, and its body was like a bolt of lightning, flying towards the cave on the cliff, and just as it ventured out, it was hit in the head by a piece of wood, and the whole dragon was dazed and almost fell down again. This time it reacted and pulled away from the cave. A pair of golden-brown pupils of the beast stared at the woman standing at the entrance of the cave, opened its long pointed mouth and let out an angry roar. A small cookie also dares to seize the old man's nest, simply big gall. After confirming that it was not its natural enemy, the little winged subdragon beast immediately launched its attack. Its wide fleshy wings kicked up a fierce wind, and its long, sharp-pointed beak opened to reveal a mouthful of fine, sharp teeth. Ling Chengnan looked at the enraged stupid dragon and switched the short spear in his hand to his right hand, easily avoiding its wing-tip sweeps, as well as the long beak's swift pecks, and once again swung the spear in his hand, smashing impartially on the round bulge on top of its head. Ow roar! The small winged subdragon beast let out a miserable scream and immediately dodged back, its right fleshy wing raised humanely as if it wanted to cover the fleshy orb on top of its head, and its two powerful hindclaws stomped on the rocks at the edge of the cliff a few times, as countless fallen rocks rolled into the ravine below in the cloudy winds and murky rains. Ling Chengnan was too lazy to fight with it, the weather was too bad now, and it was in a small pterodactyl cave. She could definitely win, but in the end, the cave would probably be collapsed, and then she would have to find another place to hide from the rain, which was really not worth it. So her purpose from the beginning was to shock and drive away this unlucky egg, not wanting its life. The little winged subdragon beast tried to attack a dozen more times, without exception, all ended up being smashed in the brain as a defeat. It flapped its wings and flew around the cave a few times, screaming angrily, but it didn't dare to go into its own cave. It was afraid to go into its own cave, because it would be beaten up just as soon as it poked its head in. This little winged subdragon wandered around the cave entrance for half an hour before it disappeared. Bai Qingyu had already raised the fire and looked at a snow ridge goat with its throat bitten off placed in the corner of the cave and said with a smile, "We're quite lucky at this moment, the small winged subdragon actually saved a prey in the cave." The small winged subdragon was relatively special. This kind of aerial top predator had always been a beast that fed its entire family. Due to their extremely strong hunting ability, they basically caught and ate on the spot, and a few would choose to bring their prey back to the cave to eat. As for the behavior of storing the prey, it was not quite like something their species would do. Bai Qingyu glanced towards the entrance of the cave. Has that little winged subdragon left already? Ling Qingyan sat cross-legged by the fire, unhurriedly wringing the water out of his hair, dropping his eyes and absently saying, "Which is it?" It's still squatting outside, but it should be tired of flying, and is now hunkered down on that protruding stone platform to the right of the cave entrance, sulking. This kind of thing, robbing a nest, was once and for all familiar. As for that unlucky dragon, it was willing to get wet outside if it wanted to. Bai Qingyu, who was also one of the culprits for robbing the nest this time, wisely kept silent, borrowed the bone blade from Ling Qingyan, skinned the almost intact snow ridge goat, picked a piece of meat that was more tender, rinsed it off with water, and handed it to Ling Qingyan. Ling Qingyan was baking his hair, slightly lifting his thick eyelashes, his black eyes full of incomprehension. "Not hungry?" Ling Qingyan nodded, understanding what he meant. "I don't eat raw meat." "Then you like to eat roasted and battered ones?" Bai Qingyu was too impressed with her dark cuisine of yesteryear, and the way he looked at her at the moment became a few degrees weirder. "I don't like eating battered ones either, so you leave the meat for now, I'll roast it myself later." Ling Qingyan didn't care about his skeptical gaze, and after waiting to bake her wet hair half dry, she directly returned the piece of meat that Bai Qingyu had picked out to him, drew away the bone blade in his hand, and directly carried the rest of the mutton to the entrance of the cave. Seeing this, Bai Qingyu was naturally uneasy, putting the 2 pieces of tender lamb in her hands aside and getting up to follow. As soon as Ling Qingzhen walked to the entrance of the cave, the little winged sub-dragon on the stone platform immediately opened its wings and roared at her. Being roared at, Ling Qingzhen calmly cut open the goat's stomach and threw all the internal organs at its feet, not forgetting to turn around and ask Bai Qingyu to use her supernatural ability to condense water and rinse the entire goat clean. When Bai Qingyu saw her finish cleaning up the goat meat, and also rinsing all the blood on the ground, she looked up to see Ling Qingzhen, and with a flying kick, she kicked the goat's head to the feet of the little winged sub-dragon. Ling Qingzhen turned around and went into the cave, and Bai Qingyu looked up at the dragon that was glaring at him, spreading its wings and seeming a bit foolish. But as Ling Qingyan's voice came from inside the cave, it immediately closed its fleshy wings again and lowered its head to pick up the goat's head on the ground, directly clicking and biting it to swallow it. Somehow, he always felt that this dragon, doggy, this kung fu of looking at people was practically pure. Bai Qingyu walked back into the cave with a confused look on her face and saw that Ling Qingzhen had already clamped the branches piled up in the small winged sub-dragon's nest onto the fire. She had moved the location of the fire to the entrance of the cave so that the smoke from the burning firewood wouldn't keep dissipating. The whole goat was set on the fire and slowly turned over and roasted, and the sky outside was completely dark, and the torrential rain crackled even more on the stone walls, leaving only the roar of the rain and the roar of the wind between heaven and earth. Outside the cave, large areas of thunder could be seen colliding wildly, as if they were trying to tear the sky with countless wounds. The small winged sub-dragon curled up on the platform was terrified by the thunder and lightning, and after a lightning bolt struck the tree in the rocky crevice of the crags, it instantly let out an aggravated yelp in terror. It finally couldn't hold back and flew back to the entrance of its cave once again. It dog sneakily revealed its long beak and eyes, cautiously surveying the firelight jumping inside the cave, and after seeing its own bed that had been burned as firewood, it instantly wailed angrily. Ling Changnan inclined his head slightly, a fierce look on his face. Scream again, and you'll roll back to the open stone cliff next door. Bai Qingyu was pretty sure that the little winged sub-dragon couldn't understand their language, but the doggy dragon was strangely quiet, no more ghostly growls and barks, just carefully testing the waters and nestling its body in the cave entrance. It was also fortunate that its nest was dug very large. Even though it was so large, it didn't completely block the entrance of the cave, or else the smoke from the wood fire would be able to smoke it to stay. As time passes, the aroma of the roasted meat inside the cave is getting thicker and thicker, and the little winged sub-dragon lying on the ground slowly raises its head and opens its eyes to peek at the brownish-red roasted meat that is emitting the aroma. Bai Qingyu sat beside her and never said a word, quietly watching her do her work. That was until Ling Qingzhen cut off a leg of lamb and handed it to him. Taste it? She raised her eyebrows and asked. Bai Qingyu nodded slightly and accepted the somewhat hot roasted leg of lamb with both hands, responding politely, "Thank you." The two of them quietly and silently finished splitting a roasted lamb, leaving only a pile of bones, which were thrown by Ling Changnan at the entrance of the cave. The dragon first observed Ling Qingzhen, who sat back for a few minutes, staring at the pile of broken bones on the ground for a while, confirming that they really didn't want these bones, before lowering its head and pulling all of these bones with a small amount of crushed meat remaining into its belly. The bones of the whole goat were not much, it ate it all in a few bites, and the whole dragon was a bit unfulfilled. These two bipeds could make food look good. The small winged sub-dragon observed them for a while, its modest brain capacity coming to this conclusion after thinking for a long time. So, for the time being, it would not take up the feud of tearing down their home with them. It plopped back down on the ground, its wings gathered at its side, and leaned against the corner of the stone wall and slowly closed its beast pupils. Bai Qingyu condensed out the water to help her clean off the grease stains on her hands, and after the lean wrist bones and slender fingers were retracted, he chatted with her idly. When you were roasting the meat before, what was the powder you sprinkled on the meat other than salt? Pepper. It was actually powdered cumin that went better with roasted meat, but she hadn't had time to look for it lately. There was still time, though, so one step at a time. After hunting for snake lizards, the issue of salt was tackled first. Ling Changnan saw him leaning against the stone wall with his head down and asked, "What are you thinking about?" "Nothing." Bai Qingyu just glanced at her and said meaningfully, "It's just that I feel that after not seeing you for a while, you've changed quite a bit." Ling Qingzhen yawned and replied calmly, "What, do you regret it now? It's a pity that I'm already too lazy to run after you." Bai Qingyu froze for a moment at his words, then laughed lowly, "Is that so? Are your injuries all healed?" Bai Qingyu changed the topic. Before Ling Qingzhen was injured by an inferior beast sneak attack and was said to be in a coma for several days. After the accident that night, he was actually the first to rush over, but the number of inferior beasts that attacked Ling Qingzhen was relatively large, so he led two warriors to draw away the trickier two, leaving the rest to Baishi to lead the team to deal with. As a result, after Baishi killed all the inferior beasts, he didn't care if Ling Qingzhen lived or died, and left the man where he was. Luckily, that giant eagle beastman led Lin's people to find Ling Qingzhen, and he didn't show his face, confirming that they had taken the man away before returning to the tribe alone. However, Ling Qingzhen shouldn't know exactly what happened that night. He was a bit far away at the time, but he could tell that she was still quite badly injured. Ling Qingzhen looked down at her body. "I'm fine. The night I was attacked by the inferior beast, do you know what happened? Bai Qingyu smiled. You were the one who ran into the inferior beast. I wasn't with you, so how would I know? Ling Qinzhen didn't comment on his answer and only sighed lazily, saying with some regret, I'm still curious, what exactly was it that night that managed to sneak up on her and I didn't notice it at all? In fact, it wasn't her who was attacked at all, but the original owner. However, judging from the reactions of the others around her, the original owner, in addition to not having supernormal abilities, her fighting strength was definitely not to be underestimated, otherwise it wouldn't have been as bad as her traveling alone between the cold mountains and the stone forest in the middle of the night, and the rest of the tribe felt that it was very normal. Ling Qinzhen carried a pile of the softer feathers and hay from the dragon's nest to her side, rested her hands behind her head, and collapsed directly onto the pile of hay. Before closing her eyes, she stared at him for a long time and suddenly asked, Are you okay? Ever since getting wet, your face and neck have been very red. Bai Qingyu raised his head slightly, the fingertips of his left hand touched the heated side of his neck and blinked. It's fine, I don't feel physically uncomfortable. It's probably because I'm a water-type supernormal ability beast man, but I've been roasting the fire tonight, so my skin will be a little hot. Ling Qinzhen wasn't too relieved and got up and walked over to him, leaning down to put the back of her hand on his forehead. She withdrew her hand with a grave expression and pressed the back of her hand to her own forehead again. Did you get caught in the rain and freeze sick? She twisted her head to look at the thunderstorm outside and said with an incredulous expression, but we were only in the rain for less than 20 minutes, your body shouldn't be this weak, right? Bai Qingyu raised his eyes and watched as her hand once again fell on his forehead. His face, which was always white and cool, was colored with a few points of beauty due to the heat. He raised his left hand and grabbed her wrist, removing it from his own forehead, raising his eyebrows slightly, and earnestly pleaded for himself, I'm not weak. My body has always been very good, and I have never gotten sick from getting wet since I was a child. Ling Qinzhen lowered his eyes to look at his pale pink cheeks and the ends of his eyes, hesitantly saying, Not sick, then. Your breeding period is up? Bai Qingyu frowned slightly at his words and squeezed her wrist tighter, suddenly raising his eyes to look directly into her black eyes. What, you're very much hoping for my breeding period to suddenly arrive? Or do you think I will be affected by the breeding period and mate with you? Ling Qinzhen squatted in front of him, suddenly hooking her lips, her right hand cupped his jaw, leaning in close to his bare cheeks, and rosy lips, the tip of her nose only a finger's distance away from his face. Bai Qingyu's appearance was outstanding, like a pure white peony blooming freely in May, coupled with Qinghe's unique temperament, the whole person was so beautiful that it was unreal. He has double eyelids, typical peach blossom eyes, and his temperament looks warm and elegant at first glance, but after real contact, one can realize that this is just his disguise, and the heart hidden under the perfect skin is not to be peeped into. You are quite narcissistic, but you do have this capital. Her gaze was extremely focused as she stared at him. The temperature from her exhale hit the tip of his nose. Bai Qingyu's eyes flickered slightly, but he still didn't retreat or avoid saying, Don't worry, even if it's a period of reproduction, I'll take care of it myself. I don't have that kind of thoughts about you. I told you from the beginning, you're not my type. He released his vice-like grip on her fingers and gently rested his fingertips against her forehead, pushing her face away from his face a little. If you're worried that my breeding period will delay your important business, it's not necessary. While a breeding period can make male orcs overly energetic and manic and irritable, there is a corresponding increase in combat prowess. Just like being in the breeding period, our tribe will still arrange for the orcs to take turns hunting to ensure the normal life of the hundreds of orcs up and down the tribe. Ling Qinzhen stood up from his side and said with downcast eyes, You are confident in your self-control, which is a good thing. But I hope you can do what you say. After all, if you really can't control yourself because of the breeding period, I don't have that patience to help you out. Chapter 39 Kiss Hard. Ling Qinzhen was pretty sure that if Bai Qingyu showed any inexplicable behavior, she would just beat him up until he didn't have the energy to get into things. She also didn't have the idea of being mates with Bai Qingyu, even if Bai Qingyu was the most top-notch heterosexual she had ever seen in terms of skin. But this body was only 16 years old. Although it was common for female beastmen in the wasteland to start looking for a mate at the age of 15 or 16. But since she wasn't a native female of the beast world, she couldn't accept to start messing with men so early. Male orcs don't get pregnant, and once they have sex, it's always the females who give birth and milk the babies. She had so many things to do, where would she find the time to have pups? This primitive orc world didn't have much in the way of perfect birth control either, so the best thing to do was to not have any intimate relationships. As for whether or not to have a mate in the future, it was better to wait until she reached her goal. Right now. Sleep. She quickly collapsed back into the pile of hay and closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep, as if she wasn't at all afraid of the small winged sub-dragon at the mouth of the cave that could kill her at any time. Through the firelight, Bai Qingyu gazed at her sleeping side face, the 5 fingers of his right hand gently resting on his neck. The right side of her neck pulsed like a throbbing ball. His entire body was slightly warm, and the nostrils he exhaled were also hot. He was clearly a water exotic orc, yet he felt as if the water in his body was evaporating little by little, and his entire body gradually became dry-mouthed. Ling Qinghen's guess was indeed correct. His breeding period had arrived. I didn't expect it to come sooner or later, but at this very juncture. He put his hand against his heart, his entire body wrapped in a thin film of water to cool down his feverish body. At times like this, he was extraordinarily fortunate that he had awakened a water-type ability. If he was of the same fire type as Bai Shi, he was afraid that he would only be able to woefully rush into a raging storm to vent his energy, or at the weakest moment of his will, court the females he once disdained. Experiencing breeding for the first time, he hadn't expected it to be when he was alone with Ling Changnan and had no other place to avoid. His body's reaction embarrassed him. So from start to finish, he only silently used layer after layer of water film to cool himself down, and tried his best to refrain from making a single sound. Under the light of the orange firelight leaping, the line of his neck when he tilted his head back, extremely sexy and fragile, tightly pursed lips, 10 fingers firmly clenched at his side, as well as tight waist and leg muscle lines, all proved that he was not in the midst of torment at all times. The small winged subdragon lying at the mouth of the cave seemed to have sensed something, opened its eyes and stared at him, watched him move like a stone statue, and then finally closed its eyes again in a bored manner. Ling Qingzhen rolled over and turned his back to Bai Qingyu, who was breathing heavier, the corner of his mouth buried in the shadows curled up slightly. Men are just dead ducks. Ling Qingyan's mind drifted through such a sentence, but didn't even bother to care if Bai Qingyu could really make it through this long night on her own, and within 2 minutes of closing her eyes, her breathing became long and even. This night was too quiet, only Bai Qingyu's occasional change of sitting position would cause a slight sound, the rest was the sound of the breath exhaled by the small winged subdragon at the entrance of the cave that was pretending to sleep. When the rain stopped, the sky outside dawned, and the little winged subdragon at the entrance of the cave had already disappeared. The firewood inside the cave had long been extinguished, leaving only a pile of ashes. The faint light shone in from outside the cave. Vaguely visible was the handsome young man lying on his side on the pile of grass, his fair skin covered in a layer of moist watery light. Bai Qingyu hadn't slept for long, his breathing was stretched out at the moment. Even in his sleep, the tips of his ears and eyelids still glowed with a soft pink color, but the flushing on his neck and face had slowly faded, and his body, which had been tense all night, had finally eased a few points at this moment. He was facing the stone wall, with a faint greenish color under his eyelids. His wet purple hair was plastered to the back of his shoulders and the nape of his neck. His chest and shoulders gently rose and fell with his somewhat heavy breathing. His abs and mermaid line were clearly outlined, and his left leg, which was slightly flexed, formed a pinched angle with the stone wall, hiding his body's reaction. Ling Changnan woke up from his sleep with drooping eyelids, leaning on his knees on a pile of hay, with a look of not being awake. But even if her head wasn't awake, but this spring color that was delivered to her eyes, she didn't intentionally avoid it, and she was able to see the jade body that was spread out in front of her in a dignified manner. Waiting until her brain was finally turned on, she slowly stretched her back and used her mental power to whip the system in her mental domain that was gibbering and jumping up and down into a gyroscopic spin, before stopping the little broadcast of the little yellow system, Shasha, in her head. Ling Qingzhen rubbed her face and got up to walk towards the outside of the cave. The system depressedly screamed in her head, "Are you still a woman? Aren't you? Seeing such a tantalizing male color and being indifferent, are you practicing the emotionless Tao or the Buddhist Tao?" Ling Qingzhen grunted and laughed. "I admit that Bai Qingyu is indeed too beautiful, but men are not just that, just take a look and get over it. Xiao Huangtong, male color, this kind of thing, don't easily dip, especially this kind of extreme male color, dip with high contraband no different. Besides, it's not as much fun to mess with a man as it is to achieve kingly domination. The love security system mourned a batch. I hate why I was blind and tied up a woman like you to do a love mission." Ling Changnan laughed. "Other than having a good eye for picking men, you are indeed quite blind in other aspects. So, having changed worlds, you still can't unbind with me?" The system crumbled. "There are only 2 ways to unbind with the host. One is if we complete the main quests issued by the main system together, and the second is if your soul is completely gone. Tasks you're not willing to do, I'm just waiting for you to GA it." The system inwardly cursed darkly, and in the end, it was punched again by the spiritual tentacles, and aggrievely squatted to the corner of the spiritual domain, crying and drawing circles. After Bai Qingyu awoke from his sleep, his first sensation was that the dampness underneath him was heavy, and he instinctively turned back to look behind him, only to find that on the pile of flattened hay, there was no one left. There was no one inside the cave either. He subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief, then hurriedly got up to gather himself. By the time Ling Qingzhen climbed over the rocks and returned to the cave, his body had completely recovered as normal, except for the animal skin skirt around his waist and abdomen, which was a little wet. Ling Qingzhen unclipped a roasted leg of lamb from his waist and threw it onto his hand, and also carefully took out a packet of something wrapped in broad leaves from the animal skin bag on his body and placed it in front of him. "This is mulberry fruit, it's edible. Eating roasted meat for a few days in a row, lacking vitamin supplementation, would definitely cause fire." When he went out to hunt in the morning, he just happened to see 2 fruit mulberry trees growing next to each other on the cliff face, and he didn't know why the fruit trees on this cliff face were hanging fruit so early, and a lot of them had turned red. After a few days of mixing in this beast world of wanting nothing, she looked at those fruits hanging on the trees and actually craved a little. Since she wanted to eat it, she would act directly. After throwing the 2 small snakes guarding the fruit tree off the cliff, she directly picked all the red mulberry fruits. Bored during the hunt, she had taken out half of them by herself. This mulberry fruit was definitely here to return the favor. The sweet and tasty taste made her mood a lot better. Bai Qingyu looked at the food in her hands and the sweet-tasting mulberry fruit in front of her and was rarely embarrassed. Sorry, I got up too late in the morning. Going out hunting should be my task. Ling Qinzhen raised his eyes and glanced at him. Shut your mouth and eat. Hearing you talk makes me angry, ruining my good mood in the morning. I don't have any notion that males have to go out and hunt and females sit back and enjoy it. Not to mention that you stayed up all night last night. I don't want you to not only fail to hunt the prey, but also get yourself involved due to your lack of energy from waking up early. Ling Qinzhen spoke in an unpleasant manner, directly choking Bai Qingyu to the point where she couldn't talk back. After spraying the macho Bai Qingyu, she twisted her head and headed out. Bai Qingyu hurriedly asked, "Where are you going at this moment?" "Leave me alone," Ling Qinzhen said without looking back. Bai Qingyu looked at her back as she left and wanted to say something, but in the end, he looked down at the roasted meat in his hand that was still radiating heat, and a bit of guilt floated up inside. He quickly settled his breakfast, picked up those mulberry fruits wrapped in leaves, lifted up the bone blade that Ling Qinzhen had dropped, and walked quickly towards the outside of the cave, turning into a crane in an instant, following the scent that hadn't dispersed in the air, and chasing after Ling Qinzhen. Ling Qinzhen did not go far, but was observing the nearby terrain and mountains. This misty area was too far away from the Stone Forest tribe. It would take her almost 3 days of running with all her might to get here, and this time around, she still had Bai Qingyu voluntarily follow her and carry her to fly, which was why she had the energy to run out and examine the terrain. Compared to the South Beast Plain, which was cut off by the 10,000 feet deep abyss, it would be easier to gather the entire North Beast Plain tribe first. Moreover, there were too many things she wanted to do and not enough manpower. Only by slowly integrating the power of the entire northern Beast Plains would she have enough power to cross the obscure abyss that divided the northern and southern Beast Plains and break bread with the royals and nobles on the southern Beast Plains. Since she hadn't brought tan animal skins with her, there was no way to draw a topographical map. So she stood on high ground and memorized her surroundings in her head as much as she could. The system coaxed itself back into action at this moment, its voice cheerful. "I know what you want to do. If you do a quest, I can do my best to help you accomplish your goal. Oh. And look at the things in the mall, don't you feel moved? There are a lot of advanced technologies and materials that are far ahead of the beast world. All of these can help you conquer the entire northern Beast Plain, and by the way, the handsome men on the Beast Plain as well. 2 birds with 1 stone, it's simply not too good." Ling Qinzhen ignored it and waited until she had memorized the nearby terrain in her mind before she spoke with the system. "I can indeed do quests and redeem those things in your system. But if I don't have a strong enough power, or men who trust me enough, and want to be king in this world with just some supplies beyond this era, that's really naive as well. There are many more people who are more capable than me. Even Ling Xiao, if she finds out that I am not her daughter and thinks that I killed his child, is able to severely injure me or even kill me at all costs." The system retorted, "Ling Xiao is a daughter slave, he won't take action against you. What makes you so sure that Ling Xiao won't strike at me?" Ling Qinzhen didn't hide the sarcasm on his face. Ling Xiao isn't a brainless daughter slave, he loves the daughter he brought up with his own hands, not me, the outsider who somehow occupied his daughter's body. He's treating me well now because he hasn't discovered too many abnormalities yet. It's also possible that he has long since noticed the difference between me and the original owner, but isn't quite sure yet if it's an after effect of the injury or something else. The system couldn't help but taunt her. "You just have a dark mind, you're always suspicious. There are still more good people in this world. Even if there are bad people, they can't all appear by your side. Ling Xiao is a good man, and an even better father." Ling Qinzhen always felt that this system was too silly and sweet. At this level that it had been maintaining, it wasn't strange at all that it had been unable to complete its tasks and had been coaxed into doing so. Ling Qinzhen saw Bai Qingyu fly over and said half perfunctorily and half mockingly, "Yes, Ling Xiao is a good person. He's kind enough to whack all 4 tribes and forcefully snatch someone's young patriarch to be his daughter's beast husband. Couldn't be a better good guy." "System. I suspect you're connoting me. Am I connoting you?" Ling Qinzhen was so speechless that he wanted to roll his eyes, and nonchalantly said, "I'm plainly mocking you for being stupid." "System, verbal attacks have no future. I also have dignity. Be careful, I'll fight with you. Oh." Ling Chengnan put his short spear behind his back and grunted coldly, "If you have the ability to do it, let's see which one of us can flatten and pinch the other." The system was silent for a long time, and cursed abjectly, "You bad woman. You've cursed this sentence not 10,000 times, but 8,000. Hurry up and go to the thesaurus to search for a different word, otherwise it will look like you are too uneducated." System. Sometimes it really wanted this host to die with it. How can a human's mouth be more poisonous than a spear stained with? After Bai Qingyu flew over, Ling Qinzhen jumped directly into mid-air and landed on his back. "Go directly to the misty swamp. Fortunately it rained last night. This morning should be when the mist is at its thinnest, just right for hunting snake lizards in the swamp." Ling Qinzhen had already arranged today's itinerary. Bai Qingyu led her in the direction of the poisonous miasma forest not far away and waited for a while before asking, "Are you still angry? You still care whether I'm angry or not?" Ling Qingen's tone was still impulsive. Bai Qingyu's wings flapped gently, and he said with some embarrassment, "If you're angry because of those words of mine this morning, I'll apologize to you. I know you're strong and never meant to belittle you. I'm just used to taking care of the people around me." Ling Qingzhen wrapped his hands around his body and grunted coldly, "Don't you dare fool me with such words." "Bai Qingyu, then what do you have to do to not get angry?" The system suddenly interjected, "A kiss, a kiss. Quickly, if you don't take advantage of this kind of time, when will you wait?" Host, Sister N. Her Majesty the Empress. "Give me a kiss. Kiss hard." Ling Qingzhen was filled with black lines, raised her hand to rub the corner of her forehead, and couldn't help but curse, "Get lost. System, come on, this is rolling. You remember to kiss oh. Boo 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 boo." Ling Changnan used his spiritual power to whip the system into a corner and, when she came back to her senses, she saw Qinghe turn her head sideways, her clear pupils quietly looking at her. "Forget about requests like being your partner, I won't agree to it," Bai Qingyu suddenly added. Ling Qingzhen looked at him with a wooden face, looking at him with good humor and amusement. "Didn't I tell you that I'm too lazy to chase after you now, and I don't think about letting you be my beast husband anymore? Since you don't believe me. Okay, a moment to land into human form, let me kiss, I will not be angry with you." This rebellious spirit nonsense, a moment to run up to the head it. Chapter 40. The Cranes Clear Nico. As soon as her words fell, Bai Qingyu's eyes quickly became subtle as he looked at her and said quietly, "Still saying you don't covet me anymore?" Ling Qingzhen clenched her fists, "So what do you want?" Bai Qingyu shifted his gaze and smiled, "It's impossible to give you a kiss. You change your request to something else." Ling Qingzhen gasped and laughed, "You really think you're a meat and potatoes, who's happy to kiss you? Both of us, you are single, but I have a beast husband." Although the beast husbands in her family were for show, and her goal was to cultivate those into capable generals under her command, they did now bear the name of her partner, and there was nothing wrong with saying so. Bai Qingyu sighed in a low voice, "It is indeed impossible for me and you. You shouldn't know anything about our Crane Clan beastmen. Our Crane Clan honors the lifelong mate system and only has one mate in their lifetime. It is well known that the ratio of females to males on the beast plains is not equal, so wouldn't many male beastmen of your Crane Clan be bachelors?" Ling Qingzhen knew that creatures like the crane did have higher requirements for mates, but he didn't expect that in the beast world, the Crane Clan's beastmen would still follow this concept of mates. "The number of male orcs of the crane race who are mateless is not as high as you think. We will also accept orcs of other races, but the requirement for a mate of a different race is very high. The most basic thing is that there can't be any other mates." Ling Qingzhen thought back to the day he was at the Cold Mountain Tribe and used his spiritual power to probe the situation. The Cold Mountain Tribe was indeed dominated by crane beastmen, and the other flying bird-type beastmen were not as powerful as their giant crane-type beastmen, both in terms of size and combat power. So their giant crane-type beastmen really did have the backbone to be able to make this kind of request that didn't seem too reasonable. Bai Qingyu's tone was very light, but his attitude was also very resolute. "You are indeed a very powerful female, and extraordinarily persistent as well. But your beast form is the Thin Mountain Giant Tiger. I think you should be well aware of the reputation of your Thin Mountain Giant Tiger clan beastmen in the Northern Wasteland. The Thin Mountain Giant Tiger clan was the native king of the Northern Wasteland. It was also the most powerful land-traveling beastmen in the northern part of this wasteland. Equal to their strong abilities was the innate coolness and dominance of the female beastmen of the Thin Mountain Giant Tiger clan. The females of this clan are very rare. Almost every 10 newborn cubs, only one is a female. For Ling Xiao to have 2 Thin Mountain Giant Tiger daughters could be considered his greatest pride. The females of the Thin Mountain Giant Tiger clan were stronger than the males. That's why when Ling Changyan was so young and was out in the wild every day by herself, Ling Xiao wasn't even too worried about something happening to her. The number of Thin Mountain Giant Tiger females was small, but rumors about their mates were never few and far between. Basically, every Thin Mountain Giant Tiger female has a large number of husbands, and they also like to dabble with flowers and grass outside, and have a lot of affair debts. And the Thin Mountain Tiger female generally gave birth to cubs, will soon weaned, the cubs will be thrown to the father of the cubs to raise, basically will seldom fulfill the mother's responsibility. This kind of cool personality is very rare in the entire Beast Plains. Because most of the beastmen, to the cubs are still very loving, will carefully care for the cubs to grow up. Bai Qingyu was influenced by the instincts of the Crane clan, and there was absolutely no way he could accept a partner who was this mercurial. Ling Qingzhen propped his chin with one hand and said thoughtfully, "This is the first time I've heard someone say this to my face." Bai Qingyu was speechless. "I think you should at least be a little self-aware. Previously, he only felt that she ironically wanted to find him as a companion, she should just be happy to see the hunt, but he was unwilling to respond to her, and then was forced to reject it over and over again, but instead, it completely provoked her rebelliousness, and she had to wear out a result with him." Ling Qingzhen heard the general meaning from his vague expression. This person had probably never considered the possibility that the original owner really wanted to get serious with him. Even if he proposed a 1v1, the original owner might have agreed. But Bai Qingyu had too deep of a stigma against the thin mountain giant tiger clan, and this stigma was like a huge mountain that ultimately made this pure liking only end in a sigh. Ling Qingzhen felt sorry for the original owner for a few seconds, but also did not really want to be like Bai Qingyu's intention, only sneered, and said, "You are still weirdly implicit, you have to say it clearly in the first place, but also not have the later things." Bai Qingyu said helplessly, "I've spoken to you many times, which time did you listen in?" Sometimes he felt that Ling Qingzhen was elm-brained, the whole person was dull, only listening to what he wanted to hear and not listening to anything he didn't like. It really fit his stereotypical impression of the thin mountain giant tiger beast man. Ling Qingzhen touched the tip of her nose. Since she didn't have much memory of the original owner, she could only shrug it off with a straight face. Bai Qingyu didn't have the slightest solution to her irrationality, and at the same time secretly sighed that he had really grown greatly, and hadn't dumped the person on his back even after this. In the place of his 16 or 17-year-old self, there was a real possibility that he would have directly argued with her or fought. Over the years, it really was that she had worn down a little bit and completely lost her temper. "As long as we don't talk about being mates, we can work well together," he said with great sincerity. Ling Qingzhen snorted lightly, "As you wish." Anyway, the one who couldn't get enough of Bai Qingyu was the original owner, not her. "It's fogging up." Bai Qingyu looked at the white fog gradually spreading outwards in front of her and reminded in a cold and solemn tone, "Hold on to my back feathers, there might be inferior beasts or wild beasts sneaking in the fog." Ling Qingzhen switched from a sitting position to a kneeling position with one knee knocking to the ground, grasping his back feather with one hand and drawing the short spear behind him with the other. "Next, you go on my command." Ling Changnan spread his spiritual power out completely, in a tone that was completely irrefutable. Bai Qingyu hesitated. "That psychic ability of yours, can you really recognize direction and danger in the fog? If you can't trust me, why are you still following me here? Martyrdom with me?" Bai Qingyu was so disliked by her that he didn't say anything, but after she gave the command, he still adjusted his direction at the first opportunity and flew sideways through the woods ahead where he could barely see the shape of the branches. He actually wanted to fly higher, but this was the misty swamp, and the Xian-scaled snake lizards lived in this forest where the trees had long since died. Most of the snake lizards would hide under the swamp, and some of them would lie down on the trees, disguised as branches, and use the fog that could not be seen to sneak up on the other creatures living in this area. The moment Bai Qingyu flew sideways, he sensed as if his abdomen had brushed against something, and Ling Changnan had already quickly retracted his gun, grabbing his wings and flipping back onto his back. What was that just now? Bai Qingyu captured the blood dripping from the tip of her gun. In just a mistake of an eye, she had already grabbed his wings with one hand and swung down, and had also resolved a sneak attacker lurking on a tree branch. Ling Qingyan's brows were cold and weary, the short spear spun around in her hand, and the beads of blood were all shaken off into the air. "Less questions, focus on flying yours." Elevated, left row. Ling Qingzhen commanded calmly, still having the energy to speak with him. "You've never been to the Misty Swamp, right? With your eyes open ability, the probability is that if you run out of alien energy, you'll have to fall into the rations of the wild beasts here." "Bai Qingyu, haven't you never been here either?" As he rose high into the sky, Ling Qingzhen had him hover over the area and analyzed with him. "There are 9 Xian-scaled snake lizards down there, besieging an iron crocodile." Bai Qingyu heard the sound, so he could recognize the general location, but he couldn't see anything. He looked down and asked, "So, you're planning to sneak attack one of them while the Xian-scaled snake lizards are besieging the iron crocodile?" Ling Qingzhen didn't retort, and Bai Qingyu sort of understood. She had already decided to do it. The bigger the Xian-scaled snake lizard is, the better the bile's antidote effect will be, so we're going to kill the most powerful one. Ling Changnan gave him a brief account of the battle below. Because of the fog, there was nothing in the swamp that could be used as reference coordinates, so even if Ling Qingzhen said east, west, south, north, and south, Bai Qingyu couldn't tell them apart at all. He had already recognized that he really had no advantage in this swamp other than being able to fly, and interrupted Ling Qingyan's words. "You can just say how to do it. I can't discern the direction and have lost my only advantage once I land, so I can only support you in mid-air." Ling Qingzhen was instantly relieved to hear him say this. "I'll go down, you take over. That's it? Or else?" Ling Qingyan's gaze was like a torch, staring dead below. "You just have to make sure that you don't get dragged into the swamp by the snake lizard and that iron crocodile, that's all that matters. I will call out to you when I need you to pick up the slack. You'll always be able to tell your bearings by sound and scent, won't you?" Bai Qingyu held back a bit. "This is no problem." Ling Qingzhen nodded, then before he could react, she directly jumped off his back. Bai Qingyu watched as she suddenly disappeared right in front of him and froze for a few seconds before finally reacting. "Ling Qingzhen, you don't want to die, do you? Where is there such a hasty hunting plan?" The hissing roars of several snake lizards and iron crocodiles were already coming from below, and Ling Qingyan's somewhat cold voice line, in turn, seemed extraordinarily thin and weak in the midst of these roars. "Mind your own business." Ling Qingzhen threw down this sentence, and then he had already stepped on the back of the largest Xian-scaled snake lizard. This snake lizard had thick limbs, and most of it was sunk in the half-wet, half-dry mud puddle. Not far away were several basilisk snake lizards and iron crocodiles. These creatures were used to living in the swamp, so they had long since adapted to this environment, and their wide, flat bodies increased the area of force, so they weren't easily swallowed up by the swamp. Moreover, this Xian-scaled snake lizard under her feet had also awakened its Earth system's psychic ability. Ling Qingzhen sighed unluckily in her heart when she felt the fluctuation of its alien power. This snake lizard was indeed the strongest, but in this environment, it also possessed an Earth alien energy close to level 8, definitely the trickiest existence among all the beasts present. However, she didn't wimp out in the slightest, still fighting the idea of a quick battle and making sure as much as possible that she wouldn't fall into the mud puddle below. She didn't have a flat chassis that increased the area of force, so she could only use these snake lizards and iron crocodiles, as well as the few landing spots around her, to dodge as many attacks as possible and take down the basilisk snake lizard as soon as possible. Her spiritual power was probably because of the soul crossing. It was no longer in its peak state in the late end times, and now it had been maintained at the early 9th level. After raising it for several days, the mental power level hadn't gone up, so she had basically determined that the mental domain would have to be rebroadened and cultivated from level 9. Among all the psychic powers, the early stage does not have an advantage, and the later stage depends on the user's usage in order to grasp the initiative in the battle. Ling Qingzhen is the typical unlucky person who is a loser in the early stages of his psychic ability and can only rely on physical fitness and physical arts to kill him. Compared to her rookie state at that time when she first entered the end of the world, she now had the most powerful physique and her psychic ability wasn't a level 0 opener, so what was there to complain about? Level 9 mental power plus her combat power was enough to deal with an earth snake lizard that was close to level 8, plus 8 snake lizard minions, and a full iron crocodile that couldn't tell the difference between friend and foe. It's just 1vn, she's good at it. The basilisk snake lizard's tongue is very long, with a forked tip that can be flicked outward from the mouth, and the tongue is distributed with fine barbs and mucus, which can firmly coil the prey touched by the tip of the tongue. There are 2 rows of fangs at the top and bottom inside the mouth of the basilisk snake lizard, but the fangs do not secrete venom. However, by the lower jaw at the back of the mouth, there are several folds on the inside of its teeth, and these folds are filled with venom. Once the prey is coiled by the split tongue of the basilisk snake lizard, it will be quickly pulled into its mouth, and the sharp teeth on the top and bottom of the front row will firmly lock onto the prey, preventing it from breaking free, and the teeth on the back row will inject the venom at the same time as they are biting the prey. The prey would be paralyzed in just over 10 seconds, but would not completely lose consciousness, and in the end could only be swallowed and digested without resistance. The Xian-scaled snake lizard's individual analysis report given by the system was very comprehensive, and Ling Changnan had memorized them in her head. That's why she performed evasions, mainly to prevent being coiled by the snake lizard's tongue. As she stomped and jumped on the backs of a few snake lizards, a few of the snake lizards that didn't have any special abilities were hawked and bruised by that angry Earth-type snake lizard. That Earth system snake lizard once again curled its tongue around the tail that was lifted up by Ling Qingzhen, viciously biting off the snake lizard's little brother's tail directly, ignoring the unlucky little brother's cries of pain. Its thick limbs began to lift up, sliding rapidly in the direction where Ling Qingzhen was. Even the scorched-top iron crocodile that blocked the middle of the road, it didn't bother to pay attention to it, charging across the road, directly to the iron crocodile that was going crazy, ahead to arch away. The thick tail was also ruthlessly pumped in the iron crocodile's big faceplate, directly to the iron crocodile that weighed more than 3 tons, a tail slammed into the swamp. Half of the body of the bottom of the iron crocodile struggling, but around the wet mud and water quickly dry, it will be dead smothered in the thick mud ball, no matter how to struggle not open. Until it suffocated and died 10 minutes later. Ling Qingzhen looked at the dry land below, kicked and Xian-scaled snake lizard over, and the moment he jumped onto its belly, the bone blade in his hand had pierced through its heart, and picked out the snake lizard's snake bile in passing as he retracted the blade. The blood water mixed into the muddy water, being ho-ho the swamp bloody gas rushed to the sky. Hundreds of meters around the creatures all fled in all directions. In fact, it was almost time to call it a day. She had already killed 4 Xian-scale snake lizards. The earth snake lizard was also completely angered by her, and the iron crocodile was also buried alive by the snake lizard leader. Continuing to fight. This earth system snake lizard probably really wants to fight her to a fish death. Although Ling Qingzhen had left some strength left, after a few rounds of fighting with this Xian-scale snake lizard, this thing became smart and would intentionally minimize her landing spot, and for this reason, she did not hesitate to kill her own kind. The dead snake lizard was quickly flung into the swamp by it, not giving Ling Changnan a chance to step on it again at all, so the range that Ling Changnan could move around was getting smaller and smaller, so the probability of being attacked by it would increase. Just as she was about to ask Bai Qingyu to take her to retreat, she suddenly realized that the mist in front of her eyes faded. The crane's clear Nico came from mid-air with it. Chapter 41 Bad Battle in the Marsh. The pale green-colored giant crane swooped down from high above, its sharp beak accurately hitting the left eye of the earth snake lizard. Blood splattered, and the giant crane also took off without a fight after this strike. Ling Qingzhen seized the moment when the snake lizard's left eye was attacked and was briefly unable to accurately lock onto her position due to the pain, and holding the bone blade in his left hand, he swept through like a gust of wind, cutting off the forked tongue of the snake lizard that did not hit its target and swiftly retracted in a single slash. As the red forked snake landed on the mud puddle, the snake lizard's roar became extraordinarily loud, shaking Ling Qingzhen's eardrums a little painfully. But because of this, Ling Qingzhen was certain that the tongue was also the weakness of the Xian scale snake lizard. Without this annoying tongue, the attack power of the Earth-type Xian-scaled snake lizard would be reduced by at least half. At this moment, she wasn't going to run to take down this Earth-type serpent lizard. The Earth-type Heartstone that was close to level 8 contained quite a powerful energy that could help her mental power to further increase. Holding her blade in her backhand, Ling Qingzhen raised her hand and grabbed Qinghe's leg, tapping her toes through the blood-red muddy water. She rose up in the air behind the Xuanliu snake lizard and flipped over to jump onto Bai Qingyu's back. Good job. Ling Qingzhen was in quite a good mood. Looking at the surrounding mist that had not dissipated, he inquired, "Did you dispel the mist near this mud pool?" Bai Qingyu shook off the beads of blood on his long beak and replied, "Well, I wasn't sure if I could control the mist at first. But after hovering in the mist for a long time, he noticed that the mist puffed on his beak and slowly formed droplets of water, and only then did it dawn on him. The white mist in the misty swamp zone that did not dissipate for years was actually water vapor. And he was the one with the water-type ability, so it was entirely possible to go about manipulating these mists. It was just that he hadn't tried to do so before, so it took some time to experiment and adjust at first. However, these mists gathered and dispersed very quickly, and his supernatural ability was not enough to cover an area within a 100-meter radius. Right now he could only disperse the mire's mist outwards, but it wouldn't last long. I can at most control these mists for half a beast hour, because I still have to leave enough physical energy to take you away, so hurry up." Ling Qingzhen answered in a low voice and said with confidence, "Half a beast hour, that's enough. You main attack, I'll cooperate with you." After a bloody fight just now, Bai Qingyu had recognized a fact. Ling Qingzhen would most likely not actively cooperate with him, so he could only be the one to curry favor with this dictatorial female. "I'll go down then, you watch the situation." Without saying a word, Ling Qingzhen once again jumped off his back. Bai Qingyu hadn't even finished his words yet, and as he watched her gradually diminishing figure, he was so angry that he lost his temper a bit and gritted his teeth. "Forget about falling to your death. Every time, you don't wait for people to finish their words." His mouth was so spiteful, but his actions were half-hearted. After discovering that the Earth-type Xian-scale snake lizard could control the softness and hardness of the mud puddle, he also had a new thought process, and tried mobilizing his supernatural ability to pump out all the water in the soil. After the water in the soil disappeared, the ground instantly became dry and hard, and it took a certain amount of time for the water around them to seep through. The hard ground instead provided more landing spots for Ling Chengnan. This wave, the advantage was with them. The one-eyed Xian-scaled snake lizard immediately had the thought of escaping the moment it noticed the ground drying up. Although it was furious that two little insects that didn't know how to die had teamed up to kill its little brother and seriously injured it like this. But it wasn't completely brainless, because since its opponent could step on the hardened ground, its attack power had obviously risen another level, and even if he controlled the land to collapse or fluctuate, there was no way to stop this two-legged beast with superb balancing ability. The short spear in Ling Qingyan's right hand danced out behind her, stepping on the shaking ground. Her body was always able to maintain a forward-leaning sprinting stance. With her left hand fingertips slightly on the ground and her feet behind her, like a gecko that could crawl on the surface of any object, she freely fought with the Xian-scaled snake lizard, which was nearly 8 meters in length, within the dried-up mud puddle. Bai Qingyu tried to assist her in the fight, but realized that his joining in would instead cause her to tie up her hands, and in the end, he could only fly helplessly in mid-air, quietly observing her personal battle. Overlooking the entire pool of earth, looking at the beads of blood slowly dripping down her face, as well as her long hair that was casually pulled behind her head, blown up by the air currents of the fight, as well as her thin and stern facial contours, and her limbs that appeared to be slender, but were full of powerful explosive force, caused a very unfamiliar emotion to steeply arise in him. It was probably the first time he had seen her display such an impactful side. Bai Qingyu's gaze always landed on her, his wings slowly spreading out, and in his cold and bright eyes was an approval and appreciation that he himself had never known. If she was a female of the Crane clan, how good it would be. No need for her to make a big offer, he would definitely use all means to pursue her. Such a thought popped up in Bai Qingyu's mind, and regret flickered within his heart before he put this absurd thought behind him. As the Xian-scaled snake lizard let out one last angry and agonizing roar, its huge body slammed heavily on the dry ground, and the surrounding deadwood seemed to tremble for a few seconds. Bai Qingyu slowly landed on the ground and watched as she single-handedly flipped the Earth-type Xian-scale snake lizard that was lying on the ground over, holding the bone blade in her left hand and cleanly opened up its belly, taking out its guts and digging out its heart. Blood slowly slid down from her white face, pooling at her jaw and falling drop by drop on her arms and knees. However, the corner of her mouth was slightly upturned and her breath was slightly disorganized, but it was obvious that her entire being was pleasant and did not have the exhaustion and disengagement after a vicious battle. Bai Qingyu squatted down beside her, his fingertips condensing water clusters, rinsing the gall and heartstone from her hands, and watched with his own eyes as she pulled out the remaining few snake lizard gallbladders as well, justifiably lifting his eyes to gaze at him, waiting for him to help with the cleaning. Bai Qingyu said with a dark face, "There aren't many supernatural powers left." Ling Changnan looked at him and didn't say anything, his spread out palms reaching out to him. Bai Qingyu gritted his teeth and said, "I owe you?" Ling Shenzhen smiled and raised an eyebrow, his face whistling with blood spikes, but his eyes were clear and vivid, saying what you owe or don't owe, that's a bit strange. We are a cooperative relationship, just help each other out, you don't have to be so small-minded. Bai Qingyu. Bai Qingyu chose to ball out a ball of water to clean the pile of snake lizard bile in her hand, and also made a layer of water film to cover her skin, rinsing all the blood on her body. Ling Shenzhen touched his arm with satisfaction, put his short spear behind his back and smiled, "Your supernormal ability is really weirdly useful. It seems like I do need to find a water supernormal ability beastman to bring with me in the future." Bai Qingyu grunted and laughed. There weren't many level 9 water type ability beastmen like me originally on the beast, so I'm afraid it's a bit hard to find one that can replace me. Ling Shenzhen waved his hand and looked at the corpses of a few snake lizards on the ground, and said with some regret, "It's not easy to find a level 9 water alien energy beast man, but it's not much of a problem to have a lower level of alien energy, and I can help raise it anyway." Bai Qingyu's face became serious. "You must be careful with the alien ability enhancement. You said that the Heartstone will be studied and researched when you go back, don't absorb it rashly. If something goes wrong with the cultivation of the foreign energy, it's not something that an unusual witch doctor can fix." Ling Shenzhen inclined her head and sized him up for a moment. Bai Qingyu was a little uncomfortable by her, slightly knitting his brows. "What are you staring at me for?" Ling Shenzhen didn't say anything either, and suddenly stretched out her left hand. Bai Qingyu's body instinctively leaned back, looking down at Ling Qingyan's slender fingertips resting next to the right side of her face. Her body slightly tightened, wrinkling her brows and saying, "I said I wouldn't let you kiss. You pay attention to the measure." Ling Changnan looked at him and suddenly smiled brightly, gently rubbing the tip of her thumb over the corner of his mouth, repeatedly rubbing it twice, and stretching her fingertip out in front of him, smiling happily. "You're such a funny guy, I was looking at the corner of your mouth with blood, kindly want to help you wipe it off." Actually, she just wanted to tease him. Bai Qingyu, this man was not very old, but he was pedantic and stereotypical, and compared to the spirited orcs in the wilderness, he was like an oddball. But occasionally teasing him and seeing his nervous reaction was still strangely interesting. However, as the person in question, Bai Qingyu, at this moment, his body stiffened and his face was a bit embarrassed. The back of his hand rubbed the corner of his mouth twice and found that there was indeed blood. The roots of his ears and neck rubbed red, and he turned around and prepared to leave, but was suddenly grabbed by Ling Qingyan's arm and pulled directly backward to fall. His waist was hooked by Ling Qingyan, and when he raised his eyes to look, he only saw that a layer of haze seemed to spread across her brows, and the bone blade in her right hand had already come out of her hand, colliding with the head of a giant snake that suddenly rushed out from the white mist. The bone blade immediately crumbled and fell in the slush. The ground began to sink, and Ling Qingyan made a snap decision, saying, "Hurry up and transform, I'll draw it away, and you catch me." In the next second, Ling Qingyan let go of her hand and transformed into a giant tiger on the spot, slapping the huge snake head into the mud. She was extremely fast and stepped on the giant snake that had fallen across the mud, the sharp edge poking out from her fingertips, without hesitation, broke through the giant snake's dark greenback scales and pierced through it 7 inches with a claw. Bai Qingyu looked at the head of the snake that turned back to bite the giant tiger and immediately reminded, "Poisonous, be careful." Ling Qingyan didn't turn around. The moment the snake's mouth was about to bite her back leg, she leapt up in the air and jumped onto Bai Qingyu's back. Her powerful spiritual energy pummeled right into the spine of the giant snake's body, violently crushing the vertebrae below the skull. She took human form on Bai Qingyu's back, drew out the short spear behind her, and threw it out with her backhand. The tip of the metal gun seemed like an indestructible bullet, hitting the snake head squarely between its eyes, nailing the giant snake's raised head heavily to the ground. Ling Qingyan jumped off of Bai Qingyu's back, and after pulling out his own short spear, he looked at the already magnificent bone blade and said with him, who was flying again, "Quickly go, there are things coming around again, directly to the right and the backside, quite a few of them. Bai Qingyu, grab the back feathers and get up high first." Ling Qingyan lowered his body and grabbed the tight and thick feathers on his back. One person and one crane, like a piercing arrow that pierced straight through the blue sky, broke through the rolling white fog, escaping from the mouths of the giant snakes that were surrounding them. Until they flew out of the misty swamp where the sea of mist rolled over, Bai Qingyu was relieved. Just now it was too dangerous. A snake head can pop up in all directions in the white mist at any time, even if it's all the Snake Mountain tribe of the giant serpent beastmen. It wasn't this terrifying. That was the frost shadow golden python. A kind of giant python unique to the misty swamp. It should have just woken up from hibernation and is in a state of extreme hunger. And the swampy area by the edge of the dry forest is where they breed every year. The frost shadow golden python is bloodthirsty, very sensitive to the scent of blood, and it mostly comes out in groups. Even the Xian scale snake lizard, which is quite strong in battle, is on their menu. The frost shadow golden python's scales can change color, and in the white mist they will turn silver white, and only during the breeding period, in order to attract the same kind to mate, will they turn their scales into other colors. So the first frost shadow golden python she killed had green scales on its head and back at the time. The golden character of the frost shadow golden python was mainly due to the fact that the pythons of this species happen to have a dark golden line extending from the middle of the two eyes to 7 inches. The frost shadow golden python that was besieging them should have been in its breeding period and attracted by the smell of blood made by them killing the snake lizards. After discovering them, they became extremely manic and ferocious due to the effects of hunger and their breeding period. These were the messages that the system had just summarized. Ling Qingzhen scanned through them, and in passing, she gave a little bit of science to Bai Qingyu underneath her. After the popularization was over, she looked at the blood-stained short spear in her hand and said with some regret, "The tip of the spear unexpectedly has a crack. This is the 16th-year-old gift that our father gave me. The scales of this frost shadow gold python are also too hard. But it's good for armor." Ling Qingzhen's eyes instantly lit up when he thought of this. In the future, if he could get a team together, he could consider coming to the Misty Swamp to stock up. These frost shadow gold pythons were extremely numerous, and their breeding ability was particularly strong, so they had very few natural enemies in the Misty Swamp, and their biggest enemy was actually their own kind. Because this kind of python will hunt its own kind when it is extremely hungry. It would be a waste of this skin and flesh. Contributing it to her men as armor would be a good way to die. She looked down and touched the tip of the gun on her leg and sighed softly. When she returned, she could only find a way to repair the short spear again. The weapon belonged to the original owner, but she used it with an extraordinarily good hand. There was also that broken bone blade. She didn't pick it back up. Because after the bone blade broke, even if she found a way to reattach it, there was no way to withstand the powerful impact like before. Bai Qingyu sensed her moping and didn't know how to comfort her, and only quietly brought her towards the south and flew back in the night. This time, he wasn't going to stop until he was exhausted. Because the night of the breeding period is too difficult to endure, rather than carefully carrying Ling Qingzhen to endure, it is better to use all the strength in the rush. Tired to no strength, he did not believe that this damn breeding period can continue to torture him. It wasn't until nightfall that Ling Qingzhen finally realized his intentions, pulling up his long loose hair behind him with a white bone hairpin, lazily lying on his broad back, smiling, staying up all night to catch up on the road. It seems that last night's breeding period tormented you quite a bit. Shut up. Bai Qingyu was annoyed. Opening his mouth to reproduction period, closing his mouth to reproduction period. Doesn't he want to lose face? What's more, he worked hard to carry her to catch the road. Even if she wasn't grateful, she was still lying on his back and talking sarcasm. Just as Ling Qingzhen was leisurely lying on his back, cozily enjoying the rare sight of the stars, a dark shadow came crashing in from the side like lightning, like a small cannonball, knocking the Qinghe, who was trying his best to dodge, straight down from the height. Ling Qingzhen fell directly from 1,000 meters in the air, spitting darkly on the spot, reaching out to grab Bai Qingyu's claws but failing to reach them. The whole person fell straight towards the mountain below. Day! If she falls to her death on this mountain today, she will not let go of the dog that created this air crash even as a ghost. Chapter 42, Plagiarism NN. Ling Qingzhen quickly adjusted her balance in mid-air, glanced at Bai Qingyu who was also falling straight down above her, and cursed the waste in the bottom of her heart. But again, she had to grab hold of the time to observe the terrain below, hoping that there would be a tree or something that would slightly block it. That way, they wouldn't fall to their deaths on the spot. As they got closer and closer to the ground, Ling Qingzhen relied on her excellent night vision and was basically able to determine that this was a short mountain, and that there was indeed a small area of forest below. Thank goodness. Because the speed of the fall was too fast, so she consecutively knocked off several branches before she was able to stabilize her body. Not caring about her somewhat aching waist and abdomen, she backhanded to fish for Bai Qingyu, who had almost fallen straight to the ground through the gap in the branches beside her. After catching Bai Qingyu in human form, Ling Qingzhen hooked a thick branch with one hand and casually hung him up. Flipping over and jumping onto the horizontal branch, she slowly let out a mouthful of turbid breath. Hey, can't die, right? Bai Qingyu weakly lifted his eyelids for a moment, then slowly closed them, his facial expression a bit distorted because of the pain, saying, "For the time being, I won't die." Sorry, didn't avoid that thing. Ling Qingzhen looked at his misplaced shoulder and sighed deeply. She looked down at the bottom, still about 20 meters from the ground. Luck was really good. However, she could sense that this forest was quite dangerous, and there was even a group of inferior beasts that numbered over 100 less than roughly 2,000 meters away from them. There are inferior beasts nearby, it's not advisable to stay here for long, I'll take you away first. Ling Qingzhen scooped him up, and while he didn't react, he decisively pressed on him, connecting his dislocated shoulder. Bai Qingyu's brows furrowed in pain as he clenched his teeth, still spilling out a few agonized breath sounds, but at least he maintained the last bit of decency and didn't yell. Is the leg hurt? No. Bai Qingyu shook his head, holding onto his swollen and painful left shoulder, and took a deep breath before standing up holding onto the tree trunk beside him, but the moment he straightened his back, his complexion changed slightly. His face and body were rubbed out by the branches with a lot of blood marks, but these are not considered serious injuries. What is more troublesome is he just hit the tree branch, as if his ribs were broken. Ling Changnan inclined his head to survey his whitened face and took the lead in jumping off the branch, landing lightly on the dead leaves on the ground. Bai Qingyu followed closely behind, and when he landed, the corners of his lips were pursed tightly and fine sweat broke out on his forehead. It had to be said that his luck was really bad on this long trip. Ling Qingzhen had already planned her escape route and ran forward without looking back, not forgetting to urge Bai Qingyu behind her, keep up. Bai Qingyu gritted her teeth to keep up with her speed, never saying a word. Behind her came the cries of wild beasts rising and falling in the dense forest. There were the cries of wolves and the indistinguishable hissing of inferior beasts. The running of wild beasts and inferior beasts in the mountains and forests broke the serenity of the entire dark night. Ling Qingyan's ears twitched slightly as he gritted his teeth and said, "The nose is really smart, it's coming our way." Bai Qingyu obviously couldn't fly, so she instantly transformed into her beast form and tossed her short spear into his arms. "Come onto my back, you're running too slowly." Bai Qingyu looked back at the outstretched forest and rode on the giant tiger's back, holding the giant tiger's somewhat hard fur with one hand, his left hand slightly pressed down on his aching waist and abdomen, slowly lowering his body and letting the branches and leaves in front of him hit his skin. They had just run out of the dense forest when they bumped into a dozen or so inferior beasts with glowing red eyes that were gnawing on two forest deer. Ling Changnan was too lazy to fight with these inferior beasts that were having a full stomach, and directly jumped onto a rocky outcrop. Like a snow goat that has lived on the cliffs for a long time, he lightly and agilely stepped on the rocky outcrop, and soon went over the cliffs that were a few hundred meters high. Determined that those inferior beasts cannot climb to the top of the cliff, Ling Changnan stopped, stood at the edge of the cliff and looked down at the inferior beasts below the screaming, lifted his claws and kicked down a few large stones around him. Several inferior beasts couldn't dodge in time and were unfortunately crushed into cakes by the falling boulders. Bai Qingyu rode on her back and raised her hand against her nose and mouth and stifled a few coughs. Only then did Ling Changnan slowly flick his tail and said, "You're quite able to endure 2 broken ribs and you can still run with me for so long." Bai Qingyu's eyes widened slightly. "You knew? You don't think you're hiding it well, do you?" Ling Changnan narrowed his eyes as he watched a dark shadow fly over from the spot where they had crashed, still able to spare his mind to make small talk with Bai Qingyu behind him. "You're really strange, having to follow me to the misty swamp, saying that it's for the sake of the partnership between the two tribes. But when you really ran into trouble yourself, you were instead unwilling to turn to me for help. Are you thinking that I won't help you?" Bai Qingyu shook his head and denied, "No. I'm just not used to relying on." He reflected seriously. If it was a clan member of the Cold Mountain tribe, he would probably give a straightforward account of his own situation, because he trusted his clan members unconditionally. But Ling Qingzhen was not related to him, and in a life and death situation, he really did not believe that she would lay down her life to save him. If Ling Qingzhen would have been surrounded by inferior beasts with him, but escaped calmly alone, in fact, even if he was abandoned here, he wouldn't have any resentment. Greed for life and death was the instinct of a beastman. Instead, sharing the same life and death was rare. Ling Qingzhen was too lazy to break bread with him and only said, "Stay honestly on my back, I want to see what that stupid bird that just crashed after us is about." Bai Qingyu raised his head to look at the black shadows that were getting closer and closer, slightly narrowing his eyes. He said, "The one that crashed into us was that little winged sub-dragon beast from last night." The culprit he was aware of. Not only was the other person's breath familiar, and when that small winged sub-dragon's beak hit his flank, he also saw that sub-dragon's panicked eyes. Bai Qingyu raised his hand, and his warm palm gently pressed on the green and purple waist and abdomen. Although he could feel that sub-dragon's intention was not to sneak up on them, right now he also really quite wanted to kill the dragon to vent his anger. Ling Changnan looked at the small winged sub-dragon that glided to them and eventually stopped on the rocky cliff, slowly closing its wings, his eyes cold, his claws grinding twice on the rock, plowing a deep hole in the hard stone. The little winged sub-dragon placed a bloody disc horn cow that it was carrying in its mouth on the ground, its round and protruding eyes shining brightly as it stared at them, and it also pushed the disc horn cow towards them with its claws. Ling Qingzhen pressed his paw and hesitantly said, "Is this its attempt to feed us?" Bai Qingyu looked at the little winged sub-dragon's nervous and fluttering appearance and shook his head. "I think that it should be wanting us to help it roast this disc-horned ox." Ling Qingzhen immediately revealed his sharp teeth, looking like he wanted to bite this silly dragon to pieces, frightening the little winged sub-dragon to sneakily move several steps back, cautiously sizing up this tigress who was a bit of a formidable fighter. Bai Qingyu looked at the disc-horned cow and raised his hand to press his left shoulder again. "Give it a roast, see if we can communicate with it and have it send us back to the tribe." Although his dislocated shoulder was picked back up, there was no way to carry Ling Qingzhen for a long flight anymore. Ling Qingyan's beast husband was not lightly poisoned and was in dire need of snake lizard bile and blood to formulate an antidote, so it was not suitable to be delayed on the road. Ling Qingzhen cocked his big round head and stared at the stupid dragon on the opposite side, hesitantly saying, "Can an animal like a small winged sub-dragon communicate with us?" Bai Qingyu wasn't sure and only said, "It looks smarter than the average small winged sub-dragon." It's true that there are some beastmen in the wilderness who can tame animals, but one has to be able to tame, in addition to finding animals that are smarter and suitable for domestication. The small winged sub-dragon belongs to the Sky King. This sub-dragon, looking at its size, it should not have entered the adult stage yet, so it is possible to try taming it. Adult stage sub-dragons can basically be given up. Most of them would rather die than listen to people even if they are caught. However, this thing is hard to tame. Unusual beastmen can't even beat it in a single fight. And they only obey the strong. In addition to being particularly vindictive, unless they can beat it alone, it will only look for the other party to sneak attack when they are alone. Ling Qinzhen instantly became interested. What she was thinking was relatively simple. She needed a mount that could fly. It wasn't like Bai Qingyu would be her personal jet all the time, and there weren't many large flying orcs in the tribe, so she still had to find herself a jet for herself. She looked at the clueless little winged sub-dragon on the opposite side, her eyes gradually shifting from dislike to appreciation. Although this thing's eyes are a bit bulging, its brain is rounded, it doesn't even have a single hair, its wings are also a taut membrane of flesh, and its looks are all on the opposite side of her aesthetic, but it can fly. Just this point can let her abandon the prejudice born because of appearance. Bai Qingyu saw the tail behind her slowly swishing up, basically determining that Ling Chenjiang was interested in this little winged sub-dragon. Due to his carelessness, Ling Qinzhen had broken the bone blade she carried with her in the misty swamp and cracked the tip of the gun, so he was eager to find a chance to make it up to her. But I have to remind you that taming a small winged sub-dragon means that until adulthood, you have to manage to fill its stomach when it occasionally fails to hunt prey. The little winged sub-dragon sub-adult eats an incredible amount of food and is very difficult to raise. From what he knew of the Ling family's situation today, the three beast husbands in the family couldn't come up with a single one that could go out and hunt, and they still had to rely on Ling Qinzhen to hunt to feed them. He simply didn't dare to think about how much pressure she would have to put on hunting every day if this little winged sub-dragon really relied on her. For that matter, she still had to spare time to get salt and prepare for opening up the land and planting eggs. Putting aside the black history of her poor hunting in the past, he still admired such a powerful female. After all, he wouldn't be able to see many such swarthy and powerful females in his lifetime. Ling Qinzhen looked at the inferior beasts that were still roaring and screaming at the bottom of the cliff, and there were a few more that tried to climb up the rock, but the cliff was too steep, and they fell halfway up, and overpowered a large area. Let's go, find a safe place to land first. Ling Qinzhen carried the grounded discus cow to the little winged sub-dragon's face, then cocked his head and turned around, ready to leave. As a result, the little winged sub-dragon stood still for a while, then looked at the disc-horned cow on the ground, and finally didn't care about the prey, flapping its wings and preparing to run after her. Ling Qinzhen turned back and roared at it, simply turned into human form, broke open the small winged sub-dragon's mouth tube with his bare hands, hung the disc-horned cow on its mouth, and only then turned into a beast form carrying Bai Qingyu to walk in front of him. The small winged sub-dragon held the disc-horned cow in its mouth and slowly flew behind her, not knowing what this transforming two-legged beast was up to. After turning around in the mountains for half an hour, Ling Qinzhen finally found a cave, but the entrance to the cave smelled very bad, and there was quite a bit of pig poop. Ling Qinzhen looked at the pitch-black cave and pondered whether to lure out the wild boar inside and drive it away, or just slaughter it. Bai Qingyu patted her spine and reminded, "This is the nest of the gold-devouring dolphin." Ling Qinzhen cocked her head. "Is there anything that requires special attention? You've never seen a gold-devouring dolphin before? It shouldn't be." Bai Qingyu was a bit surprised. The gold-devouring dolphin was actually quite widely distributed, and this animal could be seen everywhere in the northern wasteland. Ling Qinzhen flicked her tail sheepishly. "Last time I fell off a cliff and hit my head. My memory is a bit messed up." Bai Qingyu suspiciously looked at her round ears that gently shook twice, the fingers that gripped the short hairs on her back tightening slightly for a moment before continuing to talk about the gold-devouring dolphins. Gold-devouring dolphins mostly live in groups and are very fertile. A litter can usually give birth to 16 or 17 dolphin pups. They mainly forage in the mountains and eat everything. "By eating everything, do you mean eating both plants and animals?" Ling Qinzhen asked. "More than that." Bai Qingyu pointed at the dark golden feces not far away and patiently spoke with her. "The gold-devouring dolphin will also eat ores, especially metal ores. However, a gold-devouring dolphin without supernatural abilities will not be able to digest the metal after eating the ore, and will excrete the metal out of its body in the form of feces." Ling Qinzhen. "I have to say that the animals in the beast world are all very unique. They can also use their intestines to purify and filter metal ores. It's amazing." Bai Qingyu looked at the pitch-black cave in front of him. The probability of a gold-devouring dolphin awakening a gold system ability is very high. The number of a gold-devouring dolphin colony is usually between 30 and 50. There are usually at least 2 gold-devouring dolphins that have awakened gold system abnormal abilities within the colony, and they are mainly used to lead and guard the colony. Ling Qinzhen looked at the small winged sub-dragon behind him, as well as the blue moon that had already climbed to the middle of the sky. "But I don't want to run around anymore, and it's still quite troublesome to find a suitable landing spot in this mountain." "So you're going to fight a bunch of them one by one?" "I'm injured, so I can't help much." Ling Qinzhen stared at the cave with a serious expression and thought for a while before deciding, then it's better if I don't kill them, just drive them away. Bai Qingyu had already given up on persuasion. Sometimes one really doesn't know where her confidence comes from. Without saying a word, he jumped off of Ling Qingyan's back and climbed up the middle section of a giant tree that was nearly 100 meters tall, sitting on a branch and looking down at the melee below. 10 minutes later, a piece of gold-devouring dolphins lay down at the entrance of the cave. Originally all grunting, the giant tiger crouching at the entrance of the cave clawed its way towards a piece of stone, which instantly turned into pieces. In a flash, all the gold-devouring dolphins were quiet. Bai Qingyu leaned against the trunk of the tree, looking at the gold-devouring dolphins below as if they were well-trained, and was quite confused for a moment. These gold-devouring dolphins that shut their mouths and stiffened their bodies when they were casually intimidated by Ling Chengnan were really the same species as the gold-devouring dolphins that he had encountered in the past when he was leading the team in hunting, who would do anything if they didn't submit and would pull a back even if they died. Bai Qingyu doubted the beast-born for a long time, until he was called back to his thoughts by the voice from below. Come down, they gave us the cave. Ling Qinzhen had already taken the pine branches and swept all of the gold-devouring dolphins' cave. He also picked up some of the dead branches and rotten wood around it. The little winged subdragon squatted on the side and poked the fat buttocks of the gold-devouring dolphin lying on the ground pretending to be dead with its long beak tube, and was sprayed back by the wimpy and short-tempered gold-devouring dolphin leader, so scared that he jumped up in place, letting out a humiliating yelp, and furiously kicking that gold-devouring dolphin's buttocks with his claws. Bai Qingyu stepped on a tree branch and climbed down, and when he was still about 10 meters away from the ground, he jumped from side to side with the help of the tree branch, and finally landed lightly. Bypassing the gold-devouring dolphins on the ground that were all saluting him, Ling Qinzhen at the entrance of the cave took a stick and knocked on the stone at the entrance of the cave, and those fierce gold-devouring dolphins instantly turned their heads back, and their long, thin tails curled up into mosquito coils behind their backs. Bai Qingyu walked to Ling Qinzhen's side, looked at the gold-devouring dolphins lying under the moonlight with a complicated face, and then inclined her head to stare at Ling Qinzhen, who was carrying a stick in one hand, with one hand folded over his waist, and still had tiny blood marks on his cheeks and neck, and then suddenly relieved. She is always so different. Ling Qinzhen's perception ability was extremely strong. She already knew that he was staring at her, slightly lifting her white jaw. The tree stick turned around a few times in her hand, pointing directly at the gold-devouring dolphins lying on the ground. Her long eyebrows were lightly raised, with a few points of provocation and bragging. She said, "The gold-devouring dolphins are very violent, and won't give up their nest to us?" Chapter 43. No need to be responsible. Bai Qingyu looked at her with a small expression on her face as if she was waiting for a quip, suppressed the corners of his mouth that wanted to lift, and helplessly lowered his eyes and said, "My fault, I shouldn't have underestimated you." Only then did Ling Qinzhen withdraw his stick in satisfaction, twisting his head and walking inside the cave. Bai Qingyu looked back at the gold-devouring dolphins that were flapping their ears, sighed deeply, and whispered a bit depressedly, "What a bunch of indisputable contraptions." The indisputable gold-devouring dolphins raised their heads, their small round eyes staring at him, with the appearance of being able to get up at any time to fight. Bai Qingyu propped up the stone wall with one hand and bent down to enter the somewhat low gold-devouring dolphin nest. The gold-devouring dolphins were considered to be relatively clean animals, but because they lived in large groups and the cave was not ventilated, even after Ling Chengnan simply cleaned it up, there was still a little bit of smell left. But Bai Qingyu couldn't care less, sitting down in the corner covered with cypress branches and leaves, bending a long leg, her palm resting against her aching flank, her lips white to the point of being somewhat frightening. Ling Qinzhen raised the fire and looked up at the cave entrance. The small winged subdragon was too big to enter the gold-devouring dolphin's cave, so it could only condescendingly stick its big head into the cave, but it didn't take a moment for it to be smoked out by the dispersing smoke. "You lie down, I'll take a look at your injuries." Bai Qingyu leaned against the corner of the stone wall and didn't move, lifting his eyelashes weakly. "It's not like you have wood system powers, so you can't cure it even if you look at it." Ling Qinzhen didn't bother to argue with him and directly went up to him and pushed him down on the cypress branch, checking his flanks by the light of the fire. The injuries sustained in beast form didn't look much more serious at the time, but after resuming human form they looked extremely horrific. Her fingertips tentatively pressed a few times on his injury, getting a few muffled cries of pain from him, and finally determining that his ribs were truly broken, but fortunately his internal organs were not ruptured. "Hiss, you lighten up." Bai Qingyu's forehead was covered in cold sweat from the pain. Ling Qinzhen lowered his eyes and looked indifferently at the place about 2 inches down from his chest ribs. Before this location had a clear depression. At the moment the depression was gone, but the skin and flesh were swollen and there were heavy bruises. "You'll have to recuperate from this injury for at least a week." The physical quality of orcs was better than the physical quality of ordinary people before the end of the world, so their recovery ability was extraordinarily strong. This kind of injury in the end times, even an exotic warrior would have to recuperate for at least 3 to 4 weeks. However, she estimated Bai Qingyu's physical quality. This injury was raised for a week, and the few broken ribs would basically grow back completely. The premise was that the chest ribs had to be fixed and supported, and during this period of time, the body could not be tossed around blindly, or else it would cause secondary injuries, and it would be hard to say when it would be good. Bai Qingyu's right arm was pressed in front of his eyes, his chest slowly rising and falling, and he softly said, "This I know, you take your hand away." Ling Qinzhen looked at his reddened ears and decisively withdrew his hand, wrinkling his brows. "You wouldn't be suffering from injuries and still be suffering from the effects of the reproduction period, right?" Bai Qingyu slightly inclined his head, burying his face into the shadows, the corners of his lips slightly pressed down due to his bite muscles tightening, but he knew very well that his reaction had nothing to hide under Ling Cheng's gaze. The heat and pain in his body made his mind foggy, and the slightly cool fingertips that Ling Qinzhen abruptly withdrew made him quietly relieved again. He said with great embarrassment, "The breeding period is not something I can control on my own, so just leave me alone and leave me alone." "Then don't lie on your side. Lying on your side compresses your chest and ribs. When the bone grows crooked, it will be difficult to adjust it back." "Got it, I won't move around." Bai Qingyu raised his hand and grabbed a few cypress leaves from the corner, blocking his body below the waist and abdomen, moving away from the arm in front of him, looking at Ling Qinzhen who didn't leave. "Why don't you still do your thing and go?" Ling Qinzhen. Deadly face and live to suffer. That's probably the kind of person who said that. The two of them stared at each other for a few seconds. Ling Qinzhen looked at his intentionally cold face and snorted lightly, turning around and walking towards the outside of the cave, ready to take care of that disc-horned cow. Tomorrow, they still have to count on that stupid big one to carry them back to the tribe. At this time, they have to lasso it with food first, so that they don't get up early in the morning and can't even find a shadow. After roasting the pan-horned cow, Ling Qinzhen directly divided half of it, threw it to the small winged subdragon that squatted aside without moving its eyes, and he himself fished for a whole piece of pan-horned beef and ate it. Without a bone blade it is not very convenient, it all depends on the claws, and they must be beast-shaped claws. The fingertips in the humanoid state, although very powerful, could not cut open the raw meat. After eating only one piece, barely patting her stomach, she did not eat again. Sitting alone against the fire, she stared at the wolfing down the small winged subdragon in a daze. Probably because it had been stared at for too long, the little winged subdragon was a bit uncomfortable and turned around with the rest of the meat in its mouth, turning its back to her and continuing to tear into the fragrant beef. When this dragon cub finished eating and looked at the remaining half-fan of beef with intent, Ling Qinzhen suddenly revealed a smile and asked, "Still want to eat?" The little winged subdragon didn't quite understand what she meant, but still tentatively moved towards the half-fan of beef, holding the meat in its mouth and placing it by the fire, signaling her to continue roasting. Ling Qinzhen shook her head and pushed the beef away. "If you still want to eat it later, do you want to follow me in the future?" The little winged subdragon's big, confused eyes stared at her, completely at a loss, and let out an unpleasant gagging sound. Ling Qinzhen raised her finger near her lips and shushed, "Shut up." The little winged subdragon continued to scream before being punched in the head with an iron fist, immediately shutting its mouth, and its open wings closed around it, crouching in place and not daring to howl anymore. Ling Qinzhen nodded with satisfaction and placed the disc-horned ox at the entrance of the cave. He himself went inside the cave and lay down on the cypress tree branches and leaves to sleep. The little winged subdragon didn't run this time, lying on the open space in front of the cave, facing a group of gold-devouring dolphins nestled under the roots of a giant tree, drooping its eyelids. Its wings would move twice every now and then to show off its presence. The night was peaceful. Except for Ling Chengnan didn't sleep too well because not only was there a small winged subdragon harboring outside, there was also a group of gold-devouring dolphins that didn't necessarily settle down, so the slightest bit of commotion, she was able to wake up immediately. So when Bai Qingyu suddenly leaned over, she opened her eyes at the first opportunity. She turned back and wrinkled her eyebrows at Bai Qingyu who had crossed over the extinguished fire at some point and embraced her body from the back, sighing with a bit of a headache as she prepared to just push him away, but his hands immediately hooped up from the back. When Ling Qinzhen exerted a little bit of force, he let out a painful murmur, his red-hot face buried at the back of her neck. Like a furnace, his body pressed against her back, drawing in the rare refreshing coolness. With some effort, she pushed the man behind her away several times. But it wasn't long before he made a comeback. It wasn't an over-the-top act, just an unconscious pressing of his face against her back or shoulder and arm, his hot breath falling on her skin in a way that made her very uncomfortable. The night before she hadn't slept much due to being wary of the little winged subdragon, and during the day she had tangled with a few basilisk snake lizards, and during the night she had also brought Bai Qingyu to avoid the inferior beasts chasing after her, so her body was actually already very tired. So after realizing how she couldn't tear off this piece of cowhide, she simply let him hold her. He wasn't going to do anything anyway, so it was better to just let him be. When she woke up tomorrow, the one who was embarrassed would definitely not be her. After Ling Qinzhen finished a set of mental construction for herself, she raised her hand to cover her mouth and yawned lazily, and soon her head lulled and she fell into a deep sleep. Bai Qingyu woke up at the dawn of day. The small winged subdragon's huge body blocked most of the light outside the cave, so the light inside the cave was dim. He didn't open his eyes, but his body had already noticed something wrong first. The feeling of skin against skin couldn't be fooled. Especially when he knew that he and Ling Changnan were the only ones in the cave, there was no way for him to deceive himself and tell himself that he was holding a piece of wood. He didn't dare to open his eyes, hoping that everything was an illusion. He never knew that his willpower was so weak. Just by suffering some injuries and letting himself sleep over, he was surprised that his behavior was directly dictated by his body's instincts. The cave was filled with the scent of his pheromones, like the scent of peony flowers blooming in layers, extraordinarily rich and overbearing in the slightly enclosed space. It was something that hadn't been present on the first night of the breeding period. Let go of your hand when you've hugged enough? Ling Shenzhen moved in his arms and turned directly around, propping his head up with one hand, looking down at Bai Qingyu, who abruptly opened her eyes, curling her mouth. Won't be affected by the breeding period, huh? Being able to control yourself? Let's see who swore to me that these words came. Bai Qingyu let go of his hand and covered his eyes in depression. Stop it. Now you know it's embarrassing? Ling Shenzhen snorted as she looked at his hatred to find a hole in the ground. As far as your self-control is concerned, it's better to hurry up and find a female to mate with before next year's breeding period arrives. Bai Qingyu inclined his head to look at her and took a deep breath. Last night. You didn't do anything. Ling Shenzhen sat up directly, picked up a bone hairpin on the side and casually pulled her long hair up, dropping her somewhat cold phoenix eyes, and said nonchalantly, if you want to say anything about being responsible, you don't have to. Don't forget, I have a beast husband. Your Crane clan is another race with a noble nature that requires its partner to be as faithful as itself. I can't be devoted to you, and you don't see me as such. So, it's best that we don't torture each other. Bai Qingyu looked at the broken hair behind her shoulder, sweeping on the snow-white neck due to the inclination of her head, her cold and tired eyebrows because she just woke up from sleep, with a few points of lethargy of EEE, her eye curtains drooping slightly, her thick and slender eyelashes like a small fan, trembling with a few points of hazy morning shadows. RX hashtag BU, SC%0 ECRA% UD 2 JFLBD2, carat 60 RPF. B29 YQ5, BBD 83P4, OA5 KDJR3Q, 72, PJ7 X9 plus RJ0, 7 ZA equals plus Q4B0G8X9 J3P6, FLLNW 39N1. But the momentary trance was quickly shattered by her sharp, cold words. He watched in silence as she got up and left, her long, superiorly proportioned legs crossing in front of him and walking to the mouth of the cave, toppling the small winged arachnid, blocking it with a single kick. There was no sign of caring from start to finish as to what he would reply. So, she really didn't like him anymore. This idea that suddenly popped up, fitting the current situation of the two of them at the moment, but he inwardly felt that there were so many anachronisms. Bai Qingyu's eyelashes lightly trembled as she gently let out a breath, but soon, because of the pain in her body, she sidled down on the ground and coughed. As soon as his chest and abdomen hurt, his brain couldn't care about thinking about messy things. So he didn't look deeper into that fleeting wisp of stray thoughts in his mind. When the sky dawned, Ling Qinzhen had already roasted the remaining half of the beef and divided it into rations for himself and Bai Qingyu, and threw the rest to the little winged subdragon, and by the way, he also went to the nearby neighborhood to hunt a strange-looking four-legged beast and threw it to the little winged subdragon. After the little winged subdragon finished eating the roast beef, and chewed up the cow's leg bones and swallowed them all into his stomach, he looked at the bloody four-legged beast's corpse on the ground in disgust, and turned his head away. Ling Qinzhen. Half an hour later, there was only a layer of not-so-well-peeled animal skin left on the ground, as well as a four-eared, two-horned animal head, and Ling Qinzhen finally nodded with satisfaction, grabbing Bai Qingyu and jumping onto the back of the little winged subdragon. The little winged subdragon was initially unwilling to fly with them, so it received several beatings in the morning, and was finally completely honest at this moment. Ling Qinzhen patted its spine, and the little winged subdragon opened its wings and flapped a few times, its two strong-footed limbs stomping on the ground, and it flew up in place. It circled around in mid-air, and after being gripped by Ling Qingyan's neck to adjust its direction, the two men and one dragon then officially embarked on their journey home. They rested for a few more hours in the middle of the journey and didn't return to the tribe until the afternoon of the next day. Ling Qinzhen sent Bai Qingyu back to Cold Mountain first. When the little winged subdragon landed in front of the Cold Mountain tribe's fortress, the two familiar-faced orcs were armed again, guarding them as if they were enemies. After carrying Bai Qingyu on his shoulders and jumping off the back of the small winged subdragon, Ling Qinzhen handed the person over to one of the beastmen. Your young matriarch had a bit of an accident on the way back and broke a few ribs. He needs to recuperate for 6 or 7 days. Man, I've already given it back. You guys hurry up and find a witch doctor to give him a look. There's nothing, then I'll leave first. Ling Qinzhen didn't wait for them to reply, and with a gentle leap, he jumped onto the back of the small winged subdragon. The sharp-beaked and bulging-eyed subdragon's wings fluttered out and carried Ling Qinzhen away at speed. Bai Qingyu stood in place, looking at the diminishing shadows in the sky, hesitantly withdrawing his gaze. Until Bai Shi slapped him on the shoulder, looked at his twisted expression, and coldly grunted, "You kid cannot followed the human little female out for a trip without saying a word, and your soul is lost out there, right? Scram!" Bai Qingyu didn't want to pay any attention to Bai Shi, turning around and walking slowly towards the tribe. Bai Shi quickly caught up with him, holding the uninjured half of his body, sked and sighed, "You're just being tough. How can you be injured like this after following Ling Changnan? I see how she's not at all hurt, just you got bruised all over. Bai Qingyu took a deep breath and covered his waist and stomach with his hand. It was just an accident. On the way back, I didn't avoid that little winged subdragon that was chasing after me, and I was knocked into this state. Bai Shi's eyes widened in shock. Say that again? How did you get hurt like this? Bai Qingyu. You're really good, you'll really disgrace our moon plume green crane beastmen. If a father and big brother knew, they probably wouldn't be able to raise their heads when they go out in the recent month. Please shut up, okay? Bai Qingyu had a real headache with his own mouthy second brother. Why is he in the tribe again today? Can't he go out and do something serious? Bai Shi helped him back to the cave, and when he placed him on the dry grass mat, he suddenly lowered his head and sniffed at his neck, wrinkling his eyebrows. Have you entered the breeding phase? Bai Qingyu didn't say anything as he lay on the dry grass mat. As soon as Bai Shi took a look at this dead look of his, she knew that this was the meaning of acquiescence. Didn't something happen when you stayed with Ling Shenzhen during your breeding period? Bai Shi looked at him with a gossipy face. Seeing that he didn't squeak, Bai Er's eyes gradually became subtle and came closer to his side, asking in a low voice, No way au, are you not able to? Bai Qingyu grabbed the animal skin at the side and threw it at Bai Shi's face, closing his eyes in annoyance. Get lost. Chapter 44 Intelligence Genius. Compared to Bai Qingyu, who was teased by his family, Ling Shenzhen was treated much better back at home instead. Although the small winged sub-dragon hadn't entered adulthood, the extreme oppression of a top predator was still not to be underestimated. So the moment the small winged sub-dragon slowly landed on the rocky beach, Ling Xiao inside the cave and Chongzhen, who was already able to walk freely, rushed out with their weapons at the first opportunity, protecting the tiger cubs playing on the rocky beach behind them. The little winged sub-dragon stared with a pair of round eyes and growled ferociously at them, and unsurprisingly received another punch from Ling Shenzhen. G.A. The little winged sub-dragon was aggravated, twisting its head to look at the fierce-looking Ling Shenzhen, not understanding why it was punched again. It was clearly the other party that provoked it first. That's my family, if you dare to lay hands on them, I won't just beat you up, I'll kill you. Ling Shenzhen didn't care if it understood or not. Anyway, after saying that she also used her spiritual power to strengthen the hint, the little winged subdragon quickly quieted down, closing its wings and standing far away, not daring to approach in the direction of the stone cave. She stood on the dragon's back and probed towards the frothing trio below and smiled. Father, I'm back. Don't be afraid, this is the mount I abducted back. The little winged subdragon seems to know that Mount is talking about it, and immediately cooperates by spreading its right wing and slightly raising its head towards the several people in a very godly manner. Seeing her jump down from the dragon's back, Ling Xiao looks her up and down, confirming that she is not injured, before putting down the heart that has been hanging for several days, bending the corners of his eyes and saying with a loving face, It's good to be back, it's good to be back. Did the trip go well? Ling Shenzhen nodded. It was okay. Bai Qingyu followed me. His fighting strength and speed were very good, so he helped me save a lot of work. If Bai Qingyu hadn't gone, it wasn't impossible for her to go alone, it just wouldn't be too smooth, especially if she ran into that group of frost shadow gold pythons. She was afraid that she would have to pay a small price if she wanted to escape smoothly. That Bai Qingyu kid has already gone back? Ling Xiao is a bit surprised that he didn't follow him to the stone forest. With his understanding of Bai Qingyu, that kid has always been very polite, and in the event that NN didn't make him angry, as long as he had the time, he would definitely send someone back safely before leaving. You wouldn't have scared someone away by eating their tofu on the road again, would you? Ling Xiao knew his eldest daughter's nature and looked at her with a bit of difficulty. ENN, let's be more restrained. You have 3 beast husbands, although none of them are 2. Ling Xiao twisted his head to look at the side of his body, did not say anything, quiet as a background plate of heavy true, immediately swallowed the rest of the words back into his stomach, only said, Forget about it, do not mention this. It's that kid Qingyu, the probability is that he is going to pick a crane tribe mate. You don't scare him so much that he won't dare to come to our tribe in the future. Our 2 tribes will still have to watch each other's backs in the future. The Muai thoughts and bold pursuits between young girls and teenagers, he had always been not too keen to manage. So in the past 2 years NN has always surrounded Bai Qingyu, and he has never struck her confidence. Because he did have a bit of selfishness. Bai Qingyu is considered to be the most outstanding one in the dozens of tribes in the surrounding area. This year also just adult, but the water system ability has reached the 9th level, plus looks extremely and beauty, people are also particularly polite, do things have been in and out of the degree, has always been his very favorite best son-in-law candidate. But the situation of the Moon Plume Green Crane clan is also extremely special, and their thin mountain giant tiger and the emotional concepts are not quite compatible, so the tiger and crane tribes have never been successful in combining the beastmen. He also just wanted NN to work hard to see if there was any possibility of success. But seeing as that crane boy still favored their crane clan beastmen's criteria for selecting a mate, he just didn't want NN to fall deeper and deeper into this doomed option. Ling Zhao's little thoughts turned 100 times, but none of them showed on his face, just wanting to persuade his own lovely eldest daughter again. As a result, Ling Shenzhen couldn't help but say, Father, I didn't bully him. He was hit by a small winged sub-dragon on his way back, and I just sent him back to Cold Mountain to recuperate. Ling Zhao's eyes widened instantly. Injured? Is it going to be alright? As far as Cold Mountain Tribal Chief Bai Yan's character that protects his calf is concerned, if the injury is serious, I'm afraid that the next meeting is going to be cursing and swearing at him for quite a while. Ling Qinzhen waved his hand. It's just a few broken ribs, his physical quality is still very good. Apart from the fact that when he was first injured, there was a slight displacement of his organs, which wasn't quite suitable for movement, and after recuperating for a night he basically reset himself. All that's left is to recuperate for 5 or 6 days, and the ribs should grow back completely. What's more, their tribe also has witch doctors. If they are willing to give him a great healing technique, maybe tomorrow you'll be able to see him lead the team out hunting. After Bai Qingyu was injured, she just let him run along for about 10 minutes, and when she saw that he could barely hold on, she immediately transformed into her beast form and took him on a run. The night afterward didn't dare to let him do anything else. As for simple things like cleaning and organizing, she did it by hand. All the way back, she felt that she had done her best. Ling Xiao listens to her and nods in agreement. That's true, it's not your fault that he got hurt, it's still his reaction that's too slow, he'll have to practice in the future. Ling Chenjian was instantly happy when she heard him say this. She turned her head to look at Chongzhen, who was grasping a wooden gun with one hand. Her gaze moved to his waist, stomach and legs, and she raised an eyebrow. You've healed so quickly? Why don't you count how many days you've been gone? After Yu Shaochen finished building his treehouse every day, the little bit of his supernatural ability left over was all used on me, and if it doesn't get any worse, he's going to start suspecting cat birth. Yu Shaochen had already climbed down from his own treehouse, and at this moment, he walked behind him, and said with a grudging face, I'm not a cat, I'm the little panda of the spectral forest. After the accusation, he turned his head to look at Ling Qinzhen. The gloom on his face swept away, and on his clean face, those clear and translucent eyes were full of delight. Wife master, welcome back. I've worked hard for you guys these past few days. Ling Qinzhen greeted and turned her head to let the little winged subdragon behind her go hunting on its own, worrying that it would be attacked by another hunting party halfway. She also put an animal skin cap on the little winged subdragon's head, and secured it with a rope before letting it go to play on its own. Chongzhen pestled the weapon in her hand and said in amusement, what's the point of you putting a beast skin cap on its head? It means it has an owner. Ling Qinzhen said rightfully, do normal small winged subdragon beasts have hats? Does it wear it on its own? When other hunting teams see the hat on its head, they must at least ponder where it got this hat from, right? Chongzhen stroked his chin and said thoughtfully, you're right, but I'm afraid of running into that kind of hunting team that doesn't have a brain with them. Crow's mouth shut up quickly. Ling Qinzhen blankly glanced at him, carrying the animal skin bag behind him, and walked towards the direction of the cave with his long legs, not forgetting to ask Chongzhen, how is the situation of Su Weifeng? Chongzhen's face had a momentary distortion, twisted his head and said, half dead, I guess. After realizing that he had no way of controlling his defecation, he made a few more messes, so he almost didn't toss himself to death. This was expected by Ling Changnan, but since Chongzhen didn't say that the person died, it wasn't a big problem. Did you get the Xian scaled snake lizard gallbladder and blood? Chongzhen asked. Well, it's not too bad. I ran into 7 or 8 Xian scaled snake lizards not long after entering the swamp. 7 or 8? Chongzhen looked at her in shock. You're really good. Ling Qinzhen pondered for a moment, fished out an earth-colored heartstone from within her beast skin pouch, and handed it to Chongzhen, who was following her side. Chongzhen froze for 2 seconds, looking down at her outstretched hand and the oddly beautiful-looking stone. What? You remembered to bring me a gift when you went out to hunt snake lizards? You like me that much? If you don't want it, you can donate it to someone else. Ling Qinzhen raised her eyes and looked at him fixedly. Do you want it or not? If you don't want it, I'll keep it for myself. Chongzhen immediately reached out and took it, holding it in his hands and sizing it up curiously. Doubtful road. Where did you find this kind of crystal stone? It's beautiful to use for decoration. Ling Qinzhen suddenly paused and turned back to take the heart stone away from his hand. This is not a decorative item. This is the heart of an 8th level Earth System Xian scale snake lizard. I call this thing heartstone. Heartstones are the power cores of animals with psychic abilities, as well as inferior beasts, and contain powerful elemental energy. It's given to you because you happen to be an Earth-type psychic ability beastman. Chongzhen looked at Ling Qinzhen with a confused expression. So, this Earth-type heartstone, I can use it? If you can't use it, why would I give it to you? Ling Qinzhen backhandedly touched the Earth-based heartstone in his palm with his supernatural ability, and the originally plain and uninteresting Earth-colored crystal suddenly erupted with an extremely blinding light. Chongzhen raised his left hand to block it in front of his eyes, and when the light dimmed, he slowly lowered his hand and extended his fingers to carefully take the heartstone. Feel the power of the heartstone? Ling Qinzhen couldn't help but laugh a little at his cautious appearance. This person looked as if he was quite mature, but in fact, in his bones, he still had the small orc's habit of blowing up when he was frightened. He just hit it exceptionally well. Really, give it to me? Chongzhen felt the weight of this heartstone within his palm, and he raised his pretty eyes, a hint of uncertainty still hidden in his eyes, probably because he couldn't believe that Ling Qinzhen just gave him an 8th grade Earth System heartstone just like that. Are you able to use this Earth System heartstone as well? Ling Qinzhen nodded. Naturally, I can. I'm not picky about the attributes of heartstones. But the effect of using it is definitely not as good as absorbing it by someone with an elemental fit like you. Then it's better for you to keep it for yourself. I know in my heart how difficult it is to hunt a level 8 exotic beast. Since there are exotic beasts with energy heartstones in their bodies, I can hunt them myself in the future without taking advantage of you. Ling Qingzhen had already turned around and walked towards the cave. Her tone was a bit cold. Take it if it's given to you. I'm at level 9 of alien energy. Grade 8 Earth Heartstone. She definitely had an effect when she used it. It was just that this effect was very limited. Chongzhen looked at her back as she left in style, stood in place for a long time and a daze, turned back to Yu Shaochen who had walked over at some point, rubbed his ears. I just seem to have a problem with my ears. What did she just say about level 9? Wifey said that she has level 9 in her supernatural ability. Yu Shaochen didn't know much about Ling Qingyan's past, so he didn't just look at the side profile of the person in the cave with a face of adoration, and exclaimed in a small voice, Wife Master is really awesome. Chongzhen almost didn't crush the heartstone in his hand, jawing at the cloudy Ling Chengyan, hesitant to find his voice. No, is this reasonable? Is it reasonable? Ling Xiao clearly said that she had only awakened this special psychic ability not long ago, and on a trip out, she was at level 9? What's going on here? Isn't this lining him up like a waste after all his hard work and training to only rise to level 6 of the Earth System's psychic ability by now? Seeing Chongzhen walking towards this side, Ling Qingzhen faintly lifted his eyelids. Don't compare yourself to me. I have had psychic abilities from the beginning. I just can't perceive them normally. It's not like I've only recently awakened them. Chongzhen then sighed in relief, but it was still sour, 16 years old, and it's level 9. Ling Qingzhen, are you the beast god's own daughter? By this time, he was on the verge of believing that the beast god really existed, chasing after her to feed her rice in her mouth, right? Ling Qingzhen looked at his uneducated appearance and sighed deeply. What's so surprising? Isn't Bai Qingyu still a level 9 water alien ability? Why can't I be level 9? Bai Qingyu is different. His father and mother are all advanced psychic warriors, especially his mother, who was the peak water system powerhouse in the entire northern wasteland. That's why he awakened his water system's psychic ability since he was young, unlike our beastmen who generally awaken after the age of 10. It was the first time Ling Qingzhen had heard about Bai Qingyu's parents, and she still didn't know what the peak power rank was on the beast planes. However, from her experience, when an alien ability was first born, it was like a stream of air that traveled freely through the body. The airflow of the first level of psychic ability was cohesive, perhaps only as thick as a few hair strands, while the second and third levels were slightly stronger, and would be like a solid line, growing from hair strands to as thick as a pencil. From the second level onwards, the foreign energy will flow through the heart in a fixed manner. The foreign energy will repeatedly strengthen the heart, and the heartstone will initially take shape. By the time it was level 4, the foreign energy would be like a flowing liquid, and it would begin to travel in the direction of the blood flow, strengthening the internal organs and the physical body. By the time it was around the 7th level, the heart had been completely saturated by the foreign energy, turning into a translucent heartstone that would beat and autonomously supply the entire body with energy. When the heartstone was inside a living body, it was still soft, only with a protective film formed by the alien energy on its surface. After the death of an alien animal or beastman, when the blood stopped flowing and the alien energy stopped flowing, the heart would deactivate and become incredibly hard. That's what became the heartstone she got her hands on. Bai Qingyu had been poked so hard by the small winged subdragon's mouth tube, but his organs were only slightly displaced and did not rupture and bleed, which was also related to his alien energy level. But where his alien energy level is 2 levels lower, Ling Qingzhen wouldn't dare to toss him, and must take him back overnight to find the best witch doctor for him. He might even die before he came back because of the severe rupture of his organs. So thanks to the fact that the 9th level psychic ability could protect the heart and also slowly form a protective film on the surface of the key organs, Bai Qingyu had only broken a few ribs. However, the other organs couldn't replace the role of the heart, so the alien ability could only play a protective role and wouldn't make the organs indestructible. Once the limit of impact was reached, the internal organs should rupture or would rupture. Currently, among the orcs she had come into contact with, it was only Bai Qingyu who had the highest level of alien ability. There was also Ling Zhao's fire alien ability, but he had never really demonstrated his full strength, and she was not in a position to easily test the other party's roots after all. She already had a lot of broken bones, and she did not want to risk her life when she did not have enough leverage. Therefore, the upper limit of the alien ability level on this beast plane, she really didn't have a number in her heart. Ling Qingzhen brain over a bunch of information, face is still very calm perfunctory heavy true. How do I feel? You know a lot of things. You are not nothing to do when, are secretly lying on the bottom of people's beds to eavesdrop on gossip. Heavy true face green for a few minutes, you have nothing to do like lying under people's bed to listen to gossip. I just love chatting with people, and I can gather a lot of news by the way. Ling Cheng placed the bamboo tube at his waist and the animal skin pouch containing the snake lizard bile in the corner, narrowing his eyes slightly as he scrutinized Heavy-Zhen. Looking at what? Suddenly I realized that you are very suitable for the job of gathering intelligence. Ling Changnan was sincerely praising him this time. How rare intelligence staff were, it wasn't easy to train one, and a gifted player like Shijizan was even more rare. All things considered, apart from his combat prowess being slightly lacking and his mouth being a bit lacking, this guy is shrewd and knows his place, and his brain and personality are exceptionally flexible, so he's actually a talent that can be developed in many ways. Chapter 45, Xiaoyu's Home. Chong wasn't quite sure about some of her odd wordings, but it didn't delay him from understanding the general meaning, and after determining that Ling Zhen was genuinely and sincerely praising him, he endeavored to press down the upturned corners of his mouth and said in a self-congratulatory manner, "You have a good eye. Alright, since your injuries are almost healed, go ahead and busy yourself with whatever you need to do." Ling Zhen leaned over to check up on the injuries on Su Weifang's face. It had only been 2 or 3 days. Not only did the injuries on his face show no signs of getting better, the wounds were instead encroaching towards the intact parts around them. Chong saw her brow slowly screwed up, worried that she blamed them for not taking care of it with due diligence. First opened his mouth and explained, "In these 2 days, we also tried to think of some ways to control his wounds, but it didn't work. Xian scale snake lizard's poison is too insidious. Your father asked the witch doctor of the Cold Mountain tribe to come for a trip, but there was no way to do so. He could only use healing techniques to solve the flesh trauma on his waist and legs, and was also unable to do anything about the injuries on his spine and leg bones. However, when he was awake, because the injuries on his body had been painful, the witch doctor of the Cold Mountain tribe asked us to give him a pain-relieving medicinal juice, so he's been relying on the pain-relieving medicinal juice to keep him calm for the past few days." Ling Zhen picked up the empty bamboo tube that was placed at the head of the stone bed and placed it on the tip of his nose and sniffed it, slightly knitting his brows, but ultimately said nothing. "I know, hard work you guys." Seeing that she didn't have any reaction, Chong took the already drained bamboo cup in her hand. "Give it to me, I'll take it out and wash it." Ever since Ling Xiao carried the bamboo cup made by Ling Changnan around with him and showed it off with the hunting party in the tribe, nowadays this thing has become very common. Bamboo cups are very convenient to use, but there is only one thing that is very troublesome: if they are not washed and dried in time to dry out the moisture, the cups will easily grow mold spots. Seeing Chong holding the bamboo cup in his left hand and the earth heartstone in his right hand, he turned around and prepared to leave. Ling Zhen suddenly remembered Bai Qingyu's repeated instructions and suddenly called out to Chong that Earth Heartstone is close to level 8. "I remember that your special ability is early level 6. Chong saw that she paused in the middle of her sentence, and knew that she was not clear about her specific situation. Ling Zhen was half embarrassed that she couldn't remember the level of his supernatural ability, and only reminded that Earth Heartstone is of a higher level than you, so don't be greedy. It's best to slowly absorb the energy inside in multiple installments. If you absorb it all at once, the power instantly infused by the foreign energy will be too strong and may wash out your body. Once your body's foundation is damaged, you may not be able to raise your alien energy in the future, or you may have to pay a greater price to repair your foundation." Chong took everything she said to heart and nodded. "I've remembered, I won't be greedy. Don't worry, I cherish life." Chong had a love for life and never shied away from his greed for life. It was extremely normal for everything to be born in the morning. But there were times when he could be humongous. It was just that there were very few things that could make him voluntarily offer his life. The Medicine Luo tribe counted as one. His gaze slowly fell on the side of Ling Qingyu's face. In fact, if she could change the survival situation of the entire northern Beast Plains underclass of beastmen, then it wouldn't be wrong for him to sacrifice his life for it. Only, it was not possible at the moment. The potential she had revealed was still only a very small portion, not enough to make him pour out his heart. The identity of a beast husband was actually quite good. It could give him a chance to get close to her, observe her, and study her. He had to figure out what Ling Qingyu's true purpose was. If he just wanted to smoothly take over Ling Zhao's patriarch position, keep a tribe's stable life, and then peacefully have pups and raise children with a few beast husbands, it is not impossible. But from the first moment he saw her, he felt that this person would not honestly guard this acre of land in the stone forest. From her quiet and secretly surging eyes, it was clear to see her ambitious ambitions. He was still curious as to what lofty ambitions this rare female young matriarch was harboring. Before Ling Zhen looked over, he decisively withdrew his measuring gaze and turned around towards the outside of the cave. Ling Zhen was puzzled by his ever-changing gaze, and after seeing him disappear into the cave entrance, he then instructed Yu Xiaochen, who was standing quietly by the side, "The Xian-scaled snake lizard gallbladder and blood, I've put them in the cave, and in a moment, I'll have to go out and look for all the medicinal herbs to configure the antidote." Yu Xiaochen pinched his fingertips a little nervously and inquired, "Is there anything I can do?" "Not for now." Ling Changnan looked at his habitually lowered head, as well as his eyes that instinctively avoided the direct gaze of others. Knowing that he still wasn't used to these few people in the house, he simply changed the topic. "Have you built your treehouse yet?" Speaking of this, Yu Xiaochen suddenly lifted his head, his face showing a touch of fluttering color. "It was just built yesterday. Wifey, do you want to go and take a look? It's very pretty." Oh. Ling Qinzhen watched him finish, and a hesitant look appeared on his face, placing the wooden gun behind him on a high shelf, and said in a gentle tone, "Let's go. I haven't seen what the inside of the treehouse you built looks like, and if it's very nice to use, maybe I'll have to ask you to build one for me as well." Yu Xiaochen's eyes lit up for a moment, quickly turning around and walking ahead. "I'll take you there." Ling Qianzhen looked at his suddenly brisk pace and shook his head helplessly. Still at the age where happiness and unhappiness were written on his face, the strong teenage aura made her never manage to connect Yu Xiaochun with the identity of a beast husband, and more often than not, she still treated him as a half-grown child. If she really wanted to do the math, her true age was one round older than all these beast husbands in the family, and just a few years younger than Ling Xiao. Therefore, a few young beast husbands who hadn't even reached their breeding period, she had never had any thoughts about them from start to finish. Ling Qianzhen followed Yu Xiaochen to the bluebonnet tree not far away, which was at least 60 meters tall. She tilted her head and quietly looked at the blue-purple flamboyant cover above her, and as soon as the wind passed, the dreamy rain of flowers fluttered down, a small portion of them landing on the roof of the treehouse, which was more than 30 meters high from the ground, while more petals drifted down on the grayish-white messy rocks and dark brown soil. Wife master, this is the moon-hugging blue flower carpets. The flowering period can last up to 10 months, and it will slowly fade away when it enters the cold season. But with my supernatural ability to warm it up, it can keep blooming. Look pretty, right? After seeing so many orcs, Ling Qianzhen only saw aesthetics on Yu Xiaochen so far. Even if they were as cool and elegant as Baiqingyu, their tribe was still gray, with hardly any embellishments to be seen. Ling Qianzhen nodded and looked at the tree vine climbing ladder hanging down from above. Even the tree vines on both sides of the climbing ladder were blooming with small red and yellow flowers, looking extraordinarily small and fresh. Yu Xiaochen climbed up the climbing ladder to the treehouse and turned back to extend his hand, wanting to pull Ling Qianzhen up. But Ling Qianzhen jumped right up next to him, patting the crushed leaves on her palm and looking up to survey the treehouse, which was much larger than she had imagined. The size of the treehouse was much larger than her stone cave. In addition to the large room that looked like the parlor they were currently in, there were 4 other rooms, large and small. The parlor was 18 square feet or more. The sunny treehouse on the left-hand side, which should be his bedroom, was around 10 square feet in size, with a not-so-large window open, supposedly to prevent large birds of prey from sneaking in through the window. Inside the room, unlike most orcs, who casually piled up thick hay and laid a straw mat, a large and comfortable hammock was built directly with the help of the room's structure. This hammock was like an oversized basket, with a soft grass-woven mat at the bottom, and a blanket made of gray rabbit fur sewn together, neatly folded in the corner of the hammock. At one end of the hammock, against the corner, stood a large polished stump, and a small stump that looked like a small table and stool at the head of the bed. On the small table was a bamboo cup with a bunch of blue-pink flowers, looking like hydrangeas, but the flowers were bigger than the pre-apocalyptic hydrangeas, and the colors were more dreamy and magnificent. Under the small simple vase was a red apple, a bone needle that was polished extra fine, and a few animal tendons that had fallen to the ground. Ling Qianzhen only lifted the grass curtain and glanced towards the inside for a few moments, not stepping in to take a look. Your treehouse is beautiful, and it's also cleaned up and practical. In contrast to her stone cave with pitted walls and floor, she touched the tip of her nose in a rare moment of weakness. When comparing the two, hers was a scribbled rough house, while Yu Xiaochen's this absolute small high-rise finely decorated. Ling Qianzhen put down the straw curtain and reflected on herself. Was she too careless about where she lived? In the past, at least, she was also a post-apocalyptic empress, although that is, after pushing down the old era of the royal family system, she hastily hung up the name of the empress for 3 years, but falling into the primitive beast world, it seems that at least she should not be living in such a rough place. Yu Xiaochen's entire face reddened slightly when he received Ling Qianzhen's affirmation, happily holding onto the doorframe of the treehouse. How could he not suppress the smile at the corners of his mouth? If wife master likes it, I'll build one for you as well. Ling Qianzhen surveyed the other 3 rooms as well and inquired, was your previous treehouse also like this? It was built compared to the previous treehouse, but built a little bigger than before. In the past, I was alone, and if the treehouse was built too big, it looked as if it was too inviting, and my father and the others might think that I had a lot of things, so they went to my house from time to time to get some things. Yu Xiaochen leaned against the wall of the treehouse and lowered his head a little ashamed. I didn't like them because they picked my favorite things to take every time. Many of the items that I carefully kept, they took back and didn't treasure them, and after a while I could see them outside the tribe where the discarded miscellaneous items were piled up. His brows were extraordinarily somber and his tone low when he said these things. Ling Qianzhen leaned against the window of the treehouse and wrapped his arms around his body, waiting for him to finish his accusation before asking, then how did you dare to build such a large treehouse when you just came to our tribe? Aren't you afraid that we'll be like them? Wife master and matriarch Ling are not like my father and the others. I can feel whether others treat me good or evil. You and matriarch Ling are strong and more used to getting what you want through your own power. Even if you don't have the means to get it yourself, you will generously take out prey or other items in exchange, and you simply won't casually take my inventory. Ling Qianzhen raised his eyebrows unexpectedly. You are oddly trusting of us. Yu Xiaochen tilted his head and smiled. Even if it's Chongzhen, he would never take away my things without saying hello. Although he has a bit of a bad mouth, it's still much better than my father and the others. That's why I'm glad to be sent to the Stone Forest tribe. Wife master is a very good person. A voice suddenly came from outside. Chongjin hooked a branch with one hand and jumped to the door of the treehouse, bending down and placing the little tiger cubs held under his armpits on the ground. He coldly grunted, "What about badmouthing me behind my back?" I just could hear it, cricketing my bad mouth with the young clan chief again. Chongjin slightly narrowed his eyes, looking at Yu Xiaochun, who was caught in the act, his face slowly reddening. He couldn't help but use the tip of his tongue against the groove of his teeth and snorted secretly in the bottom of his heart. Blushing like a bubble teapot? He hadn't said anything yet. This wimpy little panda sometimes teared up. The key was that he himself didn't feel it. Yu Xiaochen nervously defended, "I did not. You originally." "Forget it, the more you describe it, the darker it gets. Say it again, it is equal to crickets in the face." Chongjin also did not bother with him about this kind of small matter, only straightened the animal skin skirt on his body, ruffled the long hair scattered on his left shoulder behind him, curiously turned around in Yu Xiaochen's house, and said familiarly to himself, "This is the first time that I have come to this treehouse of yours." Built? Was going to say it was still coming together. But after briefly looking at it for a few moments, he swallowed the remaining half of his words back into his stomach. "Who did you learn this house building technique from? It looks a bit impressive." "Yu Xiaochen, I figured it out myself." His fighting ability was too weak, so he could only rely on building sturdy houses to give himself a sense of security. Treehouse construction was something he had experimented with at least 100 times before finally figuring out what kind of structure was solid enough to be securely fixed between the trunks of the trees to not only withstand high winds, but also heavy rain and snow. Ling Qinjian looked up at the treehouse roof. "This kind of roof, can it carry through the rainy season?" "The whole thing needs to be maintained once before the rainy season, or else the roof will still leak if it rains for a long time," Yu Xiaochen said truthfully. Ling Qinjian stared at the roof. "This house is built with a lot of thought. It's possible to build a few more. It's also cool to live in a treehouse in the summer, and there are very few mosquitoes here." The stone cave was definitely damp and wet in the rainy season and also not ventilated, and it was stuffy and uncomfortable to live in. "As for the roof leaking during the rainy season, give me some time and I'll help you think of a solution." Ling Qinjian also had her heart set on this kind of treehouse. It wasn't warm enough for winter, but it would definitely be enough to get through this year's long summer. Before the arrival of the cold season, she would definitely be able to get the tribe's orcs to live in a house with underfloor heating. The cold season in the northern wastelands was horrible, and in the past 2 days some strange images and memories had suddenly flashed in her mind, which made her a little confused, but more cautious. With this part of her memory, she really didn't dare to underestimate the cold season in the northern wasteland, which could take out a large number of orcs every year. Ling Xiaoxi no longer understood the topic they were discussing. Instead, she scurried back and forth in several houses, happy as a big mouse that had fallen into a rice vat. After she finished running through a few houses, she squatted and sat in front of Yu Xiaochun, gently patting Yu Xiaochen's knee with her paw. "Brother-in-law Cat, can you build me a small treehouse too? I like this kind of house so much." Yu Xiaochen looked down in surprise at Ling Xiaoxi, who had a round head and brain, and was almost identical to Ling Qinjian's beast form, and squatted down to stroke her head fur. "Yes, I can. I'll help build it for everyone in the family." Ling Xiaoxi's eyes instantly widened, rubbing her furry head against his palm, with a look of happiness that was about to spiral up to the sky. "Don't worry, cat brother-in-law, when I grow up, I will definitely protect you." Father said, "When I grow up I definitely won't be worse than my sister." Ling Qinjian narrowed his eyes slightly, clenched his right hand into a fist, and gave the back of the head of the outspoken Ling Xiaoxi, and said in a dangerous tone, "Hee, Ling Xiaoxi, just like you? I'll beat you 10 by 1. I haven't grown up yet." Ling Xiaoxi said unconvincingly. "Even if you were an adult, I would still be able to beat 10 of you by myself." Ling Qinjian was not used to her arrogant look. Yu Xiaochen looked at the two bickering sisters and looked at Chongjin, who was hanging high in the air, with a bit of a difficult expression on his face. But when he found out that Ling Qinjian was just messing around with Ling Xiaoxi, Yu Xiaochen quietly let out a sigh of relief, and in a super low voice defended himself. "I'm not a cat brother-in-law, I'm a little panda from the Sai forest, not a cat." But the two sisters who were quarreling, as well as Chongjin who was watching from his bedroom door, did not hear what he said. Yu Xiaochen squatted in place, resting his cheek with one hand, and somewhat depressedly surveyed them. "Forget it, whatever." Chapter 46 Beast Plains Mutual Market. Before Ling Qinjian left, he unclasped the beastskin bag around his waist and took out a few 3rd and 4th level wood heartstones from it, handing them to Yu Xiaochen, who was crouching on the ground. "I've just told Chongjin about the usage, you should have heard it all. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask him for advice." Yu Xiaochen received the heavy heartstone, his eyes widened. "Do I have one too?" "Yes, only that I didn't run into any higher grade wood system beasts, and only got some lower grade ones with my hands, but your alien ability level is only at level 4 now, so these level 3 and 4 wood system heartstones are just right to use, and wait for a chance to help you get some higher grade wood system heartstones in the future." Yu Xiaochen held the heartstones and shook his head in a hurry. "These are enough. High grade heartstones only exist in the bodies of more powerful exotic beasts. There's no need for wife master to risk her life for such things." Ling Qinjian pulled the rope of the animal skin pouch pocket around his waist, the curve of his mouth slightly upward. "I have a measure. You go ahead and get busy. You still have to take more care of Su Weipu's place. I'm leaving." Ling Zhen didn't take the rattan ladder, directly tumbled out of the window beside him, borrowing the 2 branches below to slightly cushion the speed of the fall, and landed smoothly on the ground. Yu Xiaochen and Chong were both worried about her and poked their heads out of the window, seeing that she was unharmed before they quietly sighed in relief. Don't be in a hurry to absorb the heartstone first. I'll tell you exactly how to get it after I try it. Chong patted the small animal skin pouch hanging on the side of her waist. It's not that I don't believe in what she said, it's just that it's the first time we've come into contact with this thing, so it's better to ponder over it some more. If something happens to both of us at the same time, plus the one lying in the cave, the Ling family will really be in chaos. Yu Xiaochen felt that he had a point, still a little envious of the high-grade earth heartstone hanging around his waist, and queried, "So are you trying it today?" Chongjin shook his head. "Didn't I promise before that I would exchange the beast's skin for your healing and also ask for your help in building a treehouse? I'm planning to make a trip back to Medicine Luo first in a while, and move my little belongings over here, to serve as payment for asking for your help." Yu Xiaochen pointed to the clearing outside. "A treehouse requires a main tree. The giant trees native to this neighborhood are all too far from the cave. If you want to live closer, you'll need to replant one as I did. Pick a spot, and when you do, I'll go down and plant the tree later." Chongjin walked out of the treehouse and pointed to a location a little to the north, right there. The stone mountain where the Ling family built their stone caves ran roughly east-west. The 3 stone caves belonging to the Ling family were, from east to west, Ling Qingzhen, Ling Xiaoxi, and Ling Xiao. Yu Xiaochen's treehouse was constructed in the southeast direction of Ling Qing'an's stone cave, roughly 20 meters away. This moon-hugging blue carpenter was very tall, with a large canopy that extended almost to the side of the stone wall. Chongjin felt that his treehouse didn't need to be that high. He wasn't good at climbing trees, so the height of the treehouse could be controlled at 12 meters from the ground. Finally, it would be better if the trees could bloom red flowers or grow red leaves. Based on his requirements, Yu Xiaochen quickly identified a tree species from his seed bank that best fit his description: Danfang wood. This tree was very beautiful when it bloomed, with red flowers piled on top of green leaves like a piece of flame burning up, and resembled the legendary beast Danfang in the Beast Plains, hence the name. Danfang wood is not afraid of waterlogging or drought, because the crown is like an umbrella, extraordinarily large, so grow to more than 10 meters will be similar to the banyan tree will be born like the air roots, to support the growing crown. The fruit of Danfengmo can also be eaten, and is a kind of pod fruit that bends like a snake. Every year during the dry season, the orange-red fruit is picked, and this pod is dried directly in the sun, then the harder parts of the fruit are pinched to soften them, and then they continue to be sun-dried for 10 days or so, and stored in a dry place for a very long time. When you want to eat it, you just need to peel off the outer layer of brown skin shell, and eat the danfang beans directly inside. The sun-dried danfang beans were very sweet, so he would store quite a few of them every year for the winter. Yu Xiaochen sat in his small storehouse, casually categorizing the seeds in the bamboo basket before he finally slapped his head and said, "I almost forgot, right now, I really should plant some plants that can bear fruit, or else this year's winter should be difficult." Although there are a lot of trees on this side of the stone forest, they are all trees that are not useful to look at, and most of the fruits cannot be eaten. So he is quite disgusted. Putting a pocket of danfang wood seeds inside the small beast skin bag on the side of his waist, Yu Xiaochen then prepared to go down and ask Ling Xiaoxi, who was still curiously wandering around the treehouse, "Xiaoxi, I have to go down to work, do you want to go down together?" Ling Xiaoxi poked out her furry head from the doorway of the small living room and shook her head. "I want to play up there for a while, it's so high up here, I can see so far outside, I like it here." "Then you go on playing, but be careful when you go down from the rattan ladder there, don't learn from your sister and jump straight down." Yu Xiaochen uneasily admonished twice before slowly descending from the treehouse. In the evening, Ling Qingzhen returned home with 12 or so well-fed gray rabbits, as well as a basket of medicinal herbs. When he landed, Ling Xiao was already cooking dinner. He didn't know how to use that iron pot yet, but because he had a very steady control over the fire, he was mainly responsible for the roasting job. Ling Qingzhen puts the back basket aside, tethers the tied-up 12 or so gray rabbits under the roots of a tree, walks over to Ling Xiao and watches him carefully touching the salt. "Isn't there much salt left? It's almost used up." Ling Xiao is also worried, although he already knows from Xiaoxi how NN proposes salt powder from rock salt, he has no way to turn out more rock salt for the time being. Rock salt was not produced in this area of the stone forest, and the entire tribe's salt rocks were exchanged from the monthly mutual market. Ling Qing'an's brows also tightened as she listened to Ling Xiao talk about the problem of using salt. She had previously thought that this rock salt was something Ling Xiao had picked up from somewhere else, but she hadn't expected it to be exchanged for prey. Speaking of which, in 5 days it will be this month's mutual market. NN, do you want to bring Chongjin and Xiaoyu along to take a look? Ling Qingzhen nodded, but did not directly ask Ling Xiao about the location of the mutual market. It wasn't until after dinner, when she was squatting beside a few pots of light grass quietly refining her medicinal juice, that Chongjin spoke to her about the mutual market in a seemingly unintentional manner. The time when the mutual market opened was mainly the 3 days in the middle of every month. The calculation of the beast calendar in the beast world was similar to that of the end times. It is said that the high priest of the south beast plain side of the calendar, the specific how to calculate the north beast plain side is not clear, just follow the exile from the south of the beast person to learn. If it does not rain, generally on the 14th, 15th and 16th of each month. If it rains, it's usually delayed. If the rain didn't stop by the 20th, the mutual market for that month would simply be cancelled. This was sort of an agreed upon rule. The beasts of the north originally had 5 mutual market districts, which were basically divided according to geographic location. They were mainly divided into the Eastern Mutual Market, Western Mutual Market, Northern Mutual Market and Southern Mutual Market, and the Central Mutual Market. Stone Forest is located in the hinterland of the North Beast Plains, so it is the Central Mutual Market that is usually attended. The location of the Central Mutual Market was set in Zimation Valley. If they didn't have a small winged subdragon to walk on their own, it would take them about 4 hours to get there. One round trip, that would be a full 8 hours. The little winged subdragon's speed was so fast that it was able to shorten this distance to just over an hour. One day before the opening of the mutual market every month, each tribe would prepare the supplies to participate in the mutual market, rush to the location of the mutual market a day in advance, and at night, they would usually rest a little bit directly within the caves near the Zimation Valley. Ever since Ling Xiao took over the entire Stone Forest tribe, he had befriended the neighboring Cold Mountain tribe. The Moon Plume Green Crane was extremely fast. That's why every month at the mutual market, the beastmen from both tribes go together. The Cold Mountain tribe was willing to give them a ride. But in return, when they were stationed at night to rest, the warriors of the Stone Forest tribe would need to help them keep watch. Because of the large amount of supplies brought to the mutual market, it was inevitable that they would encounter some ungrateful things that wanted to take advantage of the fire. This kind of thing happened from time to time. One could only say that the stronger the force value and the more manpower one had, the less prone to accidents during the resting time before the mutual market. Ling Chengnan ground the medicinal herbs in the stone mortar, and when she raised her head, she borrowed the warm light from the plants and quietly looked at Chongzhen, who had rambled on for a while. So, you're telling me so much, what are you trying to convey? While helping her concoct herbs, Chongzhen said shyly, I went back today. Because I left the Medicine Luo tribe, my father had to personally lead the team to participate in the mutual market, but you also know our Medicine Luo's fighting strength. So, you want Medicine Luo to participate in the mutual market with us as well? Ling Chenzhen finally figured out what he was trying to express in the end after going in a big circle. Chongzhen looked at her a little nervously, hoping to judge the outcome from her face. Ling Chenzhen sat cross-legged on the ground, using the small wooden stick in her hand to pound the slimy green herb still unhurriedly, her eyes lowered in contemplation for a long time before she said, This is something I'm not in a position to give you an accurate answer to for the time being. Because of the Cold Mountain tribe? Chongzhen was very perceptive and immediately grasped the root cause of her heart's hesitation after Ling Chenzhen opened his mouth. Ling Chenzhen nodded slightly and said, As you know, it's the Moon Plume Green Crane that's flying with our Stone Forest's beastmen, and we can help them keep watch. But to bring another Medicine Luo tribe, their burden will definitely increase, not to mention the most crucial point, what benefits can your Medicine Luo bring to the Cold Mountain tribe? Chongzhen had actually considered this question a long time ago. Taking advantage of the Cold Mountain tribe was definitely out of the question. What he was helping Medicine Luo seek was long-term cooperation. If he just wanted to take advantage of his relationship with the Stone Forest to rub some benefits to Medicine Luo, that would be too short-sighted. A short period of time would most likely work, but over a long period of time, Cold Mountain and Shirlin would naturally not be willing. Chongzhen frankly said with Ling Chenzhen, I'll be honest with you, from last September until March this year, every time the Medicine Luo tribe participated in the mutual market, they would be robbed. I feel that the Medicine Luo tribe should be targeted. Our tribe's warriors, in order to protect the supplies in the mutual market, every time, someone would get injured, and even at the worst time, 3 orcs died. I didn't participate in the mutual market in March because there were no casualties at that time when we went to war with your Stone Forest, but this month. My idea is to ask Father to give up leading the team to the mutual market this time. Although his strength is okay, the strength of the other warriors of the tribe is still too far behind that of Shirlin's warriors. My idea is to use a portion of the supplies in exchange for accompanying the team and getting shelter from Shirlin and Cold Mountain during the mutual market. Or, simply entrust the Medicine Luo's supplies to Shirlin. We will no longer send people to the mutual market, and you can receive 20% of the profit from this supplies at the mutual market, or you can pick what you need from our mutual market supplies first. Ling Chenzhen lifted his index finger and gently scratched the end of his eyes, thoughtfully saying, These 2 options you mentioned are not impossible. Chongzhen looked at her expectantly. I'm not familiar with the Cold Mountain tribe, so this matter definitely still needs to be talked about by you, or Clan Chiefling. If you guys have any more requests, you can tell me. I'll go back and discuss it with my father. As long as it's not too much, my father should seriously consider it. Ling Chenzhen glanced at him and suddenly laughed. You really do value the responsibility of a young clan head more than anything else. Chongzhen ruffled the long hair in front of him behind him, his 2 long legs following her posture and coiled in front of him, his right hand resting on half of his face, his amorous and calm eyes just looking straight at her, his tone carrying a few hints of lightness. Aren't you the same? Ling Changnan slowly poured the medicinal juice into a clean bamboo tube, and then asked the witch doctor to refine the snake lizard bile, as well as the blood, and slowly poured it into the medicinal juice. She didn't answer Chong Zhen's words and looked at the bamboo tube in her hand with a cautious expression. The green medicinal juice, along with the dark green snake lizard bile and red blood, slowly turned into a silvery white gel. After waiting for about 10 minutes, she slowly stirred it with the bamboo slice and realized that the flowing gel was incredibly beautiful under the blue moonlight. The antidote is done? Shaichai looked at the silvery white sticky filaments hanging from the top of the bamboo slice, and her hand resting on her cheek slowly moved away, coming closer to take a closer look. This somewhat bizarre-looking contraption, can it really cure the poison on Su Weifan's face? I'm not sure, but I made it according to the standard process, it should be fine, right? Ling Qinzhen wasn't sure either. She had made quite a few antidotes, but it was the first time that the colors were so weird. However, the Beast original continent had a lot of strange plants and animals with characteristics that were not found in the end times, so it couldn't be generalized. Give it a try, it will continue to deteriorate at worst anyway. Ling Qinzhen directly leapt up from the ground, holding the bamboo tube in her left hand, and striding towards the direction of the stone cave. Chongzhen quickly caught up with her figure, still holding a pot of light grass in her hand, following behind and said, "You slow down, there are so many rocks here, if you really trip and fall, and spread it on the ground. You'll really be busy for nothing in the past few days." Hello nagging. Ling Qinzhen had already walked inside the cave, and just stopped by the stone bed, he saw Su Weipu who had one eye open and couldn't move a bit at all. The wounds on his face were festering and rotting, and the reddish-yellow blood and pus had trickled down to his ears and hair. Ling Qinzhen turned his head towards Chongzhen and shouted, "Go get Yu Xiaochun and clean the wound on his face again, applying medicine directly like this will definitely not be effective." Chongzhen's front foot had just put down the light grass-potted plant, and before he could raise his head, he heard her command, and could only resign himself to going to the treehouse to call Yu Xiaochun down. Su Weifang's lips gently squirmed twice, probably wanting to say something, but her muscles were so weak that even vocalizing became extraordinarily difficult. Ling Qinzhen lowered his eyes and looked at him quietly, saying, "I know what you want to say, on the side of the Snow Wolf tribe, I will go and explore in the next 2 days. If your sister is still alive and willing to come to Stone Forest, I will bring her over. If her situation is complicated, I'll come back and discuss it with you first before making a decision." Thanks. Chapter 47, Cuddle and Sticky. Chongzhen held the light grass together at the head of the bed, while Yu Xiaochun carefully cleaned the overly horrible wound. Looking at the pus being cleaned away, Chongzhen couldn't bear to avert his eyes and muttered in a small voice, "This is too horrible, you have a steady hand." Yu Xiaochun raised his eyes and glanced at him, trying to stabilize his fingertips, muttering in a small voice, "I'm also very scared." Chongzhen's face was full of admiration. "You're afraid, but you still dare to get on with it." Yu Xiaochun had a numb face. If he didn't get his hands on it, did he want Chongzhen or Ling Qinzhen to get it? He wasn't sure if Ling Qinzhen could get it right. But let Chongzhen come. Su Weifang guessed that after the injury was healed, the first one to be killed was him. "Don't say anything, and don't keep shaking your hand holding the light grass." Yu Xiaochun did not want to argue with Chongzhen on this topic in front of Su Weihua, and lowered his head to concentrate on shaving off the rotting flesh little by little. Ling Qinzhen also tensed his face and just stood at the end of the bed quietly watching. Seeing that the wound was thoroughly clean, he handed the antidote that was placed aside to Yu Xiaochun's hand. Yu Xiaochun looked at the sticky silver-white liquid in the bamboo cup, picked up a small pile with a clean bamboo slice, and patiently applied it evenly on the unevenly dented red wound. The silver-white gelatinous ointment little by little filled in the furrows on Su Wei Painting's face, and the place where the wound touched the ointment slowly bubbled up in fine bubbles, as if it had instantly boiled over. Su Wei Painting's body suddenly convulsed, so frightened that the light grass in Chongzhen's hand almost smashed his head. Chongzhen hurriedly placed the light grass on the head of the bed and steadily pressed his shoulders with both hands. Yu Xiaochun, on the other hand, placed the bamboo tube in a place where Su Weihua couldn't touch it, and controlled his head with one hand to prevent him from rubbing off all the ointment on his face. Ling Qinzhen, on the other hand, pressed down on his legs, preventing him from stomping and bouncing wildly. "This won't work, this medicine hasn't finished yet." Chongzhen wrinkled his eyebrows as he looked at the blue veins bulging on Su Weihua's neck, as well as his chest and neck slowly turning red, and more sweat emerging. It was obvious that the antidote was applied to his face, and the pain was a little too much for him to bear. Ling Changnan looked up at Chongzhen and said with him, "Hold his head, don't let him twist his head and rub around, I'll control his body. Little Yu, use the vines to secure his arms, legs and body, so that it's easier to apply the medicine." Yu Xiaochun was busy nodding his head, but Chongzhen took over where he pressed, and from the animal skin pouch at his waist, he felt out a sesame seed like a grain of grass, and casually threw it into the stone basin where the light grass was planted, and with his wood system supernatural energy, he urged the grass seed to grow bigger and bigger, gradually surrounding the entire stone bed. Those vines were like tentacles, quickly trapping Su Wei Painting's struggling legs and feet and arms, as well as his waist and abdomen, so that he had no way to continue struggling. Ling Chang'an let go of his hand, jumped down from the stone bed, wiped the blood on his hands, shook his head and sighed shallowly. Su Weifang was indeed miserable. In her place, she probably wouldn't have been able to move past the psychological aspect alone. Therefore, from the beginning she was actually prepared that this person would take advantage of everyone's inattention and secretly commit suicide. If he really wanted to die, no one could stop him. To be able to survive is truly awesome. Ling Qingjian felt that he had held out until now, more so because he was unwilling, or perhaps because he was uneasy. Ling Qingyan's gaze crossed from his gradually crimson-white eyes and locked his sight on the wounds that were coated with silver-white ointment. These silver-white flowing ointments, after coming into contact with the wounds and briefly boiling and bubbling, quickly solidified into shape. Yu Shaochen held his breath and applied the wounds that ran across the bridge of Su Weipu's nose as well, and finally finished applying the several wounds that extended to the right half of his face before he let out a long breath of turbid air and sat down on the wooden pier behind him, sweating profusely. He raised his arm and wiped away the sweat that had nearly trickled into his eyes, scraped the ointment from the bamboo tablets into the bamboo cylinder, picked up the lid on the stone, and tightened the bamboo cup containing the antidote. The three of them either sat or stood, and waited right by the stone bed for 10 minutes or so, until Su Weifang had completely calmed down, and only then did they finally put their hearts back into their stomachs. It seems that this antidote is fine. Zhongzhen brought the light grass close to the left side of Su Weifang's face and found that the silver-white ointment on his face had already changed color a bit. The shin-scaled snake lizard's toxin is being dissolved by the ointment a little bit. The silver-white ointment was gradually transforming into a dark brown color. Yu Shaochen propped up his knees and untied the vines that trapped Su Weihua's body. Moving his somewhat stiff neck and sore wrists, he raised his head and said with Ling Chengyan, "Wife master, I'll go back to rest first, I'm a bit tired." Tough. Ling Chengyan sidestepped out of the way, looked at his sweat-sheen back, and watched him leave the stone cave. Chongzhen moved the light grass away from the side of Su Weifang's head and stretched a big waist. "You're still sleeping within Xiaoxi's cave tonight? What else? Sleep with you?" Ling Chengyan rolled his eyes. Chongzhen showed his teeth and smiled, spreading his hands. "I don't mind, if you want to sleep with me, it's actually not impossible. You're thinking quite beautifully." Ling Chengyan gave him a blank look. "You made my bed look like a dog kennel, and you still have the nerve to laugh?" Her gaze moved to her former floor bunk. It no longer belonged to her now, it was piled with the household goods that Chongzhen had retrieved from her afternoon trip to Yakuro. "I didn't do it on purpose, I came back late in the afternoon and had to help with the cooking, so I didn't have time to organize." Heavy-Zhen walked to her pile of luggage, bent down and picked out a white rabbit skin blanket of a very positive color from her animal skin bag, and turned back to hand it to Ling Chengyan. "This is considered my dowry? Heh, you're quite honorable when it comes to joining the family?" Ling Chengyan couldn't help but feel a little like laughing as she looked at his candid appearance. This fox's face skin really isn't normally thick, he can get acquainted with anyone on his own. Chongzhen moved his luggage to the corner and stuffed the rabbit skin blanket into her arms. An unusual male beast man would certainly resist such things as entering a family. "But I'm different, I'm considered a high marriage, after all, you're the young patriarch of the Stone Forest tribe, if we can really become mates, Medicine Luo will get better and better in the future. One must be self-aware, you are not considered my mate right now, you are just a famous trophy." Ling Chengyan returned the rabbit skin blanket back to him. "I have my own blanket, I can't use your dowry, you'd better keep it." Chongzhen sat cross-legged on the grass mat, glanced at the white rabbit skin blanket that had returned to his mat again, silently looked at Ling Chengyan's back as he strutted away, laughed silently, and collapsed onto the not-so-soft and not-so-comfortable bed with open arms. "Kinda dedicated." Chongzhen tilted his head to look at the stone rock above him and muttered in a low voice. Su Weifang, who was lying on the stone bed pretending to be dead, opened her eyes and inclined her head to look at the obnoxious fox with a breathless expression. Annoying, it was already hurting his brain. This fox even flirted in front of a seriously injured patient's hospital bed. It is really shameless. "I know you're glaring at me again." Chongzhen pillowed his hands behind his head, suddenly twisted his head and glanced at the ugly man on the stone bed next door. "I at least count me as half of your lifesaver. Come roommate for these few days, you roll your eyes at me every day, annoyed or not you." Su Weifang slowly closed her eyes, really not wanting to take care of this chatterbox. Chongzhen directly sat up, folded the animal skin blanket on the side, carefully stowed in a parcel on the side. "Speaking of which, you were brought back by Matriarch Ling, where is your luggage and family belongings? Did you just stay in the Snow Wolf tribe and cheapen those heartless clansmen who mistreated you?" Su Weifang remained silent. Even without his response, Chongzhen did not find this monologue boring and said to himself, "Now that there are 3 beast husbands in the family, you are the poorest. There is not even a piece of beast skin to cover your body, or Matriarch Ling took the beast skin he hunted for you to use." Su Weifang opened her eyes and glanced at him. "Can you not? Can, shut up. Can't." Su Weifang. As a reticent snow wolf beastman, if he was not injured, heavy real probability would be whacked by him to shut up. Right now there was only one word: endure. It's really a wolf falling in the stone forest being bullied by a fox, and a phoenix with fallen feathers is not as good as a chicken. Su Weifang mentally lamented for himself for a while. He was indeed considered the poorest of the 3 trophies. Before he was injured, he did not have a lot of family money saved up on his own, but since he was imprisoned by the dark injury, all the family money he had stored up should have been divided up by the clan. In fact, after the defeat, his initial plan was to leave everything he had saved up to his sister. His sister was born sick and weak, her hunting ability was too poor, and she didn't have any awakened psychic abilities. Moreover, the clan's witch doctor had also said that it was highly probable that she would not be able to conceive young in the future. In the case of not being able to bear children, it was likely that she would not be able to find a partner in the future. So he wanted to do his best to take care of her a little more. Just the Snow Wolf and Stone Forest tribe have long accumulated grudges. Once he arrived in the Stone Forest, it is impossible to be accepted by the Snow Wolf tribe in the future, and even the tribe's own sister, it is very difficult for him to see one side. Again. Originally he was very difficult. But he didn't expect that before he could make a decision, he had already been poisoned with medicine, breaking his limbs and spine. Thinking of this, his emotions were nearly out of control again, but because of the injuries on his body, he could only paralyze helplessly on the bed like a dead dog. Early the next morning, just after dawn, Ling Qianzhen walked inside the cave. After confirming that the injuries on Su Weifang's face were already slowly healing, she picked up the short spear hanging on the stone wall and prepared to ask Ling Xiao if there was anything she could do to fix it. Ling Xiao had just woken up from a nap and was squatting at the edge of the clear water stream, holding a branch with fine, soft leaves and brushing it around in his mouth with his eyes closed. It was only after the stream water hit his face that his sleepiness was finally driven away, and as soon as he turned around, he saw his eldest daughter waiting behind him. Up so early again? Ling Xiao yawns, drops the branch in his hand, looks at the short rifle in her hand, and says suspiciously, going out hunting alone again? No. Ling Qianzhen handed him the short spear. When I came out of the misty swamp, I ran into the frost shadow golden python, and after killing a golden python with the short spear, the metal of the spear had cracked. Father, is there a way to repair it? When Ling Xiao heard this, he stopped yawning and took over the short spear and examined it in his hands, nodded and said, it's not difficult to repair it, but after killing only one frost shadow golden python, the head of this short spear cracked, so it seems that it still needs to be reforged. Forge? Ling Qianzhen hears the familiar words and is a bit surprised that this spearhead was forged. She thought it was just like an iron pot, directly refined with metal supernatural energy. Seeing her confusion, Ling Xiao brings up the process of preparing the weapon in the first place. This short spear is the only piece of metal suitable for you to use as a weapon. After I went to Leisang and asked for some metal materials, and finally tested it over and over again with my psychic abilities to pick out the only piece of metal suitable for you to use as a weapon. But I didn't expect it to still come up short. In these 2 days, you first use the bone blade to make do. These 2 days the tribe happens to be not hunting. I'll go to find Lei Sang to ask again. This time, I will definitely prepare a more powerful weapon for you. Even the body of the gun will also be replaced with a metal one for you. Ling Qianzhen is a bit depressed, but my bone blade also broke and fell in the misty swamp and didn't pick it up. Ling Xiao. The eldest daughter is really powerful, but it's also really weird to waste weapons. Well, it's also a bit of a waste of a father. Use mine first. Ling Xiao lets her pick her own from the cave. Ling Qianzhen set foot in Ling Xiao's cave for the first time, and as a single middle-aged handsome dad, Ling Xiao's cave was still very clean and tidy. The bed was extraordinarily simple, exactly the same as the hay and grass mattress bed in her cave. Ling Qianzhen quietly sighs in her heart that the original owner and Ling Xiao are really worthy of being father and daughter. Apart from the bed, what was left was the chest made of wood and bamboo, which stored a large amount of tanned furs. Not even 4 large chests were stuffed down, and on top of the chests were stacked high stacks of animal skins. Then there were the rows of stone platforms cut into the corners of the walls to place things on, as well as the various weapons and equipment that hung over the entire wall. Ling Chengnan tilted his head and looked at those weapons and went silent for quite a long time. It had to be said that compared to the battle-hardened Ling Xiao, her weaponry was simply kindergarten level. The sheer variety of weapons on the wall made her look at them for a while, not knowing what to pick. Ling Xiao walks into the cave with a short gun, sees her looking at the entire wall of weapons and equipment dumbfounded, a bit for the sake of it. You are still young, you can slowly collect weapons that you can use in the future. It's not easy for a father to save up this family's treasure, so don't hit on these treasures of mine. Saying this, he took down a snow-white bone blade from the corner and threw it into Ling Qingyan's arms. Seeing that his eldest daughter had no intention of moving, he kind of regretted letting her in to choose. What if he chose his favorite weapon? He was a widower without a partner, and those were the only hobbies he had. Ling Chenjian points at the bow and arrow on the wall and says with great covetousness, "Father, let me borrow that bow of yours for a couple days?" Ling Xiao looked at the recurved bow and his hanging heart, completely shattered. After a long time, he closed his eyes and removed the bow with a great deal of heartache, and also handed her the quiver of arrows that was placed in the corner, and earnestly urged, your strength is too great, so be careful when you use it. A father only has this one good bow, used a lot of prey to get it back, don't break it off. And the arrows in this quiver, be sure to recycle them when you're done using them, there aren't any more. Ling Qianzhen looked at him with a meaty look on her face and smiled with her eyebrows. Many thanks, father. She raises her hand to hug Ling Xiao and quickly scatters her arms, holding the large bow and quiver of arrows, as well as the bone blade in her arms, and happily leaves Ling Xiao's cave. Ling Xiao stood still and touched his slightly hot cheeks. The curve of his mouth was harder to suppress than AK. Why, it is still good to have a fragrant and soft big girl. Not to take it for nothing, but also know how to hug and stick. Forget it, just take it away. The big deal is that in the future he will save some hunting privately and find the dead old man to make a new one. Chapter 48, Sour to the point of breaking defense. Ling Qinzhen put the chosen weapons back into the stone cave for now, and started to prepare the breakfast for the whole family, as well as the dry food that he would be taking out with him. Yu Xiaochen and Chongzhen woke up at almost the same time, and when the two of them came out and saw the Ling family's father and daughter squatting on the open rocky beach, their originally sleepy eyes opened at once. Chongzhen walked over to Ling Qinzhen and covered her mouth as she yawned again. Good morning, why do you get up so early every day? Didn't you just come back from the misty swamp and didn't get some more sleep? Chongzhen was already trying to adapt to the Ling family's routine, but the Ling Xiao father and daughter were really disciplined. One morning they woke up before dawn, and the other morning they were bound to wake up even when it was cloudy. His morning wake-up time is usually about the same as Ling Xiao's, but he slept late last night, so he's slightly late this morning. I woke up at the right time, couldn't sleep and simply got up. Ling Qinzhen hands him the folded tree branch, along with his special bamboo cup, and tells him to go wash up first. Yu Xiaochen had already finished washing by the stream, his eyelids drooping as he sat squatting by the stone stove to help burn the fire. Ling Cheng glanced at him, withdrew his hand that was placed inside the iron pot to test the temperature, used a spatula to dig a pile of lard and put it into the iron pot, and when the lard had all melted, he pushed the cut half pot of sliced meat into the large iron pot, and then stir-fried it with the spatula. The grease crackled and exploded and splattered, frightening Yu Xiaochen, whose head was still not completely clear. His body was shocked and he fell violently to sit on the ground, grimacing and letting out a pained cry. Ling Qinzhen, stay away, be careful of the oil splashing on you. Yu Xiaochen hurriedly climbed up and kept a certain distance from the iron pot, watching the slices of meat in the pot slowly change color and give off a unique cooked food aroma. The whole person gradually gained spirit. Do you want to eat fried meat this morning? Yu Xiaochen hadn't eaten stir-fried vegetables for several days. After the iron pot was done, Ling Cheng went out. Several people in the family didn't know how to stir-fry. Chongzhen did try once, but the fire control was so poor that the meat was directly pasted in the pot, black and scared that he thought the pot was going to break. In the end, it took a lot of effort to clean the iron pot. After that, Chongzhen did not dare to use the iron pot to stir-fry, usually use it to stew a soup, boil potatoes and so on, and nothing else. Compared to Ling Qingnan's perfect handicraft, Chongzhen's handicraft can get 20 points, that's more than enough. Chongzhen's cooking could only be described as barely cooked. Ling Qinzhen pointed to the stone in the left-hand direction, bring the vegetable basket over. Yu Xiaochen hurriedly handed over the drained bamboo basket, glanced at the green discs in the basket, and only after several seconds did he react. It was sliced lettuce. Once the lettuce was in the pot, the smoke began to rise. The stove room gradually came alive, the water droplets collided with the oil and gas, plus the salt spotting. The light green slices of lettuce were gradually moistened by the oil and water, and the aroma of the lettuce and the meat was thoroughly stimulated. Good fragrance. Chongzhen wiped off the water droplets on his face and came close to the edge of the pot and sniffed. How come the ones I made are black and bitter? Want to learn? Seeing that he couldn't open his eyes from the smoke and heat, Ling Qinzhen reached out and pushed his face away. You pay the tuition fee, all inclusive. Chongzhen propped his hands on his knees and bent closer to her side. Seriously? Tuition, what do you want? I'll go prepare. Ling Qinzhen saw that he looked like he was serious and was puzzled. You really want to learn? One more person who can cook, won't it be a lot easier for you in general? Shigear felt that it was her reaction that was the fuss. I'm self-aware, my hunting ability is definitely no match for yours. If you don't think it's lazy for me to be in charge of cooking in the future and not follow the hunting team every day. After I learn, I can pack the cooking task. Of course the hunting missions, I will also carve out time to participate. Ling Qinzhen stirred the vegetables in the pot a few times and was ready to remove them from the pot, and said with him in a double-minded manner, I'll do the hunting tasks. Chongzhen shook her head at this moment, rejecting her arrangement. If you do the hunting task, then what is the point of your father getting us here? Chongzhen's heart was as clear as a mirror. With that appearance of Su Weifang, there is absolutely no need to consider it. Look at the appearance of that little wimp Yu Xiaochen, letting him go hunting. It would be better to give him a rope and let him put it around his own neck. Yu Xiaochen glared angrily at the mouthy Chongzhen. A few days ago, I was also in a state of injury, letting your father go out with the hunting team alone, plus you alone taking time out to go hunting, and part of the prey surrendered by a few tribes. It's not a problem to maintain daily life. But now that we're healed, we can't just not go yet. Let the people outside say blindly that those of us with arms and legs are even letting your father hunt alone to support himself. For one thing, I'm following Stone Forest's hunting team, not fighting alone, and I can still have a care with your father, so you can feel more at ease. The second is that I can also hunt and provide prey for the family, so you won't have to divide your time to dedicate to hunting while you are busy with your own affairs. Ling Qinzhen handed a wooden tub of lettuce fried meat to Chongzhen. Are you sure you can keep up with Lin's hunting party? I'm afraid you'll hurt your pride if you go. The expression on Chongzhen's face instantly froze. After a long time, he gritted his teeth, not so much. I'm not that much of a loser, and when I fought with your Sherlin before, I knew where my level was. It's definitely not comparable to your father, but your Stone Forest hunting team isn't full of beastmen with huge beast shapes. I can still get a foothold in your Stone Forest hunting team, and I'm very smart. My brain can make up for the shortcomings in my fighting strength. Ling Qinzhen laughed a little. As you wish, since you have the intention to try, I won't stop you. You go to the hunting team to mix for 2 days and you will know, Stone Forest's hunting team is not that good to follow. Chongjin felt that she still underestimated him too much. So she decided to prove herself by getting a foothold in the Stone Forest hunting team. As for cooking, you can learn if you want to. Usually when I do it you look at it more, after memorizing all of it, then try to get started. I'll guide you a bit from the side, and slowly you'll be able to learn quite a bit. Yu Shaochen held a pot of boiled potatoes and placed it on the stone where he usually eats. Then I'll help take care of Suwei painting during this period of time, and also continue to build the treehouse? Well, you just follow your own pace, no need to force yourself. Ling Qinzhen has nothing to arrange for Xiao Chun. He is quite clear about his own positioning. He can't get involved in large-scale hunting and roundup activities. He can only do what he is good at. Ling Xiao sees them finish their discussion, and only then carries the whole roasted sheep to the stone table. In the recent 4 or 5 days, the tribe will not organize the orcs to go out hunting for the time being. Chongjin twisted his head and asked, why? One is to rest and adjust. Stone Forest will rest for about 3 days for every 15 days of hunting. The second is because of the spring breeding period. Animals and beasts need to breed in the spring, and the tribe's already adult orcs need to spend the breeding period with their mates. Coupled with the fact that there were quite a lot of prey hunted some time ago, as well as the supplies turned in by the other tribes, it was enough for the orcs in the tribe to pass through the breeding period peacefully, without the need to go out hunting with uncomfortable bodies. Ling Qinzhen suddenly thought of a key question. What about you, father? Ling Xiao raised his hand and knocked her on the head. You don't need to worry about my affairs. I've been on my own for so many years now, and I've long had experience on how to safely and smoothly get through the breeding period. Let's eat, let's not mention this. Ling Qinzhen touched the door of his head where he was knocked and silently withdrew his gaze. Although she didn't know how Ling Xiao got through the breeding period, it looked like he didn't seem to have any intention of going out alone, so she wasn't too worried. I'm going to make a trip to the Snow Wolf tribe after dinner. What are you going there for? At the mention of the Snow Wolf tribe, Ling Xiao's face swished black as the bottom of a pot. Going to see Su Weipu's sister. Ling Qinzhen told him about Su Weiping's situation. Ling Xiao's brows furrowed. When we took Su Wei painting away that day, we didn't see his sister. And I haven't heard much about this matter. Su Wei painting's a father. This person is very dangerous. Not only is he ruthless, even if he treats his own children, he is also very cold. It is said that the Snow Wolf beastmen are similar to the Crane beastmen. They are very loyal to their mates and very protective of their calves, but on the Snow Wolf patriarch, these traits are not visible at all. The relationship between our Stone Forest and the Snow Wolf tribe is particularly poor, and we have clashed with their hunting teams many times before because of the hunting range issue. Later on, there was a relatively large-scale fight in the middle because of the issue of belonging to a batch of stray females. So since then, our Stone Forest and the Snow Wolf tribe are just incompatible, and they will trip each other up whenever they catch a chance. If Su Weifang really had a frail and sickly sister, then before he had the identity of the young clan chief to protect her openly and honestly, the Snow Wolf clan chief wouldn't do anything to that child. But now, I'm afraid that life and death are hard to predict. Ling Xiao shallowly sighed, his brows still not loosened. I'm still more biased. Su Weifang holds a grudge against our Stone Forest and wants to lure you over there. It's too dangerous for you to go to the Snow Wolf tribe alone. Although I set him down as your beast husband at first, on the one hand, I thought that this person, Su Weipu, would definitely pose a great threat to our Stone Forest once he becomes the patriarch of the Snow Wolf tribe in the future. He's only 17 now, and he's already a level 7 gold alien warrior. His growth potential can be said to be second only to Baiqingyu. Instead of letting him grow into an enemy in the future, it's better to keep him firmly in our hands. If he doesn't listen, I'll be able to get rid of him before he becomes a heartbreaker. Secondly, I also have the intention of humiliating the Snow Wolf tribe a bit. Ling Qinzhen looked at Ling Xiao with a numb face. She had to say that she had really underestimated Ling Xiao's vision and vigor as the Stone Forest clan chief, as well as his powerful heart for revenge. Originally, she thought that this was a thick-browed, ancient-hearted, good old man, good father. It turned out that this is brightly and squarely engaging in young conspiracy, still not hiding his desire to humiliate his enemy at all. Ling Qinzhen hung his eyes and thought for a while, but finally said, I will be careful. I'm afraid this trip must go. Ling Qinzhen was also very decisive. If it is a trap, when I return, I will personally karma him. If it's not, this is the same as us grasping his weakness. Why worry about him not bowing down for the blade in my hands? Ling Xiao saw that the eldest daughter did not have the slightest intention to retreat, suddenly laughed. Indeed, it is still our family NNA. Anyone else, hearing me say this, I'm afraid that they would hesitate or even change their initial decision. There's vigor. Worthy of being my Ling Xiao's daughter. Ling Xiao picks up the bowl and says with a pleased face, "You can go if you want to. It's just a henchman's lair, you can break in if you want. If the Snow Wolf tribe really wants to hurt you, a father will bring along the tribe's warriors and give them a good beating to get back at you." Looking at the father and daughter who were talking happily, Chong and Yu Xiaochen held their rice bowls and looked at each other. No, such a dangerous matter, and they just agreed on it in a few words? Also, why does Ling Xiao look like he has an honest face, but the bad water in his stomach isn't any less than those old cunning guys? Surely the fact that the four tribes would still lose the battle when they joined forces in the first place couldn't simply be that they were too good. Before Ling Qinzhen set off, she searched around and didn't see the little winged subdragon. She sighed deeply as she stood on a tree branch holding onto the trunk. Sure enough, that greedy contraption ran away after eating. As she jumped down from the tree and prepared to leave with her weapon on her back, a dark shadow suddenly crossed overhead. The hoarse, unpleasant cry of the small winged subdragon rang out and slowly landed on the rock in front of her. Ling Qinzhen looked at the blood that hadn't been wiped clean from the corner of its mouth and presumed that it was probably hungry and ran off to hunt for wild food. Let's go to the Snow Wolf tribe. Although the small winged sub-dragon didn't know where the Snow Wolf tribe was, flying would be the end of it. If they didn't fly, the odds were that they would be beaten up again. As expected, after flying into the air, Ling Chengnan held its brain and manually adjusted the direction of this voyage. Once you're back in the air, you're back in the air. This time, it didn't need to receive a few more punches, it instantly understood where to fly. The Snow Wolf tribe was to the northwest of the Stone Forest tribe, and there were many mountains and dense forests there, as well as a very unique red rock gully landscape. The Snow Wolf tribe's location is just at the junction of the Luolu mountain range and the Red Rock Gulch. One person and one dragon swept through the extremely vast sea of primitive forests and over several low hills, finally seeing the long reddish-brown line in the sky. Ling Qinzhen had inquired about the exact location of the Snow Wolf tribe from Ling Xiao, so with a clear goal in mind, he had the little winged sub-dragon fly in that direction, but did not land straight within the Snow Wolf beastman's compound. The closer he got, the more shocked Ling Qinzhen was. Unlike the Stone Forest tribe's condition of casually digging a hole to live in, the Snow Wolf tribe had built a community. To be precise, the concept of a community was already in its infancy. Their orcs had carved out caves in the tens of meters high red rock straight walls. The external openings of the caves were of the same size, just like residential buildings. Each small roomy cave was aligned up and down, flush left and right. And they had made stairs, the kind that were cut directly into the rock. Sitting on the back of the little winged sub-dragon, she could even see figures moving around in certain window holes. It was outrageous. Suddenly it felt like everyone wasn't living in the same world. When she had thought that the treehouse was the best house on the beast plain at the moment, it turned out that there was also a residential building made by cutting into the mountain here. Just when she was sour and her heart began to break down, a green shadow like an attack of falling electricity slammed onto the back of the small winged sub-dragon. A jade-white bone blade that was bubbling with coldness was pressed against the side of her neck, and at the same time, a lightly teasing voice sounded behind Ling Qinzhen. "Long time no see, little tiger?" Chapter 49 Fierce Evil Female. Is this how Bai Yun taught you to greet people? Ling Qinzhen's tense body didn't relax, nor did she turn around, only lightly squinting at Bai Shi, who brought her head closer to her shoulder. "I advise you to move the knife away, or you'll regret it." Bai Shi was completely unmoved by her warning, raising an eyebrow and bringing her face closer to her ear. "I'm inclined not to move away, what can you do?" Ling Qinzhen patted the little winged sub-dragon's head, and Bai Shi immediately pressed the blade against it a little tighter. "Don't move, your little life is in my hands now. This isn't an ordinary bone blade, it's very sharp. Once it cuts your fragile throat, I won't be able to save you." Ling Qinzhen looked down at the bone blade on his shoulder and laughed lightly. "Teaching you a lesson." Bai Shi bent his eyes and asked with a smile, "What Dao?" Before he could finish his sentence, the small winged sub-dragon suddenly adjusted its angle of flight and raised its body steeply, and Ling Qinzhen and Bai Shi's bodies plummeted straight downwards towards the bottom. Bai Shi instinctively tried to move the bone blade away from the side of her neck, but as a result of a pain in her wrist and thumb joints, the bone blade directly came out of her hand, and with a flick of Ling Qinzhen's fingertips, the bone blade detached itself from the two of them out of reach, and fell towards the bottom together with them. "Are you crazy?" Bai Shi looked at Ling Qinzhen, who stretched out her hand towards him from above, and the laughter under her eyes disappeared into thin air, and as she sidestepped and prepared to transform into the form of a beast, she was suddenly clasped by her fingers on her left shoulder. After his shoulder bone was suppressed by that terrifying force, there was no way for him to even change into beast form freely. He knew very well that the moment he transformed into beast form, his left wing would simply snap. "Ling Qinzhen, hurry up and let go. Do you want to die?" Bai Shi's face suddenly turned white as she looked at the ground that was getting closer and closer. Ling Qinzhen glanced at the ground and clasped his neck with his left hand. "You started it. I was teasing you. Ling Qinzhen, I don't like this kind of joke. Hurry up and let go. Apologize. Bai Shi. I'm sorry." Bai Shi was completely at her wit's end and could only do as she asked. Less than 100 meters from the ground, Ling Qinzhen suddenly withdrew her hand. A green crane brushed past the top of the treetops, its long black feet sweeping off a large swath of branches and leaves, after which it lifted its wings and flew towards the top. Ling Chen released her grip on the green crane's left foot and jumped directly onto the tree trunk below, hooking her left hand onto the main trunk of the giant tree and tilting her head back to look at Baishi, who circled around in the air and finally flew back. Baishi maintained a distance of a few meters from her, stepping on a tree branch and staring at her closely. "You're crazy, aren't you? I'm not going to hurt you. Are you really planning to pull me down with you?" Ling Chen twisted her head to look at the direction where the small winged subdragon disappeared and perfunctorily said, "I'm just joking with you." Baishi instantly rounded his eyes. "You did it on purpose?" Ling Chen cocked his head and put his right hand against the bone blade at his waist. "What? Want to fight me again?" Baishi gave her a blank look. "What am I fighting with you for? I'm here to deliver something to you." Ling Chen looked at his exasperated appearance in disbelief. "Deliver what?" "That bone blade just now." Baishi looked down at the dense forest below with a headache and held his forehead. "You told me yesterday that you saved his life in the swamp, but the bone blade that he was carrying with him broke in the misty swamp. It will take half a month at the earliest to recustomize a bone blade. Therefore, he took the sword beast bone blade to me early this morning and asked me to hand over the bone blade to you in person as a thank you gift for saving his life." A puzzled expression appeared on Ling Chen's face. "Knife beast? You don't know, huh?" Baishi was a bit surprised, but still patiently explained. "The knife beast is an ancient foreign beast that has long been extinct. The bones of this foreign beast's entire body are very hard, making it a top material for making high-level bone blades. But knife beast relics are very rare, and currently only 3 knife beast relics have been found in the entire northern beast plains. Moreover, forgers who can refine blade beast bones are also very rare, and those who look for them to customize weapons made from blade beast bones usually have to pay a high production fee. That bone blade on Ayu's body was obtained by him a few years ago. When he was about 14 or 15 years old, he saved a seriously injured stray orc outside, and although that person was brought back to the tribe by him and was also saved, he still died not long afterward, and that stray orc gave him the only valuable blade of blade beast bone on his body before he died. You wasn't good at melee combat, so this knife beast bone blade, he hardly used it. So he wanted to give the bone blade to you." Ling Chen sort of figured out why this bastard was here, stared at him in disgust, and couldn't help but say sarcastically, "Bai Qingyu asked you to give the bone blade, instead you just put that thing directly on my neck. Don't I have to compliment you? Your method of delivery is quite creative." Baishi stepped on a tree branch and jumped down, leaving only an afterimage echoing in midair. "I'll go find it." Ling Chen listened to the sounds of wolves howling in the distance and the footsteps that were gradually gathering around, and followed Baishi as she landed in the grass. She wrinkled her eyebrows and said, "Don't run blindly, the Snow Wolf Tribe's orcs have already discovered our position, follow me." "What about the knife beast bone blade? This thing is very rare, and if Ayu knows that I lost his bone blade, he will definitely have to complain to my father when he turns around, and then I'll have to be mixed doubles by my father and my big brother." Bai Shi was a little short of breath at the same time. The 2 older ones in the family favored Bai Qingyu's dead kid. He, the second oldest in the family who couldn't touch the sky and couldn't touch the ground, was having too hard of a time. Ling Chen tugged him towards the shrubs, single-handedly pulled out the bone blade that was stuck in the ground with only a grip left, carried him quickly towards one of the directions, and didn't forget to turn around and scolded, "The bone blade has been found. You followed me here today and spoiled my plan. Next you have to give me a favor, counted as compensation for this accident today." Baishi bit her lower lip and looked at her left arm that was being pulled. "Before we talk about compensation, can you spread your hands first? Don't you have any idea how strong the claws of your thin mountain giant tiger are?" Baishi looked at her arm that was pinched out with finger marks, grimacing in pain. Ling Chen loosened his hand and led the way in front. "Follow me, I won't save you if you get caught by the Snow Wolf Tribe's orcs. I thank you, as long as you don't grab me, even if they can see me, they definitely can't touch me." Their Cold Mountain Tribe and the Snow Wolf Tribe didn't have any great feud that was immortal. At best, they were considered to have little dealings. There are about 13 Snow Wolf beastmen that have come after us, and the one that is currently closest to us is a little to our left. Ling Chen stepped on the trunk of a tree, and in the blink of an eye, she climbed up the branch, hiding her body between the dense leaves. Baishi wasn't as good as her, but as a feathered beastman, he had a natural advantage in terms of height, so he had his own means of getting up the tree. The 2 of them hid their bodies between the branches and leaves, and he inclined his head to look at the side of Ling Chen's face that was close at hand. "What are you planning to do?" Catching a snow wolf orc to ask about the situation. She had originally planned to use the advantage of high altitude to find a Snow Wolf tribal orc that had fallen alone, and use her spiritual power to directly influence the other party's memories to extract the information she wanted. As a result, before she could even start implementing her plan, she was discovered by the Snow Wolf tribe's lookout orcs due to Baishi's cross-country intervention, and they even sent a team to round up and search. The previous method definitely wouldn't work. So they can only catch one first, find a place where no one would bother to ask questions, and then just put the person back after the questioning. Even if the people of the Snow Wolf tribe knew that she was the one who captured them, they wouldn't dare to come to the door to seek justice. After all, they are the ones who are in the wrong first. But she didn't know what the purpose of her arresting the people was, but he was in the wrong first, and now he had to have a good attitude of admitting his mistake, so he didn't bother to think about whether or not he was aiding and abetting the evil, and agreed to Ling Qingnan's request in a single breath. Ling Qinzhen was a bit surprised that he agreed so painfully, and pointed down to the next door. You go be the bait, remember to scare the other guy, I'll sneak up on him from behind. Things like scaring people, I think you should be good at it. Ling Qingnan recognized his ability to get things going. She felt that she was half quoting, half cursing, but it was hard to argue with her about anything because he had sensed that someone had already touched the neighborhood. After sliding down the trunk of the tree, she concealed his long body behind the trunk, utilizing the surrounding cluttered shrubs and some centuries-old vines drooping down from the branches of the tree as a cover, and crouched down quietly in the shadows, perking up his ears to listen to the sound of approaching footsteps. A sharp fork suddenly stabbed over from the right rear, she smoothly rolled forward, avoiding the metal sharp fork coated with mauve liquid, and couldn't help but break out in curses. Surprisingly, poison was coated on the weapon. Isn't your snow wolf tribe too insidious and despicable? The snow wolf orc who made the shot disdainfully said, and it's not only our tribe's orcs who use poison, don't the several large tribes heading south also use it? Why don't you curse in front of them? With his mouth full, the snow wolf orc jumped over the shrubs and prepared to continue poking towards the rolling Bai Shi. A vine suddenly descended from the sky, and at the highest point of his leap over the shrubs, it suddenly wrapped around his feet, hanging this unlucky snow wolf beastman upside down as a whole. Bai Shi raised his leg and kicked off the pointed fork in the snow wolf beastman's right hand, transformed into a green crane, swept off the vine that was hanging his enemy upside down with the tip of his wing, caught Ling Qingnan's falling body the moment she grabbed onto the vine, and then broke through the green branches and leaves and vines and flew towards the high sky. That snow wolf orc that was hung upside down in midair still wanted to struggle, but after flying 1,000 meters high, Ling Qinzhen probed and looked down, her right hand playing with the bone blade against the vines, and said, if you struggle again, I'll just let go. What do you think are the chances of you surviving the fall? That snow wolf beastman didn't dare to struggle and shake his body anymore, staring dead at the somewhat familiar face above him, finally recognizing the other party's identity. It's you. Ling Qinzhen. It's you despicable stone forest beastmen again. You said truce in the first place, and then you struck out at our snow wolf tribe first. Do you want to be shameless? Ling Qinzhen dug his ears and said in amusement, who is the shameless one? My father asked your young clan chief by name to be my beast husband in the first place. As a result, you trashy things were good, crippled the man, and even went to get the poison of the Shin scale snake lizard to put it on Su Weipu, torturing him to the point where he was inhuman, and wanting us to eat this dumb loss. But wherever you snow wolf tribe has some face, you can't do something that buries people like this. I haven't even poisoned you or broken your arms and legs yet, and this is just like a mad dog, starting to wail? Ling Qinzhen wasn't afraid of arguing, although she preferred to use her hands than her mouth. But at the moment, she only took a hostage, in case she moved her hands and didn't control the balance. She still had to turn back and take another one. So, first curse a few sentences, vent the grievances of the goods are not the right version before. She took the two people to fly forward slowly, not forgetting to listen to the gossip with great interest. He had been wondering why Ling Qinzhen was running to the snow wolf tribe all by himself, but he was looking for a fight over Su Weipu's matter. But it also makes sense, after all, now the two people are partners. Comparison, or are you kind of no name, all the way saddle horseback, but also almost took a small life, the result of the injury, and even the other little female did not even get a caring look of the stupid male, is really poor. However, it is also what you deserved. Who made him fake noble? What he said on his lips, and what he really did, were never consistent. He also couldn't understand his own stupid brother's mind. Obviously he had always been very good to Ling Qinzhen, but as a result, every time he rejected his advances, wasn't it obvious that he was fishing for others? The key is that Ling Qinzhen still ate his set, almost did not be that guy fishing into the mouth. She thought of a bunch of messy things in his head and finally shook his head helplessly. He was probably too old to understand what young people wanted to do nowadays. Getting a date was just a matter of getting a date, it was a real tosser. The distance between here and the snow wolf tribe is far enough away that even if they ran over at full speed, it would take at least half a beast hour. She turned back and asked Ling Qinzhen, I remember there's a safer mountain up ahead, how about going there? It's fine. Ling Qinzhen wasn't picky about the interrogation location. She led them to land quickly. As soon as that snow wolf orc landed, he immediately rolled, broke free from the vines, turned around and ran for his life. Ling Qinzhen was amused by his maneuver, and in the moment when Bai Shi subconsciously went to chase after him, he stepped out to stop him, and backhandedly took down the bow on his body. He bent the bow and strung an arrow in a single motion. The colorful arrow plume pulled out a rotating line trajectory, and the sound of the arrow breaking through the air was like the sharp roar of fireworks rising into the sky. The arrow hit the leg of the prey that fled in a hurry and nailed it heavily on a huge greenish-gray rock. Bai Shi was startled by this divine arrow. He twisted his head to look at Ling Cheng, who had retracted her bow, and realized that the morning sun scorched the contours of her intense brows and eyes, and a cold, sharp murderous aura naturally flowed out of her hardened facial lines, which only gradually subsided as the curtains of her eyes slowly fell. Ling Qingzhen held her bow in her left hand and walked towards the front without slowing down. The snow wolf orc whose calf had been shot through was trying to save itself, trying to pull the arrow off the rock, but the arrow had been deeply inserted into the rock, and it wasn't that easy to pull it off. Ling Qingzhen grabbed the end of the arrow plume with his right hand, and with a sudden force, he pulled the arrow plume off the rock. Naturally, it also brought out a spray of blood from his calf. Still want to run? Playing with the blood-stained arrow feather in her hand, she half squatted in front of the snow wolf orc and laughed, her questioning voice light, half concerned about the sticky crimson liquid between her fingers. But her words smashed against the eardrums of the two big men, but they had an extremely appalling power. Why she's back was a little hairy, and a word couldn't help but surface in his mind. Evil female. Or a super fierce evil female. Chapter 50 Dogma Family. The captured young snow wolf tribe beastman was called Zed, and his beast form was a Quinnan forest wolf. The snow wolf tribe was somewhat similar to the cold mountain tribe. It was also a tribe built around the wolf tribe. The vast majority of the tribe's orcs were snow wolves, but it also accepted a portion of non-snow wolf orcs. It was just that these non-purebred snow wolf orcs could never occupy a leadership position in the tribe, and were always in a state of domination. The Quinnan Forest Wolf Clan, hundreds of years ago, was a large clan in the eastern forest region of the northern wasteland. Later on, it clashed with a large neighboring tribe, and not only did it lose a large number of orcs, it also lost its original living space. So since that battle, most of the areas in the central part of the northern wasteland going west, but wherever tribes accepting stray orcs, more or less orcs from the Quinnan Forest Wolf Clan can be seen. Even the Stone Forest tribes had quite a few. Zed's beast-shaped fur was dark brown in color, his body length was over 3 meters, and his running speed was very fast in the mountain and forest environment, and he was mainly responsible for guarding the snow wolf tribe's territory and expelling dangerous elements that wanted to get close to the tribe. Therefore, he who was the first to catch up with Ling Qingzhen and by she also became the unluckiest one. After the arrow feather stuck in his left calf was effortlessly pulled out by Ling Qingzhen, he howled in pain before closing his mouth under the other party's extremely oppressive gaze. Since you don't want to run, let's have a chat. Ling Qingzhen shook off the beads of blood on the arrow and casually inserted it back into the quiver, sticking the bone blade in his hand on the ground in front of him. As for me, I'm not interested in your life. Capturing you is just to inquire about something. What if you tell the truth? I will naturally put you back after asking. But if you lie, I won't take your life either. At most, I'll just replicate what your snow wolf tribe did to Su Weifang on you. Ling Qingzhen's tone was calm, but the words he said sent shivers down Zed's spine. What do you want to know? Zed's back rested against the cold green rock and his eyes flashed with fear as he looked at her. Is it true that Su Weifang has a real sister? Seeing that she didn't ask about the core secrets of the tribe, Zed quietly sighed in relief in the bottom of his heart, then nodded and said, it's true. The previous matriarch's wife gave birth to 2 children. One was young clan chief Su, and the other cub was a female. However, that female cub's body was so poor that the witch doctor at the time said that she wouldn't even live to adulthood, so he advised the matriarch and the others to give up on the cub and throw her to the Red Rock Gulch to fend for herself. In the end, it was the young Su clan leader who was still young enough to carry her back near the tribe and secretly raise her in a tree hole. By the time the clan leader and the others found out, the cub was already a few months old, so they brought the child back to the clan, but the child was weak and sickly and was never cared for again, especially after the clan leader partnered with another female. Zed hoped that the extra talk of these boring topics would divert Ling Qingzhen's attention, and in the meantime, stall for time. Ling Qingzhen obviously got a little impatient after listening to 2 paragraphs, rubbing his fingertips against the grip of his bone blade, pressing down the peaks of his eyebrows, his voice cold as he asked, I'm not interested in how she survived. I only want to ask, what is the current situation of Su Weifang's sister? Is she still in the Snow Wolf tribe? Where exactly in the Snow Wolf tribe is she staying? Ling Qingzhen's trio of questions that struck straight to the core caught Zed off guard. The corners of his mouth pursed without a trace, and his eyes drifted unnaturally to the side. Then he withdrew his gaze, consciously calming his fluctuating emotions, and answered in a fixed voice, people, they are still in the tribe. But the situation is not too good. Ling Qingzhen drooped her eyelids and pulled out the bone blade that was stuck on the ground. Her voice line as light and negligent as a ghost. Do you know that when people lie, they usually have some subconscious small actions? The moment she lifted her eyelashes, the bone blade plunged straight into Zed's eyes, stopping abruptly when it was only a centimeter away from his pupils. Zed's pupils suddenly tightened, becoming only as small as a grain of rice, his body highly tensed, his head and back pressed tightly against the green rock, so terrified that he even held his breath, his entire body not daring to move the slightest bit. Ling Qingzhen's head tilted a bit, looking at his fearful appearance, smiling like a demon, he whispered, I'll give you a chance to reorganize your language. The next time you open your mouth, if it's still a lie, I'll pluck out your left eye. Zed's jawline tightened, the knot in his throat rolling twice from the tension, his fingers tucked behind his back clenched together, not even daring to blink before she closed the blade. Ling Chang'an lowered the bone blade unhurriedly, the tip resting against his thigh. I don't know where she is. When the young clan chief was locked up, she was preparing to secretly release the people, but was discovered by the clan. The matriarch ordered her 30 lashes and banished her from the tribe. So whether she's dead or alive now, I really don't know. Ling Qingzhen turned the bone blade in her hand, and said, fearing that she would strike in a fit of rage, hurriedly said, but I know who threw her out of the tribe. He didn't want to die here. Although Ling Qingzhen said she wouldn't kill him, she would definitely torture him. He was still young and had a mate and children at home, so if he lost his eyes or had his limbs and spine broken like the young clan leader, their family would be finished. The mate will find another male orc, and his children will be abandoned, lucky to live, unlucky. May not survive the cold season this year. Ling Qingzhen stood up and inserted the bone blade back into his waist. Is that person also from the guards? Yes. Said closed his eyes and looked up at Ling Qingzhen. The Snow Wolf tribe shows no mercy to betrayers. If I tell you who banished Pseudo, I will be hung on the gallows tomorrow. Ling Qingzhen looked at his chest, which was rising and falling violently due to his mood swings, as well as his slightly whitened lips. So what? I'll help you lure the people out, but you have to help me leave the Snow Wolf tribe, and at the same time stop them from hunting down my family. Ling Qingzhen stood at eye level, condescendingly scrutinizing him, also mentally pondering whether or not to agree to this condition. Why she sat with her feet crossed on a rock to the side, one hand resting on her jaw as she looked at her curiously. I don't think this is too much for him to ask. Ling Changnan inclined her head and cast a sidelong glance at him. Do you think it's easy to fish his family out from the Snow Wolf tribe's hands? Even having to help him solve the Snow Wolf tribe's pursuit problem, this after-sales service is a bit long. Her first feeling was that it wasn't very cost-effective. And doing all this just to get an ambiguous answer. As for where exactly Su Duo had gone after leaving the Snow Wolf tribe, no one was sure. Why, she was also very smart and flirted, but Su Duo is Su Weipu's own sister, and is also considered to be the one he raised from childhood to adulthood. If you really don't care about this, Su Weipu is afraid that he won't willingly let you do whatever you want. Ling Qingzhen raised an eyebrow and said, that dead look he has now, it's hard to say if he'll be okay in the future. Then what are you doing wading through the danger of hunting snake lizards for him, and repeatedly asking which doctors to help treat him? Abusing kindness? Wouldn't it be better to just throw him out of the stone forest and let him fend for himself, and not have to worry about this bunch of crap with his sister? Ling Qingzhen sighed shallowly. I just want to bet on a possibility. Her goal was more than just an acre of Shirlin's land. Shirlin's old, weak, sick, and disabled all counted. The population was even just over 500, which could only be considered as a small to medium-sized tribe in the central region. So the population expansion is imperative, so that she has to enlist more available manpower. Home 3 Beast Husband, if in good health, Su Wei Painting is considered to be the most capable of fighting. Heavy real strength she assessed. Level 6 Earth system also focuses on defense. There is no way to lead the team as a general. And the gold system supernormal ability aggressiveness is already strong, plus Su Wei Hua is still the Snow Wolf tribe. The fighting strength is only slightly inferior to the Tiger tribe. As long as she could get him to follow her orders to the death and become the most obedient weapon in her hands, what was the cost of the current investment? Therefore, compared to Chong Jin and Yu Shaochen, her attention was actually more on Su Wei Feng. After all, wanting to find another existence that could replace Su Wei Painting was not that easy. First of all, the option of combat power would rule out most of the beastmen. Secondly, this person would also have to have a close relationship with her. Moreover, hearts and minds were divided, and the probability of picking up a strong general who could lead an army into battle and never betrayed or complained about it was really too small. She didn't have any hope at all for her scanty luck. Instead of dreaming such unrealistic dreams, it would be better to wait for her to be reincarnated, such as being reborn as the beast god's own daughter, or the son of the heavenly Tao, or something like that. Why, she didn't understand the mind of the betting dog, and only said thoughtfully, so are you saying yes or no? Don't dawdle, the Snow Wolf tribe's orcs have strong tracking abilities. If you delay for a while longer, you might really smell the smell and find it. Do it! Ling Qingzhen lifted Set on the ground and asked, I'm still not quite sure about letting you go back just like this. In case you join forces with the Snow Wolf tribe's orcs to set a trap for me, won't I be screwed? Said wanted to open his mouth to say something, but as soon as he opened his mouth he was casually thrown a small black pill by Ling Cheng. He didn't even have time to spit it out before it slipped directly into his esophagus. What did you give me to eat? What else could it be? Poison. Ling Qingzhen let go of his hand and surveyed his changing face with interest. Don't worry, you won't die in a short period of time. As long as you complete your mission, I will give you the antidote. Tonight, you lure the man out, and after I question him, I will throw him back. As for how and when your family will leave the Snow Wolf tribe, make your own arrangements and I will send someone to meet you. Seeing her turn around and prepare to leave, Set asked, you're just going to leave like this, in case you don't come? What if I'm found out by the people in the tribe at that time? Ling Qingzhen, the news of Pseudo is more important to me than the lives of you and your family. Said. It really wasn't without reason that the people of the Snow Wolf tribe hated these arrogant and venomous tigers. I'll take the people to the forest where you caught me today. How will I find you then? Said helped Qing Yan get up from the ground. I will naturally appear in front of you after you leave the Snow Wolf tribe's guarded range. Ling Qingzhen didn't reveal too much to him. As for whether he believed it or not, that wasn't her concern. Anyway, if he really wanted to renege temporarily, she wouldn't be able to suffer half a loss. Bai Shi turned back to look at several rapidly approaching shadows below the mound. The Snow Wolf clan is coming. Ling Qingzhen jumped onto his back, and the one man and one crane rose into the air before the eyes of a dozen or so wailing snow wolves, eventually disappearing. Ling Cheng backhanded one of the arrow feathers with his bone blade and looked at the male orc below holding a large bow with a cold gaze, raising his eyebrows and lightly eeping. Who's the one shooting the arrow? Bai Shi looked down and grunted coldly. Who else could it be? Su Wei Painting's younger brother, Su Liwen. He is 2 years younger than Su Wei Painting, and Amabea is actually the old love of Snow Wolf clan chief Su Kong, but at that time, Su Kong wasn't the Snow Wolf clan chief yet, and was just a fringe character with no background. This old love of his listened to the arrangement of the elders of his family and mated with a very strong Quinnan forest wolf orc, but not long after that, that orc was killed by an inferior beast when he was out hunting, leaving behind Bea who was still pregnant at the time. Although Su Kong has always said to the public that he only really came into contact with the other party again after the death of Bea's mate. But anyone with eyes could see that Sullivan was his and Bea's illegitimate child, for his beast shape was very much like Sukon's, right down to a cross of white lines and grayish-brown on his chest. And Sullivan had not half the features of a Quinnan forest wolf. When my father first talked about the gossip of the Snow Wolf tribe, he said that the death of that Quinnan forest wolf orc was also very strange, and that it might also be because of Sukong's design that he was surrounded by inferior beasts and died. Sukong favored Bea as a post-bonded mate and doted on Sullivan as his nominal stepson. Even when establishing the candidates for the Snow Wolf young patriarch earlier in the year, he clearly stated that he favored Sullivan. However, Su Weifang's talent and strength crushed this bastard son, so in the end, it was him who got the position of the young clan chief. The relationship between Su Kong and Su Weifang was very poor. It wasn't just because of the two events of Su Kong abandoning Su Duo and marrying another new love immediately after his Amma's death. This person, Su Kong, probably because of what he was influenced by in his early years, is also very concerned about bloodlines. Over the years, other tribes have been absorbing some powerful wandering orcs, but the Snow Wolf tribe is doing the opposite, and the number of non-Snow Wolf orcs expelled every year is even more than the number of orcs absorbed. Su Weifang was against this practice of Su Kong, so father and son clashed a few times. However, the current head of the Snow Wolf tribe is still Su Kong, so Su Weifang can only help those expelled orcs to arrange a place to go, and can't do anything else. It is foreseeable that if Su Wei Painting successfully takes over Su Kang's patriarchal position, Su Kang's philosophy of once governing the tribe will definitely be overturned on a large scale. That's why Su Kong should have been dissatisfied with this eldest son for a long time, and even had murderous intentions. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let the clan humiliate and bully his eldest son so much. Ling Changnan sat behind Bai Shi, listened carefully to his gossip sharing, stroked his chin, and muttered, "Why do I think that this trope sounds so familiar?" The scummy man who came from a lowly background but rose to the top against all odds, the soft and beautiful white moonlight who was always coveted, and an innocent and pitiful original spouse. The favorite illegitimate son, the beautiful and strong miserable firstborn son, and the sickly daughter who was abandoned and raised. I don't know how to spit it out, but the dog-blooded novel trope is kind of played out by the Snow Wolf patriarch's family. What is she in this grand and hilarious family ethical dog blood drama? The mediocre beauty of the strong miserable male partner receiver? Day-o. Chapter 51 Too soft of a heart. You really want to go to the Snow Wolf tribe again at night? You startle them during the day, and their guard is expected to be heightened tonight. Bai Shi kindly reminded. If that orc doesn't intend to follow the agreement and even joins forces with that old thing Su Kong to set up a trap, you're afraid that you'll fall if you go alone tonight. Ling Qingzhen smiled with lowered eyes and asked rhetorically, "Do I look brainless? Then what do you think? Do you want me to accompany you tonight?" Yu is definitely not able to do so when he's injured like that, and that little winged sub-dragon you got back doesn't look too smart, so it might drag you down when it's crucial. Ling Qingzhen was a little offended at his attitude of despising the small winged sub-dragon. Having a small winged sub-dragon is enough, it's not like I'm directly breaking into their Snow Wolf tribe's lair to fight. Besides, Bai Qingyu is affected by her breeding period and injuries, so it's not convenient for her to go out. Don't you have to solve the trouble of the breeding period? Bai Shi said smugly, my breeding period ended a long time ago. Otherwise, do you think that you would let me come out to find you? I have nothing to do with your brother. He clearly rejected me many times, and I'm a female with a family now. So if you keep making jokes like that, I'll really beat you up. Ling Changnan squeezed his fist and knocked him on the back of his head. The punch didn't have much force, it was just a warning. Seeing the situation, Bai Shi was afraid of recreating the scene from before where he was pinched on the shoulder and fell straight to the ground, so he immediately changed his words and said, "Okay, I won't even say it from now on. I hope you do what you say." Ling Changnan, seeing the good in the world, looked far ahead at the undulating mountain veins and suddenly asked, "How do you know so much about the Snow Wolf tribe?" Su Kong and the two mates before and after him, as well as the grudge with Su Weipu, my father is not even clear about it. You really have quite a lot of news channels. She landed on the rocky beach beside the clear stone stream, elegantly transformed back into human form, said, "Some of the old stories were heard from my father. He has a wide range of contacts, knows many small flying birds beastmen. Some of these beastmen like to travel through various tribes in their beast form, and often hear a lot of interesting gossips. I'm a person who loves to be lively and also likes to hear interesting stories, so I know more gossip." Ling Qinzhen swished the blood-stained arrow in his quiver twice in the stream, then removed the bow and arrows and 2 bone blades from his body. "I happen to be short of a bone blade, so I'll take the things. Say thank you to him for me. Little Prince Gossip, you can go home now." After Ling Qinzhen finished speaking, he turned around and walked towards his cave. She froze in place for several seconds when he heard his new nickname, then quickly chased after him. "This alias is quite interesting, I like it." Ling Qinzhen glanced at him and said meaningfully, "I hope you'll always like it. I'm going to see Su Weihua and talk to him about Su Duo. I don't think he wants to see outsiders at all right now. Are you sure you still want to follow me?" Ling Qinzhen stopped at the entrance of the cave, stopping Baishi, who still wanted to follow him in. This person really didn't have much of a sense of boundaries, compared to Bai Qingyu, who habitually acted detached. These two people's personalities could be described as vastly different, and they really didn't look much like brothers. Baishi is a head taller than Ling Qinzhen, and through the faint light, he took a look towards the cave, and was startled by a strangely scary-looking eye, and subconsciously took half a step back. "Is that Su Weihua?" Baishi covered her heart and said with palpitations, "His appearance is much more miserable than I imagined." So? Ling Qinzhen turned around and raised his hand to invite him to leave. "At a time like this, shouldn't you mellow out and get out of here?" Baishi laughed dryly twice. "I won't go in then, but I don't want to go back either. I can't even eat when I go back to Weiyu's face. He said you're very good at cooking cooked food. Can I dabble in a meal here at your place?" "Yes, but bring your own food." Baishi immediately nodded and said, "No problem, I'll go hunting." "What kind of prey do you like? Disc-horned cattle? Big-horned goat? These 2 kinds of meat are more tender. But grass dolphin's meat is also delicious?" Ling Chengnan propped up his forehead and said, whatever, just hurry up and leave." Baishi saw her face gradually become impatient and immediately lifted his feet to leave. Only after sending the person away did Ling Qinzhen let out a long sigh, and when he walked inside the cave, he heard Su Weifang ask, "Is that green crane courting you? Do I look so hungry?" She couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at her words and asked in return. Su Wei Painting thought back to Baishi's appearance, and it was actually quite handsome, with 5 or 6 points of similarity between the outline of his features and Bai Qingyu. So Baishi wasn't as bad as she said, right? Ling Qinzhen moved a wooden pier to sit by the stone bed, took out a poached egg from the small beast skin pouch on his waist, plucked the shell unhurriedly, and told Su Weifang truthfully about Su Dao's expulsion. Su Weifang was a little agitated at first, but quickly calmed down. Ling Chengnan ate the poached egg in one bite before raising his eyes to look at him. "What do you think? If you want me to find Su Dao, it's not impossible. It's just that there's no way for me to give you a guarantee that I'll be able to find her, or that the person will still be alive when I find her." Su Weifang took a few deep breaths before suppressing the anger in her chest. "Are you sure you can cure me?" Ling Cheng lifted his right hand and said with a calm demeanor, 50% certainty. "I haven't used my supernatural ability to connect someone else's damaged nerves before. She had only connected her own. At the beginning of the end of the world, because of a battle in which the number of enemies in us was overwhelming, and in the nick of time, she was backstabbed by a member of the temporary team, and at that time, her injuries were even more serious than Su Wei Paintings, and she was abandoned in a disused chemical plant, and could only paralyze herself in the corner of the underground energy supply room, not being able to move at all. Under the 2 choices of waiting for death and trying to find ways to save herself, she did not hesitate to choose the latter, and tried to use her powers to renew her damaged nerves and bones, relying on catching alienated rats for food, and carried through the toughest part of the time. Since then, she has stopped teaming up with any strangers and is not gullible, and is determined to form a team just for herself. Her personal guards were all hand-picked by her, and most of them had received favors from her, so they were extremely loyal to her. However, there were also those who had been favored by her, but turned their backs on her as usual when it mattered. But with the screening of life and death crises over and over again, the ones that stayed in the end were reliable partners that she could trust with her life. This screening method is a bit clumsy and complicated, but it is the most intuitive and effective. In a way, people are actually selfish, without the same amount of effort, or cannot come up with enough benefits to impress the other party. You cannot expect others to compromise and pay for themselves. As for selfless and fearless love, she has not really encountered it. Although Ling Xiao used his strength to coerce the 4 tribes to hand over people to her as beast husbands. But people are not objects and have autonomous will. If she and these 3 people have always maintained an antagonistic state, it is equal to putting 3 cannonballs that do not know when they will blow up by their side. It was true that she could use a strong stance to make them work for her like slaves. But all the same, they could turn on her at any moment and seize the opportunity to bite her throat and rip the flesh from her body without a second thought. The general environment of the beast world was that the strong were honored, while the beastmen in this land of the northern wasteland lived a much more free and barbaric life. This also meant that as long as the orcs had a further breakthrough in strength, they could participate in the higher level of competition. Blood and terror can dominate the weak and the foolish. But when the strong are faced with coercion and oppression, they will only intensify their confrontation and counterattack. The northern wasteland is an untouched land. Free will grew savagely here. Ling Qinzhen quietly looked at Su Weifang and saw an extremely strong personal will under his obscure one eye. She fished out another poached egg, and after peeling the shell completely off, she asked, "Eat it or not?" "Thanks, but no." Su Weifang tried to slowly pinch her 5 fingers. The feeling of not being able to control her body was too bad, and although he didn't know what Ling Qinzhen was talking about with nerves, he calmly replied, 50% certainty is enough. If you fail, please kill me with your hands. Not going to ask me to help find Sudo? Su Wei Painting took a deep breath and honestly told Ling Qinzhen, Xiaodoshi, in fact, is not as weak and wasteful as you think. 30 lashes are a bit heavy for her, but not so heavy as to take her life. Moreover, she is very smart and extremely good at disguising herself with weakness. Leaving the Snow Wolf tribe would be a good thing for her instead. As long as she isn't injured as badly as me, she can definitely survive. Su Weifang endeavored to capture Ling Qinzhen's face with her uninjured eye, and said word for word, she is not your responsibility either. I will find her myself. There's no need for you to go back to the Snow Wolf tribe tonight, it's most likely a trap. Ling Qinzhen said unexpectedly, that forest wolf orc called said, do you know him? I don't know him very well, but being in the same tribe, I have had some contact. The Quinnan Forest Wolf Orc situation in the Snow Wolf tribe is indeed not very good. My father, Sukongyam, very much loathes the Quinnan Forest Wolf clan, so the Forest Wolf clan orcs in the tribe do the work more tired and bitter. This time when we went to war with the Stone Forest, the ones with the most deaths and injuries were also them. In these 2 years, the Quinnan Forest Wolf clan's orcs have been dragging their families away from the tribe from time to time. But according to the tribe's rules, the orcs who leave must hand over half of their families, and if they want to take the females, they need to hand over another 30% of their families. Ling Qinzhen was shocked, is your father so black-hearted? Simply worse than a beast. Su Weifang was unable to refute her words, and only briefly paused for a moment before continuing. Because of this rule of breaking away from the tribe, the problem of orcs fleeing privately arose. But if an orc drags his family away, it's usually hard for them to escape from the hands of a search party that's good at tracking. Orcs who are taken back are subjected to the very harsh punishment of flogging, after which they are stripped of all their supplies and then expelled. So, said might have really wanted to leave the Snow Wolf tribe with his family. But Su Kong is cunning and not that easy to fool, he will probably find out that said lied and use this opportunity to catch him in a jar. Ling Chengnan ground his teeth, catch what? Is she a turtle? Ling Qinzhen was puzzled, didn't you say before that you wouldn't help me against the Snow Wolf tribe? Why are you telling me so much now? Su Weifang gently blinked her eyelids, what I'm telling you is not considered helping you deal with the Snow Wolf tribe, right? I'm just reminding you to avoid risks in time. If I don't go, if said escapes, their family should be completely finished. Su Weifang was silent for a long time this time before saying, your heart is softer than I thought. If you must go, let your father accompany you. Su Kong is very jealous of him. With your father here, Su Kong wouldn't dare to make a move easily, unless he wants to go to war again and is prepared to directly exterminate his clan. Su Weifang spoke too much, causing the facial wounds to be pulled and pain to hang sweat on his neck. Ling Chengnan slowly ate the poached egg and wiped the residual yolk residue from her fingertips, suddenly asking, if I make a move to beat Su Kong up, you should be quite happy to see it, right? Su Weifang looked at her in surprise, although he is not a match for Ling Xiao, dealing with you may be quite simple. He is a 12th level gold system psychic warrior, otherwise why do you think he dares to unite a few other tribes and call the shots with your father? 12th level, huh? Ling Qinzhen touched his earlobe and said with some regret, then it looks like we won't be able to beat him up today. Su Weifang reminded, I watched last night as Chong was trying to absorb that kind of stone with supernatural powers. Su Kong stumbled upon this method of enhancing his psychic abilities last year, but didn't tell the others in the tribe. When he started spring, his psychic ability was raised to level 12 in one go, so he should have used this method. There are certain risks involved in absorbing this kind of stone with supernormal abilities. First of all, one cannot absorb that kind of high-grade supernormal ability stone that far exceeds one's own level. Secondly, this kind of power that comes from direct absorption, without being refined over time, will seem a bit false, that is, the power that can really be exerted doesn't match what the level of the supernormal ability manifests. This is something I only realized after he fought Ling Xiao. Ling Chengnan nodded slightly, looking squarely at the points he suggested, and slowly said, thanks for the reminder, I'm clear about this. Chongzhen's alien ability is at the 6th level, and that heartstone is technically a 7th order heartstone, so it's not a big problem for him to absorb it in several installments. As for the problem of the mismatch between heterokinesis and strength, this requires experience accumulated through constant training in the later stages. This I am very experienced in. She stood up from the wooden pier and slightly leaned over to observe the wound on his face. After the snake lizard's poison was dissolved, the wound on your face recovered quite quickly, and it has already started to scab over. Su Weifan was stunned for a moment, dropping her eyes to shield her vision, avoiding the slender collarbone, rounded and polished shoulder and arm that could be seen as soon as she raised her eyes, as well as the small piece of white chest that the animal skin skirt failed to wrap around. I do feel much better. Before, my speech wasn't very clear because of the toxin paralysis, but that's no longer the case today. Ling Qinzhen straightened his body and said with him, I'll try to help you renew your spine and nerves when I come back in the evening. It doesn't matter if you fail, you can try a few more times. The worst that can happen is that you continue to lie here, unable to take care of yourself. When she examined him at the very beginning, she had carefully probed him with her supernatural energy. It might be considered a blessing in misfortune. The section of nerves injured in his lumbar spine area was reparable and regenerative, it was just that renewing the repair was more difficult. Thanks. I'm not too fond of verbal thanks, repay me when you're better. Ling Qinzhen crossed his fingers and raised them above his head, slowly stretched his waist, and was about to find a place to rest for a while when he suddenly heard miscellaneous cries from outside. Wife master, help! Chapter 52, You're jealous of me. When Ling Qinzhen heard the sound, he immediately removed the bone blade placed aside, turned around and went out of the cave. Originally thinking that Yu Shaochen had stumbled upon some kind of danger, Ling Cheng had just walked under his treehouse when he saw the small winged sub-dragon land on top of his treehouse, with a brownish-red spectral forest red panda that was struggling to hold on to the tube of its mouth in its mouth. Ling Qinzhen looked at the scene with black lines all over his head. Help, wifey, your pet is going to eat me. Ling Qinzhen inserted the bone blade back behind his waist and directly climbed up the trunk of the tree, pinched the little winged sub-dragon's long beak, fished the little panda out of its mouth, and backhanded the little winged sub-dragon's head and gave it a slap. Why are you biting him for nothing? Is this edible? Enough for you to stuff your teeth? Ling Qinzhen threw Yu Shaochen onto the roof of the treehouse and turned his head to give a serious lecture to the mouth that was shoving everything into its mouth. The bonding time was too short, so the little winged sub-dragon didn't quite listen to her. The little winged sub-dragon's wings were folded at its side, and it twisted its head and gave an aggravated wail, pushing its beak against the little panda that was sitting paralyzed on the roof, and then when Ling Qinzhen wasn't paying attention, he kicked the little goon's ass. Ling Qinzhen twisted his head to look at Yu Shaochen, who was rolling like a ball towards the edge of the roof, and hurriedly reached out to catch his tail. Yu Shaochen's entire beast hung upside down in midair, looking down at the ground below, completely blown up into a ball of fur, tearfully looking at Ling Chengyan who had saved him from life and death, and decisively bending down to embrace her arm. Wife master, it bullied me. Ling Qinzhen had a headache as she threw Yu Shaochen through the window and inside the treehouse, soothing him for a couple of moments before twisting her head and trying to communicate with the little winged sub-dragon with her spiritual power. This kind of communication was not verbal, it was more like an emotional transmission. So the information conveyed was generally not particularly accurate, but it was by far the most direct and effective way of communication. Ling Chengnan wrinkled his eyebrows as he sensed the emotions of the little winged sub-dragon, and realized that it was hungry, while Yu Shaochen might just happen to be tired from building the treehouse, so he just lay down on the trunk of the tree and dozed off. The little winged sub-dragon had previously been hinted by Ling Qinzhen with her spiritual power that bipedal beasts like her couldn't eat, but Yu Shaochen was in beast form when he was lying on the tree trunk. Therefore, it had worked hard to fly back and just happened to be hungry, so it just went straight to its mouth. I thought it was a small snack, but it turned out to be inedible again. Also because of this little chicken tattletale, it was beaten by the big devil again, so it was super upset. Unhappy, then it must take revenge on the culprit. Ling Qinzhen had a bit of a headache. It was normal for beastmen to change their beast form. If they relied on their human form alone to differentiate, it definitely wouldn't work. In case she hunted alone in the future, and hunted a beastman in beast form, and the other party just happened to be quite a bit of a person, then the little winged sub-dragon, as a pet that she had raised, she naturally had to be held jointly and severally liable as well. However, she relied on her spiritual power to differentiate between orcs and ordinary animals and fey beasts, but the little winged sub-dragon's spiritual power was just a chaotic mess that she couldn't use at all. Ling Qinzhen calmed the little winged sub-dragon and decided to take it out to hunt and feed its stomach first. After sensing the intention to hunt from Ling Qinzhen, the little winged sub-dragon's entire dragon went from becoming happy, tilting its head up towards the sky and letting out a kind of light and happy cry before carrying her straight up into the clouds, quickly disappearing above the floating clouds. The direction in which the little winged sub-dragon flew happened to be the downstream of Qingshi Creek. After the one person and one dragon arrived at the confluence of Qingshi Creek and Yihelan River, Ling Chengyan saw the figure of Chongjin several hundred meters up in the air. She raised her hand and patted the back of the little winged sub-dragon's neck, and the little winged sub-dragon accurately comprehended her meaning this time and landed at the place where Chongjin was. It's really you, isn't it? Chongjin pushed the grass ring on her head and stood in place with one hand crossed, smiling at Ling Qinzhen who jumped down from the back of the small winged sub-dragon. Didn't you go to the Snow Wolf tribe? You came back so quickly? Is there any news about Su Weifan's sister? Expelled, current whereabouts unknown. Chongjin frowned at his words and pondered for a moment before saying, if the direction she left after being expelled was the Red Rock Gulch in the north, it would be easy to find. The terrain there is a bit more complicated, but there is no grass or trees or woods to cover it, it's all reddish-brown rocks, and looking for it from a high altitude with a wide field of vision is simple and hassle-free. I'm afraid that she's heading south. Over there is the Lalo mountain range that doesn't stretch much. The mountain doesn't look very high, but it's all primeval forests that are made up of thousands of years of ancient trees that are continuous. That forest is full of dangers. There are very many poisonous little things. Orcs without some strength don't dare to go into that forest at all. There are also quite a few wandering orcs with good strength, but not good character. Before we started the war with your stone forest, I heard that over in the Lalo mountain range, there are a few stray orcs that specialize in hunting their own kind. These guys think that orc meat tastes better, so their methods are vicious and extremely heartless. Su Weifang intends to find them on his own. He doesn't think that his sister is so bad that she can't even protect herself. Ling Qinzhen twisted his head to look at this black soil that was turned out, revealing a surprised look. I thought you came out to hunt, but it turns out that you're here alone turning over the ground? Chongzhen picked up the bamboo cup placed next to the stone and filled it with a mouthful of water before rubbing the watermarks at the corners of his mouth with the back of his hand, a face that was reddened by the sun, but the smile on his face was extremely dazzling. Didn't you say that it's the right time to plant potatoes? If we delay any longer, it will be too late. My injuries are no longer in the way. Last night I tried absorbing a few third-order earth heartstones, and this morning I woke up with exceptionally abundant supernormal energy, feeling that my entire body was full of strength, so I came out to try it out. It just so happens that you're here. Let's see if this ground turning is okay. If it doesn't work, I'll make it again. Ling Qinzhen looked at the grass that was cleared out around him. There were quite a few grass roots left in the ground, and many fine stones. Shaking his head, the depth is enough, but the grass roots and stones need to be cleared out, or else the weeds will grow very quickly, and when that happens, it will affect the growth of the potatoes. This job of grass root cleaning, I guess I have to let Yu Shaochen do it. I can't do all the grass roots out of the soil for now. But the stones are not a problem. Chongzhen put the bamboo cup aside and placed one knee on the ground, his left hand pressed against the black soil. The ground in front of him for nearly 3 acres began to undulate almost simultaneously, and then those small stones were like peas being catapulted, puffing and spraying in the same direction. Ling Chengnan blocked his right hand above his brow bone, stood on the rock and looked at the rapidly piling up pile of small stones, and said in surprise, "You can still use this supernatural ability like this? It's really quite convenient." Chongzhen twisted his head to look at the little winged sub-dragon squatting on the edge of the stone, boredly poking his bamboo cup with the barrel of his mouth, and suddenly asked, "Did you give this little winged sub-dragon a name?" Ling Qinzhen shook his head. Chongzhen looked at the little winged sub-dragon with 2 eyes and said, "Look at the round and big bulge on its head. Why don't we just call it Bao Bao?" Ling Qinzhen looked sideways at the senseless little winged sub-dragon and felt that the name was a little hard to hear. Heavy Reel simply directly shouted Bao Bao at the small winged sub-dragon. The small winged sub-dragon abruptly raised his head, vigilantly looked at not far away, inexplicably raised the voice of the heavy true, and then took advantage of the other party did not notice, will be his long mouth chattering bad bamboo cups kicked into the bushes behind him. Chongzhen smiled and said, "Look," it answered. Ling Qinzhen took a look at the watermarks on the ground and was a bit reluctant to tell him that his cup had been honorably sacrificed, only nodding his head and saying, "Call it a bag then." Hopefully, when he realizes the cup is broken in a while, he can also call it Bao Bao with a happy face like now. As she remembered, this was supposed to be the first cup he had made with his own hands. "I'll take the pack hunting first. Do you want to join me? Or do you continue to plan to keep turning the ground?" Ling Qinzhen asked. Chongzhen shook his head. "You guys go ahead, I'm not going. By the way, can you lend me your bag later?" The bag that was squatting by a rock and picking at a mouse hole with its long beak was oblivious. Ling Qinzhen hesitated for a few seconds before saying, "Of course I can lend it to you, but the problem is that it probably won't listen to your commands." Chongzhen pointed to the turned-over ground in front of him. "Potato seeds always need to be transported over, right? If they are moved in one trip, I don't know when it will be." Ling Qinzhen lowered his eyes and thought for a moment. "There's no need for you to get it alone. I have a suitable candidate here who happens to know how to fly as well and can help dig those potatoes over." "Who?" "Bai Shi." Ling Qinzhen smiled and stepped onto the back of the bag. "He's idle anyway, and we agreed with the Cold Mountain tribe in the first place to plant them together. There's no reason for you to contribute alone." Ling Qinzhen did what he said he would do, and on the way to the hunt, he ran into Baishi, who was flying towards the stone forest with 2 grass dolphins in his mouth, and told him about the planting. Baishi immediately expressed his understanding and left the grass dolphins in front of Ling Qinzhen's house, flying non-stop towards Cold Mountain and arranging for the manpower that would follow Sherlin in the afternoon to reclaim the land for planting. When Chongzhen came back to rest at noon, Ling Xiao heard him finish the arrangements and immediately decided, "You definitely can't do it alone. You should have brought the tribe's manpower over in the morning." "I'll go get them in a while. The wood system ability orcs may have to be fewer, but there are more than 40 earth system ability orcs in the tribe. Although some of them aren't as high ranked as you are, they shouldn't have a problem with a small thing like planting things." After Ling Xiao finishes arranging, he looks at a few horizontal logs piled up on the rocky beach, and looks suspiciously at Ling Qinzhen, who was communicating with Yu Shaochen, and asks, "NN, what are you getting at?" Building a shed, otherwise when it rains, it won't be very convenient to cook. Ling Xiao tilts his head and looks at the cloudless sky. It shouldn't be able to rain in these few days, right? The weather is fine. Ling Qinzhen just smiled, waiting for it to rain before building. That would be too late. After seeing the Snow Wolf tribe's kind of extremely well-planned base camp, she now has a new pursuit for life, at least. Not to continue to settle for anything. Building a shed wasn't too much of a hassle, and Yu Shaochen was willing to offer to help. One side of the shed is against a stone wall, the other 3 sides are leaky, only 2 pillars are needed, the rest is the beams and planks that hold up the roof, as well as waterproof mats and thatch and these things. Yu Shaochen spawned 2 small straight trees, about 3 to 4 meters tall. Ling Qinzhen took his bone blade and cut off the branches that might get in the way, and directly used his claws to cut out the embedded caliber in the stone wall that would allow the 2 crossbeams to be inserted, and finally set the other end of the crossbeams, directly on the branches of the trees. The height of the branches of the 2 trees was the same and just right for setting up the beams. Ling Qinzhen only needed to secure the wood with the rope rolled out from the wire grass, and then she could proceed to pack up the roof of the small shed. Before lunch was ready, she had already laid out the purlins of the roof and tightly laid the purple-gray broadleaf that Yu Shaochen and Chongzhen had dragged back from the distant woods, which could be waterproofed, and then pressed the bundled dry thatch onto the broadleaf before securing it to the purlins with the rope. Come down to eat. Ling Xiao places the polished and shaped stone table under the shade of the Danfangwa tree and looks at his eldest daughter standing on the roof of the shed from afar, curiously surveying the shed that looks a bit short. After Ling Chenjian jumps down from the roof, Ling Xiao approaches and surveys it for a while, wrinkling his brows and saying, "This kind of thatch and tree constructed thing can easily burn up once it encounters fire." Indeed, but just be careful. If it really catches fire, it's fine to burn it and rebuild it again. It doesn't cost much anyway. Ling Qinzhen doesn't have too high expectations for this scribbled little shack. It will be fine for a small kitchen for the time being, not so much that he will drill into the stone cave to build a fire on a rainy day and make the sleeping place smoky. Ling Xiao is also confused and only asks, "Su Weipao said that you still have to go to the Snow Wolf tribe at night. Do you want me to go with you? Does our father want to go?" Ling Qinzhen is not forced on Ling Xiao to go or not. She doesn't think she will be caught by the Snow Wolf tribe. Ling Xiao sits on the wooden pier and ponders for a moment. "Su Kong is a cunning and insidious person. I'm still not quite comfortable with you going alone. It just so happens that there are no other things to be busy with in the last 2 days, so it's fine to accompany you." Ling Qinzhen nodded. "Then we'll go together at night." Chongzhen carried a large pot full of sliced meat stir-fried lettuce on the stone table, and placed 2 grass dolphins with roasted red and oily skin directly on the clean broadleaf, while Yu Shaochen carried a basket of freshly washed fruits over, and turned back to Baishi, who was walking over with a pot of egg soup. "Just put it on the stone over there. If you need it, just serve it yourself." Yu Shaochen pointed to a nearby stone, casually placed the basket on the stone table, and said with the several people who had already taken their seats, "Those plants I planted haven't grown yet, so lately there are only berries and berries, the flavor isn't very sweet, and the effect of relieving fatigue should be okay." Chongzhen pinched a berry and threw it into his mouth, his features instantly screwed together, but in the end, he still swallowed the berry into his stomach and spat out with a bitter face, "It's so sour, I'm just not going to eat it." Ling Qinzhen raised his foot and kicked his calf. This is a piece of his mind. If you don't like it, you can just shut up, no need to hit him. Chongzhen spread his hands and shrugged his shoulders, turning his head to look at Yu Shaochen who had taken his seat. "Look at him, where does he look like he's been hit? Don't be biased, okay? I'm just being honest, it's not like I'm targeting him." Seeing the 2 of them arguing again, Yu Shaochen quickly waved his hand and said, "It's fine, I don't care about this kind of thing. Wife master, you guys stop arguing." Chongzhen instantly drew up her aura, her jaw lifted slightly as she arrogantly said, "You see." She held the freshly made plate and chopsticks and looked at the Ling family members who were sitting around the stone table, but hadn't started. "Why aren't you guys eating?" "Waiting for me?" Ling Xiao explained in a gentle manner, and said that eating together is fun. Ling Qinzhen. She clearly said it was ceremonial and more polite. She nodded, seemingly understanding, not quite skillfully holding her chopsticks, and twisted her head to ask, "So can we eat now?" Putting aside the mashed potatoes he had eaten the other day, this should be considered the second cooked meal in his life, and when he had just fried the meat, the flavor had made him so confused that he couldn't wait to sneak a couple of slices out of the pan and stuff them in his mouth. But because it is heavy reel and frying, Ling Qinzhen just remote guidance, he was afraid of sneaking hands and feet. This meal may have to be dallied, so hard to hold back until now. Ling Qinzhen took out an empty wooden bowl, holding a small bone blade, sliced off a portion of the roasted grass dolphin meat, at the same time scooped 2 spoons of lettuce stir-fry in the bowl, also took out 3 poached eggs from the basket in front of her and put them in, got up and said, "You guys eat first, I'll give Su Weipao the first end." She looked at her back as she left, as well as a few guys who sat silently and didn't start, a bit puzzled, but didn't dare to ask more. It wasn't until Ling Qinzhen came back that he finally ate the long for roasted grass dolphin and sliced fried pork. The moment he ate into his mouth, his entire face was slightly flushed. Squinting his eyes cozily, without his previous wild and unruly appearance, he twisted his head and straightly boasted, "Yummy. I originally thought that mashed potatoes would be delicious, but compared to this fried meat, it's like a heaven and a earth." If your family's future meals are of this standard, I don't think it's impossible for me to be a beast husband for you. Well, instead of being a beast husband, being a lover is also possible. Ling Qingzhen looked at the mouth full of baishi with black lines, pinched his chopsticks, raised his eyes and swept them to the several people who were looking at him in unison, and lowered his head and said helplessly, "Shut up, can't you even eat to block your mouth? If you keep your mouth shut, you'll have to be manually cleared off the table in a while." Baishi has meat in her mouth and looks at her with an innocent face. Ling Xiao retracts her stare at Baishi and says indifferently, "Of course I don't mind this kind of thing. It's not like it affects me if you're willing to be a lover for an end. That is, if you let your father know, he would probably be so angry that he would kill our stone forest and break your legs." Chongzhen laughed in a conspiratorial manner and said, "Older single male beastmen, I can't tell where there is something wrong with them. Our family's young patriarch's mouth is very picky, and he can't eat goods like you that are sent to his door on his own initiative." Ling Qingyan's hand paused as he looked at Chongzhen with a murderous look. "Are you scolding him, or are you scolding me?" Baishi looked at Chongzhen and suddenly smiled, putting down her chopsticks. "I know, you're jealous of me." Chongzhen looked at Baishi with a shocked face. "Is your brain alright?" Chapter 53 Xuanwu Peacock. Baishi held her head high and said, "You're just jealous that I'm enthusiastic and proactive and stole your position. After all, you're far inferior to me." Chongzhen instantly felt that the rice in his bowl didn't smell good anymore, and twisted his head to look at Ling Chengnan, who was calmly eating. "He's already like this, aren't you going to say something? Does it matter what I say? You two take your time to argue. After dinner, if you still don't feel the pain of arguing, you can have a long talk all night tonight, or go out and find a place to fight. But given that you only have level 6 psychic abilities, odds are you'll be hung by his neck, so I can go collect your corpse when I get up tomorrow morning." Baishi instantly smiled triumphantly at Chongzhen. "Practice more if you dish it out." Chongzhen crumpled his face, and he could barely keep his food down. Ling Qingzhen naturally wouldn't spoil Baishi either, turning his head and glancing coldly at him. "If you still want to dabble with food in the future, I suggest you better keep your mouth shut. Raising your bowl to eat and putting it down to scold the cook is not a decent thing to do. Next time if he quietly spits into your bowl, I hope your mind won't collapse." Chongzhen's eyes instantly lit up, turning his head to look at Ling Qingzhen. "Good idea. Next time whoever offends me, I'll spit in his bowl and throw boogers." The smile on Baishi's face instantly froze, shocked as she looked at Ling Qingzhen, who had hit each of them with a 50-pound blow. Yu Xiao Chun and Ling Xiao, as well as Ling Xiaoxi, who had been burying his head in dry rice, at this moment, the hands holding the bowl froze, silently looking at the excited Chongzhen, and then looking down at the bowl in his own hand. His mood suddenly became heavy. Can this lunch be eaten or not? Can't the three of them sit at a separate table? Yu Xiaochen held his bowl and sighed shallowly, exchanged a glance with Ling Xiao, silently pinched some vegetables into his bowl, picked up the plate containing the roasted meat in front of him, got up and said, "I'm going to go and eat with Su Weipiao, and I'll feed him in a while by the way." Ling Xiao looks at Yu Xiaochen's decisively running back, will take the bone blade and untie a piece of hind leg meat, lifting his eyes to look at the opposite trio. "Are you guys still eating it or not? If not, I'll send it to the tribe's cubs that don't have parents." Baishi and Chongzhen made a temporary truce. Ling Qingzhen looked at the two people who had subsided, and quietly sighed in relief where they hadn't noticed. Men, indeed, were a pain in the ass. These two people didn't even have a substantial relationship with her, and they were already quarreling over an impromptu altercation. In the future, if she really set up a soccer team of beast husbands as envisioned by Ling Xiao, she was afraid that her days would be as lively as a zookeeper. Ling Qingzhen quickly finished dazzling her lunch and rushed to get up before Chongzhen and Baishi opened their mouths. Before she left, she turned back and reminded, "In the afternoon you two have to take the tribe to turn over the land. There is also a need to dig out those potatoes first, but don't plant them right away. First bring all the potatoes you dug out all the way back. I have piled up all the grass and wood ashes burned for cooking during this time under the trees. But the amount of this grass ash is not quite enough, so when you clear the land, pile those dug out weeds together, and when they are almost sunny, you can directly burn the pile of ash, and it will be useful for formal planting in the next 2 days. When setting fire to the withered grass, remember to choose an open place and clean up the surrounding grass first, so that when the hay burns, there will be a situation where the fire cannot be controlled and eventually spread into a mountain fire. Have you memorized what I said?" Ling Qingzhen looked at the two. Baishi nodded. "The problem of starting a fire, you don't have to worry about it at all. Our tribe has many water system psychic beastmen." Ling Qingzhen sighed, "But wouldn't it be better to do this kind of risk that is instinctively avoided in advance, right from the start? Wouldn't it be easier to drain a large group of people of their psychic abilities than to clear out an empty field?" "Baishi, you have a point. I'll pay attention." Seeing Ling Qingyan's gaze betting on him, Chongzhen immediately straightened his back and solemnly replied, "I have no problem with that either." "No problem, then eat quickly. Remember to wash the dishes after eating, rest for a while and then go to work. Strive to plant all the potatoes before it rains this month." Ling Qingzhen arranged the next plan for them. "Will it rain recently?" Baishi wondered. Ling Qingzhen swore, "It definitely will." The system came with a weather forecast function, which was much more accurate than the weather forecast before the end of the world. This had long been verified by her years of experience. Although Ling Zhen had a lot of complaints about this rib love security system, the accuracy of the system was really good when it came to these small functions. After the morning hunt with her bag was over, she checked the weather forecast for the upcoming week. There would be light rain at night in 4 days, and after that it would basically be cloudy skies and showers that would last the entire week. That was the real reason why she had built the shack. Potato planting was even more of a top priority, and it was imperative to finish planting before the rains came. After saying that, Ling Zhen looked at Ling Shaoxi, who did not make a sound from the beginning to the end of today's lunch meal, always feeling that this child was quiet the entire time. It was really abnormal. It must have done something demonic again, but just don't know what she did. Ling Shaoxi. Ling Shaoxi was suddenly named, immediately sat up straight, holding her rice bowl and looking back at her with a pair of big innocent eyes. What for? You haven't done anything bad in the past 2 days, right? Ling Shaoxi blinked and shook her head. No, I'm very good. Ling Zhen just looked at her so quietly. Your heart is overflowing, you know? Ling Shaoxi couldn't withstand Ling Qingyan's oppressive feeling, and after a long time, she slightly moved her eyes away, and said in a small voice, I carried the pot out this morning, and Kong Mingming took a few eggs to cook. Ling Zhen wrapped his hands around his body, and then? I didn't pay attention when building the fire and accidentally set his tail on fire. Ling Shaoxi took the initiative to put down the bowl in his hand and put up his right hand. I really didn't do it on purpose. He's been wanting to show off his newly grown tail feathers today, so he didn't confiscate them back when he was cooking. As a result, I don't know how it caught on fire. Bai Shi and Chongzhen looked at Ling Shaoxi, who stood and admitted his mistake in unison. This child is really daring off? Burning someone else's tail, holding it in until now when being pressed before finally saying it. Ling Zhen felt a blackness in front of his eyes and held his forehead. Have you apologized to the other person yet? He ran away crying before I could. Ling Xiao suddenly realized something was wrong. You didn't help put out the fire? I helped. Ling Shaoxi flattened her mouth and said, I carried him and ran to the stream and pressed him into the water before the fire on his tail went out. But he got up from the water and pecked me, so I got my hands on him and beat him up. Ling Zhen looked at Ling Shaoxi, who was not straight and strong, and after a long silence, he said with Ling Xiao, who was sitting by the side, you reason with her, father. Remember to bring some gifts over when you go to the door to apologize. Bai Shi looked at Ling Qingyan's back as he walked away, reached out and touched the back of the little tiger cub's head. I remember that your tribe's surname Kong only has one Xuanwu peacock cub, right? It's still a stray cub. Ling Shaoxi nodded. That's him, he's called Kong Ming. Bai Shi kindly reminded, do you know what the tail feathers mean to the peacock clan that loves beauty extremely? Ling Shaoxi didn't quite understand and immediately shook her head. Their clan values beauty more than life, and the peacock clan only has a feather changing period once a year, roughly from September every year to March the following year, when they will complete their feather fall and regeneration. Right now March has just passed. This means that his tail feathers are freshly grown, and you burned his tail. He will have to be bald for at least 8 or 9 months before he can get through this awkward period. He didn't set fire to your tail on the spot. I even think that kid's cultivation is simply too good. Ling Xiao let out a long sigh and said with a huge headache, more than that. That's a Xuanwu peacock, one of the peacock tribe beastmen that loves to be pretty the most, especially the males. Their obsession with beauty borders on madness. The peacock race is not a native species of the northern wasteland. This race is very afraid of the cold, so it basically only lives over in the southern beast plains, and the northern wasteland can't see a single peacock race beastman all year round. Ling Xiao was still very surprised when he picked up Kong Mingming, a stray Xuanwu peacock cub, on the grassland last year. He originally thought that it was the southern Beast King city side that had exiled another peacock race beastman over. However, after asking around, he found that there had been no peacock race exiled in the last 10 years. The snow crystal peacock race that was exiled to the northern barren plains 15 years ago was recalled to the southern barren plains in the 3rd year after their exile. It was said that the exiled snow crystal peacock clan was a descendant of the city Lord of Windok, the 3rd largest city in the southern beast plain, but because they had participated in the failed competition for the Lord of Windok and had also offended the then Beast King city's royal clan, they had been expelled to the northern beast plain. However, the new Lord of Windok died accidentally in the 3rd year, and even his descendants were dead or disabled, so Windok needed a capable new city lord. The Snow Crystal Peacock clan, which was defeated that year, was just picked up, and was given a noble status by the royal family, and the two sides ostensibly turned war into peace. Kong Mingming, the Xuanwu peacock's origin was a mystery, plus he was too young to be clear about the process of how he came to the northern beast plains, so when Ling Xiao wanted to take him back to the Stone Forest tribe, he agreed without much hesitation. Ling Xiao was very impressed with this stray cub who had just come to the tribe less than a year ago because he was a Xuanwu peacock, which was even rarer than a snow crystal peacock. The Xuanwu peacock's body is black, and only when it enters its breeding period as an adult will some white hairs appear at the very tip of its tail. The Xuanwu peacock in its beast form is extremely noble and mysterious, and its fighting strength is also extraordinary. Plus, the peacock race was similar in appearance to the rumored extinct Danfang, so the peacock race was basically nobility in the southern beast plains. The Xuanwu peacock was, needless to say, a treasure amongst the aristocrats. It was said that the Xuanwu Peacock clan would awaken 100% of their supernormal abilities and would also awaken some sort of companion talent. However, Ling Xiao had only seen Kong Mingming, a Xuanwu peacock, and this cub was still far from adulthood, so he was not sure if the rumor was true. It's only after Ling Xiao and Baixi's science that Ling Xiaoxi finally realizes that he seems to have really offended his little friend, and awkwardly rubs the tip of his nose and says, "Then I'll go apologize to him this afternoon, and even if he beats me up, I won't fight back. Ling Xiao, I'll go with you." Ling Xiaoxi shook her head and said, "No need, a beast does what a beast does. I can do it." Ling Xiaoxi doesn't eat the rice, washes a clean bowl, and divides some of the fried meat slices in the basin as well as all of the roasted meat. "This is my usual share, I didn't rob your share. Oh, I'll send these to him as an apology gift." Ling Qinzhen put the clean bowl on the side table, fished out a few eggs dipped in cold water from the stone pot, and put them in Ling Xiaoxi's bowl together. "Take them together, admit your mistake with a good attitude, or else all the cubs in the tribe won't dare to play with you in the future." Ling Xiaoxi nodded, "I know." Seeing that she was ready to run away, Ling Qinzhen took 2 more eggs and stuffed them into the small pouch around her waist. "Eat these 2 by yourself, or you'll be hungry before dinner." Ling Xiaoxi instantly had 2 tears in her eyes, reaching out to hug her waist and rubbing her furry head against her stomach. "Big sister, it's true that you're the best to me. If you rub your oily paws on me again, try it." Ling Qinzhen removed her oily hand and pushed her away with a disgusted face. "Hurry up and get lost, remember to get more firewood in the afternoon, it won't be easy to pick it up if it rains in a few days." Kong Mingming lived in the center area of the Stone Forest tribe because he was a stray cub adopted by the tribe. This was the stray cub shelter area that Ling Xiao had planned out in the first place. There were currently 27 stray cubs adopted by the Stone Forest tribe. The tribe had arranged for 3 females and a small-sized male orc to take turns taking care of these cubs. The main work of these few orcs included distributing the rations of these cubs, teaching them how to live and take care of themselves, and training them a little bit to survive. Ling Xiaoxi suddenly braked her footsteps when she ran near the cub shelter center with the food, looking at the fragrant meal in her arms, worrying that Kong Mingming wouldn't be able to eat it at all after taking it in. It was an apology gift she'd prepared, and it wasn't appropriate to distribute it to the other cubs in the shelter center. She stood still and thought for a while, picking a few leaves to cover the bowl, then fished out a piece of jerky from the pouch at her waist and called out to the cub playing outside in the clearing, telling her to go and call out to Kong Mingming to come out. The furry forest cat cub tilted its head and grabbed the sauce-red jerky, clucking hard with its small milk teeth, a pair of round and watery cat pupils making efforts along with the whole body, looking extraordinarily cute. Ling Xiaoxi stroked the little cub's head and took the jerky away from her mouth. "You go and call out to the people first, I'll help you tear the jerky into small strips, and you'll come over to get it later." Meow. The round-headed forest cat cub purred obediently, rubbed her head against her knee, licked her pink nose again, and turned around to run towards the grass hut not far away. The living conditions of the Stone Forest tribe were remote. Most of them were shacks made of random wood. The shacks were covered with wooden planks and the kind of purple-gray broadleaf that could be waterproofed, and then a little bit of hay was laid down, and on top of that, a layer of lichen moss dug from the forest was pressed down, and where the house wasn't leaning against the trunks of the mountain rocks, there were a couple of heavy grass curtains hung, so that's how everyone was able to make do with what they had. In the winter, when these sheds were useless, most of the orcs would concentrate on a few large caves dug out nearby for the winter. These stray cubs would also follow along and move into the caverns. Ling Xiaoxi had been to the caverns that the tribe had specially dug out for group living. In winter, there were many people inside the caverns, so the conditions were particularly poor and the smell was very bad, but in order to carry through the long and horrible cold season, everyone had to make do with what they had year after year. She sat crouched in the shadows, slowly tearing the somewhat hard jerky into tiny strips with her fingers, placing the shredded jerky on a clean leaf as she waited for the cat pups and Kong. And on the grassy mat at the shelter center, Kong was hiding in a bestiary blanket and wailing. Knowing the truth of the matter, the big head of the cub shelter center, Monet, was currently squatting beside his cot with a helpless face, pinching his brow with a headache, wanting very much to find someone to save her. Kong Mingming, this child is really able to cry. From the moment he came back, until now he has cried for almost 2 beast hours, and still does not want to stop. A light golden furry brain child cautiously poked inside the nest, its rounded cat pupils surveying the pile and the animal skin blanket, as well as Aunt Monet, who was squatting on the side with a sad face, and sweetly purred. "Meow." Monet heard the voice and immediately looked up at the little cat cub who was not yet 2 years old. The sadness on her face suddenly swept away and she was busy lifting her hand to beckon. "Meow cub, what is it that you are looking for me for?" Chapter 54, Epileptic Unity. The soft fur ball ran to Monai with a light pace, her teeth biting down on Kong Mingming's animal skin blanket and tugging downward with great effort. Monai was afraid that she would yank her little milk teeth off, and hurriedly removed the animal skin blanket that was hanging on the tip of her teeth, and held the little Meow pup in her arms, jerking her fluffy soft fur. "Meow pup, don't make a mess. Oh, brother Ming is not in a good mood today, and will play with you again some other day, okay?" Meow cub, squatting in Monet's arms, crooked his little head to think for a while, said in a slurred milky voice, "Xiaoxi, sister. Looking. Find who?" Monet was confused for a few seconds, but quickly reacted, looking at the small head that drilled out from under the animal skin blanket, and immediately couldn't help but say, "Looking for Ming Ming ah?" Meow Pup nodded vigorously, outside. Kong Ming Ming sniffled, both eyes red, and spoke with a sobbing voice, "What is she looking for me for? Hiccups, not to come in herself?" "I don't know." Meow Pup shook his head, struggled to jump down from Monet's arms, and looked back at Kong Ming Ming, who was still lying on the bed. Meow Pup helped pass the message to go eat meat. Monet stood up and raised his steps to follow Meow Pup. "Meow Pup, where did you get the meat from? Going to catch mice by yourself again?" Kong Ming Ming watched as Monet also headed outside, lifted the animal skin blanket to look at his ass, and after putting the animal skin skirt back on honestly, he climbed down from the bed and ran towards the outside with quick steps. He wanted to see how Ling Xiaoxi was going to apologize to him this time. If there was no sincerity, he would never forgive her so easily. When several people looked towards the distant big tree, they saw at a glance the little girl with a pair of furry round ears, sitting boredly on the roots of the tree, using the twigs in her hand to fiddle with the army of ants that were moving in a regular manner. Monet watched as the little mooling cub happily jumped in front of Ling Xiaoxi, who pushed the strip of meat resting on a leaf towards the cub before looking up in the direction where Kong Ming Ming and Monet were. "Aunt Monet." Ling Xiaoxi stood up, a little surprised why she was there, and looked down at Meow Pup, but Meow Pup was burying her head in a cool show-off of the snack she had just earned, and didn't have time to even glance at her. Monet walked over to the tree and stroked Sissy's head, looking down at what Meow Pup was showing off into his mouth, and was relieved to realize it wasn't a small mouse. "Is Sissy here to apologize to Ming Ming?" Ling Xiaoxi nodded. "I told big sister and father about lighting Kong Ming Ming's tail on fire. They criticized me and told me to come over and apologize." Kong Ming Ming finally moved in front of the two and said with an irritated look on his face, "You're not going to come to me to apologize if you're a father and your big sister don't say anything, are you?" Ling Xiaoxi looked at his eyes that were as red as a rabbit's, and couldn't help but touch the tip of her nose sheepishly, and said in a small voice, "I didn't think about it at the time. I was kind enough to help you extinguish the fire, but when you climbed up out of the water, you struck me first, so I didn't have any control over it. I was not clear before that you peacocks love beauty so much. I thought it was almost the same as if I burned the fire and accidentally ruffled my hair. Trim it, and it will grow well after a while. Are you here to apologize, or are you here to weasel your way out of this?" The more Kong Ming Ming heard, the more he felt that something was wrong, and the way he looked at her slowly became unpleasant. Ling Xiaoxi is a cub who is very good at reading people's words. When she sees this, she immediately shuts up and doesn't defend herself, taking out the large wooden bowl hidden behind her and handing it to Kong Ming Ming. "For you, an apology gift." Kong Ming Ming inhaled his still slightly blocked nose and hesitantly looked at the wooden bowl in her hand. "What is this?" He sniffed closer and smelled a strange odor. "This is what I asked you to make a fire earlier and wanted to make. But I don't know how to make it. This is made by my family's #1 brother-in-law, and it's just a little bit worse than what my sister made." Imonai listened to Ling Xiaoxi's strange use of words and wondered, "#1 brother-in-law?" Ling Xiaoxi looked up as a small adult and helplessly explained, "The medicine Luo 1. "Oh, got it." Monet instantly understood, but she was a little curious. Why would Xiaoxi call Chong Zhen #1 brother-in-law? Could it be that she had ranked the brothers-in-law in the family in the order of entry? Kong Ming Ming took the wooden bowl that was bigger than his face with both hands, held the bowl and sat on the root of the tree beside Ling Xiaoxi, uncovered the leaves that covered it, and the oily fried meat with lettuce slices and the reddish meat that was grilled to a bright red color just suddenly intruded into the line of sight of several people. Ling Xiaoxi looked at the roasted meat that was still radiating heat, licked the corners of her mouth without any interest, but stubbornly twisted her head away. "It doesn't matter, it's just a meal of meat." In the past, their family used to have 2 meals a day, but now under her sister's strong request, the family now had 3 meals a day, which was much better than most of the clansmen in the tribe's lives. Bear with it, she could still eat more by the end of the night. Moreover, her sister had left her a few boiled eggs in plain water, which didn't smell as good as meat, but they were still delicious. Monet had already smelled the aroma and guessed that Ling Xiaoxi should have taken food to apologize to Kong Ming Ming, but when she actually saw the rice in the bowl, she still didn't control herself and secretly gulped. The issue of cooked food, the clan leader had already talked about it 2 days ago during the morning meeting. It was said that the tribe would be taught to cook uniformly in the future. Cooked food required the use of fire, and those warriors in the tribe who had been given more prey had taken the lead in trying to make cooked food, but not many had succeeded. The patriarch even specially roasted a prey with firewood at the gathering point last night. The main purpose was to teach those warriors who had awakened their fire ability. After all, they were the ones who knew how to use fire the best. And the fire was also a problem. Those who did not have fire psychic abilities could only use the kind of drilling to make fire that the young patriarch said to make fire. If they didn't master the skill of fire extraction, they wouldn't be able to make a spark in half a day. Some made sparks, but in the end, they still couldn't light the firewood. Monet tasted a small piece of beef roasted by the matriarch last night. It was very fragrant and tender, and when she put it in her mouth, it felt like the meat would melt on its own, and she didn't even have time to savor it, but the meat had already disappeared from her mouth. As for the side of the cub shelter area, the cubs usually rest earlier, but last night did not rub the roast meat. So she still wanted to find someone to learn how to roast meat as soon as possible and give the cubs a taste of that fantastic flavor. But roasting meat also involved powdered salt. But the use of salt has always been a problem for the tribe. There are salt stones distributed in every household, but the powdered salt that the young matriarch dissolves a piece of saltstone and ultimately refines may only be enough for a month's worth of use, which is incomparably lavish for the orcs in the tribe. This side of the cub shelter area is a unified distribution of tribal supplies. The dosage is fixed. The tribe is already good enough for the stray cubs. If the increase in the demand for salt and stone will be tantamount to an increase in the burden of the tribe, so Monet has not dared to mention this. But listening to the people of the hunting team, the young patriarch wanted to look for the salt lake. As long as they could find it, they could refine their own salt powder in the future. They no longer had to wait to go to the mutual market every month to exchange goods with those tribes that sold rock salt at high prices. Monet picked up the meow cub that couldn't even care about eating the meat strips after smelling the aroma, and kept looking up at Kong Mingming with bated breath, and lowered his head to touch the little cub's head. Meow cub, let's go and find other cubs to play with, okay, and let Mingming and Cece stay alone for a while. Meow Pup looked at Kong Mingming's dazed expression. Her pink tongue licked her nose, but knowing that it didn't belong to her, she nodded her head obediently, patted the leaf with the meat pad that held the shredded meat, and asked Aunt Monet to hold it for her. Seeing that the two were about to leave, Kong hurriedly took 2 slices of meat from the bowl, shoving one into Monet's mouth and handing one to the fuming Meow Pup. Quickly eat. The tear stains on Kong Mingming's face hadn't been wiped clean yet, but at the moment the dark pupils of his eyes shone brightly. The other pups don't have any. Oh, if I let them know, mine won't be enough to share. Meow Pup, open your mouth. Kong Mingming stuffed the meat slices into Meow Pup's mouth and watched her eat it with vigor. Her mood suddenly got much better. The meal sent by Ling Xiaoxi was definitely not enough to share with the dozens of pups in the shelter center, but sharing a little with Meow Pup and teacher Monet was still acceptable to him. Monet only ate one piece, squinting her eyes in satisfaction, and when she saw Kong Mingming wanting to feed again, she shook her head and said, "Eat by yourself, Meow Pup and I will leave first. If you guys want to go out to play in the afternoon, don't run too far, and don't leave the range where the guards patrol, got it?" The 2 little children immediately nodded, and Ling Xiaoxi replied, "Aunt Monet, we won't run far. Sister asked me to collect firewood in the afternoon, saying that it will rain in a few days, and when it does, the firewood will be wet and won't burn if we make a fire." Monet looked at the sky. Although the weather looked very good today, since the young matriarch said that it would rain afterward, the odds were that it would, right? She felt that she should really take some precautions, so that when the rain continues for a few days, the hut that the cubs are living in will also suffer greatly, and the weaker cubs may even get sick. Kong Mingming doesn't know how to use chopsticks, so he was pulled to the water's edge by Ling Xiaoxi to wash his paws and then let him eat with his hands. Kong Mingming saw that she twisted her head and didn't look at the bowl in her arms, but still secretly gulped and bumped her body with his arm. "Did you give me your rice? So you don't get to eat." Ling Xiaoxi sat beside him, pretending to be calm. "This is my lunch, because I only told our father and the others about the fight with you after lunch was ready, so I didn't make more of your portion. But since I had to apologize, father said I had to show sincerity, so I brought you your lunch. But that's okay, my family will make it again tonight. You're over in the shelter area, and right now, Aunt Monet and the others can't even cook cooked food yet, so you won't even be able to eat the roasted meat, so hurry up and eat." Kong placed the bowl on the floor and sat across from her, shoving the roast into her paw and saying decisively, "Eat together. I won't bother with you about you burning my tail. Anyway, the tail feathers will be changed next spring, and at best I won't change my beast form this year is all. I'll go with you to gather firewood this afternoon. If your sister needs more, I can find a few playful cubs and go together to help you collect it." Kong Mingming was considered a slightly older cub in the shelter area, and was still very prestigious in the shelter area. Although the stray cubs that were picked up would receive some training every day, it didn't really last long, because the most important thing for the cubs was still to eat and drink well, and to raise their bodies to be strong. After most of the cubs finished their training, they just played and frolicked with their little friends in the territory of the Stone Forest tribe, and then they would go to the forest to catch some mice and squirrels, or small snakes and bugs, and sneak in an extra meal for themselves. In the afternoon, the orcs of the Stone Forest tribe and the Cold Mountain tribe were busy with the matter of turning the land and digging and transporting potatoes. Ling Qinzhen estimated in her mind and had little yellow unity run through the data to estimate how many acres of land could be planted with those potatoes she had found so far. The system was naturally very reluctant to do this kind of small thing that had nothing to do with the main quest, and even less to do with the side quests, but Ling Qinzhen simply didn't want to know too much about its pissy nature, and immediately gave a sweetener. "If you help me with some small favor, I am occasionally willing to do some small quests to return your help. I'm a person with a clear distinction between grudges, and I'll always repay any grudges as well as any favors. You should know best, right?" The love security system was torn for 2 seconds and felt that she had a point. Instead of urging her to do quests every day and her just swinging its way and ignoring it, it would be better to go along with her and help her accomplish some small goals, and maybe she'd have a clear conscience and be willing to do quests in return for its efforts? It hadn't known Ling Qinzhen for a short period of time, and it still understood her character. Those who had helped her, she had indeed never failed. Alright, I'll help you calculate the area of land where these potato seeds can be planted. Although the system had decided to help, it felt that it was better to be reserved and not let her see that it was very happy to work. The system measured and calculated quickly, and the data feedback was extremely accurate. Currently, these potato seeds you found, if you follow the optimal planting plan, you can plant 20 acres of land. Pre-apocalyptic potato acre yield, under normal circumstances generally up to 300 to 500 pounds, non-heavy crop of the estate up to 8,000 pounds, which is planting management is relatively good in order to achieve the acre yield. Beast world of potatoes for giantized mutant type, bare potatoes individual is 3 to 5 times the normal potatoes, but the number of hanging fruits to be less than ordinary potatoes, but if planting management is more stable, the acre yield can be up to 6,000 to 8,000 pounds. If planting is supplemented with the latest interstellar agricultural fertilizers, the minimum acre yield can be up to 12,000 pounds. Ling Qinzhen narrowed his eyes slightly. How much? What kind of agricultural fertilizer is so powerful? It directly doubles the mu yield? The new type of agricultural fertilizer applicable to potato cultivation is a highly efficient fertilizer newly developed by the Interstellar Academy of Agricultural Sciences. The current data refreshed by the main system has data on the use of this type of agricultural fertilizer, but it only opens up the redemption function to the agricultural system and its hosts. Ling Qinzhen reached out and held his forehead, unable to help but spit out. So why are you a love system? Can't you go back and reinstall it? What's the use of falling in love in the beast world? Love security system, why am I useless? I'm useful for a lot of things. Whoever you want to sleep with, I can help you sleep with. Little potions of ecstasy, hot little whips. Only you can't think of, there's nothing I can't redeem. Ling Qinzhen. If that kind of agricultural fertilizer liberalizes the limitations of system attributes and host identity, you remind me in time. I'll consider doing quests to redeem the fertilizer. The system instantly branched out, as if playing chicken blood, and swore, you wait, I'll go find the main system to apply for it, and I must take down the redemption authority. Heaven and earth mother its host is finally willing to be a person. Not willing to do the task. This must not immediately set off firecrackers to celebrate. Not to mention agricultural fertilizer, is to want fertilizer formula, it must also get back to her. This time, no one can stop it towards the peak of the unified life, or it will go crazy and create death to all peers. Chapter 55 The Secret Poison Valley. A word of flattery in exchange for the system's credit, this was something Ling Changnan hadn't expected. However, this measurement was a little better than what she expected. But the two tribes combined planted 20 acres of potatoes, wanting to ensure the cold season rations for the two tribes, nearly 1,000 people, was far from enough. And there were still seeds to be saved. It was still necessary to continue searching for potato seeds. After Ling Qinzhen had looked at the tilled land, he went to the naturally grown potato field to have a look around. The one leading the digging was a green crane beast man, which should be Baishi's older brother, Baisu. Unlike the slender Baishi Baiqingyu, Baisu's height and size should be bigger than his two younger brothers, more than 2 meters in height, and his humanoid appearance is not related to beauty, but very simple and warm. Baisu hung a basket of potatoes on the feet of the beast-shaped clansman, raised his head to see the green crane go away, then turned his head to continue digging carefully, and when he glanced at the damaged potatoes next to him, he wrinkled his eyebrows and said, "Be careful when digging, there aren't a lot of seeds, so if you damage them, you might not be able to plant them." Ling Qinzhen picked up the damaged potatoes that were put aside and casually put them into the bamboo basket. This damage doesn't affect planting, what's more important is the sprout. Baisu looked up and glanced at Ling Qinzhen. Why did you come over? Ling Qinzhen, I wanted to inquire, have you seen this kind of potato elsewhere? Baisu grated the potatoes out of the ground with his bare hands and recalled, I dug this kind of potato when I was a kid at the foot of the back mountain of the Cold Mountain tribe, but that was many years ago, and I'm not sure if it's still there now. Can you show me? Baisu tilted his head and looked into her eyes, hesitating for 2 seconds. You go find Baishi, he knows where it is. Ling Qinzhen looks at Baisu for a few seconds and freezes, asking, have I offended you before? I'm avoiding suspicion. Baisu said bluntly, like I'm still in the breeding period and need to keep a certain distance from females. Ling Qinzhen nodded and twisted his head to find Baishi. Baishi's attitude was positive as soon as she heard Ling Qinzhen's question, I'll take you there that is. But the piece of land at the foot of the mountain behind Cold Mountain, where a mountain fire had started before, might have been burned down long ago. You shouldn't hold too much hope. After Baishi carried Ling Qinzhen and flew up into the sky, Chong, who was directing the others to clean up the weeds and rocks, suddenly looked up until the two men's backs disappeared from view before he retracted his gaze. Compared to Baiqingyu, he really still hated Baishi, who had deviated from the nature of the green crane and appeared to be deviant in every aspect, more than Baiqingyu. Baishi led Ling Qinzhen in a circle in mid-air in the back of the mountain and finally landed on a bulging earth bag. He had just transformed into his human form, and as soon as he turned around, he saw the purple-haired youth walking out from among the shadows of the trees. Why are you here? Baiqingyu held onto the trunk of a tree, his emotions faint on his white face. Our purpose should be the same. Ling Qingzhen came around from behind Bai Shi and looked at the lean and upright Bai Qingyu. How is your injury? Recovering quickly. Bai Qingyu pushed aside the half-man-high weeds in front of him and pointed to the right. The place where we used to dig potatoes is in front, you follow me. Ling Qingzhen did not hesitate and followed closely behind him. Only Bai Shi, who was at the end of the line, looked at his brother who had killed him halfway, a little puzzled by his thoughts, but still followed him step by step. As Ling Qingzhen walked forward, he didn't forget to use the bone blade in his hand to pick apart the small snakes hidden in the grass in front of him. The grass here was very lush, and no traces of mountain fire scorching could be seen. It wasn't until 200 meters forward that Bai Qingyu stopped in front of a stone cave, ruffled the thick rocky vines, and bent down to burrow inside the cave that was only 1.5 meters tall. It's very short here, beware of bumping your head. Bai Qingyu bent down and borrowed the bone blade from Ling Qingzhen's hand, cutting down the wild grass that was rampaging wildly in front of him, stepping on the fallen branches, leaves, and grass trunks while scouting ahead, not forgetting to remind the two people at the back in a low voice to pay attention to the rocks under their feet and above their heads. Ling Qingzhen curiously said, "How did you guys find this place before?" Bai Qingyu pushed away the boulders blocking the cave entrance in front of him, accidentally pulling the injuries on his body. His movements paused for a moment and he gently sucked in a breath of cool air. Ling Qingzhen pulled his arm and dragged him behind him. "I'll do it." Bai Qingyu didn't show off and only said, "When I was a kid and still couldn't fly, my big brother and Bai Shi brought me to this side to practice, but at that time I was young and playful, practicing for a while and then wanting to be lazy, and stumbled upon this cave, and hid on this side to be lazy. Later on, because I was curious about how deep the cave was, I went in a bit and realized that after going through this cave, inside was a side of the valley that was isolated from the outside world." Ling Qingzhen had pushed the boulder that was in the way away completely when he was almost done talking. The gray and cloudy field of vision was opened up in this instant. The three of them walked out of the cave one after another, looking at the valley that was drifting with a faint white mist, and froze for a few seconds without saying a word. Ling Qingzhen took away the bone blade in Bai Qingyu's hand and was the first to return to his senses. "Is there a hot spring here?" "Hot springs?" Bai Qingyu was puzzled for a few seconds before responding. "You're talking about hot pools, right?" Bai Qingyu pointed directly in front of him, directly south against the mountain. "There are 6 hot pools that are quite large in size, as well as many uncountable small hot pools. However, there are quite a few poisonous insects, snakes and ants in this valley, and there are a lot of poisonous grasses and poisonous flowers growing near the leaning mountain rocks, so if you want to go over there and take a look, it's best to be careful." Ling Qingzhen nodded and asked, "Let's find the potatoes first." Bai Qingyu pointed to the right-hand side. "Go that way, along the mountain wall and past it. There is a giant acacia that has been burned by lightning fire. The place where we dug the potatoes before is just a little bit in front of the giant acacia." With a clear point, Ling Qingzhen didn't hesitate much. Lifting his feet, he was ready to walk at the front. Bai Shi hurriedly pulled her arm and said helplessly, "I'll walk in front. You'll easily be bitten by poisonous snakes in this condition." The snakes, insects, rats and ants on this side of the poison valley were very bold, and they would emerge from tricky places to take a bite in the cold. If they didn't bring an antidote to the poison, it would be difficult for an ordinary beastman to walk out of this valley. "We are beastmen of the Crane clan, naturally restraining snake-like animals. Let Bai Shi go ahead." Bai Qingyu also spoke out in agreement. Ling Qingzhen looked at Bai Shi, who had transformed into a green crane on the spot, and jumped onto his back, and just as he was about to reach out and pull Bai Qingyu up, he had already jumped up himself. The arms of the two gently brushed. Bai Qingyu subconsciously tensed his body, and without a trace moved back a little distance, trying not to have physical contact with her. Ling Qingzhen will see everything in the bottom of his eyes. Some laugh at this kind of cover-up initiative, but also did not deliberately to point out. If he really didn't want to come into contact with her, he should have stayed home and recuperated. Instead, after realizing that she and Bai Shi appeared in the back of the mountain, he hurried over and then appeared in front of them with a calm demeanor. What a contradictory and complicated man. There were indeed many poisonous snakes in the Poison Valley, and just over 100 or so meters away, from time to time, from among the tree branches and grass leaves below, the cracks of the vines dangling from the cliffs, and the fissures in the rocky cliffs, there were triangular-headed silver-ringed black snakes suddenly attacking Bai Shi, who was flying low over the mountain. However, most of them were resolved on the spot by Bai Shi with his claws and beak and wings, and the few snakes and insects that landed on his back were all cut in half directly by the quick-eyed Ling Changnan, who directly cut them in half directly with his bone blade. After Bai Shi crossed the giant acacia wood that had been burned to death, he flew sideways and swept off a large area of low shrubs with the tips of his wings, and only then did Ling Qingzhen and Bai Qingyu land on the ground. Bai Qingyu looked at the sparse stems of grass and squatted on the ground to dig up. All three of them buried their heads and dug hard until a few minutes later, Bai Shi spoke out, "There's something here." Ling Qingzhen probed and looked, and after determining that it was potatoes, her confidence grew and the movements of her hands sped up. Soon she and Bai Qingyu both dug up pockets of potatoes one after another. The potatoes here were a bit smaller than the ones she dug up near the riverland, and it could be seen that there were too many weeds here, coupled with insufficient light, so the potatoes grew a bit smaller. After the system detection function was released, she was surprised. "This neighborhood is full of potatoes. The quantity is 3 times that of the batch you found before." And there are not only giganticized mutants in here, there are also functional mutants. Ling Xinjian was confused and said, "Can potatoes still mutate in several directions?" It's actually similar to the mutated plants of the end times. It's the same kind of plant that intensifies and mutates in different directions. The system carefully explained for her. In the end times, because of external factors affecting the genes of living creatures, there was a short-term all-round mutation from plants to animals. However, this kind of high-intensity alienation in a short period of time leads to an unstable biological mutation structure. This is also the root cause of zombies and morning beasts, as well as a portion of plants suddenly becoming aggressive. The current flora and fauna of the beast world are creatures that have been selected by the superiority of the natural environment. Mutant creatures, even more so. The current biological structure of the beast world is relatively stable. And mutated plants and animals are the mainstream direction of biological evolution in this world. That is, if there were no natural disasters to intervene, the mutated creatures of the beast world would survive for a longer period of time than ordinary plants and animals. Ling Xinjian felt that it was a bit of a stretch, but it sounded like it made a bit of sense. But in the final analysis, she wasn't an expert in this area of research, and was most concerned with only one question: the direction of this potato's functional mutation is? The sense of satiety will be stronger. The system replied. Ling Xinjian looked at the piece of land in front of him. Are all the ones here functional mutation potatoes? No, there are also those in the direction of giganticization. The ratio of the two can almost reach 2 to 1. Ling Xinjian turned his head to look at Baishi. Go inform Baisu and the others to come over here to help after the potatoes in that field are dug up. Baishi nodded. Before leaving, she looked at her brother who was squatting on the ground digging potatoes, and Ling Xinjian who was blindly wandering around the neighborhood, and said a little worriedly, "Ayu, is it really okay for you two to stay here?" "It's fine, my injuries don't matter anymore." Baishi couldn't help but show his teeth. "Just keep your mouth shut, I don't know what you're trying to do." Saying that, he shook his head helplessly and left. Until Baishi's figure disappeared from the spot, Bai Qingyu's busy movements only stopped, and he couldn't help but turn back to survey Ling Changnan who was standing under the dead giant acacia tree. He was actually a little confused about what was going on in his heart. It was probably the first time he had gotten too close to a female after becoming an adult, and there were some memories that he couldn't just forget if he wanted to. Especially during such an ambiguous period of breeding. When he returned to the tribe, as soon as he closed his eyes, it was as if the tip of his nose could smell Ling Cheng's body. Her scent was like it was burned into his brain, which inexplicably made him a little irritable. By the time the thoughts in his head were all jumbled up, he had completely lost his sleep. He could only sit at the entrance of the cave in the middle of the night and blow cold air to calm himself down completely. After calming down, he began to torture himself. Was it because he was used to Ling Qingnan's chasing, and when she chose to give up, he was uncomfortable with this unexpected distance? Or did he really have a good feeling for her without realizing it? And that favor was expanding under the violent mood swings of the breeding period, constantly eroding his will. So much so that he was lost within himself, and desperately longing to seek the comfort of the only familiar, and age-appropriate female. This torture of himself had no answers as yet. Nor could there be. He had no experience in this area, and dared not mention it to those around him. After all, he had firmly rejected the other woman many times, and had sworn that he would not be attracted to her. Now he was just reaping what he had sown. But he wasn't willing to sit back and wait for that answer to surface. Bai Qingyu's gaze toward Ling Qingnan's back was deep and complicated, and before she turned around, she withdrew her line of sight and lowered her head to continue digging up the potatoes that were hidden deep in the ground. Ling Qinjian observed the valley, and there weren't a lot of poisonous things in general. However, there were hot springs here, and during the cold season, it was actually possible to grow something here. Plus, it was surrounded by mountains with steep walls, so it could also be used to keep some animals in captivity. The prerequisite was to clean up all the poisonous plants and animals here, first. Ling Qinjian walked over to Bai Qingyu's side and asked, "I'm going to go around the valley and observe the environment here. Do you want to stay here or join me?" Bai Qingyu got up and said, "I'll join you." Ling Qinjian nodded and continued along the cliff face, while Bai Qingyu was on guard against the poisonous creatures that would scurry out from the surroundings at any time. Because of the white mist in the valley, the visibility wasn't really high, and they could only see a distance of 1 to 20 meters in front of them, and when they reached a small hot spring pool, Ling Qinjian suddenly stopped in his tracks. "There should be a very large-sized snake here, you pay attention to guarding the surroundings." Bai Qingyu also saw the carcasses of 2 huge red-horned horse deer in front of him. Red-horned horse deer were giant deer. Adult stags could reach a height of 4 meters, and with a pair of huge antlers shaped like flycatchers, their height could even reach 6 meters. If Ling Qinjian didn't counterattack in her beastly state, a red-horned horse deer could knock her into a serious injury right on the spot, or even directly take her life. The only entrance, with a height of only about 1.5 meters, these two couldn't get in at all. Bai Qingyu tilted her head and looked at the cliff next to her. On this side of the cliff, there were some raised stones, and a few more unique trees grew on the cliff above. Several of the trees that grew on the cliffs had signs of broken branches. There were even several broken thick branches near the hot spring pool. It looked like two stags should have fought on the mountain, only to accidentally step in the air, and because their antlers were hanging together, they both fell down the valley. In the middle, they were stopped by a few tree branches, so they didn't die on the spot. But these two unlucky red-horned horse deer still did not survive. Because there were two deep bloody holes on the necks of both of them. The carcasses of the horse deer were already stiff, and their skin took on an abnormal black-purple color. This was a sign of poisoning. Bai Qingyu gestured at the blood holes on the horse deer's neck and said with a grave expression, "It should be a giant snake. Looking at the holes left by the poisonous fangs, it should have lived for more than 10 years. Ling Qingyan's pupils abruptly tightened as he turned his head to speak. "Bai Qingyu, don't move." She drank in a low voice. Bai Qingyu's body froze violently. Without the need for Ling Changnan to elaborate, he already felt that something cold and silky had gently grazed his waist. Chapter 56 Returning Ancestral Heavenly Python. At that moment, the blazing sun was in the sky, and there was no shade around the two people to block the shade, but as Ling Qingyan's words landed, a dark shadow obscured the two people's figures. Ling Qingyan secretly spat in the dark, switched the bone blade held in his left hand to his right hand, and while Bai Qingyu was still pondering on countermeasures, he had already decisively struck out. The tip of the bone blade was gently picked, and the silver-ringed black snake that coiled up from behind Bai Qingyu was instantly split in two from the center of his brow. Bai Qingyu decisively set aside the arm-thick snake body on his body and quickly retreated to Ling Qingyan's side, looking at the giant snake that poked out a large part of its body from within the hot spring pool. Upon seeing the true face of the giant snake, Bai Qingyu suddenly pressed Ling Qingyan's left arm. "Avoid him, he's a beast man." Ling Qingyan inclined his head in confusion, but in that instant, the bright yellow vertical pupils on the opposite side were instantly sharp, and slammed headlong towards them. Bai Qingyu grabbed Ling Qingyan and dodged the giant snake's attack, transforming into his beast form and brushing underneath the giant snake, flapping his wings and flying up into the air, overlooking the giant snake, which was nearly 20 meters in length, from a height of tens of meters, wrinkling his brows. "He's a snake race beast man." Ling Qingyan knelt on one knee on his back and wrinkled his brows. "Impossible, it's an animal." "I know him." Bai Qingyu sighed shallowly. "He is the former young patriarch of the Snake Mountain tribe, and the elder brother of your beast husband who ran back to the southern beast plains Changingbua. His name is Chong Tianchen." Later on, due to a serious injury plus the backlash of his supernatural ability, his body suffered a regression and degeneration, and there was no way for him to change back to his human form. At first, he was still able to maintain his sanity, but later, because of the aggravation of the problem of bloodline rejuvenation, he couldn't even maintain a clear mind anymore, and after accidentally killing the daughter of one of the Snake Mountain tribe's elders, he was severely injured and expelled from the Snake Mountain tribe. He originally only had a very thin heavenly python bloodline, and at the point of life and death, he used a desperate method to rapidly boost his powers in order to save himself, which ultimately led to the collapse of his powers. The heavenly python bloodline was too strong and outweighed his original giant snake bloodline, so it has been insane ever since he left the Snake Mountain tribe. I've come into contact with him before, and he's sometimes lucid, but more often than not, he's like a python that only obeys its nature and attacks all creatures that appear in front of it. You're saying all this to keep me from killing him? Ling Qingyan cocked his head in disbelief and asked, "The problem is, he looks like he wants to kill us right now. Do you think I'm the kind of character that doesn't fight back? He's not good to kill." Bai Qingyu had long since sensed that Ling Qingyan on his back had jumped at the chance to fight with Chong Tianchen below, but he still wanted to advise, he should have stayed alone in this closed valley in order not to harm others, and didn't anticipate that we'd barge in. The heavenly python's defense is extremely strong, even that blade beast bone blade in your hand can't pierce through his scale armor. And once you see blood, it will completely stir up the sky python's bloodlust, and in the event that he doesn't come to his senses, he'll be immortal with you. What I call immortal is that if you can't beat him and run away, he'll follow your scent and chase you all the way to your home and exterminate your entire stone forest tribe until he does. The heavenly python in its beast form state has an extremely terrifying sense of smell and perception, and I'm afraid that the tracking effect won't be any worse than your mental power. In addition, although he was revolted by his psychic ability, he was also once a proper grade 12 fire psychic. In the regress state, even if he can't utilize the strength of a 12th level psychic ability, his psychic ability level is definitely higher than yours. In a situation where he could not compete with the other party in terms of both his alien ability and physical hardware, he really did not recommend Ling Qingyan to go down and fight with Chong Tianchen. Ling Qingyan wrinkled his brows and looked at the sky python below that had already begun to stir, and said in a low voice, "But it's obviously not a good idea to let him overrun the valley like this. In a moment, Bai Shi will be here with his men, so it'll be even more troublesome in case of an accidental injury. He's also a fire alien. If he burns down this valley, I'm afraid that the piece of potato we just found will also suffer." Bai Qingyu, other than avoiding him and waiting for him to calm down, there is no better way. To be honest, Bai Qingyu used to admire Chang Tianchen, compared to Chang Yinpa, that mother's baby boy who had no opinion. Chang Tianchen was tough and iron-blooded. When he was still the young patriarch of the Snake Mountain tribe, the Snake Mountain snake elders who relied on their elders didn't dare to fart a single one in front of him. Since Chang Yinpa took over his position, those Snake Mountain's old men, the most favored is to rely on the old, and think of something that does not belong to them. For example, this siege of the stone forest is those greedy old man behind the flurry, coupled with Chang Yinpa mother is also ambitious, want to use the opportunity to divide the stone forest, completely establish the position of Chang Yinpa in the clan. As a result, things did not go as planned. If Chong Tianshan was the young clan chief, he would probably not agree to cooperate with the Snow Wolf tribe. Even if he had the idea of annexing the stone forest, he would still follow his own plans and steps. He would not fight such a hasty and unprepared battle. Ling Shenzhen, he's going to attack, pay attention to avoiding it. Can't avoid it, this fight just has to be fought. Bai Qingyu also realized the seriousness of the problem and circled around the edge of the valley towards a higher place. The nearly 20-meter sky python naturally couldn't reach the green crane hovering 40 to 50 meters in the air. But as the python opened its mouth, a ball of orange-red flame spewed out from its mouth. Bai Qingyu brushed past the flame in the air, but as if the flame could track, after reaching a certain height, it scattered like fireworks, splitting into a dozen or so small clusters of fire, falling in all directions. Although Bai Qingyu avoided these flames, the grass and trees below were quickly set ablaze by the fireballs. Seeing the flames spreading towards the potato land, Ling Shenzhen pressed Bai Qingyu's back feather with one hand. This won't work. You go put out the fire, I'll meet him. Then you be careful. Bai Qingyu watched as she directly jumped down, while the giant python below directly opened its mouth, wanting to swallow her into its stomach. Bai Qingyu's heart almost jumped out of her throat watching this scene. However, the fire had a tendency to get bigger. Bai Qingyu immediately turned around and flew towards the potato land, controlling the water within the hot pool not far away to transform into a flying crane, which then transformed into countless droplets of water high up in the air, crackling down on the ground under the scorching sun. The hot rain quickly controlled the fire, gradually dividing the continuous network of fire into pieces. The fire was getting smaller and smaller, the fire near the potato field was getting smaller and smaller, but the fire elsewhere was not optimistic. Because Chong Tianshan was constantly spewing fire, he could only mobilize as much water from the hot pool as possible to drench the grass, trees, and land in this valley. As Ling Shenzhen fell downwards, he suddenly changed his beast form in the air, his limbs stepping above the lip scales of the heavenly python like a slide, sliding down the line of his back. When the python's head turned around and bit over, it suddenly transformed into a human form. Utilizing the advantage of its small size, it calmly turned its body sideways and drilled out from between the python's head and body. The teased heavenly python was furious to the extreme, and its tail resting in the hot pool suddenly lifted up and lashed out towards her back. The speed was so fast that it was almost difficult to catch with the speed of the naked eye. Ling Shenzhen also sensed the attack behind her, almost instinctively mobilized her body to avoid it, but the sky python's tail was thick and long, and the area it swept across was too large, so she was still swept by the tip of the snake's tail to her back, and her whole body, like a cannonball, smashed heavily into a hot spring pool under the mountain rock. The large hot spring pool splashed several meters high due to her smashing down, and even the rock beside the hot spring pool was smashed out into a deep pit. Ling Shenzhen climbed out of the somewhat hot spring pool, ruffled the wet hair from her face, looked at the heavenly python that had already wandered into the hot spring pool she was in, raised her hand to wipe the blood off her forehead, and couldn't help but snort softly. It's really quite powerful. The speed and strength was something that was hard for her to reach at the moment. This was still the first opponent she had run into after wearing into the beast world that she couldn't win by a head-on collision. The heavenly python lowered its head, its bright yellow vertical pupils staring at her with a murderous aura. Ling Shenzhen picked up the bone blade that was stuck into the stone and defiantly fought him again. Bai Qingyu was originally worried and wanted to go down to help. But after observing in mid-air for a while, he keenly realized that Chong Tianshan didn't seem to want to kill Ling Chang'an. He may be a little bit conscious. Otherwise just now, in the instant Ling Shenzhen fell into the water, he could have swum to her and crushed her body with a bite. Wouldn't have given Ling Shenzhen time to slow down at all. After confirming that Chong Tianshan did not intend to kill Ling Shenzhen, Bai Qingyu did not dare to let his guard down. He would only get in the way of the fight between these two people, so he could only fish for Ling Shenzhen in time when she was in danger. Ling Shenzhen had already been swept by the snake's tail 3 times, and the last 2 times when she was about to crash into the rock wall, she was held up by Bai Qingyu in time, allowing her to land on her feet, cushioning her and killing her back again. The battle between one person and one python was like a one-sided bloodbath. Even the heavenly python didn't even use any more of its supernatural abilities at the back except for the few fireballs it spewed out at the very beginning. Ling Shenzhen was also beaten up, knowing that she couldn't win the fight, but she still continued on with an iron head. Bai Qingyu looked at her stubborn face and only felt a blackness before his eyes, and was about to step in to stop her and forcefully take her away when he did. The celestial python with its tail resting inside the hot pool suddenly spoke. Still want to fight? Ling Qing'an's swooping footsteps braked, holding the bone blade with one hand. I've been beaten so many times, I have to be allowed to return the favor once, right? You're dreaming. The heavenly python erected its head and arrogantly looked askance at her. With this amount of strength you have, it's not even close. Ling Shenzhen suddenly felt this image of deja vu. You guys leave, while I'm still awake and can control my behavior. The scales of the returning heavenly python were extremely splendid. The snake's body was covered in spiky scales, its color faded from orange-red to purplish-red, and it even emitted a very fragrant scent from its body, like a natural perfume. Ling Qingjian wiped the bloodstain on his face and lowered his eyebrows. What if you don't leave? I will kill you all. Chang Tianchen suddenly lowered his head, and as the huge snake head approached, it naturally brought a sense of oppression from a superior. Ling Qingjian stood his ground fearlessly, pressing his bone blade against his lip scales and warning, "Don't get too close, your mouth tastes heavier." Chang Tianchen. Bai Qingyu landed beside Ling Qingjian and looked at Chang Tianchen, whose pupils had shrunken to thin lines. "We came here for something, and I didn't expect you to be hiding here as well." Chang Tianchen, "This place is full of poison, what are you guys doing here?" "Digging potato seeds." Bai Qingyu opened his left hand. "There are quite a few of these yellow-skinned potatoes underneath the valley. We intend to dig them up, move them outside to a more suitable place to plant them, and when the harvest is abundant in the fall, we'll store the fruits as reserve food for the cold season." Chang Tianchen had never heard of it. Can this kind of thing really be eaten? I've never heard of it. That's because you're uninformed. Ling Qingjian stabbed him. Bai Qingyu gave her a helpless look and explained with Chang Tianchen, "It can be eaten, we tried it." Chang Tianchen looked at the land that was firmly protected by Bai Qingyu and hesitantly said, "I can't leave here for now. The hot pool is very important to me. I also don't know when I will completely lose my mind. It's best for you guys to leave as soon as possible." Ling Qingjian, "Why would you lose your mind if your alien energy is out of control? The most serious result would just be the inability to use the alien energy. I've never heard of this situation with you before." "That's because you're uninformed." Chang Tianchen returned Ling Qingjian's just mockery on the spot, exasperating Ling Qingjian so much that he couldn't help but grind his back teeth. "Is there any way to keep you awake all the time?" Bai Qingyu asked. Chang Tianchen grimly chortled, "If there was such a way, would I have been reduced to this point?" Ling Qingjian suddenly raised his eyebrows. "Why don't you let me try?" Chang Tianchen looked down and scrutinized this tiger tribe's little female. "You? What can you do? Stuff my teeth?" Bai Qingyu watched as Ling Qingjian already had the urge to pull out his sword, and interjected in time, "Her psychic ability is spiritual, a relatively rare ability, so there might be a way." Chang Tianchen, spiritual power? What the hell? Ling Qingjian said with a leathery smile, "I think you're the one who's a whatchamacallit? You can't even control your human beast form, and you still have the nerve to despise me?" As soon as the words left his mouth, a purplish-red snaketail swished up from the hot pool, pointing straight at the tip of Ling Qingjian's nose. "If you continue to provoke, I'll really be impolite. Pissing me off is not a good thing for you." Ling Qingjian was half afraid, provoking with a fearless face, "So you just want to continue maintaining this inhuman life, right?" Chang Tianchen twisted his head to look at Bai Qingyu on the side. "Whose family is this little female? Can't you plug this demented mouth of hers and hurriedly carry her back so that her apparents can give her a painful beating?" Cold sweat instantly slid down the tip of Bai Qingyu's forehead as he helplessly said, "She's your brother's wife, master." Chang Tianchen was dumbfounded throughout. His snake pupils clearly reflected the two figures, and after a long time, he silently asked, "Chang Empress should be underage now, right, and he already has a wife, master?" "Yes, your underage brother has a wife and master. You, an older single male beastman, can now only nestle in a hot pool to tide over the breeding period." How pathetic, Ling Qingjian sneered when he seized the opportunity. Chang Tianchen gazed at Ling Qingjian. "Don't think that I won't beat you up just because you're one of us. I used to beat up Chang Yinpo all the time. If you piss me off, I'm really going to do it." Ling Chengnan laughed, saying it like you didn't just make a move to slap me to death. "That's what you asked for." Chang Tianchen had a huge headache with this newly recognized sibling. "Where's Chang Yinpo? Tell him to hurry over and take you back." Ling Qingyan's face instantly lengthened, and Bai Qingyu reached out to cover his eyes, feeling that he really shouldn't speak at this time. Ling Qingjian raised his eyebrows and said, "Your brother ran away from the wedding. Snake Mountain attacked our stone forest and lost big, and was forced to surrender, promising to offer Chang Yinpo to me as a beast husband to quell the anger of this tribal battle. As a result, on the front foot, just agreed on an agreement by his door to enter the family, and on the back foot, he dragged his family and ran back to the South Beast Plain." "Is he really your brother? Strength so dish not to mention, can't even keep his promise. What kind of male is he?" Chapter 57 Killing intent runs high. Chang Tianchen was bludgeoned 3 times by the articulate Ling Chengyan, and the emotions in his snake pupils changed from danger to bewilderment. What kind of crazy talk is she talking about? Although he's a vegetable, a pa doesn't dare to do anything. Chang Tianchen obviously didn't believe Ling Chengyan's words, so he turned his eyes to look at Bai Qingyu, who was silent on the side. But obviously, the answer he received from Bai Qingyu made him even more distraught. Chang Yinpo did return to the southern Beast Plains with their clan from that branch, and from what I know of him, he probably didn't want to leave on his own, but was taken away by someone from the clan. After all, in this bloodline of the Chang clan, the strongest of the new generation were only the 2 brothers, Chang Tianchen and Chang Yinpa. Chang Tianchen was expelled and ended up completely disappearing from Snake Mountain. Now only Chang Yinpa was left as the only sapling. If the Chang family allows Chang Yinpa to join the Stone Forest tribe, Chang Yinpo's mother is afraid that she will have to find a giant snake beast with the bloodline of the heavenly python to give birth to a baby, so that she can rely on continuing to manipulate the child and hold the power of the entire Chang family. Chang Tianchen was silent for a long time before he finally sighed. Your guess is most likely right. There was no one who understood his brother and our mother better than he did. A mother's ambition was great, although it was unknown what means and price she had used in exchange for King City's recall of their lineage. But the truth would probably only make him furious. Bai Qingyu sighed and said, actually, it's very difficult to solve the problem in the northern desolate plains with your alien ability backlash plus the bloodline return, but if you can return to the southern desolate plains, the witch doctors over there have more means, and there should be a way to help you get out of the predicament you're in nowadays. Chang Tianchen laughed coldly. If you can think of it, my mother and the others can definitely think of it as well, but before they left the northern beast plains, have you ever heard of them inquiring about my whereabouts? Bai Qingyu shook his head. That's natural. Chang Tianchen laughed to himself. I didn't grow up beside her, so I acted and made decisions according to my own charter, and wouldn't listen to her command arrangements. And Apo was brought up by her from a young age, so he is naturally more obedient to her. Compared to me, the disobedient Chang family heir, she still prefers that I don't show up, affecting her grand plan to support Apo to inherit the Chang family. Ling Qinzhen wasn't interested in listening to him talk about family feuds, and only asked, we're going to be staying in the valley for a while, and I think it would be better for you to go back to the Snake Mountain tribe instead of staying here. Anyway, that branch of your Chang family has already left, you can completely crush them when you go back and make them bow down to you. Ling Qingyan's woe is me mind couldn't be hidden at all. Of course, she didn't think of hiding it either is all. Chang Tianchen gazed down at her and spoke out, don't even think about it, I don't intend to leave here. This is my territory. Want to drive me away? That's also possible. Beat me. Ling Qinzhen clenched her fists, and Bai Qingyu pressed her shoulder, calm down, don't be influenced by him. Bai Qingyu suspected that Chang Tianchen was deliberately provoking Ling Qinzhen. He had long heard that the bloodline of the heavenly python came with an aroma that would mesmerize its prey. This kind of odor, however, would not normally be this strong. Chang Tianchen should have been affected by the breeding period, his qi and blood surging upwards, and the aroma emanating from within, constantly enhancing and spreading. Ling Qinzhen had not fought with him for a short period of time, and was in close contact, plus she did not know about this special ancient species bloodline of the heavenly python, and did not know that the scent in the air would cause her to gradually lose her mind, and was easily provoked by Chang Tianchen's anger. Chang Tianchen was afraid that he wanted to fight as well. Because it was better to fight painfully to vent his anger than to suffer through the breeding period as if he was in seclusion, so that his physical burden would be reduced quite a bit. Chang Tianchen wasn't a light that could be saved. His heart was deep and ponderous. Those who were not familiar with him would easily suffer. Ling Qinzhen slightly inclined his head, looked at the hand on his shoulder, and directly pushed his hand away. Obviously the talks are not going to work out, and I don't want to back out, so I will have to let him back out. Bai Qingyu, but you can't beat him. Ling Qinzhen suddenly hooked her lips and smiled. That's not necessarily true. As soon as the words fell, the color of her pupils gradually faded. Bai Qingyu's mind went blank and he couldn't help but back away. Chang Tianchen looked at Bai Qingyu backing away so consciously and asked suspiciously, is he also your beast husband? No. Ling Qinzhen withdrew her gaze and looked up at Chang Tianchen quietly. What she saw was not an unbeatable opponent. Rather, it was a very resistant chaperone. Chang Tianchen tilted his head hesitantly. You really intend to continue fighting? That's for sure. Before Ling Qingyan's words had even left his mouth, his person had already disappeared from his sight. Chang Tianchen was instantly alert, but soon there was a sudden tingling deep within his head. He shook his head, thinking that the backlash had started again. As a result, justice fell from the heavens. A broad, powerful tiger claw descended from the sky and directly slapped the top of his head. It pressed him onto the rocks by the hot pool and beat him up in a flurry of blows. Rumbling sounds echoed throughout the valley. Every now and then, a stabbing pain in Chang Tianchen's brain, in conjunction with the force above his head, gave him the illusion that his head was resonating inside and outside, buzzing. It hurt, naturally. But not to the point of being seriously injured. Chang Tianchen had a count on his defense ability. He was just a little surprised at the strength of this tigress, which was no worse than an adult male tiger. It was naturally impossible not to counterattack. But he was no longer able to precisely control the force. An extremely terrifying hostility rose in the bottom of Chang Tianchen's heart, and as he couldn't continue to suppress his emotions, the fantastic spiky snake scales on the beast's body swished and all of them turned upside down. Ling Qingyan's flesh pads were stabbed and she had to withdraw her hand. She was not in the least bit attached to the battle. Seeing that the situation was not good, she turned around and ran, decisively pulling away the distance between her and him. As the huge triangular snake head lifted up again, the bright yellow pupils of the original pair of bright yellow snake pupils had already turned into the color of the air lotus that was covered with ice cracks. In the center of the green snake pupils, there was an extremely thin black line standing up, staring dead on the back of the giant yellow tiger. In the next second, he suddenly crawled out of the hot pool, his very long snake body overwhelming a large swath of either black or green plants as he swam towards his locked prey with ease. Red, forked serpent letters poked out from under the lip scales and retracted quickly. The stream of air coming out of the snake's mouth sounded like silk. It was this kind of meaningless sound that made the huge snake that raised its head and chest more and more oppressive. Ling Chenjian followed the rock wall, stepped on the slightly raised rock edges, and climbed directly up the cliff. Halfway up, she looked back at Chong Tianchen below and continued to attack his brain with her spiritual power. Like most ordinary people, orcs also possessed an undeveloped spiritual domain. However, the mental domain of a beastman was inherently stronger than that of an ordinary human. This was because the state switch between beast form and human form was controlled by the spiritual domain. However, since the beastmen on the beast plains had not experienced the awakening of their spiritual psychic abilities for the time being, they should not be aware of the existence of the spiritual domain. Ling Qingnan's awakening of her psychic ability was very fortuitous, and the moment she awakened, she was able to see a lot of things that the naked eye couldn't see before. For example, the structure of the underground ant caves. She only need to give herself a command. Want to see clearly the structure of the cave? Her spiritual power will replace her eyes. The structure of the cave will be clear, conveyed to her mind. Therefore, she can effortlessly spy on her opponent's spiritual domain. Sometimes, she didn't need to see blood, just attacking the opponent's defenseless and unresisting spiritual domain could easily cause it to crumble and turn into a cutie. She didn't use this technique often, unless it was a mortal enemy. This method of attacking the spiritual domain was of limited use against someone who also possessed a spirit-based psychic ability. It would only work unless the psychic ability was more powerful than the other party. Otherwise, it would in turn be manipulated by the other party. Just now, she had manipulated Bai Qingyu's spiritual domain, causing him to exit the battlefield and get as far away as possible. Chang Tianqian's spiritual domain was wider than Bai Qingyu's, probably because of the backlash of his supernatural ability, which caused his spiritual domain to ripple, and under the prolonged and high-intensity fluctuation of his spiritual power, the spiritual domain had unknowingly expanded. In fact, even if he didn't find a witch doctor to treat him, and waited for another 3 to 5 years, his spiritual domain continued to expand and strengthen, and soon his spiritual domain would return to calm, and he would be able to regain his normal sanity, and could freely switch between his human form and beast form. However, she was not so indiscriminately kind as to take the initiative to help him out of trouble right now. Who let him just slap her back and forth with a high and mighty stance and a play dog-like attitude from start to finish? Adding fire to his frenzied mental domain, letting him taste the taste of collapse as well. Ling Changnan climbed the rock calmly, not caring that he was frantically slamming his body and tail against the mountain, causing rocks to roll down above him from time to time. She condensed her spiritual energy into a stick and churned it to death in his spiritual domain. At this time, she was especially thankful for the great sage Eagle's sorrowful stream's teaching. The art of overturning a river and taking a pinch. Chang Tianchen was obviously a bit furious. It couldn't change back to human form, and its huge snake body couldn't crawl this straight up and down mountain. And the other party could somehow manipulate his head. All he could hear was a rumbling in his head, and even his vision in front of him was distorted and messy. His heart was beating wildly out of order, and the murderous intent that broke through the last vestige of his sanity roared and raced. He was going to kill her. Kill this weak, yet unaware, insidious tiger cub that had madly provoked him. Relying on his thick skin and flesh, in a state where his mind was congested and his blood flowed against the current, he alleviated his perception of pain and crashed into the rocky mountain like a madman. Large pieces of rolling stones fell from above, smashing into his head and body without pain. It didn't even manage to leave a scratch on his hard scales. The continuous crashes caused the entire valley to echo with thunderous sounds. Huge vibrations spread to the outside of the valley. A large number of birds, flying insects, and animals in the dense forest shrubs and weeds scrambled to flee the area. Ling Qinzhen grabbed a purple-tongued tree above her and rode on the trunk, the bone blade in her hand deflecting the rocks that smashed into her head, while her gaze stayed on the impotent and furious serpent below. You think you're Ugongo? Putting aside here to open up a mountain? Ling Qinzhen scowled in mockery. Chang Tianchan roared, You, come down. Do you think I'm stupid? It's not like I can win if I fight you hard. Chang Tianshen angrily said, So you used despicable means to attack my brain. Do you have proof? Ling Qinzhen retorted calmly, Perhaps it's your backlash that has started again? Chang Tianshen's watery lotus-colored shattered pupils locked onto her body, and his voice hissed, My backlash isn't that fast. You'd better be able to stay high forever. Once you hit the ground, I'll definitely tear you apart. Ling Qinzhen flung the bone blade on his hand and coldly grunted in a brash manner, Fine, let's see which one of us gets who killed first. Ling Qinzhen simply turned his spiritual energy into a sharp weapon this time, stabbing directly towards the barriers of his spiritual domain. Chang Tianshen's movement of crashing into the mountain body lurched, and then he slammed his head hard against the stone. The location where his head scales had impacted quickly sunk into a large pit, and a large amount of broken rock fragments rustled to the ground. The huge snake flesh lifted up, opened its bloody mouth, and roared up to the sky. The hissing sound of agony spread in all directions, forming a huge echo. The mournful and angry cry quickly spread throughout the entire cold mountain. Bai Qingyu was also brought back to his senses by the hissing sound, and after fixing his eyes, he realized that he had actually walked out of the valley. He immediately turned around and walked back, having a guess about what had just happened. Ling Zhen had manipulated his behavior with his supernatural ability. And he, unguarded, had been hit. As he walked towards the cave, he ran into a large number of poisonous insects and snakes that were eager to escape the place. In the end, he could only control the water to flush these poisonous things away before he was able to pass safely. As soon as he entered inside the valley, he felt the hot air coming from his face, and the fog inside the valley had been vaporized. After the white mist cleared, the interior of the valley was unobstructed. He twisted his head to look at the rainbow-colored heavenly python with its half of its body raised high in front of him on the right and immediately transformed into his beast form and flew towards that side. As he approached towards Ling Qingnan's position, the giant snake that was repeatedly banging its head against the ground and stone walls suddenly raised its tail and swept across towards him without any warning. Bai Qingyu immediately sidestepped and staggered away from his tail, narrowly avoiding the full force of the blow. "Chang Tianchen, are you crazy?" Chang Tianchen angrily shouted, "Get lost! If you dare to make a move to help her, I will never show you mercy." "Ling Zhen, what did you do to him?" Bai Qingyu hung high in the air, looking at the female hanging from the tree with a stunned expression. "What I told you before was all for nothing, wasn't it? If they couldn't team up to get Chang Tianchen killed here today, neither of them would have any peaceful days in the future." Ling Zhen raised his eyes lightly and said, "You keep out of the conflict between me and him. Since you're afraid of his retaliation, you should have rolled just now." Bai Qingyu gritted his teeth, his tone sullen. "You." He looked at Ling Qingnan's graceful appearance with a headache, and finally sighed deeply, decisively manipulating the water vapor in the hot pool, which instantly condensed into a water-colored arrow and stabbed towards Chang Tianchen's eyes. Ling Zhen had thought that he was going to be the peacemaker here and continue to make peace. Unexpectedly, Bai Qingyu's actions were faster than his mouth. Chang Tianchen had prepared for this, and the moment the water arrow stabbed at him, he immediately turned around and lifted his tail towards Bai Qingyu and swiped at him. He drank. "I think you want to die." Bai Qingyu snorted coldly. "It's not certain who the deer will die." Bai Qingyu wasn't an unscrupulous waste of space, precisely avoiding Chang Tianchen's tail and clawing towards his eyeballs with his sharp claws. A crane and a snake, attacking towards the opponent's fatal weaknesses without mercy. At the same time, the white mist within the valley dispersed once again. Ling Changnan changed from a sitting position to a standing position, holding the rock wall with one hand, raising his eyebrow bow with interest as he watched the entangled snake and crane. Chapter 58 Martial Power Nuclear Equalization. After the last time he suffered a loss in the Misty Swamp, Bai Qingyu had recently comprehended a new way of fighting. Using the thin water element in the air, he sensed his opponent's position and attack. The air was filled with water vapor that couldn't be captured with the naked eye, and it was because of this feature that he was able to mimic Ling Qingnan's spiritual supernatural ability. This was the first time he had fought in a real battle. Even though his opponent was Chang Tianchen, who was even more powerful than him, he didn't think that he would really lose quickly. If he could, he wanted to try and kill Chang Tianchen back in a way he had never tried before. The giant moonplume green crane's body size was obviously very large, but in front of the overly large and ferocious heavenly python, it was set off as being much more petite and weak. However, the green crane did not for a short period of time did not lose the wind, because flying beastmen naturally have the advantage of high-altitude attacks, so Chang Tianchen, in addition to attacking with fire alien energy, there is no other means to reach the white-green feather. This idea of sparring was the same as Ling Qingnan's idea. The only difference, Ling Zhen couldn't fly and could only use the straight-walled mountain to pull out an overhead advantage. Ling Zhen wasn't in a hurry to help either, because she hadn't seen Bai Qingyu's full-force attack yet, so her positioning of this person had never been quite accurate. The fight between the heavenly python and the green crane didn't finally come to a close until most of the beastmen of the Cold Mountain tribe landed on the cliffs surrounding the valley. Bai Qingyu's water-based supernatural attack power was not enough, so in a desperate move, he chose to create a fog to confuse the vision of the sky python, utilizing the other party's shortcomings of not being able to accurately discern his location in the fog, and seizing the opportunity to get in close and sneak up on him. But Chang Tianchen's combat intuition was simply terrifying. Even if he couldn't see anything, he didn't have any fear. The moment Bai Qingyu gave up attacking from the air, he knew that the opportunity to finish off this obstructionist had come. The moment Ling Zhen sensed Bai Qingyu swooping down, her body immediately moved, her feet stepping on the branches to build up her strength. The muscle lines of her thighs were extremely powerful and beautiful, and she also catapulted out in a short moment, straight to the center of the engagement. Unconscionable. How long do you think I've been in this misty poison valley? Chang Tianchen coldly snorted in disdain. As the mist dispersed away, he stopped using his eyes to catch Bai Qingyu's bearing. Sensing the wind blade that shot sharply from his right side, his head pressed down slightly, the tail behind him had already built up its strength, his body turned slightly sideways, and his thick tail drew from the left side towards the right front, and was about to collide with the extremely fast green crane. It was at this time that Ling Qinzhen appeared in the middle of the two, transforming into the form of a giant tiger in midair, opening his mouth and biting Chong Tianqian's tail, yanking his body hard towards the hot pool. Bai Qingyu pounced and braked in time. Chong Tianqian, on the other hand, was defenselessly dragged and thrown into the hot pool, and just wanted to turn back to bite Ling Cheng. As a result, he was whipped by a tiger claw that spun his head halfway around. Ling Qinzhen grunted coldly, "What? After spending a few more days in this poison valley, you've taken this place as your own? This place can be within the territories of the Stone Forest and Cold Mountain tribes, treating this place as your lair, I'm really giving you face." Chong Tianqian licked his upper jaw, the tyranny under his eyes had already begun to rage, and with his mouth open, he lunged and bit towards Ling Qinzhen. Ling Qinzhen directly fought against him and used his spiritual power to hook up with Bai Qingyu's spiritual domain, using two minds at once and still being able to methodically issue commands, control the water in the hot pool and pour it into his body, no matter what way you use it. Bai Qingyu didn't have any hesitation, even though he had long since realized that Bai Shi and Bai Su had appeared around the valley, he still managed to manipulate the water from the hot pool at the first moment and directly poured it into the mouth of Chong Tianqian, who had opened his mouth to pounce and bite. A large amount of water poured into his body, even Chong Tianqian had to back off, trying to find ways to avoid the streams of water that were trying to drill into his body. But there was nowhere to hide. Chong Tianqian could only use his fire exotic energy to steam dry the water vapor around him, and stopped opening his mouth to pounce. However, those thin streams could still pour in through the position of his nostrils, making him so uncomfortable that he wanted to vomit and cough. Ling Qinzhen took the opportunity to run away from him and stood on a fallen rock, scoffing, "Still think you're good?" Chang Tianqian lowered his head and spat out a large amount of water, breathing heavily, "Despicable. Is it important whether the means are despicable or brilliant?" Ling Qinzhen lifted his jaw slightly and said, "There is no such thing as winning on the battlefield." The two green cranes slowly landed beside Ling Qinzhen and Bai Qingyu, Bai Shi's head of flowing crown feathers gently swaying with the hot wind, stepping on the ground with one foot, curiously sizing up the woeful heavenly python on the opposite side of the room, and said in amusement, "It's really been a long time since I've seen you, standing Tianqian." Bai Su gathered his wings and looked at Chong Tianqian with a deep gaze, slowly saying, "I didn't think I would see you again. I have remembered for a long time the revenge of you injuring me at the beginning, and I haven't had the chance to return the favor." Bai Shi nodded his head, playfully saying, "Yes, at that time, my elder brother but almost died in the hands of this crazy person like you. This old grudge or your mother brought enough things to the door to apologize, so we didn't look for you to settle the score. Now that you appeared on our turf and dared to bully our family AU, I think you've been crazy for too long and no longer know why the flowers are so red." Ling Qinzhen looked at the murderous brothers suspiciously and asked Bai Qingyu, who was beside him, "He even messed with your big brother, ah?" Bai Qingyu nodded, "Sort of. When he first started his bloodline awakening, he couldn't control his behavior. My big brother didn't know the situation and wanted to step in to help him, but as a result, he was counter-injured. Big brother's wing was bitten off by him." Bai Shi sniffed, the smile on his face suddenly disappeared, and his tone was unusually ghostly cold. "So little tiger cub, how about you team up with us and get him killed?" Ling Qinzhen was still thinking. Chong Tianqian in the hot pool already knew that he had lost his momentum, and decisively gave up this place of shelter, quickly swimming towards the only exit. As soon as he moved, Bai Shi, who originally had a fairly soft expression, as well as Bai Su, who had a cold expression, quickly chased after him. Bai Qingyu also followed closely behind, and the three green cranes teamed up to surround the unlucky heavenly python, while Ling Qinzhen bounced along behind, watching the action in a rather good mood. When Ling Qinzhen drilled out of the cave, he happened to bump into Misty Zhua, who rushed to watch the fun, transformed back into his human form, and jumped onto Misty Zhua's back with his bone blade in hand, and said in an extremely good mood, "Follow them." Chang Tianqian was being chased all the way. Even though the strength of the three green cranes was not above him, it still made him physically and mentally exhausted, and his body gradually had injuries. Ling Cheng observed his escape route from high above and wrinkled his brows. "He's heading in the direction of our tribe, we have to stop him. Otherwise the orcs who can't dodge in time will be affected by their fight." When Misty Zhuo heard this, he was instantly anxious, and after the eagle let out a cry, his wings were about to whip up smoke, and he flew towards Chong Tianqian's front like lightning. As soon as Ling Qinzhen landed on the ground, he transformed into a beast shape and kicked towards the face of Chang Tianqian's door that rushed over. With the vicious tiger blocking the way in front of him, Chong Tianqian was furious and wanted to wrap his body around Ling Qinzhen and strangle her a little bit. Ling Qinzhen naturally knew the danger of the python strangling her, and would not foolishly allow him to wind up. Just as she aimed at its tail that had lost some of its scale protection, she was ready to wail and bite on it. A tiger's roar that shook the sky suddenly came from the depths of the dense forest. The tip of Ling Qinzhen's teeth knocked on Chong Tianqian's wound, not caring about the intimidating tiger's roar, and she bit out blood from the tail in one bite. Chang Tianqian's wound was in pain, and he turned his head towards Ling Qinzhen's neck. Just as both sides were upholding the idea that they had to get each other killed, a giant yellow thin mountain tiger with a body length of nearly 7 meters and a height of more than 5 meters suddenly pounced out from the forest, and with one claw and one bare child, violently separated one tiger and one snake. Ling Qingzhen was knocked backwards and flew out, knocking down a giant tree, while the heavenly python, which was slapped in the head by the tiger's claw, slammed heavily into the ground, leaving a large pit several meters deep in the ground, while the tail behind it swung out towards the outside, sweeping off 3 giant trees in a row. The 3 green cranes chasing over in the air abruptly braked their speed and landed not far away to look at the domineering male thin mountain giant tiger. The 3 faces immediately attached a quiet and well-behaved expression, and neatly shouted, "Clan Chiefling." For rounding up a beast man who was revolted by his powers, you guys are really good at this. Ling Xiao turns his head to look at Ling Qingzhen as he climbs up from the ground and says in a deep voice, "NN, you're changing your ways to make a fool of yourself, aren't you? Planting a potato to make a murderous gesture, what did I usually teach you? If you can't beat him, why are you still fighting him? If I don't come over to stop you guys, and you get bitten in the neck by him, I'll take a piece of animal skin to wrap you up tomorrow and bury you straight away, do you believe me?" Ling Qingzhen looks at the obviously furious Ling Xiao, a little surprised that this seemingly daughter-controlled man could be so grumpy and angry. Carrying the little panda on his back, Chong rushes slowly and finally catches up with the scene of Ling Xiao's furious outburst. He didn't dare to take a breath, carrying Yu Xiaochen behind a shrub not far away. The dog sneakily poked out half a head, curiously looking at this rare big scene. After disciplining his eldest daughter, Ling Xiao backhandedly slapped his hand, slapping Chong Tianchen, who had just raised his head, back into the pit once again. The ground rumbled with a loud noise that even traveled a long way. Chongzhen covered his head, his fox eyes glaring round, lifting his claws to cover his head, looking at the unlucky and bold heavenly python beastman with a face full of sympathy, and whispering crickets, "This time, it must be old and painful. Is this snake race beastman crazy? Obviously his teeth are poisonous, but he still dares to bite Ling Qingzhen's Achilles heel in front of Ling Xiao. I wouldn't be surprised if Ling Xiao skinned him and hung him on a tree to be exposed to the sun for 3 months in a while." Yu Xiaochen reaches out his claws and pinches the barrel of Chongzhen's mouth. His voice is suppressed to a low and weak level, saying, "I beg you, shut up. This occasion is still beeping. You are afraid that our hilarity will not be discovered, right?" Chongzhen looked at the little panda who had the audacity to pinch the tube of his mouth and vaguely said, "Hurry up and loosen your claws or I'll throw you in front of Ling Xiao to share the firepower for your good wife and master." Yu Xiaochen immediately scattered his hands. "Just kidding. A wife master is valuable, but a cat's life is worth even more. In this family, the one he fears the most is Ling Xiao. He believes that his wife must be a bold and courageous woman, so the cat will not be accompanied, so that she can bear this blistering deep fatherly love on her own." The 3 cranes, 2 tigers, and 1 snake that were surrounded by the spectators had long heard their whispers in their ears, and could not help but be filled with black lines. Ling Qingzhen threw an eye blade towards their location, secretly grinding his back teeth. "Love to join in the fun, don't you? Waiting." Ling Xiao looks at Ling Qingzhen's distracted appearance and raises his claw to slap her on the head. "Concentrate, you're being reprimanded. Getting scolded, your attitude should be correct at the very least." Ling Qingzhen's mouth stiffened. "I'm concentrating." The heavenly python on the ground once again raised its snake head, and Ling Xiao's face instantly collapsed again, slapping him back into the ground again. Ling Changnan looked at this one-sided power crushing, and the loud noise that was triggered every time Chang Tianqin's head slammed back, and even began to sympathize a little with Chang Tianqin's skull. A few more slaps like this and the skull could be slapped into garlic paste for him. Ling Xiao's strength was truly terrifying, and she was already very strong. But the moment Ling Xiao struck, she knew she still had to practice. Chang Tianchen had been attacked multiple times in his mental domain, and the whole beast had long been in a state of madness, viciousness, and insanity. But the more unconvinced he was, the harder Ling Xiao punched him. Until half an hour later, Chang Tianchen completely lost his temper, his eyes closed and he lay flat at the bottom of the pit. Sure enough, even the craziest and wildest person, once they run into an opponent who is not reasonable and only talks about force, they can only end up swinging for the fences and being at the mercy of the other party. The single mediation ended with 1 laying and 4 hanging. Ling Qingzhen never dreamed that he would one day be tied up and hung upside down on a tree to be punished. Of course, there were 3 other little friends who were punished, by Su, by Shi, and by Qingyu. Everyone fights together, and naturally the public execution should be neat and tidy. Ling Qingzhen closed her eyes, serenely as if she had passed away, ignoring the clansmen who passed under the tree from time to time, and the 2 beast husbands who were squatting by the roots of the tree, and were curiously asking her about what happened. Chongzhen, a typical black fox. You cat, the hidden natural black. As for Chang Tianchen, who was lying flat and didn't dare to struggle anymore, he was thrown inside the hot pool of the poison valley by Ling Xiao, who was in human form, yanking his tail with 1 hand. Bai Shi was a chatterbox who wanted to save face. His hands were tied behind his back by the green delusion jack vine, his legs were tied and hanging upside down from a tree branch. He twisted his head to look at Ling Qingzhen, who was pretending to be dead, and asked, "Isn't your father going too far? Why did he even tie up the 3 of us brothers? We are from the cold mountain tribe, not under your father's control. Ling Qianzhen was impatient by his noise and rolled his eyes, squeezing, so unconvinced. Just now when my father hung you, why didn't you protest to his face? Bai Qingyu's white face was slightly congested because of the inverted hanging, and he said with a headache, he's afraid of getting beaten up. Bai Su sighed deeply, not the slightest bit flustered even after being hung upside down from the tree. Instead, he was reviewing and analyzing the lessons learned from the previous failed siege. What a blunder today. When I was chasing Chang Tianchen just now, the two of you were also too poorly coordinated. Why did you force him towards the stone forest? Are you two really my younger brothers? How come there's no tacit understanding at all? Bai Shi shook the rope on his feet and hit Bai Su next to him with his head. Who wants to be your brother? You're the one who doesn't have any understanding, okay? I'm blocking Chang Tianchen to the east, but you're not blocking from the south. Instead you're coming from the north. It's strange that Chang Tianchen won't run to the south. Don't you know that the south side is a stone forest? Ling Qianzhen said breathlessly, are you guys holding a reflection meeting or a criticism meeting? A bunch of people down there are looking up to your quarrelsome posture, isn't it a shame? Bai Shi now also no can't go down, completely swinging, shame but again, I'm not the only one to lose, all in it. There are times when I feel like I'm on a normal level when I'm surrounded by disgraceful little friends. Bai Su averted his eyes, not wanting to look at this disgraceful contraption. Bai Qingyu resignedly closed his eyes, only hoping that his family's father would hurry up and come to retrieve him. But the real situation was that Bai Yun arrived a long time ago. Watching from afar as the three brothers who were hanging upside down from a tree bickered, he simply decided to pretend he didn't see it, and with his hands behind his back, he slipped up to the entrance of Ling Zhao's house, squatting in front of their stone stove, pondering over the oddly shaped pot. Chongzhen tilted his head to look at the four of them and said in amusement, you four are really interesting. Matriarch Ling hung you here to let you reflect, but as a result, you've directly performed a show. Walking Chicken Mistijo pretended to be calm as he passed by from below for the third time, surreptitiously sizing up Ling Qianzhen and asking in a low voice, Sister N, how does it feel to be hung from a tree for the first time? Ling Qianzhen looked numbly at Ling Xiaoxi, who was hiding in the grass, and Kong Mingming, as well as a bunch of cubs who were led over by Monet to visit. Her heart finally died, and her skin smiled without smiling. The scenery here is unique. She remembers this type of punishment from Ling Xiao. In the future, she will hang each of her errant henchmen on a tree to commemorate today's shame. Chapter 59 Scorpion Manifestation Wolf's Nest. It was already sunset when Ling Changnan was put down. Yu Shaochen helped to untie the jackvine from her arms and legs, while Chongzhen lowered the other three hanging fools down. The three of them poofed to the ground like dumplings, and Chongzhen took a palm-length bone knife and cut the vines on their wrists before patting his palm and saying, untie the vines on your feet yourself. I'm not going to help with this small matter. Bai Shi landed on the ground, immediately felt out the dagger pinned behind his waist. After cutting the vines on his feet, twisted his head to look at the silent Bai Qingyu, and the side of Bai Su who had long since rolled over and stood up, immediately transforming into a green crane, and flying far away with his wings. Want me to help you? Bai Qingyu shook his head. The vines on his feet had completely dried up and fallen off, no need. Holding onto the trunk of the tree as he stood up, his body swayed slightly, but he quickly stabilized. Ling Qianzhen reached out and held his arm, pressing the back of his hand to his forehead, wrinkling his brows. You have a fever. Bai Qingyu faintly hummed, I know. His previous injuries hadn't healed yet, and today he fought with Chang Tianchen, and was hung upside down for a few hours in the afternoon, so it was normal to have a fever. Bai Shi looked at his dry, cracked and pale lips and set his arm on his shoulder. Sick, can't you take the initiative to say it yourself? Dead duck mouth hard are you? Although his mouth spat about Bai Qingyu's twisted personality, Bai Shi still put him on his back on the spot, transforming into a beast form to carry him, his straight and slender legs stepping on the thick fallen leaves. Looking down at Ling Qianzhen, who was moving his wrists, I'll take you back to find the witch doctor, and then I'll come back to find you in the evening. Ling Qianzhen said with a numb face, what are you looking for me for? Do you have nothing to do yourself? Bai Shi tilted her head and said in a clear voice, to give you a favor, aren't you going to the Snow Wolf tribe? I'm a lot more useful than that stupid dragon, and I'm not charging you for payment. And you're going to take Set's family out of the Snow Wolf tribe. One little winged subdragon can't carry that many people. Are you going to let them run after your asses? Ling Qianzhen looked at him steadily for a few seconds and did not reject his offer again, only slightly raising his head and reminding, we will leave in 2 beast hours at the latest. You control the time. If you're late, I won't wait for you. A small amount of laughter condensed out of Bai Shi's clear eyes as she looked at the arrogant Ling Chang'an and nodded slightly, turning around and lifting her wings. After flying up into mid-air, Bai Qingyu pressed one hand on his waist and abdomen, his complexion sullen and cold. What is the identity of the person she went to pick up from the Snow Wolf tribe at night? Bai Shi said in amusement, what does it have to do with you if she is going to do something at night? Do you care that much? Bai Qingyu's lips pursed gently and did not reply. Bai Shi lightly grunted, you still won't admit it, you just like people. Otherwise why do you inquire about her all day long? I just can't understand you. In the past, so good opportunity, good with others, maybe really can become the only one in the wilderness, and the thin mountain giant tiger female lifelong relationship with the crane clan beast man. Now the other beast husband married 1 or 2 or 3, but you rush to show? What do you want? To be a little for her? Bai Shi's mouth was too poisonous, a few words stabbed Bai Qingyu to the point of heart attack, but he had nothing to refute. Far away from Shirlin's territory, Bai Shi saw him moping and still told him what Ling Qinzhen was going to do at night. Bai Shi asked, "What do you think about this matter?" "It doesn't matter what I think." Bai Qingyu lowered her eyes and rested her jade bamboo-like fingers on her knees. Her timbre was clear and light. "With my understanding of Ling Qinzhen, keeping her promise to pick up someone is secondary. She's afraid that she's hitting on the Snow Wolf tribe. Right now she will not take action against the Snow Wolf tribe. When she verifies that the potato production can help the orcs to survive the winter and can make the stone forest rich and strong, when she inherits the patriarchal position, the first one to open the knife is the Snow Wolf tribe." Su Weifang is from the Snow Wolf tribe? Bai Qingyu looked at Bai Shi with downcast eyes. "If you were Su Weifang, put yourself in her shoes and think, what would you do?" Bai Shi was silent for a few seconds. "Help Ling Qinzhen destroy the Snow Wolf tribe and take revenge." Bai Qingyu helplessly rolled his eyes. "Su Weipu is not someone as extreme as you. Even if he hates the Snow Wolf tribe to the extreme, he would never betray and take the initiative to help Ling Qinzhen exterminate the Snow Wolf tribe. He will most likely stand by and watch, and even if he stops it, Ling Qinzhen will definitely not stop packing up the Snow Wolf tribe for him." Bai Qingyu's fingertips gently tapped on his knees. "The problem is still the food that can be stockpiled." "When you say it like this, how do I feel? Ling Qinzhen in the end, even our Cold Mountain tribe will not let go of?" Bai Shi acutely sensed a hint of danger. Bai Qingyu raised his eyes and said, "Second brother, your brain occasionally moves, you can still analyze quite a few useful things." "Bai Shi, you." Bai Qingyu said nonchalantly, "It's only a matter of time before Stone Forest targets our Cold Mountain, there's nothing to be surprised about. But now that the two tribes don't have a big gap in strength and are still living next door to each other, she and Ling Xiao won't show any ambitions of entering and annexing us for the time being." "Are you thinking too much?" Bai Shi worriedly said, "Ling Xiao shouldn't be so ambitious. If he wants to expand his tribe, after winning the battle of the 4 tribes this time, he can actually annex those tribes." Bai Qingyu lowered his eyes and said, "Do you think he doesn't want to? He is unable to do so. The population of Stone Forest is less than 1,000, the population of Medicine Luo adds up to 600 or 700 up and down, and the population of Wu Yang is a handful of 500. Snake Mountain has the largest population, twice as many as Stone Forest. It's just that there aren't many devouring giant snake beastmen, that's why they're being pressed and beaten by Ling Xiao. The population of the Snow Wolf tribe is unclear for now, but the Snow Wolf tribe at its peak had a population of over 15,000. In recent years, the Snow Wolf tribe has lost quite a few orcs due to race and bloodline issues, but the number is also around 1,000. If these 4 tribes really want to all merge into the Stone Forest, just managing them would be enough to make Ling Xiao burnt out. Moreover, the Snow Wolf and Stone Forest are long-standing grudges, and if Ling Xiao wants to take down the Snow Wolf tribe, he will inevitably have to kill or expel all the leaders of the wolf orcs. If those curved giant snakes in Snake Mountain stir up again, the Stone Forest tribe established by Ling Xiao, in the end, I'm afraid that it will become a large-scale compost farm with frequent civil unrest." Bai Shi shook her head and sighed. "You people with fast-spinning brains and a lot of heart, it's really scary." The corner of Bai Qingyu's lips curved slightly. "If you're willing to use your brain, you won't be worse than me." Bai Shi hummed and laughed. "I'll forget about it. My persona is pure and straightforward, the world's #1 cutie." After Bai Qingyu was silent for a few seconds, he helplessly said, "People live, they should always have some face, second brother. This thing, face, is most useless. In the future, if Ling Qinzhen really lays his hands on our Cold Mountain, I will go and be a bed-warming lover for her." Bai Shi said very shamelessly, "Use the beautiful man trick to make her spare our Cold Mountain. Or send you to be a love interest for Ling Qinzhen, humph." Ling Qinzhen finished her dinner calmly amidst a family of gawking eyes. Seeing that she was ready to run after calling up the little winged Aaron, Ling Xiao called out to her, "I'll go with you at night." Ling Qinzhen squirms when she looks at Ling Xiao. She slightly tilts her head and says with a bit of exasperation, "I'll go by myself." Ling Xiao laughs. "Are you still angry about what happened this afternoon?" Ling Changnan didn't say anything, but stood still. Ling Xiao patiently explains with her, "Most of the beastmen living in this wilderness are very unforgiving. Simply competing with the disasters of heaven and earth requires a huge price to pay. If anything, this topic is too broad for you to understand. Then let me put it another way. Do you have some kind of life and death grudge with Chang Tianchen? Because of the issue of belonging to a potato field, you teamed up with those 3 boys from Cold Mountain to surround and kill him? Is Chang Tianchen's life so cheap in your eyes? That potato field in the Poison Valley does have value, but can't you find this crop elsewhere? Moreover, are you sure that there is no better way to take that potato field from Chang Tianchen's temporary shelter?" Ling Qingyan's eyelashes moved slightly. "If I back out, turn around and you go and reason with him?" Ling Xiao raises his eyebrows slightly. "What? Not yet an adult and you feel you can't rely on our father? I just think I can suppress him and he's so conceited that he thinks I can't beat him, so he won't choose to run away." But as soon as those 3 from the White family joined forces, he felt that something was wrong and immediately ran away. "I didn't anticipate this. Ling Changnan explained in a Su voice. Ling Xiao hit the nail on the head. You say Chong Tianchen is conceited, but how are you not conceited yourself? You just think that your special ability is very unique and Chong Tianchen has no way to deal with your special ability, that's why you dared to start a direct fight with him. Ling Qingyan's eyebrows jumped, and although her heart was a little uncomfortable, what Ling Xiao said was exactly what she was thinking at the time. And what's the difference between you going to the Snow Wolf tribe alone now, and the mentality you had when you went to provoke Chong Tianchen this afternoon? Ling Changnan had nothing to say and directly sat down on a rock aside. Seeing her silent but still obedient demeanor, Ling Xiao helplessly shakes his head. It's not that he's not aware of the problem with his eldest daughter's supernatural ability, he's just been too lazy to point it out to her. But this afternoon's problem was somewhat serious. If she was really bitten by Chong Tianchen, he wouldn't necessarily be able to bring her back. That's why he couldn't let her fool around like that anymore, and that's why he had the punishment of hanging the tree in the afternoon. Let's hope it works. After fixing dinner, Ling Xiao explains that Chong Chen and Yu Xiaochen should not go out at night, let alone think about getting together. Only after that did he sit on the back of the bag, curiously watching as it meekly pressed its head against his eldest daughter's palm before turning its head and taking off. Baishi followed closely behind the bag. Tonight was the upper convex moon, but the air was cloudy, and the moon would be covered by puffy clouds from time to time, so the night flight vision was poor. Baishi yelled several times, and Ling Qingyan had to jump from the bag to behind Baishi, and after sitting down on his knees, he couldn't help but spit out, "You don't have night vision, and you're still following us out?" Baishi tilted her head to look at the curved blue moon hanging in the sky and sighed. "I originally thought that the moonlight would be good tonight." Hey, Ling Qingyan pointed ahead a little to the left, "That way, don't fly off course." It took some time to approach the Snow Wolf tribe's territory, and when they arrived at that forest, the floating clouds in front of the blue moon dispersed, and the moonlight spilled over the entire dense forest in grassland. If they continued to stay in mid-air, they would easily be discovered by the Snow Wolf warriors. Baishi flew directly into the forest with Ling Qingyan, and Pao Pao followed closely behind with Ling Xiao. As the blue moon revealed itself, the howls of the wolf clan suddenly rang out, followed by yelps, either near or far. Ling Qingyan stood on a tree branch, holding the trunk with one hand, and said, "Father, can you hear what message they are delivering?" Ling Xiao slumped his face and said helplessly, "Do I look like a wolf to you?" He was a tiger, how could he understand what message these ghosts and wolves were passing on? Baishi stood on another tree branch, and Pao carefully squatted beside him, using his wings to push Baishi towards the side of the tree trunk, which made an unbearable sound. Baishi whispered, "Bao Bao, don't move, if you do we'll both fall." Bao Bao followed his dog's sneaky demeanor and let out a low wail, furling his wings in dissatisfaction. So annoying, the two-legged beast was crushing the branches. Bao Bao's small eyes stared at his head, kind of wanting to lift his leg and kick him under the tree. Ling Qingnan's supernatural ability was completely liberalized, basically covering half of the Snow Wolf tribe's territory. She closed her eyes and whispered, "Their defense is tight tonight. There are 18 orcs, divided into 3 squads, patrolling this direction of the dense forest. In addition, there are orcs stationed hidden in several trees in the forest. There are also people in the shrubs and tree holes. Ling Xiao, sure enough, you startled them during the day, plus they did something when they handed over Su Wei paint, so they're worried that we'll take the opportunity to sneak in and retaliate. Ling Qingyan, the Snow Wolf clan is truly villainous." Ling Xiao corrected, "It's Su Kong, villainous mind. It's almost impossible for Zed to silently bring his family through the patrol's defense line and then avoid those beastmen hidden in the forest. Ling Xiao, I'll go in the direction of Red Rock Gulch, you stay here and wait for Zed." Ling Qingyan twisted his head to look at Ling Xiao's sharp tiger eyes. "What are you planning to do, father?" "I still want to go back and rest early, there's no need to waste time on waiting." Ling Xiao speaks casually and nods at Baishi, who is squeezed against the tree trunk by his bag. "By air, you're coming with me to Red Rock Gulch." Baishi is unsure, but still transforms into a beast form and takes Ling Xiao away. Ling Changnan looked at their departing backs in bewilderment, stroking his chin, his curiosity bursting. After the greater part of an hour, a commotion suddenly appeared in the Snow Wolf territory. Immediately after, the sound of panicked wolves howling, as well as noisy human voices, as well as the sound of messy footsteps. The sound of panicked wolves howling, noisy people's voices, and the sound of messy footsteps all poured into her ears. The Snow Wolf tribe is directly north. Baishi stood on the red bare rock and looked at the naturally relaxed Ling Xiao in front of him in shock. He couldn't believe what he had just seen. But at this moment, the Snow Wolf tribe was really in complete disarray because of the flurry of maneuvers he had just performed. Because tens of thousands of red rock poisonous scorpions with reddish back shells crawled into the Snow Wolf tribe orc cave at extremely high speeds. Clan Chief Ling, what exactly did you just do? Why were you able to manipulate these poisonous creatures hidden deep within the crevices of the stone rocks? And control such a large number of poisonous scorpions at once? Chapter 60 Rebel from the Wolf's Nest. Ling Xiao slightly glanced sideways at the bewildered Baishi beside him and helplessly shook his head. "It's not like I'm a scorpion king who can still command a group of scorpions. Other than controlling them with my supernatural abilities, what else can I do? Bai Shi blinked, but, I haven't seen you use your supernatural abilities. Ling Xiao holds his forehead. I remember that you are also a fire type ability, right? And it's already at level 8, so logically, you should be able to sense the fire element in the environment. Bai Shi said under his breath, elementalization of the ability, I haven't touched it yet. Their cold mountain tribe was mostly water-based, and there weren't many beastmen with fire-based psychic abilities like him in the first place, and even fewer high-level ones. There was no one to guide him, so he could only rely on himself to feel his way around. Just the concept of elementalization alone, he had heard about it from other people's mouths when he went to the mutual markets in the past 2 years. When Ling Xiao saw him vainly asking for guidance, he thought about his eldest daughter at home who had awakened her spiritual lineage, as well as his little tiger cub who was still several years away from awakening his psychic abilities, and suddenly felt a sense of desolation that there was no one left to follow in his footsteps. After scrutinizing Bai Shi for a few seconds, Ling Xiao suddenly said, I can guide you, but in the future, you can't use your psychic ability against NN. Bai Shi suddenly recalled what his own brother had said on his back in the afternoon. Once Shi Lin planned to expand, there would be a battle between him and Cold Mountain. Was he going to honor that promise? But if he missed out on the guidance of a high-level fire exotic orc like Ling Xiao, he would take a lot of detours if he wanted to go further, and he might not even have another chance to improve. Other than overly talented orc warriors, most orcs' abilities slow down after they reach level 6, and they can't even advance any further. There were some orcs that were even stuck under level 9 for the rest of their lives. His talent wasn't bad, but it wasn't particularly outstanding either. If Ling Xiao hummed and laughed, what? Hesitating about something? Bai Shi asked bluntly, will the stone forest expand in the future and start a war with us, Cold Mountain? I won't. Ling Xiao gave him the answer with certainty, I only want to protect the stone forest tribe, and my 2 children. There is no idea of continuing to expand the tribe. But NN. I can't say for sure. Ling Xiao looked at the distant and rowdy Snow Wolf tribe territory, hooked his lips and smiled, but NN is very good to his own people, if you're worried about the 2 tribes going to war in the future. Why don't you persuade your father or your brother when the time comes to return directly to the fold? Bai Shi wrinkled her face and said, that little mind of yours, you really don't even want to hide it for a bit. Ling Xiao laughs, what's there to hide, who can say about the future? Bai Shi looked at him steadily, it seems that you feel from the bottom of your heart that after she inherits the position of matriarch, she will definitely go after the several tribes around her. Ling Xiao hung his eyes and said nothing. But Bai Shi's guess was actually correct. He also felt that his own eldest daughter was afraid that she would not be willing to cower in such a small piece of territory. He was bound because he had a child, so he didn't dare to make enemies all around, and at the same time, he had to ensure his own strength and protect so many people behind him. But N was a female. And not just some soft female. She could have many mates, and all of them would be her helpers. With great power, how could she be willing to be the leader of a small to medium-sized tribe? Especially after she had seen those big tribes in the south. She was afraid that her heart was holding back the desire to slay back in front of those orcs who had bullied her and wipe out her past shame. Ling Xiao pondered for a long time and didn't wait for Bai Shi's promise, but still told him why the red rock poison scorpion was driven by him tonight. It's actually very simple, there is no grass or trees to protect this side of the Red Rock Gulch, so when there is sun during the day, the ground temperature is always high, these poisonous scorpions will hunker down and rest in the cracks of the rocks, or deep in the crevices, and when the sun goes down and the ground temperature isn't as high, they will come out to forage for food. It's no easier to control the temperature with fire-type psychic ability, no need to scorch them with fire, just need to mobilize all the nearby fire elements to raise the temperature around the poisonous scorpions, leaving a gap for them to move. These poisonous scorpions will naturally act as if they're acting on command. Bai Shi came to a realization, and then was shocked by Ling Xiao's extreme control over his foreign energy. Creatures like scorpions had a strong sense of territory. So mobilizing tens of thousands of scorpions all at once and flooding into the Snow Wolf tribe's territory all at once would mean that Ling Xiao would have to control the fire elementals within the territorial boundaries of several scorpion swarms. How big must this area be? Bai Shi could not imagine. Ling Xiao wouldn't tell him the answer either. Inside the Snow Wolf territory, the poisonous scorpions with reddish-brown backshells quickly crawled towards cooler places. Those dug-out caves on the Rocky Mountains were the coolest places. A scorpion with a body length of nearly 50 centimeters and 4 pairs of stepping feet quickly crawled along the twisted rock crevices and soon crawled inside a snow wolf burrow. The mouth of the cave was illuminated by moonlight, and the blue moonlight fell on the red scorpion's back shell, turning it into an eerie color. Soon, a snow wolf pup that smelled an unfamiliar odor ran to the scorpion's heel and watched as the large scorpion erected its black and red sword tail, and its 2 huge pincer limbs were set up in front of its body in a defensive stance. The tip of the snow wolf cub's nose twitched, and when it was just about to use its claws to knock the poisonous scorpion's head, a large hand suddenly picked it up from behind, and a man's scolding voice followed, "Brat, you don't want to die. That scorpion is poisonous, if the poisonous stinger on its tail stabs you, you'll have to lie in the dirt with your azu tomorrow." The man knocked on the cub's head a few times, and was about to pick up the sharp fork in the corner to fork out this red rock poisonous scorpion that had come in from nowhere. When he lifted his eyes, he saw a bizarre, ghostly light illuminating the cave entrance that was directly facing the blue moon. Dozens of poisonous scorpions with body lengths over 50 centimeters scrambled in. As for those palm-sized juvenile scorpions, they were even more numerous. After just a short while of frothing, there were already so many scorpions within the house that there was nowhere to lay their feet. The man hurriedly carried the cub on his back, transformed into a beast form, stepped on a few higher things in the corners of the house, and leapt down with a long leap hole. The result was more scorpions below. The man crumbled to find a place to land, but also to avoid the poisonous stinger that will be stuck over at any time, tired and panting. The entire Snow Wolf tribe, every family's cave, was playing out a similar scenario. There were even orcs who panicked and accidentally got their legs and feet pierced by poisonous scorpions. In no time, the skin on their legs and feet were black and swollen, and the whole person started to get dizzy. She silently landed in the shadows high above. Casually using his bird's beak, he lifted a few poisonous scorpions that crawled to his side and threw them into the scorpion pile below. Compared to these Snow Wolf beastmen who were dodging in a sorry state, she could be said to be like a fish in water in the scorpion pile. Scorpions were also on their flying bird beastmen's recipes, but the stuff was poisonous, and the poisonous glands usually had to be torn out before they could get their mouths on it. So he never touched the stuff when food was plentiful. With its long beak and fearlessness of the scorpion's sword tail and pincer limbs, its size was even more crushing level. So he could casually overturn a scorpion king with a body length of nearly a meter, and could easily step on the other party's back shell, hold its tail, and yank the entire tail stinger right off. So any adult scorpion that was a little bit smarter would not run towards him, and even as soon as they sensed his scent, they frantically drove the scorpion group around them and fled in the other direction. Standing alone at the highest point of the Snow Wolf tribe, he looked down at the chaotic scene below, using the moonlight to look for any sign of Set's family. But his night vision was indeed too poor, and with only the moonlight falling, he could only see the tops of the heads of those orcs, and couldn't see human faces at all. But soon the warriors of the Snow Wolf tribe organized a wall of fire to isolate the scorpion swarm. Scorpions were afraid of fire. The Snow Wolf tribe didn't have a lot of fire ability orcs, so after realizing that the wall of fire could make those scorpions retreat, the fire ability warriors took the lead, protecting the old, weak, women and children behind them, and using fire to drive the scorpions away from the surrounding area. Set hid behind the two fire shifter orcs with his family. His mate was also a forest wolf orc, and the two had bred twin cubs who were now just over 3 years old. Once Set returned home, he told his mate about his plans. But his mate, Fire, didn't actually agree with his decision, believing his plan to be too dangerous. The tribal patriarchs were too harsh on defectors, and with the fact that they were still Timberwolf orcs, the means to deal with them would only be even more cold and harsh. If she was caught, it didn't matter if she was punished. As long as she could break away from the Snow Wolf tribe, a little flesh wound was just a flesh wound, she could definitely carry it off. But the problem was that the two cubs were only 3 years old. She didn't think that those in the tribe would be merciful to her children. It would be better to wait until the children were a little older and they were a little stronger before venturing out to try again. Said, holding one cub with one hand and protecting her partner, Philly, from behind with the other, looked at the flickering firelight ahead and the densely packed poisonous scorpions, and suddenly inclined his head to look at the flustered Philly. He touched his hand gently to Philly's arm, his pale green pupils flashing a dark light as he whispered, "I have a feeling that they did these." "Who?" Philly froze for a few seconds, not waiting for Said to answer before it dawned on her. She wrinkled her eyebrows and looked behind her at several snow wolves that had been stung by the scorpion's poisonous stinger, her face a little stony, her voice almost imperceptible. "Isn't that a little too much commotion? There might be a lot of people who will die before they can detoxify the poison. Is it just for our family?" "It couldn't be, could it?" Said was a mediocre Quinnan forest wolf orc, and had no special abilities. The stone forest tribe would have to be out of their minds to make a big fuss over their family. Said whispered, "Either way, right now is an opportunity. Because of the influx of poisonous scorpions, the tribe is now in a mess. The guards on the other side of the dense forest heard the commotion, and will definitely immediately rush back. This scorpion chaos will not be calmed for a while, and most of the orcs are estimated to spend the night in the open area tonight, and they should move towards the forest." He gave a slight wink to Philly. "Philly, you decide whether to go or not, I'll listen to you." Philly bit the corner of her lip and hesitated for a long time, but soon heard the voice of the leading warrior in front of her. "All of you, take the children and injured orcs and move towards the forest side. All move faster. Don't dawdle." Philly pressed her brows together and gritted her teeth. "Let's go then. A godsend, miss this one and no one knows when the next opportunity will come. It's just that all of our supplies and family belongings are still in the caves. Is it all staying here?" Said took the child and Philly and quickly hurried towards the forest, intentionally keeping his distance from the orcs around him, falling to the far side of the group. When they stopped, he picked a shaded spot and sat down with Philly to recuperate, saying softly, "Let's go find her first and wait for the rendezvous to make a decision." Running back to get the luggage at this point in time was too eye-catching and dangerous. However, that young patriarch of the Stone Forest tribe should have flying orcs by his side so he could take advantage of the fact that the tribe was now being invaded by the scorpion swarms, and their defenses were extremely empty, and pack away their supplies along with them. By the time all the orcs within the tribe had moved to the forest, there was already a group of orcs that had cut down all the grass and trees around the forest, clearing out a safe and open area. A large number of injured orcs were housed here, and the other orcs also picked a clean and safe place nearby as a place to rest tonight. Philly, you watch the children, I'll go help. Philly reached out and took his wrist. When will you be back? A beast hour from now, I'm not sure. Cinder looked at the two cubs nestled under the roots of the massive tree and lowered his head to kiss his mate's forehead. Don't you be afraid, things aren't that bad. Philly watched worriedly as he went to help. There was no way to stop him at a time like this. By the time Cinder returned, it was an hour and a half later. Dragging his still-heeled leg, he returned to Phyllis and sat against her, resting his head gently on her shoulder. Immediately waking up from her light sleep, Philly looked at Zed, who was still stained with poisonous blood on his animal skin skirt, and reached out to straighten his messy short hair. Rest for a while. Zed shook his head and leaned on her shoulder, but his eyes suddenly opened and he craned his head to look at the orcs patrolling around. Most of the strong orcs had been transferred to the horde to clear out the troublesome scorpions. Only 10 or so remained to guard the injured orcs. The rest of the orcs were mostly gathered in clans scattered around to rest. I'll take a walk to the south for convenience. Zed licked his dry, cracked lips and got up to walk towards the south. After a few minutes of walking towards the forest, about 100 or so meters from the resting place, Zed stopped. Confirming that there were no orcs stalking the area, he turned into his beast form and ran ahead with great speed. But after only a few hundred meters, a black shadow fell from the sky and landed right in front of him. Zed immediately braked his footsteps, his ghostly green wolf eyes staring tightly at the black shadow in front of him. It was her. He let out a quiet sigh of relief. You're really here? Ling Qinzhen moved her stiff shoulders and neck. I've been waiting for you for a long time, you're really dawdling. The tribal warriors are very tightly defended, and it's too eye-catching to suddenly run away. Ling Qinzhen said breathlessly, at the time of the initial chaos, you should have run south immediately, instead of waiting for them to readjust and have organized and divided up before thinking of escaping. Can't even run away, how stupid. The scolded Zed was very unconvinced. You make it sound simple. Ling Qinzhen stared at him. So, how are you alone? Where's your family? I came out to take a look first, in case you didn't come and I ran out with my family, it would be troublesome to be caught up. Ling Qinzhen was so exasperated that his brain hurt. Then it won't be troublesome if you go back now and bring your family out to pee later? Said. Go back and bring the family out. Ling Qinzhen said in a cold tone. I'm going to create a commotion, this time run away while it's happening, do you hear me? There's only one chance. If you cower this time, you and your family will rot in the Snow Wolf tribe. Ling Qinzhen ground his back teeth, turned around and made a gentle leap, quickly disappearing from Set's eyes. Chapter 61, Myriad Wonders. Set was a little aggravated by Ling Qinzhen's scolding, but he soon consoled himself. Ling Qinzhen hadn't gone back on his word, it was already excellent. He didn't know what kind of commotion Ling Qinzhen was planning to toss, but he still turned around and hurried back without hesitation. Before he had even returned to the spot where the tribe was temporarily stationed, he could hear shouts and complaints rising and falling. With the firelight bouncing around within the forest, he hid behind the shadows and finally got a good look at the culprits causing the commotion. A group of thick-skinned gold-eating dolphins, rushing from the east, grunting and topping a pair of large, white fangs, were charging around the Snow Wolf tribe's perimeter. These gold-eating dolphins were particularly smart and didn't penetrate deep inside the garrison, they were just knocking around. The orcs in charge of defense also gathered to the east side, uniting to form a line of defense. Every time they prepared to attack, the gold-eating dolphins ran away. But as soon as they gave up their attack and retreated to the edge of the garrison, the gold-eating dolphin immediately turned around and came back, continuing to ram and provoke, and also had a bit of a sense of bragging rights. This kind of appearance, it is hard for people not to believe that there is a high-level person behind the guidance. Zed did not dare to watch for too long. Seizing the opportunity, he took his companion Philly and quietly left. The two not-so-big cubs also seems to understand their current situation, obediently and coquettishly closed their mouths, tightly lying on the back of their parents, neck shrunken, two ears folded back into airplane ears. Until running for more than 10 minutes, to make sure that the distance has been drawn away from the garrison, no pursuers behind them to follow, Zed only quietly relieved. Immediately after that, he continued to take his family to continue running to the south. The Stone Forest tribe was directly south of the Snow Wave tribe. However, the fallen Lu Mountain range in the dead of night was very dangerous. Just when their family of 4 was unaware of it, 7 or 8 orcs, who were hidden deep in the dense forest, suddenly opened their eyes that were glowing red, greedily licked the corners of their mouths, and in an instant, they turned from stillness to agility and scurried forward at great speed through the forest that was full of obstacles. Then in the case that Zed and Phyllis were unprepared, a salivating 8-legged giant spider suddenly leapt down from the sky above, its white spider silk spraying towards Phyllis. Philly immediately braked her footsteps and reflexively dodged to the left, but she was attacked by another leopard from the left, and her entire body was knocked out and landed on the spiderweb sprayed out by the giant spider. Philly. Both Philly and a cub were stuck to the spiderweb, struggling desperately but never able to get out. Zhen immediately slammed ferociously towards the giant spider that was quickly pouncing on Philly. The giant spider also revealed its own fangs, and its 8 round and eerie eyes locked onto the unsuspecting Zhen. It raised its forelimbs and stabbed towards Zhen's neck without hesitation. In the nick of time, a jade-white bone blade descended from the sky, directly from the joints of the giant spider's forelimbs, breaking them off. Afterwards, the giant tiger raised its claws without hesitation and quickly slapped the several eyes on its back. Turning its head, it pounced towards the leopard that was trying to sneak up on it. Seeing the bad situation, the leopard immediately turned around and ran, unable to stop cursing bad luck in its heart. The last time they sneak attacked this thin mountain giant tiger on the road, the result was that 17 brothers turned into 7. This was still because they were scattered and fled. That damn tigress couldn't chase them in several directions at once, so they managed to save their lives. Unexpectedly, today they ran into this god of death again. The leopard was extremely fast and ran towards the darkness without looking back. As for the 6 cooperative hunting partners behind them, they should seek their own happiness. Ling Qinzhen did not run after the leopard. Now is not the time to clean up these few that like to prey on their own kind. The last time she traveled to the Misty Swamp, the front part of the road was run by herself, and it just happened to cross the Luolu mountain range. This team of wandering orcs just felt that she was easy to bully and ganged up to round her up. In the end, she was pressed and hammered, and as a result, these people didn't die, and kept secretly chasing after her, wanting to take advantage of her resting at night, driving away the inferior beasts so that she couldn't rest, and then taking advantage of the situation. In the end, she was really impatient, so she took out half of their manpower. Originally thought that these defeated generals who fled in a daze would have their tails between their legs during this period of time. The result is really an old lifer eating arsenic. Ling Qinzhen wailed toward the top, and a cluster of sparks ignited the spider web. The spider web burned quickly when it met fire, and Philly and the frightened cub finally escaped from the spider web. Ling Xiao jumped down from a high place and looked at the wretched family of 4, twisting his head to speak with Bai Shi who came out from the shadows. How many have run away? Bai Shi nodded slightly. Together with that leopard beast man, there are 4 in total. Only killed 2. Ling Xiao shook his head with a disappointed expression inside. Still need to practice. Ling Chengnan transformed back into his human form, walked over to the giant spider, kicked the giant spider away that had stopped moving at some point, pulled out the bone blade that was rooted on the ground, and looked at the severed limbs that had fallen next to the bone blade, as well as the pinkish white meat inside. This would be excellent prey if it wasn't an orc. The stone forest was not by the sea, so large shrimps and crabs didn't need to be thought of. They were definitely not available. Instead, giant spiders could be substituted. It's just that giant spiders are mostly orcs and cannot be eaten. Ling Xiao glanced at her and said, "Don't even think about things like eating your own kind. Once you have tasted your own kind, you will become more and more picky about your prey and become like this group of scum. Focusing on hunting your own kind is extremely inhumane." He had always believed that what made orcs and beasts different was also the ability to possess restraint by not eating their own kind. How could an orc that lost its self-control be considered an orc? Ling Qinzhen blinked and said solemnly, "I definitely won't eat it. Don't you believe in my character, father?" Ling Xiao coldly grunted, "You were hung from a tree this afternoon because of what? Your character is bad enough." Ling Qinzhen was undermined and his face darkened slightly, but he didn't retort. Never mind, the original's old father also had a fistful of love for his daughter, wanting to teach her to be an upright and capable chief. "Let's go, it's not advisable to stay here for long." After confirming that Zhen and the others were out of the field of view of those orcs, Ling Changnan didn't maneuver those gold-devouring dolphins to toss the Snow Wolf tribe again. Tonight's Scorpion Tide and gold-devouring dolphin provocation was also a small revenge for the loss he suffered on Su Weipu some time ago. Zhen helped Fei Li up from the ground and looked up to ask, "We haven't packed any of our belongings, can we take advantage of the gap within the tribe to retrieve our things?" Ling Qinzhen pointed at a few animal skin packages hanging on the tree branches. "Fetched them for you." By the way, he also looted some of the Snow Wolf tribe's supplies. The key target to take care of was Su Kang's family. After all, Su Weifang's family all cheaper this, she in order to cure Su Weifang's injuries, paid not 1.5 stars to collect some payment, plus some interest, is not excessive. So after finding Set's home according to the scent and helping him pack all the luggage in his house, she also copied the bottom of Su Kang's house according to the location provided by Su Wei painting. Ling Qinzhen whistled towards midair, and a small winged subdragon flapped its wings and slowly fell down from high in the sky, not forgetting to carry and throw down a few animal skin parcels hanging on the branches of a tree. Zed hurriedly put down the cubs in his arms and caught the packages in one hand. "You take the cubs and follow me." Ling Qinzhen clamped the cub that Zed had put down under his armpit with one hand and jumped onto the back of the packages with a gentle leap. Philly, holding the other cub, glanced hesitantly at Zed. "Go on, it's fine." Zed carried the 2 huge packages and watched his partner get onto the back of the small winged subdragon, turning towards Ling Xiao to thank him. Thanks for your help. Ling Xiao drags out 2 more huge packages from the shrubs not far away, throwing one hand to the one that just took off. He himself grabbed the other one and jumped onto Baishi's back. The bag grabbed the bundle with its claws and circled in the air for half a circle, then flapped its wings and flew towards the south. And Green Crane followed closely behind this time, without being thrown off again. It was already late at night when they returned to the Stone Forest tribe. But both Chong Jin and Yu Xiaochen didn't sleep. The 2 of them sat under a tree with a fire. Yu Xiaochen used the light of the fire to silently sort the seeds that were mixed together. Chong Jin, on the other hand, was simmering chicken soup to go with the yams he happened to dig up while digging up potatoes. The amount of yam is not much. At first he encountered him directly thrown into the weeds, was going to burn together, but the result is Ling Qinzhen came, the pile of crunchy stick into the bamboo basket, said that this can also be eaten. As the chicken soup slowly boiled over a low flame, he looked at the sky with a bored look and sighed. We've been gone for so long, when will we be back? Something shouldn't have happened, right? Yu Xiaochen grasped the seeds in his hand, raised his eyes and said, it shouldn't be. The patriarch also went along, he's very powerful. 4 tribes joined forces and all suffered a big loss in his hands. Tonight's pickup will also be the patriarch in the dark and the other party in the light. The one who will suffer will only be the Snow Wolf tribe. Heavy True Chief let out an eep and raised an eyebrow. You do trust them, father and daughter, don't you? Why? Yu Xiaochen said in confusion. What why? Isn't it right to trust them? Wife Master and Matriarch Ling, although they both look like they don't have a good temper, they are actually both very reliable people. If one is a family member with them, one naturally feels very secure. Chongjin asked curiously, you really want to be a beast husband for Ling Changnan, don't you? Can't you see that she doesn't have that kind of idea about the few of us? Yu Xiaochen straightened the basket containing the seeds, and his raised pupils were very clear. What does that have to do with anything? An ordinary beastman like me who is destined to never become a strong person, being able to chase after and cling to a strong person and become part of the other party's help is more than normal. Even if my wife's master isn't interested in my face, as long as she doesn't think I'm a useless piece of trash and is willing to accept me to add to her endeavors, it's actually a very good thing for me. At least, my abilities can be recognized in some way. Shijizan scrutinized Yu Xiaochen seriously, and was just about to say something when he suddenly heard a shout from the distance. They're back. He stood up in place and squinted his eyes at the sky. 2 black shadows flew close under the blue moon. Ling Changnan was the first to carry a cub, and a huge package, and jumped straight down from the sky above. Following closely behind was an unfamiliar female face, carrying an orc cub topped with a pair of wolf ears in her arms. The package landed on a rocky beach not far away, and lowered its head to draw water from the stream. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, landed behind Ling Qinzhen with Zed and Baishi, carrying the huge bag on one shoulder and striding towards the fire. Is their luggage this much? Chongjin helped take the bag on Ling Xiao's shoulder and was shocked to feel the heavy strength. This was because Zed himself was carrying 2 large bags, which he casually placed beside the 2 cubs. Ling Qinzhen placed the packages in his hand by the fire as well, and said with his mouth curled up, this is not Zed's family's baggage, it's Su Kang's family's. Chongjin's eyes rounded, looked back at the cave behind him, and lowered his voice, you really beat up Su Kang? How did you do it Could it be that he's really a rookie? No Su Kang wasn't home, I went straight in and emptied his cave. Ling Qinzhen was too lazy to explain, and gave the heavy responsibility of sharing the experience of making a mess of the Snow Wolf tribe to the talkative Baishi, while he himself squatted on the side and opened the blind box. Chongjin looked at Ling Cheng'en's cloudy appearance, really curious about what they had actually done during this time, came over to Baishi's side and pricked up his ears, listening to the Snow Wolf tribe's encounters tonight, and soon couldn't help but show sympathy on his face. At the same time, he also became more in awe of Ling Xiao. He originally thought that Ling Xiao was just excessively strong in combat, but he didn't expect to use underhanded tricks, but he also didn't lose at all So, they didn't lose unjustly. The parcel that Ling Qinzhen was the first to unwrap was loaded with a large number of tanned animal furs, probably hundreds of them, and most of them were more expensive and extremely effective in keeping out the cold. It should have been Su Kang's collection for many years. Ling Qinzhen took a third of it, and put the rest aside, deciding that in the winter, it would be distributed to the families in the tribe that didn't have enough supplies, as well as the orphans in the sheltered area. The rest were some generic rare medicinal herbs, as well as some messy, more valuable-looking things. As well as a large amount of purified metals, regardless of whether they had been seen or not, she packed them all in her head. Thought he was much richer, forcibly appropriating Su Wei Pao's stuff, it feels like it doesn't add up to much Ling Qinzhen carries the fur inside the cave, while Ling Xiao takes Zed's family to the tribal orcs' living area. He pointed to a vacant tree cave and said, there aren't any vacant treehouse caves in the village, only some abandoned ones, you guys can make do here tonight and figure out how to start building the house yourselves tomorrow. If you don't intend to stay in the stone forest, you can also settle here for the time being, just let me know when you leave. said follows Ling Xiao all the way and finds that the Stone Forest tribe is extraordinarily peaceful at night. On the surface there are no orc warriors visible on defense patrols, but in fact it's typically loose on the outside and tight on the inside, especially close to the central area of the orc colony. However, they were outsiders and were not qualified to enter the center area for the time being. Arranging them in the tree caves at the edge of the living area was actually very reasonable. Thanks a lot, this place is fine. Can you give me some time to think about it? I'll decide whether to stay or go after discussing with my partner. Ling Xiao nodded and turned around, ready to leave. Said hurriedly called out to him and took the initiative to speak. I haven't had the chance to say anything tonight. I failed to do what I promised young clan chief Ling earlier. But I inquired with the warrior responsible for expelling Pseudo this afternoon about where she went. When she left she went south, into the Falling Lu mountain range. She should have wanted to ask for your help so that you could go ahead and pick up Su Weifang. But I don't know what happened in the middle, and up to now there's no sign of her. Chapter 62, Scarcity of Saltstone. Ling Xiao looks back and said, really? It's true, I set the words of the 3 orcs in charge of guarding the south side of the tribe, and the answers were consistent. Said seriously said, there are quite a few dangers over the Falling Lu mountain range. There are also several small tribes, but the locations are all relatively hidden. With the injuries she has on her body, if she stumbles into a gang of orc hunters, the odds are that she'll already be corpsed. But it's also possible that she was rescued by a small tribe in the Fallen Lu mountain range, or by wandering orcs. I can help you point out the location of those small tribes. I often hunt in the Falling Lu mountain range, so I sort of know the place better. Ling Xiao lowers his eyes and thinks for a moment. I'll talk to NN about it. If she is willing to go and look for it, then let her go, I won't stop her. If she's not willing, then wait for Su Weipu to heal. It's just as well for him to go and look for it on his own. Said was a little surprised at the indifference of Ling Xiao's attitude toward Su Duo, and he had thought that Ling Qinzhen had inquired about Su Duo's whereabouts in order to find her as soon as possible, so that Su Weiwa would feel at ease. But now it seems that the young matriarch seems to be in the stone forest and is not very favored. However, it was no wonder. A useless disabled beastman, even his once handsome appearance was destroyed. What else could make a powerful female like young matriarch Ling fall for her? It was simply impossible. The Stone Forest tribe was already considered benevolent for not throwing young matriarch Su out of the tribe to fend for herself. Hey, in the final analysis, it's all the sins of the old matriarch who deserves heaven's wrath. Said's husband and wife watched Ling Xiao walk away. Fei Li helped unload the luggage on Said and pointed in the direction where the sound of the stream could be vaguely heard to the right. You've been busy all night, take the 2 cubs to wash up, I'll clean this tree hole first. By the time Said took the 2 cubs towards the stream, a monkey head suddenly poked out from the canopy of the next tree, and after getting a good look at the figure that was busy in the tree hole, he turned back to speak with the family in the treehouse, and soon climbed down the trunk with a simple version of a broom made out of a tree branch. They had just heard the matriarch making arrangements for this new family of orcs, so they shouldn't be bad people. Fairai was a little surprised at the friendliness of her neighboring family, but settled down smoothly in the Stone Forest tribe as a result. Early the next morning, Ling Xiao relayed Set's words to Ling Qinzhen and Su Weifang. Without much hesitation, Ling Qinzhen shook his head and said, I can't spare any time to look for people lately. Besides potato planting, I have to go out and search for other plants, and after the potato planting is over, I'll be going out to look for the salt lake. Su Weifang also nodded, there's no need for you to bother about Pseudo. Ling Qinzhen pointed to the pile of supplies in the corner of the cave. I packed all of Su Kang's family belongings back. You can take some of the old things that belong to you, but if you are willing to give it all to me, I can bravely take it all. Su Weifang looked at her crossed and smug look, glanced at the things in the corner, and sighed. You can take all of these, it's not counting all of his family's belongings, it's at most a quarter of it. More of Su Kang's supplies are not kept in his cave, but in his partner's place. Su Weifang hesitated for a few seconds, her eyes moving away from Ling Qinzhen. Actually, you're not the only one with special powers. It seems that Bea also has a strange supernormal ability. She can receive many things out of thin air within a space that she carries with her. But it seems that living things cannot be contained within this space. Su Weifang hesitated. Bea and I have never been close, but it was Bea who, for some reason, shushed our siblings during the years when she first bonded with Su Kang. However, since she awakened this strange psychic ability, she didn't continue to approach us. Guarding Su Kang and Sullivan, she began to live her life in peace. Ling Qinzhen raised his eyebrows. Spatial alien ability? Spatial ability, it should be more than just being able to organize things, right? The aggressiveness of this kind of psychic ability was actually no weaker than other psychic abilities, and it was always able to kill without being seen. With her spatial ability, can she hurt people? Ling Qinzhen asked after her. Su Weifang shook her head. I've never seen it, so I'm not sure. But Xiao Duo suspects that she doesn't actually have an alien ability. The physical qualities of allomancers were all very good, and even if they were injured, their recovery speed was faster than ordinary people. Bea suffered a very serious injury after she had her psychic ability. She was attacked by a red-spiked honey badger that could make holes, and ended up being pierced through her ribs by the long thorns on the red-spiked honey badger's back, as well as having her left leg bitten by the rampaging honey badger and seriously injured. After a basic treatment by a witch doctor, normally, for an injury of this magnitude, an altered beastman would need a maximum of 10 days or so, and would basically recover completely. But Bea recuperated for 2 months. Su Weidiao, from this point of view, her true physical quality is weaker than most ordinary females. So Xiaoduo suspects that she has not awakened her supernormal abilities. As for why she is so divine, we are not clear about the reason for the time being. Ling Qinzhen actually thought of space-type treasures at the very first moment. But she didn't say these speculations to Su Weihua. However, Su Weihua's reminder also alerted Ling Qinzhen. She can be bound by a small yellow unity, so it is not unusual for others to be reborn, have spatial treasures, or other golden fingers. However, if it is a spatial exotic treasure, she was really quite greedy. In the future, when packing up the Snow Wolf tribe, it would be possible to think of a way to get this thing first, so that Su Kong that old Den won't rise again with his family, as well as a space of supplies. While eating breakfast, Ling Xiao cleared out an open space and started writing and drawing on the ground with a tree branch. Ling Chengyin carries his rice bowl and stands beside him, probing and looking at the ghostly drawings on the ground. With a questioning look on his face, he immediately asks, "Father, what are you drawing?" Ling Xiao takes the branch in his hand and knocks her on the knee, saying in a bad mood, "Drawing a road map for you. Aren't you looking for the salt lake? I've asked around with the orcs from a few other neighboring tribes during this time and asked for the location of a saltwater lake." Ling Qinzhen held the bowl and filled his mouth with the simmering rib soup, huffing and puffing, moved his knocked left leg back a small half step, and said with a buried face, "But I can't understand this you drew? You might as well just say it." Ling Xiao looks at this one circle on the ground, that one curved line, and the other irregular squares and circles, scratches the back of his head in a bit of distress, and sits cross-legged in front of the map he drew and lets out a long sigh. "You'll just have to read it, I'll explain it to you as I go along." Ling Xiao points to a round pebble by his feet. "This is equivalent to our tribe." Immediately following that, he picked up a palm-sized black volcanic rock and placed it at the right front position of the pebble. This black stone represents the misty swamp. Ling Xiao pushes his fingertip in a straight line from the pebble to the position of the black stone and patiently explains, "What you walked before should have been a straight line from the stone forest to the misty swamp in order to complete a round trip in the fastest time. Well, the first half of the journey through the falling Lu mountain range took me a bit of time, and then after that it was all by relying on the white-green feather to travel straight in a northeasterly direction, and without switching directions in the middle of the journey, I found the misty area straight away." Ling Xiao nodded and sighed in relief. "Then this is simple. On the nearest straight line route from the stone forest to the misty swamp, you can actually find a saltwater lake." Wei immediately stumped his head and his eyes lit up. "I didn't even see it on my way back and forth. I came across 4 or 5 lakes on the way, none of them were very large, and 2 of the small lakes, both of which I've fetched water from, are freshwater lakes." Ling Xiao did not slow down and said, "Listen to me first. The lakes on this route are all freshwater lakes, but directly east of the nearest freshwater lake from the misty area, there is a very large saltwater lake called Hong Shadow Lake. The distance is about 2 beast hours of running at full speed in your beast form." Ling Xiao was not very sure of the formulation. Ling Qinzhen was slightly staggered and said, "I'm running at full speed for 2 beast hours? That's not close." Although she hadn't accurately calculated it, the system said that her state of running at full speed was comparable to the speed of an express train. AUI same 37 lines ms forbidden turn J this D2 text K file $a.SDAC2 EHFN but 2F16, 2 EFK 2 HD9 SK5N5 BMNK3W4J at .55 MBJ $3.3XAI2 7C690 IP7A GA45LC0E8AO3 equals S6 PBAJ 33LZ. So she speculated that her peak speed should be 140 km to 150 km per hour. But because running at high speeds was physically exhausting, she couldn't sustain a 2-hour high-speed rampage. This also meant that the distance between Honging Salt Lake and that freshwater lake was roughly 300 kilometers. This Honging Lake, is it large? Ling Chengnan temporarily disregarded the issue of round-trip time, intending to first inquire about the condition of the salt lake and whether there were any less friendly communities in the neighborhood. Ling Xiao nodded. "The area of Hong Shadow Lake is very large, roughly a quarter of the area of the entire Misty Swamp." Ling Qinzhen was instantly energized. If not for the fact that sowing potatoes was imminent, she could have immediately pulled her legs out and rushed towards Honging Lake. Ling Xiao pressed her shoulder. "You can't go to Honging Lake yet. I've already commissioned the help of the Bai tribal chiefs to let them hunt as far northeast as possible during this time, and go to Honging Lake to explore the situation first." After all, it wasn't one of their tribes that lacked salt, but the tribes in the entire central region of the wasteland, all of them were the same. Nowadays, the salt stones in the central mutual market all come from some large tribes in the south, and the small tribes located between the center and the south rely on the high price to exchange salt stones from the large tribes in the south, and then bring them to the mutual market, and then resell it to them at a higher price. Once the salt lake was identified and the kind of salt powder that ENN had produced could be extracted, the entire central region would instantly change. The plan of the large tribes in the south to use salt stones to curb the development of their tribes in the central region would be completely ineffective. Salt stones had always been important, and it was true that they could fill their stomachs with prey alone. But the salty flavor in the salt stones could make the body stronger. So even if the big tribes in the south kept raising the price of salt stones, they had to empty their pockets and carry those salt stones that didn't taste good back to their tribes and carefully distribute them to each and every beastman. The more Ling Qinzhen listened, the deeper her frown became. She wasn't aware before that the tribes in the central region, the lack of salt had actually reached such a point. In that case, it seemed that she had hogged such a large chunk of salt stones, yet Ling Xiao hadn't beaten her half to death, and hadn't even said a single heavy word, so it really was extremely indulgent towards her. Bai Su will take their tribe's hunting team out today, and probably won't be back for 3 days. During this time you take a good inventory of the tribe's supplies, and pick the warriors who will escort the supplies this time. If there are no accidents, 3 days later Bai Su will be back. After confirming the situation of the saltwater lake from him, we can directly set off to the mutual market. The amount of salt stones exchanged this time will be directly reduced by half. If those tribes selling salt stones raise the price again, they can reduce the portion some more, but don't directly tear our faces off. Ling Xiao explains extremely meticulously, looking at the big daughter with a confused face, but still decides to let go and let her lead the team to the mutual market to exchange supplies. The small tribes that are sandwiched between the big tribes in the south and our central region, all of them don't have an easy time either. They have to face the bullying of the big tribes around them head on, and their hunting range is shrinking again and again, so salt and stone is considered a very important source of income for them. Maintaining a relationship with them for the time being can buy us a chance to refine salt powder ourselves. Because once those few big tribes in the south realize that something is wrong, they will most likely take the lead in seizing Hong Shadow Lake and won't let us get any closer. In the end, things will only go worse. Ling Qingyan's vertical eyes did not pick up Ling Xiao's words. But Ling Xiao saw the defiance under her eyes at a glance. Even if you're angry again, you have to bear with me, do you hear me? I'm not joking with you, you've grown up in the big tribes in the south since you were a kid, you know most clearly what kind of they are. Before you have enough strength to call them out, you are not allowed to provoke or find trouble with them. Ling Chengnan made a low hum and said in a smooth tone, I won't, I have my measure. Ling Xiao reaches out and holds his forehead and says, I hope you really do have a sense of proportion. Ling Chenjiang aggravatedly said, you think so little of me, then go yourself. Ling Xiao raises his hand and knocks her on the head, still stubborn. Go if you're told to go, it's a training for you. Waiting for Ling Xiao to go out, only then does Chongzhen take the straw hat she exchanged from Yu Xiao Chen and casually fastens it on her head, inquiring in a low voice, I told you earlier about joining the mutual market together, how have you considered it? Have you discussed it with the Cold Mountain Tribe's patriarch? Ling Qinzhen blinked his eyes, revealing a rare expression of a few moments of weakness. Chongzhen said breathlessly, didn't you talk about anything useful when you were hanging from a tree with them for a few beasts yesterday afternoon? Ling Qinzhen said with a black face, I'm going to go now, okay? No, it's not like I owe you anything, clearly you're the one dragging your feet, how do you have the face to criticize me? If you're capable, go say it yourself. Ling Qinzhen was already ready to lift his leg and leave, but the more he thought about it, the more wrong he became, and turned back to grip the back of his neck. You're with me. Since you're also a young clan chief, then the matter of the medicine Luo mutual market, you'll talk about it yourself. Chongzhen still wanted to say something, but he was hooked around his neck with one hand, covered his mouth with the other, and dragged directly towards the Mistijua family. Ling Xiaoxi took a big bite of a meat bone, her round eyes staring at the backs of the two leaving, sighing in a small voice, useless man, and his domineering partner. Yu Xiao Chen's hand with chopsticks paused, looked up at Ling Xiaoxi, and blinked. This was scolding him? Who did he invite and mess with? Seeing that brother-in-law number 2 would get the wrong idea, Ling Xiaoxi said bluntly, didn't scold you, oh, I'm talking about the idiot brother-in-law who was dragged away by sister. Yu Xiao Chen sighed in relief and continued to sit at a table with Ling Xiaoxi for a dry meal. After a long time, he suddenly rushed Ling Xiaoxi to send out a soulful question. Heavy really is a useless and stupid brother-in-law, so what am I? Ling Xiaoxi quickly finishes the rice in his bowl, holds up his bowl which is bigger than his face, jumps down from the wooden pier and smiles, I think it's better for you not to know. I'm done eating, bye-bye, cat brother-in-law. When she ran far away, Kong Mingming landed from the canopy of the tree flapping her wings and whispered, she usually calls you the same thing, oh. Chapter 63 3 Treasures in One Child. Mistijua placed Chongzhen and Ling Qinzhen in front of and behind the cold mountain cottage, and handed Ling Qinzhen a bamboo whistle. I'm going to go skulk around that poisonous valley for a while. Sister In, when you guys are done with your work, blow the 2 short, 1 long, and 3 bamboo whistles, and I'll immediately rush over when I hear it. Ling Qinzhen took the bamboo whistle and raised her eyebrows. You made it yourself? Aha! Mistijua nodded, slightly lifting her chin, arrogantly saying, Sister In, how is it? I'm awesome, right? Does it make you think I'm smart and bad? Ling Qinzhen looked at his dejected appearance and smiled, it's quite smart, but just go to the Poison Valley and take a look around, don't mess with Chang Tianchen. Misty Joie immediately nodded as if pounding garlic and said, "That's a must, the matriarch cleaned you up like that yesterday. I just ate bear heart and leopard guts. I wouldn't dare to go to Poison Valley to look for Chang Tianshen's trouble again." Ling Qinzhen instantly black-faced. Misty Joie saw the situation is not good, immediately twisted his head to walk like a chicken on the ground, quickly ran a few steps, lifted his wings and flew towards the air. "I'm leaving remember to blow the whistle." Chongzhen crossed his waist, stood behind Ling Qinzhen and almost broke the ability to hold back his laughter, covered his mouth with one hand and teased, "It seems that your reputation has been swept away. This little follower of yours dares to poke fun at you in front of your face. You shut up." Ling Changnan collapsed a smelly face and hooked his neck with one hand, dragging him onward. Chongzhen had to bend over and try to find a way to struggle out from under her arm. "You stop, I'll walk by myself. My neck is about to be strangled by you. You're holding me hostage for revenge. Beware that I'll report you to Matriarch Ling." Ling Qinzhen didn't bring any fear at all, and coldly grunted, "If you have the ability, go and sue." Chongzhen cried out, I'm wrong, okay? Please, loosen my neck. A fox's life is also a life." Ling Qinzhen dragged it into the cold mountain fortress before loosening the locking hand, moving his wrist and contemptuously saying, "Losing you to grow such a big man, your strength is surprisingly so weak." Chongzhen touched his neck with his right hand and blushed slightly. "I was afraid of pushing too hard and hurting your hand, okay? Even if I'm not a big beast, I'm still a nearly adult male beastman, alright. If I still can't twist one of your hands with two hands, I might as well find a tree to hang myself." Ling Qinzhen glanced at him faintly, did not take his words, and walked towards the front with broad strides. The people of the Cold Mountain tribe didn't even bother to stop her when they saw her, and there were even cubs that passed by in a flurry, casually raising their hands in greeting when they saw her. Chongzhen followed her all the way and said, "You're really quite ranked in the Cold Mountain tribe." As a young matriarch of one of the other tribes, appearing in the center of their settlement, this group of people surprisingly didn't give birth to the idea of being alert and on guard. Ling Qinzhen replied carelessly, "The Crane tribe's beastmen are still quite friendly. If you come here a few more times, they'll treat you with kindness as usual. Of course, the most important thing is that currently our two tribes are in a cooperative relationship. Working together to plant potatoes is related to the food problem of the two tribes during the cold season, so of course they are willing to be pleasant to us." Chongzhen felt that what she said made perfect sense, and watched as she gingerly took the fork in the road towards a steeper place, wondering, "Are you familiar with the interior of the Cold Mountain tribe?" "Sort of familiar?" Ling Qinzhen pointed to his brain. "My spiritual power has long since mapped out the Cold Mountain tribe's insides and outsides, but I have yet to explore it from start to finish." "Chongzhen, are you planning to look for Bai Yun directly?" Ling Qinzhen, finding him is definitely the most direct and effective, but unfortunately, he's not in the tribe right now. "Then you find Bai Qingyu." Ling Qinzhen stopped and tilted his head to look at the craggy cliffs straight up and down above him. "Bai Su and Bai Shi aren't in the tribe, so we can only look for him. Bai Qingyu, come down." Ling Qinzhen sank her breath into her dantian and shouted towards the top. Chongzhen looked at her simple and rough way of greeting and suddenly felt that Bai Qingyu's temper was really good off. After 2 minutes, Bai Qingyu stood at the mouth of the cave and probed down. "Why are you here? Your body is still not well?" Ling Changnan looked at his pale face and crimson lips and felt that he really had the superior condition to be a sick beauty, this angle of death, all beautiful with a sense of touching the heart. Bai Qingyu sighed, "Thanks to your blessing, it's not well yet. Come up." He turned his eyes and swept at Chongzhen, who stood watching the show, and although he wasn't sure why Ling Qinzhen would bring the beastman to him, he still waved and turned towards the cave. Ling Cheng turned back to look at Chongzhen. "It's only a few dozen meters of cliff, shouldn't be necessary for me to carry you up, right? Chongzhen, I can go up by myself." Ling Qinzhen got his affirmative answer and didn't even turn into his beast form. Like a gecko, he climbed up with his bare hands, so fast that Chongzhen almost didn't react. However, his speed was not as good as Ling Qingyun's, but he was able to climb up the cliff in a steady manner and stood at the mouth of Bai Qingyu's cave. The wind was a bit stronger and colder here. Chongzhen was bare-chested and shivered in the cold from the wind, and hurriedly lifted his steps towards the inside. It was also the first time that Ling Qinzhen entered Bai Qingyu's cave, and curiously looked at the pattern within the cave. This cave was much larger than the one she originally lived in, and was divided into 3 small rounded apartments. The room he usually rested in would be the one on the left-hand side, with grass curtains hanging to block the wind. In the small center apartment, the grass curtains were rolled up to allow light to shine in. However, because the cave entrance was a bit far from this small apartment, even without the grass curtains down, the small room looked extraordinarily dim. Ling Qinzhen stood in the doorway, looking at Bai Qingyu, who was sitting on a stone. The stone underneath him should have been repeatedly repaired and polished, so the surface was very smooth and the shape was very similar to a stone bench. There were 4 such stone benches placed inside the small living room. There was also a section of huge wood in the center, and the side facing upwards had also been filed down, already taking the shape of a table. "Sit." Bai Qingyu pointed to the 2 stone stools across from him, picked up the wooden bowl on the tabletop, wrinkled his brows and drank the dark medicinal juice in the bowl in one gulp, then picked up the berries in the bamboo woven basket and dropped several in his mouth before suppressing that deadly bitter taste. Ling Changnan sat down across from him, craning his head to look at the packets of medicinal herbs placed in the corner, as well as the small stone pots piled up in the corner, and curiously said, "Your tribe also has this kind of boiled medicine now? The witch doctor in the tribe learned it from you." Bai Qingyu had never drank anything so bitter in his life, but the witch doctor of the tribe told him that this method of boiling the herbs directly into juice and then taking it had a more significant effect on the internal injuries of the body. So he could only believe it and follow the witch doctor's request to boil it and drink it. Ling Qingzhen sympathized with him for 3 seconds, but quickly changed the topic to business. "I brought Chongzhen here because he wants the Medicine Luo tribe to also join the 2 tribes in the mutual market itinerary. Can you make the decision on this matter? If you can't make the decision, I'll wait for your father to come back and bring Chongzhen here again." Bai Qingyu wiped the red berry juice on her fingertips and slightly lifted her eyes to look at Chongzhen, who was sitting upright at the side. "I can make the decision, but why do we have to bring along the Medicine Luo tribe? What benefits can we get?" Ling Qingzhen was unsurprised that he was so blunt and twisted his head to look at Chongzhen. "Talk to him yourself." The situation of Pil Luo was best known to Chongzhen. She, an outsider, had only heard a few sentences from Chongzhen, and under Bai Qingyu's sharp questioning, she was probably rendered speechless in a few rounds. The negotiation between Chongzhen and Bai Qingyu allowed Ling Qingzhen to observe the 2 people from other angles. Compared to the self-possessed and calm Bai Qingyu, although Chongzhen was far inferior to the other party in terms of strength and background, he was still able to calmly respond to each of Bai Qingyu's questions and even give solutions extremely quickly. Especially in the aspect of the Medicine Luo tribe giving benefits to the 2 tribes of Stone Forest and Cold Mountain, the 2 were considered to be pulling at the limit. After listening for a while, Ling Qingzhen couldn't help but rest his cheek with one hand as his thoughts drifted. These 2 were both good at finance and negotiation. She drooped her eyelids, a bunch of messy thoughts in her head, and was really bored. So she poked and prodded the love security system that hadn't moved all day. This little yellow unity is usually very rowdy, especially in the case that she did not ban its speech. It can speak monologue in her head, and even match some messy voice outside the picture that she saw. So with this uncharacteristic quietness on its part, Ling Qingzhen was conversely a little curious as to what it was doing. After poking the system that was cowering in the corner of the spiritual domain several times, it finally gave some response. "Why are you so honest today? Got a virus?" The system immediately retorted in high spirits, "Don't curse me. A curse as vicious as getting hit by a virus is something I never want to hear in my life." "Ling Qingzhen, then what are you doing?" "Attending a seminar held by the main system." Little Yellow Unity said in an excited tone, "You locked me up before, but I was absent from the seminar many times. This time I can finally make it." Ling Qingzhen was shocked. "You guys are making this quite professional? What kind of stuff can a group of AIs discuss in a seminar?" "System, strictly speaking, we are no longer considered artificial intelligence. Oh. I've told you all about it, I'm from a higher dimension." The main system is an interstellar mastermind that can edit and produce a large number of specialized types of assistant systems, such as mine. Although the master system was initially designed by humans, it has been continuously learning and upgrading, and finally survived with a portion of the survivors when humanity ushered in the end times. The master system was also thus no longer called an AI, but was instead called the initial leader of the intelligent armor race. So, I'm considered to be a chiropteran. Ling Changnan laughed. "Just you, the intellectual armor clan? It's only about the same for the wisdom device race. Which serious race would have a member like it that doesn't do any work every day, doing things like watching other people fall in love and create a villain that lacks great virtue?" However, given that it had helped her with her calculations yesterday, Ling Changnan gave her face and didn't spray it in front of her. The system was also an old fart, and was completely indifferent to Ling Qingyan's disdain. Instead, it flaunted 2 circles in her mental domain. "It's not too late for you to apologize to me. I did a great thing at the seminar. If you apologize to me, I'll tell you something good." "What, are you going to untie yourself from me and go wreak havoc on others?" Ling Qingzhen said curiously. The system closed its mouth and refused to speak again. Seeing that Chongzhen and Bai Qingyu were still tugging at each other, Ling Changyan thought about it and verbally apologized, continuing to tease the system. "I've apologized, so tell me, what earth-shattering event have you done?" "System, wasn't I only able to redeem items from the single frequency classification zone in the mall before? You even scolded me many times for this." Ling Qingzhen rested his chin on one hand and responded carelessly, "Yeah, so? So, I applied at the seminar to open up the barriers between the various sub-frequencies and move from single-frequency zone shopping to cross-frequency shopping, so that we can mobilize hosts like you to be more active in doing tasks." Ling Changnan suddenly sat up straight, lowered his eyes, and gazed. "You mean, I can go shopping in the malls of other channels such as the agriculture zone, or the technology zone, or even the fantasy zone?" "Right." The system nodded and tilted its head with its hands crossed in a wasted position. "How's that? Is it worth a compliment?" Ling Changnan looked at it with an expression that said, "Come on, praise me," and gave it a thumbs up without mincing words. "Cow. You must be praised fiercely." The system was so dejected that it was about to spin in place to make a stump, and grunted. However, this application has not been approved by the main system for the time being. Because cross-frequency shopping involves all aspects, especially items like the fantasy immortal star Interstellar, which are several sub-frequencies, involving the field of over-the-top super-energy technology. Once it flows into other small worlds, the impact caused will be very great, so it must be carefully considered. However, this proposal of mine has received the support of many Unity sons, so it will definitely be able to pass the approval. The most likely outcome is that the main system will pass the approval, but it will raise the threshold and limitations of cross-frequency shopping. This you have to be psychologically prepared for. The love security system was a little bit careful of being false, but still crossed its arms and rationalized, this is already the greatest effort I can make, so shouldn't you do the mission to do the mission? While you go to the peak of your life, you also help me to go to the peak of the unified life. Ling Qinzhen looked at its grandiose appearance and didn't strike its confidence, but he still couldn't help but charge. Of course you can do missions, but look at what strange missions you have there. Ling Qinzhen tapped on the system's mission bar and looked at the pile of missions on it with red dots hanging from the upper right corner. Paste, this is even. Booing. This one is also forgettable. 7 times a night, and 1 child, 3 treasures small achievement, what the hell are all these? Love security system, these are all small tasks that concern your personal happiness. Oh. Don't you humans always want your other half to be strong and healthy, and to have a lot of grandchildren in the future? These are all tasks that are most suitable for you that are planned out based on the wishes of the human heart. Ling Qingyin's head was filled with black lines and she was powerless to spit out. So, is she a pig? 3 babies in 1 litter. Kill her and give this brainless little yellow Unity a boost and forget about it. Shut the mic you. Ling Qingyun sighed deeply, got up and said with the 2 who looked up at her at the same time, you guys keep chatting, I'm going out to get some air. Sitting here brushing up on those pending tasks that popped up from the system, she often felt like she wasn't a person. Chapter 64, He Likes You. After Ling Qingyun went out, he aimlessly skipped around inside the Cold Mountain tribe. What could be seen within the tribe were mostly cubs gathered to play together. These cubs were similar to the children of the Stone Forest tribe. The ones that were particularly young were more accustomed to keeping their beastly appearance, while the cubs that were 5 years old and upwards were in their humanoid state, but certain parts of their bodies would retain their beastly features. So she would often see a beautiful cub running past in front of her, and then using a pair of big wings to wave at her in greeting, followed by another cub, who was striding on 2 long, straight crane legs, crashing loudly and wildly stomping on the ground. Ling Qingyun stopped her footsteps and watched the string of cubs in front of her running past, laughing and joking, feeling a little cute and a little funny. But most orc tribes were like this, and it was too rude to laugh out loud, so she tensed her face and watched them run away before she couldn't help but arched her eyebrows. Ling Qingyun bent down and walked near a pine forest and bumped into a few females from the Cold Mountain tribe. The female in the lead looked similar to her age, with a head of long, smoky gray hair draped over her shoulders, with a braid on each side, and wearing a forehead band compiled from animal tendons on her forehead, which was decorated with 3 conspicuous colorful feathers, and looked even more bright and lively when compared to the female orcs around her. Her gaze lingered on the other's face for 2 more seconds, ready to brush past these strangers when the girl with the feathered hair ornament suddenly walked over. Her golden pupils locked onto Ling Qingyun with a somewhat strange expression. Based on intuition alone, she felt as if this female of the crane tribe with golden pupils did not like her very much. What are you doing in our tribe? Ling Qingyun shrugged, waiting for someone. Then just go to the front of the tribe and wait, don't wander around. Ling Qingyun raised his eyebrows slightly, I'm a bit bored, can't I just walk around? You can't, after all, in the tribe right now, there are mostly old people cubs, and females that don't have a strong fighting ability, you're still dangerous to them. Ling Qingyun couldn't help but look at her twice more, we know each other? Have a grudge? The pretty female orc across from her blushed slightly, Ling Qingyun, pretending you don't know me is no fun. Ling Qingyun, that means we know each other and have a grudge. The person on the opposite side was just about to open his mouth to say something when he saw her raise her hand and pinch her knuckles together in an appearance of wanting to fight. You. Ling Qingyun looked at her with a smirk and didn't give her the chance to open her mouth again. Having a grudge is simple, wanna find me in trouble, directly fight with me You. Jin Duo. A somewhat stern voice suddenly came from behind her. Ling Qingyun looked back at Chongzhen who came over, and somewhat regretfully lowered her hand, sighed and shook her head, it's meaningless. Bai Qingyu walked over to her side and said helplessly with downcast eyes, with your hands, even I may not be able to beat you. If you get into a fight with Jindo, she will be beaten to death by you. Ling Qingyun's head was filled with black lines, I'm not that ferocious of a berserker, okay? I still have a sense of proportion. Bai Qingyu raised her eyes to Jin Duo, you too, what are you doing provoking her? The girl on the opposite side called Jin Duo raised her eyes and glared at Bai Qingyu with mixed emotions under her eyes. You're so biased in favor of her, I just told her not to wander around the tribe and to go to the front to wait for the others, is that wrong? Ling Qingyun stood beside Chongzhen without any weakness, looking at the girl who was about to be exasperated and cry. He twisted his head and asked, have you guys finished talking yet? Did he agree? Agreed. But Chongjin really wasn't happy at all inside. With a sigh, this guy is really shrewd, he can't take advantage of it at all, and the price he paid was a little higher than what I expected. Ling Qingzhen tilted his head, suspiciously sizing up his expression of pain, and came to a conclusion: fake, pretending again. Chongjin's hands over his heart froze, twisting his head and lifting his curved and long eyelashes, looking at her surreptitiously. How do you see that I'm pretending? His acting skills had always been quite good, and he had never revealed himself before. Ling Qingzhen amusedly tugged him outside, casually waved his hand with Bai Qingyu, twisted his head and laughed. Bai Qingyu is shrewd, but he is a person who is not connected to the word greed. You are my beast husband. In the case that I am willing to help you, he will at most only fight for the benefits that their tribe deserves, and won't go too far. You kinda trust him? Chongjin said conspiratorially. Ling Chengnan, in your place, if you had known him for more than 10 years, you would have done the same as me. Chongjin lowered his hand and raised 2 fingers. The concessions are about the same as expected, and even a little bit lower. However, he has restrictions on the number of people from the Medicine Luo tribe to participate in the mutual market, because carrying our tribe's supplies, then bringing so many more people with them, they carry too much weight. Rushing the road will be very hard, and when they encounter danger their reactions are likely to become delayed. Then you will go straight back to Medicine Luo in a while and go talk to your father? Chongjin nodded. That's what I thought, but the 2 tribes aren't far away, so I'll just make a trip back after lunch. I arranged to plant potatoes today, and since the rains are coming soon, it's more important to plant the potatoes first. Bring a few more wood system psychic orcs today. After planting them, you only need to catalyze them a little bit to make sure they can grow and sprout properly. You don't need to catalyze them to maturity. The workload will be lighter this way. The 2 had just walked out of the cold mountain tribe, and after blowing the bamboo whistle, Misty Joie had not yet rushed over, but as a result, Bai Qingyu chased out of the tribe first, and at a glance, she saw the 2 who were talking. Chongjin lowered his head and came close to her ear, his long hair naturally falling on Ling Qingyan's shoulder, and he didn't know what he said, causing her to curl up the corners of her mouth, slightly lifting her head, her eyes looking at the person in front of her. The distance between the 2 was very close, but neither of them felt that anything was wrong. Bai Qingyu's footsteps forward paused, the peaks of his eyebrows slightly pressed down, and his heart suddenly felt like it was weighing down a stone. They were mates. It was only at this moment that Bai Qingyu truly realized that they were the people with the closest relationship, and if there were no accidents, they would also be companions until old age in the future. There would only be more scenes like this in the future. His fingers hanging down by his side curved gently for a moment, then he gathered himself and walked towards the 2 with a calm expression. As soon as he approached, Ling Qingzhen and Chongjin stopped their conversation and inclined their heads to look at him. Why did you come out? What just happened? Ling Qingzhen waved his hand. My fault, I shouldn't have wandered around your tribe, I won't do it again. I didn't want to make a move with that girl just now, I was just scaring her. That girl and the original owner obviously knew each other, but she had no memories of the other party, so she could only do something else to divert the other party's attention, so that the other party wouldn't start catching up and then she would be confused. Bai Qingyu looked at her unconcerned appearance, heart flashed a flash of confusion, but quickly will be this point of emotion to clean up. The relationship between her and Jin Duo was very poor in the past, basically the kind where they quarreled whenever they met. The main reason was that Jin Duo was a female grey cranor, who would also enter adulthood next year, and had also always had some interest in him. So Ling Qingzhen used to get very upset every time he saw Jin Duo, who was also a very aggressive female, so the 2 would usually get into a fight because they were taunting each other, and in the end, they didn't get along. Ling Chengnan wasn't very good at arguing, so she was defeated every time, but even so, she had never made a move against Jin Duo. Bai Qingyu didn't have any thoughts about either of them at the time, so he would only occasionally step in to mediate, but the effect was minimal. The 2 should be at each other's throats, and at best, when he showed up, he would be a little bit more restrained. Bai Qingyu, I'll talk to the others in the tribe. In the future you come over and stroll around if you want to. Ling Qingzhen fell silent in a rare moment, and smiled after a long while. No need, it's right not to allow outsiders to walk around inside your tribe, it's the same in our stone forest's place. We'll leave first, you recuperate well. Let's go. Ling Chengyan tugged on Chongjin's arm and headed down the mountain without looking back, and just a dozen meters away, Misty Joie flew over from a distance and grazed the ground beside them. Ling Chengnan and Chongjin seized the moment and leapt onto his back, quickly disappearing. Chongjin looked back at Bai Qingyu, who was still standing there, feeling that the other party was like a frosty eggplant, sighing in a small voice with Ling Chengyan, who was sitting in front of him. How do I feel? He likes you off? Ling Qingzhen pinched his thigh and said crossly, what? You still want to add a brother? Chongjin hurriedly held her paw, grimaced, and rubbed the pinched red spot on his leg, and sucked in cold air. Why do you people always move your hands? Do you want to wring off my thigh meat for your extra meal? Ling Qingzhen looked down at his left hand that he was holding and raised his eyebrows slightly. Let go? Is my cheapness something you can take advantage of? Chongjin immediately scattered his hand and said in disgust, Mother Tiger. Try cursing again? Where am I cursing you? I'm accurately describing you. You, female. And beast-shaped tiger. What's wrong with my description? You tell me. Ling Qinzhen gave him a backhanded elbow, and Cheng Jin was in so much pain that he covered his waist and stomach with one hand, and his face went white. You really went down on me, didn't you? Murdering a partner. I think you want to die. Ling Qinzhen was just about to hammer him, when the misty zhuo underneath him suddenly took a sideways flight, and the two of them fell from mid-air in unison. Ling Qinzhen rolled over and landed smoothly, while Chongjin didn't react for a moment and landed on the back of his head first. Luckily, it wasn't too high from the ground, otherwise he would have to open a scoop in his highs and lows today. Misty Zhua, are you sick? Suddenly come this way? Chongjin covered the back of his head and sat on the ground, feeling little stars popping up in front of his eyes. Misty Zhua hovered in mid-air and coldly grunted, you too, unethical. Flirting on the back of a not yet adult eagle cub. Stinking fox, you'll just seduce my sister in, sooner or later I'll drive you out of the stone forest. Chongjin tilted his head and looked at Misty Zhuo in mid-air, clenching his teeth in anger. Where did I seduce her? Which one of your eyes saw that? You can't frame me like this and ruin my innocence just because I'm handsome. Misty Zhui, I poo. Shameless fox. Chongjin was angry and speechless, pointing his left hand at the angry bird in the sky above. He twisted his head to look at Ling Chengnan beside him. You're just going to watch your little follower bully me? Wife master. The last wife master was caught in his voice. Ling Qinzhen winced on the spot and turned his head away. Wife your ass. I don't care about you. Chongjin got up from the ground, rubbing the back of his head as he followed closely behind her, saying irritably, how come you're so considerate towards Xiaochun, but when it comes to me, you're as cold as ice and snow in winter, and as hard as a rock in a river? Is it unloving? Or am I unworthy? Seeing that he was addicted to acting, Ling Qinzhen transformed into his beast form and lunged towards the shrubs, completely disappearing. Chongjin stopped and held the tree trunk with one hand, looking at the fleeing Ling Chengyan. He couldn't help but say, really not amused. As soon as the words fell, a pine tower fell from the sky and accurately hit the back of his head. He tilted his head and looked at the arrogantly departing eagle cub. The smile on his face disappeared and he silently ground his back teeth a few times. A man under the roof, just an underage angry bird, he endured. The planting of potato fields is in full swing. After Chongjin and Ling Qinzhen parted ways, they went straight to the potato field that was reclaimed yesterday, intending to be the first to participate in the planting of this crop that is said to have a high yield. Ling Qinzhen did not restrict him from teaching what he had learned to the orcs of the Medicine Luo tribe. So after he was busy with the planting work in the morning, he made a good meal at noon, ate casually, and took a few potatoes with him back to the Medicine Luo tribe. Ling Xiao looked at Chongjin's back as he ran away in the wind, and said with Ling Qinzhen, who was still eating, this child, Chongjin, has always been very responsible, and is also a very good young patriarch, but he is just too oriented towards his family. Ling Qingyan's hand holding his chopsticks paused and looked up at Ling Xiao. Isn't this normal? If I were him, I would be even more toward the tribe and you than him. After all, you and Xiaoxi are my family, and there's just a name of a mate between him and I, but no real feelings. People's hearts are biased, they can't be fair themselves, so don't stand on the moral high ground and ask others to be fair. Ling Xiao was coaxed into a smile by Ling Qingyan's words, and said with a harumph, that's also true, so is our father. His daughter is still good, and all she can think about is him in her heart. Other people's children really don't have the filial and considerate understanding of his family. Besides, the Medicine Luo tribe's situation is really difficult. I'd been to the crypt where their tribe lives. Ling Qinzhen slightly wrinkled his eyebrows and said, almost before the rainy season arrives, they will have to consider relocating, and that crypt of theirs will definitely be flooded. Moreover, there is no danger to their place of residence. After Chongjin left, his father had to take on the heavy responsibility of leading the entire tribe, but obviously getting older, without Chongjin's help to share the burden, he'd be more than capable of doing it. Before the four tribes that battle, so that their already small war power has been fractured, the situation is more and more worse. Looking at the situation comprehensively, this year, if it's fine if there's no inferior beast tide, once there's a small or medium-sized inferior beast tide, the Medicine Luo tribe will likely face the scourge of extinction. Ling Qinzhen analyzed with Ling Xiao with a serious look. Ling Xiao was also quick to understand. You mean, incorporating the Medicine Luo into our stone forest? Not only stone forest, but also Wu Yang. Ling Qinzhen glanced at Yu Xiaochen, who was quietly on the side, and the other party suddenly stopped chewing when he heard about the Wu Yang tribe, and looked up blankly at Ling Qinzhen. The risk resistance of these two small tribes is too poor. Medicine Luo has run into hijackers these past few times in the mutual markets. I don't think Wu Yang's situation will be much better. Medicine Luo is definitely willing to merge in, this is evident from Chongjin. But not Wu Yang, it has to be fought. So my plan is to let Medicine Luo merge in before the rainy season. And then when the rainy season is over, take down Liang. We need more men to build houses against the cold season. Compared to the rainy season and the dry season, it was the cold season that was the most terrifying. Ling Xiao raised a crucial question. Incorporation is indeed possible, but the demand for food will also increase. With just our Stone Forest's hunting team alone, plus the little manpower from those two tribes, even if we have potatoes, food will be especially tight during the cold season this year. We'll have to make sure our own people don't starve to death first. I already have an idea for this. Ling Changnan calmly responded. Chapter 65, unable to put down his mouth. In the April hills along the river in the northern wilderness, rows and rows of earthen ditches lined up neatly. Yu Xiaochen was carrying a basket with one hand, with a wide layer of leaves underneath, and his right hand grasped grass and wood ash and evenly sprinkled it into the dugout earth ditches. Behind him were two orcs carrying large bamboo baskets, and a smaller one, specifically responsible for putting the cut potatoes mixed with grass ash into the ditch one by one. The distance between each potato seed was about 20 centimeters. Yu Xiaochen looked back at the potato seeds in the ditch and remember to face upwards on the cut side, and face downwards where there are sprouts. The wood-type beastman in charge of putting the potatoes in was called Taishan, who was a wandering beastman earlier and was later accepted by Shirlin, and usually mainly followed the old witch doctor to learn the art of healing. However, he had an average talent in medicine, but instead was quite talented in controlling plants, and when he heard the patriarch say that he needed wood orcs to help plant potatoes, he took the initiative to come over to help. Taishan strictly followed what Yu Xiaochen said, but still asked with great curiosity, why is the side with the sprouts placed at the bottom? In order to ensure the rate of sprouting, shouldn't the side with the sprouts be facing up? After Yu Xiaochen finished spreading the basket of grass ash, he looked back at Taishan's eyes and calmly explained, I took a few potatoes last night to catalyze their growth and made some attempts. With the cut side facing up, the germination rate is higher this way, and the fruit starts to grow underneath after germination. If the sprouted point is planted facing up, the later growth will be easier to expose the soil, and the fruit will be easier to turn green. After saying that, he went barefoot and walked up the field. Taishan looked at him in shock. You figured all this out in one night? Yu Xiaochen nodded. My wife's master gave me the matter of planting potatoes, so I had to do it right. The planting methods Ling Qinzhen taught him were already considered extremely detailed. For example, the distance between the potato seeds, why they should be wrapped in grass ash, how to cut the potatoes into chunks, and how many buds are best to keep on a piece of potato seed. But he was still worried about planting mistakes later on. The potatoes that this field would later produce were related to the rations of many people in the tribe in the future. No matter how cautious one could be, it would not be too much. So yesterday after dinner, he had already begun to busy himself with the matter of urging the potato seeds. After personally planting them by hand, although the supernatural energy was exhausted, the result was excellent. The 30 pieces of potato seeds that had been catalyzed had all sprouted in just one beast hour. However, because of the depth of planting and the placement of the bud points, there was a discrepancy in the yield of the potatoes. This morning after his powers were restored, he tried again while it was still light and everyone was still up, which finally put his mind at ease. But the aftermath of staying up late plus waking up early was that at breakfast, he was so sleepy that he could barely keep his eyes open and almost buried his face in the bowl. You're awesome. Taishan was similar in age to Yu Xiaochen, having just turned 16 this year, and was a blue-pupil golden monkey beastman, with a beast shape that was a bit smaller than Yu Xiaochen's, but with very sensitive hands. What he was best at was planting fruits, and then packing the uneaten grapes and other fruits into tree holes, so that after a period of time he would get very sweet fruit wine. However, the amount of fruit wine he produces every year is very small. Most of the fruit wine will let the orcs in the tribe bring it to the mutual market to sell in exchange for materials, and the rest is used for tribal rituals and prayers, as well as celebrating the victory of these occasions, and even he himself can seldom get to drink the fruit wine. Regarding planting fruits, he is also considered to be a little knowledgeable, but not as professional and precise as Yu Xiaochen. Have you grown potatoes before? No, it was only recently that I learned from my wife's master that this thing can actually be used as food. Yu Xiaochen took the basket handed over by the others, which was once again filled with grass and wood ash, and began to lower his head and concentrate on teaching the other orcs on the sky ridge how to plant. When the beastmen of the Cold Mountain tribe had pretty much learned as well, he finished planting the last 2 rows of potatoes. Only then did he look at Chongzhen, who had appeared at some unknown time, patted his dirty hands, and walked over to him with the basket. Cover the potatoes in the soil ditch with soil, it doesn't have to be too thick. Yu Xiaochen raised his hand and gestured the approximate thickness. Chongzhen nodded and smiled, no problem, this is not difficult. He knelt down on one knee, his hands pressed against the ground, and quickly spread the soil that had been loosened next to him on top of the potatoes. After Ling Qinzhen finished the matter at hand, he came over just in time to see the filling of the soil, and hurriedly called out to stop. It's not very good to fill it directly like this. Didn't I tell you before that you need to raise a high ridge? Be sure to leave drainage ditches. Otherwise, when the rainy season arrives, this field will definitely have to be flooded. The rainy season in the Beast Plains was characterized by many torrential downpours, and the water levels of all the rivers would rise wildly. That's why the river valley land with the most fertile soil, she didn't even dare to reclaim it for planting. Before the high dam of the river embankment was built, it was very impractical to plant in the river valley land. Chongzhen looked at her with an innocent face. I was about to ask you how to start a ridge today. But didn't you run away? Ignoring me even when I called out to you. Ling Qinzhen glared at him fiercely. Next time you look for me, say business first. It wasn't that he opened his mouth first every time to say something flirty, causing her to have a bit of PTSD towards him already. Chongzhen didn't dare to argue with her on this issue because he did have that much responsibility. Under Ling Qingyan's supervision, he reworked the potato field once again and got all of the potato fields up and out of the drainage ditches. Ling Qingyan took the shovel that the gold system orcs used to refine the metal and compacted the somewhat loose soil on both sides of the drainage ditch and handed the shovel to Chongzhen. This is yours, remember to teach them. The drainage ditch is important. If the rain causes the field to become waterlogged, it must be drained in time. Chongzhen received the shovel with one hand, holding the polished and rounded wooden handle, and casually inserted it at his feet, a careless smile on his face as he said, remember to remember. You can supervise the work from the side if you're unsure. Ling Chengnan looked at his dangling appearance and spoke in a cool tone, less playful and smiling, all day long you don't have a proper form. Chongzhen's left elbow was supported on the top of the wooden handle, the root of his palm against the side of his face, his right hand holding the shovel handle at his side. Tilting his head, he asked, this thing was made especially for me? If you think it is, then it is. Ling Chengnan laughed as he wrapped his arms around his body. Chongzhen looked at the shovel by her feet, her gaze falling back to her face like waves of water. Then I think it is. Wife master, you really are sweet to me. Ling Qingyan said with a numb face. Less disgusting to me. Chongzhen suddenly leaned forward, his lips gently brushed from the contour of her ear, and his voice line was low. If you're more attentive to me, and don't be so bossy, I'll actually be happy to be a cow for you. Ling Qingyan pinched his ear and directly carried him away, coldly grunting, who told you to talk like this in a doggy manner? Keep a safe distance, understand? Even if I don't treat you sweetly and gently, you're still a cow and horse, you still have to work. Have you forgotten your identity? Trophy number 1. Chongzhen covered his ears, the expression on his handsome face twisted, showing his teeth, loose claws. Loose. No more teasing you, so hurry up and stop. Ling Qingyan loosened his hand and said in amusement, you call this teasing? You call this twitching. Twitching madly. Chongzhen was afraid of her claws, and hurriedly grabbed the shovel and walked away, keeping a distance from her, repelling with a disgusted face, you hurry up and leave, seeing you makes my ears hurt. Ling Qingyan snorted coldly and twisted her head away. Stupid fox. The system was lying in her mental domain, witnessing the whole thing, and almost went crazy. You super invincible steel straight girl. Hopeless, hopeless. You should have just hooked his neck and disliked your little mouth up hard. Dislike up, understand? Use the correct posture to tell him that this is called teasing. Ling Qingyan said with a smile on his face, is it because I haven't smoked you for 3 days that you think today is a good day to go up to the house again? The system was instantly as quiet as a chicken. I'm doing you a favor. Energy points. You need energy points. Look at your single-digit energy points. Even if the cross-frequency mall opens, is your little family fortune enough to buy a hammer? I'm not going to give you a performance rush until you change that 1 birth, 3 baby, and 7 times that stupid-ass quests in your quest bar. Just die, little yellow unity. Ling Chengnan carried his bow and arrow on his back, pressed one hand on his bone blade, and plunged headlong into the dark and sunless dense forest. System, how nice it is to be 7 times a man, how nice it is to be 3 treasures. How come we can't do it? You do it if you can. Ling Chengnan had the attitude of a dead pig. System, I really hate that I can't wait to personally put on my armor. Some days, it really hated that it was just a system. If it had an entity, it would have already helped the screwed up host of his family to charge. Ling Qingyan turned around in the dense forest for a long time. The system didn't know what she wanted to do, and finally couldn't stand it anymore and took the initiative to ask, what are you looking for? You go back today and casually kiss, whatever you're looking for, I'll help you find it. Ling Qingyan, crops that can be used as staple food. System, wheat? Rice? There is no rice in the northern wasteland, there should be in the southern beast plain, but the rice yield is very low. The kind of high-yield rice in later generations was cultivated through constant selection and hybridization. Ling Qingyan, what about wheat? You first say, do the task or not, just kiss it. The system leapt to its feet and said, even if you're a dragonfly and pretend to have touched it unintentionally, I'll count you as completing the task. Ling Qingyan, you're on to me, aren't you? Yeah, chastity is precious, energy is more expensive. If for the sake of shopping, chastity is thrown away. The system said. Ling Qingyan. Ling Qingyan ignored it. Little yellow unity couldn't hold it in for a while, turning around in circles in her spiritual domain in a hurry, and finally gritted her teeth and said, okay. I'll block that quest for Sanbao and 7 times. Can I do the others? Okay. Ling Qingyan didn't give an inch. Most of the quests in the quest bar weren't exactly difficult to do. But she didn't like it. Because it was natural to be intimate with someone you liked. But doing these quests with people who had no feelings for her, it was no different from torturing herself. In her life plus her lifetime, she only had a crush on a boy when she was about to graduate from high school. As a result, before she could confess further, the other person caved in first. That guy stepped on 2 boats. On the day of graduation ceremony, was 2 girlfriends teamed up to pound, completely famous throughout the city's colleges and universities. After the event of the scum was solidly hammered, she decisively climbed the wall and ran away. Since then, it has never moved to anyone. These 3 beast husbands at home are also not her dishes. So doing the quest is really quite difficult. Ling Shenzhen couldn't help but sigh, but still encouraged herself in her heart. This thing of love, in itself, has nothing to do with her. It doesn't matter, teasing is just something she can hold. Facts have proved that the matter of flirting, she is not as good as Chongzhen the fox. Ling Cheng'en looked at Yu Shaochan, who was so busy all day that after washing up by the stream, he was breathless even to greet her, and could not bear to torture this hard-working little panda. Therefore, she decided to spare him and herself. As for Su Weiping, his face is still not well, his scars are longitudinal, and his temperament is similar to that of a male ghost. This one can't get off the mouth either. Ling Shenzhen walked out of the cave with complicated eyes and ran into Chongzhen, who had just finished bathing, face to face. Chongzhen stood on the rocky beach, inclining his head and twisting his long wet hair, his gaze slanted to her, slightly raising his eyebrows, his tone light and provocative as he asked, "What's the point of looking at me like that?" Ling Shenzhen sat down beside the fire beside him, averted her eyes in disgust, and shook her head with a hard look on her face. This talkative fox, she couldn't get off her chest either. The whereabouts of the wheat didn't seem like it was necessary to get her hands on it. Ling Shenzhen consoled herself, it's okay. To mobilize the power of the rest of the tribe in the future, sooner or later she can achieve her purpose, and if she has time to go out and sneak around a little bit more, she might find something new. Chongzhen dried her long hair with her supernatural energy, looked at the long hair behind her that was still dripping, squatted directly behind her, held the end of her hair with both hands, and used her supernatural energy to help her dry a little bit. Ling Shenzhen came back to her senses, felt the heat behind her, turned her head slightly, a flash of surprise under her eyes. "Thank you." Chongzhen dried the top of her hair as well, and sat down on the rock beside her. "You're strange tonight, looking at Yu Shaochan and shaking your head straight, then going in to look at Su Wei Pao and sighing, and now you're glowering at me plus sighing, and you have a look of dislike on your face. I didn't invoke you to mess with you tonight. Say, who offended you?" Ling Cheng touched his basically dried hair, unclipped the bamboo branch that usually holds his hair from his waist, casually coiled his long hair up, and said sullenly, "Do you know about wheat?" "What is that?" "A plant that can be used as food, just like potatoes." Shiger shook his head. "I definitely don't know the name when you say it. You use weird words every time, so if I hadn't heard it for a long time, I wouldn't have understood it. Why don't you just say what it looks like? It's a bit easier for me to think of." After Ling Shenzhen described it, Chongzhen was still confused. "I'm not really sure, it feels like most of the grasses in the wilderness actually look like what you said. In a couple days, when we go to the mutual market, we will go south and pass through a grassland. You can stop and take a look at that time, you might be able to find what you want." Although Chongzhen didn't know about wheat, he still analyzed it sensibly. "The kind of grain you mentioned that can satiate the stomach doesn't grow very tall, so the odds are that it won't be over in the dense forest. Instead, the plains in the south and east have a better chance of coming across it. But near our Medicine Luo tribe, there is a giant plant called skypod. It's also something that can be eaten, but it tastes terrible when eaten raw, so we usually don't eat it if food isn't scarce. I'll show you when the mutual market is over. Maybe you know a use for it." Chapter 66, Crane's Jealousy. As Chongzhen spoke, his gaze stayed on her face, and only after seeing the heaviness between her brows dissipate did he support the side of his face with one hand and look at her fixedly, saying, "You're just so worried about this kind of thing that you're as hot as a hot pot all night long, aren't you? How do I look? Not quite like it. It's obvious that you are not such a person." Ling Shenzhen gazed at him. "What are your plans for the future?" Heavy really didn't know how she jumped the topic to this again, but still frankly spread his hands and shrugged his shoulders. "There's only one medium-term goal, and that's to let Medicine Luo merge into your stone forest, so that the days of Medicine Luo's orcs can be a little more peaceful in the future. Short-term goal, this year to help you take good care of that potato field, and strive not to starve during the long cold season. The two tribes can die less old, weak, sick, and young." "Long-term goal, no." Ling Shenzhen looked at him curiously. "Don't you have any plans for yourself? All thinking about the tribe, not thinking about separating from me and having a female companion you can be with when the breeding period arrives next year?" Shiger curved his pretty fox eyes, the long lashes at the end of them falling at the corners of his eyes as he hooked his lips in a light smile. "What other choice would I have?" he asked rhetorically. Ling Chengnan asked rhetorically, "You don't think that I will help you through the breeding period, do you?" Chongzhen shook his head. "That's not something I've considered." "It's not too late to consider it," Ling Shenzhen said. The smile in Chongzhen's eyes gradually dispersed. Gazing at her eyebrows and hair, he suddenly lay down on his back, leaning against the stone behind him, his eyes looking at the blue moon in the sky. He suddenly murmured, "I actually don't believe in the feelings between mates, I believe more in the interests of both sides that are involved in the constant relationship. Maya mother has 7 beast husbands, and Maya father, among her several beast husbands, can neither secure her a privileged life nor coax her to be happy every day, so he has always lived like a marginalized person in a large family." Ling Shenzhen looked at him curiously. "Then your mother was even willing to give birth to you?" The females on the beast plains don't actually give birth to pups for every beast husband, they will only breed the next generation for a strong partner, because only if the partner is strong enough can they safeguard the life of the female and her pups. Therefore, male beastmen who were weak were easily bachelor, and even if they had a partner, it was difficult to have a child of their own. The corners of Chong Zhen's mouth hung in a sarcastic arc as she inclined her head to look at Ling Zhen. I was an accident. She originally didn't want to give birth to me. Because my mother thinks that we, the extremely deluded red fox beastmen, are just beautiful trash. She used the breeding period to become a regular mate with my father because she coveted his beauty when he was young, but she never wanted to have a cub with my father. I don't know much about females, but I know a little about the basics. When a female does not want to procreate for her partner, it is normally possible to use contraception even if they are bonded. Ling Qingyan's eyes widened slightly. Such a powerful thing, she didn't even know about it. Chongzhen looked at her suddenly rounded eyes and thought that her surprised look was still oddly adorable, and queried, "You don't know that females can contracept off? I grew up after a father, I don't know anything about this." Ling Changnan calmly made a less than heartfelt excuse. Chongzhen had some knowledge of her life. Born in a large southern tribe, her mother seemed to be a noble exile from the southern Beast Plains side, which is why she was able to bind a powerful beastman like Ling Xiao as a companion, and was also extremely disdainful of powerful northern wasteland natives like Ling Xiao, and was obsessed with the idea of oppressing the other party. However, most of the nobles exiled from the south are not as physically fit as the northern indigenous orcs, so they are very susceptible to disease during the cold season, and their hunting ability is far inferior to their northern counterparts, so every year a large number of the exiled orcs die during the cold season due to food shortages and cold illnesses. Ling Qingyan's mother was no exception, although she stayed in the northern wasteland for a little over 10 years, and still lived in a large tribe with plenty of supplies. She still died of illness in the cold season. Chongzhen saw that Ling Zhen really didn't understand, so he kindly said more. There are many means of contraception for females. In fact, if you look for females who already have a partner, odds are that they will be able to give you a more comprehensive account. There are only 3 that I know of. The first is the breeding period, and as long as the male in the breeding period doesn't form a knot inside your body, you generally won't get pregnant. But this method isn't always safe, because my mother conceived me in this situation. The probability of this is very small, but there are occasional exceptions. The second safer method is to take the childless grass. This plant is fine when eaten raw, and you won't have a child for half a year after eating it. The medicinal effect takes half a year to metabolize and is harmless to the body. The only drawback, after eating this grass, the tongue will turn orange, and it will take about half a month for the color to fade. The childless grass isn't considered rare, but it's not that easy to find, so most of the orcs who have mates will directly trade for supplies in the mutual market or buy it with blue crystals. Witch doctors rarely stock seedless grass, some stock it but it's expensive when sold. The cheapest and most affordable way is still to find it yourself. The characteristics of the seedless grass are also obvious. It can probably grow to an arm's length, dark green strap-like leaves, the root of the stalk is greenish with the upper end being white, and in the fall, the top will bear 7 round fruits that are orange-red in color and as big as a fingernail cap. You'd better remember that the seedless grass matures in the fall, and only mature seedless grass is effective as a contraceptive. Never look for the wrong one. Concocted sun-dried seedless herbs also have a contraceptive effect. The 2 methods I mentioned are the more common ones among the various tribes. The last one is relatively rare. I heard my father mention it. It should have been passed down from the southern Beast Plains. It is to use the intestines of some animals, and fish, and beasts of the right size, the swim bladders in their bodies, mainly because they have to be elastic, otherwise they won't be able to be used. This thing is mainly used by male beastmen, but it needs to be cleaned and prepared in advance, otherwise it can't be used, and the fishy flavor is still particularly heavy. Ling Zhen was speechless. Isn't this the Beast World version of a small umbrella? Southern Beast City out of talent However, this means of contraception doesn't feel too safe. It was still more interesting to have a more magical plant like the childless grass. Seeing that she was a bit disgusted with the third method, Chongzhen smiled and said, "Actually, I've heard of a saying that if a female is unwilling to conceive, it seems as if her body will instinctively prevent the formation of the cubs so that the cubs will die before they become a fetus, and after that there will be 1 or 2 days of trace bleeding, and on the 3rd day it'll be almost no different from normal." I don't know where that claim came from, but I did see it at Medicine Row. Last year, one of the tribe's female mates was killed by orcs who robbed her cargo on her way to the mutual market. Not long after we brought the news back to the tribe, the female stopped her pregnancy on her own because she didn't want to give birth to a cub without a father to raise it, and she wasn't capable of giving birth and raising a cub during the cold season. So 3 days after the stoppage, she returned to normal and had a new mate about a month or so later. Chongzhen's expression was calm as she spoke of this, tilting her head to look at the baffled Ling Zhen. This kind of situation is actually quite common. No one would blame a female who doesn't want to have pups and has lost her mate. This is because everyone knows very well how cruel the cold season of the northern Beast Plains is. She doesn't even have enough rations to survive the winter on her own, but she also has to raise a cub. Instead of letting the born cub die of sickness and starvation in the winter, or using her supplies to survive the cold season and become an orphan at the beginning of the following spring, it would be better to not let the cub come into the world in the first place. Ling Zhen blinked and did not speak for a long time. The general environment of the beast world and the end times were still a bit different. There were very few children in the post-apocalyptic world, and each one was especially precious. After the zombies and morning beasts were wiped out on a large scale, integrating the various bases, the number of newborns in a year was even less than 300. This data was very terrifying. In an environment as extreme as the end times, the population that survived was roughly over 13 million. And in the year before this, when the social survival environment was not stable enough, the number of newborns was 10. Humans and aliens, unlike orcs, did not possess the ability to automatically stop a fetus. Yet it was the same in a way. Whether it was a human or a beast man, they all preferred to conceive the next generation in a safe and stable environment with sufficient supplies. Ling Qingyan's eyes were downcast in deep thought, and Chongjin propped one hand on the corner of his forehead, quietly surveying her out-of-phase face, sighed softly, and reached out to tug at a strand of her long hair that had slipped down from her left shoulder. "Are you looking to change mates?" he suddenly asked out loud. Ling Qingyan abruptly returned to her senses and looked at him with a puzzled expression. "Why would you ask that?" "I always have the feeling." Chongjin's eyes rolled around before he organized his words, "that you don't consider the three of us as mates from start to finish, as if you aren't prepared to live with us in the future either? This shouldn't be my illusion, right?" Ling Qingyan scratched the back of his neck and thought for a moment before saying, "It's not an illusion. It's true that I didn't consider you guys as mates, much less thought of relying on you. In a way, we're kinda alike, and I don't believe in that little emotional bonding between mates either." Shigeru suddenly showed his teeth and extended his right hand towards her. "Hero, see eye to eye. It doesn't really matter if I'm your mate or not, but I'm not going to voluntarily throw that status away right now. I will never separate from you until my plan succeeds." Chongjin loosened his grip on her hand, the back of his hand proceeded to the strand of long hair behind her ear, helping her to hang back on the bamboo branch behind her head. His smile was clear and light as he said, "However, that little panda may not be so sure. He should be firm in his mind to rely on you." Ling Qingyan dumbly laughed and said, "It doesn't matter, I'm not afraid of being relied on, he can't do anything to me anyway." Chongjin looked at her confident and sure look, narrowed her eyes slightly and admonished, "Male jealousy is very strong. You mustn't roll over." Ling Qingyan couldn't stand the fact that his hand was so close to his shoulder, and decisively retreated, sitting up straight and looking at Chongjin, who was lying in an alluring posture. "Next year, during the breeding season, if you can't make it through, you can go and find a suitable mate. Before the cold season this year, I should be able to merge the medicinal luo into the stone forest." Chongjin suddenly raised his eyes. "Not lying to me?" Ling Qingyan raised his hand and gave him a high five as an oath. "I always do what I say." A few rustling noises suddenly came from the forest. Ling Qingyan raised his head sharply to look towards the pitch-black dense forest, but saw nothing and quickly withdrew his gaze. Chongjin also looked back at the forest until after a long time, he lazily said, "It's him, isn't it?" Slipped away quite quickly. Ling Qingyan just slightly lowered his eyes and didn't say anything. Chongjin rested his hands on the back of his head and said in a low voice, "If you go after him at this moment, you can definitely catch up. Don't you need to make it clear to him? He might have misunderstood just now." Ling Qingyan shook her head. "No need." She didn't have much of an idea about Bai Qingyu, she just simply thought that this person was pretty and had a good brain, and was a good person. If he misunderstood, it was just as well. He was not the same person, and she was not the same person, and she was not the same person. She is not the original person, and cannot give him pure feelings. The Crane clan is a rare race in the Beast Plains that is loyal to the core. Stuck with her, that was considered a complete disaster. It would be better to go by the book and find a Crane clan beastman who matched his emotional outlook to bond and have pups. "I'm going to rest, you've been busy all day, go to bed early." Ling Qingyan waved his hand to Heijin lying on the ground and went to Ling Shaoxi's cave without looking back. Bai Qingyu walked out in the dense forest for a long distance before finally stopping and looking back at the dark forest that had no light nor sound. Overhead was a cascade of pine needles, and he casually plucked away the needles that swept across his forehead, jumped up onto a branch, and sat on the trunk of the tree quietly looking to the east. She didn't follow. Bai Qingyu lowered her eyes to look at the colorful plumes on her fingertips, and it was absolutely false to say that she wasn't disappointed in her heart. The location where he had just appeared was not too far from the entrance of her house, and with her psychic ability she could easily detect his location and breath. The reason why he didn't follow her over was also clear to him. The wind of the forest passed silently through the branches and leaves, ruffling the few strands of blue moonlight that leaked through the cracks of the trees, and he gazed at the bright blue spots on the branches and leaves not far away, slightly dazed. The scene just now still couldn't fade from his mind. Them. Horror. He had always been very clear that Ling Qingyan was actually very pretty to look at. She was different from the soft beauty that most females had on them, and that brokenness that required careful care. Her beauty was like the most arrogant giant fir in the jungle, or a raging river rushing through a rainy night. The first thing that made most male orcs look at her was awe and scrutiny. Even though her body was long and slender, there was always a sense of power that was equal to any male. One could not afford to ignore it, nor dare to. He admired her strength, yet he was also in awe of this burgeoning sense of power. Her like carried with it an extreme sense of aggression and oppression, so it had always made him uncomfortable and uneasy. It felt as if she was burning like a mountain fire, and if he took even half a step into that fire, she would wrap him up in it without a second thought, not giving him any chance to catch his breath or fight back. But her abandonment made it all the more unbearable for him. Especially, after she chose to true, she leaned intimately with him, and even her breath was entangled together. That kind of image made this unbearable straight to the peak. He was now able to determine that he had a very strong possessive desire for her. As for whether it was love and lust, he couldn't tell them apart very clearly. But the only thing he understood was, he had to have a place by her side and then expel the males around her. Bai Qingyu suddenly raised his eyes and crushed the beautifully colored turquoise ornament in his hand into powder, looking fixedly at the half-snake beast man who had appeared under the tree at some point. The man's silhouette was as sharp as a sword, with a kind of overbearing arrogance between his eyebrows, a deep bone face, a straight nose, thin lips, and a taut jawline. Long black hair was braided into a plait and rested loosely on his broad left shoulder. The chest was bare, the waist and stomach tight, and the lower abs flanked by a mermaid line that came in cleanly under the crotch bone. Back from the belly was the serpent's torso, its tail covered in dreamy iridescent scales. Even without moonlight, those scales still emitted a glistening light. The man's aura was cold and hard, and carried with it the kind of shades of the snake tribe's beastmen, and when his thin lips hooked up, there was an extremely sarcastic flavor. "You really do like that little female." The expression on Bai Qingyu's clear and handsome face sank slightly. So? Chang Tianshan raised his eyes, and a harsh arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. A voice as light as a ghost's quickly dissipated into the clear night breeze. Bai Qingyu, who was sitting on a tree branch, in an instant, veins floated up at the corners of his forehead, and a rare anger saved up under his eyes. Chapter 67 gave you face. The potato planting was mainly in the charge of Yu Xiaochen and Chongzhen. The two of them got up early the next day and went to the fields to look at them again before breakfast. After the potatoes were planted yesterday, the sunny part of the hill became bare, leaving only neat black terraces. But this morning, I could see large green shoots emerging from under the fertile soil, sticking up their delicate little heads in the refreshing morning breeze. Chongzhen was in a rather good mood as she served breakfast and sat beside Ling Qinzhen, who was rarely sleeping, saying, "Do you want to go and take a look after breakfast in a while? I don't know what's going on, but all of a sudden when I see that large area of tender leaves all growing out, I actually have a very subtle sense of accomplishment in my heart." Ling Chengnan sipped his egg soup, drooping his eyelids, and breathlessly concurred, "Then it seems you were born with the farmer's sacred body." Chongzhen realized that there was a blue-black color under her eyes and twisted his head to look at her for a moment. "Didn't you sleep quite early last night? You didn't get up too early this morning. Why are you still green under your eyes?" Some time ago, both he and Su Weifang were in a state of serious injury, so she was busy all day long, but her whole person looked in high spirits. Yesterday she was idle, and she didn't expect to sleep as well as before instead. Ling Qinzhen scratched the back of her shoulders, a face that was extremely smelly. "I suspect that there are fleas on Ling Xiaoxi's bed." She slightly turned her body sideways, allowing Chongzhen to look at her back. Ling Qinzhen wore a one-shoulder animal skin dress today. Her left shoulder and a small piece of her back was bare. You could tell from her arms and face, her skin color was on the pale side, so once there were some small imperfections on her body, they were obvious to see. Chongzhen lowered her eyes and looked at a small red spot on her back, wrinkling her eyebrows slightly. "Besides the back, is there anywhere else?" Ling Qinzhen scratched the back of her neck in annoyance. "There are also on her arms and legs." Chongzhen put down the dishes in her hand and pulled her arm, looking down to inspect the red rash on her left arm. "It does look quite like flea bites. After dinner, go ask the witch doctor if there is any ointment there. Get some back and apply it first. I'll go out in a while, help you get some insect-repellent herbs, and clean Xiaoxi's cave inside and out this afternoon." Ling Qinzhen abruptly looks up, her eyes sternly looking across the room. Ling Xiaoxi lowers her head and hums to dazzle her rice, not daring to look up at her at all. Ling Xiao also walks over with his rice bowl, sees the rash on her arm, turns his head and also glares at Ling Xiaoxi with a pair of tiger eyes. "Ling Xiaoxi, how many times have I told you? Bathe on time, don't be lazy, and the things in your room should be taken out to dry often. Have you been lazy again lately and not done it?" Ling Xiaoxi muffled, "But I don't feel itchy. It's clearly because our sister is too delicate." Ling Qinzhen clenched his chopsticks and gritted his teeth. "You were lazy yourself and raised a nest of fleas, and now you're calling me petulant? Isn't your skin too thick?" Ling Xiaoxi was not straight but also strong. "What's wrong with thick skin? Thick skin is durable." Seeing that the two sisters are about to get into a fight, Ling Xiao hurriedly interrupts their tit-for-tat, and raises his hand to knock Ling Xiaoxi on the head. "This time it's your own problem. How dare you talk back? In a moment when your sister beats you up, I will definitely not help you." Ling Xiaoxi immediately caved in and said in a weak voice, "I'll wash today. Okay? I don't want to live with her anymore." Ling Qinzhen was a bit devastated. She hadn't lived in a flea house for a long time. Just thinking about it made her whole body want to go crazy. She twisted her head to look at the quietest Yu Xiaochen. "You still have room in that treehouse, right? I'll temporarily borrow it for a few days." Yu Xiaochen's eyes widened slightly, his index finger gently scratched the side of his face, and he said with a bit of hesitation, "There is room, but I use it to store my own things. If wife master wants to stay, I'll clear out my things later and prepare a hammock for you." Ling Qingjian waved his hand. No need to be so troublesome, I'll help you move your things later, no need to make another hammock, I'll be fine with a floor bunk. Yu Xiaochen and Chongzhen, who was about to say something, looked at each other in dismay, and in the end the two of them swallowed the words that came to their mouths in unison, intending to try to help her pack the bed as comfortably as possible in a while. Because of the red rash on her body, which was also particularly itchy, Ling Qingye didn't even eat much breakfast. Seeing that she had eaten less than half of her usual amount, Chongzhen sighed softly. Do you know which grasses can repel insects? Yu Xiaochen nodded. I know, I have seeds of mugwort and peppermint here, I can directly catalyze some of them later, I don't have the other seeds in stock here. You will find some rosemary later. After these 3 plants are dried and chopped, mix them together, it has the effect of repelling fleas. In addition, have to find some more cedar wood, cypress leaves and lavender. Forget it, lavender shouldn't be found, lavender doesn't bloom until June or July, right now we can only find some dried lavender flowers. Yu Xiaochen mumbled with his head down. Chongzhen finished his bowl of rice quickly, put down his chopsticks and said, I know about cedar wood and cypress leaves, what does rosemary look like? Yu Xiaochen got up and said, I'll go find you some samples, I saw them in the nearby forest a few days ago, but there are only a very small few, not enough. Chongzhen nodded and was about to get up to wash the dishes when he suddenly turned back and said, there should be lavender at Bai Qingyu's place. Lavender is a plant that is still quite common. In June, July and August every year on the Beast Plains, you can see this plant with purple flowers everywhere. The smell is very fragrant and it's also very beautiful, so it's not unfamiliar to him. Yu Xiaochen looked up at Chongzhen in puzzlement. I don't know him. Then I'll go find him to change some. Chongzhen sighed in resignation. Yesterday, when he was at Bai Qingyu's place to talk about Medicine Luo's participation in the mutual market, he happened to see the bunches of lavender hanging on the walls of his cave. It could be that Bai Qingyu himself liked this kind of scent, or it could be simply to disperse the snakes, insects, rats and ants or odors in the cave, so he had stocked up quite a bit there. In a short period of time, Ling Qingjian probably wouldn't be willing to go to the Cold Mountain tribe. After all, we all know what happened last night. Chongzhen cleaned the pots and pans, then went to find Misty Zhua. As a result, Misty Zhua was not at home, following the elders of the tribe to go out to train. Chongzhen had to go to the Cold Mountain tribe alone. Before he could pass through the dense forest at the foot of the mountain, he bumped into Chang Tianchen, who had a snake's tail on his body. When he saw Chang Tianchen's shadowy, smelly face, his gaze became wary at the first moment, keeping a distance of 10 or so meters from him, and asked with a deep brow, have you recovered? No, only partially recovered. Chang Tianchen was playing with a bone blade of about 30 centimeters in his hand, smiling at Chongzhen who looked like a scared bird. You don't have to be so afraid of me, I can recover to this extent, or thanks to the blessing of that little female in your house. Chongzhen looked at him with suspicion, not daring to gullibly believe his bull. You go to the Cold Mountain tribe? Heavy Zhen nodded lightly, yes, lending a hand. He was ready to bypass Chang Tianchen and continue on his way. However, Chang Tianchen suddenly appeared right in front of him, and the bone blade in his hand was unknowingly resting on his shoulder. The hairs of sweat on Chongzhen's entire body poured out in this instant, his pupils tightened, and his hands had slowly animalized, ready to counterattack at any time. I advise you not to move, I don't want to kill you, I just want to ask you for a favor. Chang Tianchen's snaketail was coiled underneath his body, and his slender and powerful 5 fingers held the hilt of his sword in reverse. His eye sockets were on the deeper side and his eyes were shaped like willow leaves, and because he was standing upright with his snaketail, he looked a bit taller than Heavy Truth, and when he hung his eyelids to scrutinize the other party, he naturally had a feeling of overpowering oppression. Heavy Zhen did not let his guard down, raising his eyes to quietly survey him. Is this how you usually ask for help? I don't usually ask for favors. The corners of Chang Tianchen's mouth were curved, but there was no smile in his eyes, but this time the situation is special. Take the knife away, or I won't agree to whatever request you make. Chang Tianchen pressed the blade a little deeper, pressing a line of blood on his collarbone. I don't like people bargaining with me. You'd better agree. If you don't promise, I'll kill you later and bury you in a random place, and no one will know that I did it. Chongzhen suddenly lost his smile and said, try it. You came here for Ling Qingyan's supernatural ability, right? He was not the least bit afraid of this crazy batch of Chang Tianchen, a mocking smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. You fought her like that yesterday, and now you're threatening to kill me. Do you think everyone else is stupid? Would she and Ling Xiao not be able to guess who actually got me killed? The corners of Chang Tianchen's mouth pulled completely flat as he backhandedly withdrew his bone blade, and his left hand suddenly pinched his throat bone to tighten it. Chongzhen's face turned red in an instant, and he returned the favor with a backhand without showing any weakness. Although the difference in strength between him and Chang Tianchen was too great, he was by no means just a lamb to be slaughtered. The two fought directly in the giant pine forest. Within a few minutes, Chongzhen was confined by the thick snake tail and had many more wounds on his body. Chang Tianchen moved his joints and laughed coldly. With your 3-legged kung fu, you still want to fight me? Are all the beast husbands that little female found as useless as you? Chongzhen inclined his head to spit out the blood foam in his mouth and snorted. You're not a waste, you can't even maintain your human form right now, and you're still asking for her help. If you want to die, I can fulfill you. Bai Qingyu is not even my opponent. You don't think your life is harder than his, right? Chang Tianshan's originally normal white eyes and black pupils turned into the color of water lily in an instant. His white eyes and black pupils were covered with weird and fine ice cracks, and his evil aura was like an evil demon descending. Chongzhen, you fought with him again? Chang Tianshan, your nonsense is a bit much. How can I get that little female in your house to heal me? Chongzhen said with a bratty face, if you ask me, who am I going to ask? Chang Tianshan, I see that you still have some injuries on your body, it should just be a short while. Chongzhen's face suddenly changed, what do you want? Just letting you relive your old injuries. As soon as the words left his mouth, the next second, his eyes suddenly became ferocious, and the bone blade in his hand stabbed towards Chongzhen's leg. Chongzhen was unable to struggle out of his snake tail, and seeing that the tip of the bone blade was about to pierce through his thigh, a sharp arrow with a sharp cracking sound shot from the direction of his right hand. Chang Tianshan's wrist slightly deflected and retreated, and the metal arrow narrowly hit the surface of the bone blade, which did not shoot through his wrist. And the arrow's strong force violently rushed away from his right hand, and after breaking the bone blade, it directly pierced into the giant pine trunk 5 meters away from his right side, and even made a bowl-sized hole in the rough surface of the trunk. A loud boom shook the birds and beasts in the pine forest and sent them flying towards the air in panic. Holding the longbow in his left hand, Ling Changnan stood 50 meters away, his right hand pulling out another arrow feather from the quiver behind him, knocking the arrow and drawing the bow, all in one go. The second arrow shot directly towards his snake tail. Chang Tianshan's pupils shrunk slightly, and he threw Chongzhen directly out, knocking that arrow down the instant his snake tail lifted up. However, the head of the arrow rubbed sparks against the scales on his snake tail, and also made an extremely ear-piercing sound. Ling Qingzhen drew out a third arrow feather and shot it towards his heart with no expression on her face. This time, she didn't hold back half-heartedly. Chang Tianshan once again raised his tail and swept the arrow feathers away, looking grimly at Chongzhen, who was sprawled on the ground with a gray face. When Ling Qingzhen took out a fourth arrow, Chang Tianshan spoke, I didn't want to hurt him. Ling Qingzhen grunted coldly, it doesn't matter what you thought, touching my people on my stone forest's territory, if my lady doesn't peel off your scales today, I'll see that you don't know why the flowers are so red. Yesterday, my father stopped me from getting you killed, and today you ran out to make waves. Chang Tianshan, my mother gave you face, didn't she? Ling Cheng glanced at Chongzhen, confirming that he only had some scrapes on his body, and said, you go first, it should be a matter of honor for me to clean him up at this moment. If my father is ready to come, you remember to stall him. Chongzhen walked to her side and looked back at Chang Tianshan, you are no match for him. Ling Qingzhen moved his cervical vertebrae and removed his bow and quiver, casually tossing them to Chongzhen. He just came to me for a fight. It's because I stimulated his spiritual domain with my supernatural energy yesterday, causing it to expand so that he could regain his half-human body. He wants to try again to see if he can completely regain his human form. Ling Qingzhen's eyes darkened as he looked at Chang Tianshan, but I'm not that kind. Chongzhen was still about to say something when Ling Cheng'en had suddenly disappeared from his sight, and in the next second, he appeared in front of Chang Tianshan, and with one punch, he smashed into his solar plexus, completely smashing Chang Tianshan to the ground. For the first time, Chongzhen intuitively felt her battle power, the hands holding the pine wood were subconsciously tightened, and he couldn't help but mourn for Chang Tianshan. Although the human form was convenient for doing things, it was obviously not as good as the beast form for carrying a beating. Chongzhen still had some experience in this matter. Being smashed in the face by Ling Qing'en's fist, half of his life would have to go if he didn't die. Chang Tianshan did not use his beast form to fight Ling Qingzhen, but remained in his human snake-tail form and fought Ling Qingzhen soundly. Chongzhen, on the other hand, was in a hurry to go back and shake people. Holding Ling Xiao back was absolutely impossible, and he hated for Ling Xiao to fly over with his wings. However, by the time he returned with Ling Xiao, this pine forest had already been huahued by a small half. Large swaths of giant trees that were a century and 1,000 years old had suffered a girdle cut. Chang Tianshan was being pressed underneath a giant tree, while Ling Chengjian was sitting boredly on top of the tree trunk with one leg crossed and one hand supporting the side of her face, condescendingly looking down at Chang Tianshan, who was vomiting and bleeding. Ling Xiao looked at her with just a bit of color on her face, but no missing arms or legs, and was greatly relieved. You're progressing quickly. Chang Tianshan drooped his eyelids, his tone not hiding his appreciation. Ling Chengnan pinched the turquoise stone that was yanked from his waist and stepped on his chest with his left foot. It's not that I'm progressing fast. I just wanted to see yesterday what I could end up fighting you with based on instinct alone. Before coming here today, she had asked Yu Xiaochun for herbs to calm her heart and condense her qi, and without being affected by the smell of his body, the fight became a little more structured. In addition, it was also because she hadn't used the gongfu provided by the system before. This kind of gong method was a set from the system at the end of the world. One of the chapters mentioned that it was possible to utilize some secret techniques to triple one's combat power in a short period of time, but it was equally unavoidable that one had to pay some price. For the next 2 weeks, one could not empty the ISO energy. The powers consumed 3 times as much as usual when used as usual. But this small price, she could afford to pay. Ling Qinzhen lowered his eyes disdainfully, looking at the beads of blood on his calves, one by one, rolling down onto his pecs, swaying his ankles unconcernedly, pressing his feet back and forth on his chest a few times, cupping a twig in his left hand and pressing it against the underside of the knot in his throat, and gruffly saying, "Earlier, when you bullied Shijizan, you said that you'd give him 2 choices. Now, it's my turn to give you 2 choices." Chapter 68 Departure from the Mutual Market. You're really vindictive. Chang Tianchen stifled a few coughs, and even though his mouth was full of blood, he still had a smile on his face. Ling Qingyan's palms pressed slightly harder, his eyes sinking slightly. "I'm not joking with you." Chang Tianchen's breath was out of breath due to the pressure on his chest, and it was only after her foot moved away that he finally slowed down. "Tell me. If you let me be your beast husband, it's not impossible." The corner of Ling Qingyan's mouth pressed down slightly as he plunged his bone blade into the side of his neck. "You're also worthy? That useless fox can, why can't I?" Chang Tianchen saw that her face was full of disdain. Ling Qinzhen looked at him with her eyes downcast, as if she was looking at a dead person. "You are not qualified to compare yourself to him. It's not up to you to say whether he's useful or not. I'll give you 2 choices. First, from now on, you listen to my arrangements, you can't betray, you can't disobey, and you don't have the right to say no. And the second choice? Now, go die." Ling Qinzhen replied in a quiet voice. "Chang Tianchen, doesn't that mean there is only one choice?" Ling Qinzhen, "So you choose the first one?" Chang Tianchen put his left hand on her ankle and gently rubbed his fingertips. "I can listen to you. But you have to cure the aftereffects left by the return of my bloodline." Ling Qinzhen kicked away his wrist, rolled over and jumped down from the tree trunk, pulling up the bone blade on the side of his neck. The moment the bone blade was drawn, the sharp edge cut right through the skin on his neck. It did not injure his life, only leaving an extremely thin line of blood on his neck. She backhanded the bone blade and slapped it on his chest, cupped his chin, and lowered her eyes to look earnestly at his clenched pupils. "This is a return gift. One more word of caution. One of my men, you lay a finger on me and I'll rip your head off. Be good." Ling Qinzhen looks at Chongjin and Ling Xiao, who are standing not far away, wipes the beads of blood on her cheeks with the back of her hand and takes the lead towards them. Seeing her haunted eyes, Chongjin hurriedly raised his hand to explain. "I can explain." "Ling Qinzhen, aren't you going to the Cold Mountain tribe? You go first." Chongjin looked at the giant pine forest in front of him that was a mess, awkwardly touched the tip of his nose, and quietly looked askance at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao said with a sullen face, "You go ahead and get busy." Chongjin got Ling Xiao's words and immediately lifted his leg and walked away. As for Chang Tianchen, who was pressed to the ground by the giant pine trunk, Chongjin rolled his eyes fiercely at him. "Serves him right. This bastard's brain is purely sick, begging for someone to treat his injuries, but he doesn't have the slightest bit of a begging attitude. Being beaten half to death is also what he deserves." Ling Xiao did not pay any attention to Chang Tianchen lying on the ground this time, but walked back in company with Ling Qinzhen, looked at her suspiciously for a while and asked, "How did you do it?" "Used a method that can increase strength for a short period of time." Ling Xiao wrinkles his eyebrows and says, "Will it have an effect on your body?" "There's no effect on the body, it's just that you can't drain your supernatural energy anymore lately, and using it will also accelerate the consumption of your physical strength." Ling Xiao sighed in relief. "I don't know where you got this secret method from, but generally secret methods that rapidly enhance alien energy will more or less have an effect on the body and its foundation. Chang Tianchen's current appearance of being inhuman and beastly is the consequence of using a special secret method to squeeze out his alien energy. You'd better take this as a warning." "I know." Ling Qinzhen did not dare to guarantee that she would not use this method again in the future. Because her strength today was not the topmost on this continent, if she faced a more powerful enemy, she would inevitably have to pay some price if she wanted to protect those around her. "If I do it this time, won't our father admonish me?" Ling Xiao inclines his head to look at his eldest daughter, who is just about his shoulder height, and shakes his head. "What's there to train? Yesterday's punishment was to let you recognize the situation and not act impulsively and take your own life for granted. You're the one I've watched grow up since you were a child. You're stubborn, but people aren't stupid." Ling Qinzhen didn't ask any more questions and followed him to talk about the mutual market, not bothering about whether the severely injured Chang Tianchen could climb back to the Poison Valley on his own. Chongjin arrived at the Cold Mountain tribe, only to learn that Bai Qingyu had fought with Chang Tianchen last night, and then the body that was about to recover. This would directly add to the injuries, lying at home unable to move. He squatted on the side of Bai Qingyu's bed, looked at his left leg that was fixed up, and sighed. "How is this Chang Tianchen like a mad dog, biting people on sight? I originally thought that I was stopped by him today. It was already an unmitigated disaster, but as a result of looking at you, this injury." He instantly didn't feel like he was the biggest unwarranted seed. Bai Qingyu lost his usual gentleness because of his serious injuries, and his tone was a bit impatient. "So what? You ran from the stone forest to come to me just to see my jokes? That's not so much." Chongjin moved a small wooden pier and sat down beside him, pointing to the bunches of dried flowers hanging on the wall. "I came to find you to exchange some lavender. Bai Qingyu's body is hard to bear, and the person doesn't want to talk much. Take it if you need it. There's still a few months left to harvest this year's lavender straight away. All of these will have to be thrown away by then." Heavy real herd, suddenly spirited, all do not want ah? Then I can take it all away. Bai Qingyu saw him get up and directly took 2 backpacks in from outside, and was puzzled. What do you want these dried flowers for? To repel insects. Chongjin stood by the wall to fetch the dried flowers, and explained without looking back, our family, young matriarch Ling, slept in Xiaoxi's cave last night, and had quite a lot of red rashes on his body, and looking for a witch doctor also confirmed that he was bitten by fleas. Yu Xiaoqian asked me to look for some lavender, but it's not the season for lavender to bloom, so I didn't think of it. I came to you yesterday to talk about cooperation, and I just happened to see this kind of dried flowers hanging everywhere in your house, so I wanted to come over and get some, and go back to her to repel the insects. Hearing Chongjin mention Ling Qingzhen, Bai Qingyu's attention finally shifted to Chongjin. This dried flower can indeed repel insects, but the effect is not as good as you think. It has to be paired with things like rosemary cedar leaves to bring out the best effect. Bai Qingyu lay on the bed and thought for a while. There's another way. You go and dig up a few plants of parasite grass, there's some over in Poison Valley. Plant the parasite grass in a basin made of stone and move it to the cave. The leaves of this grass will secrete some mucus that can attract most bugs, including fleas and ants. After about a beast hour, just go and burn the parasite grass. Parasite grass? What does it look like? Chongjin felt that Ling Xiaoxi's place should need this stuff the most. However, this plant grows in the Poison Valley. Chang Tianchen has recently been entrenched there, and if he runs to his territory right now to dig up grass, will he be taken as a provocation by that mad dog? No matter, first carry the lavender back. Heavy reel will Bai Qingyu's dried lavender flowers almost empty, carrying heavy 2 big basket dried flowers, grandly slipped out from the Cold Mountain tribe main gate. Bai Shi fell from the air and stopped directly at the entrance of Bai Qingyu's cave, standing high above and watching that waving figure walk away. Only then did he turn around and enter inside the cave, looking at Bai Qingyu, who was lying half dead on the bed, and sighed. That fox came to you to ask for something, and you just gave it straight away? Not for his use. Bai Shi instantly realized and threw the broken herb in his hand on him, hating him and saying, Ling Qingzhen used it, right? You couldn't wait until you were better before giving it to someone. Your flowers, but now take to let Chongjin courtesies? How come your brain is not working well at this moment? I was able to wait for my health to get better before sending them, but she might not need them at that time. Bai Qingyu laughed bitterly. Hurry up and eat the broken grass. Bai Shi stunk up his face and sighed. Isn't your luck this month a bit outrageously bad? Originally, you only broke a few ribs, but as a result, every time you're about to get well, you manage to stumble upon something messy, making your injuries worse and worse. You'd better go to a sacrifice sometime and worship the beast god to get rid of the bad luck. Bai Qingyu also had some suspicions that he was having bad luck this month. That Chang Tianchen. Bai Shi sat on the wooden pier that Chongjin had just sat on, crossed his arms and rested them on his knees, a little depressed. A father won't let me and big brother find trouble with him, so it's really not that the two of us don't care about brotherly love, this time the revenge of being beaten up, you'll report it yourself later. Bai Qingyu was not surprised by this result, and only nodded, indicating that he knew. When I just came back, I saw him heading over to Poison Valley alone, but he was seriously injured. Bai Qingyu lifted his eyes and said, Who did this? Who else could it be? Bai Shi snorted lightly, that little tiger cub you've been longing for. I didn't see all of it, but on my way back from finding the herbs, I passed by the giant pine forest at the bottom of the mountain. From afar, I watched that kid Chongjin and Ling Xiao standing aside, and Ling Chengyan pressed the severely injured Chang Tianchan under a tree and was saying something to him. Thinking about it this way, she actually did take out some bad anger for you. Bai Qingyu remembered the words that Chongjin said when he came in just now, and lowered his eyes to hide the emotions under his eyes. She's not taking it out on me, she's taking it out on Chongjin. Chang Tianchen provoked Chongjin today, that's why she took action. Yesterday, she and Chang Tianchen fight at a disadvantage, but today in order to give Chongjin out of anger, do not know what method, will be stronger than her Chang Tianchen press to beat. The cause and effect in between, no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't be happy. She was too good for Chongjin. He just couldn't figure out how people's feelings could change drastically in just a few days. Bai Shi couldn't help but sympathize even more with this unlucky brother of his. Then even if you want to be a beast husband for her now, I'm afraid it's too late. Do you think that if we let our father go to Ling Xiao and talk about it, will this matter come to fruition? Bai Qingyu didn't have a clue in his heart either. I don't know. Bai Shi, if this is rejected, tisk. He didn't even dare to think about how lively the two tribes would be next. I can't go to the mutual market this month. Bai Qingyu didn't want to think about these things that made him uneasy for the time being, and immediately spoke of business. You lead the team. Big brother is actually more suitable than me. Bai Shi said. Bai Qingyu shook his head. If he leads the team to look for the salt lake, he won't necessarily be able to rush back before the team leaves. Even if he rushes back, he's on the road for days on end, his physical strength and energy aren't the best, and he might not be able to cope well in case he runs into trouble on the road. Bai Shi wasn't too confident about this, mainly because he was usually big-headed, his fighting strength was there, but he really wasn't very good at managing the tribe and the team. Can I do it? It has to work even if it doesn't work. Bai Qingyu looked straight at him. If I go to Stone Forest, who will assist our father in managing Cold Mountain? Bai, she said with sour teeth, the matter between you and Ling Changnan, the 8 characters have not even begun yet. You are really far-sighted. Bai Qingyu, no matter what, you have to top it. In the future, you and Big Brother, if anyone is like me and suddenly stumbles into an accident and gets injured, the other one will have to step up. Bai, she said with a sad face, it's easy for you to say, if it's just our Cold Mountain supplies and team, of course it's easy for me to bring it up, after all, the tribe's beastmen, what temperament I know. But this time there are also Stone Forest's people. Stone Forest's people won't listen to my command, and I don't have the means to deal with everyone as smoothly as you do. I'm really not sure I can solve the trouble if I cause it. Just listen to Ling Shenzhen, but don't forget to look after our own people. Bai, she looked at him with a speechless face. This dead kid, he's really rushing out to give it for nothing. Alright, I know. Second brother, you are well informed. This time the mutual market inquire more about the southern mutual market, as well as the situation of the tribes over there. Bai, she watched his face suddenly become serious, and wondered, what's the point of inquiring about those bastards of theirs? The price of salt and stone is rising a little bit in these mutual markets. Last year actually started. At first the increase was not obvious, but by the end of last year's mutual market, the price of salt and stone had already tripled compared to the beginning of last year. Only 3 months into this year, the price of salt and stone has doubled again. Bai Qingyu said in a deep voice, I suspect that the tribes in the south are intentionally controlling the price of salt and stone. They should be trying to do something. There's nothing wrong with asking for more information, it's bound to be true. Bai, she said, Big Brother this trip if no accident, should be able to find the salt lake. By then the salt market in the central mutual market will be controlled in our hands, salt stone. By then they can only smash their hands. Bai Qingyu heart is skeptical, but at the moment have not got more news to corroborate, so it is not good to say directly. But the matter of the salt lake, before they get enough salt, must be covered tightly. Otherwise, the center and the south are afraid of going to war. The morning of the day they left for the mutual market, the sky was overcast. Chong sat beside Ling Shenzhen, looking up at the sky with a face full of worry clouds, whispering worriedly, will there be torrential rain on the way? Can this mutual market still be opened? It won't rain heavily, there will only be light rain today. Ling Shenzhen leaned against the stone wall behind him, bending one leg, and was trying on the straw shoes that Yu Shaochen had just finished. In fact, straw shoes are still quite common in the tribe, it's just that she often goes out and occasionally changes her beast form, so it would be easy to lose her shoes, and over time, she seldom wears them. And grass shoes were not comfortable to wear. But the straw shoes Yu Shaochen made this time were a little bit different. Ling Changnan looked at the pressed sole. Although it was thick and looked like a wooden sole, it actually wasn't that hard when she put it on her feet, and it was still very comfortable to step on. Yu Shaochen didn't do any fancy uppers, he simply put all his effort into the soles and made slippers similar to wooden clogs. Usually worn, they did not interfere with walking and jumping. Holding the bamboo basket in his arms, Chongzhen looked at the slippers on her feet as she wiggled them every now and then inside. You're asking me to help him sell all these shoes just because he gave you a pair of slippers? What if I can't sell them? Chongzhen said with a bitter face. Ling Chengnan twisted his head to look at his breathless complaint and smiled. I don't think he'll be that useless. There's no one who's better at fooling people than you, so you have to believe in yourself, you can do it. Shigeru looked at her with black lines. Bah, he thought. Chapter 69, The Creepy Ambiguous Snake. The wind in the early morning of April was refreshing, with a slight coolness. Chongzhen looked to the northeast with a cloudy look and said, Bai Su won't be able to make it back this morning, right? The team will be leaving soon. Ling Chengnan was bored, her fingertips tickling the end of Chongzhen's hair as she faintly said, I'm not sure, I don't know much about Bai Su. Chongzhen glanced back at her, half concerned that she had been playing with her hair, only holding the bamboo basket and said, You really what? Ling Shenzhen suddenly looked up at him, raising her eyebrows as she waited for the latter part of his sentence. When you used to chase Bai Qingyu, didn't you know how to save the country with a curve? By the way, if you ingratiated yourself with his family, you might have gotten a beauty long ago now. I live so far away, I've heard of Bai Su's popularity, he's known to be honest and thick, an abusive person. Ling Shenzhen raised her hand and slapped him on the shoulder, coldly humming, who can compare with you? I think you and Bai Shi that gossip little prince can form a group to debut in the future directly called Jianghu Bai Shaosheng forget it? Heavy Real heard her finish, suddenly confused, gossip little prince is what? And what is a group debut? Also, does Jianghu Bai Shaosheng mean well informed? Ling Shenzhen looked at him and grunted, You're so smart, take your time to guess. Let's hope everything goes well on their way. Chongzhen watched as the warriors of the Medicine Luo tribe unloaded all the piles of supplies they were carrying and tied them up neatly with the Jack Rattan. The short brown-haired youth at the head held a beast skin and walked towards the two of them. Young patriarch, the supplies for the mutual market have all been sent over, this is the list. The short-haired youth handed over the beast skin in his hand. Chongzhen unfolded the beast skin and looked at the various symbols drawn on it with black bamboo charcoal, and after carefully counting them, he nodded his head and said, Arrange for 2 more people who are familiar with the supplies to stay, and let the others go back first. Ling Qinzhen probed and looked at the ghostly symbols on the animal skin in his hand and said doubtfully, "It's drawn messily, how did you read how many supplies there are?" Seeing her curiosity, Chongzhen explained, "These are some of the more commonly used symbols within our tribe. It seems to me that all of you stone forests give verbal accounts and do not have common notations within your own tribe. I feel that having communal symbols makes it easier to hand over information, so most of the people within Medicine Luo know what these symbols mean." Ling Qinzhen looked at him in shock for a long time. It had to be said that Chongzhen's was indeed an extremely rare talent. Surprisingly, he had realized the importance of words early on. Although the Medicine Luo tribe was not large, there was already a realization of being ahead of the curve in every aspect. First, it was the light grass transplant, and later, it was the universal symbols. He was a native of the beast world and had never come into contact with the information of civilized society. It was rare for him to have such an awareness. Even if she hadn't traveled to this world, he would have become a pioneer in certain aspects by virtue of his sensitivity to all sorts of information and his quest for convenience in life. Fox, the brain is really good. It really wasn't surprising that she had such a stereotypical impression of foxes as a race. Ling Qinzhen wanted to say something else, and realizing that the Medicine Luo tribe youth who had just spoken was still standing in front of him, he raised his head and gave the other party a puzzled look. Realizing what was going on, Chongzhen took the initiative to speak up and broke the silence. "This is Gangfeng, formerly my companion, and now he should be an assistant assisting my father. He is a giant bow beast orc." Ling Qinzhen was puzzled for a split second, and the system in her mind quickly swept her blind. The giant bow beast in her world was an ancient creature of the giant bow beast family that went extinct in the mid-Miocene, with a shape somewhat like a camel, but stood on its hind limbs, with 4 fingers on its forepaws, fed on young leaves from branches, and had a length of roughly 2 meters. In front of her, this young man's beast form should be the ancient creature giant bow beast that has long been extinct in her world. The system also pulled out a model picture directly in her mental domain. The system said, "I knew you hadn't studied paleontology. There are interstellar beastmen of the giant bow beast race as well, and this picture is the leader of their race." Ling Qinzhen wasn't interested in interstellar orcs, she couldn't go to the stars anyway. But it was a little bit of literacy. Seeing that Ganfeng had been looking at her, Ling Qinzhen nodded slightly at the other party. "Hello, what are you staring at me so much for?" Okafune shook her head slowly, turning her head to look at Shijizan on the side, and asked in a small voice, "Can I borrow the young clan chief for a short while?" Ling Qinzhen looked puzzled. "If you want to talk to him alone, then go ahead. Why ask me? It's not like Shigazane is an accessory to her." Without a trace of relief, Gangfeng carried the bamboo basket in Chongzhen's arms to the side, tugged his arm and headed for an unoccupied corner. Walking to the corner, Shigyur broke away from Okafune's hand and wrinkled his eyebrows. "No, what is it you have to say that you can't say to your face?" Okafune stubbornly shook his head. "No, this can't be said in front of young clan chief Ling." "All right, mysterious, just say what you want to say." Chongzhen sighed helplessly. In fact, there was really no point in being so far away, because Ling Qing'an's cheat-like supernatural ability could completely detect what they were talking about, but this kind of thing was still not necessary to tell his own little friend for the time being. Ganfeng lowered his voice and asked, "How exactly are you doing in Stone Forest? Earlier, when you brought that kind of potato back to the tribe, you just had a fine chat with the clan leader, and then you winded up running towards the Stone Forest. I couldn't even catch up with you. They didn't treat you harshly, did they? Let you do heavy work every day before your injuries healed or anything like that?" Chongzhen was dumbfounded. "If Ling Qinzhen really treats me like this, what are you going to do? Then withdraw from the marriage." "Must withdraw. It's one thing if she heals you, we can pay for the prey, or whatever else they want. And if they want to plant potatoes, we can help, we have a lot of Earthshifter fighters, surely we can be useful. Although we lost the fight, I've heard that Ling Xiao is actually a reasonable person, we can promise more prey and trade you back. Everyone in the tribe wants you to have a good life, don't always suffer and say nothing." Chongzhen listened to him and smothered a smile as she lowered her head, her fingertips gently rubbing the ends of her eyes, wiping away the little tear stars without a trace. "What kind of bitterness can I suffer? The greatest suffering I've ever suffered was the serious injury I sustained some time ago. Ling Qinzhen is a very good companion, she's actually quite nice. And I also get along with her." Shigyur replied with great sincerity. "Okafune, really?" Chongzhen's heart warmed up and he raised his hand to pat Okafune on the shoulder. "I'm very smart, when have you ever seen me suffer a big loss? I'm also handy at pleasing females. Don't worry. Heavy really did not dare to say, he is now the titular beast husband, may also be titled all the time in the future, and even be removed from the name. But it doesn't matter, what happens in the future will be said later. Okafune grew up with him and knew his nature too well, if you say so, I am rather not too assured. You don't actually have a bit of experience, do you? You haven't actually bonded until now?" "Shigyur." Okafune sighed, "When you're free, I'll teach you." He was also a person with a partner now, and could give advice to Shigyur. He was the best at this matter of coaxing his partner. Chongzhen said with a numb face, No need. I don't need it." Okafune patted his shoulder with a knowing face, knowing that he didn't want others to know about this kind of disgraceful matter, and nodded, "Don't worry, I won't say anything to others." Shichai looked at the way Okafune was seriously ignoring what he said and only felt a blackness in his eyes. He had no doubt that if he dared to coax Ling Qinzhen into doing something indescribable right now, that guy would definitely be able to strangle him with one hand. Once Baishi arrived at the stone forest with Cold Mountain's manpower, Ling Qinzhen swept away his previous boredom and helped the team secure the goods on the backs of those large crane beast men. "There are more goods this time, we might have to find a place to stop twice in the middle." After seeing that she was almost busy, Baishi pulled Ling Qinzhen, who was still helping to load the goods, to mention the matter of stopping midway. Ling Qinzhen nodded slightly and said, "This is no problem. You specifically said this was..." Baishi fixed his eyes and said, "When resting in the middle of the journey, be vigilant and strengthen the defense of the goods. This is what Yu has explained again and again." Ling Qinzhen, the matter of the stray orcs intercepting the cargo? Right. Baishi nodded with a serious expression. After Yu mentioned this matter, I purposely went to find other small orcs to inquire about it. Not only was the Medicine Luo tribe robbed a few months ago, but at least a dozen of the small tribes that participated in the mutual market were robbed. Some of them didn't have much in the way of supplies, and those wandering beastmen swept them all away. Some of them picked the more valuable things to take away and threw the rest away. There was even a medium-sized tribe about the same size as your stone forest that was robbed as well. Ling Qinzhen did not act perfunctorily this time, but responded cautiously, "I see. Just leave the guarding and protection of the supplies during the hiatus to me, you don't have to worry too much." "Then let's set off," Baishi said. Ling Qinzhen jumped onto his back, and Chongzhen followed suit and landed on Baishi's back. Baishi turned back and said in a ghostly tone, "You're a bit heavy." Chongzhen heatedly smiled and said, "Is there a possibility that you're physically weak?" Baishi, "I think you want to fall down halfway." Seeing this, Ling Qinzhen immediately blocked in front of Heavy True and turned Baishi's head back. "Take off. Don't waste time." Baishi snorted coldly and was just about to flap his wings and leave when a black shadow suddenly landed on him, frightening him so much that all the fluff on his neck exploded at once. Ling Qinzhen looked at Chang Tianchen, who landed beside her, and said with a numb face, "What are you doing here?" "Staying close to protect you." Chang Tianchen reached out and hooked his hand around her waist, his snake tail slowly circling where she sat. "Didn't you let me choose before? I'm your person now, of course I have to follow you." "Ling Qinzhen, get lost, you're too big of a lump for Baishi to carry." Chang Tianchen lifted his tail and swept Chongzhen behind him to the ground, looked at Ling Qinzhen fixedly, and slightly angled his head. "Alright, I'm taking the weight off him." Heavy Zhen rolled over and landed smoothly on the ground, tilting his head and cursing, "Are you sick? Without a word of greeting, you directly swept me down." Chang Tianchen lowered his eyes and looked at him condescendingly. "Do you know what it means to occupy a latrine and not? You can't even protect her and you still want to stand by her side?" Ling Qinzhen didn't want to fight with this crazy batch and said with Chongjin, "You go to the back. You, stop yakking or get off." Ling Qinzhen pointed at the tip of Chang Tianchen's nose, seriously and squarely telling him to stop provoking her patience. Chang Tianchen immediately loosened his arm around her waist and sat directly behind her. Baishi was so angry that she clenched her teeth. "Which one of you asked for my opinion? Chang Tianchen, get the hell down. Just beat up his brother and now you want to ride him, dream on. If you have the ability, swim and follow to the mutual market." Chang Tianchen circled his neck with his tail. "Please say that again." Baishi was on fire and turned back to Ling Qinzhen. "You picked up a wild dog, don't you leash it?" Ling Qinzhen slammed an elbow into Chang Tianchen's abs, lifted his foot to kick the tail circling Baishi's neck away, and coldly said, "Go." Chang Tianchen's abdominal injuries hadn't healed all the way yet, and after being elbowed, he slightly bent over and stifled a grunt, then self-consciously rested his chin on Ling Qinzhen's shoulder, his slightly dark voice ringing in her ear, "Still so hard on the hands, don't you know how to show mercy and cherish jade? Compassionate?" Ling Qinzhen couldn't help but sneer. "Dare I ask which word you've dabbled with?" Chang Tianchen watched Baishi hold her sulk and lead the two of them to fly high into the sky before he replied with a smile, "Fragrant." "What, I don't smell good?" Ling Qinzhen raised his hand and pushed the head on his shoulder away, wrinkling his eyebrows in disgust. "Keep your distance from me. Do you think I'll be agitated by the smell of your body again? And you're still in your breeding period, right? Just emitting the smell of your body all the way, you're not afraid of being taken advantage of by a passing female snake." Chang Tianchen's pupils tightened slightly and his tone was dangerous. "No female snake dares to come near me. Why do you think I was expelled from the Snake Mountain tribe? Killing the clan?" Ling Changnan had heard about it slightly. Baishi grunted coldly. "You're still quite proud of yourself. Is killing a young female of the same tribe something to brag about?" That was her seeking death. The smile on Chang Tianchen's face gradually disappeared, and his tone was cold. "Taking advantage of my unstable physical condition, she purposely used medicine to induce my breeding period to come early, and also wanted to force me to be her lover. It was considered cheaper to just kill her. Baishi, pervert. Ling Qinzhen, killing her is still called cheap, how about not cheap? Chong Tianchen stretched out his hand, the back of his hand gently rubbed her jaw. The whole person is particularly gloomy and sticky. The tone of voice is also extraordinarily weird and ambiguous. I'm afraid that you will think that I'm too cruel, so don't say it as well. Ling Shenzhen slapped his hand away. I'm already tolerant enough of you. Try touching me again if you dare. She slightly tilted her head, her eye blades falling on his face, fire already saved up under her eyes. I'll try to refrain. Chong Tianchen sighed long and hard. It's true that I'm still in the breeding stage, and when I leave the poison valley, my body's reaction is stronger, and I will instinctively move closer to you. Moreover, you should have heard that snakes are lustful by nature, and although I am a beast man, there are some instincts that I cannot fully control. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. Just smelling your body will ease it. Ling Shenzhen was already completely numb. One by two, they were treating her like catnip. You better be true to your word. Chong Tianchen came close to the back of her neck and inhaled deeply, like a forest cat that had inhaled catnip. His demonic and dangerous face finally showed a few hints of relief. Ling Shenzhen pressed his stupid fists, ignoring the pervert like Chong Tianchen behind him, and asked Bai Shi, has your big brother returned? He had just returned when I set out, too late to say too much. Bai Shi said. Ling Shenzhen, did you find the salt lake? There were some accidents on the way. Chapter 70 Lake Salt is poisonous. Ling Shenzhen raised his hand and gently scratched his brow. So the salt lake wasn't found? Found it. Bai Shi listened to her tone of voice, then realized that she misunderstood, immediately explained, the team that went out hunting, according to the clues you provided, went all the way to the northeast and found the Honging Salt Lake. The area of that lake is very large, and there is a lot of greenish-white salt sand right on the shore of the lake. But the salt in that lake can't be eaten. Bai Shi used his long beak to remove the small pouch tied to his body, holding it in his mouth and throwing it into Ling Shenzhen's hand. This is the salt grains that Big Brother brought back from Honging Lake. Ling Shenzhen pulled open the palm-sized animal skin pouch and poured out a handful of salt from it. The surface of these salt grains had a faint greenish color, and Ling Shenzhen understood the reason as soon as he got his hands on them. Bai Shi, the reason why Bai Su and the others rushed back this morning was mainly because they went to inquire about the tribes near Honging Lake. A long time ago, there were a few small tribes near Honging Lake, but gradually these tribes migrated. They inquired from other tribes that hundreds of years ago the salt powder from Honging Lake had appeared in the Eastern Mutual Market and the Northern Mutual Market. Later on, the orcs who consumed this salt powder for a long time gradually developed all kinds of diseases, and the witch doctors in the East and the North were unable to do anything about it, and later on they found out that it was caused by consuming the salt of Honging Lake for a long time. Since then, Honging Lake salt has been banned from circulation on the 5 major mutual markets. The system had already helped Ling Shenzhen analyze the composition of the coarse salt in his hand. This coarse salt is definitely inedible. According to the data analyzed from these salt grains, the main component of Honging Lake is potassium salt, and it also contains a variety of heavy metals, including lead, arsenic, and cadmium, which are not low. By directly consuming this kind of crude salt, the human body will experience symptoms of chronic heavy metal poisoning, nervous system damage, bone pain, kidney failure, skin cancer, etc., all of which are relatively common ailments. With the beast world's current ultra-low level of technology, it is impossible to complete salt processing and purification. Unfortunately, your big plan for salt will end before it even begins. The system said coolly. Ling Shenzhen poured the salt powder in his hand back into the beast pouch and asked, you have the technology to extract this coarse salt there? Yes, but even if I gave it to you, there's no way you could perfect that process right now. The system said. Ling Shenzhen tightened the animal skin pouch containing the salt and casually hung it on the belt around his waist, his eyes downcast in deep thought. However, if you do the quest, I can provide you with the salt production method, as well as the coordinates of salt mines and edible salt lakes. The system said in a good manner. Ling Changnan grunted and laughed. You've been waiting for me here for a long time, haven't you? The system hemmed and hawed and laughed. After dealing with you for so long, learning 3 of your feats is enough. Ling Shenzhen was really half pleased with the system's self-effacement. At the earliest contact, the system looked like a complete AI head, and a bit clumsy. But by now, it should have been upgraded and evolved several times, so the thought patterns and also the tone of voice were becoming more and more anthropomorphic. She couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. If she continued like this, sooner or later she would be taken by this system. But the system bound her soul. Forcibly unbinding it would not only cause damage to her soul, it would also cause irreversible damage to her spiritual domain. So indeed, the only way to get rid of it was to complete the mission as soon as possible. But there had to be a degree of doing the quest. It was impossible to rush through any outrageous quest. Most importantly, it was only right to utilize some of the tasks that could be done in exchange for the various technologies and materials that would be most conducive to her future survival and development. While Ling Shenzhen was thinking about this, the system didn't forget to say, I'm well prepared this time. During this period of time, I have carefully acquired the information related to this world, so I can definitely help you. And if you can reach the achievement of the grand completion of the mainline quest, I'll tell you a big secret. Ling Shenzhen, those quests of yours that you pulled out of ancient morning novels have to be changed. Change, I'll change them all. The system no longer expects it, the hard-hearted host, to compromise. It's all about having children. If you don't want to have 3, then 1 is fine. If she doesn't want to give birth, it can use technical means to assist her beast husband to give birth. The prerequisite is, do the task, get energy points exchange. You organize your messy taskbar interface and divide it according to the difficulty of the task. System, I just finished upgrading, the interface is brand new now. Want to take a look? Ling Chen sighed and opened the system's interface. Compared to the previous interface that was filled with text and pop-up windows, the system's page became much cleaner this time. I'll be tailoring your main and side quests in the future based on your current conditions. Ling Chen, so, the current mainline mission? Make Bai Qingyu your 4th beast husband. The system hammed and hawed with a sinister smile. Ling Chen looked at the only line in the main quest bar and fell into a long silence. The face slapping came so unexpectedly. System, this mission is super easy. Bai Qingyu has 75% favorability towards you. The corner of Ling Qingyan's mouth twitched. Is 75% high? Your favorability towards Bai Qingyu, 25%. The system said quietly, do you still think 75% is low now? Ling Chen. You can still see my favorability towards others? Not everyone, only your beast husband and your target quest object. Ling Chen, what about the others? You have 20% favorability towards Xiaochen, 25% favorability towards Chongjin, and 5% favorability towards Su Weipu. To summarize, you have the highest favorability towards Bai Qingyu, so this stage of my main quest setup is very reasonable. Can you see my favorability towards Chong Tianchen? The system snorted arrogantly, can't see it. It's not like he's your beast husband, he's not even a complete beast man. Our system also has a moral bottom line, we don't support human-beast romance. But I can analyze that your favorability towards him is definitely below 0. The corner of Ling Qingyan's mouth twitched slightly, he was really hit by this little yellow unity. If there was data to show, Chang Tianshen's favorability with her had to be a negative number. She hated snake men with no sense of boundaries. The matter of the beast husband, let's wait until the end of the mutual market, right now it's still the matter of the mutual market that's more important. Chang Tianshen's snake tail curled up slightly, unconsciously hooking around Ling Qingyan's ankles, but his entire body was still honestly sitting sideways on Baishi's back, his hands propped up behind him as he curiously surveyed Ling Qingyan. I haven't left the Poison Valley for too long and I don't know much about the situation outside. You guys were just discussing the Honging Salt Lake, is it now that the central mutual market is starting to run out of salt? Ling Qingyan nodded slightly. Since last year, the price of salt and stone has been rising, and after this year's cold season, the price has become even more outrageous. Dark light flowed in the dark green pupils of Chang Tianshen's eyes as he lowered his head to play with the blue crystals on his fingertips, humming and laughing. Do you want to hear my analysis? Although I haven't been to the mutual market for quite some time, I still understand the tribes in the south. Ling Qingyan pinched the animal skin pouch at his waist and said indifferently, you can say it if you want to. Chang Tianshen, I don't want to suffer. After hearing my news, then you have to hold me for a while? Scram! Ling Qingyan instantly didn't want to care about him. Once a person starts being shameless, they can really be invincible. Chang Tianshen didn't get angry even when he was scolded, his body slightly leaned forward, his bare chest close to her back, his timbre ambiguous. As far as I know, the southern region of the northern wasteland plain is mainly held by 2 major tribes. One is the Chroma tribe headed by the giant ape tribe, which is also the number 1 tribe in the southern region. This tribe's great ape tribe is also considered to be of great origin. They were originally the remnants of the southern wasteland, and then in order to avoid the oppression and persecution of the current southern Beast Plains royal family, they chose to raise their tribe to migrate to the northern wasteland plain, and landed in the southern region of the northern wasteland, and entrenched themselves for almost 200 years, and developed into the number 1 tribe in the south, from the initial small tribes. This tribe's territory is huge, and one of its biggest businesses is salt and stone. The saltstones produced by the Chroma tribe supply at least 60% of the markets in the southern and central cities. The remaining 40% of the salt and stone business is controlled by the second largest tribe in the south, the Dexing tribe. The Dexing tribe, you should be no stranger to it. Chang Tianshen slightly inclined his head, the tip of his nose gently sniffing the thin bit of breath on her neck and shoulder, slowly suppressing the frenzy and annoyance in his heart, still maintaining a calm demeanor, and said in a low voice, you and Ling Xiao come from the Dexing tribe, and I don't need to tell you more about what kind of virtues the Dexing tribe has. Ling Qingyan lowered her eyes into deep thought, and after spending some time, she barely managed to pull out a little bit of memory about the Dexing tribe, but it was very fragmented. The system promptly filled in the information gaps for her. The Grand Ro tribe is the same as the Chroma tribe. The main beastfolk are also originally from the southern beast. However, the beastfolk in this tribe are mostly exiled beastmen, and they have a strong disdain for the northern wasteland natives, not to mention xenophobia, and infighting is also very serious. Your father is such a bullish beastman. At the time in the Daxing tribe, he was only treated as a slave by your mother in this body, and he paid even less attention to you. If she wasn't physically weak and needed a strong beastman to maintain her position in life, she probably wouldn't even have half a relationship with your father. In the end, Ling Xiao was a tool person that the original owner's mother used to maintain her own life and interests. Ling Xiao did not fail to understand this. It's just that in his early years, he was still too simple and thought that a partner was one who respected and supported each other. It wasn't until he had suffered enough from marriage that he resolved to leave with his unloved child. It turned out that the mate GA first. If you're talking about the Daxing tribe, just say it properly. What's the point of bringing up my father's old story? Ling Qingyan's tone was irritated. System, I'm just giving you an example. From your father, you can see that this tribe that mainly exiles nobles doesn't have a single good bird in it. To give you more bad news, this tribe already has the beginnings of slavery. The Daxing tribe would capture some stray orcs in recent years, as well as some small tribal orcs that have submitted to them, and control and enslave them. Ling Qingyan slowly twisted his fingers. You just said that this tribe also controls 40% of the salt and stone market? Where is the place of origin where they mine salt and stone? System, White Stone Mountain. That's the territory of the White Stone tribe. This medium-sized tribe is dependent on the Grand Banks and is one of the few native orcs that aren't enslaved by those nobles. Seeing that she had been silent, Chang Tianchen smiled and said, really ignoring me? So cold and heartless? Ling Cheng turned around and looked at him fixedly. I don't like people who are too frivolous. Do you want me to say it more clearly? Her gaze was clear and ghostly. The bottom of her eyes was a cold color. The more you test my bottom line so recklessly, the less I want to help you broaden your spiritual domain. I did promise to help you cure the after effects of the bloodline reversal, but I didn't say when. Chang Tianchen just looked at her quietly. His breathing was shallow. Is this a warning? For the last time. Chang Tianchen drew back the fingers that were hooked around her waistline and raised his hands above his head, smiling. Understood. I hope you really understand. Chang Tianchen asked, then can you give me something that you often wear that has your scent on it? Ling Qingyan shook his head. No, the only things I keep close to me are clothes, no jewelry. Clothing is impossible to give you. The thought that the clothes would be sucked by this big pervert sent chills down her spine. Chang Tianchen reached out and plucked the bamboo branch at the back of her head, cupping it in his hand and said, then give me this. Ling Cheng's hair instantly cascaded down, and when blown by the wind, it completely drifted away, the tips of her hair not so gently sweeping against the tip of Chang Tianchen's nose and the side of his face, carrying a faint fragrance of grass and trees, causing his heart, which had been annoyed and bloodthirsty, to be quieted down in an instant. His eyes widened slightly, and he resisted the urge to use his hand to pull her long hair, pressing his fingers against the scales as his breathing gradually eased. However, Ling Chengnan quickly gathered his hair to the side of his shoulders once more, looking down to see if there were any wooden branches or ropes on his body that could hold his hair in place. Chang Tianchan removed the green bracelet that had been wrapped around his wrist a few times, with a beautiful green stone falling from it. Use this. Ling Qingyan looked at the delicate hand rope on his palm and gave him a suspicious look. No tampering. Chang Tianchan placed the rope in her palm. When we land, I'll find you something more suitable for tying your hair. Ling Qingyan took the rope away and casually tied up her hair. It had to be said that the rope suited her just fine, just enough to hold it in place. The two tribes in the south that I just told you about, the salt and stone of the entire central mutual market and the southern mutual market, whenever there is a fluctuation in price, it is definitely related to them. Since the price has been rising since last year, and not a sudden surge, indicates that their salt mines must be out of order, and it can't be solved in a short period of time. The exact reason, that's unclear. Chang Tianshin said, the salt grains of Honging Lake are definitely inedible. This mutual market, you guys had better privately inquire about what happened to the two major salt mines in the south. Maybe not long after that, the central region will usher in a large-scale salt shortage. This is just my speculation. Believe it or not, it's up to you to judge. Do you think we, in the central region, don't have salt mines? Ling Qingyan asked thoughtfully. Chang Tianshin suddenly smiled. Who knows about that? But even if there were, most of the orcs wouldn't be able to discover it, much less complete the mining. After all, the mining technology is in the hands of those southern orcs. Chapter 71 Hyperactive Snake. Ling Qingyan sighed shallowly. It was really a beast world that wanted nothing. If you have enough manpower to travel back and forth between the central region and the easternmost sea of the beast plains at fixed times, there are actually still other ways to obtain salt. Chang Tianshen said. Ling Qingyan, the eastern sea? Yes, the easternmost part of the beast plain is the sea, and the water is salty. The tribes near the sea should have no shortage of salt. Ling Qingyan, then why didn't the central mutual market exchange salt from the eastern region before? Chang Tianshen looked at her serious side face and shrugged. What else could be the reason? Of course, it's because the tribes near the sea are all sea people. We don't speak the same language as them, and our relationship is incompatible. Where would the sea tribes be willing to sell salt to the land beastmen? Ling Qingyan, sea tribe? Chang Tianshen looked at her confused face and reached out to pinch her chin, but suddenly remembering the threat she had just made, he snapped and withdrew his fingers, his face giving birth to a bit of disinterest. You don't know about the Sea Clan? Although the power of the Sea Clan is mainly in the sea, the land near the coast was also occupied by the Sea Clan. Because of the language barrier in the early days, coupled with the fact that the land and flying beasts would prey on the animals in the ocean near the sea, accidentally killing quite a few sea race beastmen, the conflicts between the two races were frequent and intense, so for thousands of years, the land beast race and the sea race have always been hostile. The sea race is difficult to live away from the coast, but they are huge in number and expelled all the land beastmen tribes near the sea, which also led to the Eastern Mutual Market without salt mines, and also has always been a state of lack of salt, or else it wouldn't have been reduced to mining the Hong Shadow Salt Lake 100 years ago, and quite a lot of beastmen eventually ended up in a state where the medicine and stone were not useful. Then you still propose to form teams to travel between the sea and the central region? Chong Tianqian slightly inclined his head and quietly looked at her resolute face. I don't know why, but I think you should have a way. Seawater is salty, so it should also be able to provide the orcs with the necessary daily salt like saltstones. And seawater is endless, so as long as we can establish a relationship with the Eastern Sea Clans, there won't be a shortage of salt in the central region in the future. Ling Qinzhen looked at him with a deepening gaze and hummed and laughed. You really do look up to me strangely. Chang Tianqian suddenly laughed out softly. I've been pressed and whacked by you, so how dare I look down on you? Why, she couldn't help but roll her eyes greatly as she listened to the idle chatter between the two. After flying for 2 beast hours, it suddenly started to rain. The rain came quickly at first, but it wasn't heavy. There were quite a few dry goods in the supplies carried, and although the leaves that shielded them from the rain had been fixed on the surface of the goods with vines before they set off, the effect was limited, and prolonged exposure to the rain was definitely not an option. We need to find a place to shelter from the rain as soon as possible. Some medicinal herbs will not be able to be sold after being soaked by the rain. Bai Shi said loudly in the storm. Ling Qinzhen had already spread out his spiritual power, ready to search for a suitable location to take shelter from the rain. Chang Tianqian held a leaf on his head and pointed in a direction nonchalantly. Go in the southwest direction, there are many mountains over there, so there are many caves as well. Bai Shi hesitated for a split second and quickly led the way to turn. Bai Shi said, You're talking about the White Dragon Cave area, right? Chang Tianqian nodded his head slightly, feeling the cool wind and cold rain fall on his hot skin, rapidly cooling his body's overheated temperature, while still being able to divide his mind to answer Bai Shi's question. It's the piece of White Dragon Cave. Bai Shi wrinkled her eyebrows. There was a big earth tremor over there during the rainy season last year, and part of the Rocky Mountain collapsed. Didn't it bury quite a few beastmen who lived there? Chang Tianqian faintly asked back. The ground shaking wasn't just on the Rocky Mountain side, was it? Didn't Cold Mountain also shake a lot? He was hiding in the Poison Valley at that time, and the surrounding mountains and rocks were also rolling down into the Poison Valley. The stone mountainside collapsed. One reason is because of the texture of the stones there, and the other reason is because of the complicated terrain. Many of the beastmen who noticed the ground shaking ran outward at the first opportunity, but the surroundings were full of rocky peaks that rose up from the ground, so there was no place to hide. Chang Tianqian was no stranger to earthquakes. The northern wasteland only had frequent earthquakes in the west and southwest, the center actually rarely had earthquakes, and the impacts caused by the disasters were far less severe than those in the southwest. It's only April, the water level of the underground river on the side of Stone Mountain and White Dragon Cave hasn't risen yet, and earthquakes don't happen every year. We shouldn't be so unlucky as to run into it by dodging a rain. Ling Qinzhen slapped a leaf on his mouth. Shut up, there are some things that can't be said. What if he crows about it? Chang Tianqian asked, Do you need me to show you the location of the White Dragon Cave? No need. Bai Shi's tone was irritated and said quietly, White Dragon Cave, I'm more familiar with it than you are. There was an underground river within the White Dragon Cave, and there were a large number of fish, shrimp, crabs, and other amphibians in the river, which was considered a secret base where they often went to play before they became adults and hunt for wild food in the meantime. After flying for another 10 or so minutes, Bai Shi lowered its altitude, and soon had its wings slightly retracted, gliding, and flying into a huge sinkhole. As the giant green crane stepped on the smooth boulders with both feet, its wings were completely retracted to its side, and it turned back to use its beak to carry the supplies on its back and place them in a place where the rain couldn't get to them, and stood towards the corner to make a landing spot for the clan members who had fallen behind. After a group of dozens of people had taken refuge in the White Dragon Cave, the falling raindrops gradually became thicker. After drying his hair, Chong sat on a rock to the side and looked at the rain falling from above the cenote. Didn't you say that there's only light rain today? Yes, only a light rain, and it will stop in 2 beast hours at most. She kicked Shigur's calf with her toe. Go get some dirt and build an earthen stove. Chongzhen looked at the empty sinkhole and the sound of water resounding not far away. You don't think you want to go to the dark river to catch fish and make food, right? Ling Qinzhen nodded. Anyway, it's 2 beast hours yet, and there's nothing else to do, so eat something warm to recover your strength. Chongzhen advised bitterly, don't forget that you are responsible for the task of guarding the entire team's supplies? We have jerky with us, so feel free to get some water and make do with a meal first, right? When we reach the fixed resting point at night, we can eat properly then. Ling Qinzhen narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at him askance. Evening? I'm afraid we won't be in a good mood to eat by then. Chongzhen said as if it made some sense. Chang Tianchen looked at Chongzhen, who was pushing back, branched out his beautiful snake tail and smiled. I'll go, he's so useless, he might not even be able to find his way back when he goes out. Chongzhen dabbed and stood up, striding towards the outside. She looked at the archfire Chang Tianchen, and then looked at Chongzhen, who was so easily galvanized, and helplessly shook his head, and then sighed long and hard, and sat down on a rock with a bamboo tube and drank some water. This nest of males in the Ling family is really lively. If Yu really identifies with Ling Chenzhen, he is afraid that his future days will be filled with chickens and dogs every day. Chang Tianchen looked at Chongzhen, who was supported and swam behind Ling Cheng'en, gently gathering her long hair that was spread out with his hand and slowly drying her wet hair with his supernatural energy. Don't jump into the dark river to catch fish, there might be poisonous animals hidden in the water. If they bite you, you might not last long enough to go back to the witch doctor. Ling Chenzhen tied up her dried hair again, got up and walked towards the dark river. I'm not stupid. Then I'll go out first. Chang Tianchen also stopped advising. Ling Cheng'en wasn't the type of stupid woman who needed to be watched over at all times, so he wasn't worried about anything happening to her. Don't make a move with Chongzhen. Ling Chenzhen turned around and reminded Chang Tianchen scared, I promise, not to make a move on him first. But he wouldn't be able to guarantee it if the kid made the first move. Chongzhen quickly returned with a pile of firewood and a basket of soil, directly using his supernatural powers to build an earthen stove and remove the iron pot hanging next to the supplies. This pot was newly made by Lei San. Ever since he knew that pots made of metal like iron could be made into all kinds of cooked food, Lei Sang looked for a chance to get quite a lot of iron or back, and took advantage of the time of rest to make quite a few iron pots, so as not to run out of supply at a later stage. However, he also relied on the hand of casting pots with his supernatural ability to earn a lot of supplies, and his little life has been very nourishing lately. Therefore, he gave another bigger iron pot to Ling Chenzhen as a thank you gift. Chongzhen placed the pile of firewood bundled up by the vines on the side and asked Shi, who was wiping off his sweat, can you help dry this firewood? Shi nodded, roughly understanding what he was going to do. Leave it to me. Such a small matter as drying the firewood would not cost any supernatural energy at all. Soon the fire inside the earthen stove was raised. Chongzhen skillfully rummaged out a few pieces of earthen ginger from the rattan basket, cleaned it, sliced it and threw it into the pot full of hot water, threw some licorice into it, and then took a handful of perilla leaves that he had just casually picked outside and washed them by the side of the dark river, and threw them into the hot water as well. When Ling Chenzhen came back with the disemboweled and scaled river fish, the ginger soup in the pot was already boiling. Chongzhen handed her a cup of ginger soup that was sitting by the earthen stove. Drink the hot soup first. What do you want to do with the fish? Shigyur asked. These few fish are not enough for so many people to share, it's better to make it into fish soup. Ling Chenzhen took the still somewhat hot bamboo tube and hung the fish aside, sitting on a rock and slowly drinking it. Has Chang Tianchen not returned yet? No, I didn't see him when I came back either, I don't know what he did. Chongzhen didn't care if Chang Tianchen was dead or alive, but since Ling Chenzhen asked, he still answered truthfully. Shi said he should have gone hunting because he didn't prepare dry food. Being in human form could reduce the consumption of physical energy. Chang Tianchen could only maintain his half-human form at the moment, so his need for food should be very high. It was only after about half an hour that Chang Tianchen jumped down from above the sinkhole dripping wet, dragging a dead rift-toothed beast in each of his two hands, and the rain that fell from above the sinkhole quickly washed away the bloodstains on the stone. The two rift-toothed beasts were huge in size, their appearance looked somewhat like adult hippos, each weighing roughly 2 tons, and their thick body surfaces were covered with messy wounds, with no trace of half a fire. Ling Chenzhen looked at the blood remaining on Chang Tianchen's chin, and had already guessed that he just couldn't suppress the restlessness in his body, so he went out to hunt to vent his energy, and in the process had a full meal. You guys split these two prey. After Chang Tianchen had vented his energy, he was finally a bit more normal at this moment, throwing the prey on the rock and leaving it alone, casually giving an explanation. Sitting quietly against the rock, the spiny scales on his rainbow-colored tail were also slightly retracted, and the tip of his slender tail lazily hung down on the edge of the dark river, occasionally fiddling with the cold water in the dark river. Ling Chenzhen watched him gradually close his eyes and pointed out a few people to drag the split-toothed beast to the edge of the dark river to take care of it, and in a while, he would directly roast the meat and distribute it to all of them to eat. Having fresh meat was better than chewing on dried meat. Ling Chenzhen really didn't like eating jerky. It was hard not to mention that because of the lack of salt, the flavor of jerky was hard to describe. Ling Cheng'en looked at Chongzhen. The fish is better to make soup and split it with the roasted meat. Saying this, she filled a bamboo tube with the remaining ginger soup in the pot and handed it to Chang Tianchen, who was sitting in the shadows. Drink this. Chang Tianchen opened one eye, his nostrils gently opening and closing twice. What is it? Ginger soup, to drive away the cold. Chang Tianchen lowered his head to her hand and smelled the flavor, and immediately wrinkled his eyebrows and shook his head. I have fire-type psychic ability, I'm not afraid of the cold. This smells bad, don't drink it. Ling Chenzhen placed the bamboo tube on the stone beside him. There's no more, this is all there is. Chang Tianchen picked up that bamboo tube and looked at the ugly tiger head carved on the cup. Who carved this? How is it so childish? My sister. Ling Qinzhen looked at the 4 unlike patterns and directly moved his eyes away. After drinking, remember to wash my cup. Chong Tianshan saw her turn to leave and stared at her back for a long time before he lowered his head and stuck out his tongue to lick the warm ginger soup. Pungent and spicy. The flavor was really bad. But seeing as it was sent by her, he still tried to take a few sips, biting into one of the licorice tablets in the cup, finally tasting some sweetness. Waiting for the rain to stop, the group soon set off again with their supplies. It wasn't until it was getting dark that they finally arrived at the caverns near the Zematian Valley. They were quite late, and there were already tribes stationed in many of the nearby caverns. Ling Qinzhen didn't go to the caverns near the Heavenly Valley. There were the most people over there, plus the firelight was bright. It was considered the safest place, and there was definitely no place for them to settle down long ago. There are quite a few caverns on the periphery, but they are spread out, so it's easy to be attacked and robbed at night. The team organized their supplies and placed them in the innermost part of the cavern, securing them with vines before finally dispersing to rest in the corners of the cavern. Ling Qinzhen stood in front of the huge amount of supplies and looked sideways at Chong Tianshan, who had followed him. Are you guarding the first half of the night or the second half of the night? Both. Chong Tianshan wrapped his arms around his body and asked with interest, You're relieved to let me guard? The supplies would be gone if they were gone during the time period you're guarding, Ling Qinzhen sneered. Chong Tianshan couldn't help but TSK sighed. You really know how to hold people. I'll guard the second half of the night. Chang Tianshan still made his choice. Generally speaking, the second half of the night was when people were most sleepy, and it was also the time period when teams escorting supplies were most likely to be sneak attacked. He had been energized all day long lately, and because he didn't have the toxins of the Poison Valley to suppress him, he was barely at peace all the way. But at such an exuberant time of the night, he certainly wouldn't be courteous if any ungrateful ones came to his door. It's better to let this little tiger guard the night, it can be more peaceful. Chapter 72, Heavenly Python's Unusual Fragrance. This time, to participate in the mutual market of Zematian Valley, Sherlin came with 28 people, and Cold Mountain arranged for 30 people, plus the 3 people from Medicine Luo, and Chong Tianshan, a supernumerary who had temporarily entered the team, which made it exactly 62 people. The beastmen of the Cold Mountain tribe were rushing during the day, so they were not arranged to be on night duty at night. The remaining 32 people, Ling Qinzhen divided into 3 batches. A rotation of 3 hours so that everyone could have rest time. The first batch was led by Chongzhen, responsible for the night watch from 8 to 11 in the evening, and he was assigned 10 people. Ling Qinzhen was on the 11 to 2 a.m. watch, with 9 warriors under him. Chong Tianshan was on guard duty from 2 o'clock to 5 in the morning and was also assigned 10 men. Because he was a bit uneasy with him, Ling Qinzhen also purposely arranged Lei Sang to be on his night watch team. Lei Sang was a silver horn night lord, and was in better shape at night, and had superb night vision, and was extremely alert. Tonight's dinner was not made as lively as at noon, and everyone ate dry food with boiled hot water, barely making ends meet. She was the only female in the group, so she found a corner near the supplies and prepared to lean back and sleep for a while. Just as she sat down and prepared to close her eyes, Chongzhen handed over the animal skin blanket. There was a fire in the cave, and the position he was standing in was just against the light. Ling Qinzhen did not see the expression on his face, she only heard him say in a low voice, Take the blanket and sleep on it, it's raining today, be careful of catching a cold. Ling Qinzhen took the animal skin blanket and realized that it was his own blanket, and curiously said, You still bring these when you go out? Who do you think I brought these for? Chongzhen shook his head and grunted a little, turning around to go on night duty. Ling Cheng spread out the blanket, half padding underneath his body and half resting on his body, and was about to lie down on his side when a snake tail suddenly stuck out from the shadows. Chang Tianshan used the snake tail to pat under her head, putting away the spiny snake scales, watching her look up and over, raising an eyebrow, Give you a pillow, no need to thank me. Ling Qinzhen, our relationship is not that close, move the tail away. Chong Tianshan leaned on the edge of the supplies, his dark eyes fixedly looking at her, smiling, It doesn't matter if the relationship isn't close now, in the future it will slowly be close. The bamboo branch you gave, the odor on it has faded. Those eyes suddenly turned into snake pupils, staring at her tightly, as if they had long regarded her as prey that could not be escaped. Ling Qinzhen stared at him for a long time, and when she saw him stubbornly patting the snake's tail around her, she breathlessly rolled her eyes and warned, Don't move, the scales on your tail are too chalky when they're up. Chang Tianshan's gloomy face suddenly came to life, and with a smile at the corner of his mouth, he said, Don't worry, I'm very honest. Ling Qinzhen. This bastard and the word honest are not related. She didn't talk about this anymore, and fell back and closed her eyes and fell asleep. Chong Tianshan felt the weight carried on the tail, the original noisy roar and murmur in the ear, in this moment finally slowly weakened, until completely disappeared. His world was too noisy. All sorts of inexplicable ghostly remnants tore at his already manic soul, and his ears were filled with garbled cries at all times. He could sometimes tell that they were fake, and sometimes when he was so noisy that he lost his mind, he would feel that those voices in his ears were real. The ravings seemed to come from the gods and demons, and yet the vague chanting filled his mind. Over the years, the voices never abated, much less ceased. But the marvelous thing was that he actually found a moment of peace in this female tiger cub. It truly puzzled him. A new psychic ability? Spiritual faculty, what kind of existence was it? As he slowly closed his eyes, a strange blush slowly surfaced on that hard, white face. The redness gradually spread across his neck and chest, and light pink fins suddenly sprouted from the upper ends of his two ears, the tails of the fins slowly swaying like thin gauze. Behind his ears, fine, haze-like snake scales exploded layer by layer. A dreamy but dangerous aroma slowly escaped from the cracks of his scales, gradually filling the entire cavern. The sleeping orcs were unaware of it, and only slept more and more deeply in this mesmerizing aroma. Shichide walked in from outside the cavern, and when he smelled the aroma filling the cavern, the first thing he did was lock his eyes on the snake-tailed orc hiding in the shadows. Standing outside the cave, Okafune wrinkled his eyebrows at Ling Chengnan, who was sleeping peacefully with his snake tail on his pillow, and pulled Chongjin out of the cavern. Only when he was a bit farther away did Okafune wrinkle his brows and say, "Doesn't Ling Chenjiang only have 3 beastmen? The one from Snake Mountain supposedly ran away, so how come there's still a male Snake Clan beastmaster in his breeding period by her side? That's Chong Tianchen." Chongjin looked grave. "I have only heard rumors of the heavenly python as well. I thought that the divine beast bloodline was just a legend, but I didn't think that he had actually completed the return of his bloodline. There were many rumors about the heavenly python, but the most famous one in the beast plains had to be that the divine beast heavenly python could soar through the clouds and fly into the sky, reversing the sun and the moon. Even this divine beast could reverse time. In addition, there is the love-hate relationship between the heavenly python and the beast god. It is rumored that the python reversed time and space 7 times, but each time it came to the same end. In the end, Sky Python completely lost his heart and was buried under the obscure abyss. However, it has been nearly 1,000 years since there has been a beastman with a returned bloodline on the beast plains. Awakening a divine beast bloodline was so distant that it was like an ancient legend. Therefore, Chang Tianchen was really dangerous. For some reason, Chongjin felt that he cared extraordinarily about Ling Chenjian and had even been trying to find ways to get closer to her. Unlike the loyal Crane clan, the heavenly python was a cold-blooded beast that was easily dominated by emotions. It was said that at the beginning of the founding, beast god Tinin had 7 beast husbands. One of them was the divine beast Sky Python. The god of beasts was kind and forgiving, and had the merit of creating the world and the people. However, in the end, the beast god was killed by the irrational Sky Python because of the fight between the 7 husbands of the beasts, and his divine body was devoured by him. After the fall of the beast god, the relationship between the 7 beast husbands was like water and fire, and they fought each other to a standstill. The final battle shook the heavens and shook the earth. The beast plains continent collapsed from the center and was divided into the northern wilderness and southern plains, with the obscure abyss as the boundary. The heavenly python was surrounded by the other 6 divine beasts and eventually died in the obscure abyss. Since he was a child, Chongjin had been familiar with the stories of the beast gods. In every version of the story, the heavenly python was a dangerous and cruel existence. And in every legend, it was the heavenly python that devoured the beast god. Therefore, he truly hated Chang Tianchen. Ever since this man's bloodline returned to his ancestors, he was no longer the wise and heroic person he once was, and was becoming more and more like the legends, uncertain and dangerous and treacherous. Tell the people on night duty not to inhale too much of the foreign fragrance. Chongjin told Okafeng to order them to go on, and reminded emphatically, the body scent that emanates from the heavenly python as he slumbers will make people sleepy and disoriented, and fall into bizarre dreams. Only when he wakes up, those who inhale the strange fragrance and fall asleep will truly wake up. So don't go near him. Shichide watched as Okafune went to inform the orcs on night duty and waved his hand to use his supernatural ability to block this fragrance inside the cave, preventing it from spreading outside and allowing the curmudgeons who were staring at their group to notice the difference. But the 3 hours finally passed peacefully. Chongjin arranged for a shift change, not intending to alarm Ling Chenjian, and finished the 3 hours of night duty for her. As a result, she suddenly sat up. When she opened her eyes, she was just a little bit disoriented, and after rubbing her face, she was completely awake. Chongjin looked at her in surprise, then looked at Chang Tianchen, who opened his eyes not far away, and ultimately said nothing. Ling Chenjian uncovered the animal skin blanket and looked at Chongjin. "You rest, I don't need you to help me with night duty." After saying that, she walked outside with big strides. Chongjin, on the other hand, sat at the position where she had just rested and looked at her departing back in confusion, unable to figure out how she had woken up. It was because she was the one who had inhaled the most of the heavenly python's strange fragrance. Just now, he had to wake up Chang Tianchen in order to wake up the shift-changing beastmen. However, Chang Tianchen had not dispersed the aroma that surrounded her body. When Chang Tianchen saw that he had been dazed, he suddenly laughed. "She sure is interesting, isn't she? Ever since awakening the divine beast bloodline, she's the only one who reacted flatly to the scent on me. Except for the very first side, where she was enraged by the scent on his body and fought him all by instinct and nonsense. Later on, he interfered with her with the scent on his body, but it never had the same effect as it did in the first place. She really was peculiar." "Chongjin, you want to be her beast husband?" Chang Tianchen looked at Chong Zhen's alert appearance, supported his chin with one hand, and looked at the somewhat weak fox with a good look. So what if I do? Chong Zhen, you should know how dangerous your awakened bloodline is. Stay away from her. Chang Tianchen snorted disdainfully. What are you? Pointing fingers at me? Although the heavenly python bloodline is overbearing, it's not like I'm that crazy beast husband of the beast god, so don't you worry about nothing here. Chong Zhen, you're just a lunatic. Ling Cheng'en has someone he likes. That moonplume green crane? He raised his eyebrows slightly and looked down to play with the bamboo branch on the fingertips of his left hand, then said with a scornful expression, I don't think so. That moonplume green crane likes her is true, but the little tiger cub is afraid that he doesn't have much true love for him. And you don't seek true love for her, you only seek benefits. Why bother to care so much? In the end, there's no place for you beside her anyway. Chong Zhen's face suddenly grimaced as he said, You eavesdropped on the conversation between me and her? Chang Tianchen stuck the bamboo branch between his long hair, lowered his eyes, and said with a cold and disgusted expression, Next time you talk to her, you'd better stay away from the fire. You are simply shameless. Chong Zhen cursed angrily in anger. Chang Tianchen supported his body and quietly looked at Chong Zhen, suddenly appearing in front of him with his face. His 5 fingers suddenly brushed past the side of his neck, deeply rooted into the rocks behind him, and with his backhand, he yanked out a not small-sized pangolin armor. With your vigilance, you're worthy of competing with me? With a cold face, Chang Tianchen pinched the neck of the mountain-piercing armor and dragged it to the edge of the fire, directly setting it up on the fire to roast. The mountain-piercing armor instantly let out a shrill cry for help, and with a terrified face, it shouted towards him for mercy. Chong Zhen turned back to look at the rock behind him that had fluctuations of Earth-type supernatural energy and deeply sucked in a breath of cool air. As an Earth-type psychic, he hadn't even noticed that the mountain-piercing armored beastman had appeared behind him in the slightest. Chang Tianchen almost cruelly roasted the skin and flesh of that mountain-piercing beastman, and the whole process lasted less than 10 minutes from the time the mountain-piercing beastman started shouting and screaming to the time it was finally dying. The resting beastmen inside the cave were all awakened and looked at his cool methods in shock. When Ling Cheng'en returned from his patrol outside, the first time he heard the sound, he plucked the pangolin out of the fire. A sneak attack? She twisted her head and asked Chang Tianchen. Chang Tianchen gently twisted her fingertips and coldly grunted, Level 7 Earth System ability, with full fitness of talent and race. The pangolin beastmen themselves were very good at making holes, and even the hardest mountains were like wood in front of them. Once they had awakened their Earth System psychic ability, it was even more like a tiger with wings. Moreover, this mountain armor beastman had a higher level of supernatural ability than Heavy Truth. It was actually quite normal that Heavy Truth didn't spot him in time. Ling Cheng'en looked at the mountain armor beastman whose scales were all starting to fall off and wrinkled his eyebrows. Next time you clean up this kind of sneak attacker, don't do it so brutally in front of so many people. Chang Tianchen scared inside in displeasure. I didn't directly roast him, my methods were already gentle enough. What? Do you still want me to boil him in warm water? Really think it's boiling a frog? Ling Cheng'en had a headache and retracted his sight, looking at the painfully suffering mountain armor beastman whose scales were rustling down as soon as his body moved. He shouted towards the patrol outside, Raise your guard, there are alien beastmen that can hide approaching. The others continue to rest. Using a piece of beast skin, Ling Cheng'en pocketed the severely injured and dying mountain beetle and walked outside the cave, allowing Chang Tianchen to go back to the place where the supplies were piled up to rest, and in the meantime, to be on the alert for xenomorphs that were approaching from the stone wall with their xenomorphic abilities. Chong Zhen sat depressedly on the animal skin blanket, sleepless at the moment. When Chang Tianchen returned, he looked up at the other party and had to clench his teeth and endure his arrogance and cockiness at the other party's teasing and mocking expression. There were times when he really hated himself. Why was his talent just not as good as theirs? Not as good as Su Weiping, not as good as Bai Shi, not as good as Bai Qingyu, and even less as Chang Tianchen. Obviously he was the first beast husband that Ling Cheng'en brought back to the tribe. Obviously he had the greatest advantage. Yet he is becoming more and more inconspicuous around her. He was not seeking a trace of true love. But he also didn't want to be ignored. He wanted his abilities to be recognized. Was there no other way to go further? Chong Zhen lowered his head and pressed his hand on the heartstone at his waist. Because Ling Cheng'en had repeatedly reminded him not to rush things, his absorption of the heartstone was in stages. Every time he absorbed the energy from the heartstone, he would stop for 2 to 3 days afterward, constantly honing and digesting the absorbed energy. If he absorbed too much, his foundation would likely be damaged. He had always sought stability, so he rarely ventured to try anything. Should he give it a try? When Ganfeng walked in from outside, he looked at his gloomy look and raised his hand to slap him on the shoulder. What are you thinking blindly about? Get some rest while there's still time. Shigure raised his eyes to look at him. Am I too weak? Okafune suddenly heard him ask this question and couldn't help but pull out his ears. Who are you mocking here? You're weak? Then shouldn't those of us exalts who have worked hard for more than 10 years, or even decades, to not be able to rise to level 6, find a rock to crash into and die? In this world, everyone has a different path to take. Ganfeng suddenly realized something and abruptly raised his head to look at Chong Tianchen, who was not far away, with an extremely sharp gaze.
Did he deliberately say something to disturb you? Chapter 73 Theft Gang.
Chong Tianchen did not care in the slightest about the gaze of an unthreatening giant bao beast, calmly laying back to his original place, his long serpentine tail resting on the stone, the tip of his slender and radiant tail regularly and leisurely tapping on the stone blocker. Chongzhen was unwilling to clash with Chang Tianchen at such a time, and even more so, he did not want Gangfeng to offend Chong Tianchen, the crazy batch, for him. Ganfeng was from the Medicine Luo tribe, and Medicine Luo was not currently incorporated into the stone forest, so Ling Qingyan's shock to Chong Tianchen could not shelter Ganfeng. He didn't say anything, he just grabbed that mountain armor beastman out from behind me.
Chongzhen sighed shallowly and said, "You grab some rest, I'm also a bit tired, I'm going to sleep."
Ganfeng sat and watched him for a while, and when he saw him close his eyes and collapse onto the animal skin blanket, he eventually said nothing more and got up to leave. Outside the cavern, Ling Changnan brought the severely injured mountain armor orc to the leeward side and dropped it on the ground, wrinkling his brows. "Where is your companion?" The mountain-piercing armor's body curled up into a ball, so painful that it was as if it was shielded from the outside world. But Ling Changnan knew very well that he was pretending to be dead. "There's no need to pretend, you're an Earth-type adept, it's not like you'll be roasted to death by fire in 10 minutes. She still understood the principle that Earth could separate fire. This pangolin beastman didn't resist in the cave, mainly because Chang Tianchen's level was too much higher than his, so rather than resisting and being treated even more fiercely, it was better to show weakness and pretend to be dead, and find an opportunity to escape. The body of the mountain-piercing armor orc that was balled up on the ground stiffened, secretly opening one eye and looking at the unusually calm female in front of him. Seeing that he remained still and silent, Ling Qingyan's patience was about to run out. "If you don't say anything, then I'll have no choice but to finish you off on the ground."
"Don't worry, I'm more painful than that guy and won't let you die too hard." The alliance of the Stray Orc organization wasn't that unbreakable. Compared to orcs with a fixed group, the temporary alliances formed by stray orcs often faced treachery and backlash from nowhere. Ling Changnan didn't think that this Earth orc was really willing to lay down its life for a less than reliable ally. After her words, she stopped waiting and raised the bone blade in her hand, blinking as it was about to fall. The mountain-armored beastmen immediately balled up into a ball and rolled towards the back, turning into a humanoid form before pulling their legs out and slamming into a mountain rock. The blade in Ling Qingyan's hand was much faster than his speed, not giving him a chance to hide in the rock. The bone blade went straight through him, pinning him to the rock. Blood gushed out of the wound instantly. Ling Qingyan walked up to him unhurriedly, holding the bone blade in his left hand and turning the hilt with a smile, still not going to say anything? The pangolin beastman cried out in pain, much more vividly than his half-dead state just now. He begged for mercy in a cold sweat. I'll say it all. Please, spare me. You only have one chance, if you dare to lie to me one word, I'll let you die without a burial place." Ling Qingyan drew back his bone blade with his backhand, letting a shower of hot water splash on his arm, looked at the orc who could no longer stand, staggered half a step, kneeled on one knee, and blocked the wound on his abdomen with one hand. "There are 5 of us, and I'm the only level 7 Earth-based psychic warrior who can silently approach where the supplies are stored. Usually, I will first find out the location and quantity of the supplies, as well as the defense strength of the target team, after which I will tell my companions the news, and the lead orc will formulate a plan to steal the supplies. We usually don't steal all the supplies, and only pick what we need. If we steal too many things, we will easily be discovered, and our speed will be affected when we escape. Before you guys, almost no one has ever discovered our whereabouts, and we just steal and leave. Where are the remaining 4 hiding? What strength? And where are you wandering orcs from? Or which tribal warriors who came out to steal under the name of the Wandering Orc Organization?"
The mountain-armored orcs immediately looked up and denied, "No, we really didn't join any tribe, that is, we bumped into each other before last year's cold season, and had to form an alliance in order to survive, and because of their respective abilities, we ended up forming a stable gang for stealing supplies. We generally only pick teams that have a small number of people, but a lot of supplies. Nor have we ever laid a hand on a small tribe's escort team.
Much less killed anyone." Ling Qingyan shook off the beads of blood on his jade-white bone blade and grunted coldly, "A wandering orc with a nice mouth hasn't killed anyone? Don't you think that's a big joke?"
The pangolin beastman, pale from blood loss, sat down on the ground with severe injuries and dislocation, and laughed bitterly. "If we could live in peace, we wouldn't be wandering beastmen either. I used to have a tribe, but it's gone. I don't care about your past." The pangolin orc looked up at her. "It's true that I've never killed anyone, there may have been times when I missed and hurt someone, but I never kill. As for the other 4, I'm not sure. I was originally an orc warrior of the Yunqiu tribe in the center a little to the south. The orcs of Yunqiu are mainly dependent on the Kruma tribe, and usually mainly mine salt mines for them. But after the earthquake last year, the salt mine collapsed and most of the Cloud Mound warriors were buried underneath the mine, and I only survived by relying on my psychic abilities. Cloud Mound also lost a large number of powerful warriors as a result. There was no way to maintain the tribe's usual expenses any longer, and then they were raided by the Daxing tribe. Most of the females were taken captive, while the male orcs and cubs were captured and taken to open the mines. I used my powers to escape while the mine was being opened, when the guards weren't looking. Originally, I brought 2 warriors with me to ask for help from the clan leader of the Kruma tribe, but was rejected by the Kruma clan leader. The Cloud Mound tribe no longer existed, and the small tribe that had been plundered clean long ago had no value in asking for help. Moreover, going to war with a powerful great line for the sake of such an extinct tribe was a business that was too costly for the Kruma patriarch. After that, they had just left the Kruma tribe when they encountered a herd of inferior beasts. 1 died and 2 were injured. Then he and another companion became wandering orcs and traveled from the south to the north, avoiding the big line of hunting parties that had been capturing all kinds of wandering orcs as miners. Because of the loss of shelter, that's why I formed a theft organization with a few others, mainly targeting the supply teams participating in the mutual market. If you don't believe me, you can ask around with the tribes around you that participate in the mutual market. Those groups that have plundered and killed small tribes' supply teams before are almost always 20 people upwards. Ling Qinzhen raised his eyebrows slightly, grasping some more sensitive news from the pile of words he said. The location of the accomplices. Ling Qinzhen was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. Even if they were having a hard time, those tribes that were stolen from, were they having a good time? No matter how grandly they said it, they were still thieves. Catching and receiving a beating that was absolutely inevitable. I don't know their location, I just agreed to meet up in the 3rd cavern on that hill in front of me when the exploration is over. He also explained the races and psychic abilities of the remaining 4 accomplices, and finally sat down on the ground in resignation. Ling Qinzhen lifted him and said with downcast eyes, "You can't even die from this injury, there's no need to act so pitiful." The mountain-armored orc had a vegetable face as she grabbed him by the back of his collar and dragged him all the way to the entrance of the cavern. Ling Qinzhen pointed at the little thief who looked like a dead dog and said in a deep voice, "Watch him closely, don't let him slip away." Ling Qinzhen did not intend to kill him. As this mountain armor beastman said, if it was just a theft gang of 5, it shouldn't be the same group that had repeatedly robbed the medicine Luo supplies team. Although this kind of petty thief was hateful, the crime was not punishable by death. But the fact that the thefts hadn't been caught so many times meant that the group was something. She wanted to meet them, and in the meantime try to see if she could take them under her wing. Most of the orc warriors were older than her than the long divided ranks of the Stone Forest tribe, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were her elders. Although these people also trusted her, they were more loyal to Ling Xiao, recognizing her position in passing. She wasn't an adult yet, so it wasn't good for her to boss around these elders of the tribe. But the henchmen that she took back for herself, then she didn't have that much to worry about. Ling Xiao was a capable old father, and he wasn't too old now, he wasn't even 40 yet, and judging by his abilities and the lifespan of the thin mountain giant tiger, he would be able to be a dragon for at least another 20 years. Ling Qinzhen gave Chang Tianqian a word of advice, ordered 5 people, and went directly to the meeting place that the mountain-armored beastman had given up. Before she even got close, she noticed that the people in the cave seemed to realize that something was wrong, and were already turning off their engines in preparation for a run. Among their group, there is a Sphinx Owl, with system level 6. It should be in charge of guarding the entire group. All be careful when approaching. Lei sang, in a moment, you hold down that human-faced owl first, do you hear me? Lei Sang had already transformed into his beast form and stood on the shoulder of the beastman in the same team, his round eyes staring ahead, and when Ling Qinzhen commanded him to come over, he immediately nodded quietly and said in a small voice, "Don't worry young patriarch, leave it to me. A level 6 wooden Sphinx Owl, no matter what. The rest of you, follow me." Ling Qinzhen pointed to a few locations. There are no Earth system adepts among them, so it's impossible to vanish and run. The south side of the 3rd stone cave is sealed off, only 3 directions are left, split up and surround and attack. After Lei Sang takes down that Sphinx Owl orc, immediately give the signal. Once the signal arrives, act immediately. Lei Sang immediately spread his wings and flew up noiselessly, quickly disappearing into the starless and moonless night sky. Tonight, the moon was dark and the wind was high, it was really a suitable day for a sneak attack. This battle took less than 20 minutes before and after, and the 4 thieves who were waiting for news were wrapped up in a dumpling. The 4 bruised and swollen orcs were dragged back to their quarters by the smug stone forest warriors. Looking at the bloodied, life and death piercing orc, while spitting at him for his treachery, they were secretly glad that they were only punched in the face, which was just flesh wounds, and didn't hurt their bones at all. Unlike this bastard who betrayed them, his breath is like a swimmer. I guess he will soon be able to stretch his legs and swallow his breath. Ling Qinzhen was on night duty for these 3 hours, and only this group of thieves gang. Several people were tied up tightly and left at the entrance of the cave, guarded by the 2 orcs in charge of guarding the cave. Soon after, Ling Qinzhen and Chang Tianqian had a handover in shift change. Chang Tianqian looked at the 5 unlucky people who were tied up and seated in rows, holding the bone blades he had shunted from Ling Qinzhen, his eyes staring at them dangerously. The 5 sweated, and Chang Tianqian suddenly extended his blade and cut the rattan cords on the Sphinx Owl orc, stop his bleeding.
He tilted his head, and his sight fell on the mountain armor orc that had lost too much blood. The mountain armor beastman had already fallen into a coma. Chong Tianchen knew very well that this brat would not die for the time being, but if he continued like this, it would take a long time to recuperate. When Ling Zhen didn't kill them directly, he guessed the little female's intentions. He was still a young female who had just begun to grow her wings, and she was already thinking about planning for her future. She was really much smarter than those weak and jealous females of Snake Mountain. However, it was just what he wanted. The kind of place like Snake Mountain that was finished, sooner or later he would go back and flatten it. Chong Tianshan did not tie up the Sphinx owl again. The man-faced owl didn't dare to run either. Compared to that female that looked like she was going to be nice to talk to, this snake man who was the leader of the night watch in front of him looked downright terrifying, and just by swimming his snake tail past in front of him, he felt that the air at the entrance of the cave was slowly freezing down. After stopping the bleeding of the mountain armored orc, he looked up and stole a glance at the two night watch warriors on either side of him who were standing straight and their bodies seemed to be tensing up as well. It wasn't an illusion on his part. These two night watch warriors were also very afraid of that snake-tailed man. What exactly is that guy's origin? Surprisingly, his aura was no worse than that of those big tribal patriarchs. The human-faced owl looked at the mountain-armored orc whose breath gradually calmed down, and also somewhat sympathized with this unlucky egg of the same tribe. A 7th-level Earth system, in the vast majority of small and medium-sized tribes, could occupy a place. This mountain-piercing armor was originally also one of Cloud Mound's very powerful warriors. He just didn't expect that an earth tremor would make the entire Cloud Mound completely fall apart, and he was also reduced to a prisoner. The Sphinx Owl was brought along by the mountain-piercing orc to escape from the mines. So he was very grateful to him. It wasn't the Pangolin Beastman's fault this time, it was really the strength of this material team that was too terrifying. Just as the 5 people were crookedly dozing together, there was a sudden loud boom inside the cave. The mountain rocks above suddenly rolled downwards. The beastmen inside the cave woke up and immediately got up to run outside. Ling Xinjian also got up from Chongzhen's side at the first opportunity, looking at the tiny stones falling from the top and exploring the ground at the first opportunity. It was not an earthquake. She wrinkled her eyebrows and looked at the pile of supplies behind her, seeing a flash of dark light in the shadows. The first moment Chongzhen awoke from her sleep, she reached for Ling Qingyan's arm, ready to tug her out of the room. As a result, he didn't yank it for a second, and was instead carried by Ling Qingyan, who suddenly got up and rolled to the ground. Run ah! Chongzhen got up from the ground and went to reach out again to pull someone, but suddenly felt that something was wrong. His eyes cleared abruptly, and the first thing he did was rush into the dark shadows at the back of the supplies, when a poisonous thorn suddenly shot out of the darkness. He also instinctively retreated and raised his hand to block it with his mobilized exotic energy. But the speed of the poisonous thorn was too fast, and the stone wall condensed a little slower. Ling Qingyan directly flung out the stone in her hand, knocking down the poisonous thorns that shot straight towards Chongzhen's left eye, and lifted her hand to touch the bone blade at her waist, but suddenly touched nothing. She immediately thought of Chong Tianshan, who had been touched away by that asshole without God realizing it. Damn! She immediately pulled Heavy Zhen back, then shouted towards the outside, Chang Tianshan, bone blade. It was also the moment she opened her mouth that she had gotten a good look at the face in the shadows, and a trace of dismay passed through her eyes before she unleashed her supernatural attack without hesitation. Chapter 74 Losing the Bird's Eye for a Lost Cause. Ling Qingyan blocked in front of Chongzhen, backhanded the obstructive Chongzhen and pushed him away, breaking a stone with his bare hands and bouncing it towards the person hiding in the shadows with extreme speed. The first time Chong Tianshan heard Ling Chengyan's voice, he suddenly disappeared from his original position, while the bone blade cast from the bones of the blade beast broke through the crowd fleeing outwards, shooting straight at the place where the supplies were piled up like a bolt of lightning. Without even turning back, Ling Qingyan raised his hand and grabbed the bone blade that passed through his body. Even though the other party shot out a few poisonous thorns, she didn't half retreat, bowing forward, and slashed towards the thief who had hidden his arrows. The blades met with an extremely loud golden sound. Chongzhen looked at the supplies that had suddenly disappeared in half, her face was horrified, and then she quickly calmed down and began to mobilize her supernatural energy to block the surrounding stone walls and ground. When he sensed that the entire cave was wrapped in several unfamiliar earth-based supernatural abilities, large beads of sweat instantly dripped from his forehead. The other party has a lot of manpower, and there are at least 4 Earth-type psychics of a higher rank than me. Cold sweat beaded on Chongzhen's face as he looked up and reminded Ling Qingyan, I can only hold them off for a few breaths of time, so you hold on tight. Ling Qingyan looked at Chongzhen's face, which was already so white that there wasn't a trace of blood, and realized that he wasn't scared, but his powers were rapidly depleting. In order to hold back the thieves who didn't leave in time, he didn't hesitate to drain his alien energy, using his own strength to resist the 4 orcs who were lurking around and whose alien energy level was higher than his. What are you afraid of? A few breaths of time is enough. A ghostly voice suddenly rang out from the shadows, followed by a cluster of tongues of fire poking out from the ground, licking at the 2 petty thieves who wanted to escape with the help of the rock. Seeing that Chang Tianchen had silently appeared behind those two, Ling Cheng sighed in relief without a trace, and directly touched the heartstone from Chongzhen's waist and stuffed it into his hand. Mobilize the power of the heartstone and absorb it with all your might. Use your supernatural energy to widen the several supernatural energy channels near the heart area. Ling Chengnan did not speak, only using his mental psychic powers to remind Chongzhen, who was about to drain himself dry. The moment Chongzhen gripped that high-level earth heartstone, he didn't need Ling Chengyan's step-by-step guidance, and had already instinctively started to ingest the massive energy in the heartstone. This heartstone was close to rank 8, and could barely be considered a rank 8 heartstone. It was 2 orders higher than the heavy true alien energy level, and if it was placed in his usual cultivation and absorbed, it could instantly flush out most of the alien energy channels within his heart. But at this moment, he almost drained the stored alien energy in his body. After the power of the 8th grade heartstone was injected, it was like the rushing river during the flood season, filling up his already dried and shrunken channel again, plus his alien energy has been maintaining its output state. For a short period of time, he could barely maintain his balance. However, Chongzhen knew very well that there was no way for this to last for too long. If within 5 minutes, the alien energy in his body would be completely filled up, and if he was unable to diaphragmatize more alien energy, the power of the grade 8 heartstone would instantly nullify his foundation. 5 minutes. He knelt on one knee, only his hand tightly pressed against the ground, while controlling the absorption of the heartstone energy, while still having the distraction to block the several alien energy users who wanted to receive those two to leave. He thought that he could. If he hadn't gotten involved with Ling Shenzhen, every step he took in his life would have been aimed at steady progress, not daring to rashly try something dangerous. But if one wanted to stand by her side and become a collaborator who could be noticed and worthy of her regard, he couldn't stay regimented and cautious like a turtle. Break and stand. Immediately after sensing the direction of the 4 Xenos, he made up his mind, and instead of slowing down his absorption of the Heartstone's energy, he increased his demand for energy from the Heartstone and controlled his Xenos to extend outwards like a sharp blade, stabbing towards the enemies who were cowering within the rocks. The shaking of the cavern suddenly stopped for a split second, and the falling rock smashed his head to the ground, but his body didn't shake even for a moment, and he didn't even spare a single moment of his attention to focus on his injuries. Ling Shenzhen and Chang Tianchen joined forces and surrounded the 2 people in the corner. Chang Tianshan looked at the female who was being protected by her 9th level Earth System psychic ability and slightly inclined his eyes. There is no sign of psychic energy fluctuation on her. Ling Shenzhen nodded. I recognize this person. Although she was talking to Chang Tianshan, it did not delay her from laying her hands on him at all. Ling Shenzhen ignored the 9th level Earth System alien and directly lunged towards the other party in a tiger's pounce. The woman hiding behind the alien's pupils clenched, and in the next second, her pupils began to dilate as she stood frozen in place, blood slowly dripping out of her eyes and orifices in mouth and nose, as well as her ears. The alien was still resisting Chang Tianshan's alien attack, while also assimilating the rocks around him, wanting to push the woman behind him into the rocks he assimilated, and used this opportunity to escape from this place. With a single kick, Ling Shenzhen shattered the stone wall in front of her. Holding a bone blade in her left hand, she slashed at the resisting male orc, while her right hand suddenly pinched the woman's neck and grabbed her to her side, not forgetting to lift her leg as she retreated, directly kicking out the level 9 Earth-type aberration orc and sending it flying backwards into the sea of roaring fire laid down by Chang Tianshan. Just as she choked the woman's throat and retreated, a golden blade suddenly broke out of the stone wall and stabbed towards her back heart. Chongzhen's pupils tightened, and her first reaction was to get up to block it. However, in the next second, a flying feather tainted with cyan flame shot over from the side, deflecting the sneaky metal blade. As the green flame landed, the form of a green crane condensed out, its sharp beak piercing right through the stone wall and stabbing into the sneak attacker's shoulder. As a trail of blood splattered on Baishi's face, his eyes suddenly became chilly and treacherous. The slender and straight crane legs, the sharp claw tips scratched the stone wall to pieces the moment they were raised. It was also at this instant that the sneak attacker, who had instinctively retreated, was suddenly struck in the back by an Earth-type ability, and his body bounced out towards the front. In the moment when he was about to pop out of the stone wall, a hand grabbed his shoulder and yanked it off of Whitebrook's retreating beak, but his left hand, which had been thrown out of the stone wall, was chopped off by a flying blade. The icy cold bone blade of the knife beast whirled past the front of Whitebrook's beak, leaving behind a severed arm and a splash of blood. A hiss of pain faintly emanated from within the stone wall. Ling Shenzhen squeezed the woman's throat with one hand, facing the stone wall, and threatened with an extremely hostile aura, "If you guys don't stop, I'll smash her skull with one punch." She clasped her right hand on top of the woman's head and silently watched the cavern that slowly stopped shaking. Then she sneered, and without turning her head back, she kicked off the heartstone whose light was getting fainter and fainter in Shigur's hand. Losing the supply of supernatural energy, Chongzhen immediately flopped to the ground and fainted directly from exhaustion. With a burned blood gourd lodged in the tip of his tail, Chang Tianshan slowly and leisurely wandered over to Ling Qingnan's body, closing his eyes to sense the fluctuations of the alien energy around the cavern. It left. But we lost half of our supplies. She turned back to look at only half of the supplies left and said with a grave expression,
Ling Chen handed the woman in his hands to Chong Tianchen. Don't kill her, the supplies are in her hands. Chong Tianchen had wanted to directly pinch the throat of this woman who was bleeding from all 7 orifices, but when he heard Ling Chen say this, he raised his eyebrows. Her? Couldn't even defend herself against a single blow from me, and doesn't have any psychic abilities. How did she manage to steal so many supplies? Just 2 people came in, it's all in our hands. Do you think the supplies can still grow legs and run away on their own? Ling Chen bent down to help Chongzhen up on the ground. His left hand pulled off the bone blade that was stuck in the stone wall, backhanded it and pinned it behind his back, raised his eyes and said with Chong Tianchen, although there is no fluctuation of supernormal ability on her body, it is estimated that there is a similar space that can stow away the supplies. Who exactly is this female? Chang Tianchen wondered. Could it be that he had been living away from the herd for too long and had completely lost touch with the outside world? Ling Qingyan's special alien ability already made him wonder. This female with no fluctuations in her supernormal abilities, what kind of space did she even have? What kind of existence was it in the end? Not dead? Ling Chen didn't have time to give Chong Tianchen an explanation for the time being, and raised his hand to slap Chongzhen twice on the face, the same way Ling Xiaoxi woke her up back then, didn't utter a word. After a long time, Chongzhen rested her head on her shoulder, slowly lifted her eyes and sighed, "Can't you be gentle? I'm all completely drained. I think you want to die." Ling Chen had wanted to throw him out, but considering that he was now in a physical emergency, she still held the man steady on her shoulder. Letting you absorb the power of the Heartstone to replenish your lost supernatural energy, you're good. Directly trying to empty the Heartstone and use your level 6 supernatural energy to fight against 4 Earth Orcs that are even higher in level than you are. If you want to die, say it earlier, I can give you a friendly gift of a knife, so that you can die more painfully. Seeing that her face was serious and her mouth was cursing without mercy, Chongzhen couldn't help but snapped, "I'm also trying to stall for time, and I've contributed a lot this time, so you can't curse me anymore." Ling Chen. By she faintly rolled her eyes and commanded the beastmen who ran back to protect the supplies to transfer the supplies inside the cavern. The cavern was still not too safe, and most of the beastmen instinctively ran outside the moment the cavern shook and dropped rocks, thinking it was an earth tremor. It turned out to be a joint effort by a couple of earth-type aberrations. Because the female with this special ability was still in their hands, guessing that the other party wouldn't stop, but she didn't dare to gamble once more, and could only let the people from the supplies team transit the stuff out. As for the missing half of the supplies, since Ling Chengnan was very sure that it was on this female, he wasn't worried about it. They had the person in their hands, were they still worried that she wouldn't spit out the stuff? Ling Chen was ready to set up Chongzhen to go out. Heavy Zhen, however, stood still and didn't move, looking down at the Heartstone that had rolled to the corner. That one needs to be picked up, it hasn't been used up yet. Ling Chen looked at the Heartstone that almost had little luster, and said with a pale expression, "It's almost used up, next time I hunt for other Earth System Heartstones, I'll give it to you." Chongzhen just didn't move, stubbornly reaching out and pointing over there. "It's not the same. That's the first high-grade Heartstone you gave me, I'm going to keep it as a souvenir?" Ling Chengnan was a bit speechless at his persistence, and could only use his alien tentacles to grab it back for him and casually stuff it into his arms. "I didn't even know that you're still such a nostalgic person? Then when you moved over from Yukuro, all those messy things at home, why didn't you move them over together?" Her mouth spat, but she still carried the person outside. Chongzhen exhaled faintly and tucked the Heartstone back inside the beastskin pouch at his waist. "That can be the same? This is a token of love." Hearing this, the first time Ling Chen walked out of the stone cave, he threw him next to Gangfeng and left with a black face. Ganfeng raised his hand to catch the collapsed Chongzhen, and looking at him covered in sweat and a face so white it was almost as white as a dead man, he was shocked and said, "Are you going to die?" Shaichide rolled his eyes faintly and collapsed on top of Okafune and directly closed his eyes. "I see you can't wait for me to die, right? Old man's lifespan is equal to that of the heavens." He shouted breathlessly, his head tilted and he fainted once again. Ganfeng looked at this stupid lack with black lines all over his head, but in the end, he spread the animal skin blanket that Ling Chen threw over, carefully placed the person on the blanket, and got up to look for the wood-type psychic beastman accompanying the team to treat the wounds on his body. Inside the cave, Ling Chen picked up the broken arm, twisted his head to look at Chong Tianchen behind him, and glanced at the woman in his hands like a rag bag. The corner of his mouth twitched. "Can't you just take her out? You really take her as a pendant on your body? Carry her wherever you go? Isn't this what you asked me to watch over her?" Chong Tianchen looked at Ling Chen with good grace, his tail tapping slowly and regularly behind him, his long and powerful 5 fingers lifting the woman's neck, and said in a serious manner, "When the other side sneak attacked, they brought with them so many high-level Earth System adepts, and when I grabbed her by the hand, she couldn't land on the ground, and when those people wanted to take the person back, they had no choice but to come to us face to face. Also, you haven't said it yet. What exactly is the identity of this female?" Ling Chen sighed long and hard, looking at the half-dead woman. He said, "The Snow Wolf tribe's matriarch's wife. Seems to be called Bea, right?" Ling Chen couldn't quite remember the name.
This woman she had seen once, it was during the night attack. From a distance, she watched Su Weifang's father protect a soft woman. Half of the woman's face was not in the shadows, her eyebrows were slender and beautiful, she had a kind of soft and boneless little white flower vestigial feeling. Moreover, the woman's complexion was white, like a greenhouse bud that had not been exposed to the elements. Unlike most of the beastmen who struggled to make a living in the beast world, there were no traces left on her body after she had struggled desperately for a living. She was a woman who had been well protected. She originally did not pay attention to this person. But the few words that Su Weifang happened to remind her of made her realize that this woman was a bit different. The combat power was poor though. But to be able to live in such a terrible environment like the beast world and still be so nourished, then one had to pay a little more attention. Most of all, she was greedy for the storage space that might exist on this woman. Originally, she had thought that she could only get the space later after she had beaten the Snow Wolf tribe and captured this doddering woman. Unexpectedly, these bold contraptions of the Snow Wolf tribe dared to disguise themselves as wandering orcs to steal. And all of a sudden, they sent out so many high-level Earth System adepts. It seemed that Su Khan was truly afraid of the two tribes, Cold Mountain and Stone Forest, joining forces. Ling Qinzhen picked up the severed arm on the ground, not minding the bloody contraption in his hand at all, and carried the severed limb outside. "You come with me, I'm going to burn this arm." This was the severed limb of the Snow Wolf Patriarch. In fact, picking it back up, it might even be possible for the witch doctor to connect it. But, was she that good? She was a well-known evil female. Chapter 75, Accompanying Space. How ferocious. Chang Tianxin sighed quietly as he carried the woman in his hand. Ling Qing'an's ears were bright, and he suddenly looked back straight into his eyes, pointing at him with the severed limb in his hand. "You are the least qualified person to say such words. In terms of ferocity, I'm much worse than you." Chang Tianxin leaned back slightly at the waist, his jaw lifted lightly, his downcast eyes looked askance at the blood-stained finger that was nearly attached to the tip of his nose. The tip of his left eyebrow lifted gently for a moment, and he laughed. "Talking is talking, and this kind of sudden attack of yours is not very good." Ling Qinzhen withdrew one of his severed limbs, snorted coldly, and traveled as fast as he could as he walked towards the outside. Chang Tianxin touched the tip of his nose and swam his snake's tail out of the cave, not too close to follow her. With a fire burning the severed limbs, Ling Qinzhen looked at the dark night in the distance in a refreshed manner, glanced at the falcon hovering in the air, and grunted faintly as she brought the woman in Chang Tianxin's hands before her. She had used her mental psychic ability to invade Bea's mental domain. However, Bea was not a true psychic, and her mental domain was pitifully narrow. Unable to withstand the intrusion of her psychic energy, blood immediately came out of her 7 orifices, and her entire person became dumbfounded. She rearranged her manpower to keep an eye on the remaining supplies, and only after she was done did she walk over to Ling Qingan's side, her arms wrapped around her body, her sunken eyes staring at the unresponsive Snow Wolf clan female as she queried, "What did you do to her? Why does she look as if she's stupid?" Invaded her brain with supernatural energy, causing slight brain damage. Continuing like this, one would definitely turn into a little cutie completely. She was very clear about her attack ability, so she arranged for a wood system alien energy warrior to treat her. However, as a 7th level wood system warrior, Qingchuan looked at Bea, whose eyes were dripping blood, and wrinkled his brows. "My healing spells are generally effective, and she doesn't seem to have any external injuries, so how should I treat her?" "Treat her head, my powers damaged her brain." Seeing the young team doctor's bewildered face, Ling Qinzhen sighed softly and suddenly invaded his mental domain with an alien energy tentacle, but this time the invasion was extremely restrained. "Can you sense my alien energy?" A 7th level wood system should be able to sense her spiritual energy. Team healer Ching Chuan abruptly widened his eyes, not understanding what kind of ability this was, but quickly came back to his senses and nodded, "Yes. Is there a problem with your healing technique following my psychic energy guide?" "No problem." Ching Chuan nodded excitedly, and the moment his right hand was raised, a light green color healing spell had condensed out. His fingertips were pressed against the top of Bea's head, and after closing his eyes, his perception of Ling Qingnan's supernatural ability became clearer. Her foreign energy was obviously invisible to the naked eye, but it was abundant and powerful in energy, like a trickle of thin streams or a swimming snake with consciousness, not only synchronizing in his mind, but also guiding the release of his healing spell. After that energy entered Bea's head, it split into countless things thinner than a hair. There was no way for him to split the healing technique into so many strands. He was a bit worried when he opened his eyes. "I can't do such a precise and delicate job of controlling my supernatural energy." "Then let's start with an overlay healing on one part of it." Chang Chuan nodded and proceeded as she instructed. Ling Qinzhen, on the other hand, sighed softly, as if he was muttering, and said, "A level 7 wood system, its control over its supernatural abilities is still a bit poor." When Chang Tianxin heard this, he suddenly raised his eyes and looked at her fixedly. He was about to open his mouth to say something, but quickly retracted his eyes and abandoned his initial thoughts. The 7th level wood system was a bit low. As far as he knew, there weren't many strong wood alien beastmen in the northern beast plains. Except that person. It was unknown if the person was still alive. When he was injured, he also wanted to find that guy for treatment, but then he lost his consciousness, and his initial idea completely fell through. You have this wolf guy look on your face, what dangerous thing are you planning again? Baishi stared at Chang Tianchen. Chang Tianchen grunted and laughed, I'm a snake, where did I get the wolf guy look? This pair of eyes of yours, you can donate them if you can't use them. Baishi, I don't believe it, you're just full of bad water. Chang Tianchen sat on a stone aside, his body leaning slightly sideways, his right hand supporting the side of his face as he lazily asked, have you heard any news of Yu Hong in the past 2 years? Baishi's face changed slightly, why are you asking for news of him? It seems like you've heard about it. Chang Tianchen judged the answer from the expression on his face, when was the last time he appeared? Where? Baishi looked at his snake tail and said thoughtfully, you sought him out for medical treatment? Sort of. Baishi, do you think I would be kind enough to tell you the answer? The thin fins at the tips of Chang Tianchen's ears slowly opened, his eyes gradually becoming dangerous. Do you think I can get an answer from you? Baishi blushed strangely, don't even think about it. Chongzhen lay on his back on the animal skin blanket and suddenly opened his eyes, Yu Hong? It seems like I've heard this name somewhere. The southern Beast Plains noble who was exiled to the northern wasteland. Donfeng picked up the conversation. Chongzhen's eyes suddenly lit up, not a noble, right? I remember it was the ruthless person who single-handedly stirred up the entire upper Aomori Valley. The Upper Green Forest Valley was one of the 7 main cities of the southern Beast Plains, second only to Beast King City in terms of population. It's the one that slaughtered hundreds of Mori Valley nobles and is still a mystery to the Beast formation. Chang Tianchen affirmed Chongzhen's guess. This person wasn't exiled to the northern wasteland, was he? I remember that he came here on his own, and with that strength of his, the southern Beast King City couldn't even catch him, so how could they exile him to the northern wasteland? Chongzhen instantly came to be interested, this person I've only heard about him before, saying that he is a full rank in the wood system. So, just how many levels is a full level of supernatural ability? Chang Tianchen blankly glanced at him, I'm not a full level, so how would I know? Even Ling Xiao isn't a full level. Chang Tianchen lowered his head and contemplated for a moment. Currently, the highest known level of alien ability in the northern wasteland, one is the Gold Orc of Kruma, and there is also a great line of orcs that is second only to the strongest warrior of Kruma, which seems to be the wood type of alien ability. The strength of these two is at least 17 levels or more. Exactly how strong, that's unclear. Anyway, these two aren't young and usually don't get their hands dirty, so it's hard to probe their true strength. Yu Heng's ability is above them, right? Chongzhen was a bit wistful. Chang Tianchen, Yu Hong is an extremely rare genius. I sometimes feel that describing him as a genius is a bit shallow. He eats and drinks and sleeps and improves all the time, an ability that cannot be envied. However, he has an eccentric personality and his temper isn't very good, and those who offend him. Chang Tianchen thought back, I haven't heard of any alive. Baishi snorted lightly, he's already dead. Chongzhen and Chang Tianchen looked at him in unison, how do you know? Who did you hear it from? Baishi, when the earth shifted last year, when a large number of inferior beasts broke through the northern tribe's defenses, he went to the north from the central part at that time, saying that he was going over there to pick a medicinal herb that only grows on the borders of the locked abyss. On the day he went to pick the herb, it just so happened that the entire beast plain was shaken by an earth tremor, so he stumbled upon a wave of inferior beasts climbing up from the locked abyss. He went alone, and before going to the locked abyss he had been living in the Huda tribe in the north, treating the body of the Huda tribe's matriarch's wife. From the day he went out to collect medicine, he never returned to the Lakevine tribe, and no one has ever seen him again. Chongzhen, you actually know so clearly? Baishi said breathlessly, there are as many people on this beast plane who want to beg him for treatment, and those who want to find out information about him are like crushing carp, so this news has long been spread privately. Only you two don't know. Chongzhen. His news was actually always well informed. But to be honest, a top-tier wood system alien ability beastman, the most mythical bull on the beast plains. The gap between him and the other party was greater than a rift in the sky. This kind of person had long been far away from his life, and he was already too busy and exhausted for Medicine Luo to pay attention to this kind of person who would never cross paths with him in his lifetime. Chang Tianchen hooked his fingertips through his long hair and narrowed his eyes slightly. No, he won't die so easily. You guys don't understand his ability. Baishi, speak as if you know his abilities well. I've met with him, his abilities are amazing and his bloodline is special. Chang Tianchen hooked his lips and smiled, I've seen it with my own eyes, he came back from the dead. I've heard him say that the wood-based psychic ability is the source of life, and as long as his Yuan soul doesn't perish, he can regenerate with the help of his wood-based psychic ability. This is too exaggerated, isn't it? How can it be true? Chongzhen's mouth twitched. Baishi, isn't this claim of a Yuan soul always said to be false? It doesn't exist at all. Chang Tianchen suddenly turned his eyes to Ling Qinzhen, who was interrogating Bea, and gently pressed his fingertips against the corner of his lips. I didn't believe it before either. But her supernormal abilities make me think that Yu Heng's claim may be true. The so-called Yuan soul, maybe it's a spiritual power like hers? Bai Shi and Chongjin looked at each other in disbelief. This vision was too bold. I'm not guessing blindly. Ling Changnan was able to invade my brain, and he was also able to invade Beia's. It also means that whether one is a psychic or not, there actually exists a place that can accommodate such psychic powers. Even this place should be in the brain. Perhaps, this is the Yuan soul? Ling Qinzhen had already finished interrogating Beia and listening to Chang Tianqian's analysis, turning back and interrupting his speech with a speechless face. I think you're really overthinking it. I don't know what a Yuan soul is though. But I think you're completely analyzing blindly. Chang Tianqian was not ashamed at all and smiled extremely frankly. Then if you refute me, you'd better be able to give me a little more clues. Ling Qinzhen, there's no time to talk to you about these boring things, you'll slowly become clear on your own later. The whereabouts of the supplies have been asked. She opened her left hand towards a few people, her brows stretching, a rare pleasure on her face, her space. Still? Chang Tianqian branched out, the tip of his tail hooking the ancient pendant in her palm, wondering, this white stone, is that space you said could hold items? How does it work? Chongjin was also curious, and if he wasn't physically dislocated and dizzy from getting up so violently, he would have wanted to reach out and hold the thing in his hand to scrutinize it. Bai Shi stared for a long time. This is a very ordinary white stone, right? Ling Qinzhen looked at the unseen few. This thing isn't called white stone, it's called white jade. And/or that is not that common. I'm not sure why this white jade formed space, but unusual white jade doesn't look like this. How does it work? Show us. Bai Shi urged. A contraption that recognizes the owner. Ling Changnan cupped the white jade in his hand and looked back at Beia, whose face was pale and pearly. The owner of this white jade space is her. Then how can we take it over? Chang Tianqian keenly realized the problem. His gaze suddenly fell on Beia, frightening the woman who was crying and suddenly silencing her, not daring to make any more noise. Kill her, and this white stone will become ownerless, right? This is indeed a solution. Ling Qinzhen looked at Chang Tianqian's eagerness to try. The hilt of the bone blade in his hand was pressed against his throat. But now is not the time to kill her, be honest with me. Ling Qinzhen had already had the system analyze this space. It wasn't an imported product, much less some god's treasure. This thing was made with alien energy. The person who made this space should be an earth-type psychic with great strength and a long history. Beia had just explained that this white stone was the relic of Su Weipu's grandmother. However, Su Wei Painting's entire family didn't know that this white stone, which was passed down from the hands of the elders, was a very large carry-on space. As for how Beia discovered it, she herself said that she was injured by chance and touched this white stone with her hand, allowing it to recognize its owner. But Ling Changnan knew very well that she was lying. Beia should have been reborn. There were a few similarities to her situation. Beia's spiritual domain was a good fit with her body, but her spiritual domain was very fragile, worse than the average female without psychic abilities. This meant that her spiritual domain had been damaged once before. After a person died, the mental domain would usually be damaged and disappear with them. She wasn't quite sure how she had worn into this body of the beast world, but her fit with this body was very high, but her spiritual psychic ability had dropped from a full level to around level 9, and a large amount of her spiritual energy had been used to repair the original owner's damaged spiritual domain. Beia didn't have spiritual psychic abilities or awakened psychic abilities, so she couldn't repair her spiritual domain on her own. This kind of spiritual domain damage was obvious to her at first glance. She just handed over the supplies and prayed for us to let her live. Xing Chuan came over and gave an explanation, then ordered Okafune, who was familiar with the situation of the supplies, to re-verify the amount of supplies that were returned. What's going to happen to her? Ayakawa looked at the silent few and strangely looked at them more. What are your thoughts? Bai Shi looked at Ling Qinzhen. Before leaving, Bai Qingyu had explained that the leader this time was Ling Qinzhen. When things are not decided, listen to her arrangements. Take it with you and guard it closely. I'm definitely going to take her space. Ling Qinzhen coldly snorted. Su Weifang's mother's relics, how should it not fall into her hands? Then just kill the person directly, isn't it? It's still cumbersome to carry. Chang Tianqian still preferred to kill. Immediately see how that space was used. If he could feel it out, he might even be able to make the same thing. Such a carry-on space was simply a must-have for going out. Can't kill. Chongjin was well aware of Ling Qinzhen's thoughts. If we kill Beia, it's questionable if we can go back safely. Moreover, along with Beia's death came Battle of the Tribes. Chapter 76, Summation Valley. Chongjin's concern was right, and that was exactly what Ling Qinzhen was thinking. The few of them were certainly not afraid of the Snow Wolf tribe's retaliation, but as the leader, she had to consider the safety of the entire supply team. The Battle of the Tribes was secondary. The fact that Shirlin had dared to pick on the four, and even beat the four ministries to the point where they had to take the initiative to beg for peace, was enough to prove how tough Shirlin's fighting strength was. Plus A and Shirlin equivalent Cold Mountain tribe, even if Su Kong 8 Bear Heart Leopard Gaul, also have to weigh the consequences of war again. They would have to stay in Zamatian Valley for at least 2 more days. The 3 tribes combined totaled more than 50 people. Against the unknown number of Snow Wolf's material team, the number of people would definitely be able to crush each other. But once Bea died in their hands, it could not be ruled out that Su Khan would go completely insane and would pour everything he had into avenging Bea's death. He can even unite with other tribes that have no sense of propriety, as well as those ferocious and barbaric wandering orcs, and then take advantage of their unpreparedness to attack them. In a group. The consequences were unimaginable. The purpose of this time is still mainly the trading of supplies. Tonight it was the Snow Wolf tribe that sneaked up on them first. She had already broken one of Su Kang's arms and still had Bea under her control. This result was already considered better. With his spouse's life in their hands, Su Kang was bound to have some scruples. Before the supplies team returned to Stone Forest's territory, it was best not to cause any more trouble. Of course, if trouble came to their door, they were not afraid. Let's rest first. This storage space is in our hands. The supplies won't be moved out first. Then what if they sneak in again and take Bea away? Why, she was still a bit hesitant. At that time, even if this space is in our hands and the stuff can't be taken out, wouldn't that be the same as losing it? Ling Qinzhen, having her control the space is just one of the ways. Just as Chang Tianshen said, killing her will make this space ownerless. But without killing her, with more effort, it is also possible to claim this space as your own. This unique storage space created by the Earth-type psychic orcs. B, alone, only held the key to open this space. The white jade space for storage was currently in their hands. Without the space, even if they held the key, what could they do? Instead, with the space in their hands, without the key, would they definitely not be able to open it? That was not necessarily the case. When Bai Shi saw her accomplished look, although she was still a little hesitant, she remembered Bai Qingyu's explanation and finally shut all the bellyaching in her stomach. Forget it, listen to her. The warrior who arranged for night duty, can he really keep an eye on her? Chongzhen was not too assured and turned his head to look at Bea, who was cowering by the fire. His slightly upturned eyes couldn't help but wrinkle his brows when he glanced at the woman's florid appearance. Chang Tianshen lightly grunted, with me here, she can't run away. You're too conceited. Chongzhen really couldn't stand Chang Tianshen's stance of nothing can escape from the palm of my hand, this kind of unselfish attitude. Sometimes he really hated to beat him up, letting him sober up and understand what is called the saying, there are people outside of people, and there are mountains outside of mountains. He was so happy to see that the two of them were about to argue again. Seeing that the two of them were about to quarrel again, Ling Qinzhen stopped them in time. Are you still sleeping? Medicine Luo can only come 3 people. If you have not been able to recover your physical ability, tomorrow even if you want to help, you will not be able to do so. Chongzhen immediately held the injury on his head, pulled the animal skin blanket on his body up a few points. When he raised his eyes, a demonic handsome face took on a bit of seductive meaning. I'm still injured, you're just helping to talk to the wild men outside, you're just going to bully me, aren't you? Ling Qinzhen took a deep breath and handed him a few earth heartstones from the animal skin pouch on his waist. Hurry up and rest, and replenish your supernatural abilities on the way. Chongzhen saw a few moments of impatience appear on her face, but more than that, she still had a headache and helplessness, and finally accepted the heartstones without saying anything else, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but turn upwards as she lay on her side on the ground. Seeing this, Ganfeng couldn't help but be a little dumbfounded. Is this how you get along with your wife and master? Or else? Chongzhen was in quite a good mood, not because Ling Qinzhen had given him a few low-grade heartstones, but he could sense that Ling Qinzhen was actually mostly tolerant of him, although she always spat on his mouth that he talked too much. However, her tolerance towards Chang Tianshen was really high. Thinking of this, the curve of his mouth dropped back slightly, and his fingers that were pinching the heartstones slowly tightened. If Ling Qinzhen really wanted to take Chang Tianshen as a beast husband, he actually wouldn't interfere much. It was just that this Chang Tianshen person was too dangerous. She didn't know enough about that snake yet, so he still wanted her to keep a certain distance from Chang Tianshen for the time being, or at least not to make a decision easily until she was sure that she could completely control Chang Tianshen. As for whether Ling Changnan would like Chang Tianshen, he hadn't even considered that possibility. Ling Chang was, in a way, somewhat similar to his attitude towards relationships. She wasn't the type of female that could go crazy for love and couldn't listen to the voices around her. Moreover, she wasn't as forgiving and benevolent as the legendary beast god who was devoured by the heavenly python. Her aggressiveness should not be underestimated. After all this fuss, it was almost dawn. Chang Tianshen took away Ling Qingyu's bone blade and wandered aimlessly around the compound. Even the cries of bugs disappeared around him. Bai Shi, on the other hand, was no longer sleepy after resting for a beast hour and got up to collect firewood from the surrounding area. Neither of them had rested too well last night, so eating a hearty meal in the morning was a sort of compensation. Soon, he and the Grey Crane Beastman accompanying him each returned to the compound with a prey, and quite a bit of firewood. Because it had rained yesterday, the firewood brought back were all a bit wet, but baking them quickly made them dry. Ling Qingyu's sleep was very light, and because it was a wild environment, her fragmented sleep was even worse. Waking up a few times in the middle of the day, and being aware of Bai Shi and Chang Tianshen's behavior, she let them take her cauldron and casually toss it away.
At dawn, she casually washed her face and walked over to the bustling cauldron. Chang Tianchen held his arms and stood beside the cauldron to watch. A grey crane orc wearing an animal skin skirt with her hair all braided into pigtails was holding up a spatula, skillfully stirring the stir-fried pork with shiitake mushrooms in the cauldron. Ling Qinjian saw the red flaky stuff in the pot, carefully examined it, and queried, "Why are there carrots in this season?" The grey crane orc was called Hui Lingdong. He looked at Ling Qingyan's curious look and smiled. These carrots were hypnotized by Qingchuan, who had brought quite a few seeds of plants with him. Since there weren't quite enough shiitake mushrooms, he hypnotized these carrots, and although they're a bit hard to eat raw, they taste a bit sweet, so I tried slicing them and adding them to the pot. Hui Lingdong carefully poured out a small amount of salt powder from the bamboo tube, as well as some spices that had been ground into a powdered form. His hands moved quickly, and he did not forget to say to Ling Qinjian, "It's the first time I've ever done this kind of cooked food with my own hands, and last time when I watched you do it in the tribe, I even tasted a little bit of it, and the flavor was really good. Unfortunately, it's just that the salt powder is really too little, use a little less." He didn't even dare to add too much to the pot, because the salt boiled out from a single saltstone wouldn't last long at all, especially with so many people. So he only added a little, and it was good to have a bit of flavor. Ling Chengnan observed the color of the sliced meat, carrots, and also the shiitake mushrooms in the pot for a moment, and he had to say that Hui Lingdong had a bit of talent in him. Zhen or she was still guiding her from the side for many times before she gradually became decent. However, due to excessive fatigue, Shaichide hadn't even woken up at this moment, and she had just come over. Hui Lingdong had figured out some tips on cooking entirely by virtue of the 2 times she had watched from the sidelines. For example, how thick should the meat and radish be sliced, and which kind of food goes into the pot first? After the sliced meat with mushrooms came out of the pot, Ling Chengnan tasted a piece first. Under Hui Lingdong's expectant eyes, she nodded and said, "It's all cooked, the meat isn't too old, and other than the flavor being a bit lighter, everything else is good. In fact, the flavor is not only a little light, but almost can't taste the salty flavor. But now is the lack of salt, so a situation, can do this degree, has been very good." Hui Lingdong was instantly encouraged by her words, and smiled with a wide-eyed smile. "It's fine if you can eat it, I'm really afraid that I won't be able to do a good job, spoiling these things in the salt powder." He really liked cooking, especially the first time he saw that ground eggs could actually be made ripe and tasted delicious. After that day, he had gone out and dug up some ground eggs to go back and make them, and after being seen by the young matriarch, the other party had only instructed him a few times, saying that the sprouted ones couldn't be eaten, and that eating them would make his body uncomfortable. The ground eggs dug out during this period of time, there must have been some that had sprouted. So his partner, then, plowed out the piece of barren land below their stone cave and planted the few potatoes that had sprouted. Since he had buried them before the 2 tribes had planted them together, he hadn't been as delicate, and some of them had rotted because they had been accidentally broken when they were dug up and buried in the ground. The remaining few did grow out, but the potato seedlings were small and wouldn't necessarily be able to carry through the dry and rainy seasons that followed. But with the guidance from Sherlin's side, they were now considered to be orcs with planting experience. The potatoes on the Poison Valley side, there were also orcs digging during this period of time, and found a piece of land that was similar to the one on the small soil slope side, and planted a piece of potatoes, and also catalyzed the buds, and the growth looked extraordinarily pleasing. Hui Lingdong continued to fry the second pot of meat. Anyway, he was full of energy, while frying and eating. Anyway, after all done, his stomach is almost full. After cooking, he carefully rinsed Ling Qingyan's cauldron with water and returned it. This metal product, whose shape looked a bit strange, was really good. He wanted to get one too. It was a pity that he was a water-type ability, and it seemed like there were rules about the metal used for this thing, so he'd have to go back over to the stone forest and ask if he could ask for any materials, or order one to be made as well. Hopefully the supplies collected this time can be exchanged for something better. This way, I can go back and exchange it for a pot as well. After breakfast, everyone began to pack their bags and hurriedly rushed to Zemation Valley with the supplies that had been prepared long ago. Ling Qinjian knew about the place Zemation Valley, but knew nothing about the terrain. That's why when she sat on Baishi's broad back and looked down at the Zemation Valley below, she was frozen for a moment. She had thought it was a low valley surrounded by mountains. In truth, it was not. The Zemation Valley was a ribbon of valley. But on one side, there were cliffs that went straight up and down, while on the other side, there were gentle slopes. There were tons of flowering trees planted on the mountain slopes. As Ling Chengnan took a glance, it was all pink. There were peach blossoms as well as apricot blossoms, and there were also many unnamed flower trees. The colors might not be exactly the same, but they were all pink. The mutual market in Zemation Valley was also very large. It seemed like every tribe had a fixed landing spot. She led her to land on a gentle hillside, unloading the supplies on her body on the ground as well, and resumed her human form with a shake. Chong Tianchen turned his head around and looked around, his gaze landing on the dirt slope 100 meters away to the east. Over there was the Snake Mountains Mutual Market landing place. Ling Qinjian followed his gaze and realized that he had a strange look in his eyes. "What, want to go and say hello? Go if you want to.
The corner of Chang Tianshan's mouth curled up slightly, and the bone blade in his hand casually peeled off a peach branch, handing the branch full of peach blossoms to her. Ling Qinzhen glanced at the peach blossoms in front of her and didn't take it. Don't like it? I thought females were all equally fond of flowers. Ling Qinzhen gave him a blank look. I like it, but I like it growing on a tree, instead of being folded down for her to hold. She was so busy, how could she have the time to wander around with a peach blossom? He was the only one who had the leisure and elegance to treat this mutual market as if he was going out for a break. After Chongzhen finished explaining about Okama, he didn't care about the Medicine Luo tribe's affairs anymore, and instead helped Shirlin sort the supplies. Some of the supplies were to be taken to a fixed location to be sold or exchanged. Some of them needed to be set up as stalls. Shirlin and Cold Mountain's stalls were adjacent to each other. The person in charge of looking after Shirlin's stall was Lei Sang, along with 5 other tall beastmen. Ling Qinzhen, on the other hand, was dragged away from the landing point by the excited Chongzhen, intending to take a good stroll through the mutual market. This time, participating in the mutual market could really be the easiest time for him. Chongzhen subconsciously ignored the experience of almost blowing himself up into a dried fox last night and whispered to Ling Qinzhen, who was looking around beside him, "Have you been to the mutual market before?" Ling Qinzhen didn't know if he had been here before and only shrugged his shoulders, not answering. Chongzhen was in a good mood, and not really wanting to hear her answer, he said to himself, "I've come a few times, but every time I followed Medicine Luo's supply team before, I was exhausted. Because I don't dare to sleep at night. During the day, not only do I have to catch up on replacing supplies, but I also have to arrange other people's tasks. In fact, being the leader of a small tribe is not good at all, although it's not saying that you have to do everything yourself, but you have to do almost everything. There are also not so many available manpower around." This time, following the team of Cold Mountain and Shirlin, not only did not lose manpower, and even on the road are only responsible for the night watch, someone sneak attack timely response can be, only need to do their own part of the task, do not need to worry all the time. "Have you strolled through the mutual market before?" Ling Qinzhen asked. Chongzhen shook his head regretfully. "If you want to say that you've strolled through all of them, that's a no. That's why I'm dragging you out to ask for information." Chongzhen touched a round piece of azure-colored shell from the beastskin pouch at his waist. "Did you bring the blue crystal shell?" Ling Qinzhen thought back and shook her head. "I don't have this." She wasn't even quite sure what it was. Chongzhen slightly widened her eyes. "This is a blue crystal shell, a token on the central mutual market. Blue crystal shells only circulate on the central mutual market. The 4 local mutual markets in the southeast, west, north, and west do not recognize them." Ling Qinzhen took then blue crystal shell directly from his hand, weighed it in her hand, and pinched it again. "This is ore." She thought it was a blue shell. "Yes, this is blue crystal ore, the quantity is very small." Chapter 77, Shima's Dark Market. Chongzhen looked at Ling Qinzhen's curious face. His heart was more or less strange, but then he thought about his previous experience. Before he was 16 years old, he had actually never been to the central mutual market. The mutual market is indeed very lively, but behind the lively and prosperous, there is a great danger hidden. First of all, it was a long way to travel back and forth, and it was easy to run into robber gangs on the way. Secondly, there were a lot of illegal elements in the mutual market who liked to abduct and sell young orcs. There are quite a few bad guys in this category. Therefore, the mutual market has always been rare to see females and cubs. Shi Guangjin only participated in the central mutual market for the first time in the middle of April last year. Although before he set off, Shi Guang had repeatedly warned him that the mutual market was actually very dangerous, telling him not to be alone, and even more so, not to go to the corners alone. He had little experience at that time, and came to the mutual market is also more excited, so it did not take long to put his old father's words behind him, and then was to look at the vicious people to the shade, and was almost sold into the big tribe's slaves. Hearing him talk about his previous experience of visiting the mutual market, Ling Qinzhen gave him a slight sideways glance and said, "You're so shrewd, and you can still be abducted?" Chongzhen's ears got a little hot from her look and said in embarrassment, "This really has nothing to do with being shrewd or not. The kidnapping methods in the mutual market are really quite simple and rough. If you can beat it, you can definitely run. If you can't beat it, the fellow clansmen haven't been found in time, that would be disastrous." He was lucky to escape because he had a special contact with Shi Guang, who could track his scent. Ling Qinzhen was a bit curious about the method of contact between him and Shi Guang, but there was no rush to ask at the moment. Instead she asked about the slaves. This she was more concerned about. The system also just said that in the Grand Ro tribe slavery had already taken shape. But there shouldn't be any slaves in the northern wilderness yet. There were more black miners who were kidnapped and held captive. At the mention of the topic of slaves, Chongzhen's face suddenly became very bad, and after twisting his head to look around, he pulled her towards the straight wall of the valley, reached out to pluck away the vines, and led her into a stone cave. Such humiliating and demeaning terms as slave were not present in the northern wasteland to begin with.
Chong sighed shallowly. You should also know very well that the South Beast Plain has a vast land and pleasant climate, so it has always regarded our North Wasteland Plain as an uncivilized land, thinking that all the beastmen on our side still retain their primitive bestiality, and that the uncivilized animals are actually pretty much the same as they exist. Later on, after the Southern Wasteland Plains had royalty and nobility, the class division became even more strict, and there was also the expression beast slaves. Generally, it refers to a class of beastmen with a particularly low status in the south of the Southern Beast Plains. And the South Beast Plain for each generation of power change will be accompanied by a large number of nobles' death and exile, so some of the nobles who were exiled to our North Wasteland side continued to follow the bad habits of the beginning. At first it was to hire some beastmen, and later on after the community stabilized, they began to privately capture the beastmen who had fallen off the list and wandered into slavery. But most of the orcs in the Northern Wasteland are very bloodthirsty, and the male orcs are those who would rather die than serve them, the old nobles. And once they catch a chance to counterattack, they will inevitably just kill the nobles of a few large tribes, which has led to the saying of beast slaves and slaves, which is abhorred by all the native orcs in the Northern Wasteland. But in the past 2 years, the situation in the regions has gotten worse and worse. Chongjin sat on a stone aside and glanced towards the outside. Although the Northern Wasteland was strongly opposed to beast slaves in the beginning, these years, as the noble tribes grew and continued to nibble and decompose some of the small and medium-sized tribes, many of the orcs who lost their tribal affiliation were taken into captivity to become beast slaves. The remaining portion migrated towards the center and north, and even the west, and a small portion became wandering orcs. This side of the central region is still called miners. But these miners are almost no different from beast slaves. They don't get enough to eat every day, and they're also all housed together in a centralized area, held under strict guard, and the salt they consume has been cut to prevent the orcs from fleeing en masse. I've heard that some tribes established by exiled nobles, in order to prevent male orcs from increasing their aggressiveness during their breeding period, they would usually be very cruel and inflict excision on them to put an end to the problem. Chongjin said a lot. Ling Qinzhen was puzzled. Why are you so clear about the situation of the big tribes? There are still escaped orcs in the southern region. Didn't your father also come out from the south? You really don't know about the intrigue here, do you? Ling Qinzhen shook his head. I didn't have time to care about this before. Chongjin sighed helplessly and got up. Anyway, there's Bai Shi and Chong Tianshan watching over the supplies, so I'll take you directly to the dark market to take a look. Dark market? It's the market that's not suitable to be placed in the open places of Shima Heavenly Valley. Chongjin raised his hand and pressed on a certain protruding stone on the wall, and the blocked passageway in front of him suddenly appeared with a 2-meter-high entrance. He pointed at the vines at the entrance of the cave and said nonchalantly, Zemation Valley, there are more than 30 such caves in total, all of which are covered by various kinds of plants, so it's impossible to find your way in without an acquaintance to show you the way. The switch for the entrance is usually on the right-hand side of the passage, about 7 steps from the cave entrance. Press the switch and the entrance opens automatically. The Shima Dark Market is directly below the Heavenly Valley. As if Ling Qinzhen had opened the door to a new world, he followed Heavy True all the way forward. It was originally pitch black in front of them, but after walking 10 or so meters inward, various glowing stones and fungi appeared on the walls. The two of them went forward and backward, following the stone steps down a little bit. The field of vision in front of him suddenly became wide open. Below the Sigma Sky Valley was a big cave. Before she could reach the bottom, she heard a roaring sound. It felt as if the entire cave was vibrating. Seeing that she stopped, her ears twitched and her entire body tensed up. Chongjin reached back and pulled her arm, soothingly saying, No need to be nervous, it's the sound of the waterfall. They entered from the cave entrance in the east, while the underground river in Zemation Valley flowed from west to east, and there was a drop in the eastern section of the underground river, which formed a small waterfall. The Dark River waterfall is about 20 meters wide, and the drop is not more than 15 meters. However, because the cave echoes are relatively large and the water flow of the Dark River is relatively turbulent, so when you enter the Dark City from the several cave entrances on the east side, you will hear a roaring sound like angry thunder. There is water on the ground and the steps here are slippery, be careful. Chongjin held her arm and gently guided her down the steps. Ling Chenjiang just lowered her eyes and watched as he grabbed her arm, and didn't say anything, quietly following behind him. It felt like they had walked down what seemed like dozens of stone steps before they reached the bottom. This Heavenly Valley was even bigger than the biggest cave Ling Qinzhen had ever seen in her last life. There was no way for her to describe the shock of seeing this kind of underground cave for the first time. In her previous life, because the place known as the world's #1 cavern was in the province where she went to school, she did go there once with her roommate when she was working for the summer vacation in college. The interior of the cave there was all artificially lit, with brilliant colored lights and slogans everywhere. This cave was not like that. There were many stalagmites hanging from the top of the cave that might take hundreds or thousands of years to form. Around the stalagmites grew many grayish-white mushrooms that she had never seen before. These mushrooms could glow in the dark and spewed out spores that also glowed, just like tiny glitter.
Seeing that she stopped and looked at the stalagmites and glowing mushrooms above her head, Chongjin understood very well her mentality of being curious about everything she looked at, and patiently explained, "Those mushrooms, I think they're called rock-eating mushrooms. It is said that this kind of glowing mushroom mainly relies on eroding the rocks of the cave in order to keep growing. Leaving this cave, the rock-eater mushroom will immediately die, and the same goes for those small seeds it spews out. The unique environment is what gave birth to this unique creature. The reason why this cave underneath the Zamatian Valley is so large should be the result of the constant reproduction of these rock-devouring mushrooms. It will probably get even bigger in the future unless the rock-devouring mushrooms here completely disappear. Let's go, the dark market is still deeper, this is just considered to be just walking to the outskirts of the dark market." Chongjin didn't feel the need to delay too much time here. If he and Ling Qinzhen were the type of loving companions, he wouldn't mind staying here for a few beast hours in order to make her happy and fulfill her desire to see the beautiful scenery. Unfortunately, they were not that kind of beautiful relationship. Instead of being bored here looking at stalagmites and rock-devouring mushrooms, it would be better to help her understand the complexities of the entire Zamatian Valley as soon as possible. Ling Cheng nodded and followed him as he continued to walk westward against the direction of the dark river's current. Borrowing the light from the rock-devouring mushrooms and lightstones falling from the stone walls, Chongjin looked back at Ling Qinzhen, who was 2 steps behind, and seeing that she was too close to the edge of the dark river, he promptly reminded, "Don't go towards the edge of the dark river, the water here is too deep, and if you fall down, you will soon be washed away. And there are a lot of particularly ferocious fish in the dark river, the kind that will eat human flesh and blood. Those messy-looking fish will occasionally suddenly rush out from underwater and attack the unsuspecting orcs by the river. The first-timers, many of whom don't understand, are prone to suffer losses. Once lose their footing and fall down. In less than half a beast hour, what surfaced was nothing but blood, foam and limbs. How did you know about this place, the dark market?" Seeing him introduce the dark city as if he was counting his blessings, Ling Qinzhen always felt as if he was hiding something. Chongjin pulled her wrist and sighed in a low voice, "If I hadn't been kidnapped, I wouldn't have known about this place." He was taken directly to the dark city after being captured at that time. Being locked in a cage and fed medicine, his entire body was dizzy and with no strength. Shi Guang was following the traces he left behind, and with the help of some contacts, he was able to enter the dark city, paying a small price to redeem him. "You were ransomed? Why couldn't they just snatch you away?" Chongjin looked back at her young and arrogant face, and laughed bitterly. "Where does Medicine Luo have the strength to do this? The formation of the dark market is not overnight, there are quite a number of large tribal forces that are involved in it. Medicine Luo can't afford to offend any of them, so it can only be redeemed. After a while when you go in, say less and look more. If you don't understand, go out and I'll explain it to you. Also, don't interfere with anything you see. It is common to buy and sell orcs here, even precious females and cubs." Chongjin shook his head helplessly, feeling that there was no way to say more, he could only sigh lightly. Ling Qinzhen. Heavy True stood still and turned to stare at her with a very complicated gaze. She hung her face, not understanding why his expression was so strange. "Have something to say. Don't look at me like that with your eyes that look deep into a dog." A certain depression and obsession that rose up inside Chongjin was dispersed by her words, and in the end, he only lowered his head and leaned close to her ear. "I know that you have a very wild heart, and if you can really control the entire central part of the country in the future, can you agree to one more very unreasonable request from me? You want the dark market of Zamatian Valley to disappear? Can I?" Shigyur looked at her steadily. He actually used to be simple, but the experience of staying in the dark city that day was a nightmare that he couldn't shake for a long time. Ling Qinzhen reached out and pushed his shoulder away, taking the lead. "I think you're somewhat looking down on me." District Central. Chongjin looked at her proud back, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. "What do you mean by District Central? Won't keep you waiting too long," Ling Qinzhen promised in a very soft voice. The sound of the dark river's current was still loud, but Chongjin heard her words clearly. The corners of his mouth curved up as he quickly caught up with her. "If you really do it, I'll warm your bed every day during the cold season." The faint smile on Ling Qinzhen's face disappeared for a second. Scram! What Chongjin said was true. Shima Heavenly Valley was doing business that was seen in the light of day, while Shima Dark City was doing all the business that was not seen in the light of day. She didn't even expect to see a custom business that started right in front of a large crowd. A dozen or so females wore iron rings around their necks, the other ends of long chains fastened to the stone walls. Not only females, there were even young-looking male orcs, most of them not yet completely developed and somewhat androgynous-looking, all chained up like dogs in the corner as well. As long as someone paid the blue crystal shells, or took out a suitable replacement item, the person looking after the beast slaves would allow the customer to pick an item to take to an unoccupied corner, and start a savage and brutal violation. Shigyur stood to her right, blocking her view of those corners, but the sounds of distress and wailing could still be heard in her ears, which was extraordinarily disturbing to hear. "Move forward, it's not so bad. If the price offered is right, we can even buy these beast slaves away. Females and better-looking male beastmen that are made to come here, basically mostly end up like this." If it's the stronger, or not so good looking male beastmen, many of them are abused to the point of being inhuman.
Ling Qinzhen followed him the whole way, with no expression whatsoever. But Chongzhen had been with her for a long time and more or less understood her temperament.
She was in a bad mood at the moment.
Especially when she saw those cubs in cages in front of her, the expression on her face instantly became extremely gloomy and appalling.
What will be the final destination of those cage-confined cubs? She suddenly asked. Chapter 78, The Price of Salt Soars.
Chongzhen looked at Ling Qingyan's face sinking like water and said in a low voice, "I'm not sure about this. But the probability of being brought to the dark market with a clear price tag and being able to have a good destination was very small."
The source of these cubs?
Chongzhen, this I know. Every year in the cold season on the beast plains there will be many orcs who die due to shortage of supplies, infected with serious illnesses, etc. So after the end of the cold season, there will be many orphans on the beast plains, and some of the ones who were already living in the tribe will be directly adopted by the orcs in the tribe. But there are also some families that, after contracting an epidemic during the cold season, will be expelled and reduced to wandering orcs, and after the parents die, the cubs that survive will become wandering orphans. These cubs in the dark market should have been abducted, or forcibly captured by these traffickers.
Ling Qinzhen inclined his head and asked, "How much do cubs usually need to pay to be taken away?"
Chongzhen wrinkled his brows and said, "This."
Chongzhen held out the blue crystal shell in his hand. "The lake-singing beast you hunted before, do you still remember it?"
Remember. Because it was the first more unique prey she hunted, the meat tasted better, so she was still quite impressed. That lake-singing beast was an adult male, weighing over a ton. Shigyur sighed in relief. The price of a fresh lake-singing beast on the Sigma Mutual Market is usually 4 blue crystal shells. This is still in because the lake-singing beast is relatively rare and the meat is extremely tasty to sell for such a high price. If it's a prey with supernatural abilities, then it's a different story, usually 3 times the price of a prey without supernatural abilities. The water-type lake-singing beast you got before, if you bring it to the mutual market in good condition and the date is relatively fresh, it is estimated that it can be sold for 12 to 15 blue crystals. Other prey that is about the same size as the lake-singing beast is usually priced at 2 blue crystal shells on the mutual market. If it's the season when there are more prey, the price will even go down and will drop to 1 blue crystal. But before the cold season arrives, the price of these prey can rise up to 3 blue crystals. That piece of saltstone at your home will be worth almost 25 blue crystals when spring starts this year. If it was the beginning of spring last year, it would be cheaper, around 5 blue crystals. Ling Qingyan's brows wrinkled slightly. Saltstones were too expensive. Although Ling Xiao and Chongzhen had said a long time ago that the saltstones in the mutual market were very expensive, this price still exceeded the price she mentally expected. The stone salt at home was about 15 pounds, and the salt extracted from the rough processing was around 10 pounds, which was at most enough for so many people in their family to eat for 20 days. If they saved a little, it might last for a month. Before the end of the world, an adult's daily intake of salt was usually around 15 grams, and in a month, they would have to eat 450 grams of salt, and this was in the case of refined salt intake. While this daily intake far exceeded the health standard of 5 grams, most people would not strictly adhere to this value. The salt she currently extracted from the saltstone was not yet considered refined salt. It still contained quite a lot of impurities and a little bit of bitterness, coupled with the fact that the orc's food intake was based on the weight of the beast form. The demand for salt was even higher. Calculating in this way, 30 grams to 45 grams a day would barely satisfy the physical needs. However, due to the lack of salt, even if their family was considered one of the richer families in the Stone Forest tribe, they would definitely not be able to reach this standard daily. Heavy-Zhen did not know that she was quickly converting the price of stone salt in her mind, and only continued, "For a cub under 3 years old, the price tag on the dark market is usually around 10 blue crystals. If there are physical defects, or the beast shape is on the small side, the price will be halved. This is because cubs at this age, who want to grow up healthily, need to invest more, and they can easily die young. Pups between the ages of 3 and 10 are priced at 15 to 30 blue crystals, and the specific pricing will refer to the points of beast form, humanoid appearance, and gender. Female cubs are priced higher. Males can be priced at the same level as female cubs if their humanoid appearance is more beautiful, or if their beast form is a megaphenotype. 10 years old and above, not yet ushered in the breeding period of the beast. Is not good to say. But the prices are all above 50 blue crystal shells, with no ceiling. I was kidnapped last year, and the price listed by that trafficker at the time was 80 blue crystals. Ling Qinzhen looked at him suspiciously. It's quite high. The corners of Chongzhen's mouth twitched. I'm an Earth System Psychic Ability Level 6, my human form is beautiful looking, and my beast form is not considered a giant beast type, but it's also beautiful looking. This price tag is considered low. That scumbag kidnapped me at the mutual market and was eager to get rid of it, so he lowered the asking price. If it was under normal circumstances, I would probably sell it for more than 150 blue crystal shells. Ling Qinzhen was shocked. You're still strangely valuable. Chongzhen said breathlessly, if you were kidnapped and put up for sale, the price could go above 300 blue crystals, or even 500 blue crystals is possible.
Seeing his tone of voice flare up, Ling Qinzhen raised her hand and touched the tip of her nose. It's a shame that she doesn't have a plan to buy herself by the pound yet. Let's not hurt each other. Chongzhen looked at her with her eyes downcast a bit grudgingly. It wasn't you who started it first. It's because you want to buy those cubs, right? I don't suggest you do that. If you're willing to put up a price for those cubs, more bad people will be desperate to abduct and capture those children who are left alone in the future. Not to mention, do you have that many blue crystals? Chongzhen asked back in a subtle tone. Ling Qinzhen had only heard of this blue crystal thing today. It would be strange if she had any. Chongzhen looked around and pulled her towards one of the exits. I have a better way for you to get these cubs without having to spend blue crystals. Ling Qinzhen followed him out of the dark market without looking back. Chongzhen led her to a place where no one was around and leaned down to her ear and whispered, the Shima Mutual Market is guarded and supervised by several large tribes in the center. If you cause trouble in the mutual market, in the future, the tribe that took the lead in causing trouble will no longer be allowed to participate in the mutual market. But beyond the boundaries of the Sigma Sky Valley, it's pretty free. Those poor orcs in the dark market won't stay down there all the time when all is said and done. The mutual market only lasts for a few days, and when it's over, they're going to be taken away as well. Ling Qinzhen raised an eyebrow and said, those orcs with a higher price tag usually leave with a more powerful defense force around them, right? That's right. Chongzhen nodded and winked softly as he smiled, saying with a wry face, but there is always a time when 100 secrets are not enough. Ling Chengnan inclined his head and stared at him. You went to ask for information? Chongzhen nodded. I'll take care of it. If it's not possible, I'll go find Baishi to help. Baishi had more ways of asking for information than he did, and the two of them together could almost briefly map out most of the traffickers in the dark city. Be safe. Ling Qinzhen nodded, not bothering to ask him how he was going to inquire. Since Chongzhen had told her so much and had utilized this year's information to map out the situation in the dark city so thoroughly, it was assumed that he must have had an idea long ago, only that he had too many concerns, coupled with not enough strength, and was hesitant to do anything about it. Now, let him go. She also did want to take those cubs away. Because her intuition told her that those cubs generally didn't end up too well after being bought by those unidentified people. I'll take you to the place where stone salt is sold, and check the price of this month's stone salt first. Chongzhen had a premonition that the price of stone salt would definitely still go up this month. Just don't know exactly how much it will go up. The place where stone salt was sold was relatively fixed, in the westernmost section of the mutual market. Ling Chengnan and Hebizhen walked all the way there and found that the place selling stone salt was really the most lively. They were still quite far away, but they could already see quite a few orcs gathering in front of the rock wall. Heavy True did not take her inside, but raised his head and looked around for a while, quickly identifying the target and pulling her towards the far corner, finally stopping under a huge apricot blossom tree, raising his hand and smiling as he greeted the few people sitting on the grass. The orc in the lead looks about the same age as Ling Xiao, scalp shaved all around, only the position of the top of the skull left hair, light gray long hair tied into a high ponytail bubble braid, the end of the hair embellished with a string of mung bean-sized jewels, looking kinda fashionable. This is a person that Heavy True recognizes, so she just sizes up the other party without a trace and does not take the initiative to open her mouth. Heavy True briefly introduced her. This is the patriarch of the Water Witch tribe, Qin Zhitai. The Water Witch tribe was one of the few water beast clans in the northern wasteland, preferring to live near the river, and the clansmen were all very good at water. Every year during the rainy season, when the rain flooded a large area of land, they could basically be seen. They would take the initiative to rescue some orcs who couldn't swim. Generally, the orcs who were rescued would more or less take out something as payment. But even if there was no payment, they would still take action in most cases. Of course, bumping into the tribe that has offended them, or the orcs that have attacked the Water Witch tribe. Don't fall into the well, it's already their greatest goodwill. So the Water Witch tribe has a very good reputation in the central region, and most of the tribes maintain a relatively friendly relationship with them. Heavy really typical smiling tiger, meet people is not words first smile, take the initiative to show goodwill, coupled with the appearance and aura of aggressiveness are not strong, so most of the male orcs will not be particularly wary of him. After Qin Dirtai and Chongzhen exchanged pleasantries, he pointed to the grass beside him, sit down and talk, we are also waiting for concrete news. Earlier, I heard that your medicine Luo and several other tribes joined forces to besiege the stone forest and lost the battle. I thought you were dead. Qin Dirtai looked at the rosy-colored Chongzhen and asked curiously, after losing the fight, your medicine Luo's days got worse and worse, didn't they? But I see your color. Seems to be quite good. Chongzhen smiled bitterly. It's true that it's not easy, but there's nothing that can be done about it. Where is there any more words when you lose? Chongzhen pointed at Ling Qinzhen beside him. This is my wife's master, Shi Lin's young patriarch Ling Qinzhen. King Dirtai suddenly raised his head at his words, seriously sizing up Ling Qinzhen, who hadn't said a word. Clan Chief Ling Zhao's daughter, huh? I've only heard about it before, but I've never seen it before. Ling Qinzhen faintly hooked his lips. Won't we see it today? Qin Dirtai nodded and lamented. Ling Xiao has saved my life. If you need any help, you can just say so. Ling Qinzhen is a bit surprised. I won't be polite if I need it. King Gertai raised his hand and slapped Chongjin twice on his shoulder. You kid is lucky, you can still stumble upon such a powerful partner after losing a fight, it really makes people jealous. Chongjin could not help but cry and laugh. But he knew that he was considered one of the luckier ones among the losers of the Great War. Many of the tribal battles on the Beast Plains were very cruel. Usually it was, surrender without killing, resist with full slaughter. Young females and cubs will be taken away. The rest of the old and sick were deported to the more bitter regions to the west or north after being plundered. You have come early, do you know what the price of stone salt is this month? Chongjin exchanged a few pleasantries with Qin Zhitai and went straight to the point. Qin Zhitai shook his head, the smile on his face faded for a few moments as he looked at the noisy crowd below from afar. All in all, it's not optimistic, the price is higher than last month. The amount of salt stones they brought is also less than last month. The price of a piece of salt stone last month was already 25 blue crystal shells. According to this year's trend, it is estimated that it will go up by 1 to 2 blue crystals this month. Qin Gertai sighed deeply and shook his head. If this continues, we really won't be able to afford salt. The goods we've hunted hard for a month, apart from eating them ourselves, almost all the rest will be used to exchange for salt. If we really can't, we'll have to go to the north to buy salt when the time comes. Chongjin wrinkled his brows and said, isn't there also a shortage in the north? It is in short supply, but there is a hanging lake over there. Although eating too much lake salt will make you sick, but right now the price of rock salt is going up every month, so it's better to buy a portion of it first to top it off than not having enough to eat. Without enough salt, the warriors would have no strength, and without strength how could they go hunting? Shigyur only sighed shallowly after hearing this, but it was not good to say anything else. Salt really too important. But the two big tribes in the south hold the 2 salt mines in their hands, and simply do not give them the opportunity to contact. The price of salt is high or low, all is their word. If only they could find salt mines in the center of the country. But if they could, why would they have to come to this point? After a few minutes, a young orc with a bubble braid squeezed out from the crowd and quickly ran to them, his face a little red. He froze for a moment when he saw Ling Chengnan, then calmed his breath before saying in a clear and organized manner, the price of salt has risen again. Today's rock salt is 30 blue crystals apiece. 30 blue crystals? The several orcs sitting or standing at the back suddenly raised their heads, their voices steeply rising a few points. Their exclamations also caught the attention of several nearby orcs waiting for news. Why don't they just go and grab it? 30 blue crystals for a piece of saltstone, this is a price that has never been seen before. Ling Chengnan inclined his head to look at Chongjin, whose face was strangely pale and incomparable, finally realizing that this price was already indistinguishable from robbery. How did it suddenly go up by 5 blue crystals all of a sudden? What on earth do they think of selling salt and stone? All of us in the center can't eat salt, they think the south will be fine. When the time came for the center to riot, the south would bear the brunt. This result is obvious, but why are they so emboldened?